This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
The world's strength suddenly decreased by 100 times. Those who could easily carry bricks were now considered strong, they were called giants. Those who could carry a dog became subjects of government protection. Even those who could chase wild chickens were now called hero killers. However, my strength remained the same as it was before, it didn't decrease at all. At that moment, I suddenly woke up and got smacked on the head by the foreman, who scolded me for sleeping on my first day of work. Nearly 100 construction workers were working tirelessly. The foreman, like a god holding power over life and death, was patrolling the site back and forth. Soon, the foreman frowned and shouted loudly, "Yering-chan. Sleeping during work hours? Can you even handle this job? If not, get the hell out." Yixingchen suddenly woke up from his sleep and rubbed his ears hard. "Lazy bum." The foreman glared fiercely at Yixingchen. "I only let you stay yesterday because I felt sorry for you. And now? Sleeping on your first day of work? This is how you repay me." I'm sorry, foreman, I won't do it again." Yixingchen shrank his neck and quickly rushed to the cement pile to start carrying. Ha ha ha. The nearby workers, seeing Yixingchen's sorry state, couldn't help but stop their work, gather around, and burst into laughter. "Umph." The foreman snorted coldly. "I've said this before, we're a team. Our team needs tigers to guard the mountain, eagles with foresight, agile leopards, loyal dogs, and hardworking oxen. We absolutely don't need freeloaders, troublemakers, or rotten apples." He gave Yixingchen a cold glance and continued, "You all know that Xia Nation's construction companies are all about Xia efficiency. But look at you guys, sluggish, no work ethic at all. The Sakura construction company next door started their project 2 weeks after us, and now their building is nearly finished. Aren't you ashamed? If we delay the deadline and President Qin blames us, none of us will be able to handle it." Yixingchen looked at the foreman ranting like a machine gun and felt frustrated. Sure, falling asleep was his fault, but did he really need to scold everyone? Now the whole crew would blame him, right? He'd just become public enemy number 1 on the site. Sure enough, after the foreman's scolding, everyone glared at Yixingchen with resentment, as if they were ready to beat him up. Let me make it clear, want to slack off? Fine. Whoever can carry this bag of cement up to the 3rd floor gets to rest and still gets paid." The foreman pointed to a bag of cement not far away. Yixingchen was about to go lift it when he glanced at the packaging after hearing the foreman's words. The label, 55 pounds, stood out clearly. Yixingchen instinctively rubbed his eyes and froze. Did he see that right? 55 pounds? What the hell? Are they sure it's 55 pounds and not 55 tons? Yixingchen looked at the foreman, confused, and pointed to the bag. "Foreman, are you sure it's this bag of cement, not that whole truckload? Since when did our job get so easy?" As soon as he finished, the workers nearby burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, did this guy damage his brain while sleeping? 55 pounds. Carrying that up to the 3rd floor, even someone super strong would need a full day. Even the foreman was amused. He casually took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then pointed beside the bag. "Kid, are you still dreaming? Think it's easy? Fine, let me be clear, if you can carry this tray of cement up to the 3rd floor in one go, you can go home today, get paid, and take the day off. How's that?" Yixingchen glanced. It was a paper tray holding about 12 pounds of cement. "That's it?" Yixingchen was dumbfounded. "Don't just talk, pick it up already." If he could pick it up, he would have done it instead of standing there talking. Several workers chimed in, mocking him. Yixingchen frowned, sensing something fishy. Could the foreman be trying to fire him but couldn't find a good excuse, so he made this one up? Thinking of that, Yixingchen sincerely bowed and apologized. "Foreman, you're joking with me, right? I know sleeping during work was wrong. I don't even know why I fell asleep, it just happened. I promise it won't happen again. Please don't fire me. I really need this job to make money." "Joking? Who the hell has time to joke with you?" the foreman snorted again. "But, come to think of it, that tray weighs at least 12 pounds. You lifting that? Impossible. Since you can't do it, get back to work." "How insulting." Yixingchen muttered and got ready to continue working. "What did you say? Insulting?" The foreman grew furious and walked up slowly to Yixingchen. "You brat, if you've got guts, lift this tray of cement." "Fine, I'll lift it." Yixingchen was pissed. 12 pounds? That's just humiliating. If they want to fire him, so be it. He'd find another job. If they don't want me here, someone else will. Yixingchen clenched his teeth, reached out his right hand, and held the tray of cement in his palm. "All right? So are you firing me or not?" Go ahead, whatever. No one replied. The whole site went silent. Everyone was stunned, even the cigarette fell from the foreman's mouth. Several minutes later, the site exploded like a pot of boiling water. Holy crap! This guy lifted 12 pounds of cement with one hand. Did I see that right? 12 pounds, and he lifted it. That's more strength than a weightlifter. I'd always heard of strongmen, never believed it until today. Damn, scary strong. The foreman trembled, pointing at Yi Xingchen, stuttering, I can't believe it. You really lifted 12 pounds. How is that possible? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded too. Wait, are you all messing with me? Forget just this tray, even that whole 55-pound bag, I could lift that easily. So could you. What? As soon as he said that, the entire site exploded in disbelief. Impossible. That's 55 pounds of cement. Even the world's strongest man couldn't do that. Did we see it wrong just now? Or is that tray of cement hollow? Damn it, he really pulled it off this time. And he said we could lift it too? Forget 55 pounds, even lifting a tenth of that is impossible for me. Shut the hell up. All of you, shut up, the foreman roared hysterically, then looked at Yi Xingchen with a look of disbelief. What did you just say? That full bag of cement, you can lift that too? I mean the whole thing, not just the leftovers. Yi Xingchen looked at everyone as if he'd seen ghosts. What's with these expressions? It's just 55 pounds of cement. Is that really so hard? Did I run into something cursed on the way to work today? Or are they seriously messing with me? If you're all acting, then damn, you deserve Oscars and Golden Rooster awards. Foreman, guys, stop messing with me. I really get that I was wrong. I swear I'll never sleep on the job again. This joke isn't funny at all, let's just get back to work. What did he say? We're messing with him? If I had that kind of time, I'd be hanging out with girl number 9 off shift. This guy's nuts, right? So what if he's a bit stronger? What's it matter? He's still hauling cement at the same site as me. Just then, a group of people entered the site. Leading them was a young woman in a professional suit, the president of Yida Construction Company, Qin Yanran. President Qin, damn, these people aren't working and are just standing around? I'll go scold them. No need, Qin Yanran shook her head. Let's see what they're doing. So, her group quietly walked over to watch. The foreman clearly hadn't recovered from the shock and didn't even notice that Qin Yanran's group had joined in. A small bead of sweat rolled down the foreman's forehead. You try lifting that full bag of cement. Fine, I'll lift it. But you better not fire me. If you can lift it, why the hell would I fire you? Hurry up. The foreman was both angry and excited, sensing he might be witnessing something miraculous. All right, I'll play along. Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly and walked up to the bag of cement on the ground. Yi Xingchen had done hard labor for years. A 55-pound bag of cement was nothing to him. And so, under the stunned, and maybe even terrified, eyes of the crowd, he picked up the bag of cement. Holy crap! He really picked it up. No way. That's a full 55-pound bag of cement. Am I dreaming? This is insane. Back in history, they said Xiangyu of Western Chu could carry a cauldron. I used to think that was a myth, but this guy's even scarier than Xiangyu. Mother of God. The foreman was dumbfounded. That's a whole bag of cement. If we had this guy lifting cement all out, he'd be worth dozens, maybe 100, of my workers. With him here, what project couldn't we finish ahead of schedule? Think of all the money we'd save, we're gonna be rich? Is this supposed to be hard? Yi Xingchen suddenly felt awkward, instinctively wrapping his right arm around the bag and scratching the back of his head with his left hand. Yi Xingchen didn't know why, but he kept feeling like these people were treating him like a fool. Holy crap. One hand. What the fuck is this? What kind of monster is this guy? I remember the world record for weightlifting in the Guinness Book is barely over 4 pounds, right? And this guy actually lifted 55 pounds with one hand. Some people are just too damn strong. I'm done. I'm out of here, goodbye. Seeing Yi Xingchen lift a full bag of cement with one hand, the whole site exploded again. Even Qin Yanran, watching nearby, was visibly shocked. She had heard there were hidden talents on construction sites, but she never expected to see someone this unreal. Lifting 55 pounds of cement by hand, without using any advanced exoskeleton tech? Who had ever heard of something so unbelievable? Only now did Yi Xingchen realize something wasn't right. Weren't there tall buildings all around before? Why were they all just short buildings now? The tallest was only 4 stories. Weren't these workers all carrying cement bags before? Why were they all now carrying tiny paper trays? Were they really that fragile? Their expressions didn't look like they were joking. They looked serious. And that guy inside a mech suit like something from Avatar, was that real? Was he moving bricks in that thing? Moving bricks had gone full high-tech now? What the hell is going on? Was the world just crazy now? Why did everything look so familiar, yet so strange? President Chin. Ah, it's President Chin. Hurry up, get back to work. Just as Yi Xingchen was questioning reality, the workers finally noticed Qin Yanran and quickly rushed to carry cement again with their little trays. President Qin? Yi Xingchen looked blankly at her. He'd seen Qin Yanran on TV more than once. Whether it was her prestigious family, her angelic face, or her devilish figure, she was goddess level, no doubt. What's your name? Qin Yanran walked over to Yi Xingchen with interest. Breath like orchids, this phrase must have been made for someone like her, Yi Xingchen thought. My name is Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, right? Qin Yanran nodded slightly. Can you do me a favor? I? Yi Xingchen stammered, unable to speak. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to say yes. After all, Qin Yanran was the big boss. If the boss asked, and the money was right, and it wasn't illegal, he'd do anything. But right now, he still hadn't wrapped his head around what was happening. He was totally out of it. Don't rush to say no, Qin Yanran smiled again. If you help me with this, I'll give you a new job, at the headquarters of Yida Construction. And even if you can't help, I'll still give you a generous reward for your effort. How about that? Can I ask what kind of favor it is first? Yi Xingchen was cautious. If they were taking him to a lab for experiments, he was screwed. Heh. It's simple. The site next door belongs to the Sakura Construction Company from Toyo. They've been provoking us and messing with our workers' morale. I want you to help me teach them a lesson. Deal. As soon as Qin Yanran finished speaking, Yi Xingchen nodded without hesitation. Taking on outsiders? No need to think twice, anyone from Xian Nation would do it without question. Ha. You guys are all useless. Pathetic weaklings, every single one of you. From far away, Yi Xingchen, walking behind Qin Yanran, heard barking voices. He frowned slightly, sensing that something serious was about to happen. There, you heard that too, right? Just listen to how foul-mouthed they are. We need to put them in their place. Qin Yanran lifted her eyes, clearly unhappy. President Qin is here. President Qin is here. President Qin, thank goodness you came. You don't know how annoying those guys have been, shouting all the time, making it impossible for our team to work. And that one guy is ridiculously strong, none of us can beat him. It's been so frustrating. Seeing that Qin Yanran had brought people, the workers from Yida Company started complaining loudly. Don't worry, Uncle Huang, didn't I just bring someone to deal with that arrogant guy? Qin Yanran quickly reassured them and pointed behind her at Yi Xingchen. Him? Uncle Huang followed her gesture to Yi Xingchen, then looked at the loud guy from the other team. His expression turned strange. No way, that kid? Look at him, skinny, sure, he doesn't have a beer belly, but he doesn't exactly look like someone who could take on that muscle-bound brute. Yeah, they say even our strongest guy, Meng, lost to him. And now President Qin brings this bookish-looking kid? Do we have no one else left? You don't get it. This is President Qin's strategy, it's a distraction. This guy will go up, definitely lose, and the other side will mock him. The kid, being young and hot-headed, will argue back. They'll be shouting at each other all day, and even that guy won't be able to keep it up forever. Then we can finally work in peace. That's actually pretty smart. Qin Yanran frowned slightly. Uncle Huang, don't underestimate him. I just saw it myself, he lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand. Heh. Uncle Huang clearly didn't believe it and chuckled. Oh, look at that. Pretty lady. Is your company so short on people that you had to send a flower girl? What's this? You gonna take me on? If you lose, you're spending the night with me. Ha. The workers from the Sakura construction team burst out laughing at just the right moment. Outrageous. Damn it. If only we weren't weaker than that guy, we wouldn't have to put up with this. Qin Yanran, clearly a composed and accomplished woman, just curled her lips in disdain at their crude words. With you? Try beating one of my employees first. With that, Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingchen a signal. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, now standing at the front of the group. To be honest, not one of Yida's workers thought he stood a chance. But still, since he was one of them, they all cheered for him. Go get him, kid. Take him down, brother. We're with you. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked up to the loud guy. The man glanced at Yi Xingchen with open contempt, his attitude full of arrogance. My name is Nichikawa Gosaka. I'm the top strongman under Lord Komuro Ichiro. Kid, it's no shame to lose to me. After all, guys like you are just known for being weak. Yi Xingchen paused slightly. What an arrogant jerk. Yi Xingchen had heard of Komuro Ichiro before, Apparently, he was the boss of Sakura Construction Company. He understood the general situation, but couldn't these guys have more normal-sounding names? Why was it always something like Nichikawa, or Komuro something? Nichikawa Gosaka, of course, had no idea what Yishinchin was thinking. Seeing Yishinchin stay silent, he thought he'd intimidated him with his tough guy attitude and burst into loud laughter. Ahahaha! You people really are all cowards. After hearing Gosaka insult his team multiple times, even Yishinchin's good temper had its limits. If you want to fight, stop talking. Just say how we're doing this. Nichikawa Gosaka didn't catch the first part, but he understood the second sentence clearly. With a scornful glare, Gosaka said, "Humph. You clueless fool. You have no idea how strong I am. Let's settle this with raw strength, a true man's challenge. We'll see who can lift it faster." As he spoke, he pointed to a brick in front of them. What the hell? Yishinchin was stunned. He had thought it would be some kind of real strength challenge, but that brick might have looked a little big, but at most it weighed 4 or 5 pounds, right? A strongman challenge over who could lift a 4 or 5 pound brick the fastest? Yishinchin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was ridiculous. Humph. Gosaka seemed satisfied with Yishinchin's silence and confidently stood next to the brick. Watch carefully, this is what real power looks like. He crouched down, gripped the brick tightly with both hands, and then started letting out grunts like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! He-ya! HRRGH! Then, to the horrified stares of the crowd, he finally managed to lift the brick, by hand. Whoa! He actually lifted it. That brick must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. That's insane strength. This guy's something else. The Yida construction workers started shouting in disbelief. Yoshi! Unbelievable. The Sakura Company employees started yelling too, like they were having some kind of high-energy moment. Heh! Gosaka threw the brick down and gave Yishinchin a proud look. Your turn. Seriously. Yishinchin stared at the brick and froze in place. Was today cursed or something? It's just a brick. Just a 4 or 5 pound brick. Come on, was all that straining really necessary? A grown man competing to lift a brick? Might as well end up on the news. 2 men seen in street brick lifting contest, later confirmed to be escapees from a psychiatric facility. Both were returned for treatment and are now in stable condition. Yishinchin had already come up with the headline in his head. Seeing Yishinchin still not moving, Gosaka laughed again, full of pride. Ahahaha. You scared now? I was right. You're all just weaklings. No strength, no guts. Not a single person in your whole company dares to challenge me. You might as well give up on competing with us for projects, go home and drink milk. Sigh. You can't really blame the guy. That thing weighs around 4 or 5 pounds. Yeah. If it were me, I probably would have lost too. Still, not even daring to try? Aren't we supposed to be strong and proud men? Are we really going to let them look down on us like this? You up, no can no BB. Not just Nichikawa Gosaka, even the workers from Yida Construction couldn't bear to watch anymore. They didn't believe Yishinchin could lift that brick. Yishinchin! What are you doing? Seeing him standing there like a statue, Qin Yenran became anxious. Right then, she couldn't help but wonder, was the foreman working with Yishinchin to fool her? Maybe what he lifted earlier wasn't a full bag of cement, but an empty sack? Was this now his true self exposed? Damn it, she should have touched that bag earlier. At least then she would have known for sure. At least she wouldn't have been fooled. At the very least? Qin Yenran seriously regretted it now. Yishinchin snapped out of it when Qin Yenran called his name. What do you want to say? Are you going to lift or not? If not, just admit defeat. Say you're too weak and I'll let it go. After all, as the saying goes, something about being generous. Ha ha ha. Nichikawa Gosaka stared at Yishinchin smugly. Yishinchin instantly frowned. You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak. I already lifted. Now it's your turn. Gosaka looked confused, not understanding Yishinchin's insult. Yishinchin glanced at the brick. I want to lift something else. Ha 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 ha. So pathetic. Just like the old stereotype. As soon as Yishinchin said that, the Sakura construction crowd burst into laughter. Qin Yenran couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. He, Nichikawa Gosaka chuckled proudly. Fine. What do you want to lift? That little tray of cement? Let me remind you, it weighs more than 2 pounds. Who said I want to lift that? Yishinchin shot him a look. Then what do you want to lift? An empty tray? That's only a few ounces. Is that really all you're capable of? President Qin, maybe you should just call the kid back, lifting an empty tray, even I feel embarrassed for him. If he keeps this up, he's not just shaming the company, he's making all of us look bad. Yeah. President Qin, this is too much. I'm starting to think he's a plant sent by them. The employees behind Qin Yanran started urging her to stop Yixingchen. Qin Yanran thought for a moment, then decided to call him back. But just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yixingchen was staring at a large rock not far away. It wasn't huge, but not small either, looked like it weighed about 20 to 25 pounds. Qin Yanran's heart skipped a beat. No way, was he planning to lift that rock by hand? Could what she saw earlier have been real? Could he really have lifted a 55-pound bag of cement with one hand? The thought made her hold her breath, eyes fixed on Yixingchen with growing anticipation. Just as she suspected, Yixingchen pointed with his right hand toward the big rock. A brick? That's child's play. Just talking about it is embarrassing. I'll lift that rock instead. What? Nichikawa Gosaka looked at Yixingchen in disbelief. This clueless guy actually said lifting a brick by hand is child's play. Ridiculous. Nichikawa Gosaka gave Yixingchen a scornful look. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you thinking that since you can't lift it, you'll just choose something that no one else can lift either? That way, people will only say you failed to lift a stone, not that you lost to me. You're flipping the table so no one can play. Yeving-chan snorted. Who said I'm joking? Lifting this stone is child's play for me. It's just that there's nothing better around, so I'll settle for this. Arrogant. Nichikawa Gosaka clearly didn't believe Yixingchen could lift a stone that looked like it weighed about 20 pounds. Are all you guys this full of talk and no ability? Oh? Yixingchen looked at him with amusement. And what if I lift it? If you lift it, do whatever you want. Good. If I lift it, I don't want anything else. Just shout 3 times, loud and clear, I'm a fool raised by dogs. That's all. Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned red and then pale, his features twisted. Fine. But if you can't lift it, you have to shout 3 times, I'm weak and sickly. Deal. Yixingchen casually walked over to the stone, smiled, and grabbed it with one hand, lifting it easily. What the? No way. One hand. Oh my god. Holy crap. That's some insane strength. Impossible. This stone must be hollow. No, it's fake. At first, the crowd was dead silent. Then came a wave of shocked exclamations. Impossible. Nichikawa Gosaka also stared at the stone in Yixingchen's hand in disbelief. You must have cheated. You must have swapped in a fake one. Really? Yixingchen casually dropped the stone to the ground. Then you try it. Fine, I'll try. Still unconvinced, Nichikawa Gosaka walked up to the stone and reached out with his right hand to lift it. Huh? He froze, it wouldn't budge. No way. He quickly added his left hand, trying to grab it with both arms. But no matter how hard he tried, the stone didn't move at all. Eventually, he was forced to face a harsh truth. The stone was real. And it weighed close to 20 pounds. 20 pounds. He couldn't even push it, let alone lift it. But, how did this guy lift it so easily just now? Was it raw strength? How? Who in the world could lift a 20-pound rock with one hand like a toy? So? Admit it? Come on, a bet's a bet. Time to own up. Urged by the workers from Yida Construction, Nichikawa Gosaka's face turned beet red. It was like he'd swallowed a cockroach. I'm a son of a bitch little bastard. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. So that's what these guys are really like? All talk, no bite. Let's see if you dare act arrogant here again. Serves you right. Strong man? Go home and shoot your cheesy romance movies instead. The employees of Yida Construction clapped and cheered, the whole scene full of celebration. Even Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile a little. Meanwhile, the Sakura team left in embarrassment, afraid to stay and get mocked further. Yixingchen, who had been at the center of it all, stood still with no change in expression. He had suspected these guys were putting on an act, but now it was clear, things weren't as simple as he'd thought. What had happened to this world? How could everything change so much, just because he took a nap? Was he dreaming? Or had the world actually changed? While enjoying the moment, Qin Yanran glanced at Yixingchen from the corner of her eye. Calm and composed, steady and reliable. Not only was he naturally strong, he also seemed dependable. And right now, since she had made enemies with the Sakura company while bidding for contracts in recent years, those guys might pull some shady tricks if they got desperate. Rumor had it the Sakura company had ties to Toyo's military. If they used that connection against her, having someone like Yixingchen around as protection wouldn't be a bad idea. With that thought, Qin Yanran walked up to him. President Qin. Yixingchen looked at her, a little nervous in front of such a stunning woman. Your current job is carrying cement on the site? Yes, President Qin. How much is your monthly salary? Yixingchen lowered his head awkwardly. Today was my first official day. The foreman said 300 a day. So that's less than 10,000 a month? This job's pretty rough. Would you be interested in changing jobs? Rough? Yi Xingchen looked at her strangely. If the job was just carrying 1 or 2 bags of cement a day, was there anything easier than that? Seeing his reaction, Qin Yanran was even more pleased. Hardworking and down-to-earth, an honest man. I happen to need a bodyguard. Normally, you won't need to do much, just stay around the office without disturbing other employees. When I go out, you'll accompany me and act as my driver too. 1-month trial, salary starts at 80,000. After that, if things go well, you'll get a raise. Also, I'll buy you a villa next to mine, you can live there freely as long as you're working for me. And I'll provide a car. How does that sound? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Was this real? Someone like Qin Yanran, a well-known businesswoman, probably didn't need protection from small-time criminals, right? So basically, the job was just to drive and hang around? And for that, a salary of 80,000 plus a car and a house? Give me 10 of those jobs. Pack them up. Yi Xingchen nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken. Yes. Yes. Thank you, President Qin. I'll work hard and won't let you down. Then it's settled. Be at the Yida headquarters by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll notify the front desk in advance, just tell them your name. Got it. Thanks, President Qin. I was just short on cash, this job came at the perfect time. In that moment, Yi Xingchen felt like tears were about to stream down his face. Short on cash? Qin Yanran lifted her brow. When I get back, I'll have someone transfer 100,000 to your account as a welcome bonus. This is the same bank card you registered at the construction site, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't even describe how he felt. This woman was on another level of rich. If only I had that kind of money, I'd do the same. Yi Xingchen quickly nodded again, thankful. Yes, yes. Thank you, President Qin. Then, see you tomorrow. Take care, President Qin. Yi Xingchen bowed slightly, looking very humble. Nowadays, money is everything. Besides, Qin Yanran had truly helped him out. Whether out of gratitude or respect, Yi Xingchen had every reason to treat her politely. Watching Qin Yanran walk away, Yi Xingchen really felt like jumping up and cheering. He had money now. Finally, he had money. He could finally pay off his dad's gambling debts. As Yi Xingchen was overwhelmed with excitement, the employees from Yida Construction gathered around him. Some congratulated him, some praised him, and others just chatted away. Wow! Kid, you really surprised us, you're strong. Yeah. That's why they say don't judge a book by its cover. You're amazing. Did you see the way those guys ran off? That was hilarious. Finally got our revenge. I doubt they'll dare mess with us again. Hey, kid, you look decent. Got a girlfriend? I have a sister, 24 years old. Whoa, stop right there. Yi Xingchen was startled. I have a girlfriend. She really loves me, and I love her too. Really? The guy who tried to set him up looked disappointed. That's a shame. I wasn't trying to push it, it's just, you seem like a great match, and my sister. My parents, man, they're brutal. This morning they told her if she doesn't find someone this year, she shouldn't bother coming home for the holidays. Sounds like your parents are pretty reasonable. Yi Xingchen gave a knowing smile. What? That's reasonable? Sure. Yi Xingchen nodded, then grinned. My dad just tells me to drop dead. Not letting you go home is nothing. All right. I'm done chatting, I'm heading home. Yi Xingchen waved goodbye to the crowd, and just then his phone buzzed with a message. He took it out and looked, an SMS from the bank. Agricultural Bank of Xia, your account ending in 3838 received a deposit of 100,000.01. Hell yes? Yi Xingchen pumped his fist in excitement and skipped off the worksite. Whoa, did you guys see that? Was his phone case metal? A metal phone case? That thing's gotta weigh half a pound or more. Half a pound might not seem like much, but, carrying a phone that heavy every day, this guy really is something else, scary stuff. The guys who'd been chatting with him stared after Yi Xingchen's back, their faces showing a strange mix of awe and fear. Dad, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Xingchen had just arrived at the front door and couldn't wait to share his new job news with his father, Yi Hao. But the house was strangely quiet. No one responded to him. Huh? Where did Dad go? Yi Xingchen walked inside and looked around, his brows furrowing. Something about the house felt off, strangely odd everywhere. The door hadn't been locked, and why was it so thin now? Could that even stop a thief? Knock, knock, knock. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wardrobe, which he easily broke with a couple of knocks. Then he looked at the rice jar, maybe about 2 pounds of rice left. The water jug had less than 4 ounces of drinking water. He stood there deep in thought. Well, if it isn't Yi Hao's beloved son. Took you long enough to come back. Just then, a shady-looking guy with dyed yellow hair squeezed in from outside. Who are you? Yi Xingchen looked at him cautiously. Heh, the guy grinned. Kid, I'm one of Brother Long's men. Your old man lost everything at Brother Long's gambling den today, not even his underwear left. He owes Brother Long 200,000. Orders are, no matter what, you're paying it today. Yi Xingchen frowned. His dad had gone gambling again. 200,000? To him right now, that number was astronomical. Yi Xingchen sighed. Brother, could you give me a few days? I don't have that kind of money. Maybe I can pay part of it first? The rest, I'll pay as soon as I can, just let my dad go, and we'll work it out. The yellow-haired guy shook his head firmly, still smiling. No can do. Brother Long said if you can pay today, great. If not, then go rob a bank, but pay it. That's going too far. Yi Xingchen was furious and raised his fist to punch him in the face. But the guy didn't even flinch. He even leaned his face into Yi Xingchen's fist. Go ahead. Hit me. Right here. Brother Long said, if you lay a finger on me, he's cutting off one of your dad's fingers. In the end, Yi Xingchen came to his senses. His raised fist hung there, powerless. Big brother, you know our situation. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money right now? Even if I wanted to rob a bank, look at me, then look at what we've got at home. I don't even have the tools, let alone the skills. The yellow-haired guy had clearly expected that. He just grinned and flashed his two yellow-stained front teeth. All right, Brother Long knows you don't have the money. So he said, since you can't pay, you'll work it off. Work it off? Yi Xingchen paused, feeling uneasy. That's right. The guy nodded heavily. Brother Long runs an underground fight club. One match in the ring gets you 100,000 off your debt. Plus, he'll give you 2 more weeks to pay the other 100,000. Underground fighting. Yi Xingchen had never done it, but he'd seen plenty of movies and shows. Life and death up to fate. Even if you got beaten to death in that ring, no one would take responsibility. All you could do was regret in the afterlife that your fists weren't strong enough. If he really went to fight in the underground ring, there was no telling if he'd even make it back alive tonight. And if something happened to him, who would take care of his dad? But if he didn't do it, how could he pay back the 200,000 gambling debt? A regular guy like him couldn't possibly take on someone like Brother Long, a legendary underground gang boss. His dad would definitely be in danger. That 200,000 was really enough to crush a hero. Thinking about it, Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, torn and struggling deep inside. So? Kid, made up your mind yet? Oh, I forgot to tell you, the underground fight schedule is limited each day. If you hesitate too long, you might miss your slot. Can't pay the debt? You can guess what Brother Long will do to you and your dad, right? Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth. At this moment, he made up his mind. I'll do it. But you have to keep your word. One match, 100,000 off. The other 100,000 I'll repay in 2 weeks. The yellow-haired guy didn't reply, just calmly gave an okay gesture. From start to finish, he was completely confident, like a seasoned hunter watching his prey. Yi Xingchen, no matter how he struggled, was already in his net. Soon, Yi Xingchen locked up his home and followed him to the underground fight venue. But once he got into the guy's beat-up minivan, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Hey, bro, this van of yours. What about it? The yellow-haired guy focused on starting the car, not even glancing at Yi Xingchen. Isn't this van way too flimsy? Is this one of those Toyo models? It feels like paper. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he gently tapped the passenger door with his finger. Clunk. To his horror, the passenger door fell right off. What the hell? The yellow-haired guy was stunned. He looked at the door on the ground, then at Yi Xingchen, also stunned, his face slowly turned awkward. Damn, why is this thing falling apart? I only bought it a year ago. It's a domestic model too, not some cheap Toyo crap. This is weird. Whatever, let's just use it for now. I'll switch to a Wuling next time. He didn't care, blaming it on the car's poor quality, not suspecting Yi Xingchen at all. Alright. Yi Xingchen didn't overthink it, even though everything around him felt weird. The guy started the van, driving steadily toward the underground arena. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen stared out the window with a serious look, not because of the fight ahead, but because of what he was seeing. A girl licking a tiny, thumbnail-sized ice cream cone. A guy inside a sci-fi-style robotic exoskeleton carrying a load of couches. For sanitation workers using a pencil-sized saw to cut up a fallen tree. 2 kids fencing with drinking straws, one of them even had a bruise on his arm. What the hell, is this real life, or am I dreaming? The underground fight arena. Loud, harsh cheers, neon lights in every color, all displaying the crowd's wild excitement and twisted souls. Yi Xingchen followed behind the yellow-haired guy into the venue. At that moment, two fighters were engaged in an intense brawl. They exchanged blows, faces and bodies covered with bruises. One man was bleeding a bit from his mouth, clearly losing. To Yi Xingchen, just an amateur, the fight seemed almost like play. Punches were so slow. I could dodge these when I was 4 years old. And why does everyone walk so slowly today? At the pace a toddler just learning to walk. These punches felt soft. Can they really bruise or make someone cough up blood? Are those bruises really from punches, or from falling down? Is this an underground boxing ring, or a low-budget movie set? Eventually, under Yi Xingchen's stunned gaze, the man who was behind took a single punch KO and collapsed, possibly dead. The referee walked slowly over, confirmed it, then nodded to the ring announcer. The announcer, holding a toothpick-sized microphone, walked out calmly. I announce the winner of this match is National Boxing Champ Max Guess. Oh, Max Guess. Max Guess. The excited crowd started chanting the name of the winner. Clearly most had bet on Max Guess to win. The yellow-haired guy patted Yi Xingchen softly on the shoulder. Kid, next match is you. Get ready. You guys take him to prepare. He's facing Champ Park Kukchang next. Yi Xingchen blinked. Boxing champion Park Kukchang? That name alone sounded experienced and powerful. Got it. None of the yellow-haired guy's men believed Yi Xingchen could win. They looked at him with dead eyes, as though watching someone doomed. Come on in with me. They entered the backstage area. Several gloves, looking cheaply made, were laid out before Yi Xingchen. Pick any. Doesn't matter, same outcome either way. You're all gonna die anyway. Yi Xingchen looked at the yellow-haired guy's underling in confusion, feeling a chill run down his spine. Want an energy drink? I can pour you 2 or 3 milliliters. 2 or 3 milliliters? Then? I'll pass. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown. That's barely enough to wet your tongue. This underground ring is harsh. You're right, the underling replied with pity. At death's door, nothing's worth it. Ready yet? Park Kukchang's coming any moment. We can't keep him waiting. All right, I'm coming. A few big guys whispered to each other, and clueless Yi Xingchen, who didn't even understand the rules, was pushed into the ring. At that moment, the announcer introduced him. Now entering, never mind the name. Coming up, he challenges Champ Park Kukchang. Let's give him a cheer. Throw him out. Who is that? Going to fight Park Kukchang in illegal boxing? Aren't they just asking to die? Park Kukchang? Dude, I've only seen a few matches here, never heard that name. Who is he? You don't know Champ Park Kukchang? Haven't you heard of Champ AY? What? Champ AY? The same AY who held the world title multiple times. Yes. That's him. Legend says Champ AY once killed a chicken with a single punch. That level of power, just hearing about it is terrifying. But what does that have to do with Park? That's where you're clueless. Rumor has it Park fought Champ AY, and AY only barely won on points. Holy crap. Then Park must be insanely strong. So what are you waiting for? Bet on Park. I'm placing a 10,000 bet. I'm in too. I'll bet 10,000. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Yi Xingchen felt like he'd entered a madhouse. Next up, challenger Park Kukchang. With cheers and support staff pressing forward, a man under 5 feet tall stepped into the ring. Yi Xingchen nearly dropped his jaw. Park was shorter than his own shoulders. Shorter height helps boxers control balance and protect vital points, that part Yi Xingchen understood. But a boxer under 5 feet tall looked almost comical. Damn, Park glanced at Yi Xingchen and snorted coldly, Kid, before you beg to surrender, I'm going to knock you out in one punch. Yi Xingchen was speechless. First, both sides do the salute. That means touching gloved right fists together. Yi Xingchen, being straightforward, extended his right fist for the salute. But what Park did next left Yi Xingchen bewildered and frozen. Park slowly extended his right fist, but then changed its path. Instead of a bump, he gently tapped the back of Yi Xingchen's glove. What was that? He just patted my hand? Why did he do that? Is he teasing me? For a moment, Yi Xingchen thought maybe Park's experience extended to relationships with men? That thought made him shrink his fist, goosebumps rising all over. Ha ha ha. Park laughed confidently, revealing blackened teeth. Wow. Park just gave him a warning tap disguised as a salute. What a power move. So terrifying. No wonder he can go toe-to-toe with Champ AY. That single tap hurt him that much. That probably means the kid's done for. Good thing I bet 10,000 on Park. Wait, his odds are 1.05 to 1? That's nuts, I'll only make 500 if he wins. Well, then I'll bet 1,000 on this guy. Man, if you've got spare cash, donate it to me. Ding ding ding. As the referee tapped the bell at ringside, the intense fight between Yi Xingchen and Park Kook-chang officially began. Park shifted his stance, fists one forward and one back, constantly taunting Yi Xingchen. "Kid, come on. Damn, look at your weak stance, you must be a rookie. You think you have the skill to match me, Park Kook-chang? Want me to hold back 3 punches for you?" Yi Xingchen blinked and glanced at his own right fist. No one knew how weak he was better than himself. He was the one who used to get bullied in school, not someone who could beat ordinary people, let alone a pro boxer. Just then, Yellowhair's words echoed in his mind. "If you fight one underground match, you get 100,000 off your debt." Maybe Yellowhair didn't say he had to win, just participate? Meaning, as long as he took part? What if Park threw a real punch and Yi Xingchen just raised his hands in surrender? Would Yellowhair break his promise? He couldn't be blamed. After all, Yi Xingchen was just a normal person, thrown into an underground ring. That hesitation would be natural. While Yi Xingchen thought this over, Park already impatiently launched a fierce attack. Park stepped slowly and threw a soft punch toward Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen stared. Was this a chance to surrender? Could Park be soft inside, seeing he was just a regular guy and giving him a way out? Wow! What a nice guy. Who says there are no good people here? In front of him, there was one. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen turned his head and raised both hands high. "I surrender. I admit defeat. I'm no match for you." "What?" Park was stunned. "What the hell? You can surrender in underground boxing? No rules at this underground ring? This is bullshit. Refund my ticket." The bloodthirsty crowd protested, even demanding refunds. The announcer and referee looked at each other. This was the first time someone surrendered before the fight even got real. Under the audience pressure, the referee forced himself to speak into the toothpick-sized mic. "Surrender invalid. In underground boxing, only real wins count. No gentleman's rules. Fight continues." With that, Park resumed his lazy, slow punch approach, moving toward Yi Xingchen. "What the?" Yi Xingchen was stunned. Wasn't this just going to kill him? Seeing Park's rush again, Yi Xingchen first froze, then suddenly understood. What a kind man. Punches so slow and soft, it was obvious he wanted to fake punch, let Yi Xingchen fake collapse for a KO. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's respect for Park skyrocketed. He stopped resisting, stood quietly, and waited for the fake punch. Oh man. Park's punch is so quick now. That kid must be scared stiff, standing there frozen. Dead for sure, dead for sure. That kid is definitely getting KO'd by Park Kook-chang in one punch. This hot blood is intoxicating, driving me crazy. The crowd by the ring grew even more frenzied. Under Yi Xingchen's watch, Park swung his slow punch and gently touched Yi Xingchen's face. "What are you doing?" Yi Xingchen was completely baffled. "No, dude, if you're going to fake punch just do that, why patted me on the face? This guy, maybe he has a crush on me? Hey, what are you doing?" Park, seeing Yi Xingchen stand still after getting a fake punch and then ask, "What are you doing?" froze in place too. What is this? Yi Xingchen paused a moment and then realized. He asked me what I'm doing. Meaning, why am I still standing? Why didn't I fall down? Yi Xingchen blinked, looked at Park's stunned face, then at the silent crowd. Aya. He let out a hysterical scream, covering his chest with his left hand while his right shaky hand pointed at Park. That was a heavy punch. Ah, I'm dead. In an exaggerated gesture, Yi Xingchen stumbled backward over 10 feet and then dramatically fell to the ground. This. All the spectators stared at each other, then a surge of frustration finally erupted. Fuck this shit. Is this Park Kook-chang or a goddamn clown? TM acting us out here? Is this an underground boxing ring or a movie set? If I wanted a show, I'd go to the cinema. Am I short on movie money? Shut up. Refund. Goddamn. As the crowd prepared to rush the ring, the referee shivered and hurried in. Hey, kid. Died yet? If not, get up and keep going. Oh, okay. Knowing his acting was terrible, Yi Xingchen reluctantly stood up again and walked over to Park. How is this possible? I just punched you hard, how are you unharmed? Park looked up in shock. The audience didn't understand, but Park knew it too. He had thrown a hard punch. Yi Xingchen didn't even flinch. Did I just hallucinate? Yi Xingchen looked wronged. Dude, your lines were convincingly dramatic, but your martial arts acting was awful. You should have thrown a punch like that. Acting? Park glared at Yi Xingchen coldly. Come on, who the hell has time to play actor for you? You weren't acting, so why did you do that to me? This is how it's done. Yi Xingchen mimicked what Park did, raised his right hand and lightly touched Park's left cheek. Maybe to contrast Park's earlier performance, Yi Xingchen used half his strength this time. Under Park's shocked gaze, Yi Xingchen's hand tapped Park's left cheek sharply. Park tried to dodge, but his reflexes were too slow. Yi Xingqian's touch landed. What a fast punch, What happened next stunned Yi Xingqian. Park, after being lightly tapped on the left cheek, didn't even finish speaking. He bled from the mouth and collapsed in the ring. Silence. A dead silence. The entire underground boxing arena fell into complete stillness. You could hear a pin drop. Yi Xingqian stared blankly at Park Kukchang lying on the ground, then looked at his own fist. Sorry, man. I misunderstood you earlier. Who said your acting was bad? You're worthy of an Oscar. I just tapped you, sure, with a bit of force, but you not only fell down, you even coughed up blood? Willing to ruin your own reputation to help me pay off my father's debt. You're a true good guy. Holy crap. That kid just KO'd the national boxing champ Park Kukchang with one punch? Did I see that right? No way. No way that's possible. That was Park Kukchang. Why not? Didn't you see how fast that punch was? Based on the formula for kinetic energy, the force behind that punch must have been terrifying. Is this guy One Punch Man? I thought Chu Yushuan was already unbeatable. But this guy is even tougher. Whose fighter is he? This is insane. Totally worth the ticket. I made a fortune. The referee walked dazedly to Park Kukchang, checked his condition, then stood up and nodded to the announcer. The announcer finally snapped out of it, bounced up, holding a toothpick-sized microphone. Tonight, a new champion is born. This fighter KO'd the champ Park Kukchang in one punch. Absolutely stunning. Truly exciting. I now announce the winner of this match is, what was his name again? Never mind, let's just call him One Punch Man. Ahem, the winner is One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The crowd, hyped by the announcer, started chanting Yi Xingqian's new nickname in unison. At this moment, no one cared whether Park Kukchang was alive or dead. No one even called an ambulance. That's the brutal reality of underground boxing. No life or death, only winning or losing. What the? Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. He turned and looked at the referee and announcer in shock. I swear, I just barely touched him. Ha ha ha. One Punch Man, you're too modest. You just touched him? If you'd punched him for real, he'd be in pieces. The announcer gave an awkward laugh, then stepped beside Yi Xingqian, lifting his right arm up. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand in a daze, ending the match in a champion's pose. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the underground arena, a bald man smoked a thin cigarette, watching the scene in the ring with interest, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Yellow Hair stood beside him, head bowed in fear. Boss, that guy's brutal. He KO'd Park Kukchang in one punch. Now that Park's down, we've lost a big moneymaker. Boss, I'm sorry. I never expected this to happen. That bald man was none other than Yellow Hair's boss, the leader of the Qinglong gang in Yunhe City, known as Brother Long. Yellow Hair glanced at Yi Xingqian, now buried in cheers, and remembered how you once almost punched him at his home. A chill ran down Yellow Hair's spine. Thank God he didn't get hit. One punch from that guy and he'd have lost half his life. Only now did Yellow Hair recall Yi Xingqian's terrifying speed from earlier. He hadn't paid attention then, but now it hit him hard, and he was terrified. A man who combines world-shaking power with lightning speed, he'd completely misjudged him. Brother Long waved his hand dismissively. A cash cow? One falls, we'll just grow another one. Boss, you mean? Brother Long narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi Xingqian in the distance with interest. Just some broke kid. You think we can't control him? Tomorrow, go see that gambling addict father of his again. Find a way to make him lose another 100, 200 grand. Then what? That kid won't be begging to work for us? That's how we get ourselves a brand new cash cow. Yellow Hair's eyes lit up. Brilliant, boss. With this kid, we're gonna be packed every fight night. We raise prices every time he steps in the ring, huge profits for us. Hey? Brother Long gave a sinister smile. You found us a treasure. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. From now on, cash, women, cars, houses, you'll get it all. Thanks, boss. Dad. Outside the underground ring, Yi Xingqian finally saw Yi Hao. Excited, he rushed forward to hug his father. But the cold look in Yi Hao's eyes made Yi Xingqian stop in his tracks, awkwardly pulling back. Who told you to bail me out? Yi Hao wasn't moved at all by Yi Xingqian risking his life to save him. On the contrary, his eyes were filled only with coldness and disgust. Dad? Can we talk about this at home? Please? Yi Xingqian looked at him pleadingly. Things are getting better. I found a new job today, 80,000 yuan a month during the internship. Enough. Yi Hao cut him off coldly. I don't want to hear that. I told you, we walk separate paths from now on. You go your way, I go mine. Let's never see each other again. Don't you dare try to bail me out again, I won't appreciate it. Yellow Hair, surprised, looked at the father and son with a grin. Come on, old man. I don't know what happened between you two, but you're still father and son. Can't be that bad, right? You don't know shit. Yi Hao gave him a fierce glare. What the hell? Yellow Hair was furious. If Yi Hao wasn't still useful, he'd have ordered his men to beat the old man to death right there. Bite the hand that feeds you. Fine, don't listen. Let's go. He didn't want to get involved in family drama, so Yellow Hair took his guys and headed back into the underground arena. Dad. Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao with hopeful eyes. Yi Hao snorted coldly and ignored him, disappearing alone into the night. Yi Xingchen stood there in a daze, staring at his father's slightly hunched back, his face full of helplessness and sadness. He could understand Yi Hao. A few months ago, Yi Hao had been diagnosed with a serious lung disease. The surgery alone would cost 500,000 yuan, and the follow-up treatment would cost tens of thousands more. For an average family like theirs, that kind of money was impossible. Yi Hao changed completely, he started drinking heavily and living recklessly, and it was clear Yellow Hair had lured him into gambling and losing everything. Sigh. But what could he do? That was his only father. After Yi Xingchen's mom passed away, it was Yi Hao who raised him. He even turned down remarriage several times, afraid a stepmother might treat his son badly. No matter what, that kind of fatherly love, Yi Xingchen had to repay it. Yunhe City, Yida Tower. Yi Xingchen arrived early at the front gate of the Yida Company headquarters. It was his first day at his new job, he could not be late. Looking up at the 10-story building, he took a deep breath and resolutely walked inside. Hello, sir, whom are you here to see? The receptionist smiled professionally at Yi Xingchen. Hello, miss. My name is Yi Xingchen. I'm here to check in. You must be Yi Xingchen. Before the receptionist could speak again, a pleasant voice sounded behind. Yi Xingchen turned and saw a woman in a professional suit, black stockings and poised elegance. Hello, Chen. Hi, she greeted with a nod, smiling brightly. You must be the strongman that CEO Qin mentioned. A pleasure. I'm Lin Yun, Qin's secretary. Yi Xingchen was surprised, she was the CEO's secretary. Hello, hello. He bowed respectfully. This was a major company. Anyone could be an important figure above his ordinary station. If he offended Lin Yun, she could easily influence Qin's opinion and cost him this dream job. Lin Yun seemed pleased with his politeness. She motioned toward the elevator. Please follow me, Mr. Yi. I'll take you to see CEO Qin. Xiao Zhang, this is the new bodyguard and driver Qin hired. Please show him in. Understood. Yi Xingchen and the receptionist nodded. Once inside the elevator, Yi Xingchen caught a light fragrance in the air. He stole a glance at Lin Yun and marveled inside. So elegant, poised, polite, sincere, no wonder so many men dream of dating someone like her. Anyone who marries Lin Yun would be lucky beyond belief. Ding dong. The elevator pinged and stopped on the 10th floor. Mr. Yi, this way please. Guided by Lin Yun, Yi Xingchen arrived at CEO Qin's office. Qin Yanan was focused at her computer, working on something. Yi Xingchen felt a strange sensation again. That keyboard, why does it look as thin as a touchscreen? Wouldn't it break easily? That bottled water for the dispenser, more like a small personal bottle. Is that enough to drink? That lipstick on the desk, tiny. Could it even cover half a lip? And that fountain pen, probably one, though it looks as thick as a toothpick. Could that amount of ink write a page? Here you are? Qin Yanan finally looked up at Yi Xingchen. Good morning, CEO Qin. He hastily pushed aside his racing thoughts and stood properly. CEO Qin, I ran into Mr. Yi after I had a little matter downstairs. Lin Yun smiled and began explaining. Okay. Qin Yanan just smiled. Yun, take him up to that unused office on the 9th floor. Make do for now. Let's see what's missing so we can add it later. Okay, CEO Qin. Qin Yanan then looked at Yi Xingchen. From now on, I'll just call you Xingchen. You can hang out in the office, play on your phone or computer, even sleep if you want. Just stay with me when I go out. If there's anything, just ask Yun. Understood. Yi Xingchen nodded and smiled at Lin Yun. If anything is inconvenient, I hope you'll forgive me. No need, Mr. Yi. Lin Yun laughed freely. Follow me to your new office. She led the way, and soon they reached Yi's new office on the 9th floor. Click. Lin Yun lightly tapped the touchscreen switch, and the office lights came on instantly. Though simply furnished, the office had everything: computer, desk, chair, sofa, air conditioner, potted plant, bookshelf. One awkward detail: the bookshelf was oddly placed, and the potted plant sat centered in the middle of the room. Oh? Lin Yun frowned. The layout seems off. Should we call movers to reposition the plant and bookshelf? Movers? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Just moving the plant and shelf? Calling movers and using machinery? That seemed exaggerated. Oh, what am I thinking? Lin Yun slapped her forehead, embarrassed. I forgot you're a strong man. That plant must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. You should be able to push it. Lin Yun quickly shook her head. No, if you can move the plant, that's fine. But the bookshelf probably weighs 30 or 40 pounds. Even a strong man likely can't push that. Maybe I should still call the moving company? Don't bother. How about I give it a try? Yi Xingchen wasn't sure if Lin Yun's pounds matched his mental weight scale. His confidence wavered. You want to try? Lin Yun's eyes widened. She was both curious and expectant about the legendary strongman Lin had heard of. All right? Yi Xingchen nodded and approached the plant. He glanced back at Lin Yun, then looked at the potted plant and gently kicked it with his foot. That mere few-pound plant nearly flew, almost flipped over from his kick. Lin Yun stared in shock, her face a mask of disbelief, maybe even terror. Even someone with strong nerves like Lin Yun couldn't help blurting out. What? How is that possible? That casual kick almost flipped a plant weighing only a few pounds. That's terrifying strength. Oh my god. If that hit a person, they'd be at the underworld instantly. Ah? Yi Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Lin Yun in confusion. At that moment, he was overwhelmed. Should he move the plant now? Or leave it? It all felt kind of awkward. At that moment, Lin Yun realized she had lost her composure and significantly impacted Yi Xingchen. She stuck out her tongue slightly, then covered her mouth, signaling Yi Xingchen to continue. She wouldn't interrupt again. Seeing Lin Yun's permission, Yi Xingchen bent down and picked up the potted plant. Indeed, it was just a few-pound plant. Why did everyone act like it was some ancient tree weighing tons? Was that necessary? Oh? When Lin Yun saw Yi Xingchen lift the plant with his bare hands, she gasped. So strong. Absolutely strong. A few-pound plant, he just lifted it. This is what a real man is. In an instant, Lin Yun felt that all the other men she knew were weak in comparison. With a weird look, Yi Xingchen placed the plant in the corner behind his chair and then stepped to the bookshelf. Lin Yun widened her eyes, afraid to miss the moment she would remember forever. The strong man is about to show how he pushes a bookshelf. Can he push that heavy shelf weighing several dozen pounds? He can't, right? That's several dozen pounds of shelf, not an easy push, even for 10 people. What was I hoping for? One person pushing a big, heavy shelf. Only a crazy idea. I must have been influenced by that unremarkable strongman's reputation. Thinking that, Lin Yun relaxed and regained clarity. Yi Xingchen glanced at the bookshelf and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's a proper bookshelf, solid wood. The only flaw was the thin little doors, typical of poor quality. Ahem. Yi Xingchen cleared his throat and placed his right hand on the solid wood of the bookshelf, preparing to push. Lin Yun's heart fluttered. She watched Yi Xingchen's figure with a mix of curiosity and doubt. Here it comes, time for the demonstration. He's not only going to move the bookshelf, he's going to do it single-handed. Hey! Creak! With a light sound, Yi Xingchen easily slid the bookshelf back so it was flush with the wall, using only his right hand. Clap clap. He patted his hands and smiled at Lin Yun. Done. Fix complete. Everything okay? By now, Lin Yun was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropped, and she kept repeating in disbelief. You did it, you really pushed the bookshelf, and single-handed. You did it, you really. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice something odd. It seemed, after he woke up, people around him had completely lost their sense of strength. He had lifted a bag of cement and everybody on the worksite erupted, even Qin Yanan seemed highly impressed. A renowned strongman from East Asia, compared to him lifting a brick. Every piece of furniture and equipment in the entire world suddenly seemed flimsy. He just lightly touched Park Kukchang in the match, and Park spit blood and collapsed, life uncertain. Insignificant amounts of water or food. After just lightly pushing a bookshelf, Lin Yun reacted like she'd seen a ghost. If there is. Is it possible that? If one person thinks there's something wrong with me, maybe that one person is wrong. If 10 people think there's something wrong with me, perhaps all 10 are wrong. But if everyone around me thinks I have a problem, maybe the problem is me? Could it be? Could it be that since I woke up, everyone's physical ability in this world has declined to a bizarre level? Body strength so weak it's frightening, fitness reduced to terrifying fragility, speed so slow it's painful. Now, in terms of physical traits, except for a slight decline in speed, every other aspect has dropped below normal. But then, how do I explain clothes? If even a few pounds are considered heavy, how about the clothes people wear? With that thought, Yi Xingchen walked over to Lin Yun, who was still visibly shaken. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and touched her suit jacket. It felt extremely light. He grabbed a bit of fabric and lifted it, surprised that the material was not an ordinary fabric. Though it looked the same, the weight was on a totally different level. That might explain why people in this world aren't bothered by the weight of their clothes. So, are the stockings the same? Yi Xingchen bent down, full of curiosity, and gently pulled on Lin Yun's stockings. Tear. A ripping sound, he tore the stockings with ease. Ah? What are you doing? Lin Yun snapped out of her shock like a frightened rabbit and jumped. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize how rude he had been, and he internally sighed, oh no. Sorry. You might not believe me. I was just conducting a study, testing a hypothesis I had in my head. After saying that, he immediately regretted it. He didn't believe it himself. Would Lin Yun believe it? He was doomed. She would definitely slap him and then report him to Qin Yanan. He'd be fired and lose this dream job. What a disaster. You're insane, right? How can I go out after this? People will think, what happened in the office? Unexpectedly, Lin Yun didn't seem angry, nor did she run outside yelling, someone harassed me. She just blushed deeply. So, what should we do? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Well, take off your jacket. I'll cover this up. Then you can change outside. All right? Yi Xingchen hurriedly removed his jacket. Whoosh! Lin Yun caught it, his jacket dropped straight to the floor. She froze in fear. Your clothes? You were wearing clothes that heavy? Oh. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize his normal jacket weighed a few hundred grams, which, to Lin Yun, really was heavy. It's okay. I'll use my jacket to cover a bit, just let me know if anything else comes up. Before Lin Yun could recover from the shock, she quickly draped Yi Xingchen's jacket over him and awkwardly fled the office. Empty now, only Yi Xingchen remained, standing there in disarray. This is insane, just insane. This world is really too crazy. Sitting alone in the office chair, Yi Xingchen looked up and sighed deeply. I only took a nap, how did the world become like this when I woke up? At that moment, his academic curiosity sparked a new question. If everyone in this world is so weak, how difficult must it be for women like Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, who have really strong bodies? Based on what he knows? A weighs about 2.5 ounces, like an orange. B about 5 ounces, like a persimmon. C about 8.5 ounces, like an apple. D about 13.5 ounces, like a grapefruit. E about 1.25 pounds, like a pear. F about 1.8 pounds, like a honeydew. In a world where people can't even lift a few pounds, how terrifying are those weights? Looking at Lin Yun and Qin Yanan, they're both at least D-level strength, right? So scary, so scary. Oops, why is a respectable person like me thinking about such a crude question? Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen raised his hand and tapped his forehead with force. Right at that moment, Lin Yun pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Yi Xingchen tap his own forehead, and with such strength, Lin Yun realized he was angry about his earlier rudeness, regretting it deeply, yet he didn't even flinch from that heavy tap. Truly extraordinary. In that instant, Lin Yun felt respect for him. Oh? Miss Lin. Realizing Lin Yun had entered, Yi Xingchen sprung up from his chair. Now Lin Yun had changed back into her suit and new stockings. She seemed no longer upset by the earlier misunderstanding, she simply nodded at Yi Xingchen and asked, how old are you? 24. Oh, Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. I'm older than you. From now on just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen instinctively glanced at an indescribable part of Lin Yun, then paused, older than me, so I call you sister? Lin Yun looked puzzled. Did you want to call me twin sister? Ah? No, what I meant is, Yi Xingchen awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I meant calling you sister sounds more polite. Lin Yun smiled again, okay. I don't care about being older, why would you worry? Okay then, Sister Yun. That's better. Lin Yun nodded approvingly. Yi Xingchen was about to speak when she suddenly asked, by the way, little Xingchen, how are you so strong? Strong? You mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun puzzled. She gave a skeptical look, your strength. What else did you think I meant? Oh, he tensed and shrank a bit, that question. Sister Yun, I honestly don't know how to answer, if I'm honest, I was born this way. So it's innate talent? Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. You could say that, Yi Xingchen smiled oddly. Work's over. Want to go have lunch together at the company cafeteria? Lin Yun kindly invited Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wall clock, it was already noon, 12 o'clock. Great. I didn't know where the cafeteria is, thanks, Sister Yun. They chatted while walking to the first-floor cafeteria. But when they arrived, Yi Xingchen was stunned. He saw dozens of coworkers each holding a small paper tray, standing in line at 10 food counters. What shocked him more was how tiny the food portions were in their trays. Pathetic, really. Maybe 100 grains of rice, a tiny piece of meat, a small bit of vegetables? Here, Yi Xingchen had a new question. Even though in this world people's physical strength had dropped greatly, their bodies are still the same size. Eating so little, how do they keep up enough energy for their big bodies all day? What's wrong, Brother Xingchen? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. It's nothing. I'm just surprised that everyone eats so little. Lin Yun trusted him and smiled gently. You're the strong man, so of course you eat more. It's normal. But when it was Yi Xingchen's turn to get food, Lin Yun lost her composure. Oh my god, this is way not normal, right? Yi looked shyly at the cafeteria ant and held out 2 trays. Auntie, could you give me more rice, a bit more, a little more, even more? The ant couldn't stay calm. Oh my goodness, young man, how long has it been since you ate? That's already enough for 5 people. People from other departments leaned over, laughing. When did our company start hiring refugees from Rwanda? I swear, this guy hasn't eaten in a month, right? That's 5 people's worth, starving ghost level? Yi Xingchen didn't pay attention. Awkwardly he smiled at the ant. Auntie, well, how about giving me that whole box of rice? I'll manage, maybe buy something else later. What? The ant was stunned. No, young man, that box of rice is at least 1/2 pound, 8 ounces of rice. Can you really eat that much? Although it's free employee lunch, we can't waste it, and you can't take it home either. To prove it, Yi opened his mouth and downed that 5-person portion of rice in a few bites. The ant silently gasped. Seeing how voracious he was, she obliged and served as much as he requested. Once Yi Xingchen saw his tray had enough food, he finally sat down contentedly. He deliberately avoided sitting near Lin Yun. After all, he'd become unusual. He assumed she'd find him embarrassing, so he proactively gave her space. But instead of judging him, Lin Yun chased after him and sat down beside him. Yi Xingchen looked at her gratefully and then dug into his meal while chatting. Meanwhile, those who had been laughing before now stood frozen in shock. Did you see that? Just then he held up that whole plate of rice with one hand. It must have been over 1 pound. I heard, our company recently hired a strongman, personally recruited by Director Qin. Could that be him? Wow, that's holding a pound of food with one hand. No wonder he's the boss's bodyguard. That's impressive. The boring workday passed in the blink of an eye. After work, Yi Xingchen acted as Qin Yanran's driver and drove her home. In the car, Qin Yanran remained focused on her ultra-thin tablet, and Yi Xingchen had no intention of interrupting her. The two of them spent the ride in relative silence. Qin Yanran's villa wasn't far from the headquarters of Yida Corporation, just over 20 minutes away. After getting out of the car, Qin Yanran glanced at her villa, then handed Yi Xingchen a card and a small key. Here, the room card. The 3-story house next door is yours for now. As long as you're working here, you can live there however you like, bring as many people as you want. This is the car key. That Buick parked in the space is your temporary ride. Thank you, President Qin. Yi Xingchen accepted the room card and car key, looking at Qin Yanran with gratitude. See you tomorrow? All right, President Qin, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen excitedly jumped in place a few times, then jogged toward his new home full of anticipation. The front door had a card reader and a code lock, full of futuristic flair. He entered his new home. It was a fully renovated villa with all the necessary appliances and furniture. The only drawback was that everything was built to standard human specifications, which felt a bit fragile for someone like Yi Xingchen. Still, Yi Xingchen was very satisfied. After exploring his new home, he immediately decided to head to the nearby supermarket to buy daily necessities and food, then bring in his dad and girlfriend Zhao Wen. A beautiful life is about to begin. Full of hope for the future, Yi Xingchen carefully opened the car door, worried he might accidentally tear it off. He gently pressed the gas pedal and headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Soon, Yi Xingchen arrived alone at the grains and oil section. Hey there, looking for rice? Today's special, only 198 yuan per pound. A cheerful salesgirl at the rice section called out to Yi Xingchen. What? 198 yuan per pound? That's the sale price? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He rubbed his eyes to make sure the sign said 198 yuan per pound, not per 100 pounds. That's right, the salesgirl said with an awkward smile, pointing to a few other rice sections. That fragrant rice over there is 224 yuan per pound, and that Wuchang rice is 310 yuan per pound, also on sale. Yi Xingchen was speechless. Only now did he realize a harsh reality. With his usual rice intake, by the standards of this world, just for meals, wouldn't it cost 200 to 300 yuan per meal? About 1,000 yuan a day? Nearly 30,000 yuan a month? What the hell? With a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, nearly half would go just to basic food. How was he supposed to cover his dad's medical and nutrition expenses? Sigh? Yi Xingqian let out a helpless sigh. It looked like he'd have to find a way to earn more money. Anyway, he should at least buy some rice to last for now. Miss, I'll take 50 pounds. All right, the salesgirl smiled and nodded, but then her smile froze. Wait, 50 pounds? What's wrong? Oh, nothing, 50 pounds, we can deliver it to your home. Just give me your address, and someone will contact you to schedule a delivery. Yi Xingqian was about to refuse but then changed his mind. In this world, there were no normal people left except for himself. If he were to carry 50 pounds of rice in front of everyone, it might be a bit. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian gave up on the idea of carrying it home himself and left the salesgirl his new home address. Then, Yi Xingqian headed straight to the oil and salt section. Every price tag in the oil and salt section was shocking. Golden dragonfish corn oil, special price 68 yuan per bottle, 1.5 fluid ounces per bottle. Refined iodized salt, special price 12 yuan per pack, 1.4 ounces per pack. Chewy dried noodles, special price 30 yuan per tube, 1.8 ounces per tube. Haitian soy sauce, special price 16 yuan per bottle, 3.4 fluid ounces per bottle. Haitian premium oyster sauce, special price 62 yuan per bottle, 2.5 ounces per bottle. I'm doomed. Yi Xingqian was completely stunned. A monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, and it's all going to food. Hey handsome, want to buy some meat? Fresh pork, only 11 yuan for 5 grams. Looking at another salesgirl beside him, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget it. I'll just go buy some instant noodles instead. After arriving at the instant noodle section, Yi Xingqian discovered that the noodles were only about 1/20th the size they used to be. Each pack weighed about 5 grams, and the cheapest ones still cost over 10 yuan per pack. Damn it, this portion. I'd need at least 20 packs per meal. That's over 200 yuan for instant noodles alone. What kind of joke is this? Better to live miserably than not at all. With no other choice, Yi Xingqian began sweeping through the cheap instant noodles. While he was browsing the low-cost noodles, a mother and her child happened to pass through the aisle. The woman glanced at Yi Xingqian with a face full of disdain. Then she pointed at Yi Xingqian and tapped her young son on the shoulder. Azai, you must study hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, eating nothing but instant noodles, got it? The little boy looked at Yi Xingqian's back and nodded in apparent understanding. I got it, Mom. I'll definitely study hard and improve every day. Yi Xingqian, feeling annoyed, turned around and glared at the middle-aged woman. What are you looking at? You pathetic guy who only eats instant noodles. The woman snapped back without backing down, rolling her eyes at him. Yi Xingqian had no words. You're not me, how could you know my struggles? His food intake was nearly 100 times more than theirs. If their basic food expenses were multiplied 100 times, would they be able to bear it either? Over half of his 80,000 yuan monthly salary went just to basic meals. By ordinary household standards, maybe calling him a pathetic guy wasn't exactly wrong. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian sighed helplessly and continued grabbing low-cost noodles. Humph. The woman snorted coldly, the disdain on her face growing stronger. But that disdain didn't last long. It soon turned into surprise, and then into fear. You. The woman trembled all over as she pointed at Yi Xingqian, who was now holding instant noodles weighing several pounds. Under the woman's stunned gaze, Yi Xingqian swung his sleeve and walked out of the noodle section. Mom! Mom! The little boy tugged on his mother's sleeve. If I don't study hard, can I become a strong guy like that big brother? You. I? The woman looked at her son, then at the aisle where Yi Xingqian had walked away. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. So the real joke was me. I actually called such a terrifyingly strong man a pathetic loser. Just some basic food had already cost him tens of thousands of yuan. When Yi Xingqian got home, his heart ached. Yi Xingqian felt deep down that he had to find ways to make money. He needed at least 800,000 yuan a month. Maybe he should bring his girlfriend Zhaowen over to live with him and tell her about everything that had happened. Zhaowen always had good ideas. If she knew the truth, her clever mind might help point out some paths to making money. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian, who had just returned home and received the rice delivery, set out again immediately for Zhao Wen's home. Compared to the villa area where Yi Xingqian now lived, Zhao Wen's neighborhood was completely different. It was very old. Where there used to be a few 10-story buildings, now they had all turned into 3-story ones. Good thing Wenwen lives on the 2nd floor, otherwise I wouldn't even know where to find her. Yi Xingqian mumbled to himself and walked up to Zhao Wen's door with familiar ease. Yi Xingqian was about to knock out of habit, but when he saw the quality of the door panel, he gave up and instead called to Zhao Wen from outside. Wan. It's me, Xingchen. Open up. I've got explosive news. Yi Xingchen clearly heard a bit of commotion inside, followed by Zhao Wen's flat-toned reply. Coming. The door opened. Zhao Wen was wearing a revealing nightgown. But what didn't fit the moment was that Yi Xingchen could clearly see a man in a bathrobe lying on the bed inside the room. Fan Jian? You. Wan. Yi Xingchen immediately recognized the man. It was their college classmate, Fan Jian. The double betrayal from his girlfriend and close friend hit Yi Xingchen like a bolt of lightning, shattering his already fragile heart. You saw it? Well, since that's the case, let's just be honest. I've been with Fan Jian for a while now. Let's break up. Zhao Wen flipped her hair with indifference, as if she had long been mentally prepared for this day. Why? All these years, I've tried my best to give you everything. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky, I would have tried to get them for you. Why would you treat me like this? Yi Xingchen raised his arms halfway, unable to accept it, his emotions growing more intense. Stars? Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. You mean when you held up a mirror to the night sky and said you were giving me the stars? Sorry, I don't get that kind of romance and I don't care for it either. Xingchen, Fan Jian yawned and waved lazily. Come on, man, the three of us are good friends. What's the big deal who ends up with whom? Shut up! Yi Xingchen shouted angrily, pointing at Fan Jian. I treated you like a real brother. A friend's partner is off limits, this is how you treat your friends? It's my choice who I want to be with. And who's your partner, huh? Shameless. Zhao Wen snapped and stepped forward, as if ready to shove Yi Xingchen. You don't understand why I'm with Fan Jian? Fine, I'll be honest. Fan Jian makes over 10,000 yuan a month. And you? You're just a broke loser making 3,000 yuan. What can you even offer me? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You just got fired the other day, so you don't even have that 3,000 anymore. Plus, you've got a sick family member dragging you down. What kind of future could I possibly have with you? Fan Jian can last 30 seconds. And you? You don't even dare to touch me. I bet you can't even last 3 seconds, you're probably done right after taking off your pants. And another thing, Fan Jian is super strong. He can easily lift something that weighs 3.5 pounds. And you? You can't even lift something that weighs just over 2 pounds without struggling. What a useless loser. Ha ha ha. This is killing me with laughter. Fan Jian, lying on the bed, mocked with added flair. Yi Xingchen was about to explode with rage, pointing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian with his right hand. You cheating scum. You two disgusting traitors. Hey, Ye Ring-chan. Who the hell are you cursing at? If it weren't for our years of friendship, I'd beat you down right now, you hear me? Being cursed like that made Fan Jian furious. He got out of bed and pointed forcefully at Yi Xingchen with his right hand. Yi Xingchen was fuming. For a moment, he wanted to rush over and punch Fan Jian in the face. But in the end, Yi Xingchen didn't lose control. If this had happened before the world changed, he would have rushed in without hesitation, fought with Fan Jian, and flipped Zhao Wen the bird before leaving. But now, Yi Xingchen was worried he'd accidentally send Fan Jian the same way as Bu Guochang with just one punch. Killing Fan Jian in a fit of rage and ending up in prison wasn't worth it. Beat me? You really think you're that strong? Oh? Fan Jian klusha istumak an lauga exageratadly. Yi Xingchen, who do you think you are? You think I'm weak? My strength is on a level you could never reach in your life. Trash. Yi Xingchen coldly gave Fan Jian a thumbs down. Oh? Yi Xingchen, getting cocky now? Dare to test your strength against mine? Tonight I'll make you admit defeat. A beauty like Wan should only belong to someone strong like me. Test? How? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Simple. Arm wrestling. If you win, Wan's yours. If you lose, every time you see me, you have to call me Grandpa. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Fan Jian laughed loudly, clearly not taking Yi Xingchen seriously. Brother Jian, what are you saying? I'm a living person, not your bet. Zhao Wen sounded a bit unhappy, but still nestled into Fan Jian's arms. Yi Xingchen shot Zhao Wen a cold look and shook his head without hesitation. No. Change the bet. That one's disgusting. I don't want someone like her anymore. She's not worth dirtying my hands. You bastard. What did you just say? Zhao Wen exploded in anger. Hey. Wan, Fan Jian patted Zhao Wen's shoulder and then turned to Yi Xingchen. Fine, then what do you want to change the bet to? Very simple. If I lose, I'll call you two Grandpa and Grandma whenever I see you. If I win, you go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating mutt, and she has to go outside and shout 3 times, I'm a cheating tramp. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he pointed firmly at Zhao Wen with his right hand. Deal. Fan Jian never believed he would lose, so he agreed without hesitation. What are you doing? Zhao Wen gave Fan Jian a glare and pushed his chest in frustration. Don't worry, babe. Don't you already know what Yi Xingchen's capable of? This win is in the bag. From tonight on, you're going to have a new little grandson. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Wen looked at Fan Jian, so full of confidence, and finally relaxed. All right. Let's do it then. Fan Jian swung his right arm, ready to get serious with Yi Xingchen. Come on, Yi Xingchen, let's use this table as the arena, arm wrestling, best 2 out of 3. As he spoke, Fan Jian placed his right elbow on a wooden table inside the room. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wooden table. At most, the thickness was just about a millimeter. With such a flimsy table, wouldn't it break through if he applied just a bit of strength? Getting scratched by splinters would hurt like hell. Seeing Yi Xingchen hesitating, Fan Jian thought he was scared. Fan Jian mocked him again, dripping with sarcasm. What? Scared? You still have time to give up. We won't force you to call us grandpa and grandma when you see us. Just avoid us. I am scared, but not of you. I'm afraid if I use my strength, I'll punch through the table. Let's switch to a sturdier surface. What? Fan Jian was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Did I hear that right? You think your strength can break the table? Who do you think you are, some kind of monster? If you're scared, just say so, get lost. Zhao Wen also thought Yi Xingchen was scared and just making excuses. So she gave a mocking smile. The countertop in the kitchen is made of concrete. Now you don't have to worry about breaking anything, right? Good. Let's go there. Yi Xingchen didn't even look back as he walked straight to the kitchen. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen's confident posture, unsure where he was getting all this confidence from. Honestly, something about Yi Xingchen today felt a bit off to Fan Jian. But Fan Jian didn't think much of it. He just figured he was feeling tired after shooting off twice with Zhao Wen earlier. Fan Jian shook his arm again and confidently followed Yi Xingchen into the kitchen. Without hesitation, Fan Jian once more laid his right arm on the concrete countertop. Yi Xingchen, this time you've got no excuses, right? Come on. Tonight I'll show you what a real man looks like. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen quickly extended his right arm too, ready to teach Fan Jian a lesson. But then, after a brief pause, Yi Xingchen stopped again. Wait a second. What the hell now? You trying to come up with another excuse? Fan Jian was getting pissed. My strength is too much. I'm worried if I use it, I'll break your wrist. I still need to take care of my dad. I'm not going to jail over some piece of trash. What the hell? I've never seen anyone this full of himself. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen suspiciously. You're not just setting yourself up for an excuse when you lose, are you? Definitely. Zhao Wen nodded without hesitation, agreeing with Fan Jian. I know what this broke loser is like, he's just putting on a show. Humph, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. Whether it's an act or real strength, just try me and you'll find out. Fine. But when you lose, don't say I took advantage of you. Fan Jian once again placed his right arm on the counter. This time, Yi Xingchen didn't hold back. He slowly extended his right hand and gently gripped the lower part of Fan Jian's arm. Ready? If you're ready, then let's start, wait, what? As soon as he saw Yi Xingchen get into position, Fan Jian instantly exerted full force, hoping to win in a flash and get back to real action with Zhao Wen. But what happened next left Fan Jian dumbfounded. He questioned his entire existence. Fan Jian was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xingchen's right hand clamped down on his arm like a steel vice, completely unmoving. How is that possible? Fan Jian used every ounce of his strength, even the veins on his forehead were bulging. I've been holding back long enough. Now it's my turn. Yi Xingchen sneered, applied a little force, and easily pushed Fan Jian's right arm down. Round 1, Yi Xingchen won effortlessly, just as expected. No way. This can't be happening. Fan Jian couldn't accept what he was seeing and stood up in anger. That loser must have cheated. He used some kind of trick we don't know about. Zhao Wen shouted out in disbelief when she saw Yi Xingchen win even in this kind of contest. You bastard. Cheating? You're asking for a beating. Hearing Zhao Wen, Fan Jian was furious and raised his fist to hit Yi Xingchen. But to Yi Xingchen, Fan Jian's speed looked ridiculously slow. Yi Xingchen easily placed his right palm firmly on Fan Jian's forehead. Bastard. Fan Jian tried again and again to push forward, but Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't move at all. No matter how hard Fan Jian tried, he couldn't shake Yi Xingchen even slightly. I'll kill you. In a panic, Fan Jian lost control and started swinging his arms like a windmill, trying to land a punch on Yi Xingchen. But Fan Jian forgot one important fact. He wasn't tall, and his arms were shorter than Yi Xingchen's. No matter how wildly he swung them, he couldn't even touch a hair on Yi Xingchen. After a while, Fan Jian was exhausted, and his mind slowly began to clear. He realized something, suddenly stepped back a few paces, and pointed at Yi Xingchen in fear. You, how is your strength this great? You're stronger than those strong men in the Guinness records. How is this possible? Yering Chansnortet Kolde. Good that you understand. Do you still think we need a second round? You'd better follow through on that bet from earlier. Otherwise, I think you can imagine the consequences. Fan Jian started to say something but then noticed the villa access card hanging from Yi Xingchen's waist. That logo, that's a Yunhe Villa district card? How? How could you possibly have a house in Yunhe Villas? That place costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan per house. Even my boss can only dream of living there. What? Hearing this, Xiaowen immediately lost her composure. Her eyes darted, and then she ran toward Yi Xingchen crying. Honey, it was all Fan Jian's fault. He came to my house today and held a wooden nail to my neck. He threatened to kill both me and you if I didn't give in to him tonight. I was forced, I swear. What the hell? One. You. Yi Xingchen pushed Xiaowen away without mercy, then glanced coldly at both Fan Jian and Xiaowen. Carry out the terms of the bet. Honey, please try to understand me. Xiaowen collapsed to the floor and cried her heart out. Damn it, you lying witch. Even Fan Jian saw Xiaowen's true face clearly at this moment. I won't say it again. Yi Xingchen roared impatiently. Only then did Xiaowen and Fan Jian unwillingly squat outside the door. Two harsh voices echoed through the empty hallway. I am a cheating You cheating pair. I'm not the same man I used to be. I wanted to love you with all my heart, spend my life with you. I never thought you'd betray me like this. The way I am now, as long as I find the right path, I can do anything. Someone like you isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Yi Xingchen angrily returned to the gate of his villa. Already fuming from what happened with Xiaowen, he found that even his father Yi Hao was nowhere to be seen when he got home. Boiling with frustration, Yi Xingchen could only keep cursing at Xiaowen and Fan Jian to calm himself down. What was that sound? Just as he was about to swipe his card and go inside, Yi Xingchen vaguely heard the sound of a porcelain object breaking inside the house. He was sure he hadn't misheard, and he didn't think a cat or dog had gotten in, those were rare in the world now. Could it be a thief in my house? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, right? He was already so broke he had to eat instant noodles. He was even worrying about food expenses. And still, a thief would come rob his place? Come on. Why not rob someone rich instead? What are you gonna steal from me? My instant noodles? In broad daylight, a thief breaks into a house to steal instant noodles? If word got out, people would die laughing. Yi Xingchen glanced at the concrete wall, about 8 feet tall, and decided not to alert the thief yet, better to sneak in and see what was going on. So, holding his breath, Yi Xingchen jumped up high, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and used his body to easily flip over. He crept through the darkness, carefully making his way toward the villa. But then Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Damn it! People in this world are so slow now, why was I even worried he'd run away? Or that he'd turn violent? Am I stupid or what? Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. Looks like spending too much time around people like Fan Jian and Xiaowen had made his IQ drop too. Cough cough. Yi Xingchen gave a loud fake cough, then swaggered into the living room and flipped on the lights. Clatter. Sure enough, there was the sound of jars and bottles falling upstairs. Apparently, Yi Xingchen's sudden return had caught the thief off guard, and in a panic, he made a lot of noise. Now that he knew the thief was on the second floor, Yi Xingchen confidently walked up the stairs. He wasn't worried about the guy jumping out the window. At the current human condition, that would be suicide. He pushed open the bedroom door on the second floor and sure enough, a young man was huddled in the corner, trembling and pointing a little wooden dagger at Yi Xingchen. You, don't come any closer. Heh, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Buddy, this is my house. You're the thief. And you're telling me not to come closer? Don't you think that's ridiculous? The thief hesitated for a moment, then started edging along the wall toward another corner. Yi Xingchen didn't think twice, he took a few large steps forward. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Let's see how you'll catch someone as charming and fast as the wind like me. The thief grinned smugly. It was clear that moving along the wall earlier was just to get Yi Xingchen to shift his position, then try to use his own speed to dash out the door and escape. If it had been anyone else, the thief might have actually pulled it off. But this was Yi Xingchen, whose speed was dozens of times faster than anyone else in this world. The thief had barely taken a few steps when Yi Xingchen's figure appeared rapidly in front of him, shocking the thief with how fast he was approaching. In just a moment, Yi Xingchen was already standing right in front of the thief. You little punk. Where do you think you're going? What the hell? That fast? No way. I used to run the 100-meter dash in just over 90 seconds, I never lost to anyone. How can you be this fast? Yi Xingchen honestly didn't know how to answer that, or rather, he had no interest in answering at all. To avoid breaking the thief's arm, Yi Xingchen grabbed his right arm using as little strength as possible. What the hell? The thief tried to break free, but was horrified to find that Yi Xingchen's hand felt like it was welded to his arm. No matter how hard he struggled, it didn't move an inch. This is hopeless, the thief muttered in despair, then dropped to his knees, crying and sniffling. Big bro. Boss. Sir. Please spare me. You probably won't believe it, but I just wanted to steal a little to donate to an orphanage. Although Yi Xingchen couldn't be sure if that was true, he saw the honesty in the thief's eyes and didn't think he was lying. Maybe this thief was one of those legendary Robin Hood types. Thinking that, Yi Xingchen softened a little. Put down whatever you stole and leave. I'll pretend I didn't see you today. Haha, the thief scratched his head awkwardly. Big bro, honestly, when I came into your place, all I saw was endless oil, rice, salt, vinegar, and a mountain of instant noodles. I didn't take anything. Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned, then also felt a little embarrassed. In other words, the thief was saying, there's nothing worth stealing in your house. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have come. Go on, go. Be thankful I'm letting you off. Yi Xingchen waved his hand to shoo the thief away. But that simple hand gesture looked like some kind of divine martial arts move in the thief's eyes. Oh my god. Big bro. How did you move, that fast? As he spoke, the thief slowly imitated Yi Xingchen's earlier hand wave. Big bro, when I wave my hand once, you already waved it a dozen times. That's insane. Yi Xingchen paused, remembering the thief's 100-meter time earlier. He started to gain a better understanding of the physical condition of people in this world. It seemed, strength had dropped by about 100 times, and speed by about 10 times. Oh. I get it now. Big bro. You're definitely one of those legendary martial artists, aren't you? You must be. Damn. I actually snuck into a martial artist's house to steal, that's gonna make all my friends insanely jealous. Why do you talk so damn much? Yi Xingchen was starting to get annoyed. You leaving or not? If not, you'll stay here forever. Clearly, the thief wasn't planning to leave just yet. His eyes darted around as he said, Big bro, I have a proposal, wanna hear it? Hearing the thief's words, Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. This guy. Was he trying to make Yi Xingchen become a thief like him? Although, with the difference between himself and the people of this world, if he did become a thief, no one would be able to catch him. But Yi Xingchen was someone with a strong sense of justice and integrity. He would rather starve than accept charity. How could he ever become a thief? Even making money, he had to do it the right way. Yi Xingchen rolled his eyes. Say what you want, then get lost. It's like this, the thief thought for a moment, then continued, Big bro, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wenbin. I grew up in an orphanage here in Yunhe City. I don't have many skills, but I'm fast and nimble. I also know some shady types in the city. So? Yi Xingchen looked quietly at Wenbin. So I wanted to ask, Big bro, do you have any underlings? No. What does that have to do with you? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, confused. What the hell? Big bro. Someone as impressive and powerful as you doesn't even have one follower? If word gets out, won't that hurt your image? Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen with exaggerated shock. Because I'm just a bodyguard and a driver. Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. What's wrong with being a bodyguard? Or a driver? Big bro, with your skills and presence, you're destined for greatness. As the saying goes, even beasts choose the best trees to nest in. My admiration for you is like a raging river, endless and surging like the Yellow River in flood. How about letting me serve you from now on? Huh? Yi Xingchen looked at Wenbin, surprised. Was this thief really trying to recognize him as his boss? Big bro, don't underestimate my loyalty. I can work like a horse or an ox for you, just feed me grass. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched hard. You'd better mean feed you grass, not give you grass. Ha ha ha. What do you say, big bro? Think it over? Wenbin sneakily slipped behind Yi Xingchen and started massaging his back. Yi Xingchen hesitated. Right now, he was Qin Yanran's bodyguard. Although she didn't seem to be in danger at the moment, who could say what might happen later? If some desperate thug tried to kidnap or extort Qin Yanran. Having someone like Wenbin, who had connections with shady circles, might help him get information in advance. Also, since Yi Xingchen would be busy with work and thinking about ways to make money, having someone to look after Yi Hao wouldn't be a bad idea. And maybe, if he could trust this guy enough in the future, he could share the unbelievable truth about his situation. Thinking about all this, Yi Xingqian began to feel tempted. Still, right now I have no money, no status, no power, nothing. You won't get anything by following me. Oh come on. Shi Wenbin chuckled. Big bro, let's be real, if you already had money, power, and fame, would someone like me even have the chance to follow you? I probably wouldn't even qualify to line up. And like they say, giving help in tough times means way more than adding flowers to a celebration. Besides, I trust my instincts, big bro, you're destined for greatness. That actually makes a lot of sense. Listening to Shi Wenbin talk so sincerely, Yi Xingqian was even more tempted. Clearly a master at reading people, Shi Wenbin instantly saw that Yi Xingqian was moved. Shi Wenbin immediately dropped to one knee in front of Yi Xingqian. Big bro, please accept this bow from your little brother. In the future, I'll go through fire and water for you, face any danger without hesitation. I only ask that when you make it big, you don't forget about me, or maybe just help out the orphanage I grew up in. Yi Xingqian nodded. This Shi Wenbin, he actually seemed like someone who valued loyalty and emotions. Stand up. My name is Yi Xingqian. Got it, Brother Yi. Shi Wenbin was sharp and instantly switched to calling him Brother Yi. From now on, don't steal anymore. I don't want to have to visit you in prison someday. With a boss like Brother Yi, why the hell would I keep stealing? That'd just be a disgrace to you. Shi Wenbin even winked at Yi Xingqian after saying that. All right then. Yi Xingqian nodded, looking a bit conflicted. Overall, he was quite satisfied with Shi Wenbin as an unexpected new underling. Clever, talkative, street-smart, loyal, and sharp-eyed. If he really made it in the future, Shi Wenbin could definitely become a reliable right-hand man. I wonder what kind of big shot gets to have Brother Yi as their bodyguard and driver? Shi Wenbin asked curiously. The president of Yida Corporation, President Qin. What the heck? Shi Wenbin exclaimed. Isn't she rumored to be one of the top beauties in Yunhe City? Brother Yi, be honest, do you have some personal feelings working for her? Then Shi Wenbin even started analyzing it to himself. President Qin is a classic rich, beautiful, single woman. She wouldn't be a bad match for Brother Yi. Totally worthy. Hey, don't go saying stuff like that. Yi Xingqian was startled by Shi Wenbin's comment. What's there to be afraid of? We're all men. What do men talk about besides games and women? Shi Wenbin chuckled. But, it seems like President Qin's business hasn't been going well lately. Oh? You know that too? Yi Xingqian looked at him in surprise. Of course. Shi Wenbin nodded seriously. I've got a friend, a shady buddy, who works as a security guard at Sakura Construction. Word is, Sakura's snatched a few projects from President Qin this year. And every time they've outbid Yida, it's by just a tiny bit. What does that tell you? That either Yida has a mole, or Sakura somehow got hold of President Qin's bidding proposals. Yi Xingqian was shocked. In such a big company like Yida, if someone really leaked Qin Yanran's bids, that meant the mole must be someone high up, someone she deeply trusted. Right. Shi Wenbin nodded again. I also heard. Yida and Sakura are about to compete for another project in a few days. Who knows who'll win this round? Shi Wenbin's words made Yi Xingqian think. If there really was a mole, they'd probably act again before this upcoming bid. But now that Yi Xingqian was involved, that mole wouldn't get away with it. This was the first time Yi Xingqian realized the value of having Shi Wenbin as his follower. He felt incredibly lucky to have taken him in tonight, who knew how much loss he might help Yida avoid. All right, I've got my own plan. You go back for now. And remember, don't go back to stealing. If you do, I won't recognize you anymore. Got it, Brother Yi. I'll head out now. What's your phone number? Let me write it down. Mine is 158XX. Early morning, before sunrise. After a night of rest, Yi Xingqian took advantage of the early hour to go out for a jog. Since entering high school, Yi Xingqian had always taken training seriously. As long as time allowed, he would run about 1.2 miles every morning. As he approached his 1.2-mile goal, Yi Xingqian was breathing heavily. Along the way, he kept hearing surprised reactions from other joggers around him. Holy crap, Lao Wang, did you see that guy running just now? Damn, he's too fast. Did we bump into a ghost this early in the morning? Looks like I need to check the calendar before going out for a jog from now on. A running god. Finally, our country's track team is going to rise again after Lu Xiang. Yi Xingqian ignored all the comments around him, staying focused on his run. After reaching his goal, Yi Xingqian sat under a tree in the park to rest a while before heading back. What are you doing? If you don't stop, I'm going to scream. Shoo! Don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Who knows what else I might do? Ha 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 ha. While Yi Xingqian was resting, a disturbance broke out nearby. Curious, Yi Xingchen turned his head and saw a group of over 10 men surrounding a young woman against a wall. The woman clearly had also gone out for a morning run. She was wearing a sports tank top, which had clearly triggered the group's lewd thoughts. Wearing a tank top isn't a crime, the crime is these scumbags. In broad daylight, they were shamelessly harassing her. And since the woman was very attractive and had a great figure, 2 nearby young men couldn't sit still and stepped forward. Hey! What are you doing? Stop that. If you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Being interrupted pissed off the thug leader. The leader gave a look to his goons, who all pulled out small wooden daggers from their pockets. What are you looking at? Get lost. Don't ruin our boss's fun. Take one more step and you'll be bleeding. Faced with a group of thugs armed with wooden daggers, the 2 brave young men hesitated. Sure, standing up for others is noble, but you also have to consider whether you're capable of it, and be ready to face the consequences. The 2 young men shrank back, nervously retreating to a hidden spot to call the police. The woman's face had lit up with hope when she saw them step forward, but the moment they backed away, that hope vanished instantly. Still, she didn't blame them. After all, stepping in was voluntary, and when the gap in strength is this big, being scared is only human, it's natural. The woman kept retreating step by step until her back hit the wall and she had nowhere left to go. You guys, do you know who I am? If you dare lay a hand on me today, you'll suffer consequences you can't imagine. You'll die horribly. Ha ha ha, one of the thugs burst into loud laughter. If we touch you today, doesn't that make you our boss's girl? Sure, boss's girl could kill us all with a snap. Ha ha ha, the thug leader also laughed. Don't be scared, beautiful. I'm actually a good guy. I'm the boss around here, being with me, you won't lose out. At that moment, 2 of the thugs who had just cleared the area noticed Yi Xingchen sitting under the tree watching everything, and immediately pointed their wooden daggers at him, full of arrogance. Hey, punk! What are you looking at? Can't you see our boss is busy? Get lost. Yeah. Beat it. Or I'll break both your damn legs. Yi Xingchen looked behind him, making sure they were actually talking to him, then stood up in surprise. He hadn't done anything. Why were they suddenly shouting at him? The woman glanced at Yi Xingchen and sighed helplessly. Hey handsome, you should go. It's none of your business. There are too many of them, you can't take them on. Yi Xingchen was already a hot-blooded young man, and after hearing the woman say that, he really couldn't just pretend he saw nothing and walk away. If he did, he'd never be able to respect himself again. More importantly, the world wasn't the same as it used to be. Still, Yi Xingchen didn't want unnecessary trouble. He walked over to the thugs and said, Bro, you look like the kind of guy who has women falling into his arms just from taking a walk, drenched in luck with the ladies. Since you're obviously not short on women, why not just let this girl go? Forced love doesn't taste sweet. Look, I only have a few hundred yuan on me. Miss, how much do you have? Hand it all over and we'll treat it as buying the boss some smokes and drinks, how about that? Heh heh, the thug leader chuckled with pleasure. Kid, I like the way you talk. But here's the thing, I'm not short on money. I actually enjoy the thrill of forced love. So get lost. If your words weren't so sweet, I would have had my boys break your legs already. Boss. It's the 21st century, everyone's trying to be a law-abiding citizen. I know you're not hurting for cash, but, alright, how about this, let's think about Yunhe City's public image. Let's help our city win the national title for Most Civilized City. Just hold back, for the greater good. Okay? Yi Xingchen was still trying to reason with the thug leader. You're so damn annoying. Boss, why are you wasting words on this punk? Let's just break both his legs and be done with it. Clearly, Yi Xingchen's words had worn out the thug leader's patience. The boss pointed a finger at Yi Xingchen from a distance and shouted, You little bastard. Do you think I complimented you for fun? Do you think I'm being nice? You talk more than that monk from the legends. This is your final warning, are you leaving or not? If not, I'll have my boys smash both your legs. Boss, look at his clothes, cheap and weird. Who knows what kind of trash material that is? Definitely some broke loser. He probably wants us to break his legs so he can sue you for money. Faced with the thugs pushing him harder and harder, Yi Xingchen sighed and shook his head. Sigh. I really didn't want to fight, why are you forcing me? Humph, the thug leader sneered. Xiao Lu, go break one of his legs. I'll cover all the costs. You got it. With the boss's command, one of the thugs gave a sinister grin and started slowly walking toward Yi Xingchen with a vicious look on his face. When the woman saw that the gang of thugs was actually about to attack Yi Xingchen, she panicked. Hey! These guys clearly have a lot of fighting experience, you're no match for them. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get hurt for no reason. Just run. Ha ha ha. I love girls like you, so soft-hearted. And I bet the rest of you is soft too, the thug leader sneered. Kid, you want to run now? Too late. Liuzi's the best fighter I've got, even a god couldn't save you today. With the boss's approval, Liuzi got even more excited and charged at Yi Xingchen with a loud yell. Wait! Yi Xingchen quickly raised his right hand to stop Liuzi. What are you doing? Liuzi looked at Yi Xingchen, confused. Trying to run now, kid? Too late. I gave you a chance to walk away, but you didn't take it. Who said I'm running? Yi Xingchen looked at them strangely, then pointed at the watch on his left wrist. I meant, I'm about to be late for work. If I'm late, my boss will get mad and dock my pay. So instead of fighting you one by one, how about all of you come at once? What the hell? Arrogant much? Who do you think you are? The Kung Fu master of Yunhe? Liuzi, stop talking, just beat him up. Liuzi was furious, glaring at Yi Xingchen. You little punk, I've never seen anyone so cocky in my life. Well, today's your lucky day. Taste my iron fist first. Liuzi shouted and slowly lunged at Yi Xingchen, fist raised in anger. Yi Xingchen stood there like he was frozen, not moving an inch, letting Liuzi's punch come straight at him. I thought he was some kind of master, but turns out he's just a kid scared stiff. Punk. Liuzi grinned and threw his punch at Yi Xingchen's chest. In that moment, he imagined Yi Xingchen crumpling to the ground from the blow, and a smug smile spread across his face. Smack. Liuzi's punch landed softly on Yi Xingchen's chest. Not only did Yi Xingchen not fall, he didn't even budge. What? What the hell? Liuzi was stunned. What's wrong? Didn't eat breakfast today? Yi Xingchen glanced at Liuzi's limp punch. What the? Liuzi almost coughed up blood in frustration. Hey Liuzi, what are you doing? Punch him already. What the hell are you doing grabbing his chest? No wonder old Zhang said you're into guys, but now's not the time for that. Another thug behind Liuzi stared at the bizarre scene in confusion. Screw you! Liuzi shouted. Boss, there's something off about this guy. Usually, one punch from me will send people flying, or at least make them stumble. But he didn't even flinch. Damn, the thug leader also realized something was wrong. But he was too lost in his lust and had no intention of thinking it through. With a wave of his hand, the leader shouted, Everyone, get him. Crush that punk. Let's go. All the thugs pulled out weapons and charged at Yi Xingchen. Then came a scene that would shock both the woman and the thug leader for the rest of their lives. Yi Xingchen moved like a butterfly among flowers, gracefully weaving through the crowd. Wherever he passed, cries of pain followed. Ah! My hand. Ah! My foot. In moments, more than 10 thugs were all lying on the ground in agony. Gurgle. The thug leader swallowed hard. Seeing Yi Xingchen stepping closer, he quickly backed down. Big bro. Real tough guy. We can talk it out. Weren't you just preaching about being a law-abiding citizen? Fighting is wrong. And preserving Yunhe City's image, you said all that. Look, so many of my men got knocked down. How about, you pretend you didn't see me today and just let me go? Hemepe, Yerinchan snortet cold. Too late. Your choice. Now you face the consequences. No, it's a misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. While the thug spoke, Yi Xingchen had already walked over and grabbed his left hand with his right. I haven't even used force yet and you're crying already? Weren't you acting tough a moment ago? Yi Xingchen teased, looking at the thug. The thug gave a flattering smile. Brother Yi, first time's always painful. You're a man, you understand. I understand nothing. Yeving-chan glared. Tell me, which hand were you trying to feel the girl with? This hand. The thug cooperated obediently and extended his right hand, then immediately retracted it, uncertain. No, it's the left. No, right, left, left. So both hands then? No, left hand, ow, ah. Crack. With a chilling crack, Yi Xingchen broke the thug leader's left hand with bare force. Shoo! Don't talk. The more you talk, the more excited I get. I might do more outrageous stuff. Yi Xingchen placed a finger to his lips and silently mimicked the thug's earlier words, sending them right back at him. The woman was startled, immediately realizing Yi Xingchen had avenged her in words. Though his method was harsh, she didn't see fault, and she looked at him with gratitude. Seeing the thug leader had no more to say, Yi Xingchen let go of his injured hand. All right, now get lost. Thank you, big bro. The thug leader looked pale and led his men out of the park in shame. Handsome man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what might have happened. The woman bowed gratefully, then curiously looked Yi Xingchen over. You're so fast. Yi Xingchen was speechless. Why does everyone like to say he's fast? Do I even look like someone fast? Can people compliment a different way next time? The woman smiled brightly and held out her right hand. Ansuma, im Longqingshuan. Yering-chan. Yi Xingchen glanced at her hand, but worried he might crush it, he simply touched it lightly with his own right hand, then smiled and waved goodbye. Long Qingxian first looked surprised, then quietly laughed. You really are an interesting person? Yering-chan? With moves so terrifying, you've successfully caught my attention. She quickly pulled out an ultra-thin phone and dialed. Bro, I almost got hurt in Yunha City, some thugs. I never want to see them again. And look up info on one guy, Yi Xingchen. He lives near Yunha Villas, got it. A quiet morning. Damn it, Boss Lu's launched his final move and is clearing the field. The Han dynasty is weak, the court in chaos. Damn. Lu Yen is so strong, how exactly did the Han ever decline? Yi Xingchen was happily playing the mobile game Three Kingdoms Kill in his office. Knock, knock, knock. The office door tapped gently. Please come in. Yi Xingchen quickly stashed his phone and exited the now-decided game. In walked Lin Yun. Today, Lin Yun wore an office outfit, short skirt, black pantyhose, and a small tie, making her appear very mature and poised. Spotting her black pantyhose, Yi Xingchen whispered in admiration. No wonder girls love black pantyhose, look at those legs, black makes them look slimmer. Maybe that's why t-shirts are rarely sold in black. Miss Yun, do you need something? Lin Yun hesitated a moment, then smiled sweetly. Actually, I do have something to ask you. Not missing a beat, Yi Xingchen patted his chest and replied, Miss Yun, whatever you need, just name it. I'll get it done in minutes. That's great. Lin Yun smiled lightly and handed him a document. Here's the company memo. The day after tomorrow morning, we'll have a friendly basketball game with Sakura Construction Company. Huh? Yi Xingchen looked surprised. Friendly game with Sakura Construction? Lin Yun smiled and said, officially, yes. We can't call it a death match. The thing is, the company needs 10 players. 9 have signed up, so we're down by 1. You want me to join too? If not you, who else? You have incredible strength and surprising speed, won't you lead our team to beat Sakura Construction? I see, Yi Xingchen thought a bit, then smiled. If I join, will there be a reward? Of course. Lin Yun nodded firmly. President Qin said just participating gives 5,000 yuan. If we beat Sakura Construction, the prize increases to 50,000. 50,000, Yering-chan murmured. That's barely enough for a month's meals. What did you say? Lin Yun didn't catch him. Nothing. I meant, Yi Xingchen smiled while looking at her. I meant, if I join, Miss Yun, could there be a personal reward for me? Lin Yun paused. What personal reward did you have in mind? Any kind of reward? Yi Xingchen teased with a mischievous smile, trying to scare her a bit with a small joke. Lin Yun quickly realized and rolled her eyes. Really? Now you're bold enough to flirt with Miss Yun, huh? Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will find out and kick you out of the house? Girlfriend? Yi Xingchen's mood instantly dropped. Sigh. I planned to bring her over to where I'm living last night, but I walked in on her with one of my buddies in the same bed. Oh? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen in shock, unable to comprehend. Why would someone as strong as Yi Xingchen be cheated on? Was she turned off by his lack of money? If Yi Xingchen competed in something like the Olympics and used media to build a persona, endorsements would roll in. Or was it his appearance? He wasn't flashy handsome, but he was quite attractive and had a masculine presence. Thinking that, Lin Yun moved closer and gently placed her right hand on Yi Xingchen's head, while her left hand softly stroked his hair. Nothing to worry about. No obstacle you can't overcome. Losing you will be the biggest regret of her life. Or, you should be glad you saw her real face in time. Otherwise, if she cheated after marriage and kids, that would hurt so much more. Yi Xingchen felt a gentle touch on his forehead and sighed. Thanks, Miss Yun. You're the best. Miss Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Whoever marries you must be destined for great luck. What? Do you still have feelings for me? Lin Yun smiled. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a little flutter in her heart as she looked down at Yi Xingchen. You want to chase after me? That depends on whether you've got what it takes. Yi Xingchen looked up at her chin in surprise, then grew bolder. How about this, if I win, Miss Yun, you give me a kiss as a reward. What do you say? Hearing this, Lin Yun blushed. What are you thinking, you little brat? Let's talk after you win first. Though she didn't agree, she also didn't refuse. Yi Xingchen felt excited inside and silently vowed, whether or not he actually earned that kiss, he'd win this game no matter what. Creak. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from outside. A tall, sunny, handsome man walked in. When he saw the scene, his face first flashed with shock, then flooded with anger. What are you two doing? It's work time. The man was named Shen Jingbing, head of security at Yida Company, Lin Yun's most loyal pursuer and Yi Xingchen's direct supervisor. Seeing his love interest holding another man's head like that, Shen Jingbing felt his blood pressure spike. He nearly rushed forward to punch Yi Xingchen. Lin Yun then realized the insinuation of her closeness and quickly let go of Yi Xingchen, giving Shen Jingbing a displeased look. What are you doing here? I came to talk to this kid. You actually, Shen Jingbing was furious, clenching his fists. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yun refused to engage. I invited Yi Xingchen to join the company's friendly basketball game against Sakura Construction. I'm busy, so I'll go now. She deliberately turned to smile at Yi Xingchen, even blew him a kiss, then walked out of the office gracefully. Yi Xingchen's heart sank. He'd been used by Lin Yun. Sure enough, Shen Jingbing surged forward angrily, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You punk! You dare make a move on my woman? Are you asking to die? My woman? Yi Xingchen frowned. Who gave up ownership? Maybe you're the only one who thinks she belongs to you. Fine. Kid, you're bold. Don't think you can act big just because President Qin hired you personally. You wait, I'll make you regret this. Really? I'm so scared. Yi Xingchen feigned trembling mockingly. Now you say you're scared? Too late. Just wait. Shen Jingbing snorted and stormed away from the office. Yi Xingchen was left utterly baffled. What the heck? What does no fear mean? Can't he tell I'm mocking him? Is he really clueless or just pretending? No wonder Lin Yun wasn't interested in someone like him. What a lunatic. Thinking of Lin Yun, Yi Xingchen smirked mischievously. You use me like a pawn? One day I'll make sure you use my pawn. Bastard. Wretched woman. Pretty boy. Adulterers. You two, immoral couple. Shen Jingbing cursed angrily as he returned to his office. What's wrong, brother Shen? Who made you so angry? A security guard asked, puzzled. It's that bitch Lin Yun. Damn, I've been chasing her for almost 2 years, and she always ignored me. Then that new pretty boy, the chauffeur President Qin recently hired, has only been here a couple of days, and she threw herself at him. Completely blind, what a waste of time. Shen Jingbing hissed. The guard patted his shoulder. Brother Shen, you know how people talk. Lin Yun may look classy, but behind closed doors she's slutty. Heaven knows how many men she's been with. Wasting so much time on someone like that, just not worth it. He continued, no matter how beautiful she is, no matter how fiery her temper, she still ends up begging men. That little, well, someday I'll make her kneel in bed and lick from me. And once I'm done with her, I'll kick her as far away as I can. Brother Shen, that's the spirit, the guard growled in approval. Tonight at the usual spot? I'll get those girls to cheer you up and blow off steam. Humph, Shen Jingbing snorted. At hearing those girls, his expression softened slightly. That pretty boy, he joined the company basketball team and thinks he can play? Not a chance. If he gets even a minute on the court, I'll call it a loss. The guard grinned wickedly. Brother Shen, don't worry. That guy looked frail when I saw him. Joining the team is perfect for us. After work, there's practice. Shen, if you pretend to supervise practice and toy with him, slam him a few times in front of colleagues, he'll leave looking humiliated, and who'll dare compete with you for Lin Yun then? Yeah, makes sense. Shen Jingbing nodded. Once that guy leaves the company embarrassed, who'd compete for Lin Yun? She'll be mine. Great. Great. He clapped with excitement. Bro, you just gave me a brilliant idea. The night's expenses are on me. Thanks, brother Shen. The guard nearly drooled in excitement. Later, at the end of the workday, Yi Xingchen checked his watch. He planned to ask Lin Yun what time President Qin would finish today. If there was no overtime, he'd drive her home. But as Yi Xingchen stood, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun appeared together in the doorway of his office. Shen Jingbing hurried along behind them. President Qin. Miss Yun. Yi Xingchen greeted them politely. You can clock out now, go drive. Qin Yanran nodded to Yi Xingchen. Okay. Yi Xingchen grabbed his keys and happily headed off to start the car. As for Shen Jingbing, Yi Xingchen decided he didn't even want to deal with that pathetic figure. Given his situation, wasting time scheming with such a clown would only distract him from making money. Shen Jingbing clearly anticipated the moment. Seeing Yi Xingchen's President Qin home made him furious. If Yi Xingchen just walked away now, all the plans I've spent the entire afternoon making would go down the drain, wouldn't they? President Qin, wait a moment. Shen Jingbing hurriedly reached out to stop Yi Xingchen from leaving. What's the matter? Qin Yanran asked, puzzled. And what are you trying to do? Lin Yun glared at Shen Jingbing without friendliness. Shen Jingbing internally cursed Lin Yun again, then forced a harmless smile. Well, here's the thing. Xingchen joined the company basketball team, and the rest of the team is meeting after work to train on the company court for 30 minutes. I thought, let him come along since we're all colleagues, and everyone can learn from each other and improve together. When Yi Xingchen heard Shen Jingbing's words, he mentally sent Shen's entire family some friendly regards. Shen Jingbing couldn't possibly be that kind. Even with his feet, Yi Xingchen could guess his true motive. Qin Yanran didn't hesitate and gently nodded. All right. Go ahead, you two go. I don't have anything else, I'll just watch your training. It's okay, Yi Xingchen. Miss Yun, would you come with me to watch too? Lin Yun glanced at Shen Jingbing with a flicker of disgust on her face. But she remembered Yi Xingchen's impressive physical ability, it would be fun to watch him demonstrate. So Lin Yun promptly nodded as well. Yes, President Qin. Before Yi Xingchen could say anything, Shen Jingbing enthusiastically approached him and firmly grasped his right hand, as if fearing he might refuse. Excellent. Thanks, President Qin, for understanding. Come on, Xingchen, let's go. President Qin has agreed. Shen Jingbing's plan was falling into place perfectly, and he felt as though his heart would burst with excitement. That pretty boy. I only meant to embarrass him in front of passing colleagues, make him back off. I never expected President Qin and Miss Yun to watch. If I humiliated him in front of President Qin and Miss Yun, it would be far more humiliating than in front of colleagues, by orders of magnitude. Maybe President Qin would see how weak he is and decide to fire him immediately. That would be so satisfying. Thinking that, Shen Jingbing grew more excited and subtly applied pressure to Yi Xingchen's right hand. If this pretty boy cried out in pain, President Qin would surely think him frail, maybe even expect me to humiliate him during training. But Shen Jingbing was puzzled. No matter how he squeezed, Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't budge at all. It seemed he felt nothing. Huh? Shen Jingbing frowned in confusion. What's going on? Even strong men can't stay silent under this grip, but this pretty boy shows no reaction whatsoever? All right, don't waste any more time. Let's go now. Oh, all right, President Qin. Shen Jingbing couldn't think much more. He told himself that maybe he simply didn't use full strength earlier. When training starts, he'd show no mercy. He was determined to embarrass this pretty boy and make him leave Yida Company in disgrace. The four of them quickly arrived at the company's basketball court. By then, there were 8 men already training on the court. When Yi Xingchen appeared in their line of sight, they all looked at him with ill intent. Yi Xingchen immediately understood Shen Jingbing's hidden motive. He was probably planning to humiliate him during the training. Indeed, Yi Xingchen's basketball skills weren't outstanding, but times had changed. Now, Yi Xingchen had a body far beyond ordinary people's. Those guys aiming to shame him via basketball training were bound to fail. Thinking of basketball, Yi Xingchen glanced around the court. After his enhanced physique, the court now looked pitifully small. It was more like a badminton court than a basketball court. The standard hoop height of 10 feet had been lowered, now nearly 7 feet. As for the basketball? Clap clap clap. The ball rolled neatly to Yi Xingchen's feet. He bent down, picked it up, and squeezed it hard. Boom. The basketball burst in his bare hand. The size was only a bit smaller. It was still round, but the material had changed. It was no longer rubber or leather, but a thin, unfamiliar material. Clearly, people's physical strength had declined in this world, while technology had advanced. Whoa! Shen Jingbing watched in disbelief. What kind of trick is this? He hadn't even given instructions, yet someone tossed a defective ball to Yi Xingchen. The humiliation was too obvious. And his plan didn't include this step, did it? Most importantly, what kind of IQ does President Qin have? Could she fail to notice something strange? Shen Jingbing glanced at Qin Yanran in guilt. But Qin Yanran looked calm and unaffected. Shen Jingbing exhaled quietly. Thankfully, she hadn't noticed. Otherwise the plan would unravel. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had already witnessed Yi Xingchen's amazing strength. They weren't shocked to see him burst a basketball with his bare hands. Come on, brother Xingchen, join us and play some basketball. Shen Jingbing sounded cheerful but fake as he formally invited him. Okay. Yi Xingchen followed Shen Jingbing onto the court. Here. Take a three-pointer. A man quickly passed the ball to Yi Xingchen. He caught it and glanced at the three-point line, just a meter or two away, and felt a deep sense of irony. If the three-point line was that close in his old world, everyone could make the NBA. Everyone would be a Curry. Shoot! The man urged with ill intent. Yi Xingchen weighed the feather light ball, hesitated a moment, then used as little force as possible to shoot. Watching Yi Xingchen's classic shooting form, Shen Jingbing grew suspicious. Could this pretty face actually know basketball? But what came next almost made him burst out laughing. Although Yi Xingchen's posture was textbook perfect, the shot missed everything: rim, board, and net. Several passing colleagues witnessed the miss and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I thought he was some kind of expert. Isn't he supposed to be our company's strongman? How'd he miss a three-pointer completely? Is he all show and no real skill? This is bad. Rumor has it he joined the company basketball team. And with this level? Playing against Sakura Construction? That's inviting defeat. If we lose, it's not just embarrassing our company, it's embarrassing our whole country. Hearing this chatter from colleagues, Shen Jingbing was practically bursting with glee. But he still pretended to encourage Yi Xingchen. He patted his shoulder. No worries, Xingchen. The arc three-point line is still about 5 feet away, it's understandable to miss at first. Just practice a few more times. Then he signaled another man across the court. That man understood and quickly passed the ball back to Yi Xingchen. That's right, try once more. All right? Yi Xingchen shrugged and prepared to shoot again. Hehe. Shen Jingbing smirked inwardly. Pretty boy, shoot again. Go on. Keep shooting. How will you know you're a rookie if you don't try more? Deep breath. Yi Xingchen took aim and again made a textbook three-point shot. Clang. This time, he hit the front of the basket rim, not a clean hit. After 2 misses from such close range, Yi Xingchen felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He silently vowed, if this ball were the old, heavier kind, he'd hit every time. But this new ball was so light, totally unfamiliar. Maybe with a few more tries and the right strength control, he could push his accuracy up to over 90%. Shen Jingbing nearly laughed out loud. That pretty boy must have used all his strength, and still only hit the rim edge. Still just a pretty face after all. No problem, brother Xingchen, try again. All right? Yi Xingchen, intrigued, caught the ball and shot again. Swish. This time, a perfect, nothing but net shot. What the? Shen Jingbing was stunned. How did that pretty boy actually make it? He must have gotten lucky. It's a fluke. Shen Jingbing again gave a signal to the man passing the ball. Soon, a loop began on the court. The man kept passing to Yi Xingchen kept shooting, and almost every shot was a clean swish. They repeated this sequence 30 times. Nearby coworkers couldn't stay calm, they began cheering in awe. I've got to be kidding. I just counted, besides the first 2, he shot 33s, and made them all. What kind of god is this? People say KD scores like eating flour, but watching Yi Xingchen shoot, scoring looks as natural as breathing. I underestimated him. He's legit a superstar. We're winning this for sure. Against Sakura Construction, if we don't win by 50 points, I'll honestly say our corporate team is tanking. Wow. No wonder President Qin personally recruited this guy. Not only legendary strength and appetite, now we find he's unbeatable in basketball too. From now on, he's my idol. Ah, Yi Xingchen, I'm gonna have your baby. A woman with a full beard digging her nose said this with admiration. Everyone nearby turned their stomach. Stop. Seriously. Shen Jingbing finally lost his composure. Deep down he cursed angrily to himself, damn it. He's made 30 straight three-pointers. How is this even possible? He had planned to expose this pretty boy's poor shooting skills in front of everyone, yet things had backfired, elevating him instead. Is this pretty boy really that good at shooting, or is his luck just unstoppable? Looks like I'll have to move to plan B. With that thought, Shen Jingbing hopped over to Yi Xingchen and held out his hand to stop him from shooting again. Brother Xingchen, your shooting is too strong, I'm impressed. But luck can't last forever. Shooting depends on both feel and practice. Basketball is all about fundamentals. Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement, I feel the same. In that case, Shen Jingbing grinned. Defense is one of the most important fundamentals. In the NBA, many players may lack fancy skills, but strong defense makes them valuable. So let's test your defense now. Here's the deal, I'll hold the ball and attack, and you defend me, okay? Okay. Yi Xingchen made an okay gesture. Shen Jingbing caught the pass from a teammate, a smile creeping across his face. Pretty boy, you dared to go after my woman. Today, I'm going to cross over you so hard you'll slither like a worm on the ground. Ready, brother Xingchen? I'm going to attack now. Out of respect for his opponent, Yi Xingchen symbolically raised his arms. I'm ready, go ahead. Heh, Shen Jingbing smirked. After a few flashy fake steps, he launched into a crossover move. Pretty boy, watch closely. This is how you break through, up. Oh crap? His confident smile froze quickly. No matter how fast he faked, no matter how fast he tried to drive, Yi Xingchen stayed stuck to him like chewing gum. Shen Jingbing ground his teeth, executed a prayer fake move, and quickly rose into a mid-range fadeaway jumper. Whack. Boom. The shot was effortlessly slapped away by Yi Xingchen. The basketball flew out of bounds a couple of feet, and then exploded mid-air. Holy crap. What just happened? Shen Jingbing stood dumbfounded, glancing at the other men on the court. They all just shook their heads at him. I don't know. Brother Shen, it was too fast. I couldn't see what happened, then suddenly the ball flew out and exploded mid-air. Is that so? Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingchen, expression blank, then at the burst basketball. In his heart, he tried to replay what had happened. Could the ball just have exploded, and then flew away by itself? What trash-quality basketballs are these? I need to get better ones tomorrow. Of course Yi Xingchen would never admit he'd slapped the ball into pieces. Let's be honest, if word got around that someone burst the ball with a punch, people might demand compensation. That'd be a hassle. No big deal, next time I'll use less force. Let's do it again. Shen Jingbing eyed Yi Xingchen suspiciously, and once more challenged his defense. The next challenge mirrored the previous one. No matter what fake move Shen Jingbing made, he couldn't shake off Yi Xingchen's defense. Finally, in frustration, Shen Jingbing tried again, only to be embarrassed by another huge block from Yi Xingchen. How is this possible? Shen Jingbing exploded in frustration. How is that pretty boy so uncanny? Could it be that he's just too fast? Looks like I need a more forceful attacking style. With that thought, Shen Jingbing immediately stopped greeting Yi Xingchen and grabbed the ball, launching into a post-up one-on-one. Humph, my back-to-basket strength is unmatched. No one in this company who plays basketball can stop it. I'll reverse the humiliation today and regain my dignity. Shen Jingbing turned his head to glare at Yi Xingchen, then summoned all his strength and barreled into him. Huh? What? Fear overtook Shen Jingbing as the unexpected happened. Despite Shen's full-force shoulder bump, Yi Xingchen stood unmoved. Instead, Shen himself was thrown backward by the rebound. Shen Jingbing fell face-first to the ground in humiliation. Oh. Brother Shen, are you okay? Genuine concern crossed Yi Xingchen's face. He rushed forward to check Shen Jingbing's condition. Get lost. Scram. Shen Jingbing scrambled up angrily. Really? Pretty boy, you sure you've been hiding that ability? Oh no, Brother Shen, you're flattering me. Yi Xingchen grinned. At Yi Xingchen's words, Shen Jingbing's face turned purple with anger. He angrily threw the ball at Yi Xingchen. You brat. Now it's your turn to attack, I'll defend you. I refuse to accept that you're this unbeatable. Brother Shen, maybe we should just stop for today. Yeah, something feels off. A few of Shen Jingbing's teammates, sensing how bizarre Yi Xingchen was, tried to persuade Shen to quit. Shut up. Scram. You brat, come on. Now completely enraged and irrational, Shen Jingbing wouldn't listen to reason. Yi Xingchen held the ball and calmly looked at him. Okay, Brother Shen. Are you ready? Ready. Since you're ready, here I come. Bring it on. Hehe. Yi Xingchen smiled and, holding the ball, took 3 large steps before dunking easily. By the time Shen Jingbing looked back, Yi Xingchen had already finished the dunk. He didn't even get a chance to turn around and see Yi Xingchen's approach. No. I wasn't ready yet. Again. The same scene replayed. Shen Jingbing still hadn't turned in time, and Yi Xingchen had already dunked again. Shen Jingbing shouted in disbelief, No. Impossible. Onlooking coworkers couldn't help but laugh and comment. Look at him, just a training session, and he can't handle losing. Just training, and he's acting like this. If anyone plays him in a real game, he'll flip out and start hitting people. Shen Jingbing always looks refined and polite, but seeing this, I guess I judged him wrong. Better stay away from guys like that. Hearing the mocking and seeing Yi Xingchen remain calm and innocent looking, Shen Jingbing couldn't accept reality anymore. He collapsed and knelt on the court, screaming hysterically. No. At dusk. After safely sending Qin Yanran home, Yi Xingchen drove straight to Yihao's place. Yi Xingchen was determined. He had to bring Yihao to his new residence. Even if Yihao wasn't home tonight, he would wait until dawn. Arriving at his old home, Yi Xingchen gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Dad? Are you here? The room was silent, no one replied. Again not home, sigh. Yi Xingchen sighed. The debt of gratitude to one's parents lasts a lifetime. His mother passed away early, and Yihao raised him alone. Over the years, some divorced or older women had expressed interest in starting a family with Yihao, but he always politely declined. He feared forming a new family would bring trouble during Yi Xingchen's growth, or that Yi Xingchen might be neglected. With a father like that, how could Yi Xingchen ever simply let him go? Tap tap. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Dad? Yi Xingchen turned quickly, excited, only to feel disappointed. It wasn't Yihao who appeared, but the blonde guy from the Qinglong gang. The blonde guy smiled. After hearing Yi Xingchen call out Dad, he almost replied, but then thought better of it. As powerful as Yi Xingchen was, no one would risk their life over one dad. It's you? Yi Xingchen frowned, realizing something. Where's my dad? Did you guys detain him again? Ha, the blonde guy laughed. Buddy, what are you saying? How could we detain your dad? He demanded to make a comeback and stayed in our gambling house, refusing to leave. My dad went to a gambling house again? How much did he lose this time? Not much, just $1 million. The blonde guy grinned and held up one finger. Lost $1 million in 2 days? You're scamming me. Yi Xingqian flew into anger and raised his fist toward the blonde guy's face. The blonde guy stepped back in terror. Hey, don't get impulsive. It's not as serious as you think. Brother Long says since we're close, he won't cheat you. If you agree to fight 2 matches in a new underground boxing ring, Brother Long will treat your dad as entertainment for 2 days. No debt, no million. A new underground boxing ring? Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. So the Qinglong gang planned to use him as their cash cow. That's right. The new ring isn't run by Brother Long. He just needs you to fight 2 matches, nothing else. Once they're done, your dad will appear safe and sound by your side. Yi Xingqian took a few deep breaths to calm down, then reluctantly nodded. Fine, first rescue dad. Deal. The blonde guy smiled and reached for a high five, but hesitated and withdrew. The new underground boxing ring. Still noisy, with cheering crowds and glaring neon lights. Led by the blonde guy, Yi Xingqian entered backstage quickly. After Yi Xingqian entered, the underground boxing arena soon saw 2 groups arrive. The first group was led by Brother Long, and surprisingly, the second group was led by Long Qingxian, the same person Yi Xingqian had saved earlier that morning. Long Qingxian, with 4 men who seemed like bodyguards, found a less crowded spot and sat. Brother Long headed straight to the VIP seats. Oh? Brother Long, you're here. Waiting in the VIP seats was this arena's owner, Brother Yun. Hey. Brother Yun, my people are fighting here tonight. Of course I'd come, Brother Long replied. Without shaking Yun's offered hand, he just sat down. What's wrong? Brother Long, you seem upset. Who dared cross us? Brother Yun looked concerned. The people who took Bao, gone missing for a day, were found tied to a rock by the river. Each had their carotid artery cut with a sharp tool. You seriously think you had nothing to do with it? What the hell? Brother Yun looked upset. I've always said, if I do it, I take responsibility. If I didn't, don't pin it on me. Yun never starts fights, only answers them. Bao's territory in Yunk Villa is prosperous, and we've never overlapped. Everybody in Yunk City knows Bao is your good brother. If I had him killed, wouldn't that be messing with you? Brother Long was watching Yun's reaction carefully. He didn't sense deceit. If it wasn't you, who then? Could a new power be emerging in Yunk City? Bao and I were close. I'll investigate. If truly someone new came and killed him, I won't stand aside. Brother Yun declared. Hearing that, Brother Long frowned, fell silent, and thought deeply. Miss, what brings you to a place like this to watch boxing? Long Qingxuan's bodyguard, Long Wu, asked curiously. Long Qingxian smiled slightly and locked her phone, which displayed Yi Xingqian's photo on the lock screen. Because someone very interesting is about to make a grand entrance here, she said. Someone interesting? Long Wu looked surprised. I've lived in Yunk City so many years and haven't met someone this interesting for a long time, Long Qingxian replied. Ah? Long Wu looked astonished at her. He understood exactly what a single woman means when she says someone is interesting. So, this interesting person, if they fight my brother, who do you think would win? She asked. Without hesitation, Long Wu answered, that's obvious, big young master wins. In skill, I haven't seen anyone who could match him. Not necessarily. Long Qingxian said thoughtfully. There's always someone stronger, somewhere else. Haha. The big young master is the standard. Who could be stronger than the standard? Long Qingxian just smiled softly, didn't argue further, and glanced again at Yi Xingqian's photo on her phone. After 5 consecutive boxing matches, the host finally announced the next bout. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. The host held the microphone track stand tight to calm the noisy crowd. Tonight's matches have been thrilling, enjoyed them? Haha. Not satisfied yet? Don't worry. Coming up is the grand finale. The champion from Thai country, Bochio, will face our local champion, One Punch Superman. Please welcome both champions to the ring. Soon, Yi Xingqian and Bochio entered the ring from opposite entrances. Bochio, champion of Thai country. He has won 35 underground fight matches across our summer nation, truly an impressive record. One Punch Superman, the local champion of Summer Nation, a rising star. Just 2 nights ago, he knocked out champion Pu Guochang with one punch and instantly rose to fame. Tonight's peak showdown between Bochio and One Punch Superman, who will emerge victorious? Let's watch closely. After the host's introduction, Long Wu, sitting behind Long Qingxian, couldn't help sneering. 2 rookies. It's not just about beating your big young master, even I could easily defeat both of them together. Long Qingxian turned to scold him. Uncle Wu, we're here to watch their match, not my brother's or yours. Oh, Long Wu responded calmly before offering his opinion. Buqiu will definitely win. So confident? Well, boxing isn't just about muscles, but Buqiu is all muscle, while the other looks ordinary. I predict Buqiu will KO him within 5 rounds. Then let's make a bet. What do you want to bet on? If Buqiu wins, I'll go home with you right away. If Buqiu loses, I'll stay in Yonk City as long as I want. At least, you can't force me to leave. Deal. If the clan leader sends someone else later, it's not my business. With that, the referee's bell rang, and the final show officially began. Buqiu took a few probing steps and spoke awkwardly in the Summer Nation language. You Summer Nation guy, you won't be my match. If you admit defeat now, I'll break one of your arms. Wow, even admitting defeat comes with a broken arm threat? Yi Xingchen was speechless. If you refuse, I'll beat you to death. Between a broken arm or death, which do you choose? Your Summer Nation martial arts are all flashy, our Thai boxing is the strongest. I'll correct you, it's flashy hands and embroidered legs, not flashy hands and embroidered feet. Yi Xingchen clarified courteously. Buqiu blinked blankly, spat on the ground, and said, Pft. Who has time to teach you Summer Nation phrases? Your language is trash too. That crossed the line. Yi Xingchen snapped back. You can insult and mock me, fine, but disrespect our martial arts and language? Better be ready to be knocked down. If there's any doubt who will win, it's me. Buqiu snorted and charged at Yi Xingchen. This time, Buqiu's speed and power exceeded what Yi Xingchen had faced against Pu Guochang 2 nights ago. Clearly, this opponent had leveled up several tiers. Even so, Yi Xingchen didn't fear him. Buqiu was still too slow. Such punches, what's the difference from kids just playing around? Wait. Just as Buqiu was about to throw a right hook at Yi Xingchen raised his right hand to stop him. What do you want? Buqiu asked in confusion. Just trading punches is boring. Let's add a wager. Buqiu narrowed his eyes. What kind of wager? It's simple. If I lose, you can deal with me however you want. But if you lose, you have to kneel in the ring and shout 3 times, Kung Fu is amazing, Thai boxing is trash. Deal? Buqiu almost laughed. In his eyes, Yi Xingchen looked like a complete rookie who didn't even know basic defense, clearly trying to bluff. So he nodded without hesitation. Fine. But if you lose, you kneel and shout, Thai boxing is amazing, Kung Fu is trash, 3 times. How about that? Deal. On the sidelines, Long Wu heard the wager and narrowed his eyes coldly. They're wagering something that big in a back alley match? I might have to step in and help that kid win. You don't believe in him, someone asked. Look at him. Does he look like someone worth believing in? Just watch. Don't jump in. Let's enjoy the show. Ha! Buqiu yelled and charged toward Yi Xingchen. As an experienced fighter, Buqiu quickly spotted the weak point in Yi Xingchen's stance. Seeing Yi Xingchen completely still, he grinned and launched a fierce right hook at Yi Xingchen's left ribs. This guy isn't even reacting, just standing there like a log. It's over. Long Wu shook his head, clearly disappointed. Smack. Buqiu's punch landed hard on Yi Xingchen's ribs. Yeah. The crowd erupted, eager for the brutal impact. But this time, Yi Xingchen actually felt something, not numb like before. It felt like a soft slap. That was all. Buqiu stared at Yi Xingchen's face, then at his ribs in confusion. After a moment of silence, he couldn't hold back. Hey! You seriously didn't feel anything? Of course I did, Yi Xingchen nodded. Felt like someone lightly slapped me. What? Buqiu nearly burst from frustration. He'd used all his strength, yet Yi Xingchen said it felt like a gentle slap? Enraged, Buqiu went all in, left hook, right hook, one after another, pounding Yi Xingchen's ribs. And yet, the scene became bizarre, one man punching with everything he had, the other standing still, completely unbothered, almost enjoying it. The spectators on the sidelines were stunned by this bizarre scene. No one knew what Yi Xingchen and Buqiu were actually doing. Wah, what are those two doing? Flirting while fighting? Damn. We asked them to fight, not flirt. I think they're mocking us. Damn it, I want a refund. Refund? Refund. This guy actually has some real skill. Compared to the other wild spectators, Long Wu remained calm. He just frowned slightly and offered his commentary. Some skill? That's all? Otherwise? Long Wu smiled faintly. Some people are masters of defense. This is a boxing match. If I fought him, I'd casually slit his artery with a wooden dagger. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian was amused by Long Wu's typical competitive talk. Don't worry, Uncle Wu. The real show is yet to come. Long Wu was slightly surprised at Long Qingxuan's words. Yi Xingchen had already impressed him, who'd have thought he had even more hidden abilities. In an instant, Long Wu couldn't take his eyes off this man who had continually surprised him. I keep punching. Buqiu had completely lost track of how many punches he'd thrown, or how long he'd been attacking. Only two things mattered now: his arms burned with pain, and Yi Xingchen remained unhurt, calmly standing there as if enjoying it. And then a terrifying thought crossed Buqiu's mind: is this guy treating my attacks as a massage? Jesus, what kind of pervert is this? What's the point of this fight anymore? Finally, Buqiu deflated like a punctured balloon and stopped fighting, his demeanor sagging. Why stop? Keep going. Hit him. Don't chicken out. Go. Can't you do anything? Are you some kind of coward? The crowd jeered when Buqiu halted. Buqiu nearly erupted, wanting to KO the hecklers. What's wrong? Why'd you stop? It was kinda fun. Yi Xingchen, eyes closed in bliss, opened them when he noticed Buqiu had paused. He gingerly touched his left ribs and gently tapped them. Buqiu glanced at Yi Xingchen's slightly reddened left ribs, feeling deeply upset. He never imagined that even after landing over 100 punches to that area, the man would only blush slightly. A tight humiliation coursed over Buqiu's face. So, Buqiu, do you want to keep fighting? Yi Xingchen grinned at him. Buqiu blinked, then shook his head in shame. Strength isn't on the same level. I concede. Good. Yi Xingchen nodded. Since you concede, fulfill your bet. Bet? Buqiu panicked, then started making excuses. What bet? I don't remember any bet. You traitor coward, wasting my time, and now you bail? Yeah. You insulted our martial art and our language before, weren't you so tough? Why were you soft now? Did you just pop your tube mid-fight? Ha ha ha. He, my foot, how would he even? Acts bold but won't do anything. Not a real man, just some shameless fool. Lucky I recorded it on my phone. Seeing that someone in the crowd actually recorded it, Buqiu knew he couldn't back out now. Humph. Buqiu squared his shoulders, crossed his arms, and wore an expression like a pig that's no longer scared of boiling water, ready to act shamelessly to the end. Damn, you're clearly trying to back out. Yi Xingchen was getting angry. This guy had been trash-talking their martial art and language before, and now he backed off when it didn't suit him? Buqiu sneered. Your saying was, real men should die rather than be shamed, right? Go to hell. But you're not a real man, you're just a bluffer. Yi Xingchen didn't get the chance to respond before the crowd started cursing again. What did you say? Come face us then. You people sure talk tough, you're never standing up to fight. Humph, you are all cowards. Dare to speak but not act. You faker, fooling no one. Yi Xingchen grew enraged. Buqiu may have jeered at the crowd, but he didn't dare provoke Yi Xingchen directly. Now that Yi Xingchen glared at him, Buqiu grew nervous. You say a man shouldn't be shamed? Well, go and die then, you coward. Yi Xingchen flew into a rage and threw a full-force punch at Buqiu's face. Buqiu had no chance to react. His eyes widened as Yi Xingchen's fist crashed into his face. Crunch. A horrific bone-breaking sound echoed. Buqiu, the supposedly undefeated champion, didn't even scream. Like a kite snapped from its string, he flew out of the ring and crashed outside. Ah? The crowd gasped, some exultant, others fearful or reverent, as they saw Buqiu lying dead in a pool of blood. What? Impossible. That kid. Long Wu, who'd been watching calmly, finally snapped and sprang to his feet. Long Qingxian frowned slightly. Uncle Wu, you saw that trick too, right? That kid, such speed, such strength. And no aura of spiritual power. He's just a regular human. How can a normal person be that fast, that strong? Long Wu stared hauntingly at Yi Xingchen, utterly baffled. That's why I called him interesting. But he's even stronger than I expected. Uncle, do you still think he can't handle my brother? Long Wu slumped back into his seat, completely shocked. At this point, even my brother isn't his match. And worse, if this guy ever learned spiritual energy, who in the world could possibly beat him? Long Qingxian said nothing, clearly agreeing with Long Wu. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The entire underground arena drowned in the roaring cheers of the crowd. Sleepless all night. The next morning, after dropping off Qin Yanran at her company, Yi Xingchen started heading to his own office. He had been worried about Yihao's safety the entire night and hadn't slept well at all. Yi Xingchen planned to catch up on some sleep in his office. Huh, is that him? Looks like it is. Never thought he was that kind of guy. President Qin probably won't keep him around after seeing this. On the way to his office, Yi Xingchen suddenly heard a few coworkers behind him whispering. Their tone was full of contempt and disgust. Yi Xingchen was confused. Were they talking about him? Someone was even pointing at him. Yeah, no doubt they meant him. But why were they saying that? Had he done something terrible? You can question my looks, but don't question my character. When it came to morals, Yi Xingchen believed he had nothing to be ashamed of. To find out the truth, Yi Xingchen forced a smile and waved at the coworkers behind him. Ah. Images of Yi Xingchen's terrifying strength flashed through their minds, and the coworkers scattered in panic. That left Yi Xingchen even more confused. He really wanted to know what had happened, but since everyone ran away, he had no one to ask. Maybe he could ask Lin Yun later. Thinking of that, Yi Xingchen stopped worrying and went straight back to his office. Just as he was about to pull out his phone and add Lin Yun on the company WeChat group, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in." It was Lin Yun who walked in. "Yunjie, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to." "Xingchen, you're in big trouble. You've gone viral. Your name's been dragged through the mud." Lin Yun cut him off and anxiously sat on the couch in his office. "What's going on, Yunjie?" Yi Xingchen was completely in the dark. "Here, take a look yourself. You're trending all over the internet." Lin Yun sighed and handed her phone to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen took the phone in confusion. The Douyin app was playing a video. The person in the video had their face covered with a watermelon, only their eyes and mouth were visible. The voice was clearly generated by AI. So cringe, so cringe. Who gets it, folks? We went through thick and thin together for years, and now that my boyfriend's made it big, he just dumps me. Are all men like this? Get rich and turn rotten. I really can't stand this kind of loser. Girls, are men only good for the hard times but never when things are going well? I'm speechless. I'm done. For all these years I worked hard, took care of his seriously ill father, worked during the day, cooked and cleaned for him at night, gave him everything I had, and now he throws me away without a second thought. I'm done, thanks. Now I'm going to reveal this guy's info. Girls, beware. XXX, Yi Xingchen's personal info. What the heck? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded when he saw the video. Even though he couldn't see who the person was, and the voice was AI generated, he could tell with his eyes closed that it was Zhao Wen. This woman was ruthless. It wasn't enough that she cheated on him, she had to turn around and bite him back. That's your ex-girlfriend, right? Lin Yun sighed helplessly. Pretty sure it is. Yi Xingchen was speechless. He scrolled down to check the comments section. The comment section was full of people supporting Zhao Wen, and more than 80% of them were copying the phrase GHG. Yunjie, what does GHG mean? Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the phone. It means girl help girl, a slogan often used by certain groups, Lin Yun explained, then quickly rolled her eyes at him. Come on, kid, is this really the time to worry about that? You've got to fix this fast. If this reaches President Qin, who knows whether she'll believe you or not? And if she doesn't believe you, you're gonna be out of a job. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize how serious this was. Big companies like Yida definitely value their employees' character. If Qin Yanran really believed he was the kind of guy who ditches women after getting rich, she might actually fire him. If he lost this job? Yi Xingchen thought about how he spends tens of thousands a month just on food. He'd probably starve to death on the street. Yunjie, Yunjie. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up and gently grabbed Lin Yun's right hand. You have to believe me, I'm definitely not that kind of guy. Are you dumb? Of course I believe you. But you've got to handle this properly. Understand? I got it. Yi Xingchen nodded fast. I'll confront her face to face. As for President Qin, Yunjie, keep an eye out for me. If anything happens, call me right away. Lin Yun frowned. She wanted to say that confronting Zhao Wen wouldn't help, but then realized Yi Xingchen really didn't have a better option right now. This was his only shot. She had no choice but to nod reluctantly. All right, go quickly. If anything happens, I'll cover for you, even if it's something from President Qin. I'll hold it off as long as I can, and if I can't anymore, I'll call you. Now go. Take my car, it's in parking spot A102. Got it. Thanks, Yunjie. Yi Xingchen was deeply moved. He took the car keys from Lin Yun and rushed to Zhao Wen's place. Zhao Wen was lying on her bed at home, smugly scrolling through Douyin. Seeing the constant stream of new comments, she laughed out loud with satisfaction. While replying to comments in a fake pitiful tone, she muttered to herself. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen, let's see how you survive this. This video has blown up in less than 2 days. I'd love to see what kind of woman would be dumb enough to fall for you now. I don't believe you won't come crawling and begging me to let you off the hook. As she spoke, Zhao Wen pictured Yi Xingchen kneeling in front of her, pleading for mercy. Her face was full of triumphant glee. Knock knock. Bitk. Zhao Wen. Are you home? At that moment, Yi Xingchen's urgent voice came from outside. Hearing him, Zhao Wen smiled even more smugly. Sucker came crawling on his own. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to smash the wooden door in front of him with one punch, it was finally opened from the inside. Staring at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingqian was overwhelmed with emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Although his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen wanted a designer handbag, he even worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved the most now looked so disgusting and revolting to him. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful to our love. Enough. Zhao Wen interrupted him impatiently. I don't want to hear this right now. What woman hasn't made a few mistakes? Why can't you forgive me for just this one? Are you not man enough to be a little generous? Yi Xingqian was so angry he almost spat blood. He had reflected countless times in his mind. If I've done something wrong, then lock me up, but don't punish me with such a horrible ex-girlfriend. How did he never see who Zhao Wen really was before? He must have been blind. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingqian and continued, after all, what we had was true love. I didn't want it to get to this point either. I also want to solve things peacefully. So let's each take a step back. I'll delete that video, and tomorrow you and I go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. After we're married, I'll quit my job, you'll give me 100,000 yuan per month as spending money, and you'll handle all the housework. How about that? What? Yi Xingqian almost laughed in anger. Why? How the fuck can you be so shameless? You cheated on me and still expect me to worship you like a queen? Yeah, I used to love you more than my own life, but ever since you betrayed our love, there's no going back. Even if you were the last woman on earth, it would still be impossible. Humph, Zhao Wen snorted. If I were the last woman on earth, I wouldn't even look at you. Then what the fuck are we even talking about? I'll just call the police or go online and clarify everything. Will calling the police help? Will clarifying help? Zhao Wen sneered. Do you really think those people online are defending me for justice? Do you think they actually care about the truth? You're too naive. As long as they can use something to bash men, they don't give a shit about what the truth is. Yi Xingqian was already completely fed up with Zhao Wen. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao still needed someone to take care of him, Yi Xingqian would have really wanted to punch Zhao Wen to death and die with her if needed. So what the fuck do you want then? Getting back together is never gonna happen. Well, Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. It's not impossible to not get back together, but you'll have to agree to some other conditions. What conditions? Say it. First, transfer me 5 million yuan. Right now. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Yi Xingqian was stunned again. Why the hell did Zhao Wen think he could just pull out 5 million yuan? If he had 5 million yuan, would he still be running around trying to find ways to treat Yi Hao? Zhao Wen ignored Yi Xingqian and continued listing her demands. Second, the villa in Yunhe Villas, you have to transfer it to my name. From now on, it'll be mine. Third, because you broke up with me that day, it affected my mood and I was late to work the next day and got fired. Until I find a new job, you must pay me 100,000 yuan per month as living expenses. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to smash the wooden door with a punch, the door was finally opened from the inside. Looking at Zhao Wen's face, Yi Xingqian felt a flood of mixed emotions. He used to love this woman so much. Even though his family wasn't rich, he always wanted to give her the best. Back in college, when Zhao Wen liked a designer handbag, he worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. But times change, and people change. The face he once loved most now looked so disgusting and repulsive. What the hell are you doing? What do you mean I abandoned our relationship? You were the one who was unfaithful. Humph, still trying to hide things from me? It's all exposed now. Zhao Wen snorted and pointed at the house key card hanging from Yi Xingqian's waist. Only at that moment did Yi Xingqian understand why Zhao Wen had such audacity in her demands. She thought he owned a villa in Yunhe Villas, and that was why she wanted to get back together. Seeing Zhao Wen's true face more clearly, Yi Xingqian shook his head in deep disappointment. You got one thing wrong, that villa isn't mine. It was assigned to me by my company. I can live there only while employed. If I lose the job, I lose the villa. I'm just an ordinary junior staff member, I can't afford that kind of money. Yeah right. You still expect to fool me? What job gives someone a villa worth tens of millions? You think I'm stupid? I'll say this, either you follow the terms of us getting back together, or follow the terms of us not getting back together. Choose one, or just wait to die. Faced with Zhao Wen's unreasonable arrogance, Yi Xingqian felt helpless. He really wanted to slap Zhao Wen and walk away. But remembering Lin Yun's words, what if Qin Yanran believes Zhao Wen? He couldn't handle that consequence. For now, he had to negotiate as best he could. That villa really isn't mine. Believe it or not. You can check anytime and see I'm not lying. Zhao Wen looked at Yi Xingqian with skepticism. Then she realized that whether the villa belonged to him was less important than the fact she might move into a top villa and have bragging rights in front of others. Thinking this through, she nodded. Fine. I'll move in first. You go find a place outside to live. I'll lower my demands. I don't want the 5 million yuan anymore. Just give me 100,000 yuan per month. What the, me, did I promise you anything? What kind of daydream are you having? Why? Because you're ugly? Or because you're cheap? Don't agree? Then wait to die, you dog man. Seeing that Zhao Wen didn't care at all whether he lives or dies, Yi Xingchen was truly furious. He clenched his fists, furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps toward Zhao Wen, countless times wanting to pin her to the ground and beat her. Looks like you want us to go down together? Seeing Yi Xingchen angry and remembering his frightening strength that night, Zhao Wen didn't doubt he could easily strangle her. She instinctively took a few steps back, her shouts fierce but inwardly trembling, pointing at Yi Xingchen. You, Yi, don't mess with me. There's surveillance in my room. If you hit me, I guarantee you'll spend the night in a cell. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and finally gave up on violence. Whatever. I'm calling the police. See you at the station. Slurp slurp. Just then, 5 men in police uniform entered the hallway. Zhao Wen glared fiercely at Yi Xingchen. Want to see me at the station? Tonight I'll send you there. After speaking, Zhao Wen spat into her palm, smeared it across her eye corner, then let out a pig-like screech and crawled toward the police. Comrade! Help! Comrade, he's abusing me! Help! What happened, miss? What's going on? The 5 police officers quickly helped Zhao Wen up. If anything happened, just tell us. Any illegal violence will be punished severely, no exceptions. No, comrades, let me explain. Yi Xingchen was stunned. He stood there in a daze for a moment before rushing over to try to explain. Comrades, it's him. He's my ex-boyfriend. We already broke up, and this pathetic man keeps bothering me, trying to get back together. When I refused, he tried to hit me. Thank God you came, otherwise I might have been beaten to death by him. Zhao Wen didn't give Yi Xingchen a chance to explain. She cut him off and started crying and acting pitiful on purpose. Sure enough, after Zhao Wen's performance, the police immediately shielded her behind them, staring at Yi Xingchen with alert expressions. Sir, please calm down and step away from this lady. Show us your ID and cooperate with our investigation, or we will use necessary force. Seeing how tense the officers were, Yi Xingchen could only sigh helplessly and obediently handed them his ID. As he handed it over, he glared at Zhao Wen with frustration. After everything we had, do you really have to be this heartless? I only came today to talk. You didn't have to be so cruel. Comrades, please help me. I was with this pathetic man for years, treated him like royalty every day, but he went out drinking, gambling, and doing who knows what. Every time he got drunk, he'd beat me. This kind of man should be locked up forever, better yet, sentenced to death. You might not know this, but I was pregnant with his child. But one night he beat me so badly that I had a miscarriage. Wah. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingchen with a smug smile but kept playing the victim in front of the police. The lead officer took Yi Xingchen's ID with his left hand and gently patted Zhao Wen's shoulder with his right. Don't worry, miss. We'll take care of this. Domestic violence might not carry the death penalty like you hoped, but we'll definitely punish him by law. Good, good. Even if it's not the death penalty, life imprisonment would be fine. Zhao Wen, feeling victorious, kept fake crying to the officers while glaring at Yi Xingchen like a winner, as if saying, "You're finished." You. Seeing Zhao Wen's smug face, Yi Xingchen was furious and stepped forward. Ah? Zhao Wen suddenly jumped up exaggeratedly from the ground. See? Comrades, look. He's about to hit me again. The lead officer looked at Yi Xingchen. You're Yi Xingchen, right? Yes. Yi Xingchen nodded, feeling completely wronged. Then the officer turned to Zhao Wen. So, you're Zhao Wen, correct? Yes, I'm Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen was confused about how the officer knew her name, but still nodded with a fake pitiful look. All right then. Cuff her. The officer waved his hand, and the others immediately stepped forward and cuffed Zhao Wen with what looked like plastic handcuffs. Huh? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Ah? Zhao Wen was dumbfounded too. Wait, comrades, why are you cuffing me? Did you make a mistake? Aren't you supposed to cuff that pathetic man? The officer glanced at Zhao Wen. You're Zhao Wen, right? Yeah, that's right. Zhao Wen nodded, looking confused. Since your name is Zhao Wen, then there's no mistake. We're here today to arrest you. Arrest me? Zhao Wen was stunned. Wait, I'm the victim. He abused me, why are you arresting me? Heh. The lead officer let out a cold laugh, then pulled a document from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Wen. Miss Zhao Wen, hello. According to Article 246 of the Constitution of Xia Country, anyone who publicly insults others using violence or other means, or fabricates facts to slander others, and if the circumstances are serious, will be sentenced to up to 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. The video you posted on Douyin has caused a huge reaction in society. Based on the investigation and evidence collected by the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, the content of your video is completely false. You are suspected of malicious online defamation and spreading rumors. Following an order from the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, you are being taken into criminal custody immediately. The Bureau has already contacted cyber police to delete your series of defamation videos on Douyin. At the same time, the Bureau will publish a video online to clear up the facts for Mr. Yi Xingchen. This is the arrest warrant. Please take a look. What? This can't be real. Zhaowen was nearly scared speechless by the officer's words. She never imagined that the Yunhe City Police would act so quickly against her. The lead officer walked over to Yi Xingchen, handed back his ID, and saluted him. Mr. Yi Xingchen, please rest assured. We will restore your reputation. Our Yunhe City Police will never let anyone who harms others or society go unpunished. Thank you. Yi Xingchen took his ID in a daze, clearly still trying to process what just happened. Logically, even if the police had noticed Zhao Wen's videos, shouldn't they have taken longer to react? This really was strange. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, officer. Listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhaowen couldn't accept what was happening and quickly dropped to her knees, begging the police. It's like this, he's my boyfriend. I was just joking around with him. It was our couple's little fun, wasn't it, Xingchen? No, honey, say something. Honey. Explain to them. It's just a misunderstanding. Zhaowen got more emotional as she spoke, even begging Yi Xingchen. But now that Yi Xingchen had seen her true face, he wasn't about to soften up. He just smiled and waved his hand at Zhaowen with a little bye-bye gesture. No. Yi Xingchen. You heartless pathetic man. You bastard. In the end, Zhaowen was dragged away in hysterics by the police. After the group had left, Yi Xingchen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked. It was an unknown number from Yunhe City. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xingchen answered. Hello? Your ex-girlfriend's been taken away, right? Things will be resolved soon. No need to thank me. Just think of it as me repaying the favor from yesterday morning, and also a way to become friends. My name is Long Qingxian. Nice to meet you. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a second but finally understood. No wonder the Yunhe police had responded so fast. It was Long Qingxian helping him from behind the scenes. Looks like this Long Qingxian has serious connections. After a short pause, Yi Xingchen finally smiled. My name is Yi Xingchen. Nice to meet you. Zhao Wen's matter quickly came to an end. Zhao Wen, who got what she deserved, was sentenced to 1 week of detention and had to post a video online apologizing to Yi Xingchen and clearing his name. With the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau also posting a clarification on its official account, the whole incident was finally resolved. After taking care of everything, Yi Xingchen returned to the company just in time for the end of the workday. After dropping Qin Yan ran off at home, Yi Xingchen began his evening as One Punch Man. Tonight, Huang Mao took Yi Xingchen to Brother Long's underground fight club, the same one where Yi Xingchen had originally started fighting illegal matches. Apparently, Yunhe City was a place full of tough people. No matter the day of the week, the underground fight club was always packed at night, rain or shine. Tickets were hard to get. After entering the club with Huang Mao, he cheerfully introduced Yi Xingchen's opponent for the night. Kid, your opponent tonight is my Xiaocai. Do your best and knock him out. Of course, if you end up killing or crippling him, no one's gonna say anything. At most, the fish in the river will have more to eat. Hearing Huang Mao's casual tone, Yi Xingchen was shocked. My Xiaocai? I remember he was fighting the first time I came here. You want me to knock him out? Aren't you afraid your fight club will lose a good fighter? Judging by the cheers, he's a regular winner. If he dies or gets crippled, it won't be easy for you to find someone of his level again. Haha, Huang Mao just smiled lightly. He's not one of Brother Long's men. But you are. Do I even need to say who's more important to Brother Long? Only then did Yi Xingchen understand, my Xiaocai wasn't under Brother Long's control. Maybe my Xiaocai worked for another underground boss, and Brother Long wanted to use Yi Xingchen to get rid of a skilled fighter who kept winning in his club. Yi Xingchen just curled his lip. He's not Brother Long's guy, and neither am I. I'm just a regular person. After this match, let my dad go, and we're done. Huang Mao didn't get angry. He just smiled again. Whether you're his guy or not doesn't matter. What matters is, right now, aren't you fighting a match for Brother Long? Yi Xingchen stayed silent. Alright, go backstage and get ready. You're up next. Fine. After Yi Xingchen left, Huang Mao smirked sinisterly. This is the underground world. You think you can come and go as you please? It's not that simple, heh. In the backstage area of the club, Yi Xingchen took off his coat and sat on the floor. Following the idea of free drinks shouldn't be wasted, he began gulping down dozens of energy drinks lined up on the table like test tubes. You're One Punch Man? Just as Yi Xingchen was chugging the drinks, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Xingchen turned around and glanced over. Even though they had only met once 2 nights ago, Yi Xingchen immediately recognized him. The speaker was none other than the Thai boxing champion Mai Xiaotsai. Mai Xiaotsai stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Yi Xingchen on the floor with an arrogant stance. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't respond, Mai Xiaotsai sneered, "You've only fought 2 matches, but I know you're strong." He paused and quickly added, "But I'm stronger than you." Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, clearly annoyed by Mai Xiaotsai's attitude. Yi Xingchen thought that if they were in the ring right now, he would knock this guy out in one punch. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was still silent and acting like a master fighter, Mai Xiaotsai wasn't sure if he could actually beat him. After thinking for a moment, Mai Xiaotsai pulled a small envelope from his pocket and threw it on the ground near Yi Xingchen. "As long as you let me hit you once and pretend to faint, you can take this money and spend it. I promise it'll be a light punch." Yi Xingchen glanced at the envelope on the ground with a look of contempt on his face. Such a small envelope, how much money could it possibly hold? At most, a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan, just enough to cook a basic meal at home. They wanted him to throw a match in an underground fight for just a few hundred yuan? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen picked up the envelope and, without hesitation, tossed it into a nearby stove, as a righteous aura radiated from his whole body. "You want to bribe me? Even though this is an underground match, taking money to throw a fight, never mind whether my morals allow it, would it be fair to the audience?" Mai Xiaotsai froze for a second, then sighed lightly. "You really have principles. Even a check for 500,000 yuan couldn't buy you. Looks like we'll have to settle this in the ring." "What? 500,000? Shit." The moment Yi Xingchen realized the envelope had a check for 500,000 yuan, he lost his calm. Who wouldn't want 500,000? Especially when money was exactly what he needed right now. With that money, Yi Hao could finally get treatment. Yi Xingchen leapt toward the stove and tried to grab the envelope with tongs. Unfortunately, the envelope was already reduced to ashes. "Hey," Yi Xingchen looked at Mai Xiaotsai with a weak expression. "How about, you try bribing me again?" To his disappointment, Mai Xiaotsai didn't seem to hear him. He just let out a deep sigh and muttered something in Thai that Yi Xingchen couldn't understand, then left the room. Hey, don't go. Brother Mai. Bribe me again, please. I promise I'll take it this time. Hey, don't go, damn it. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xingchen stepped into the ring once again. The host finally remembered who he was. Holding a toothpick-thin mic, he jumped and bounced around Yi Xingchen in circles. Now entering the ring is our star fighter, One Punch Man. In the past 2 days, our One Punch Man has taken down 2 champions. And earlier today, he even defeated a female fighter. Truly unmatched and unstoppable. The audience below burst into noise at the host's words. What? He even beat the female fighter? That's insane. I heard that the female fighter's punch was so strong even the legendary emperor couldn't take it. And she lost to One Punch Man? That's terrifying. I've made up my mind. I'm betting on One Punch Man tonight. I'm putting down 10,000. The host was pleased with the crowd's reaction and then waved his hand dramatically. Now, let's welcome tonight's challenger. A boxing champion from Thailand, with a perfect record of 15 wins in our ring. He's a force to be reckoned with. Let's welcome the Thai boxing king, Mai Xiaotsai. Amid the host's introduction and the cheers of the crowd, Mai Xiaotsai walked into the ring with a red towel draped over his shoulders, followed by his team. Mai Xiaotsai. Mai Xiaotsai. Mai Xiaotsai. Clearly, many in the audience were already his fans. Seeing him step into the ring now, they were overjoyed. The host walked over with a smile and stood between Yi Xingchen and Mai Xiaotsai. Ha ha ha, come on, both of you, shake hands and strike a pose. Yi Xingchen and Mai Xiaotsai shook hands like gentlemen, then posed with fists raised. The crowd below pulled out phones and small digital cameras to quickly snap photos for memory. Mai Xiaotsai looked at Yi Xingchen deeply, pressed his palms together, and gave a small bow. Sawadee ka. Since it's our first match, let me give you a small gift. After saying that, he turned to his team, took a flower from one of the staff, and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen looked at my shiatsu, then at the flower in his hand, gave an awkward smile, and took it. Thanks. After accepting the flower, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought. I get the gesture, but why a chrysanthemum? Is my shiatsu hinting at something? Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen shivered a little. Out of politeness, he felt like he should give something back. But my shiatsu had a professional team. Yi Xingchen was alone. He really didn't have anything suitable to give in return. Suddenly, an idea struck. He pulled out a crushed bag of crunchy noodles from his pocket. I have something for you too, here's a small bag of crispy noodles. Super crunchy, really tasty. Here, try some. Yi Xingchen generously offered the noodles to my shiatsu. My shiatsu paused for a moment, then reached out his right hand. Thanks. Yi Xingchen poured a small handful into his palm. Here, let me pour it right into your hand, don't spill it. This stuff is expensive. Expensive? My shiatsu, who was about to take the whole bag, paused again, looked awkwardly at the small pile in his hand, then quickly popped it into his mouth. Yi Xingchen turned to the host and offered the rest. Want some? The host smiled. I've got a toothache, so I'll pass. Thanks. All right. Yi Xingchen let out a small sigh of relief and stuffed the rest of the noodles back into his pocket. Okay, one more group photo. Then the match begins. Yi Xingchen and my shiatsu stood together, facing the audience, both smiling. My shiatsu suddenly said, smile and show your teeth. Oh, okay, Yi Xingchen, with little match experience, quickly followed. Then he asked curiously, why? Do all fighters have to smile like that before a match? Because it'll be the last photo where you still have a full set of teeth. My shiatsu gave a cold grin, showing 2 large black gaps in his row of teeth. Ding ding ding. The match officially began. Since Yi Xingchen didn't know how many people in this world, like him, were unaffected by the global decline in physical strength, he didn't dare underestimate the already famous my shiatsu. You killed Paddleball with 1 punch last night. That was my brother? So today, I chose to fight you specifically. If you could beat my brother, you must have some real strength. I won't take this match lightly. The previously polite and well-mannered my shiatsu had now transformed into a snarling beast, baring his teeth like a wild wolf. It was only at this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood everything. No wonder my shiatsu had tried to bribe him with 500,000 yuan earlier. He probably had 2 goals in mind. Either he wanted to expose Yi Xingchen and ruin his reputation. Or he already knew Yi Xingchen was strong and tried to get him to let his guard down by pretending it was a fixed match, while my shiatsu would go all out and knock him out or even kill him for real. As for the chrysanthemum he gave before the match, that was probably just to insult him. Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen felt relieved. Good thing he didn't give the whole bag of crispy noodles to my shiatsu, he would have totally lost out. Too much. There's always someone trying to scam food from the emperor. You punched my brother in the face last night. So tonight, I'll be going for your face too. I'm gonna smash you to the ground like a worm, and even if you beg for mercy, I'll crush your skull with 1 punch. Ah? Right after shouting that, my shiatsu charged at Yi Xingchen swinging his fists. Compared to previous opponents, Yi Xingchen could clearly feel that my shiatsu was much faster. Which also meant that my shiatsu was definitely stronger than Paddleball or Park Guochang. Thinking about his earlier threats, Yi Xingchen didn't dare let his guard down. He carefully protected his head, fully alert for a strike to the face. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that although my shiatsu said he would go for his face, he actually aimed a kick at Yi Xingchen's groin. Luckily, my shiatsu was still too slow for Yi Xingchen. He reacted in time, otherwise he might have ended up neutered. Yi Xingchen clenched his legs and caught my shiatsu's foot, fuming with anger. You bastard. You said face strike, why the cheap shot to the crotch? The crowd below started murmuring. Are crotch shots even allowed in boxing? Normally, no. But, this is underground fighting. No real rules. Even if someone dies from a low blow, no one would care. 1 punch man's strength and reaction time, insane. He caught that deadly kick just with his legs. Just imagine if those legs weren't clamping a leg but a woman instead, damn, terrifying. Now here's the question, what exact position would 1 punch man need to be in to clamp? Not a woman, but, hey bro, let's break it down together. You better be talking about legs and not clamping with anything else. The crowd kept getting more and more ridiculous, while Yi Xingchen grew angrier and angrier. My shiatsu, seeing Yi Xingchen's face darken and realizing he couldn't pull his leg free no matter how hard he tried, started to panic. Sensing things were off, my shiatsu quickly raised his hand. Wait. I surrender. Humph, Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. Weren't you here for revenge for your brother? My shiatsu tried to stay calm. From now on, I cut ties with him. That whole revenge thing has nothing to do with me anymore. Are you fucking serious? Yi Xingchen was stunned, but still didn't plan to let him go. He slowly bent his right arm, and under Mai Xiaotsai's terrified gaze, swung a punch straight into his face. Mai Xiaotsai couldn't fight back at all and was easily KO'd by Yi Xingchen in one punch. One Punch Man! One Punch Man! The crowd jumped to their feet, screaming and cheering wildly at the brutal scene they had just witnessed. The next morning, Yi Xingchen didn't take Qin Yanran to the Yida headquarters. Instead, he drove with her to the downtown sports stadium. Because this morning was the basketball-friendly match between Yida Company and Sakura Company. President Qin. Over here, over here. As soon as they entered the stadium, Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a while, waved repeatedly at Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen. So, is everyone here? Qin Yanran glanced at the Sakura Company players already warming up on the court. Xingchen is here, so everyone's here. Good. Qin Yanran nodded with satisfaction. We have this friendly basketball match with Sakura Company every year. We've lost the last 3 years in a row. Today, I hope everyone gives it their all and wins this game. We will win. The Yida Company players all raised their right hands and shouted to cheer themselves on. Xingchen, good luck. Lin Yun winked at Yi Xingchen and gently clenched her little fist. Yeah. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. He had made up his mind to lead Yida Company to win today's game. That way, he could claim the big prize money and have the confidence to tell Yi how at the underground fight club tonight, I can get you treated. After both teams finished warming up, team captain Shen Jingbing began arranging positions. I'll play shooting guard, your point guard, your small forward, your power forward, your center. Everyone else is on the bench, wait for my instructions. We must win this match today. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Shen Jingbing actually used this moment to settle personal grudges and put him on the bench. In just a split second, Yi Xingchen figured out what Shen Jingbing was planning. Putting him on the bench basically meant, if the match goes smoothly, he won't have a chance to play, then the win has nothing to do with him. If the match goes badly and there's no hope of winning, that's when he'll be sent in, so if they lose, he'll be the scapegoat. Sure enough, Lin Yun instantly saw through Shen Jingbing's scheme and immediately stepped forward to question him. Hey, Shen Jingbing, are you nuts? Yi Xingchen's super strong and fast, why put him on the bench? Fast? Shen Jingbing was stunned at first, then suddenly seemed to realize something. His emotions became very intense. After a moment, he calmed down, glared at Lin Yun, and said sternly, I have my own strategy. Who understands basketball better, you or me? During training, we all saw it, Yi Xingchen might have strength, but his basketball skills are terrible. You. Lin Yun wanted to argue, but Yi Xingchen walked over and held her back. Forget it, Yunjie. I'll just stay on the bench. As long as the company wins, I don't mind being a substitute. See that? Now look at yourself. Humph. Let's go watch how they do. Lin Yun shot Shen Jingbing a furious glare and dragged Yi Xingchen over to the sidelines. Warm-up time quickly ended. After speeches from Qin Yanran and Koizumi Ichiro, the match officially began. Just then, two men with middle-part hairstyles, wearing overalls, slowly walked into the court. Then they took off the overalls, revealing Sakura Company jerseys underneath. Oh my god. It's them. Why are they on the Sakura Company team? We're doomed, looks like we're losing again this year. Seeing this, several employees on Yida's sideline gasped out loud. Yi Xingchen glanced at the two men. He didn't recognize them, but judging by his coworkers' exaggerated reactions, they were clearly skilled basketball players. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to ask who they were, another curious coworker beat him to it. Huh? Old Ma, who are those two little guys? Sigh. Old Ma let out a heavy sigh. You guys don't watch NBA much, do you? Those two, one is named Jinatamai, the other is Xiao Haizi, they both used to play in the NBA. What? They used to play in the NBA? Damn, isn't that cheating from Sakura Company? Isn't that the same as hiring foreign ringers? Not far away, a Sakura Company employee smirked proudly. What foreign ringers? You people don't know? Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi are employees of Sakura Company now. They joined 3 months ago. Ignorant Xia country people. What the hell? Old Ma cried out in shock again. Jinatamai? Xiao Haizi? Yi Xingchen glanced at the two and frowned slightly. Since Sakura Company dared to let them on the court, it meant they really were employees now. Looks like Sakura Company had started preparing for today's basketball match months ago. For Yida Company to win today, hard wouldn't even begin to describe it. As the match officially began, Xiao Haizi, playing center, jumped for the ball on behalf of Sakura Company. As a former NBA player, Xiao Haizi had both height and jumping ability far beyond Yida's regular staff. Unsurprisingly, Sakura Company got first possession and launched the opening attack. Jinatamai, playing point guard, received the ball, made a slick crossover, and easily drove to the basket for a layup. 0:2. Sakura Company scored the first 2 points. Shin Jingbing clearly didn't follow the NBA, or if he did, he couldn't recognize what Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi looked like back then. Clapping lightly to encourage his teammates, Shin Jingbing said, "Guys, these two aren't bad. Stay sharp and keep an eye on them." He got the ball as point guard and tried to shoot a three-pointer using a screen. But Xiao Haizi reacted fast, quickly rotated over, and blocked Shin Jingbing's shot hard. Then Jinatamai grabbed the rebound from the crowd, led a fast break, and scored another easy layup. 0:4. 0:6. 0:12. The score kept changing, except Yita's points stayed at 0. At first, Qin Yenran stayed calm, but once it hit 0:17, she couldn't stay calm anymore and signaled for a timeout. Hearing the whistle, Shin Jingbing glared at Jinatamai and led his teammates off the court. By now, Qin Yenran had already heard from employees on the sidelines all the background info about Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi. Seeing her team's morale nearly collapse, she sighed helplessly. "It's okay if we can't win this match, after all, they've got 2 former NBA pros. But even if we lose, we can't lose too badly. We can't end the whole match with 0 points. If we can keep the loss within 20 points, that'll count as mission accomplished." "Got it. Okay." Shin Jingbing and the others gave a glance toward Jinatamai from afar. Their voices didn't sound too confident. "President Qin." Lin Yun stepped forward anxiously, clearly wanting to say something. Yi Xingchen, standing nearby, of course knew what she wanted to say, most likely to suggest sending him, the substitute, onto the court. Yi Xingchen subtly tugged at Lin Yun, signaling her not to speak. "What is it?" Getting Yi Xingchen's signal, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. "Nothing. I just wanted to say, let's all do our best." The timeout ended, and the game continued. Maybe Qin Yenran's speech helped lift some mental pressure from Yita Company's players. This attack finally succeeded, scoring 2 points. "Yeah!" Shin Jingbing pumped his right arm excitedly, glared at Yi Xingchen defiantly, as if saying, "With or without you the substitute, the team isn't affected much." But Shin Jingbing hadn't finished celebrating when Jinatamai launched a fast break and nailed a three-pointer immediately. Yita Company's effort proved to be self-inflicted damage, making incredible effort to only lose more. Yi Xingchen shook his head in helplessness. "Is this guy insane? He scores a basket but provokes me, not Jinatamai or Xiao Haizi. That's messed up." Having already figured out Shin Jingbing's motives, Yi Xingchen stopped paying attention to the match and happily pulled out his phone to play his Three Kingdoms Kill game. He thought if Qin Yenran hadn't been there, he'd probably find a place to lie down and nap. As the crowd continued cheering, mainly Sakura Company fans, the first half officially ended. The score stood at 10:54. Shin Jingbing looked dejected like a beaten rooster, sitting at the sideline drinking water. But when he saw Yi Xingchen calmly eating crispy noodles and playing a mobile game, he flew into a rage. "Hey! We're fighting our asses off on the court, and you sit down there playing phone games? That's just too much. He who invades the land of the Wu shall be crushed." Yi Xingchen shouted triumphantly as he won his game, then glanced at Shin Jingbing. "Relax, wasn't it halftime? I was cheering and got tired too, took a break, didn't I?" "You!" Shin Jingbing stood up. "I saw you, you kept playing on your phone and didn't cheer us at all. It's all your fault we're losing big." Yi Xingchen was stunned. He never expected that to be Shin Jingbing's excuse for falling behind by a wide margin. He glanced at Qin Yenran, fiddling with a tablet. Clearly she'd already given up on winning this match. But she was using a device too. Why yell at me and not at her? Targeting the weak. Still, Yi Xingchen didn't want to make a scene with Shin Jingbing. After all, Qin Yenran was there. They're colleagues, and some things weren't worth saying so harshly. "Okay, shut up. What difference does he make? You're the one playing poorly. How many moves got blocked by the opponent? That's on you, not him." Lin Yun wouldn't tolerate Shin Jingbing's nonsense and spoke sharply. "You!" Shin Jingbing got angry again but couldn't say more. He bottled it up and took it out on Yi Xingchen. "I'm going to the bathroom." Yi Xingchen used that as an excuse to escape before Shin Jingbing could vent more anger on him. He whistled softly while walking toward the bathroom, mentally sending more friendly greetings to Shin Jingbing than usual. As he reached the bathroom corridor, a man walked toward him. It was none other than Jinatamai, who had been dominating the court. What a coincidence. Yi Xingchen paused briefly, didn't make eye contact, and, following his countryman's etiquette, moved closer to the wall to give Jinatamai some space. Jinatamai didn't respond kindly. He sneered and deliberately stepped to the left, blocking Yi Xingchen's path. Yi Xingchen looked up at him. He was almost 6 feet 3 inches, and realized this guy was doing it on purpose. But Yi Xingchen didn't understand what he wanted. "Excuse me." Jin Taimai grinned and tried to push Yi Xingchen aside with his right hand. Yi Xingchen frowned, stepped back twice to dodge him, and glanced at him again. "What's wrong with this guy? I already gave him space, why block my way and try to push me?" Yi Xingchen's quick reaction surprised Jin Taimai a little. Then he sneered again, "You're blocking my way." "My way?" Yi Xingchen's face fell. "This is my country. This is our road, not yours." "Okay?" Yi Xingchen's firm tone made Jin Taimai unhappy. He looked down at Yi Xingchen and said coldly, "Aren't people here supposed to be polite? Is this how you treat visitors?" Yi Xingchen was stunned. Politeness only works when both sides act with respect. But Yi Xingchen didn't want to argue. He thought, what's the point of arguing with someone who clearly wants a fight? Seeing Yi Xingchen silent and obviously unimpressed, Jin Taimai grew angry and stepped forward to provoke him. "What are you doing?" A loud voice rang out from nearby. A middle-aged man with hands behind his back walked over quickly. Yi Xingchen recognized him from what Lin Yun had said earlier. It was Gue Binquan, the owner of the sports arena. "Mr. Gue, is this how your people treat guests? I'm really disappointed." Jin Taimai spoke first, flipping the blame onto Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was about to explain, but Gue Binquan had already snapped. "What are you doing? This is Mr. Jin Taimai, our distinguished guest. Apologize right now." "What? I should apologize?" Yi Xingchen looked at Jin Taimai's smug face, then at Gue Binquan glaring at him like he owed him something. He was stunned. "You offended Mr. Jin Taimai. Apologize immediately. Or I'll have security remove you, blacklist you from the arena, and even report your behavior to the media. Apologize, right now. You're not even going to ask what actually happened? Just force me to apologize?" Yi Xingchen's brows furrowed as he stared at Gue Binquan. "There's no need to ask. Why would someone like Mr. Jin Taimai target someone like you for no reason? Take a look in the mirror. You think you're worth that kind of attention? I'll count to 3. Apologize." Yi Xingchen took a deep breath to calm himself. "Gue Binquan, huh? What a perfect name, for someone who blindly flatters outsiders at the expense of his own." Faced with Gue Binquan's aggressive attitude, Yi Xingchen found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't apologize to Jin Taimai, Gue Binquan would really kick him out. If that guy smeared him in front of reporters, he could become the excuse Sakura Company needed to accuse Yida Company of disrespecting foreign guests. But if he really did apologize to Jin Taimai, wouldn't that be too humiliating? Wouldn't Jin Taimai get all smug and act like he'd won? Heh. Jin Taimai gave a sinister smile and shook his head in fake disappointment. "Boss Gue, Sai, not every citizen of Xia is as kind as you in treating us foreign guests. This trip to Xia has truly been disappointing. If you don't properly punish this rude and arrogant guy, I don't think I'll consider coming back to Xia again." After hearing Jin Taimai's words, Gue Binquan became even more anxious. He strode forward, trying to grab Yi Xingchen by the collar. "Are you going to apologize or not? If not, I'll do everything I said before. I'll even suggest to President Qin that you be fired." Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and tried to reason with him. "This guy, I was just walking along when I saw him coming, so I stepped aside. But he blocked my path and demanded I move aside for him. Now you show up and, without even asking what happened, you demand I apologize? How is that fair? Yes, our country values etiquette, but that's how we treat international guests." "You shut up?" Gue Binquan rudely cut him off. "Obviously Mr. Jin Taimai made room for you, and you repaid him by blocking his way. Wouldn't any man be angry in that situation? Not only do you not admit your fault, you even turn it around and falsely accuse Mr. Jin Taimai. I'm ashamed to have someone like you as a fellow citizen." Heh. Jin Taimai fanned the flames. "Boss Gue, I think they're just panicking because we're winning the game by a big margin, so now they're trying to play tricks. Is this how people from Xia act when they lose?" Jin Taimai's words seemed to strike a nerve with Gue Binquan. He exploded in anger. "It's just a friendly match, winning and losing is normal. If you dared to compete, why can't you accept defeat? Are you even a man? Is this how Yida Company people behave? You can insult me, but you can't insult my company." Yi Xingchen was also furious. What annoyed him the most was being insulted along with the place he belonged to. Back when he fought underground matches, he killed Bo Chio with one punch because Bo Chio had verbally attacked all Xia people. Now, Gue Binquan insulted him while dragging Yida Company into it too. Yi Xingchen was naturally enraged. What, you're denying it? I see now what kind of people Yida Company has. The kind of people Yida Company has is none of your business, Boss Gue." Yi Xingchen snapped back. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to punch Gue Binquan, a loud female voice came from the hallway entrance. At some point, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had arrived in the corridor. Seeing Qin Yanran, Gue Binquan immediately panicked. He quickly changed his attitude and smiled awkwardly at her. President Qin, your company's reputation was almost ruined by this guy. I was just teaching him a lesson for you. Qin Yanran slowly walked up to Gue Binquan with Lin Yun by her side. Her tone was icy. He's my employee. No matter what happened, it's not your place to discipline him. This. Gue Binquan clearly realized that whether it came to money or connections, he was no match for Qin Yanran. Hearing such a blunt statement from her, Gue Binquan still wanted to explain something. Qin Yanran didn't give Gue Binquan a chance to explain. I stood by the hallway entrance and listened for a while. I already have a good understanding of what happened. Boss Gue, I have one question for you. You didn't even bother to find out what actually happened. You just came over and ordered my employee to apologize. Do you have a problem with Yida, or perhaps with me personally? No, not at all. I wouldn't dare. Sweat started to form on Gue Binquan's forehead, and he quickly waved his hands. President Qin. Jinatemai pretended to look innocent and stepped forward, trying to say something. Qin Yanran raised her beautiful eyes and bluntly cut him off without giving him any face. Two company bosses are having a conversation. What right does a regular employee of Sakura Company have to interrupt? Who do you think you are? This is Xia. It's already the year 2XXX. Do you still think it's 1840? Jinatemai realized Qin Yanran wasn't someone to mess with, so he shrank back, sulking, and quickly walked away without saying another word to either of them. After walking a few steps, he turned his head angrily and glared at Qin Yanran. Originally, I planned to go easy on Yida in the second half of the game so you wouldn't lose too badly. But now, it seems there's no need for mercy. Get ready to set a record of humiliation. Humph. We have an old saying in Xia, the winner is yet to be decided. Let's wait and see. Qin Yanran's eyes turned cold. Humph. Jinatemai gave another cold snort and walked off without looking back. Heh. President Qin, about that. Seeing Jinatemai leave, Gue Binquan also started having second thoughts. Qin Yanran held up one finger toward Gue Binquan. Gue Binquan looked confused. President Qin, what does that mean? 1 million. 1 million what? I'll pay 1 million to buy this gym from you. What? Gue Binquan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. President Qin, I never said I wanted to sell this gym. Plus, it cost me over 10 million to build. You're 1 million. Humph, Qin Yanran gave a cold snort. 1 million. I'm only offering once. If you don't sell, let's wait and see whose backing is stronger, yours or mine. I guarantee your gym won't be able to stay open. I also guarantee your company will go bankrupt within a month. Gue Binquan nearly burst into tears. He had no doubt Qin Yanran meant every word. A company at that level, with such backing, fighting her was basically suicide. It was clear that if he didn't sell to Qin Yanran, the gym really wouldn't survive. And the company he relied on to live would truly go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Gue Binquan wished he could slap himself. Why did I do this? Why did I have to provoke this crazy woman? After a moment of thought, Gue Binquan nodded helplessly. Fine. I'll sell. Qin Yanran let out a cold laugh, turned to Lin Yun, and said, Yun, after we buy this place, tear it down and build the biggest public restroom in Yunha City. Lin Yun almost burst out laughing. Yes, President Qin. Gue Binquan, already on the verge of a breakdown, nearly coughed up blood upon hearing her decision. You. Gue Binquan pointed at Qin Yanran with his right hand, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Qin Yanran looked at Gue Binquan with disdain, then smiled at Yi Xingqian. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call 911 for him. After the minor incident passed, Yi Xingqian returned to the side of the basketball court after using the restroom. By then, the second half of the game had already started. After being humiliated by Yi Xingqian, Jinatemai played like a god descended from the heavens, and the score gap widened even further. By the end of the third quarter, the score was already 20-80. Many Yida Company employees couldn't bear to watch such a brutal scene and began leaving early. Shen Jingbing sat on the floor gasping for breath. Facing such a crushing score difference, he had completely lost hope. Even narrowing the gap now seemed like an impossible fantasy. When he saw Yi Xingqian lazily standing behind him, he got even angrier. But soon, Shen Jingbing's eyes rolled as he came up with a plan. He walked over to Yi Xingqian, who was chatting with Lin Yun, and began blaming him in an accusatory tone. As a substitute, where did you go just now? Why weren't you on standby at the sideline? Yi Xingchen looked at Shen Jingbing with an innocent face and helplessly spread his hands. Dude, I just went to the bathroom. Is that not allowed? Besides, what's the point of being on standby? Even if the whole game finishes, you still wouldn't let me play. What did you say? You're saying I wouldn't let you play? Shen Jingbing gave a sneaky grin. You know nothing. Do you even understand tactical planning? My plan was to have our starters exhaust their starters' energy. By the third quarter, their starters were already running on empty. That's when I planned to put you in, the fresh substitute, to turn the game around. But you were gone. Even without thinking hard, Yi Xingchen knew Shen Jingbing was just trying to pin the blame on him. No matter what he did, he would be the scapegoat. Yi Xingchen simply curled his lip. If their starters were so worn out, how come you didn't close the score gap? Shen Jingbing pretended not to hear that and just waved his hand. Enough. You're playing the last quarter. We've already tired them out. Now it's your turn. If you can't reduce the score gap, then you've let everyone down after all our hard work. I swear to. Yi Xingchen was about to lose it. If there hadn't been so many coworkers around, he might have snapped and cursed out loud. Xingchen. Lin Yun gently tugged Yi Xingchen's hand. Just go play. Prove to this lunatic who the real loser is. And about the reward you mentioned earlier, I agree to it. In fact, we can revise the deal. You don't have to win, just cut the score gap down to under 20 points. Yi Xingchen was briefly surprised, then started laughing. Well, if you say so, I won't play dead anymore. Seeing Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun fall into his trap, Shen Jingbing smugly smiled. Great, then you're going in next. Let's see what you've got. Don't let everyone down. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the final quarter officially began. Already changed into his jersey, Yi Xingchen bounced around on the sideline to warm up a little, then stepped onto the court with his teammates. Huh? Who's that? Why is he replacing Shen Jingbing? We're screwed. Shen Jingbing is our company's best player. Replacing him with this guy basically means surrendering. Damn it. Surrender to anyone, but not to those guys. What are they thinking? Sigh. That's it, it's over. We can't win this, no one could save us now, not even God himself. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that just as he entered the game, several colleagues started expressing doubts about him. Even more coworkers, already few in number, left the court in disappointment. Heh. Kid from Xiagua, turns out you're just a substitute on your company's basketball team. I was just looking for a chance to teach you a lesson. You walked right into this yourself, so don't blame us when we crush you to tears. Seeing Yi Xingchen step onto the court, Jinatemai was overjoyed. He immediately walked over and mocked him to his face. Yi Xingchen decided to let his skills do the talking. He didn't want to waste time arguing and chose to ignore Jinatemai's taunts. Once Yi Xingchen was on the court and saw his teammate getting ready to inbound the ball, he sprinted up court, trying to catch the defense off guard and score 2 quick points on a fast break. But after a few steps, something felt off. He had assumed the Sakura team wasn't hustling back on defense because they were leading by a huge margin and were exhausted. But when he turned his head, he saw that none of the Sakura players were moving back. What the hell? What the hell? What are you doing? Why are you running to our backcourt? Finally, the inbounding teammate couldn't hold it anymore and shouted at Yi Xingchen, then passed the ball to someone else. Huh? Only then did Yi Xingchen realize why the Sakura team hadn't retreated on defense. It was a front-court inbounds play. But, isn't it standard that at the start of each quarter, the team with possession inbounds from the backcourt? Why was it the front court this time? Though still a bit confused, Yi Xingchen forced a smile and quickly ran back toward the front court. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't this guy from Xiagua know how to play basketball? Why did Yida put someone who clearly doesn't know what he's doing on the court? I'm dying laughing. You don't get it. This is just Yida's way of setting up an excuse. They can say they lost because they sent in a guy who doesn't know how to play. They're already preparing to cover their loss. After all, people from Xiagua never admit their lack of skill. They always blame something else. That's just typical. Look at that confused face. Jinatemai could probably drop 30 points in 1 quarter on that guy's head. Ha ha ha. While laughter echoed from the Sakura company's side, the Yida company side was all groans and sighs. Ugh. It's hopeless, just hopeless. If I'd known it'd be this bad, I would have signed up for the team myself. Isn't that Yi Xingchen? The new bodyguard personally hired by President Qin? A bodyguard should at least not be this clueless. Has he never played basketball before? How can someone like that be a bodyguard? No wonder we're losing so badly. Any random guy can just walk on the court. Damn it. What's the point in watching anymore? What are you all hoping for? That Jinatemai and Yi Xingchen fall in love mid-game and go easy on us out of respect? Forget it, let's go. Let's all head home. Total waste of my emotions. Almost everyone from Yida was pessimistic about Yi Xingchen. Their faces were filled with hopelessness. But Qin Yanran and Lin Yun were different. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen with eyes full of anticipation, as if expecting a surprise performance. As for Lin Yun, she had her eyes closed in quiet sincerity, hands clasped together in prayer, silently wishing Yi Xingchen the best. Heh? Kid, you've never played basketball before, have you? Jinatemai walked up to Yi Xingchen as he returned to the front court. You want to close the score gap, right? Alright, I won't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel down in a moment, call me master, and admit that all people from Xiagua are the sick men of East Asia, we'll ease up and let you narrow the gap, so it won't look too bad. How's that sound? Heh. Yi Xingchen didn't respond to Jinatemai. He just smiled slightly and focused completely on the game. You arrogant bastard. Before Jinatemai could finish his sentence, one of Yi Xingchen's teammates took a shot. But under the defense of the Sakura team, the ball clanged off the rim. Yi Xingchen had no desire to waste time arguing. He quickly accelerated, shook off Jinatemai, leapt into the air, grabbed the rebound out of Xia Black's hands, and dunked it with ease. This guy, Jinatemai stared blankly at Yi Xingchen's back, surprised. What incredible speed, that burst just now, was even I left in the dust. Jinatemai-san, this guy can jump freakishly high. He's only about 5 feet 9 inches, but he grabbed that rebound from me, and I'm over 6 feet 10 inches. Xiao Black was also shocked as he looked at Yi Xingchen running back on defense. No way. Jinatemai frowned and shook his head repeatedly. How could an average person have such insane vertical? Maybe you didn't grip the ball properly and it slipped between your hands into his? Xiao Black hesitated. Everything just happened so fast? I wasn't paying attention. I don't remember. Jinatemai glared fiercely at Yi Xingchen. No matter. I'll take him one-on-one in the next play and see what he's really got. Okay. Jinatemai received the ball in the backcourt and quickly advanced. He signaled his teammates to spread out. He wanted to go one-on-one with Yi Xingchen. Kid, that rebound earlier? Just dumb luck. But you won't be lucky the whole game. With a fierce expression, Jinatemai began backing Yi Xingchen down with the ball. I'll show you what real strength looks like. But soon, Jinatemai's face changed. He was stunned. No matter how hard he tried to push, Yi Xingchen behind him didn't budge. It was like he was anchored to the floor. What the? Jinatemai started to wonder if he was backing into a brick wall. He turned his head to look. Just then, Yi Xingchen seized the moment. Without hesitation, he stripped the ball from Jinatemai and, before anyone could react, fast break down the court and scored an easy uncontested layup. Xiao Black looked from Yi Xingchen, who just scored again, to the dumbfounded Jinatemai still standing frozen in place, and angrily stomped the ground. What are you doing? Ow! Jinatemai just helplessly spread his hands. This guy from Xiagua is a freak. I just realized I couldn't even back him down. No way. Xiao Black didn't believe it. You're over 6 feet 2 inches, Jinatemai. That guy from Xiagua is what, maybe 5 feet 9 inches? How could you not move him? Jinatemai didn't know how to explain it either. Nice. Great play. Great steal. Nice. A burst of cheers erupted from the Yida Company employee section. TCH. What are you so proud of? So what if you got 2 points? Pathetic Xiagua guys. You're still going to lose in the end. Nearby Sakura Company employees stayed calm, even looking down on them with disdain. Shut the hell up, you punks. Who are you barking at? Idiot. Screw you. Idiot. Screw you. While the players on the court were locked in a fierce battle, the employees on both sides were hurling insults across the stands. However, as Yi Xingchen kept catching up with the score, Yida Company's employees grew more confident with every insult they hurled. Idiot. Seeing Yi Xingchen score 8 consecutive points, Jinatemai roared, "Get your heads in the game." Mr. Koizumi already said, "We have to win this game by more than 50 points. If we let them bring it back to within 50, how will we even face Mr. Koizumi?" Yes. They launched another attack, and finally, Xiao Black got a one-on-one mismatch against Yi Xingchen. Xiao Black clutched the ball tightly, baring his teeth at Yi Xingchen. "Xiagua boy, let me show you what real basketball looks like. I used to play in the NBA. Your arrogance ends here." With a serious look, Xiao Black dribbled quickly, trying to charge in for a powerful dunk. He crossed over Yi Xingchen with ease, and smiled smugly. Holding the ball in his right hand, Xiao Black went up for a one-handed slam. To an average person, this crossover and dunk might look fierce and fast, but to Yi Xingchen, it was painfully slow, like watching a kindergartner try to play. Yi Xingchen stepped aside slightly, waiting for Xiao Black to fully extend his arm, then, like a ghost, snatched the ball mid-air. What the? Before Xiao Black even landed, Yi Xingchen had already bolted for a fast break. Swish! Another clean three-pointer. What the hell are you doing? Ow! Jinatemai was furious. He stomped the floor hard, clearly annoyed at Xiao Black. With Yi Xingchen's incredible performance, Yida Company miraculously turned the game around. The final score was 92-90. Yeah! We won! No one was more excited than Qin Yanran. She kept pumping her fists in the air, releasing all her frustration and exhilaration. The entire gym was split in two extremes. Sakura Company's employees were crying and shouting in despair, while Yida Company's side was celebrating in pure joy. Of course, not everyone at Yida was happy. Shen Jingbing looked especially pissed. Watching Yi Xingchen steal the spotlight, he looked like he wanted to chop him in half. Xingchen! We won! We actually won! Lin Yun excitedly ran over to Yi Xingchen. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe she was just keeping her promise, but Lin Yun bounced up and suddenly hugged Yi Xingchen's neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Ah? Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen stared at Lin Yun, dumbfounded. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly let go of him, lowering her head with a soft laugh. Consider that your reward. Hee hee. Yi Xingchen scratched his head and grinned like a fool. Damn it. In the headquarters building of Sakura Company, Koizumi Ichiro furiously slammed the tablet on his desk to the ground. Boss, please calm down. Jinatemai and Xiao Black trembled, afraid that Koizumi Ichiro would take his anger out on them. Useless. All of you are useless. You can't win in weightlifting, and now you can't even win a basketball game. A bunch of failures. Do you know how long I've been preparing for today's basketball game? Months. That's the whole reason I recruited you. Koizumi Ichiro pointed at Jinatemai and Xiao Black and unleashed a storm of curses. Even though both Jinatemai and Xiao Black felt humiliated, they knew Koizumi Ichiro had a terrifying background, so they swallowed their frustration and didn't dare say a word. Mr. Koizumi, calm down, calm down. A middle-aged man behind him smiled as he stepped forward. His name was Daishomaru, a top special agent from their country. Daisho, these worthless subordinates are embarrassing me in front of you, Koizumi Ichiro sighed helplessly. No worries. Daishomaru waved it off with a smile. It's just a basketball game, it doesn't really matter. What's important is the bidding event in a few days. We need to get someone from Yida to steal a copy of their bid proposal. Winning the bid is the real victory. You mentioned someone kept messing up your plans? Yes. Koizumi Ichiro nodded, still feeling frustrated. I found out it's a guy named Yi Xingchen from Xiagua. I don't even know where he came from, but he's ruined my plans several times already. Haha, Daishomaru smiled confidently. Just some random Xiagua guy? If he's getting in your way, I'll take care of him for you. Koizumi Ichiro was surprised and delighted. That would be great. But Daisho, this guy is really strong and quick. He's no ordinary person. No worries at all. Daishomaru waved confidently again. This is the 21st century, no one fights with brute force anymore. I've got a secret weapon. As he spoke, Daishomaru proudly pulled a small black box from his pocket. It had a button on the side and a thin wire attached to it. If Yi Xingchen had been there, he would have instantly recognized it as a taser disguised as a lighter. The only difference was that unlike normal tasers that need to be pressed at the top, this one activated with a button on the side. What's that? Koizumi Ichiro looked curiously at the device in Daishomaru's hand. Hee hee. Don't let its size fool you, Koizumi. This thing puts out a powerful electric shock. I've already taken out countless skilled fighters with it. I call it Big Shock, meaning powerful electric strike. Excellent. Koizumi Ichiro clapped excitedly. With you and your Big Shock on the job, that Xiagua guy is as good as dead. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Daishomaru laughed loudly, as if already seeing Yi Xingchen electrocuted. Ha 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 ha. Jinatemai and Xiao Black exchanged glances and gave forced laughs too. That night, Yi Xingchen drove his car and soon arrived at the entrance of the underground fighting arena. He planned to pick up Yi Hao and tell him the good news, that he had just won a 50,000 yuan prize today. As soon as Yi Xingchen got out of the car, he spotted Huang Mao and quickly waved his hand. Bro. Bro. Oh? Huang Mao glanced at Yi Xingchen and smirked. So it's our One-Punch Man. What are you doing here tonight? Your match is tomorrow. Huh? Yi Xingchen was slightly confused. No. Bro, did you forget? Last time we agreed, if I fought 2 underground matches for you, you'd let my dad go. I came tonight just to pick up my dad. Is that so? I don't remember that, Huang Mao grinned. Yi Xingchen, maybe you got it wrong. What we said was, after you fight 20 underground matches, then we'll release your old man. What? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Go home, go home. Huang Mao waved him off. Just don't forget to show up tomorrow night on time. You bastard. You think you can mess with me? Yi Xingqian exploded in anger and rushed forward, grabbing Huang Mao by the collar. With full force, Yi Xingqian tore Huang Mao's collar clean off. He, instead of getting mad, Huang Mao laughed. Yi kid, calm down. You need to remember, your old man is still in our hands. You hurt me, I don't care, I'm a dead man anyway. But your father? If Brother Long gets mad, he might just kill him. Then you won't even get to say goodbye. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth in frustration but could do nothing. With his father in their hands, Yi Xingqian knew he had no choice but to let them use him. He let out a long sigh and reluctantly released Huang Mao's collar. Seeing Yi Xingqian calm down, Huang Mao grew bolder. He patted Yi Xingqian's left cheek with his right hand, wearing a smug look. Kid, you think a few matches will pay off millions in gambling debt? You're too naive. To Brother Long, you're a money-making machine. Why would he let a goldmine like you go? If you know what's good for you, just listen to Brother Long. Do what he tells you. Don't try to play games. Or else, you might not even get to see your dad again. Damn it. Yi Xingqian clenched his teeth hard, but he couldn't do anything to the man in front of him. Since we're being honest, I might as well tell you, I'm the one who tricked your dad into the casino. I just told him, your son doesn't have to repay your debts, and he believed it. Naive. You think life's that easy? If you know what's good for you, become Brother Long's top fighter. In our world, you don't just come and go as you please. Huang Mao handed Yi Xingqian a thin business card and grinned again. My phone number is on this. Think it through and call me. If I don't get your confirmation by 5 p.m. tomorrow about tomorrow night's match, well, you know what will happen to your dad. Let's go. With that, Huang Mao led his crew back into the fight arena. One long-haired thug, copying Huang Mao, also patted Yi Xingqian's face with a smug look. Take care of yourself, kid. Crack. Yi Xingqian clenched both fists so hard they made a cracking sound. Staring at their backs, a violent look crossed his face. You dare use and lie to me? I will make you pay for this. Sigh. Late at night, Yi Xingqian sat alone by the roadside and let out a helpless sigh. For a moment, he felt life was incredibly hard. He had thought that with the global decline in physical strength, he'd finally have his chance to shine. But he never expected to be schemed against at every turn. He had just secured a decent-paying job, only to realize that his monthly food expenses nearly equaled his salary. Facing the situation ahead, Yi Xingqian felt lost. What should he do next? Should he obey Brother Long's commands? Should he keep working at Yida Company? What if he didn't follow Brother Long? And if he quit Yida, how would he make a living? How would he pay for Yi Hao's sky-high medical bills? All these questions tangled in his mind like a nightmare. Just as Yi Xingqian was feeling troubled, a sneaky-looking man at the street corner glanced at him and cautiously approached. That man was none other than De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. Seeing Yi Xingqian sitting there daydreaming, De Xiangwan almost burst out laughing. This kid had zero awareness, just a rookie. All he had to do was sneak over and zap him with the big shock on his back, and Yi Xingqian would surely drop dead. The thought made De Xiangwan even more excited. Since it was normal for people to walk down the street, Yi Xingqian didn't pay attention to the footsteps behind him and just assumed it was a passerby. So, De Xiangwan easily made his way behind Yi Xingqian. After checking his surroundings and confirming no one was around, he quietly pulled out the lighter-shaped stun device and crept up behind Yi Xingqian. De Xiangwan could hardly contain his glee and almost cheered out loud. All right, you're dead now. Without hesitation, De Xiangwan pressed the button. A spark of electricity shot out and hit Yi Xingqian square in the back. What the hell? Yi Xingqian jolted up like a spring, instantly jumping to his feet. As he turned around, he saw De Xiangwan holding the stun device lighter. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? De Xiangwan looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. What? You're not supposed to jump up, you should have collapsed. Collapse? Jump up? What are you talking about? Why'd you zap me with a stun lighter? Are you crazy? Yi Xingqian had no idea who De Xiangwan was, nor did he realize how deadly the device could be to a regular person. He just thought De Xiangwan was playing a mean prank. No way. This can't be. Why aren't you dead? Did I miss? De Xiangwan couldn't believe what just happened. Out of sheer instinct, he raised the big shock again and tried to zap Yi Xingqian once more. Hey, are you nuts? Yi Xingqian had had enough of this joke. He snatched the device from De Xiangwan's hand and threw it hard into the grassy area nearby. My big shock. De Xiangwan's eyes bulged in rage. Damn it. Huh? You're from the Eastern nation? Yi Xingqian frowned, starting to sense something wasn't right. You cursed local. I'm De Xiangwan, a top agent from the Eastern nation. You're dead tonight. De Xiangwan? Yi Xingqian felt a wave of disgust. That name, Kind of stinks, doesn't it? Damn it. De Xiangwan roared in rage. Seeing that the electric shock didn't kill Yi Xingchen, he panicked and charged at him with his fists, completely forgetting Shoichi Kojima's instructions. Yi Xingchen stepped back and calmly caught De Xiangwan's right fist with one hand. A special agent? Why are you trying to kill me? De Xiangwan didn't answer. Instead, he swung his left fist at Yi Xingchen's face. Already furious from his encounter with Huang Mao, Yi Xingchen wasn't about to put up with De Xiangwan. He grabbed De Xiangwan's left fist with his left hand, then used the momentum to fling him over 2 meters away. Crack! A chilling sound of breaking bones echoed. De Xiangwan didn't even know which part of him was broken. He only knew that multiple bones were fractured and that the intense pain left him unable to stand. He stared at Yi Xingchen in terror. How is this possible? How can one person have such terrifying strength? Not even the top fighters from the Miyamoto clan could match this. Yi Xingchen stepped closer. Talk. Why are you trying to kill me? Humph, De Xiangwan looked at him with disdain. I'm a warrior with an iron will. You'll never get anything out of me. Snap. Yi Xingchen stepped on a stick by the roadside and broke it with a crunch. Still not talking? If you don't, I'll break every rib in your body just like this stick. I'll start with your arms and legs, then stuff something in your mouth so you can't even end your own life. Daxiangwan was stunned. How could you be so ruthless? What your people did in our country back then was far worse. I'm already being merciful. De Xiangwan shrank back, tossing aside any ideas of warrior pride. I'll talk. But you can't kill me after I do. That depends on whether you're telling the truth. First, why were you trying to assassinate me? Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xingchen's eyes, De Xiangwan shivered and quickly confessed, because you ruined Shoichi Kojima's plans several times. He has ties to the military, and as a special agent, it's my job to help him with problems. So, you and Shoichi are pretty close then? Well, sort of. At that moment, De Xiangwan was cursing Shoichi Kojima in his heart. Of all the people to mess with, he had to target Yi Xingchen, someone who could survive an electric shock like it was nothing. Helping him now felt like the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. One more thing. Did you plant a mole in our company? Da Xiang hesitated. You've already said so much. What's one more thing? Yi Xingchen glared at him coldly. Fine, Da Xiangguan caved in. His name is Shen Jingbing. He's the head of your company's security department. He was the one who helped Shoichi steal your company's bidding documents several times. So it was him. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to walk away. You've got a phone, right? Call someone to come pick you up. Feeling restless, Yi Xingchen soon arrived at his front door. He immediately noticed that the lights in the living room were on. He didn't even have to guess, it had to be Shi Wenbin. Boss. Boss. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xingchen stepped into the living room, Shi Wenbin waved his right hand at him excitedly. Yi Xingchen sighed heavily and sat down on the sofa. What's wrong? Boss, something bothering you? Shi Wenbin quickly picked up on Yi Xingchen's mood. Sigh. It's a long story. Yi Xingchen let out another heavy sigh. Mainly, there are 2 things troubling me. First is money. My dad needs hundreds of thousands for medical bills. Even though I have a decent job now, it's hard to explain this, but I eat almost 100 times more than a normal person. A monthly salary of tens of thousands barely covers my meals. I have to find a way to make more money. Huh? Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen in shock, struggling to imagine someone needing that much food. But thinking about Yi Xingchen's insane skills, Shi Wenbin figured maybe it made sense. Extraordinary people often have strange traits. The second thing is those bastards from the Qinglong gang. They tricked my dad into gambling, then used his debt to force me into fighting underground matches for them. Shi Wenbin frowned as he started to understand the situation. Boss, this isn't sustainable. They clearly want to use your insane strength and speed, turn you into a money-making machine for their underground ring. They'll squeeze every bit of value out of you. And that ring, who knows what kind of monsters show up there. If you stay in that world too long, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. I was too naive before, thinking I'd just fight a few matches and be done. Now I realize I've been played, but what can I do? My dad is still in their hands. What am I supposed to do? I feel helpless. If I don't do what they say, who knows what they'll do to my dad? If they chopped off one of his fingers, I'd never forgive myself. Shi Wenbin rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, what if we go big? Yi Xingchen was a little surprised. Go big? What do you mean? We go all in. Take out the Qinglong gang boss, and anyone who doesn't obey, wipe them out too. We take over the Qinglong gang ourselves. Hiss, that. Yi Xingchen looked very hesitant. Boss, think about it. With your insane fighting skills, who in that gang could possibly beat you? Here's what we do. Call them and say you'll keep fighting in their underground matches, but only if you can meet your dad first to confirm he's safe. And ask for their boss to be there too, to promise you personally that your dad won't be harmed. They won't suspect a thing. Then, when the time's right, boom. Take them down in one strike, clean and fast, and take over the gang. Once you're in charge, money's no longer a problem, and your dad's safety will be guaranteed. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Honestly, taking them down wouldn't be hard. It's just killing people. Is that really okay? Boss, those Qinglong gang guys are no good. And people in their line of work, don't they all live with their heads basically hanging by a thread? They're all prepared for that day to come. Besides, those underground gangs are always fighting. A few deaths are totally normal. It's not like we're wiping them out. We're just setting an example. Shi Wenbin was born to take big risks. He had all the traits of someone made for it, ruthless and sharp. Yi Xingchen hesitated for another moment, then finally made up his mind. Then let's do it. He took out his phone, found Huang Mao's business card, and made the call. Hello? Big bro, it's Yi Xingchen. I'll fight for you tomorrow night, but I have 2 conditions. First, I want to see my dad tonight and make sure he's safe. Second, I want to meet your boss tonight and hear him personally promise he won't hurt my dad. If either condition isn't met, there's nothing more to talk about. Alright. Go check with your boss, I'll wait for your reply. A few minutes later, Yi Xingchen received a call back from Huang Mao. After the call, Yi Xingchen nodded at Shi Wenbin. The Qinglong gang had taken the bait. With the roar of an engine, Shi Wenbin drove Yi Xingchen to the entrance of the underground fight club. Huang Mao was already waiting for them at the gate. You're here? Come on, let's go meet the boss and your old man. Huang Mao greeted Yi Xingchen with a smile, then looked at Shi Wenbin behind him. Who's this guy? Yi Xingchen glanced at Shi Wenbin. He's a doctor I brought. To check on my dad's condition. You guys know he's sick, right? Huang Mao was fairly aware of Yi Hao's situation. So he didn't think much of it and nodded. Alright. Gotta say, you really are a devoted son. Your dad is lucky to have a kid like you. Heh. Yi Xingchen smiled faintly without responding. Once they entered the basement level of the underground arena, Yi Xingchen immediately saw Yi Hao locked inside a glass room. Dad. Yi Xingchen rushed toward Yi Hao anxiously. Ha ha ha. Huang Mao laughed smugly. Kid, that's special glass. I know you're strong, but don't even think about breaking in. You can't get through. Yi Xingchen instantly calmed down and nodded at Shi Wenbin behind him. Shi Wenbin got the message and walked up pretending to examine Yi Hao's condition. What are you doing here? I told you not to get involved anymore. Don't you understand what I said? Seeing Yi Xingchen there, Yi Hao instantly realized something was up. He started punching the glass wall in rage. Dad. Don't worry. I found a way to cure you. I'll get you out of here soon. I promise I won't let you suffer any longer. Yi Xingchen saw that Yi Hao had lost a lot of weight. His determination only grew stronger. After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Yi Hao stared at him in shock. No one knows a son better than his father. Yi Hao had a hunch, Yi Xingchen was about to do something big tonight. Huang Mao, seeing the emotional father-son moment, didn't think much of it. He just smiled and waved at Yi Xingchen. Kid, see? I wasn't lying, right? Your old man's getting good food and drink here. The only downside is, well, he doesn't have much freedom. Hey doctor, from what you see, he looks pretty healthy, right? Shi Wenbin made a show of examining him for a few moments, then nodded at Yi Xingchen. That nod meant 2 things. Yi Hao didn't appear to be in bad shape, and also, it was time to act when ready. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked over to Huang Mao alone. Shi Wenbin knew his own limits. If he followed Yi Xingchen into a fight with Long Ji and his men, he'd only get in the way. Plus, he had a very important job, to stay behind and protect Yi Hao. So Shi Wenbin didn't go in with Yi Xingchen. After Huang Mao led Yi Xingchen toward a deeper room, one of the thugs glanced at Shi Wenbin. Hey, Doc, why are you still here? Shi Wenbin had already come up with a story. He put on a frustrated look and stomped his foot. That guy hasn't paid me yet. I'd better wait here for him to come back. If I leave, who knows if he'll pretend he doesn't owe me. At least here, you guys can back me up. Can't trust anyone these days. It's hard making a living. Alright. The thug didn't question it. He just nodded, letting Shi Wenbin stay. Following Huang Mao into the innermost room, Yi Xingchen immediately spotted Long Ji. At the time, Long Ji had his left arm around a scantily clad young woman and a thin, short cigarette in his right hand. Several men in suits were standing in the room, clearly his trusted men. Long Ji, Yi Xingchen is here. Huang Mao respectfully nodded toward Long Ji. Long Ji took a long drag from his cigarette, then slowly blew out a few smoke rings, his face full of ease. He looked at Yi Xingchen with a hint of disdain. Kid, I know why you're here. Let me be clear, if you keep fighting underground matches for me, I can guarantee your dad's safety. I'll even pay you. How about 500 yuan per match? Satisfied now? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, he immediately caught the implied threat. If he agreed to fight, his dad would be safe. If not, who knew what would happen to him? These underground guys wouldn't think twice about killing someone. As for that 500 yuan payment, Yi Xingchen almost cursed it out loud. 500? What, does he think I'm a beggar? Even a ruthless capitalist would shed tears seeing how hard Long Ji was trying to exploit him. Although Yi Xingchen had come prepared to take out Long Ji, it wasn't as simple as killing one man. Doing so would spark a bloody war with the entire Qinglong gang. He wasn't sure if he could really bring himself to take down all of Long Ji's loyal men in one go. Yi Xingchen still held out a bit of hope, hoping this could end peacefully, with a solution that worked for both sides. Boss Long, I'm really just an ordinary guy. I just want to live a normal, simple life. You can say I lack ambition or drive, whatever you like. I really don't want to get involved in your underground world. I hope you can show some mercy and let me and my father go. Whether you say I'm negotiating with you or begging you, either way is fine. I just hope you'll spare the two of us. Ha ha ha. Boss Long laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, nearly doubling over. He squeezed a part of the young woman next to him hard, his face filled with scorn. Kid, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Hearing this, a few of Boss Long's men immediately started threatening Yi Xingchen. Kid, Boss Long asking you to fight in our underground matches means he thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. So many people kneel and beg for this opportunity, and Boss Long doesn't even look at them. Yeah. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Don't forget your dad is still in our hands. If you piss off Boss Long, do you want us to chop off one of your dad's fingers and mail it to your house? Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, still holding out a sliver of hope for a peaceful resolution. Boss Long, you're a big man with great power and connections. You've got countless loyal men under you. Why make things hard for an ordinary person like me? If word got out, wouldn't other people in the underground world laugh at you? Boss Long saw Yi Xingchen gripping his fists and sneered coldly. Who would give up a money tree? You don't want to fight for me? Fine, just pay me back for the loss. You look like an honest guy, so I'll give you a discount. Let's call it a round number, 5 million yuan per month. How's that sound? 5 million yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone? Yi Xingchen couldn't hold back anymore. His anger was boiling over. Yeah, that's right. It is robbery. But easier than robbing. Ha ha ha. Boss Long tossed his cigarette but at Yi Xingchen's feet. From the way you're standing, what? You planning to fight? I'll admit, you've got some skills, but are you really gonna take on our whole gang alone and unarmed? Can you handle the consequences of making me angry? Damn, you really don't know your place. Boss Long's been talking nice to you, and you're still acting tough? If you weren't useful, I'd have someone break your legs right now. Boss Long, losers like this from poor places don't know manners. Don't stoop to his level, it's not worth getting mad. Huang Mao grinned at Boss Long, then glared viciously at Yi Xingchen. If a beast won't work, just beat it. Kid, don't blame me tonight, just think of it as a little lesson for not knowing your place. Huang Mao had completely forgotten how terrifying Yi Xingchen's skills were. He was convinced Yi Xingchen wouldn't dare fight back, and to please Boss Long, he started striding toward him. From several feet away, Huang Mao raised his right hand, aiming to slap Yi Xingchen across the face just like he had done earlier. But this time, Yi Xingchen had already lost the last bit of hope in Boss Long naturally. He wasn't going to put up with these people any longer. Huang Mao walked up to Yi Xingchen and tried to slap him across the left cheek. But to Yi Xingchen, Huang Mao's speed was ridiculously slow. Yi Xingchen casually raised his left hand and easily caught Huang Mao's right wrist in midair. Damn it! You dare fight back? You little bastard, are you tired of living? Huang Mao was both shocked and furious. He tried several times to pull his right hand out of Yi Xingchen's grip. But he clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Yi Xingchen's. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The other men in the room didn't seem worried at all. In fact, they watched Yi Xingchen with mocking expressions. Kid, try fighting back and we'll break both your legs. Better let go now and kneel to beg Boss Long for forgiveness before he gets mad. Even the woman in Boss Long's arms laughed at Yi Xingchen. Boss Long, since when do nobodies dare to defy you? If word gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace in the underground scene? Hearing this, Boss Long frowned, irritation growing on his face. Kid, you better think about the consequences before you act. I get it, you're young and full of fire, but first ask yourself if you've got the power to back it up. Do you really think you alone can take on the whole Qinglong gang? I'll count to 3. Let go and kneel to beg me for forgiveness, or both you and your father will pay for your outburst tonight. Heh. Yi Xingqian let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. 3. Boss Long had barely started counting when Yi Xingqian made his move. Crack. With a horrifying snap, Yi Xingqian tightened his grip and snapped Huang Mao's right wrist with one hand. Ah! Ah! Huang Mao screamed in pain like a dying pig, his legs giving out as he nearly collapsed. Without hesitation, Yi Xingqian kicked Huang Mao in the chest, sending him flying like a broken kite into the table in front of Boss Long. His condition was unknown. You little punk. You're really doing this? You've got a death wish. Get him. Beat that arrogant bastard to death. Brothers outside, get in here. Kill that piece of trash. Get him. Avenge Huang Mao. Everybody, charge. Take him out. As the shouting filled the room, several big guys rushed at Yi Xingqian with their fists raised. You brought this on yourselves. Yi Xingqian no longer held back. He lifted his right leg and kicked one of the men in the face. The man collapsed instantly, bleeding from every orifice. Without letting up, Yi Xingqian charged at 4 more men. These guys were seasoned fighters in the underground world, more than enough to handle regular folks. But against someone like Yi Xingqian, they were nothing. In just one exchange, one round, Yi Xingqian dropped all 4 with a single punch each. Their condition was unclear. You bastard, how dare you touch Boss Long? Kill him. Over 10 men from outside stormed into the room, shouting. Yi Xingqian glanced at Boss Long, then spun around and kicked 3 more thugs to the ground in one move. The few remaining men had never seen such overwhelming strength. With a single kick, 3 people were taken out on the spot. As the rest hesitated, Boss Long, visibly terrified, pointed a trembling finger at Yi Xingqian. Get him. Whoever kills that bastard gets 5 million yuan. Big rewards bring brave men. The few remaining thugs, driven by money, charged at Yi Xingqian again. All about the money, huh? 5 million yuan? You need to live long enough to spend it. With a few quick kicks, Yi Xingqian took down all the greedy thugs with ease. After dealing with Boss Long's men, Yi Xingqian stared him down, stepping closer with every stride. Boss Long was nearly scared out of his mind. He dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Big bro. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know who you were and acted stupid. Honestly, you might not believe me, but I swear I never meant to squeeze you from the start. It was those bastards who misled me. If anyone's to blame, it's them, and now they're dead, better that way. As he spoke, Boss Long nervously pulled out a bank card and raised it above his head. Big bro. This is all my savings. There's 10 million yuan on it. I can get more too. Just let me live, and it's all yours. Take it as compensation, please. Too late. Yi Xingqian roared, his voice filled with fury. Way too late. Before, you didn't need to pay anything. You just had to stop messing with me and my dad, and nothing would have happened. Why? Why did you have to push me into this? You think I wanted to kill someone? Now it's gone too far. Even if I let you go tonight, would you let us go? We're not kids. Don't think I'm that naive. Yi Xingqian's words shattered the last bit of hope in Boss Long's heart, just as Boss Long had crushed Yi Xingqian's last hope earlier. Seeing that begging didn't work, Boss Long's eyes turned cold. He pulled a wooden dagger from his pocket and charged at Yi Xingqian, screaming. You little bastard. You want me dead? I'll take you with me. You? Take on me, Yi Xingqian? You don't have what it takes. Yi Xingqian effortlessly snatched the wooden dagger from Boss Long's hand. Then, right in front of Boss Long's terrified eyes, he broke it in half with his bare hands. Only then did Boss Long realize. He had messed with the one person he never should have crossed. In the face of overwhelming strength, all resistance was useless. Boss Long stood there in a daze, giving up all thoughts of fighting back. Meanwhile, outside, a young man, hearing shouting and cries for help in the distance, quickly led over a dozen men toward Boss Long's room. As they passed by the glass room where Yi Hao was held, the young man gave an order to 2 of his men. You 2, grab that guy and bring him to Boss Long's room. And take your blades. The rest of you, follow me. Yes. After the group left, the 2 thugs pulled out wooden daggers from their pockets and approached the glass room looking fierce. Hey, doctor, we've got some personal business here. You better leave. We don't care if you've been paid or not, get out now. If you stay, we won't be so polite. Okay. Shi Wenbin nodded repeatedly and began walking toward them. Just as the 2 thugs were about to open the door, one suddenly remembered something. Hey, doctor, the exit's not that way. Before he could finish, Shi Wenbin smiled, pulled a wooden dagger from his coat, and stabbed one of them in the back. The other thug didn't even have time to react before Shi Wenbin brought him down too. With that, Yi Hao's safety was finally secured. Boss. Boss. Very quickly, the young man led his men into Boss Long's room. Dang Hao. Save me. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Boss Long was overjoyed and didn't think at all about how Yi Xingchen had just taken out everyone else in the room by himself. Dang Hao clearly wasn't a fool. With one glance, he saw the bodies and blood all over the floor. Looking at the people lying there, most of whom he recognized, Dang Hao realized that Yi Xingchen had done all this alone. With a surprised look, Dang Hao raised his head and stared at Yi Xingchen. You did all this? Yi Xingchen, like a machine with no emotion, coldly stared back. So what if I did? If you've got the guts, all of you come at me. Boss Long shouted, Dang Hao, what are you standing there for? Get him. Kill that little bastard. Dang Hao gave Yi Xingchen a long, deep look, then held back the men behind him who were ready to rush forward. He wasn't stupid. One guy took out over a dozen people in just minutes. Charging in with only 10 more men would just be suicide. The underground world talks about loyalty, sure, but loyalty doesn't mean dying for nothing. And Dang Hao had other ideas. If Boss Long got killed by Yi Xingchen, and more than half of the senior members of the gang were already wiped out, wouldn't that give him a chance to take Boss Long's place? Yi Hao was still in his hands. If he used letting Yi Hao go as a bargaining chip, Yi Xingchen might spare him. With that thought, Dang Hao looked at Yi Xingchen meaningfully. Kid, you really want to kill Boss Long? You thought about what happens after that? Heh. Yi Xingchen slowly turned around and grabbed Boss Long's throat with his right hand under Dang Hao's gaze. Dang Hao, save me, save me. Boss Long's face turned purple from choking, his hands frantically slapping at Yi Xingchen's wrist, eyes pleading toward Dang Hao. Dang Hao understood. Yi Xingchen was going to kill Boss Long, no discussion. Seeing Boss Long beg, Dang Hao just smiled faintly. Oh no. Why can't I see anything? Who turned off the lights? But, the lights are clearly still on, one of his men said, confused. Dang Hao's eyes turned sharp as he glared at the man. You sure the lights are on? The guy quickly caught on, started fumbling around in the air pretending to be blind. Oh yeah, someone turned them off? I can't see a thing. Boss. Where are you? Seeing this, Boss Long wanted to kill them all himself, if only Yi Xingchen wasn't choking him. Understanding Dang Hao's response, Yi Xingchen suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. With a crisp sound, Boss Long's neck was broken. Just like that, his head fell to the side and he stopped breathing. Dang Hao watched in silence, filled with both respect and fear. He was also thankful he'd made the right call to save himself and his men. Ah! The woman in the room screamed, then quickly covered her mouth and curled up on the couch, shaking and too scared to speak. Dang Hao glanced at Yi Xingchen and got straight to the point. Brother, you've got real skill. Grudges have causes, and debts have owners. Boss Long is dead now. How about this, you take your father and leave, and we'll pretend none of this happened. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Deal? No way. Yi Xingchen refused coldly without hesitation. Dang Hao's face darkened. You really want to wipe us all out? I'm not like Boss Long. I keep my word. I guarantee you and your father can leave right now, and we won't stop you. Leave some room for each other, we may meet again. Why go all the way? And besides, you've killed so many people. Someone needs to clean up after this, or if the police get on your trail, you're done for. Yi Xingchen slowly sat down on the couch. The terrified woman immediately knelt and handed him a cigarette, then lit it. Yi Xingchen took a drag and spoke directly to Dang Hao. You seem like a smart guy, not like those idiots. I'll be straight with you. Right now, it's not just about revenge. I want to take over the Qinglong gang. I want the entire gang to follow my lead. What? Dang Hao was stunned. He never imagined Yi Xingchen would be that ambitious. And don't try to use my dad to threaten me. The guy I brought with me isn't a doctor, he's one of mine. You thinking my dad is still in your hands is just wishful thinking. So you planned this all along. Dang Hao finally understood. So? Will you submit to me, or are you going to fight to the death? After a brief hesitation, Dang Hao quickly knelt before Yi Xingchen. The men behind Dang Hao followed and knelt down too. Looking up seriously at Yi Xingchen, Dang Hao made his decision. With your terrifying skills, no one in Yunhe City's underworld can beat you. It's clear you'll soon control everything here. A wise man adapts. Following someone like you is way better than going solo. All I ask is that you don't push me out. Of course, Yi Xingchen nodded. The friend I brought, his name is Shi Wenbin. From now on, he's the new leader of the Qinglong gang, and you'll be second in command. You two handle things together. If you can't agree, come to me. Or if there's something tough you can't deal with, come to me, I'll take care of it. Okay. Dang Hao nodded with satisfaction and stood up with his men. Boss? I? The woman trembled, trying to speak. Go, Yi Xingchen waved her off. He had no interest in dealing with a petty gangster girl. Thank you, boss. She let out a breath and shakily walked out of the room. Dang Hao nodded at one of his men. The man understood right away, pulled out a wooden dagger, and followed her out. Dang Hao smiled and explained to Yi Xingchen, boss, that woman saw too much. We can't let her live. Yi Xingchen paused. Dang Hao was clearly ruthless. Then again, how could anyone survive in the cruel underworld without being ruthless? But Yi Xingchen shook his head. Forget it. She's just a petty thug, she can't stir up trouble. All right, Dang Hao sighed, then signaled another man to call the one who'd followed her to come back. Boss, how should we address you? My name is Yi Xingchen. Got it, Brother Yi. Dang Hao responded respectfully. I remember Huang Mao said your father needs hundreds of thousands for medical treatment. Here's the plan, give us a day or two to stabilize the gang, then we'll get your father to the hospital. Yi Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. Thanks. It hurts so bad. At the headquarters of Sakura Corporation, De Xiangwan lay on a bed receiving treatment from a doctor. In unbearable pain, he kept moaning. Damn it. Kobayashi Junichiro in the room frowned deeply. I thought De Xiangkuan would be able to take care of that kid. I didn't expect that even with your Daijiji, you weren't a match for him. Kobayashi-kun. De Xiangwan gritted his teeth angrily. That guy is no ordinary person. I suspect he's a martial artist. If you'd told me earlier that he was a martial artist, I wouldn't have rushed in and nearly died. Well, Kobayashi Junichiro looked a bit embarrassed. De Xiangkuan, I didn't mean to hide it. I just didn't know either. I thought he was just a bit stronger and faster than normal, never expected him to be a real martial artist. Since I left home years ago, I've never taken a beating like this. I will get my revenge. Damn it, easy. It hurts. Kobayashi Junichiro fell silent. Even De Xiangwan, his strongest fighter, had lost to Yi Xingchen. Who else could defeat Yi Xingchen? Kobayashi let out a long sigh. Is there really no one who can deal with that guy? Don't lose hope, Kobayashi-kun, I've got a way, to handle him. Though De Xiangwan had been depressed about being helpless against Yi Xingchen, he suddenly remembered something and a glimmer of hope lit up his face. Oh? Hearing this, Kobayashi's eyes lit up. Tell me, what's the plan? In 2 days, a martial arts family we're connected with will be sending Miss Tomomi to the city. The military told me that if I ran into something I couldn't handle, I could ask her for help. She's a martial artist too. Once, she gets involved, that punk is dead meat. Perfect. Kobayashi laughed excitedly. If she gets involved, that guy won't even have a grave left. Hehe. De Xiangwan's face turned vicious. That punk not only beat me like this, but he even threw away my Daijiji. Now I can't find it. I will get my revenge. I swear I'll break a few of his ribs and make soup with them. Heh. Kobayashi laughed darkly. I'm going to cut off his junk and soak it in liquor. De Xiangwan froze slightly. He hadn't expected Kobayashi Junichiro to be that extreme. Kobayashi laughed and explained, you don't get it, De Xiangkuan. That part's a great tonic, it boosts virility. I've been living rough for too long. Gotta nourish myself. Ha 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 ha. De Xiangwan forgot his pain for a moment and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Kobayashi also laughed wildly, imagining the scene in his head. The headquarters of Sakura Corporation echoed with an eerie, bone-chilling laughter. V-room. After parking the car, Yi Xingchen got out, followed by Yi Hao. Dad. Yi Xingchen quickly got out of the car. Are you really not going to move in and live with me? Hee. After everything that had happened, Yi Hao clearly had let a lot go. Yi Hao just smiled, gently patted Yi Xingchen on the head, and said, Son, I'll never gamble again. I thought if I made you hate me, you'd stay away, but instead, I put you in danger. I'm sorry. Dad. Yi Xingchen stared at Yi Hao in a daze. My illness, let fate decide. The gang agreed to pay for my treatment, but I'm sure they asked you for a lot in return, didn't they? No. The gang said they'd pay your medical expenses as compensation. Worried that Yi Hao might object to him joining the gang, Yi Xingchen didn't tell the truth. He explained that his underground matches had made a lot of money for them, and that he decided to act as a protector in name only stepping in if someone particularly strong caused trouble at the fight club. After one fight, everything would be settled. Also, the gang agreed to pay Yi Hao's medical bills until he fully recovered. It was a white lie from Yi Xingchen. Yi Hao just smiled and shook his head. All right, since you've already made a deal, there's no turning back. You're an adult now, you need to take responsibility for the choices you make. So, you're really not going to move in with me? I could take care of you. No need, Yi Hao smiled and shook his head again. When you earn enough to buy your own place, I'll move in with you then. Right now, you're living in a company-provided apartment. If I move in and your boss doesn't like it, it might hurt your career. Yeving Champosit. He didn't think Qin Yanran would mind. In fact, she'd clearly said he could bring in whoever he wanted while working there. But considering he might not stay at Yida Company long term, he didn't insist. What if he decided to leave in a few days and strike out on his own? After all, his monthly pay of tens of thousands of yuan barely covered basic needs. If he quit, Yihao would have to move again, not worth troubling his dad like that. Alright, go on back. Work hard. Yida is one of the top construction and real estate companies in our country. As long as your boss values you, your future will be bright. Focus on your career. I can still take care of myself, I can earn and live on my own. You don't need to send me money every month. Save it for your future, either to get married or to start your own business. Yi Xingqian's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held it in. Okay, I'm heading back. You go, too. Drive safe. Yeah. Yi Xingqian looked at Yihao's slightly hunched back and nodded firmly. Dad. Don't worry. This world isn't the same as it used to be. In this new world, I will build a real future. I will give you a good life. Good morning, Director Qin. Early in the morning, Yi Xingqian was already waiting in his car outside Qin Yanran's house. Good morning. Qin Yanran was slightly surprised when she saw Yi Xingqian. In the past few days, Yi Xingqian had been mostly quiet and they barely talked in the car. But today, he actually greeted her first. After starting the car, Yi Xingqian drove steadily toward the headquarters of Yida Company. After a few minutes of hesitation, Yi Xingqian finally decided to be honest with Qin Yanran. Director Qin, there's something I think I need to tell you. But I'm worried you might think I'm using my position to take personal revenge or smear a colleague. Qin Yanran, who was working on her tablet, looked puzzled when she heard this. Then she put the tablet away. Go ahead. I've gotten a general sense of what kind of person you are these past few days. I'm not someone who jumps to conclusions. All right, then I'll say it. Yi Xingqian nodded and continued, last night, an agent from that foreign company attacked me, he tried to assassinate me. What? Qin Yanran was furious. Was it someone from Sakura Corporation? That bastard. I thought he'd only use dirty tricks against me, but I didn't expect him to go after you too. Are you alright? I'll bring people to their headquarters right now. If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, this won't end well. Thank you for your concern, Director Qin. I'm fine. Yi Xingqian was genuinely moved by her protectiveness. Please don't get too worked up yet. No need to rush over to confront them. After I took the guy down, I questioned him and learned something shocking. What was it? Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingqian in confusion. Our company has lost to Sakura in several bids recently, right? Yeah, that's true. Qin Yanran seemed to guess what Yi Xingqian was getting at and didn't hide it. Their prices have always been just slightly lower than ours. I've suspected an insider, but we haven't been able to identify anyone. The insider is the head of the security department, Shen Jingbing. What? Him? Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. Are you sure? He's always been a bit hard to get along with, but he's been a trusted right-hand man for many years. I'm not completely sure either. That's just what the agent told me. Of course, it's possible he was lying. Still, it's something we should watch out for, right? That's why I wanted to give you a heads up before saying anything more. Qin Yanran nodded thoughtfully. If he really did sell us out, it's probably for money. All I need to do is have someone check his finances, and we'll know. If it's true, I'll personally send him to jail. Don't be in a rush, Director Qin. Yi Xingqian chuckled. Why not test him? If it really is him, we might even be able to use him to strike back at Sakura. You mean? Chief Shen. Director Qin said the light in her office isn't working. She asked you to send someone to fix it. Just before lunchtime, a Yida employee gently knocked on the door of Shen Jingbing's office. Shen Jingbing was slightly taken aback at first, then a smile he couldn't hide slowly spread across his face. All right. I'll take care of it right away. Hurry up. Okay. Shen Jingbing made a hand gesture to his colleague. Chief Shen, how about we let Xiao Chang take a look? If it's broken, we can quickly replace it for President Qin. There was another colleague from the security department in Shen Jingbing's office. After hearing this, Shen Jingbing immediately looked displeased. That's President Qin's office. Can we afford to be careless? Xiao Chang may be good at this kind of thing, but he's clumsy. What if he accidentally breaks something in President Qin's office? Who's going to be responsible? You? Or me? The colleague was startled by Shen Jingbing's response and didn't dare say another word. How about this, I'll go check it myself. I feel more at ease handling President Chin's matters personally. If I get caught in something unexpected, crying won't help. All right. Thanks, Chief Shen. You go ahead and handle your work. Check if all the security guards on duty are at their posts. Even though our company hasn't had any safety issues, safety comes first. We can't be careless, we must prevent problems before they happen. Got it, Chief Shen. I'm on it now. Good. Once the colleague left, Shen Jingbing didn't go straight to Qin Yanran's office. Instead, he stared at the clock on the wall. Almost noon? What if she's still in the office? I'll wait until around 12:10, when she goes to lunch. That way, the office will be empty. Shen Jingbing grinned smugly and lay back in his chair to wait. Not long after, noise could be heard outside the office, but it died down after just a few minutes. Shen Jingbing knew it was lunchtime. His colleagues had gone to eat, and it was time for him to make his move. Carrying a small light bulb he had prepared earlier, Shen Jingbing swaggered toward the top floor, Qin Yanran's office. Knock knock knock. President Qin, are you there? It's Shen Jingbing. I came to check the light in your office. He had hidden the bulb in a corner and knocked on the door, but there was no reply from inside. President Qin? Are you there? If not, I'm coming in. Shen Jingbing carefully confirmed that Qin Yanran was not in the office. After making sure, he let out a breath of relief, pulled out the hidden bulb, and tiptoed into the office. Shen Jingbing had played his cards cleverly. He hid the bulb first, so if Qin Yanran were still in the office, he could pretend to check the light, then say the bulb was broken and needed to be replaced. Then, using the excuse of not having brought a replacement, he would leave. Once Qin Yanran went to lunch, he could come back into her office. That way, even if Qin Yanran saw him, he'd have a perfectly reasonable explanation. After closing the office door, Shen Jingbing scanned the room and smiled smugly. Damn, I'm a genius. So what if someone suspects there's a mole in the company? Who would think it's me? Heh. After entering, instead of checking the light bulb right away, Shen Jingbing pulled out his phone and reached smoothly for a drawer. At night, inside the headquarters building of Sakura Corporation, Xiao Sun Junichiro handed a check to Shen Jingbing with a wide smile. Mr. Shen, here's a check for 5 million yuan, same as before. Let's have another great cooperation. Shen Jingbing excitedly took the check, examined it carefully to confirm it was real and withdrawable, then quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Mr. Shen, I've given you the money. What about the photos? Xiao Sun Junichiro grinned at Shen Jingbing. Here, take it. Shen Jingbing handed over a small phone. All the photos you wanted are in there. I took a picture of every single page of that bidding proposal. The bid conference is the day after tomorrow, and even if Qin Yanran wanted to change something, it's already too late. This should be the final version. But, just saying, there's still a chance she might adjust the price last minute. Heh. Xiao Sun Junichiro glanced at the photos and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Mr. Shen, nice job. Whether Qin Yanran changes the quote or not, don't worry about that. We'll be fully prepared. After all, we've never failed before, right? All right then. Shen Jingbing didn't ask further and just nodded. Also, Mr. Shen, from now on, just call me directly for transactions. I'll send someone to find you. It's a bit too obvious for you to come to our headquarters. Heh. Shen Jingbing laughed it off. Relax, Mr. Xiao, I know what I'm doing. Good. Xiao Sun Junichiro nodded and didn't say more. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sure. You, walk Mr. Shen out. Yes. Shen Jingbing turned and left the office. His right hand lightly pressed against the pocket with the check, a proud smile spread across his face. After getting the money, the first face that came to Shen Jingbing's mind was Lin Yun's. He let out a cold snort. Humph, that girl, went for that brute and looked down on me just because I'm rich? One day, I'll make her kneel between my legs and serve me. And once I've had enough, I'll kick her to the curb. Just wait. Lying silently on the bed, De Xiangwan watched Shen Jingbing's back as he left, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Didn't Yi Xingchen already get him to confess that the mole in Yida company was Shen Jingbing? How did Shen Jingbing still manage to steal the company's bidding proposal so easily? Something didn't seem right to De Xiangwan. Of course, he had no intention of telling Xiao Sun Junichiro that he'd already spilled the truth to Yi Xingchen. If he told him that, even if Xiao Sun Junichiro didn't kill him in anger, how could he ever show his face back in his home country again? De Xiangwan decided to keep the secret to himself. After all, whether or not Xiao Sun Junichiro succeeded in the bid didn't really affect him. If he won, De Xiangwan wouldn't get any extra money. If he lost, he wouldn't be blamed either. Maybe, once Miyamoto Tomomi came to Cloud Crane City and dealt with Yi Xingchen, there'd be no proof left. De Xiang, what are you thinking about? Xiao Sun Junichiro noticed De Xiangwan was lost in thought and asked curiously. Huh? Nothing. De Xiangwan shook his head. Just thinking, besides Yi Xingchen, who else do I have a grudge against? I'll ask Miss Miyamoto to take care of them all. Heh. Xiao Sun Junichiro chuckled. Once Miss Miyamoto arrives, things will get much easier. Not only will we deal with that guy who's been ruining my plans again and again, but also that woman Qin Yanran. Nanny? De Xiangwan looked at Xiao Sun Junichiro in shock. Mr. Xiao Sun, you want to kill Qin Yanran? Kill her? What a waste. Xiao Sun Junichiro grinned perversely. That woman's face and body are top-notch. A woman like that should be kept around. I'll lock her in a cage and make her my personal slave. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. De Xiangwan looked at the extremely twisted Xiao Sun Junichiro with an awkward smile on his face. Ah? Back home after a shower, Yi Xingchen stretched lazily. Looking at the water stains in the bathroom, Yi Xingchen suddenly had a new doubt. Since the people in this world have weaker bodies now, how do they take showers? Could someone get killed just from water pressure while bathing? Seems like. I should study how people take showers here when I get the chance. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen smacked his own forehead. Damn, why am I having such pervy thoughts? Others say lust is emptiness, but I'm like, got time? Let's get lustful. Outrageous. Totally off the rails. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to go to bed, his phone suddenly rang. This late? Who would be calling me? Yi Xingchen looked puzzled, then picked up the phone. It was Dang Hao. Hello? Hao, what's going on? Broye. We've got a big problem. That girl from before, who knows what crazy idea got into her head, she actually went to the police and reported that a bunch of people were murdered at the Green Dragon Gang. What? Yi Xingchen's heart sank, full of regret. If I'd known she'd screw things up like this, I never should have let her go. Looks like I can't be soft-hearted when dealing with serious matters again. Wenbin, who's now the official leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has already been taken in for questioning. Bro Yi, I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not stupid enough to send that dumb woman to do something like this. If the Green Dragon Gang gets taken down, I'm done for too. I've asked a lot of people for help already, but no one can get Wenbin out. I had no choice but to call you this late. Yi Xingchen felt a headache coming on. I'm just a small employee, I don't have the kind of connections needed to get your Wenbin out. But soon, a face flashed in his mind. Long Qingxian. Long Qingxian probably comes from a powerful background. If I ask her for help, this might get resolved. Got it, how? I'll handle this. Okay. Thanks, Bro Yi. After hanging up, Yi Xingchen immediately dialed Long Qingxian. Hello? Handsome Yi, what's the matter calling me this late? Long Qingxuan's pleasant voice came through the phone. Miss Long, I need a favor. Sure Wenbin, the current leader of the Green Dragon Gang, has been taken in for questioning. I'd like your help to get him out. Long Qingxian didn't hesitate at all. Sure. Let's meet tomorrow. Okay. When are you free? Although Yi Xingchen expected that Long Qingxian had the ability, her quick response still surprised him a bit. Tomorrow morning at 10. Table 25 at Ruixing Cafe near the Yida Company headquarters. Is that okay? Okay. Alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, after getting to work, Yi Xingchen started waiting for the time to meet with Long Qingxian. At 9 a.m., Yi Xingchen got a call from Yi Hao. Hello? Dad, what's up? Son, last night you said you broke up with Wenwen. I've been thinking about it, and honestly, that's Wenwen's loss. Huh? So? Yi Xingchen had a bad feeling. Yi Hao wouldn't call just to talk about something so trivial for no reason. Sure enough, Yi Hao continued, so, I talked to your Aunt Wu. Her daughter happens to still be single too, around your age. Even better, she works at a company near your Yida headquarters. We agreed you two should meet today. Time and place are already set, at a cafe called Ruixing near your office, 9:30 a.m., table 24. Don't be late. What? A blind date? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. No way. Dad, even if I agreed to go on a blind date, I'm working right now. How can I suddenly just go? Cut it out. You said yourself last night that your job is flexible and you can leave any time, as long as you drive your boss around. Yi Xingchen let out a bitter laugh and wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't I just shut up? Just answer me this, are you going or not? If you're not going, then forget about me getting treatment for my illness. Fine. I'll go, alright? Yi Xingchen surrendered instantly. That's more like it. Remember, 9:30, Ruixing Cafe, table 24. Got it. Yi Xingchen hung up the phone helplessly, then suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Ruixing Cafe? Damn. Isn't that the same place I'm meeting Long Qingxian? Not only is it the same location, but the table number is right next to hers. The only difference is the time. Hopefully, Long Qingxian won't show up too early. If she sees me on a blind date, that would be so awkward. Yi Xingqian made up his mind, he'd wrap things up quickly before Long Qingxian arrived. With that thought, he quickly messaged Lin Yun on WeChat, then rushed to Ruixing Cafe. By the time Yi Xingqian arrived, it was already 9:20. He glanced inside the cafe and saw a woman around his age already sitting at table 24. She was most likely the so-called blind date. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and walked over with a friendly expression. "Hi there, are you Aunt Wu's?" The woman looked up and nodded lightly. "Yes. You must be Uncle Ye's disappointing son, right?" Yi Xingqian was stunned. This woman was something else, her emotional intelligence was bottom of the barrel. First thing out of her mouth was an insult. She seemed to realize she'd been rude and gave a slight smile. "Sorry, I tend to speak my mind." "Ah? It's fine, being straightforward is good." Yi Xingqian gave an awkward laugh and sat across from her. "I ordered you a latte." "Thanks." Yi Xingqian glanced at the latte in front of him. Calling it a cup was generous, it was barely the size of a bottle cap. "Your name is Yi Xingqian, right? I'm Xiang." Yi Xingqian had just been about to take a sip of coffee, but after hearing her name, he instantly lost his appetite. Xiang? That name had a certain smell to it. But at that moment, something even more appetite-killing happened. A young and beautiful woman walked into the cafe and sat directly at table 25. Obviously, the woman was Long Qingxian. Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. Why was Long Qingxian here so early, only 20-something minutes past 9? This was exactly what he'd been worried about. Yi Xingqian tried to lean slightly to the side to avoid being seen, but the moment Long Qingxian walked in, she spotted him. His effort to hide was pointless. What made Yi Xingqian feel a bit relieved was that Long Qingxian gave him a slight smile but didn't say hello. She quietly sat at table 25 and ordered a coffee. "Everyone's time is limited, so I'll just ask directly," said Xiang, not noticing the awkward tension between Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian as she casually sipped her coffee. "Sure. That way it won't waste your time. My first question, what's your view on the housing market?" "What? Sex life?" Yi Xingqian froze. Was this girl really that aggressive? Asking something like that in public? Wasn't she embarrassed? Huh? Xiang looked at Yi Xingqian, confused. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Yi Xingqian hesitated for a moment and then answered weakly. I haven't actually tried, but I think I know the basic positions. Of course, the difficult ones, that's a different story." Xiang looked completely puzzled at first, then her expression changed. "Who asked about your sex life?" "I said housing market. Real estate." "Oh." Yi Xingqian was beyond embarrassed. Forget it, what are you even thinking? Let's skip that question. Next. Do you have any brothers?" Yi Xingqian was slightly stunned. "Yes. A big one." "And do you have a biological younger brother?" "Well." Yi Xingqian awkwardly looked down at a certain unmentionable part of his body. "That might be a little tough. I can't really do that right now." "What?" Xiang looked confused again, then suddenly understood. Her face turned red with anger. "Hey, Ye Ringchan. I was sincerely asking a few questions to get to know you better. What's your problem? Are you messing with me on purpose? Can this blind date even continue? If not, just get lost already. Seriously, what kind of person are you?" It was only at that moment that Yi Xingqian realized he had completely misunderstood Xiang's intentions. He thought her two questions were a sneaky way of testing his abilities in certain areas. But what she really wanted was to gauge his financial background through the housing market question and assess any family burdens or inheritance-sharing siblings with the brother question. Pfft. Sitting nearby, Long Qingxian couldn't hold back and spat out the sip of coffee in her mouth right onto the table. If it weren't for the people around, Long Qingxian probably would have already been laughing out loud while holding her stomach. Yi Xingqian didn't want Xiang to go back and tell Aunt Wu that his head was full of dirty thoughts. If that got to Yi Hao, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Yi Xingqian had no choice but to quickly apologize to Xiang. Sorry. Miss Shi, I was just joking with you a little. If you didn't like it, then just pretend I didn't say anything. I promise nothing like that will come up again in our conversation." Seeing that Yi Xingqian sincerely apologized, Xiang's expression softened slightly. She calmed herself down and shot a dissatisfied glance at Yi Xingqian. "I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted us to understand each other better. Since you couldn't catch the deeper meaning in my questions, I'll just ask directly. Okay. First question, you work at Yida Company, right? How much is your monthly salary?" I'm still in the internship period. I make 80,000 yuan a month. After one more month, I'll be officially hired, and then it should go up to over 100,000 yuan. Shi Zhenxiang nodded slightly. A 100,000 yuan monthly salary. It's a bit low, but barely enough to cover the basics. Yi Xingchen looked at her in shock. Didn't see this coming. Shi Zhenxiang was actually a hidden powerhouse? Calling a 100,000 yuan salary a bit low? Shi Zhenxiang continued asking, do you have a house? Yi Xingchen thought about it. The villa provided by the company probably didn't count, right? So he shook his head. No. Do you have a car? He shook his head again. No. How much do you have in savings? This question made Yi Xingchen's face show a trace of frustration. He originally had 100,000 yuan saved up, but due to the drastic changes in this world, just buying rice, oil, meat, and noodles last time already cost tens of thousands. Almost nothing. Yi Xingchen awkwardly shook his head again. Oh, Shi Zhenxiang smiled, and her gaze toward Yi Xingchen became more and more disdainful and dismissive. Your conditions are pretty bad. No wonder you need a blind date. If we actually got together, your 100,000 yuan a month would barely cover my everyday expenses, not to mention you don't have a house, a car, or savings. Do you have any questions for me? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, becoming more curious about her financial strength. May I ask, Miss Shi, how much do you make in a year? My monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. 3,000? Did she forget to say 10,000? Since when can a woman who makes 3,000 yuan a month call a man who makes 100,000 a bit low, or say he has bad conditions? Could it be that Shi Zhenxiang owns tons of property? Shi Zhenxiang noticed his strange expression and just smiled slightly and explained, I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded and asked curiously again, so Miss Shi, do you own a house? No. I'm temporarily staying in the company dorm. Huh? Yi Xingchen was stunned again. Shi Zhenxiang looked very calm. I'm a woman. Oh, Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Then, do you have a car? No. Yi Xingchen started doubting life. This woman, with those conditions, actually said he had poor conditions? Where did she get the confidence? If she were a great beauty, maybe it'd make sense. The main issue was her looks, the kind that would disappear in a crowd. Shi Zhenxiang was still extremely calm. I'm a woman. Hearing her repeat that line again, Yi Xingchen felt that if it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao and Aunt Wu were so close, he would have definitely started cursing. A woman, a woman. So what if you're a woman? What, is your body made of gold or something? Shi Zhenxiang didn't seem to notice Yi Xingchen's change in expression and continued talking to herself. These days, it's all about being a refined woman. Your conditions are a bit lacking, but I can just barely accept it. But if you want to be with me, you have to agree to a few things. Yi Xingchen gave a cold laugh. Go ahead. First, I spend over 5,000 yuan every month on cosmetics, and you'll have to cover that. After all, women dress up for the people they care about. The better I look, the more face you'll save. It's all for you. Second, my parents worked hard to raise me, and I have a younger brother in high school. I need to help my parents reduce their burden. I must send at least 20,000 yuan home every month. Think of it as showing gratitude to my parents for raising me and handing me over to you. Third, I've been checking out a luxury car at an auto show recently. It costs 800,000 yuan. I've done the research, a 50,000 yuan down payment and a 12,000 monthly installment. You'll be responsible for that too. After all, if I drive a luxury car, it makes you look good. And when I'm not using it, you can drive it to show off. Heh. Fourth, I don't really have any hobbies except for bags. You have to buy me a brand name handbag worth over 10,000 yuan every month. Fifth, I'm very insecure and don't want to live a life depending on others or constantly moving around. If you want to marry me, you must buy a house worth over 1.5 million yuan and put it in my name. That way, even if you do something wrong in the future, my youth won't be wasted. You should know, a woman's youth is priceless. Sixth, I've had poor health since I was little. Every month, you must buy me expensive health supplements like ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antler. Seventh, my skin isn't great and needs regular care. I need to go to a beauty salon every month, and you'll pay for it. After all, the better my skin is, the more beautiful I am, which benefits you too. Eighth, I'm quite lazy. I've never done housework in my life. So if we live together in the future, you'll have to handle all the house chores. If you don't want to, then hire a maid. Ninth, I have a wide social circle and several male best friends. You can't interfere or ask about my interactions with them. 10th, I like to relax at bars in the evening. You're not allowed to interfere with my personal life. 11th, I'm afraid of pain, so even if we get married, I don't plan to have kids. If you want children, adopt one. 12th. Hold up, hold up. Yi Xingchen reached out with a dark look on his face and interrupted Shi Zhenxiang's never-ending list. Wait, these are the few things you mentioned? You're already at number 12 and still going? A trace of displeasure flashed across Shi Zhenxiang's face. I'm a woman. Yi Xingchen finally snapped. Here we go again. At first, he thought this girl was made of gold. Now he realized he was wrong. This wasn't gold, she had a whole damn aircraft carrier attached. Shi Zhenxiang noticed the anger and contempt on Yi Xingchen's face and got angry too. Hey, Yi Xingchen, what's your problem? I'm just a girl with no one to rely on, marrying into your family and looking for just a little bit of security for my future. Is that too much? Is that really asking a lot? You're a grown man, how can you be so stingy? No wonder you're single. Heh, at this point, Yi Xingchen forgot about Long Qingxian sitting nearby and let out a cold laugh. Not too much. Not at all. With your looks and your family background, I think only someone like Ma Yun, Ma Huatang, Wang Xikong, or Lu Qiangdong could be worthy of you. Being with me? That would be such a downgrade for you. You broke loser, what do you mean by that? Shi Zhenxiang stood up from her seat in anger. You ever look at yourself in the mirror? What do you even have going for you? I was just being nice, giving you a chance. You're ungrateful. You don't really think any girl would go for a guy like you, right? I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life than be with someone like you. A selfish freeloader. Delusional. Totally entitled. Ugh. I could find a woman in this coffee shop 1,000,000,000 times better than you. Yi Xingchen was furious now, his words filled with scorn. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Shi Zhenxiang acted like she just heard the biggest joke ever. With what? You think you can just walk up to a random girl in a cafe and get a girlfriend? With your flabby looks? Your short and broke self? That's funny. Go try it. If she doesn't slap you, that's already being kind. Faced with her challenge, Yi Xingchen had no confidence to reply. Socializing had always been his weak point. Especially walking up to a stranger in a cafe, that would be torture for him. Seeing Yi Xingchen silent, Shi Zhenxiang got even more excited, mocking him relentlessly. You don't even check yourself in the mirror. You want to bet? I could go get a guy right now from this cafe. Yi Xingchen didn't doubt that. In today's world, there are more men than women. If Shi Zhenxiang threw herself at someone, chances are, he'd accept. But Yi Xingchen didn't have that kind of confidence. Weren't you so cocky a minute ago? What, chickening out now? Sitting at a table with you is disgusting. Ugh, I've lost my appetite. Being broke isn't the worst, being broke and full of yourself is. Come on, weren't you so tough just now? Go hit on someone. I, Shi Zhenxiang, swear, if you manage to find a girlfriend here, I'll roll out of this cafe. Yi Xingchen shook his head, not wanting to argue anymore. He stood up to leave. And just then, Long Qingxian suddenly stood up and walked over. She gently wrapped her right hand around Yi Xingchen's left arm and leaned slightly against his chest. Hey handsome, you're pretty good looking. I don't have a boyfriend right now. How about starting today, you be my boyfriend, sound good? Ah? Yi Xingchen stared blankly at Long Qingxian, his body stiff and frozen. Shi Zhenxiang frowned in confusion. Who are you? Long Qingxian gave her a quick glance, then smirked. What's it to you? I'm this handsome guy's new girlfriend. Who are you to ask? Just get lost. Shi Zhenxiang's face burned with embarrassment. But she quickly realized, Long Qingxian must have overheard her argument with Yi Xingchen from the next table and stepped in. Or maybe Yi Xingchen secretly talked to her and offered her something, and now they were putting on a show together. Of course, Shi Zhenxiang preferred to believe it was the latter. She gave a cold smile. You broke loser, you're really something. Chatting with me while hiring a stand-in? You said you're his girlfriend now? I don't believe it, unless you kiss him. Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to kiss her boyfriend? Kiss him, let me see. Yi Xingchen felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This woman really is sharp, she figured out Long Qingxian is helping him. He was about to be exposed. Just as Yi Xingchen was desperately trying to think of a reasonable excuse, Long Qingxian didn't seem to care. She just smiled and actually leaned in and kissed Yi Xingchen on the cheek. Yi Xingchen was completely stunned. Long Qingxian, this mysterious and powerful woman, actually kissed him? Huh? Shi Zhenxiang was also taken aback, unable to believe it. But she quickly realized, if Long Qingxian was willing to go this far for Yi Xingchen, there was no point in staying. She'd just be humiliating herself and giving that couple the last laugh. Humph. Shi Zhenxiang snorted, adjusted her coat, and got ready to leave. Not gonna waste my time on you too. Hey, wait a sec. Long Qingxian suddenly called out, her face carrying a playful smirk. What do you want? Shi Zhenxiang turned back to look at her. What did you say just now? If he got a girlfriend today, you'd what? Roll out of the cafe? Damn it, Shi Zhenxiang was nearly fuming. You think I won't? I said it, so what? I don't have to do it. What are you gonna do about it? Heh. Long Qingxian smiled again, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Whose Lamborghini is parked out front? Can someone move it? It's blocking another customer's car. Thanks. Just then, a nervous cafe staff member walked in. Long Qingxian took a small card from her pocket and tossed it to the staffer. Move it yourself. Thanks for your understanding, ma'am. The staff member didn't expect her to be so easygoing. He happily took the card and walked out. A Lamborghini? It's yours? Shi Zhenxiang was dumbstruck. She had already noticed the Lamborghini parked outside through the cafe's glass wall. And she knew a thing or two about cars. That Lamborghini was easily worth close to 10 million yuan. She never imagined that the owner was Long Qingxian herself. Long Qingxian gave her a disdainful look. You average woman, looks like you know a bit about cars. So you understand what driving this kind of car means, right? Are you sure you're not gonna roll out of here like you said? Better think twice. Even if you beg me later for the chance to roll out, it'll be too late. Faced with Long Qingxuan's taunt and contempt, Shi Zhenxiang swallowed hard. She wanted to argue or just leave, but she didn't dare. In the end, after a few minutes of silence, her face flushed with shame, Shi Zhenxiang got on the floor and rolled herself out of the cafe. Ha 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 ha! The cafe erupted in laughter, and many people pulled out their phones to record videos and post them online. After driving Shi Zhenxiang away, Yi Xingchen sat at table 25 and immediately felt uneasy. He had already known that Long Qingxian had an extraordinary background, but now, after seeing her car, he understood her even better. Yi Xingchen knew very well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. A mysterious and powerful woman like her was willing to help him get Shi Wenbin out of custody. And to help him humiliate Shi Zhenxiang, she even kissed him in public. What exactly did Long Qingxian want from him? And for a woman who could casually kiss a man she barely knew, how deep and calculating must her mind be? Long Qingxian must be someone who would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. He had to keep a safe distance from her and stay extremely alert at all times. Heh, are you scared of me? Long Qingxian seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. No. I'm just really grateful that you helped me just now. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't be able to face his old friends anymore. Yi Xingchen lowered his head, answering nervously. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen had no idea which part of what he said triggered Long Qingxuan's laughter, but she suddenly burst out laughing. Miss Long, what I mentioned to you last night, can you really help get my buddy out? Of course. Long Qingxian nodded confidently. It's a small thing. I can solve it with one phone call. Ah? Yi Xingchen stared at her in shock. This woman's background really was terrifying. Just one phone call and it's done? But he couldn't help feeling suspicious too. If it really only took one call, why did she ask to meet in person? Why not just settle it and bring up any conditions over the phone? Even though I can handle it with a single call, I can't just help someone for free, right? Sure, you saved me once, but I already helped you deal with your ex. That makes us even. Long Qingxian rested her chin on both hands, then picked up the coffee cup with her right hand and took a sip. Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded honestly. I wasn't expecting you to help for free either. I'm just confused. With your background, is there anything you need from me? I mean, is there even anything I could help you with? I'm just a regular guy. Regular? Long Qingxian gave a meaningful smile. Yi Xingchen sensed the hidden message in her tone. It was as if Long Qingxian had realized he wasn't like everyone else in this world. Actually, the request is simple. Long Qingxian lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table. Just kiss me. What? Yi Xingchen was completely stunned. What kind of bizarre, unbelievable request was that? With Long Qingxuan's looks and figure, out of all the women he had seen, only Qin Yanran could even compare. And with her terrifying background, she clearly wasn't lacking male admirers. Yet she wanted a kiss from him? Did he hear her wrong, or did she say it wrong? Was he just too conservative, or was she just too bold? This world was drifting further and further from what he understood, it was going crazy. What? You're still not willing? Forget about calling it a reward, just take it as paying me back for that kiss I gave you earlier. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not too much? It was way too much. It totally shattered Yi Xingchen's view of life, the world, and everything he thought he knew. If you won't agree, then I'm leaving. Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingchen playfully. It's not that, just, why? Yi Xingchen raised his hands in disbelief. Simple. Because I want you to be my boyfriend. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Yi Xingchen nearly choked to death on the spot. Don't think I'm joking. I'm serious, Long Qingxian said solemnly, clearly not joking at all. Why? At first, I wanted to just come out and ask you to be my boyfriend. But then I thought about it. I don't really know you that well yet, and you don't really know me either. Or rather, it's not time for you to fully understand me yet, Long Qingxian said seriously, looking directly at Yi Xingchen. Hard to understand? Then let me put it more bluntly, there are things I'll need your help with in the future. She paused a moment and continued. These things are a bit tricky. If we were just regular friends, you wouldn't help me. You wouldn't have to, and I'd feel awkward asking. But if we're in a relationship, that's different. You'd have an obligation to help, and I wouldn't feel bad asking. Don't worry. If we really do become a couple, I'll fully take on all the duties of a wife. Yi Xingchen went quiet hearing this. Even a woman like Long Qingxian, with her terrifying background, had troubles she couldn't solve. What made him think he could help her? Don't worry. These things may be tough for me, but not necessarily for you. I can promise that. Really? Yi Xingchen looked at her half doubtfully. So, even though it's not time to be a real couple yet, I figured I'd start getting used to it early. That's not a problem, right? No, no problem. Yi Xingchen gave an awkward smile. So? Long Qingxian smiled again and pointed at her cheek with her index finger. This. Yi Xingchen glanced around. It really was a little embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed when she saw how shy he was. Don't tell me you're still a... Who said that? Yi Xingchen jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. In that moment, he had made up his mind. Right now, if he wanted to get Shi Wenbin out, Long Qingxian was his only option. So he might as well agree. If she asked him for help later, he'd figure it out then. As for kissing her? Who would turn down a kiss from a stunning woman with looks, figure, and power all rolled into one? Thinking this, Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, got up, walked over to Long Qingxian, and lightly kissed her cheek under the envious, jealous glares of every guy in the cafe. Long Qingxian blushed but nodded in satisfaction. Deal. Then she pulled out her phone and made a call right in front of Yi Xingchen. Hello? Get someone named Shi Wenbin out of the station in Yunhe City. Give them a heads up, don't mess with the Qinglong gang anymore. Early the next morning, after picking up Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen didn't go to the Yida company headquarters but instead went straight to a certain department, not specified to avoid being blocked, to begin bidding on a tourism project in Yunhe City. When Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran arrived at the parking lot in front of the department, Yida company staff, including Lin Yun, were already waiting for Qin Yanran. President Qin, these are the related documents. I've already organized them. The bidding starts in 1 hour. Lin Yun quickly walked up to the car and reported the plan and details to Qin Yanran. Good. Let's go inside now. Has everyone eaten breakfast? Yes, President Qin, we've all eaten. All right, let's go in. We must win the bid for this tourism project today, otherwise our company won't have any major projects lined up in the short term. Qin Yanran held her small tablet and led the way toward the department building. As they walked, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Xingchen. Xingchen, you come in too? Huh? Me too? Yi Xingchen was confused. He was just a driver and bodyguard. There didn't seem to be a reason for him to go inside. After all, he couldn't help with anything. And who would dare to try anything against Qin Yanran in a government office? Yes, President Qin, Xingchen is just a driver. What if he causes trouble for us? This is a major project, such an important event. Having him come in with us isn't appropriate, is it? Several colleagues from Yida questioned Qin Yanran's decision. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she glanced coldly at the employees who had just spoken. Xingchen, don't just stand there. Come on. Let's go in together. Seeing that President Qin seemed displeased, the employees quickly changed their tone, even though they didn't understand why she valued Yi Xingchen so much. All right. Yi Xingchen nodded, got out of the car, locked it, and quickly followed behind Qin Yanran. At the same time, Lin Yun gave Yi Xingchen a wink, as if to say, President Qin really values you, do your best. The group moved quickly toward the entrance, and just by chance, they ran into Sakura Company, also here to bid. Well, President Qin. What a coincidence. Such a grand scene? Looks like you're really determined to win this bid? Koizumi Ichiro greeted Qin Yanran with a fake smile, his beady eyes filled with open desire. Heh. Qin Yanran only gave a slight smile, not wanting to engage with Koizumi Ichiro. One of the Sakura Company staff behind Koizumi chuckled, President, Yida Company has already lost to us in several bids. If they lose again today, they won't have any big projects for months. How are they going to pay all those employees? Saka. If they can't support that many employees, they'll have to start laying people off. Once that begins, the whole market will lose confidence in Yida. their stock will crash, and it's very likely Yida will go bankrupt. Koizumi Ichiro seemed to enjoy his subordinate's words. He gave a lewd smile and said, President Chin, if that day really comes and Yida goes bankrupt, you can always come to me for help. After all, we've been business partners for years. As long as you ask, I'll definitely help you. Qin Yanran didn't want to waste even a word on Koizumi Ichiro, nor did she want to stay near him for a second. His lecherous gaze made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Yun, Qin Yanran's secretary, couldn't hold back anymore after seeing how arrogant Koizumi Ichiro and his group were acting. What kind of daydreams are you having? The bidding hasn't even started yet, and you already think you've won. Heh, Koizumi Ichiro gave a deep laugh. Is there even a need to think about this? Our Sakura company is definitely going to win this bid. I hope President Chin won't be too sad when she loses. Of course, if you're willing to let your secretary spend a few nights with me, I might consider dropping out of the bidding and giving it to you. Ha ha ha. The Sakura company staff all burst out laughing. You're disgusting. Lin Yun's face turned red with anger, but she didn't know how to respond. Many times, when men verbally fight with women, especially using sexual insults, they do have the upper hand. Koizumi Ichiro, right? Yi Xingchen stepped forward and blocked Lin Yun. Spend a few nights with you doing what? You can't even do anything. I heard you have ED and premature issues. You can't even get it up. Even if you had the chance, you couldn't perform. Baka. Koizumi Ichiro's face turned purple with rage. You're spouting nonsense. Am I? Yi Xingchen looked at him with mock surprise. I don't believe you. Unless you take your pants off right now and prove it. You. Of course, Koizumi Ichiro wouldn't actually take off his pants in public to prove it. He was also clearly guilty. Forget doing it publicly, he wouldn't dare even in private. Koizumi Ichiro snorted, you people only know how to talk big. Not necessarily. Yi Xingchen clenched his fist to show he wasn't just talk. Koizumi Ichiro was instantly shut down and flustered for a moment before waving his hand in frustration. I'm done talking with you. Your culture is so vulgar, unlike our refined and elegant culture. Oh really? Yi Xingchen wasn't happy now. Our culture is vast and profound. Forget you, most of our own people wouldn't dare say they fully understand it. Who are you to call it vulgar? Do you really think you know it all? Koizumi Ichiro sneered, your culture is just hard to write characters. What's so difficult about it? I've been in your country for over 10 years, I understand it completely. And besides being vulgar, there's not much else to say. You dare say you completely understand our culture? That's hilarious. Let's do this, I'll ask a question that even any local would know. Let's see if you can answer it. Go ahead. If even your average person can answer it, why would I be stumped? I don't believe it. Alright. Mr. Inu, here's the question. In a classroom, there are 3 people, A, B, and C. At this moment, A says to B, hey B, is that girl at the door your sister? B looks and replies, your sister. My sister? His sister. So, the question is, whose sister is the girl at the door? Koizumi Ichiro looked at Yi Xingchen, completely dumbfounded on the spot. Ha ha ha. The entire team from Yida Corporation could not help but burst into laughter at Koizumi Ichiro. Koizumi Ichiro looked at Yi Xingchen with suspicion. What kind of question is that? Are you sure every person from Xia country can answer it? Yi Xingchen shrugged innocently. Don't believe me? You can ask any passerby from Xia country. If they cannot answer it, or give a different answer, I'll admit I lost. How about that? Koizumi Ichiro wasn't stupid. From the expressions of the Yida staff, it was obvious they all knew the answer to that question. But Koizumi Ichiro was not about to admit defeat so easily. He immediately tried to make an excuse. Does not count. That question does not count. I have a younger sister in Toyo country. She died in a car accident. Every time I hear the word sister, I get very upset. So I refuse to answer this question. Oh really? Yi Xingchen didn't get angry, just smiled. Alright. I'll go along with your request. Let me give you a new one. Mr. Inu, listen carefully. A says to B, B, your teeth are so white, are they real? B answers A, fake. A is surprised and asks, really fake? B replies, really. So tell me, Mr. Inu, are B's teeth real or fake? Why? Real, fake, real. Koizumi Ichiro was completely dumbfounded. Koizumi Ichiro could not help but curse internally. What kind of stupid question is this, just about teeth, first real, then fake, then real again? Are they real or fake? Would it kill someone to just say it clearly? Ha ha ha. The Yida Corporation employees burst into laughter again. Even Lin Yun, seeing Koizumi Ichiro's frustrated expression, couldn't stay angry and held her belly laughing. So, how about it, dear Mr. Inu? Do you know whether his teeth are real or fake? Yi Xingchen pressed on, grinning playfully at Koizumi Ichiro. Damn it. Koizumi Ichiro clenched his teeth. If he were not sure he would lose in a fight against Yi Xingchen, he would have rushed up and beat him right then and there. The most frustrating thing in life is when you cannot win an argument and also cannot win a fight. Mr. Inu, with your level of understanding of Xia country culture, you haven't even scratched the surface, and yet you still dare to shamelessly claim you fully understand it. Are all Toyo people this arrogant and ignorant? Koizumi Ichiro started sweating profusely and quickly pulled out his phone to look up the meaning of Jingdi frog at the bottom of a well, on Baidu. Then Koizumi Ichiro became furious. You Xia people. You are too arrogant. Do you dare answer a question I ask you about Toyo culture? I never said I understood Toyo culture. And why would I study it? Xia country is the ancestor of Toyo culture. If I have time, I'd rather study Xia culture, the ancestor of Toyo culture. This kind of grandson culture? Not worth learning. Koizumi Ichiro almost spat blood on the spot after hearing Yi Xingchen's words. President, a Toyo employee behind Koizumi Ichiro gently tugged at him. The real business is more important. Don't waste time arguing with this guy. Koizumi Ichiro finally came back to his senses and glared viciously at Yi Xingchen. Koizumi Ichiro swore to himself, once Miyamoto Tomomi arrived in Yunha City tomorrow, he would make sure she eliminated Yi Xingchen the moment she arrived, to vent the anger in his heart. Kid. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Let's go. Koizumi Ichiro angrily shook his hand and led his subordinates into the related department. TCH. Yi Xingchen looked at Koizumi Ichiro's embarrassed back with disdain. And he dares insult my people? Looking for death. Behind Yi Xingchen, Lin Yun heard his overbearingly dominant words, and her face blushed red. She was moved and delighted. But what Lin Yun did not realize was that Yi Xingchen's my people did not refer to what she imagined. What Yi Xingchen meant by my people was more broadly his co-workers. Qin Yanran glanced at Koizumi Ichiro's departing figure and silently felt glad that she had brought Yi Xingchen with her. Qin Yanran was a typical career woman and was not good at verbal confrontations like this. Let the wicked deal with the wicked, although Yi Xingchen strictly speaking was not wicked. In that moment, Qin Yanran felt that hiring Yi Xingchen from the construction site back then was an incredibly wise decision. Let's go. Qin Yanran nodded at Yi Xingchen and then led the team into the relevant department. 1 hour later, the tourism project bidding meeting officially began. The official in charge began reading the contents of the tourism project. The bidding project is the Yunha Ocean Park. This project has been approved by the relevant project review and approval authority. The funding source is from other funds, coordinated use of agricultural-related financial funds. The bidding unit is the relevant department. The project is ready for bidding. The bidding method is public tender. Construction scale requirements: 30 public restrooms in the park, planting of velvet crepe myrtle, building 2 new asphalt concrete main roads, 5 bridges. Bidders must have independent legal entity status and provide a unified 3-in-1 business license. Joint bids are not allowed for this project. Now, representatives, please submit your bid documents. Our department will absolutely ensure openness, fairness, and impartiality. The company with the lowest bid price will win. Once the bid is submitted, it cannot be modified. As the official finished reading the long list of documents, the bidding process officially began. Koizumi Ichiro looked at Qin Yanran from afar, a smug grin on his face. His assistant chuckled softly. President, that woman probably never imagined we already knew her low bid. Hehe. Koizumi Ichiro laughed smugly. And I have even prepared for the possibility that she might lower it further. This time, Yida Corporation is definitely going to lose. As long as Yida loses this bid, they'll be in danger. At that time, President, you can take the opportunity to buy up the dumped Yida shares. Once you become the largest shareholder, won't that woman have to kneel at your feet and lick your shoes, begging you not to remove her from her CEO position? Ha ha ha. Koizumi Ichiro seemed to see the scene described by his assistant and burst out laughing, then glared at Yi Xingchen darkly. I've changed my mind. I do not want to kill him immediately. I want him to watch as Qin Yanran and her secretary kneel at my feet, and then I'll get rid of him. Whoever dares oppose me, Koizumi Ichiro, will never meet a good end. On Yida Corporation's side, Lin Yun naturally knew how important this bid was for the company. Yida had not secured any large projects in a long time. For the past few months, they had only managed to survive on small, scattered contracts. If they failed this bid again, the consequences Koizumi Ichiro mentioned might really come true. Holding the bid document in her hands, Lin Yun's hands began to tremble slightly. President Qin, is this really the final price? Yes. Qin Yanran nodded firmly. Go ahead, Yun Yun, submit the bid. But what if? I'm worried. Lin Yun frowned tightly, feeling extremely uneasy inside. She was already considered a senior employee at Yida and had deep feelings toward both the company and Qin Yanran. She had long since regarded Yida as her home. If the company really collapsed, she didn't even dare to imagine what she would do next. Sis Yun, don't worry. You don't trust President Qin? Just go with confidence. Yi Xingchen smiled at Lin Yun and kept encouraging her. With his support, Lin Yun finally felt a little more assured. After all, ever since Yi Xingchen appeared in her life, there hadn't been a problem he could not solve. Anything he was confident in, always succeeded. Maybe Yi Xingchen was Yida's lucky star? Maybe this time the company would win the bid too? With this thought, Lin Yun took a deep breath and confidently handed the bid document to the department official. Soon, the department had collected all the bid documents from the participating companies. The official began reading each bid aloud in front of everyone present. Now, under the witness of all companies and media present, I will begin reading the bid prices submitted by each company. Melee Construction, 512 million summer country currency. Xiadia Group, 497 million. 91 Group, 489 million. After reading out several bids, next came Sakura Company. Sakura Construction, 448 million. What? As the bid was read aloud, a wave of shock spread across Yida. Lin Yun even shouted in a low voice, what the hell? 448 million? Why is it always just barely lower than ours? Can it really be that much of a coincidence? We're doomed, our bid was 453 million, they undercut us again. Why does this keep happening? It's really over this time. After preparing so much, Sakura still intercepted it. Even the heavens won't bless Yida. Hehe. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran exchanged a glance, neither of them showing much emotion. Instead, both had faint smiles on their faces. As soon as Yi Xingchen heard Sakura's bid, he knew Yida had won this round. Ha ha ha! We win! In stark contrast to Yida's gloom, the Sakura team was cheering with excitement, some even hugging to celebrate. Koizumi Ichiro raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at Yida's area like a victor. Coincidentally, Qin Yanran was also looking toward the Sakura team. Their eyes met. Though both wore calm expressions, the hostility between them was obvious. Hehe, Koizumi Ichiro smirked proudly at Qin Yanran. This woman has already lost. Is she looking for a way out now? Thinking about how to crawl back to me on her knees? Ha ha ha, anything I set my eyes on can never escape my grasp. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Koizumi Ichiro felt like he saw something in Qin Yanran's smile, contempt, mockery, maybe even calm confidence. If it weren't for the Yida team wailing in despair, he would have doubted whether Yida's bid was actually lower. This woman, she's way too calm. Does she really not care about Yida? Would she rather let such a big company go bankrupt than ask for my help? Where is her confidence coming from? While Koizumi Ichiro was puzzled, the department official began reading the final bid. Naturally, the last one was from Yida Corporation. The official was first stunned, then a smile of relief spread across his face. Yida Construction, 440 million. According to the principle that the lowest bidder wins, I hereby announce on behalf of the department that the Yunha Ocean Park Tourism Project is officially awarded to Yida Construction for 440 million. Congratulations to Yida Construction. What? Impossible. Koizumi Ichiro jumped up in disbelief. The Sakura team fell into a dead silence. No one expected Yida's price to be that much lower than what they had anticipated. Mr. Koizumi, do you have any objections to this bidding result? The official asked with a displeased face. As someone from Xia country, he naturally did not want to see the project handed over to a Toyo company like Sakura. President. Koizumi Ichiro's assistant quickly tugged at him and forced a smile at the official. Sorry, our president was just surprised. No objections, no objections. It wasn't just Koizumi Ichiro. Lin Yun also looked at Qin Yanran in confusion. President Qin, but I remember, our bid was. It's all thanks to Xingchen. This is all his doing. Ha ha ha. Sis Yun. Yi Xingchen laughed and gently patted her shoulder. President Qin and I already found the mole from Sakura inside our company. So we set a trap and tricked them. To prevent any leaks, President Qin changed the bid price last night, so only the two of us knew. Really? That's amazing. Lin Yun, seeing the company she saw as home saved by Yi Xingchen, was so moved she threw herself into his arms. You little brat. You didn't even tell me. I was so worried for nothing. I hate you. Yi Xingchen stiffened a bit, forcing a smile. Sis Yun, it was all part of the act, right? If I told you, how could we fool those little bastards? Ha ha ha. He turned and gave Koizumi Ichiro a smug glance. Koizumi Ichiro saw it and immediately realized he'd been played. His face twisted with anger, but he had no outlet for it. After all, he couldn't just rush over and demand to know why Qin Yenran had changed the bid last minute, could he? Damn it, Koizumi Ichiro had to swallow his rage along with his pride. Bakayaru. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Congratulations, President Qin. Congratulations, President Qin. You truly deserve to be called the business goddess of Yunha City. Executives from companies including Xiaodia Group and Jioi Group walked up to Qin Yenran with smiles on their faces and extended their right hands in a friendly manner. Thank you. Qin Yenran was also very happy and shook hands with everyone one by one. Hee hee. The executive from Xiaodia Group glanced from a distance at Shoji Ichiro and his team, who had already started to leave, and couldn't help but smile. As long as that guy didn't snatch it, I'm happy with whoever won the bid. Exactly. The Jioi Group executive nodded in agreement. That guy had snatched a few projects in a row recently and got way too smug. It's perfect that President Qin could put him in his place this time. Congratulations again, President Qin. Thank you, thank you. You are all veterans in the industry. I still have a lot to learn from you in the future, so I hope you'll be generous with your guidance. Qin Yenran didn't say anything bad about Shoji Ichiro behind his back, she just nodded humbly. Qin Yenran was still chatting with other company executives, and it looked like she wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Yi Xingchen stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. After Yi Xingchen left, Lin Yun also stood up. I'm going to the restroom. If you're getting ready to leave, send me a message on WeChat. Got it. Several colleagues nodded. Yi Xingchen walked into the men's bathroom with his hands in his pockets, whistling casually, looking very relaxed. Just as he was about to close the door, a silhouette suddenly slipped into his stall from behind. Then the door was shut and locked. Yi Xingchen saw that it was Lin Yun who came in and was almost scared out of his mind. Knock knock knock. Just then, footsteps echoed in the men's bathroom. Someone had come in. Lin Yun gestured to Yi Xingchen to keep quiet. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun in confusion, not understanding why she was there. Lin Yun quickly showed Yi Xingchen her intent through her actions. Bite. It was a bold move that Yi Xingchen hadn't seen coming. Even though Yi Xingchen had no experience, he immediately realized what was about to happen. If it weren't for the frequent footsteps outside, he felt like he might have cried out in shock. But Yi Xingchen knew very well, no one could tell who might be outside. If it was a colleague, and they barged in. This situation, this moment, could utterly destroy Lin Yun's reputation. Yi Xingchen leaned back as much as possible, frantically motioning for Lin Yun to stop. But Lin Yun acted like she didn't see his desperate signals and boldly continued. Yi Xingchen was both nervous and excited, unable to speak. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the cramped stall, soft sounds occasionally echoed. Xingchen, is that you in there? What made Yi Xingchen even more nervous was hearing a colleague's voice outside the stall. It seemed they had heard the noises inside. Lin Yun gave Yi Xingchen a teasing look and gestured to remind him to watch what he said and not to give anything away. Ah? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, then tried to calm his tone as much as possible. Yeah, I'm in the bathroom. My stomach's a bit upset. Not sure what I ate this morning. What's up? Hee hee. The colleague outside couldn't help but laugh. Nothing much, just wanted to say congratulations. You're the big hero this time. President Qin will definitely value you more from now on. You've got a bright future at Yida. I think her secretary, Lin Yun, seems to like you too. Ah? Yi Xingchen glanced at Lin Yun and suddenly felt guilty. Lin Yun liked him? Of course she did. Otherwise, why would she be doing this for him right now? Haha. Lin Yun is like the goddess of our Yida company. If you can actually win her over, it's like you saved the world in your past life and helped Ultraman beat the monsters. The colleague's voice was full of envy and jealousy. That's for sure. Yi Xingchen smiled while speaking and winked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen and gently patted the back of his heel with her right hand. When you make it big someday, don't forget about your colleagues, okay? HSS, of course not, we've all worked together. I'm not the kind of person who forgets his friends once he's successful. I absolutely won't forget. Yi Xingchen's tone was clearly off compared to normal. But the colleague outside didn't notice, or even if they did, they probably thought Yi Xingchen really just had a stomachache. Haha. Good to hear. Alright, I'll head out first. I think President Qin will be leaving soon, so hurry up, don't keep her waiting. Okay, thanks for the heads up, see you in a bit? After the colleague left, Yi Xingchen quietly looked at Lin Yun. Since things had already happened, resisting was pointless. Yi Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, a line from Li Yu's poem floated into his mind. The ties can't be cut, the chaos can't be sorted, this is the sorrow of parting, with a taste that lingers in the heart. Wasn't this exactly that kind of taste now? Rustle, rustle. The tug-of-war lasted for about 10 minutes. In the end, Mount Vesuvius in Naples completely erupted. Ha! Another line from Du Fu's poetry popped into Yi Xingqian's mind. I must climb to the summit, to see all the mountains beneath. This time, he really had reached the summit. What the hell, how did he become a poet? Why did he keep reciting poetry? Was he now truly the wandering poet Yi Xingqian? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and suddenly realized the reason. It's just that these days the content review was way too strict. It had to be revised 9 times, anyone would turn into a wandering poet at that rate. After a while, Linyan finally took a small step back and rolled her eyes at Yi Xingqian. Sorry, Yunjie. Seeing how disheveled Linyan looked, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but feel apologetic. Linyan just smiled and shook her head at Yi Xingqian, without saying anything. It seemed to mean, it's okay. The two looked into each other's eyes. And this time, a spark of emotion quietly ignited between them. Maybe in that moment, both had already made up their minds, deep in their hearts, about each other. After the two of them straightened their clothes and hair, Yi Xingqian finally raised his voice a little and softly asked, "Excuse me, is anyone out there?" Outside the stall, the restroom was completely silent, with no sound at all. In fact, Yi Xingqian had already noticed earlier that there hadn't been any movement outside for a long time. Basically, apart from himself and Lin Yun, there shouldn't be anyone else in the restroom. But to protect Lin Yun's reputation, Yi Xingqian cautiously asked anyway, just in case. Since no one responded, it was safe to come out. If someone had answered, he could have found an excuse, like saying there were no tissues in the stall. Seeing that there was no one outside, Yi Xingqian carefully made a shu gesture to Lin Yun, then guiltily opened the stall door and peeked out. After confirming the restroom was empty, Yi Xingqian quickly ran out to scout the area. In the narrow hallway outside, even at the entrance of the adjacent women's restroom, there was no one. Only then did Yi Xingqian feel relieved and hurriedly waved at Lin Yun, who was still inside the stall. Lin Yun immediately understood, ran out of the restroom, and then calmly walked over to the sink between the men's and women's restrooms to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. Their relationship had already reached a very close level, so Yi Xingqian no longer felt shy and grew bolder. He glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, lightly touched Lin Yun's curvy butt with his right hand. Lin Yun glanced back at Yi Xingqian without anger, giving him a sideways look. Ding dong. At that moment, both Yi Xingqian's and Lin Yun's phones chimed with new WeChat message notifications. They both instinctively took out their phones and looked, then smiled at each other. It was a message from a colleague saying that Qin Yanran and the others were ready to return to the office and would meet in the parking lot soon. The two walked shoulder to shoulder. While all their colleagues were headed to the parking lot, Yi Xingqian boldly held Lin Yun's small hand. Lin Yun looked down at their interlocked hands but didn't pull away. After a brief hesitation, she looked up at Yi Xingqian. "Xingqian, actually? I'm not that kind of woman. I'm still a virgin." Yi Xingqian quickly reached out and gently covered Lin Yun's mouth. "Yunjie, don't say that. I don't mind." "Then, do you like me?" Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingqian nervously. Yi Xingqian smiled warmly and carefully pulled Lin Yun into his arms, answering her with his actions. Lin Yun was beautiful, had a great figure, a good personality, and liked wearing black stockings. Who could say no to such an outstanding girl? Who could resist the allure of black stockings? Hearing Yi Xingqian's reassuring response, Lin Yun finally relaxed. "That's good. I was worried. Hee. From now on, don't call me little brother anymore. Just call me Xingqian, and I'll call you Yun Yun." "Okay." Lin Yun nodded firmly. The two of them held hands and continued walking toward the parking lot. Suddenly, Lin Yun seemed to remember something and looked at Yi Xingqian in surprise. "Xingqian. You're too strong." "Too strong? Yun Yun, what do you mean?" Yi Xingqian looked at Lin Yun in confusion. A blush appeared on Lin Yun's face. "Although I've never experienced it before, I do have some theoretical knowledge. Normally, the amount in one go is just a few dozen microliters, right? But this time, I think it was almost a few milliliters. It's insane. So just now, when I frowned, it wasn't because I was disgusted by that, but because the amount was too much, it shattered what I thought was normal." "Ah, well." Yi Xingqian scratched his head awkwardly. "So it turns out that in this declining world, even men's abilities in that area have been affected." And Lin Yun's face turned even redder. "If it's using the mouth, isn't it said that it only takes about 10 seconds? But you went for more than 10 minutes. Isn't that a good thing? Our future life will be even more blissful." "That's honestly a bit scary." Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingqian with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine, if we really go all the way, will I be able to handle it, or even satisfy you? Hiss, well. Lin Yun's words made Yi Xingchen realize something. It was only now that he became aware of the issue. His physical abilities hadn't declined at all, while everyone else's had drastically weakened. If he and Lin Yun really went all the way, what should be a happy and simple thing might turn into pain and torment for Lin Yun. And it wouldn't be something that only happens once in a long while, in fact, it might even be very frequent. After all, any normal man with a goddess like Lin Yun wouldn't be able to hold back, unless he had a problem. Maybe, he needed to find a way to research this issue. If he didn't solve it, he'd be afraid to even touch Lin Yun. But, I was surprised, not disgusted or anything like that. Lin Yun suddenly lifted her head and looked deeply at Yi Xingchen. If we really reach that point, I can still use my hands, my mouth, my feet, all of them can be used, right? As she spoke, Lin Yun was already too shy to continue, lowering her head so much that Yi Xingchen could barely hear her voice. Yi Xingchen was moved and gently held Lin Yun's small hand. Don't worry, Yun. I'll definitely find a way to deal with these challenges. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen in confusion, not understanding what exactly he meant by challenges. Yi Xingchen didn't explain much, he just smiled. Oh right? Lin Yun suddenly remembered something. Let's not make our relationship public for now. The company is still growing, and things like dating, marriage, or having kids, well, you know what that means for a woman's career, right? Even though it's unlikely President Qin would do something like that, I still don't want to take that risk. I don't want to lose this job just because of us. Okay. I promise you. Yi Xingchen nodded and agreed without hesitation. You're the best. You naughty boy. Lin Yun's face was filled with a happy smile as she tiptoed and gave Yi Xingchen a light peck on the cheek. By the time the two of them got to the parking lot, the other colleagues were already sitting in the car. Hurry up, Miss Secretary, Brother Xingchen, we've all been waiting for you. Coming. Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun exchanged a smile, then jogged over and got into Qin Yanran's car. Qin Yanran looked suspiciously at Lin Yun, then at Yi Xingchen who was already in the driver's seat. Her brows furrowed slightly as she fell into thought, as if she had vaguely noticed something. Good news. Big news. The latest great news. Just before the end of the workday, a colleague who had gone to the bidding meeting with Yi Xingchen excitedly walked into Yi Xingchen's office. What's going on? Old Zhang, look how happy you are. Yi Xingchen put away his phone and smiled at old Zhang. Strong man. We won the bid today, and President Qin is very pleased. She decided to give the whole company a paid day off tomorrow. Also, she's treating lunch for those who went to the bidding meeting this morning, at the most luxurious hotel in Yunhe City, the Yunhe Grand Hotel. Really? When Yi Xingchen heard that Qin Yanran was treating, he instantly perked up. His usual basic meal already cost hundreds of dollars. If Qin Yanran was paying and it was all you can eat, he figured he'd easily eat a few $1,000s worth. Total win. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang also looked really happy. That's the Yunhe Grand Hotel. I've lived so many years and never been to a place that fancy. This is a real treat. Old Zhang beamed. I'll go finish my work now. Strongman, you'd better get ready too. Okay. Yi Xingchen made an okay hand gesture toward old Zhang. Ding dong. Just as old Zhang left, Yi Xingchen received a WeChat message from Lin Yun. Xingchen, go ahead to the dinner tonight. I've got something to take care of at home, so I won't be going. Yi Xingchen felt a little disappointed reading Lin Yun's message. He was hoping to use this chance to get closer to her. But since Lin Yun said she had something at home, Yi Xingchen couldn't say much. He could only reply helplessly. All right. I'll miss you. Right after he sent that message, Lin Yun replied quickly. Sweet talker. Yi Xingchen suddenly had an idea and sent her another message. Little Yun, here's a riddle for you. Apart, it feels good, together, it's uncomfortable. What character is that? Lin Yun didn't reply for nearly a minute, probably thinking hard. I don't know. Bite. You jerk. Bullying me again. Seeing Lin Yun's reply, Yi Xingchen laughed out loud. Then Lin Yun sent another message. President Qin is already heading to the Yunhe Grand Hotel to reserve a table. You'd better get ready. Okay. Yi Xingchen straightened his collar and walked toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Yanran was already inside. She smiled at Yi Xingchen and stepped back to make room. Yi Xingchen quickly got in. The two left the building and reserved a private dining room at the Yunhe Grand Hotel. And it really lived up to its name as the most upscale hotel in Yunhe City. The owner must be someone powerful. Reservations had to be made in person, no phone bookings allowed, no matter who you were. After Qin Yanran got everything arranged, the other employees started arriving one after another. Inside the private room, Qin Yanran raised a wine glass the size of a bottle cap. Everyone, you've worked hard for this bidding project. This drink is for you. Yi Xingchen also raised his glass and finished the wine in one gulp. But then he noticed something odd. Everyone else, including Qin Yanran, had only taken a tiny sip. Only Yi Xingchen, being the honest one, had downed the whole capful of wine in one go. Old Zhang noticed this and gave him a thumbs up. Strong man, what a drinker. Downed it all in one go. Impressive, impressive. Yi Xingchen froze slightly, feeling a little awkward. He'd forgotten that this world was no longer the one he used to live in. Back then, drinking a capful of wine in one gulp would get you mocked. But now, it made you look like a heavyweight drinker. Trying to cover up, Yi Xingchen rubbed his forehead. No. I thought you all were going to down it too, so I… Actually, I'm a lightweight, that gulp burned my throat, I need a break. Ha ha ha. Old Zhang didn't think much of it and just laughed heartily. Qin Yanran took a small sip of wine and continued speaking. Next, I want to announce a personnel change. Starting now, Shen Jingbing is removed from his position as Security Department Chief. His role will be taken over by former Deputy Chief Wang Xian. Yi Xingchen will take Wang Xian's place as the new Deputy Chief. What? This? Congrats, strong man. You've only been with the company for a short time and already got promoted. Deputy Chief of Security, awesome. The colleagues around the table expressed surprise and congratulations. Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingchen and explained, the reason for this change is because I discovered that Shen Jingbing had been colluding with Xiao Quanjun from Sakura Corporation. He repeatedly leaked company secrets. Shen is not only being dismissed, later I'll call the police to pursue criminal charges. What? That guy betrayed the company? That's awful. Didn't see that coming. Good thing President Qin found out. Otherwise, the bidding could have failed because of that traitor. Talk about karma. Just a few days ago, Shen Jingbing had been acting all arrogant, picking on Yi Xingchen constantly. In the blink of an eye, he'd fallen from grace and now faced criminal charges. Of course, the happiest person about all this was Yi Xingchen. He got a promotion, a raise, and got rid of a rival in one shot. I hope everyone keeps working hard to build something great with the company. Let's do it. Qin Yanran was pleased with everyone's response and waved her hand. Lin Yun had something at home, so she won't be here tonight. Now that everyone else is here, let's eat. As Qin Yanran used her toothpick-sized chopsticks to pick up a few grains of rice, the others followed and began eating. The whole room was filled with a warm, joyful atmosphere. But this joy was short-lived. It was soon interrupted by the sound of an argument outside. Sir, this room is already occupied. We're fully booked tonight, there are no empty rooms. If you can wait a bit, we'll assign you one as soon as it's available. Bullshit. Get lost. This room has always been mine. Who the hell is bold enough to not give me face in Yunha City? I want to see who's inside, I'll make sure they lose their appetite. Just as the arguing voices faded, a young man in a suit suddenly pushed open the flimsy door and walked in. You? When Qin Yanran saw who it was, she was first surprised, then frowned, her face full of wariness and disgust. Oh? What a coincidence. Turns out it's my goddess, President Qin. The young man looked surprised at first, then was overjoyed. Now I definitely can't leave. This private room is mine tonight. But I won't keep it to myself, I'll share it with President Qin. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the young man, looking smug, jogged over to Qin Yanran and began tapping on the shoulder of a female employee from Yida Company who was sitting beside her. Move, move, move. I want to sit next to President Qin. The female employee was frightened by his gesture and quickly ran to another empty seat. Seeing this scene, Yi Xingchen quietly asked Old Zhang next to him, Old Zhang, who is this guy? So arrogant. Looks like our coworkers are scared of him. Old Zhang frowned too, worried that if they spoke too loudly it would anger the young man. He leaned toward Yi Xingchen and whispered, that guy is Lai Yuejing, nicknamed Young Master Lai. He's the eldest son of the Lai family, one of the 4 big families in Yunha City. A typical nouveau riche, he's got money, power, and connections. Forget the coworkers, even President Qin is wary of him. Honestly, there are very few people in Yunha City who aren't afraid of him. Such strong backing? Yi Xingchen looked at Lai Yuejing in surprise, muttering in his heart. Lai Yuejing? Why does that name sound so weird? Is he supposed to be Young Master Lai, or Miss Lai? Exactly. This guy is a hardcore admirer of President Qin. He was out of town on business for a while, so he hasn't bothered her recently. Now that he's back in Yunha, it'll be hard on her again. While Yi Xingchen and Old Zhang were talking, Lai Yuejing had already started pestering Qin Yanran. President Qin, I just got back to Yunha City and happened to run into you here. Isn't this fate? Shouldn't we toast to our fate? Come on, President Qin, don't be so cold to me. I really like you. If you become my girlfriend, your Yida company won't have any problems in Yunha ever again. With us joining forces, we won't just dominate Yunha, we'll rule the entire southern real estate and construction market. Hey? Why are you all just standing there? So clueless. Go get me a flower. I'm giving it to the most destined person, President Qin. Perhaps because of Lai Yuejing's power and influence, Qin Yanran didn't dare reject him too harshly. She only smiled bitterly. Young Master Lai, I'm just a plain woman, how could I be worthy of you? There are enough high-class ladies chasing you to line up from Yunha all the way to the capital. Why waste your time? As Qin Yanran spoke, she glanced around, clearly looking for a good excuse to get rid of him. That's exactly why it proves my love is true. What's that saying? Among 3,000 who drown, I only scoop one ladle. Qin Yanran realized with frustration that Lai Yuejing was unbearably clingy, like a piece of gum stuck to her shoe. No matter what she said, he always had a smooth reply, just stubbornly hanging on. Just when Qin Yanran felt helpless, she spotted Yi Xingchen and her eyes lit up. She kept signaling him with pleading looks, clearly asking for help. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. President Qin wanted him to save her? But how? He was just a regular, unknown employee. Lai Yuejing was a big shot. And what excuse could he use? If it were Lin Yun, he could say she was his girlfriend and tell the guy to back off. But he had no relationship with Qin Yanran. Seeing Yi Xingchen remain still, Qin Yanran subtly waved a small fist at him. Yi Xingchen instantly understood, she was threatening him. Suddenly, he remembered something. How could he say he had no connection with Qin Yanran? She was his boss. If he pissed off the boss, he'd be packing up and leaving. To be fair, Qin Yanran had treated him pretty well. Yi Xingchen didn't want to lose this job, so even if he didn't want to stir up trouble, he had to act. He glanced at Lai Yuejing, who was still trying to toast Qin Yanran with his little capful of wine, and suddenly came up with a clever plan, one that could help Qin Yanran while avoiding conflict with Lai Yuejing. Yi Xingchen cheerfully swapped seats with a colleague beside Lai Yuejing and gently tapped his right arm. Young Master Lai. Young Master Lai. Lai Yuejing, annoyed by the interruption, turned and glared at Yi Xingchen. Kid, what are you doing? I'm trying to have a drink with your boss, what's it to you? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Yi Xingchen didn't get mad, just kept smiling. Young Master Lai, may I have a word with you? Who the hell are you? Why would I talk to you? If it weren't for your boss, I'd beat you to death. Get lost. Lai Yuejing was clearly very impatient. Please, young Master Lai, no need to get upset. Yi Xingchen kept smiling and kept signaling with his eyes toward Qin Yanran's seat, trying to convey something. Lai Yuejing paused, vaguely understanding Yi Xingchen's meaning, and finally stood up. Your topic better be worth my time, or you're dead. Come, young Master Lai, this way, just a quick word. Yi Xingchen cheerfully threw an arm over Lai Yuejing's shoulder and led him outside the private room. Say what you need to say. We're alone now. Young Master Lai. You won't win over President Qin like this. You need a different approach. Oh? What do you mean? Lai Yuejing paused, then eagerly grabbed Yi Xingchen's right hand like he was discovering a genius. Seeing Lai Yuejing take the bait, Yi Xingchen grinned. Young Master Lai, I'm Deputy Chief of Security at Yida. So, if I help you get things going with President Qin. He stopped just at the right moment. Lai Yuejing slapped his chest with confidence. Say no more. If you help me win over your boss, you'll be like a brother to me. I'll get you promoted to something like a VP position, it's just a word from me. Great. Then I'll get straight to it. Yi Xingchen smiled deeply. Young Master Lai. You don't get it, when chasing a girl, you first have to know what kind of guy she likes. That's the only way to suit her taste and win her over. It's like how girls wear makeup, they know guys like pretty ones, so, you get it, right? Seeing Yi Xingchen's knowing expression, Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense? But, what kind of guy does your President Qin like? Yi Xingchen smiled again. Our President Qin? She likes guys who are really masculine. Huh? That's me, isn't it? I mean, don't I give off that manly vibe? Lai Yuejing slapped his chest without hesitation. Yi Xingchen's lips twitched slightly. This guy? Manly? That word doesn't really fit him. Just his name, Lai Yuejing? Sounds like, monthly period. Who's going to think that's manly? But Yi Xingchen didn't say any of that, of course. He kept patiently leading him along. Young Master Lai, you really do have that masculine vibe, but, showing it off in front of other people doesn't work. You have to show it in front of President Qin. She's not going to fall for you just because someone else says you're manly. And even if she did, would you want to marry someone like that? You're right, Lai Yuejing nodded. Then what do you think I should do to show my masculinity? There's plenty. Like, hitting the gym, lifting heavy, training hard for a year, you'll be packed with muscle, that's manly. Or stop acting all flirty, move with more composure, more confidence, that's real man energy. Or drinking, having a high tolerance is masculine too. Think about it, when you see a guy who never gets drunk, don't you instinctively feel he's a real man? Yeah, that's true. Lai Yuejing's eyes lit up. And I'm telling you, I've got the tolerance, never get drunk. Really? That's perfect. Yi Xingchen was thrilled to see he'd taken the bait. Here's the deal, once we get back inside, let's pretend we hit it off, like kindred spirits. Whatever you drink, I'll drink too. My tolerance is pretty bad, so I'll be done quickly. Then you just sit there like nothing happened. In comparison, President Qin will see you're the real man. Smart. Then I'll definitely win her heart. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Awesome. Lai Yuejing slapped Yi Xingchen's shoulder excitedly. Bro. No need to thank me, once you're drunk, I'll send someone to take you to a hotel, and later I'll send a girl to your room. No, 3. However you want to play it. Thanks, young Master Lai. The two of them walked back to the private room arm in arm, smiling brightly. Seeing the confused look on his little brother's face, Lai Yuejing happily pointed at Yi Xingchen. This bro and I clicked instantly, had a good chat. As he spoke, he thumped his chest again, trying to show his masculine spirit. Not just his little brother, even Qin Yanran looked confused at both of them, wondering what Yi Xingchen was up to. Could it be? Qin Yanran's heart skipped. Did Yi Xingchen just seduce Lai Yuejing to help her out? So, Lai Yuejing swings both ways? Didn't see that coming. Thinking that, Qin Yanran gave Lai Yuejing a look full of disbelief. That glance almost made Lai Yuejing float. He got even more hyped. Looks like Yi Xingchen was right, Qin Yanran likes super manly guys. No matter how he bugged her before, Qin Yanran never gave him the time of day. But just now, one chest slap and she really looked at him. If he could drink Yi Xingchen under the table, wouldn't she fall into his arms? Too excited to hold back, Lai Yuejing grabbed a 1.7-ounce bottle of strong liquor and immediately downed it. Come on, bro. Fill it up. Real men drink it all in one go. He quickly poured shots into bottle cap-sized cups for both himself and Yi Xingchen, then chugged his with a showy flair. Wow! Young Master Lai can really drink. That was at least 0.03 ounces of liquor, and he downed it without blinking, really does have the tolerance of 1,000 shots. Several Yida employees were stunned by Lai Yuejing's boldness. Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen, constantly signaling him to drink too. Yi Xingchen quickly put on a nervous expression, raised his glass, gave Lai a nod, and then pretended to wince as he finished his shot. Ha ha ha. Xingchen's done with his drink, judging by his face, he's about to pass out. No kidding, that was more than 0.03 ounces of liquor. A normal guy couldn't handle that in one go. Yida employees seemed to forget their own side and started commenting like spectators. Ha ha ha. Good. Bold move. Lai Yuejing gave Yi Xingchen a heavy slap on the shoulder. For our bond, bro, let's go for another round. This time, his little brother smartly slipped over and refilled both their glasses. Yi Xingchen deliberately looked troubled. Maybe, we eat something first before the next? I don't think I can take much more. Lai Yuejing nearly burst out laughing. Honestly, one shot wasn't much to him, but even he was starting to feel it. His throat and stomach were starting to burn. But what's the point of drinking? To prove how manly you are, right? If he managed 2 rounds and Yi Xingchen passed out, he'd win for sure. So Lai Yuejing put on a displeased face and raised his glass again. Say no more. Down it in one. If you think I'm not worthy of being your drinking buddy, then forget it. Then he started wildly signaling Yi Xingchen with his eyes, clearly saying, "What are you scared of? Just drink. Once you're out, I'll send you to a hotel and have 3 girls waiting. Hurry up, stop hesitating." Alright. Yi Xingchen again put on a reluctant face, mimicked Lai Yuejing's move, pinched his nose with his left hand, and poured the entire shot into his mouth with his right. In just a few seconds, the two of them had each taken down 2 shots of strong liquor. Great tolerance. 2 or 3 milliliters of strong liquor down and still steady. They say in the Tang dynasty, the poet Li Bai earned the title of Immortal of Wine by drinking 10 milliliters in one meal. I want to see if young Master Lai and Xingchen can break the immortal Li Bai's 10 milliliter record. Lai might make it. Xingchen? I doubt it. Amid the crowd's flattery, Lai Yuejing didn't know if it was the alcohol or the feeling of getting closer to Li Bai, but he started feeling like he was floating. So this was the charm of masculinity? It felt great. But when Lai looked at Yi Xingchen, his joy vanished. Why wasn't this guy passed out yet? Damn it, if he doesn't collapse, that means I have to keep drinking. 3 shots in a row, that's around 5 milliliters. Who the hell can take that? Lai glanced at Qin Yanran, then began frantically signaling to Yi Xingchen to fake being drunk, even if he wasn't. Yi Xingchen looked confused for a second, blinked like he realized something. Got it. Understood. Yi Xingchen gave an okay sign. Lai felt a little relieved. Even if the guy was a little slow, at least he got the point. This kid was teachable. Come on. Young Master Lai. We really vibe. Let's have another one. Fill it up. Yi Xingchen quickly picked up the bottle and poured full shots for both of them. Lai nearly spit out blood, swearing in his head. Are you blind? Brain damaged? Can't you see I'm at my limit? Still drinking? Drink my ass. Not knowing what was going on, Qin Yanran looked at the two of them, puzzled. Every time she got that question mark feeling, it wasn't her, it was that the people in front of her had something wrong. Why were they actually drinking more? These two, something's off. Lai also noticed Qin Yanran was watching him, and he knew he couldn't back down now. If he did, all his effort would be wasted. And honestly, the plan was working, why else would she keep glancing at him? Thinking that, even though he wanted to kill Yi Xingchen, he forced a calm smile and raised his glass. This? Piece of cake. This amount couldn't even fill the gap between my teeth. At home, I drink 1.7-ounce bottles like water. After that, he clinked glasses with Yi Xingchen and downed the shot again. This one hit hard. If he hadn't forced it down, Lai felt he would have puked on the spot. And when he looked at Yi Xingchen again, he nearly collapsed right there. No more, no more. I can't take it. I'm getting drunk. Yi Xingchen was holding his head, swaying like he was going to fall. Was this guy pretending not to understand? Why wasn't he faking being drunk yet? He was making Lai look ridiculous. Damn it, if you can't take it, just lie down and fake it. You think I'm drinking because I want to hang out with you? Think again. Lai kept wildly signaling with his eyes and eyebrows. Yi Xingchen blinked, straightened up again with effort. Young Master Lai, are you still drinking? I really can't. One more and I'll definitely be out. Alright, just one more. Lai nearly exploded. If Qin Yanran weren't there, he would have cracked that bottle over Yi Xingchen's head. But remembering that Xingchen said, just one more and I'll be out, Lai gritted his teeth and forced himself to act tough. Hey, bro, a man can say anything, but never say he can't. Last one, just one more. Lai's little brother rushed over and refilled both of their shots. Okay, last one, then. After Yi Xingchen said that, Lai frowned, holding back the rising nausea and finished his shot again. What a drinker. I think tonight we're witnessing a new wine immortal. Legendary, badass, 666. Cheers echoed around the room, and Lai finally felt a brief moment of satisfaction. But then he looked at Yi Xingchen, still standing tall, and that feeling vanished. He really wanted to grab Xingchen by the collar and yell. Damn it, you said you'd collapse after this shot, didn't you? What happened to trust between people? Aren't we from the same country? Weren't we supposed to have each other's back? Can't you understand plain words? Can you? Young Master Lai, your drinking skills are amazing. I really admire that. Yi Xingchen gave him a thumbs up. Another wave of rage burned in Lai's chest. Both the alcohol and Xingchen's words added fuel to the fire. Admire my drinking? Why the hell would I want you to admire that? I'm trying to get the girl, not impress you. Still, Lai reminded himself, manly man above all. Even while furious, he forced himself to smile and patted Xingchen on the shoulder. Bro, your tolerance is good too. But compared to mine, you're still a bit behind. This amount doesn't even count. At home, I drink this stuff like water. Really? Yi Xingchen looked surprised. Then, one more. Lai was stunned. I think that's enough, these two already drank so much. I doubt they can take any more. Same here. Most people would be full just from that much water, let alone strong liquor. Not everyone can be a wine immortal like Li Bai. With both alcohol and gossip pressing in, Lai started losing it. He slammed the table. Drink. Let's drink. Who's afraid of who? Bold. Yi Xingchen praised, then filled both glasses again. I'll go first. Yi Xingchen downed his shot in one gulp. Lai's mouth twitched hard. He looked at Xingchen, still steady, and then at his own shot. After hesitating for several seconds, he finally said screw it and poured the drink down his throat. But with no breaks, this was too much. His body gave out. Lai hadn't even finished the shot. His stomach turned, and he spat it all out. Are you the real wine immortal? He trembled, pointed at Yi Xingchen, then dropped his head onto the table. Hee, Yi Xingchen chuckled and pointed at Lai's little crew. What are you waiting for? Take young Master Lai back to his room to rest. Oh, okay. The group rushed over and helped carry him out of the private room. Only then did Qin Yanran finally understand Yi Xingchen's thoughts and plan. When she looked at him again, her eyes showed a new sense of appreciation and admiration. The next morning, while Yi Xingchen was taking a short rest in his office, he suddenly got a call from his underling Shi Wenbin. Hello? Wenbin, you're out now, right? Isn't the air outside much fresher? Yi Xingchen joked with a smile. Brother Yi, something happened to the old man. What? Yi Xingchen was shocked. What happened to my dad? The old man just accidentally fell. Looks like he injured the cartilage in his heel. Hurry to Yunhe City Hospital. We're taking him there now. Okay. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out of the office. Judging by the distance, I should arrive first. I'll register him at the hospital. You guys hurry over. Got it. After hanging up, Yi Xingchen immediately sent a leave request via WeChat to Qin Yanran, then headed straight to Yunhe City Hospital. When he arrived, he noticed the hospital was crowded. All 10 windows were packed with people. Yi Xingchen sighed and had no choice but to wait in line. Luckily, even though the windows handled registration, payments, and forms, the process moved fairly quickly. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 5 people ahead of him. Just then, he glanced at his phone and saw a message from Shi Wenbin. They would still need over 10 more minutes to get to the hospital. Please, kind people, I'm begging you, can I cut in line? My mom got hurt. She's in a lot of pain. Just look at her face, she's really suffering. Can someone please let me go first? Thank you. While Yi Xingchen was looking at his phone, a middle-aged woman walked to the front of the line crying, pleading with those ahead, including Yi Xingchen. Hearing her plea, the 5 people ahead quickly turned their heads and pretended not to hear her. Yi Xingchen frowned. This hospital really lacks compassion. Rules are dead, people are alive. An elderly person is in pain, can't they get priority? Or better yet, skip registration and go straight to treatment? Thinking this, Yi Xingchen looked back at the people behind him. Ma'am, why don't you take my spot? Folks, it's just one person. Let her go ahead, it'll be quick. He didn't expect much objection, but as soon as he said it, people started voicing their disagreement. Why? Why do you get to be the good guy? She's not just cutting in front of you, she's cutting in front of all of us. Why should you take all the credit? Exactly. Her mom's injured, sure, but my kid has a high fever. Why can't I cut too? How do we know she's not making it up? If you let her cut, what if someone else wants to? Then what, one after another? The middle-aged woman nearly dropped to her knees. No, you're all good people. I swear I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. I'm begging you all. People still didn't buy it. Though her oath made them uncomfortable, no one spoke further. Ma'am, over here, come up. Yi Xingchen smiled and waved her forward. Hey, what are you doing? Who said you could cut? Did I agree? A young man who had been pretending to look at his phone suddenly stood up and glared at her. Sir, what, I? Do I know you? The young man cut her off, then turned to Yi Xingchen. Who are you? Who gave you the authority? You think you're so great? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and tried to explain, brother, this lady. Don't call me brother. Don't you know how to line up? If she wants your spot, you leave the line and give it to her. Got it? You're in your 20s and still don't understand rules? How do you even function out there? Yeah. Stop pretending to be a good guy. If you really mean it, give her your place. Fake kindness. Don't act noble if you're not willing to sacrifice. The crowd, which had quieted, now began to murmur again. Yi Xingchen started to get annoyed. He had just calmed everyone down, but now the young man stirred them up again. What are you staring at? Huh? Want to hit me? Go ahead. Touch a hair on me, and I'll make sure you don't leave this hospital. The young man looked hostile, provoking him. Yi Xingchen really wanted to slap him. But with the woman's mother suffering, and Yi Hao rushing to the hospital, now wasn't the time for a fight. Also, the guy had a point. Letting someone cut was kindness, but refusing wasn't wrong either. He couldn't morally force others. So Yi Xingchen said, Fine, I'll go to the back. Ma'am, take my spot. Now nobody has any complaints, right? The young man scoffed and wanted to say more, but seeing no one else objecting, he shut up. The middle-aged woman bowed again and again. Young man, thank you. You're a good person. You all are good people. I'm so grateful. Good people will be blessed. Yi Xingchen nodded with a smile, then walked to the back of the line to wait again. Yi Xingchen looked at his phone and roughly estimated the time. Logically, he should be able to get a registration number before Yi Hao arrived at the hospital, so there shouldn't be a problem. Hello? What? Where are you? Oh, all right. I'll come over now. At that moment, the arrogant young man from earlier received a call and quickly ran out of the hospital lobby. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. That woman really came at the wrong time. If she had arrived a minute or two later, after the young man had left, she probably could have cut the line without issue, and Yi Xingchen wouldn't have had to go to the end of the line again. But Yi Xingchen didn't regret it. Doing good is always hard, that's just how it is. Young man, thank you. Thank you so much. The middle-aged woman came back to Yi Xingchen after registering, full of gratitude. It's fine, ma'am. Go quickly. Every minute you delay, your mother suffers more. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly and waved her on. Thank you. She bowed to him again and then left. About 6 minutes later, there were only 3 people in front of Yi Xingchen, and Yi Hao's group was almost at the hospital. Just then, an unexpected figure suddenly stepped in front of him. Yi Xingchen was stunned. Was this guy really cutting the line? So blatantly? Not even bothering with a fake excuse? Hey, man, what are you doing? Cutting in line? Yi Xingchen gently tapped the guy's shoulder, signaling him not to cut. What are you doing? The man turned around with a displeased look, and Yi Xingchen realized it was the same young man who had left earlier after getting the call. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Looks like karma really comes around. Yi Xingchen glared at the young man. What am I doing? You're cutting in line. I'm telling you not to cut. The young man frowned, clearly annoyed. Cutting? Are you blind? I was already in front of you. I just stepped out to take a call. Get lost. Seeing the guy's impatient attitude, Yi Xingchen found it funny. Hey, bro, weren't you the one earlier talking about the rules? You said once someone leaves the line, they can't come back. If they want to give up their spot, they should step out. That was your rule. I followed it and went to the back, now it's your turn to follow it. The young man looked uneasy and snapped, waving his hand angrily. What, you deaf? I told you I just went out to take a call. Who is this guy, so rude? Exactly. Cutting in line? Should we call staff to kick him out? People behind Yi Xingchen started whispering and pointing at the young man. That really set him off. He stepped aside, pointed at the crowd, and cursed loudly. What the hell are you yelling for? Got guts? Say it to my face. You wanna go? Do you know who I am? I'm with the Qinglong gang. Mess with me, and you're asking to die. Hearing he was from the Qinglong gang, the people who were complaining immediately shrank back and lowered their heads, pretending nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen was stunned. People really do bully the weak and fear the strong. That woman practically begged on her knees to cut in line, and everyone objected. Now this guy just shouts a few threats and no one dares speak up. What a messed up world. The young man looked pleased with himself, then arrogantly stared at Yi Xingchen. You, kid, wanna try me? Can I stand at the front now? Heh, Yi Xingchen chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, still no. I'm someone who sticks to principles. If you hadn't stopped that woman from cutting earlier, I wouldn't have said a word. But you blocked a good deed. You didn't plant good seeds, why should you enjoy good results? Oh? The guy looked at Yi Xingchen with disdain. You don't get it, huh? Didn't I just say I'm with the Qinglong gang? Know what that means? Ask around, I'll scare you till you piss your pants. Qinglong gang, heh. Yi Xingchen looked at him with a half-smile. I'm the boss behind Qinglong gang. And this little punk dares act tough in front of me? Get lost before I call my boss to break your legs. Who's your boss? Deng Hao? Sure Wenbin. The young man froze. He never expected Yi Xingchen to know the names of Qinglong's boss and second-in-command. But he shrugged it off, thinking Yi Xingchen must have heard it from someone. He patted his chest proudly. My boss is sure Wenbin. Scared now? If so, get, Before he could finish, Yi Xingchen grabbed his collar with his right hand. How could someone like this be part of Qinglong gang? He's ruining their name. Yi Xingchen figured he'd have to talk to Sure Wenbin later, his people needed to be disciplined. They couldn't go around acting like bullies. Let go. I said let go. The guy kept slapping at Yi Xingchen's arm, trying to break free. Yi Xingchen let go of his collar, but then clamped his right hand like a steel vice on the guy's shoulder. Ah, it hurts, bro, please. The young man never expected Yi Xingchen to be this strong, just one hand and he was completely restrained. Swallowing his pride, he gave in. Still wanna cut in line? No, no more cutting. I was wrong. Get lost. Yi Xingchen gave him a light shove, and the guy finally broke free. He clutched his shoulder in pain and stepped toward the exit. Once he was far enough, he turned and glared at Yi Xingchen. You bastard. You'll regret this. Just wait. Heh, anytime. Yi Xingchen just smiled. Come find me if you dare, I'm not afraid of you. With that, the guy shouted one last threat and ran out of the hospital in embarrassment. Hello, sir, what department are you registering for? Soon, it was Yi Xingchen's turn. The nurse seemed quite pleased with his earlier kindness and assertiveness and greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's like this, my dad fell and probably injured a bone, His heel area. His heel. The nurse blinked, then smiled. Got it. That'll be 40 yuan. Thank you. After Yi Xingchen handed her the money, he quickly realized something was off. Didn't registration only cost 20 yuan? Why did the nurse charge him 40? When he got the slip, he was shocked to see he'd been registered for both orthopedics and the urology department. Wait. Miss, why did you register my dad for urology? Yi Xingchen looked at the nurse, puzzled. She smiled lightly. Because that's what you said. What did I say? You said down there. Down there? No. I meant his heel, the back of his foot, not that down there. Oh? I'm so sorry. After a whole morning of running around, Yi Hao was finally settled in the hospital. Brother Yi, the doctor said your father's condition isn't serious. He just needs to rest here for 3 or 4 days, and then he can continue recovering at home. Yi Xingchen had just finished paying when he arrived at the hospital room, where Shi Wenbin was stepping out. Good, that's a relief. Yi Xingchen exhaled softly after hearing the update. Brother Yi, since we're already at the hospital, how about scheduling the surgery as well? The gang has the money. We can easily cover his medical expenses. Sure. Yi Xingchen glanced at his father sleeping on the bed and nodded. Then he remembered the incident with the young man from earlier and was about to mention it to Shi Wenbin. Just then, loud cursing came from the hallway. Brother Chiu, I found out. That bastard and his dad are in that room. That punk had the nerve to hit me in public. You have to back me up. Don't worry, Ashin. Anyone who messes with me is going to regret being born. Yi Xingchen looked toward the noise and saw the young man he had kicked out earlier now charging in with a group of thugs. Heh. Yi Xingchen smirked. He was just about to bring this up, and now they came right to him. If this guy really was with the Qinglong gang, then today was the day to clean house. Brother Chiu and Ashin quickly reached Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin. Brother Chiu held some status in the gang and recognized Shi Wenbin. When he realized Ashin had brought him to confront one of Wenbin's men, a strong sense of unease flooded his chest. Chiu pointed at Shi Wenbin. You mean, him? Brother Chiu. No, not him, the bastard next to him. Ashin had no clue what was happening and kept pointing at Yi Xingchen and Wenbin. But since that guy's with him, they must be in it together. We have to beat them both up to make it right? Chiu's heart sank. He felt like the world was crashing down on him. You're sure? Of course I'm sure. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Wenbin was stunned and turned to Yi Xingchen. Brother Yi, are these guys bothering you? He says I'm bothering him? He's the one who started it. Whatever. I came here to stir things up, so what? Brother Chiu, slap these 2 bastards for me. Oh, so you came to mess with me and Brother Yi? Wenbin smiled coldly at Brother Chiu. Thud. Hearing that, Brother Chiu's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Huh? Brother Chiu, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling? Were those 2 girls last night too much for you? Ashin was still clueless and confused. Too much your ass. Brother Chiu exploded in rage. Get your ass down on your knees. Me? Kneel? Brother Chiu, are you kidding? Shouldn't they be kneeling? You little idiot. Brother Chiu's eyes went dark, and he smacked Ashin across the face. What the hell, Brother Chiu? Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? With a shaking hand, Brother Chiu pointed at Wenbin. Do you know who this man is? Ashin, holding his cheek, looked confused. Who? He's my boss. Your boss. The boss of the Qinglong gang. You fool. Get on your knees. What? Ashin was so shocked he could barely speak. Wenbin gave a cold smile and pointed at Yi Xingchen. And do you know who he is? No. Both Chiu and Ashin shook their heads. He's my boss. Your boss's boss. What? Ashin almost pissed himself in fear. He had just tried to lead a gang to beat up the boss's boss's boss. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I failed to manage my people properly. I promise it won't happen again. Please punish me. Wenbin quickly apologized to Yi Xingchen, lowering his head in shame. Forget it. Yi Xingchen saw how hard Wenbin had been working to take care of Yi Hao and didn't want to blame him. He waved it off. Let it go this time, just don't let anything like this happen again. Don't worry, Brother Yi. I swear it won't happen again. Wenbin secretly sighed in relief. After seeing Yi Xingchen fight like a war god that night, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen if Yi Xingchen got mad. He turned to glare at Brother Chiu. I'm giving you a chance to make this right. You know what to do. Yes, boss. I'll take care of it. Chiu was sweating bullets and nodding like a guilty child. In his heart, he cursed every ancestor of Ashin. Get the hell out. I'll deal with you later. Yes. Thank you, boss. And thank you to the boss's boss. Chiu stood up with a pale face and glared at Ashin, the cause of all this. What are you waiting for? Get this idiot out of here. Please, have mercy, boss. Ashin begged as several men dragged him away from the hospital. The warm afternoon sun bathed the entire city of Yunha. V-room. As a plane landed, a tall young woman with light blonde hair, dressed in casual clothes and possessing a stunning figure, stepped elegantly out of the airport. Outside the airport, 6 black cars were already lined up, waiting. Leading them was Koizumi Haruakairo, the president of Sakura Corporation. The moment he saw the young woman at the airport entrance, Koizumi Haruakairo and his group quickly bowed in greeting. Miss Miyamoto, welcome to Yunha City. The young woman was none other than Miyamoto Yumi, a rising talent from the Miyamoto family, sent by Daisuke Maru as reinforcements. Miyamoto Yumi glanced at Koizumi with a cold, expressionless face. Her voice was just as distant. Did you bring my stuff? Yes, Miss Miyamoto, it's here. Koizumi quickly nodded and gestured to his men. 2 of them stepped forward, carrying a small box. Miyamoto Yumi reached out and gently opened the box. Inside was a pure steel short dagger of Eastern make. A rare trace of warmth appeared on her face. She slowly caressed the blade, then gripped the dagger and elegantly twirled it through the air. Koizumi Haruakairo's heart skipped a beat watching this. That dagger weighs a solid 2 pounds. Lifting 2 pounds is no big deal, but doing it with one hand, with such ease, and spinning it through the air? Terrifying. This woman is terrifying. No wonder she's a rising star of the Miyamoto family. Their power is truly formidable. Yumi sheathed the dagger at her waist and looked at Koizumi with disdain. Who's the target? Give me the file. Koizumi signaled again. When she received the 2 files, he began explaining softly. Miss Miyamoto, there are 2 targets. One is an ordinary man, the other's got considerable strength, he might be tricky. The ordinary guy is Shin Jingbing. He used to be my informant in another company, but he was recently exposed. He has to be silenced. I've already used connections to bail him out, he can be taken care of at any time. The other one is Yi Xingchen. He's strong, in a weightlifting competition, he once lifted more than 6 pounds. That's enough. Yumi cut him off impatiently. Leave it to me. Once these 2 are eliminated, I'll return to Japan to resume training. Understood. We appreciate your help, Miss Miyamoto. At dusk, outside Yunha City Police Department. Shin Jingbing walked out with a defeated expression. The police's words still echoed in his head. Mr. Shen, you're involved in a corporate espionage case. Although you've been released on bail, from today on, your movements are restricted. You must remain at home and await further notice. Sigh? No idea how much time passed, but Shin Jingbing finally sighed heavily. He knew, even though Koizumi pulled strings to bail him out, his fate was pretty much sealed this time. At that moment, Shin Jingbing bitterly regretted agreeing to Koizumi's deal for money. One wrong step had ruined his life. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, making him shiver. He looked around in confusion. Huh? Where am I? How did I end up here? Damn. Just as he turned to head back, he noticed a young woman sitting on a small bench up ahead. It was Miyamoto Yumi, clearly waiting to assassinate Shin Jingbing. Maybe it was her looks, maybe her figure, but Shin Jingbing stopped and started checking her out. He couldn't help but evaluate her silently. Face? About 85 out of 100. But that figure? Damn. I've never seen a body like that. She's gotta be at least an E-cup. That bust, that slim waist, those long legs. If I could spend a night with a woman like that, I'd die happy. A body like that, it's a waste she's not in adult films. Swish. Suddenly, Miyamoto Yumi stood and walked toward him with elegant steps. Shin Jingbing had no clue of the danger. He was still mentally drooling over her body. In a daze, he suddenly noticed a cold glint from her waist. The setting sun lit up the steel blade as she drew her dagger. Huh? Wait. Only when she drew the blade did Shin Jingbing realize something was wrong. He suddenly understood, Koizumi had hired a killer to silence him. That bastard, ungrateful traitor. Shin Jingbing instantly knew this woman was no ordinary person. Someone who can one-hand a solid steel dagger? Definitely not a pushover. He didn't dare fight, he turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Heh. Yumi smirked coldly. She spun the dagger gracefully and charged after him. Damn it. Shin Jingbing cursed and ran without looking back. After running several dozen feet, he looked back to see how far she was. What he saw made his heart stop. Yumi was already right behind him. No, no. Swish. Before he could even speak, Yumi leapt past him. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger flashed, and she crouched gracefully in front of him. Ah! He felt a sudden heat at his neck. He tried to point at her back but realized he couldn't speak, his voice was gone. He touched his neck and saw his hand was covered in blood. He tried pointing again, but his strength quickly drained away from the wound. Heh! Yumi gave a cold laugh and walked away without another glance. Moments later, Shen Jingbing collapsed into a pool of blood. Don't ask me how high the sun is, I'll tell you how deep I am. These lyrics don't sound right. Yi Xingqian hummed a tune as he opened the door to his villa. Lately, Yi Xingqian had been riding high. He had Lin Yun's favor, Qin Yanran's trust, had become the leader of the Qinglong gang, which greatly eased his financial pressure, and even got to know the mysterious boss Long Qingxian. Perhaps the only thing worth being cautious about was Long Qingshuan's true intentions. As Yi Xingqian muttered over everything that had recently happened, he walked into his living room. Click. Yi Xingqian flipped on the lights and saw a young woman with an impressive figure sitting on his living room sofa. What the? Yi Xingqian jumped. Excuse me, who are you? If I'm not mistaken, this is my house, right? Did you come into the wrong home? Or are you a thief? Yi Xingqian muttered under his breath, since when did thieves break into poor folks' homes like his? Come on, if you're going to steal, at least go to Qin Yanran's place next door. She's rich, lives alone, and couldn't hurt a fly, ideal for thieves, right? The young woman was Miyamoto Yumi. She was curiously observing Yi Xingqian. You're Yi Xingqian? Yi Xingqian froze slightly. Judging by her look, she wasn't a thief, she had come specifically to find him. He frowned a bit. I'm Yi Xingqian. And you are? A playful smile crossed Miyamoto Yumi's face. I'm Miyamoto Yumi. I heard you're really strong. Miyamoto Yumi? From Japan? At that moment, Yi Xingqian realized where she came from, no doubt sent by Koizumi Haruakairo to take revenge. Now that he knew her background, Yi Xingqian dropped the polite act and sat down across from her with a smirk of his own. Not only am I strong, I'm also big down there. Wanna see my big buddy for yourself? Miyamoto Yumi looked confused at first, but soon picked up on the meaning behind his words. A cold smile appeared on her face. So what if you've got a big buddy? Heh. Even if I don't have one, I can still get as many as I want. Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. What kind of bold talk was this? Is Japan really that open? A few lines in and she's already pushing full throttle? Miyamoto Yumi slowly drew the Japanese dagger at her waist and started to show it off. This blade is called Seijin. It weighs 1.25 pounds. Yi Xingqian blinked, looked around, then picked up a nearby stool. This stool is called the tiger stool. It weighs? I dunno. However heavy you say it is, that's how heavy it is. Miyamoto Yumi was genuinely surprised. That stool must be at least 3 or 4 pounds, and you just picked it up with one hand? Of course. If you're smart, you'll leave my house, no, leave China altogether. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Yi Xingqian carefully held the stool. He didn't want to fight Miyamoto Yumi directly, he didn't know if she had any hidden tricks. And he didn't want to accidentally kill her. After all, she was Japanese. Dying in his home could cause diplomatic trouble. Okay, fine. The real reason he didn't want to hurt her was because she was a pretty girl with a great figure. What guy would want to hurt a bombshell like her? Heh, Miyamoto Yumi wasn't scared at all. She smiled. You don't win battles with strength alone, speed and skill matter too. You interest me, but it's time to die. Her eyes turned sharp. The dagger spun in her hand as she leapt into the air, aiming straight for Yi Xingqian's head. To most people, her speed would look lightning fast. But to Yi Xingqian, it was slow, barely faster than a toddler. He tossed the stool aside and dodged easily. Hey! I've been holding back because you're a girl. Don't think I can't fight back. If you keep this up, I will. No way. Miyamoto Yumi ignored him, shocked. How are you so fast? Even my master isn't half as fast. And you're just a regular guy. Yi Xingqian shrugged. Exactly, because he was a regular guy, she thought his speed and strength were maxed out. Damn. Unwilling to give up, Miyamoto Yumi struck again. All right. You asked for it. Seeing his warning fail, Yi Xingqian had no choice but to fight back. Facing her steel blade, he didn't take chances. He dodged again, grabbed her wrist with precision, and cleanly disarmed her. Then he gave her a light shove on the back. A powerful force knocked her off balance, and she stumbled to the floor. This is the last time I'm holding back. Keep this up and I won't be so nice next time. He took 2 steps back and glanced at the stool. He'd already made up his mind, if she attacked again, he'd knock her out with that stool. Miyamoto Yumi crouched on the ground, stunned. Her face filled with disbelief. Even my master couldn't handle you this easily. It felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. Who are you? Are you one of the Dragon Clan elites? Dragon Clan? What Dragon Clan? Yi Xingqian blinked. I don't know anything about that. Look, if you know what's good for you, just leave China now, I promise I won't hurt you. Yumi bit her lip and started to slowly remove her jacket. Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Yi Xingqian covered his eyes with one hand but peeked through his fingers. I already said I wouldn't hurt you, you don't have to thank me like that. D. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. She flung her jacket at him, and from the sleeve, a cloud of unknown powder scattered right at the unguarded Yi Xingchen. Under the lighting in the living room, Yi Xingchen clearly saw a cloud of dust rushing straight at his face. Even though he held his breath as quickly as he could, he still accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls of the dust. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get angry and embarrassed. He quickly stepped back a few paces, trying to get out of the dust's range. In his mind, Yi Xingchen cursed Miyamoto Tomomi and all people from the east together. Damn it! How sneaky! They couldn't win in a fair fight, so they used tricks like poison, such a low move. He let his guard down this time and fell for the trap. Miyamoto Tomomi, having succeeded in her scheme, slowly stood up from the ground with a face full of contempt and coldness. Being merciful to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. In your next life, don't show any mercy to your enemies. She glanced at the dagger lying on the ground, planning to finish off Yi Xingchen once the poison kicked in. Damn! Yi Xingchen glanced at the door behind him, planning to escape and find someone or someplace to treat himself. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, stomach, and even in his mouth and nose. He clenched his fists, and the look in his eyes toward Miyamoto Tomomi grew more sorrowful and furious. That sneaky trickster! Barely a moment had passed, and the poison had already started working. His life was just starting to rise toward its peak, and now it was about to be ruined. Since the poison was working so fast, there probably wasn't time to run. He might as well take Miyamoto Tomomi down with him. If he had to go to the afterlife, at least he'd have this explosive beauty with him, it wouldn't be too lonely. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen was shocked by his own thoughts. What the hell? Why was he thinking about Miyamoto Tomomi's body at a time like this? Since when had he gotten so pervy? But, this woman's figure was really incredible. And now she was only wearing a tight t-shirt, hard not to think about it. Of course, Miyamoto Tomomi had no idea what Yi Xingchen was thinking. She just took up a defensive stance, turning sideways to face him with her fists held in front of her chest, fully alert. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen almost started bleeding from every orifice. Look! Look! Those fists were really… no! Those fists were really white. Wait, no! Those fists were really round. No! Those fists were really soft. Crap, his whole brain was filled with boobs now. Huh? Miyamoto Tomomi frowned slightly, sensing that something wasn't right. If she remembered correctly, the secret poison, dusha, from the Miyamoto family, something she'd used more than 10 times, should make the victim's face turn blue, their limbs weak, and then collapse on the ground and die. But, why wasn't Yi Xingchen showing any of those symptoms? Blue face? He looked like he was blushing all over, even had a nosebleed. Weak limbs? Collapsing? He looked totally hyped up. This didn't look like dusha poisoning at all. This looked more like… A look of shock appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's face, as if she realized something. These weren't the symptoms of dusha at all. The poison had been personally given to her by her senior, Miyamoto Junyi, and she had hidden it in her sleeve herself. There couldn't have been a mistake. The only explanation was? Miyamoto Junyi had swapped out the dusha poison. Miyamoto Shunai replaced the deadly poison with an aphrodisiac. Being forced to use the poison usually meant that the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. And once the opponent was drugged, there were only 2 possible outcomes. One was losing oneself, and the other was death. In front of such a strong opponent, any resistance was futile. The first rule of the Miyamoto family: before any woman reaches the mid-stage of the saint level, if she loses herself, she must take her own life in apology. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Yumi felt like she had fallen into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen. At that moment, a trace of madness had already appeared on Yi Xingchen's face. Miyamoto Yumi was truly terrified. Even when she had faced death before, she had never been this scared. She started slowly backing away. Calm down. Yi Xingchen. Didn't you just say that as long as I left Xia country, you'd let me go? People from Xia country are known to keep their word, you can't go back on it. Yi Xingchen let out a hysterical roar and charged toward Miyamoto Yumi. Damn it. Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Miyamoto Yumi didn't hesitate to turn and run. Miyamoto Yumi was not the type to stick around and fight for honor. She knew she couldn't win, staying would be suicide. But she overlooked one cruel fact. No matter how fast she was, how could she outrun Yi Xingchen? In the blink of an eye, Yi Xingchen appeared beside Miyamoto Yumi. Yi Xingchen's right hand, like an iron clamp, tightly seized Yumi's right arm. Yi Xingchen. You bastard. Yi Xingchen responded only with a cold sneer. Holding her tightly, a twisted look appeared on his face. The fight quickly moved from the living room to the adjacent bedroom. Divider. Early morning. Weak and exhausted, Miyamoto Yumi struggled to get out of bed. She frowned and instinctively rubbed her sore areas. Soon, upon seeing Yi Xingchen still asleep, her anger exploded. This man beside her had actually done that 5 times in one night. Unbelievable. What kind of freakish physical endurance was that? If she weren't a cultivator with an unusually strong body, she might have died right there in bed. Thinking of this, Yumi felt both ashamed and furious. She reached out with both hands, trying to strangle Yi Xingchen in his sleep. But to her horror, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even make a dent in the skin on his neck. What terrifying defense! A man without any spiritual power, yet possessing such monstrous strength, speed, and defense. If Yumi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Is the great sun goddess really going to torment me like this? Miyamoto Yumi let go of her hands in despair and collapsed powerlessly on the bed. To be humiliated like this, and I can't even kill the person who did it. Fine. If I can't kill you, then I'll kill myself, and atone with my death. With a deep sigh of despair, Miyamoto Yumi began crawling off the bed toward the living room where last night's struggle had taken place. Seeing the dagger on the floor, tears streamed down her face. Zhang zhang. The dagger in her hand gave off a soft hum under the breeze. Yumi slowly closed her eyes, placed the blade to her neck, having let go of any attachments to the world. Hiss. Just as Miyamoto Yumi was about to take her own life in atonement, a surge of deep unwillingness and grievance welled up in her heart. Miyamoto Yumi wasn't stupid, she knew very well that every injustice has its perpetrator. Although Yi Xingchen committed the act last night, the real culprit was her so-called good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunai. Recalling her good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunai filled her with boundless hatred. Both Miyamoto Yumi and Miyamoto Shunai were disciples of elder Miyamoto Meiju of the Miyamoto family. One of them was destined to inherit the elder's position. Clearly, in order to fight for that inheritance, Miyamoto Shunai had set her up. No matter whether she lived or died now, she could never return to the Miyamoto family. Even though she had been framed, Miyamoto Yumi would have no chance to explain herself. And the cold-blooded Miyamoto family, even if they knew what Miyamoto Shunai did, wouldn't stand up for her, because now that she was no longer pure, they would not uphold justice. Instead, they would confirm Miyamoto Shunai as the heir and execute her according to family rules. Why should I be the one to die? Why not kill him first and then take my own life? Startled by the sudden thought, Miyamoto Yumi struggled to her feet once again. She changed her mind. She had to stay alive, keep cultivating, and take revenge on Miyamoto Shunai before ending her life on her own terms. The most urgent thing now was to find a place where no one recognized her and train in solitude. Just as she stood up again, she noticed something strange. This is spiritual energy. Miyamoto Yumi looked at a faint, nearly invisible white thread wrapping around her arm, her face full of surprise and joy. She couldn't believe it. After training for over 20 years without even reaching the entry level of the Saint stage, she had somehow reached that level this morning. The sign of reaching Saint entry level was the appearance of spiritual energy, and now she had it. She had made the breakthrough. How could this be? I didn't even take any spirit herbs last night. How did I suddenly break through to the Saint level? Thinking back on last night's events, apart from the unforgettable pain, it seemed that during that act with Yi Xingchen, a faint spiritual energy had flowed into her body. Could it be that the spiritual energy came from Yi Xingchen? And it transferred into her through that kind of physical activity? But Yi Xingchen didn't seem to have any spiritual energy at all. She had thought it was just her imagination last night and hadn't paid attention. But, if that was really the case, wouldn't that mean she could keep improving just by doing that with Yi Xingchen? Then what's the point of training the old-fashioned way? What's the point of eating spirit herbs? In an instant, Miyamoto Yumi felt as if the gods had closed one window but opened the door to a whole new path of cultivation. If it were really true, then seeking revenge on Miyamoto Shunai wasn't just a pipe dream. With Yi Xingchen's help, she could gain enough power to shatter the Miyamoto family's plan to execute her. And maybe even kill Yi Xingchen afterward to take revenge for her humiliation. With that thought, Miyamoto Yumi glanced through the bedroom door at Yi Xingchen, who was still snoring on the bed, already forming a plan in her mind. Right at that moment, Yi Xingchen stretched and slowly woke up. Hiss. Opening his eyes and seeing the messy bedding and a torn t-shirt, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought. Last night, it seemed he fought with a female assassin sent by that guy from the Ichiro clan. She even used poison? Then he lost control, and with that woman? No way, no way. Yi Xingchen smacked his forehead. I couldn't have done something that horrible, like some kind of beast, right? Then he saw a spot of blood on the sheets and became sure, it really happened. It wasn't a dream. Suddenly remembering something, he jumped out of bed and looked toward the living room, where Miyamoto Yumi was staring at him. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of awkwardness. Good morning. Yi Xingqian scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not knowing how to face her. Hearing that, Miyamoto Yumi's anger flared again. She wanted nothing more than to strangle him on the spot. Look, I know it's too late for an apology, but I still think I should say sorry, and you might not believe this, but it was my first time too. Maybe, we can call it even. Yumi still said nothing. Honestly, it was really a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were going to poison me, and that kind of poison no less. I had no choice. Maybe, you can hit me a few times to blow off steam? Or, maybe put on some clothes first? I'm afraid the poison from last night hasn't fully worn off, and the way you look right now, it might trigger me again. Miyamoto Yumi took a deep breath to calm her anger and then shook her head helplessly. What happened last night wasn't your fault. I was set up. The poison was swapped. That's great. I'm so thankful to whoever did that. What I meant was, I was really lucky. In our Miyamoto family, the tradition is to give ourselves to only one person for life. No matter the reason, once someone has me, I belong to them forever. Huh? Yi Xingqian was so shocked he couldn't speak. What kind of family was this? What kind of tradition was that? Wasn't the Eastern Island nation supposed to be open and modern? This was beyond old-fashioned. This made no sense. Suddenly, Miyamoto Yumi smirked and walked toward Yi Xingqian. You. To Yi Xingqian's surprise, Yumi suddenly hugged him. As they embraced, Yumi felt a faint spiritual energy flow from Yi Xingqian into her again. At that moment, she confirmed her suspicion. A bold revenge plan was already taking shape in her heart. Miyamoto Shunai. Since you are so ruthless and despicable, caring nothing for our bond as disciples, then let it all burn. From now on, you will pay the price for your treachery. Another round of intense activity. Yi Xingqian held Miyamoto Yumi in his arms, lost in thought. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to Yi Xingqian. A beautiful misunderstanding had somehow led this stunning girl from the Eastern Island nation to. If this was a dream, Yi Xingqian didn't want to ever wake up. Miyamoto Yumi raised her head and looked at Yi Xingqian's chin. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked a question that had been bothering her. Yi, why can't I sense any spiritual energy from you? Yi Xingqian looked completely confused by her question. Spiritual energy? What's that? Huh? Miyamoto Yumi was stunned. You don't know what spiritual energy is? Then how are you so physically strong? Your strength, speed, and defense, they're incredible. Well, Yi Xingqian honestly didn't know how to answer. If I told you I'm just an ordinary guy, would you believe me? Clearly, Miyamoto Yumi didn't believe him. Alright, I guess I've always been this way since birth. So, tell me, what exactly is spiritual energy? Spiritual energy, Miyamoto Yumi paused to think before answering. Besides eating and drinking, humans can also absorb the energy of heaven and earth to survive and move. That's why normal people only need a small amount of food to stay active. Some people, through constant battle and breaking their own limits, can increase how much of this energy they absorb, improving their physical attributes. When that energy inside the body reaches a certain limit, it condenses into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy enhances all aspects of the body. That's what it means to reach the saint level. Besides absorbing energy from the environment, people can also absorb energy by eating spiritual herbs. That's the most important method for cultivators to break through. Oh, Yi Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. So it's like the cultivation stuff in fantasy novels? What are you thinking? This is an urban superpower story, not a fantasy cultivation novel. Of course it's not the same. Spiritual energy just boosts physical performance. Miyamoto Yumi rolled her eyes at him. Got it. Yi Xingqian nodded again and again. So eating those spiritual herbs is the main way to cultivate? Yes. What are spiritual herbs? Do you have any? Of course. Miyamoto Yumi quickly got out of bed and grabbed a plant from the torn pieces of her clothes, handing it to Yi Xingqian. Looking at the herb, Yi Xingqian was speechless. Wait. I get the theory. But, you're calling this a spiritual herb? And no wonder, what she handed him was a foxtail weed. For a moment, Yi Xingqian thought she was messing with him. Foxtail grass, something you'd see growing anywhere along the road, was being called a spiritual herb? Yes. This is spiritual herb. Miyamoto Yumi nodded seriously. She didn't seem to be joking, and Yi Xingqian was left speechless. You're telling me I can absorb spiritual energy by eating this thing? This is what you call cultivation. What else? Miyamoto Yumi looked at him blankly. This stuff grows everywhere by the road. Exactly. Then doesn't that mean everyone can cultivate? You're oversimplifying it. Miyamoto Yumi smiled. Even though spiritual herbs are everywhere, you have to eat a whole plant to absorb its energy. How can an ordinary person eat an entire one of these? Oh, now I get it. Yi Xingchen finally understood. Eating one foxtail plant now is like eating 100 of them in the past. Who could ever eat 100 of those in one sitting? So if you want to cultivate, you need a strong stomach. In this world, gluttons rule. Forget martial artists, this is the age of the eater kings. Insane. This world was getting crazier by the minute. Maybe to test what she said, or maybe just out of curiosity, Yi Xingchen took the foxtail from Miyamoto Yumi, chewed it up, and swallowed it. To his surprise, as soon as it went down, he felt a faint flow of energy moving inside his body. This foxtail grass actually worked. In that moment, Yi Xingchen made up his mind. Once he went out, he was going to pull up every single foxtail on the street and eat them all. By the way, you said you're from the Miyamoto family? Are there many strong people in your family? Thinking of his conflict with Ichiro, Yi Xingchen felt he needed to understand this potential enemy better. Yes. Miyamoto Yumi nodded firmly. The Miyamoto family has a lot of powerful people. But, Yi, with your physical abilities, even without considering battle techniques or experience, you'd rank in the top 10. What? That strong? Yi Xingchen was shocked. Even someone like him, unaffected by global physical decline, could only rank top 10? And that's without taking experience or skill into account. If he really wanted to take on Ichiro and the Miyamoto family head-on, he'd need to keep eating foxtail to boost his power. The Miyamoto family is strong. They're one of the 5 major powers in the world, how could they not be? The 5 major powers? Which ones? The Miyamoto family from the Eastern Island nation, the Catholic Church from Europe, Hurricane from America, Godslayer from Africa, and the Dragon Clan from Xia country. Yi Xingchen nodded, deep in thought. He wasn't someone with a narrow view. He knew that as his strength grew, he'd keep encountering higher-level players. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, he'd have to deal with those groups eventually. Maybe he could learn more about them through Miyamoto Yumi. That way, when the time came, he wouldn't be clueless. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to ask Yumi more about these organizations, his phone on the bedside table buzzed. He picked it up, it was a message from Qin Yanran. It's the weekend. No work today. What's up? Even on weekends you need personal protection? Yi Xingchen frowned at the message. It was simple. SOS. Lai Yuejing broke into my house and is harassing me, come quickly. This guy, still not giving up? Looks like it's time to teach him a lesson. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes, already planning to deal with Lai Yuejing. Miyamoto Yumi smiled deeply. Taking care of that guy? I actually have something for that. Try it, he'll never show his face at her place again. The villa next door where Qin Yanran lived. Yi Xingchen had just reached the villa's gate when he heard the annoying voice of Lai Yuejing coming from inside. President Qin, no matter what, you have to have dinner with me today. Do you know, my uncle is the head of the Urban Management Bureau. If you don't agree, hee. I remember your company just won the bid for the Yunha City Ocean Park project, right? You wouldn't want to see the city inspectors finding constant excuses to force your construction to stop, would you? Hearing Lai Yuejing's words, Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Since when had his hearing become this good? Lai Yuejing was inside the villa, while he was at the gate, and Lai wasn't even speaking loudly. Even so, he could clearly hear everything. Could this be the effect of the foxtail grass? Delighted, Yi Xingchen quickly walked into the villa. Stop! What are you doing? Who are you? As soon as Yi Xingchen entered the living room, 2 of Lai Yuejing's goons blocked him on both sides. Hearing the noise, Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen and his face instantly filled with rage. Damn it! You again! Bastard! Last time you tricked me and I ended up drunk in bed all day. It's perfect that you showed up today, I'm going to deal with you too. Hearing Lai Yuejing's words, the goons moved toward Yi Xingchen menacingly, clearly ready to rough him up. Hey! Mr. Lai, wait a sec. Let me explain, let me speak. Seeing things were getting dangerous, Yi Xingchen quickly raised his hands, signaling Lai Yuejing to calm down. What's there to explain? You tricked me into drinking last time, made me a laughingstock among the rich kids of Yunha City. If I don't break your legs, how can I let go of this humiliation? Lai Yuejing's face darkened with rage. What the hell are you doing? Fighting in my house? Do none of you respect me? Think I'm easy to mess with? Seeing that Lai Yuejing was about to attack, Qin Yanran finally stood her ground, clearly ready to confront him. President Qin. Please, calm down. Yi Xingchen had come prepared. He wouldn't let Qin Yanran ruin things by clashing directly with Lai Yuejing. Let me explain to Mr. Lai. Can I just say something? If after hearing me out you still can't stand me, fine, beat me up, I won't resist. Huh? Lai Yuejing looked suspiciously at Yi Xingchen, then glanced at the angry Qin Yanran. In the end, he decided to hear what Yi Xingchen had to say. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. But if your explanation isn't perfect, I'm not letting you off. Of course, of course. Yi Xingchen smiled and walked to a corner of the living room, then waved at Lai Yuejing enthusiastically. Mr. Lai, come on, let's talk in private. Lai Yuejing, not suspecting much, walked over to Yi Xingchen to hear his last words. Yi Xingchen leaned in and whispered, Mr. Lai, it's all a misunderstanding. One of your guys told me you could drink 1,000 shots without getting drunk. I thought you really could. That's why things got messed up. How about this, give me another chance. If President Qin isn't impressed this time, you can beat me up afterward. What do you think? Lai Yuejing's brow twitched. What's your idea? Later, you act super mad and point at me, yelling something like, so you took an anti-drunkenness pill that night. No wonder you held your liquor. Then pretend to be pissed and challenge me to drink again. I'll go grab some booze, dilute your bottle with water, drink a few sips and fake being drunk. That way, you get your dignity back, right? Really? Can I trust this? Lai Yuejing was skeptical. Mr. Lai. Think about it. After what happened last time, would I dare trick you again? And if I do mess it up again, just accuse me of cheating. Say whatever you want, just stop drinking. But once you knock me out in front of everyone, let your guys spread the word. You'll be respected again. Makes sense. The naive Lai Yuejing was quickly persuaded and believed Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen gave him a nod, and Lai Yuejing began his performance. He dramatically pointed at Yi Xingchen and shouted, Ha! You punk! I knew it. No one can drink that much, turns out you cheated and took an anti-drunk pill. You made me lose face. No way. We're drinking again today, I need to get my pride back. Yi Xingchen pretended to hesitate. Mr. Lai, you're putting me in a tough spot. Without cheating, I can't drink nearly as much as a true man like you. Huh? Qin Yanran looked at the two of them, completely confused. What's going on? Why are they drinking again? Lai Yuejing noticed her watching. Her look wasn't hostile like before, which made him quite happy. He secretly gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up, then shouted with great emotion. No way. Today, you must drink with me again. I, Lai Yuejing, am a man. I won't lose face like this. If you refuse, don't blame me for turning hostile. But, where am I supposed to find alcohol right now? Lai Yuejing quickly turned to Qin Yanran. President Qin, this is my chance to redeem myself. You won't mind lending us a few bottles of wine, right? Whatever, there's wine on the rack in the room next to the living room. Qin Yanran stared blankly at them, pointing toward the next room, unsure of what to say. Hearing her agree, Lai Yuejing was overjoyed. Before, he couldn't even get a proper conversation with her, now he was drinking her wine. Step by step, things were going great. Today it's drinking her wine, tomorrow maybe she'll cook for him, the day after he'll shower at her place, and soon after he'll wear a groom's suit in her house. Winning the girl was right around the corner. In his mind, Lai Yuejing imagined a scene. Qin Yanran pushing a baby stroller, blushing, saying to him, Honey, the baby is hungry. Let's hold him together while I feed him. Ha 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 ha. Lai Yuejing burst into wild laughter. Yi Xingchen twitched at the corner of his mouth watching Lai Yuejing. Half amused, half pitying. A simp is a simp, in the end, he gets nothing. Cough. Lai Yuejing quickly realized he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times to cover up his awkwardness, then waved his hand in an exaggerated, manly way. Kid, hurry up and get the booze. Sure thing. Yi Xingchen jogged into the room next to the living room. On the wine rack were all kinds of liquor, red, white, beer, you name it. Could it be that Qin Yanran was a big drinker? Yi Xingchen chuckled and grabbed 2 bottles of white liquor, each just a few ounces. He opened a window in the room, poured out half of one bottle, and filled it back up with water from a teapot on the table. Looking around to confirm no one was watching, Yi Xingchen pulled out a small paper packet from his pocket. Inside was a few grams of white powder. Smirking, Yi Xingchen poured the whole packet into the bottle he had watered down. He shook it evenly, made sure there were no signs of tampering, then sealed it back up with the cap. What's taking you so long, kid? Scared to drink with me or what? Lai Yuejing's impatient voice came from the living room. Coming. Yi Xingchen cheerfully walked back into the room holding the 2 bottles. He subtly nodded to Lai Yuejing and handed him the spiked bottle. Lai Yuejing opened the bottle and discreetly sniffed it. Being an experienced drinker, he easily noticed something was off, the alcohol smell was weak. It was obviously diluted. That made Lai Yuejing quite pleased. He smiled and grabbed 2 small glasses from the table, handing one to Yi Xingchen. Come, let's see who the real man is today. All right. No cheating this time, let's do this fair and square. Yi Xingchen sounded as if he was fired up by Lai Yuejing's bold spirit. Fill it up. Lai filled his glass to the brim, and after Yi Xingchen did the same, they both raised their drinks high. Strong feelings, bottoms up. Cheers. They both downed the white liquor in one gulp. After the first shot, Lai Yuejing felt nothing unusual and was sure the alcohol had been watered down. Happy, he slapped Yi Xingchen's shoulder while Yi Xingchen pretended to be in pain. Ah, so strong. I shouldn't have picked that bottle. Damn, Mr. Lai, you downed that whole glass and didn't even blush? Ha ha ha. Hearing the flattery, Lai Yuejing started to feel smug again. That's nothing. As long as there's no cheating, not many people can outdrink me. You're amazing, Mr. Lai. Just like Qiao Feng in Jin Yang's Demigods and Semi-Devils. A true hero. They say the record in those novels is 4 ounces, looks like you're going to break that. I bet this guy will be passed out after his 3rd drink. Lai Yuejing's flunkies joined in with flattery. Ha ha ha. Soaking in the praise, Lai Yuejing glanced at Qin Yanran sitting on the couch, and felt even more pumped. Come on. Another one. Fill it up. Cheers. After the 2nd drink, Lai Yuejing's expression started to change. It wasn't that he was drunk, it was that his stomach suddenly started to hurt for no reason. Awkwardly, he clutched his belly with his right hand, confused. Did he eat something bad this morning? Or was the liquor fake? Why did it hurt more and more? He glanced at Qin Yanran, who looked totally innocent. With her background, there was no way she had fake liquor on her shelf. Only explanation, he ate something spoiled this morning. He silently vowed to punish his chefs later. To ease the pressure on his stomach, he casually stood up. As soon as he stood, he let out a quiet fart. It wasn't loud, and the others were still praising him, so no one noticed. But it scared the hell out of him. For a moment, he thought maybe he had crapped his pants. A few drops of sweat formed on his forehead. If he had really done that in front of Qin Yanran, he'd never show his face again. No. From now on, I can't trust any fart. Right as he made that decision, he let another one slip. That was it, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He smiled awkwardly at Yi Xingchen. Bro. I gotta hit the bathroom. Be right back. President Qin, mind if I borrow your bathroom? Qin Yanran looked confused. She didn't know what trick Lai Yuejing was playing now, but still pointed to the nearby bathroom. Thanks. Clenching his stomach, Lai Yuejing rushed to the toilet. Relief. Sitting on the toilet, he finally let out a sigh. Looking around, he even got a little excited. This was Qin Yanran's bathroom. He was actually sitting in her bathroom. For a moment, he thought maybe the stomachache wasn't so bad after all. Following the same logic, today he made it to her bathroom. Tomorrow, her shower. Day after, her bedroom. Soon, her bed. But that fantasy quickly got crushed by reality. Because the diarrhea wouldn't stop. Lai Yuejing knew if he stayed in there too long, Qin Yanran might start wondering what he was doing, maybe even suspect something shady. That wouldn't do. He had just started to rebuild his manly image, he couldn't let diarrhea ruin that. So he took a deep breath and forced himself to stop. After a while, he pulled up his pants and returned to the living room. Lai Yuejing clutched his stomach awkwardly and gently sat back down in his chair. Sorry, my stomach was feeling a bit off earlier. Come, let's continue. As he spoke, he gave Yi Xingchen a look, signaling that his stomach was really upset and that just a couple more drinks should be enough. He hoped Yi Xingchen would pretend to pass out after one more. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. He had finally managed to set up Lai Yuejing again. Today, he was going to completely humiliate him, so he would never dare show up in front of Qin Yanran again. No way he'd let him off that easily. Yi Xingchen subtly raised 2 fingers, indicating that he'd pretend to be drunk after 2 more glasses. Lai Yuejing frowned. 1 or 2 more glasses would usually be fine, but in his current state, even that was pushing it. Still, since Qin Yanran was watching him closely, he couldn't say no. He nodded in agreement. Come. Fill it up. 1 more glass. Bottoms up. They each drank again. As the alcohol went down, Lai Yuejing felt like his stomach had turned into a stormy sea, with waves crashing violently. For a moment, he almost lost control and had an accident right there. Pft. He couldn't hold it and let out a rapid burst of farts. This time, because his lackeys hadn't chimed in with any loud flattery, the entire room clearly heard the fart. Lai Yuejing's lackeys froze. No one knew what to do. Yi Xingchen burst out laughing and then quickly held his stomach. Ow, sorry. Mr. Lai, maybe I ate something bad this morning. My stomach's a bit upset. That was rude, my bad. Lai Yuejing was almost moved to tears. He discreetly gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up behind Qin Yanran's back to show his gratitude. For a moment, Lai Yuejing felt Yi Xingchen might be a blessing from the heavens, a divine wingman sent to help him get together with Qin Yanran. Compared to Yi Xingchen's quick thinking, his own lackeys were absolutely useless. Lai Yuejing swore to himself, if he ever got together with Qin Yanran, he'd invest big and open a company just for Yi Xingchen to play with. Hiss. I can't take it anymore. I need the bathroom. Yi Xingchen ran toward the bathroom, holding his stomach. Lai Yuejing had to maintain his image in front of Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen didn't. He acted without restraint. What a bro. Lai Yuejing was deeply touched again. But the moment didn't last long, he suddenly realized a new problem. Whether Yi Xingchen was faking it or not, the end result was the same, the bathroom was occupied. What about him? What was he supposed to do? Gurgle. His stomach churned violently again. He barely held it in. President Qin, do you have another bathroom in your house? Just then, Qin Yanran's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced at it, it was from Yi Xingchen. Don't let him use any other bathroom. Smart as she was, Qin Yanran instantly understood. She frowned and coldly rejected Lai Yuejing. There's one in the master bedroom, but I won't allow it. Lai Yuejing was annoyed but understood. After all, a goddess's private bathroom wasn't something anyone could casually use. Now he could only grit his teeth and wait for Yi Xingchen to come out. Minutes passed. Just when Lai Yuejing was about to curse out loud, Yi Xingchen finally emerged from the bathroom, leaning on the doorframe. Lai Yuejing lit up and jumped up to rush over, but Yi Xingchen quickly turned and darted back in. Nope, can't hold it, gotta go again. Lai Yuejing nearly exploded. This bastard. Can he see I'm suffering too? How inconsiderate. His eyes landed on the 2 liquor bottles on the table. He frowned. Could it be? Were those 2 bottles fake? Or maybe expired? Why were both he and Yi Xingchen having stomach trouble? Hiss. Clutching his stomach in pain, Lai Yuejing's right hand began to tremble. He couldn't hold it anymore. Another loud fart ripped through the living room. It was so loud, it probably echoed outside the villa. The worst part, he crapped his pants. The whole living room reeked. His lackeys wrinkled their noses and held their breath, pretending nothing happened. But Qin Yanran wasn't going to pretend. She immediately pinched her nose, ran to the window, opened it, and stuck her head out to get fresh air. That action completely shattered Lai Yuejing's fragile self-esteem. He felt like he couldn't stay there another second. Forget facing Qin Yanran, he wouldn't even be able to face anyone again. Well, President Qin, sorry, this morning can't take it. I'll just head out first. When that guy comes out, tell him, we'll drink next time. I'm out, Qin Yanran waved him off with a disgusted look, still covering her nose. Lai Yuejing clutched his stomach and ran outside the villa. Farting the whole way, by the time he reached the courtyard, the seat of his pants was soaked and nasty stuff dripped as he ran. He leaned against the gate and looked back at his escape route, immediately spotting the mess he had left behind. Damn it. He nearly collapsed from the shame. From now on, every time Qin Yanran saw him, she'd probably think of this nightmare. Mr. Lai, let's go. We can visit President Qin another day. One lackey tried to comfort him, barely holding back his nausea. Slap. Lai Yuejing slapped him hard across the face. In total despair, he let all his anger out. Come back another day? Are you kidding me? How the hell can I ever face her again? I swear, if any of you tell anyone about today, I'll cut your tongue out. Yes. Nothing happened today. Exactly, nothing happened. You drank that guy under the table and got your revenge. He let out another loud one, and a big splatter hit the ground. Shit. What are you waiting for? Let's get the hell out of here. All right, they're gone. You can come out now. After Lai Yuejing and his group left, Qin Yanran gently tapped on the bathroom's glass door, a faint smile on her lips. He left already? I thought he could hold out a bit longer. Hearing her voice, Yi Xingchen finally walked out of the bathroom. What did you do to him? How did he suddenly, just? Qin Yanran tilted her head curiously at Yi Xingchen. Ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Nothing much, just added a bit of laxative to his liquor. Brilliant. Qin Yanran gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. Yi Xingchen glanced at the mess outside the door, frowned, and quickly took out his phone. President Qin, how'd I do? Pretty slick, right? I swear, even if his face is as thick as a wall, he won't dare show up around you again. I'll look up a cleaning service nearby and have them come clean up. You'd better stay in, don't want you getting nauseous. Qin Yanran nodded. I'll just head upstairs. I've got some work to handle anyway, so I'll just work from upstairs. No need to go out today. Okay. Found one, this cleaning company should do. Yi Xingchen quickly called the company he found online. Watching his busy back, Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile slightly. Yi Xingchen, this guy 2 years younger than her, really did bring her a lot of surprises. Lai Yuejing, who had been such a headache for her, was so easily taken care of by Yi Xingchen. And most importantly, she didn't have to tear things up with Lai Yuejing or worry about future retaliation. Maybe, having a capable man at home isn't such a bad thing after all. Alright, President Qin, the cleaners will be here in 30 minutes. You can go rest upstairs. If nothing else comes up, I'll head out. Just text me if anything happens, I'm always ready. Qin Yanran was increasingly satisfied with Yi Xingchen. Oh right, one more thing. Go to the construction bank and withdraw some money for me. Here's my bank card. The PIN is 608608. I'll call ahead. Just ask for the lobby manager when you get there. Withdraw 100,000 yuan. That much cash? Yi Xingchen was a bit stunned. We don't have much cash at home, just keeping some on hand. No need to go right now, just later today is fine. Okay. Although Yi Xingchen wasn't too thrilled about running errands, Qin Yanran was his big boss, and a big boss's orders had to be followed. And well, she really was a big boss. Also, after watching your work these past few days, I think you're more than qualified. So, you're officially hired. You're now the deputy head of the company's security department, and your monthly salary will be adjusted to 120,000 yuan. If you stay on for 5 years, the villa you live in now and the car you drive will be yours, as a senior employee benefit. Really? That's awesome. Thank you, President Qin. I'll work hard and repay your trust in me. Yi Xingchen was so excited, he almost jumped in place. All complaints about errands instantly vanished. All right, go on, then. Qin Yanran smiled again and went upstairs. Grateful, Yi Xingchen decided to run the errand right away rather than wait until later. On his way out, Yi Xingchen carefully avoided the mess on the floor. Once he got into his car, which would soon be his, he felt truly happy. He stepped on the gas and headed straight to the nearby construction bank. Parked, turned off the engine, and walked into the bank, everything smooth. But the moment Yi Xingchen stepped inside, he immediately noticed a luxury sports car parked outside the bank. Is that a 10 million yuan Lamborghini? Does that mean she's here too? No way, it can't be that much of a coincidence. Yi Xingchen muttered to himself, and Dragon Qingshuan's beautiful image popped into his mind. He had mixed feelings about her. On one hand, he wanted to maintain a good relationship, her mysterious background might help him deal with tricky situations. On the other hand, he was wary of her motives. With a background like hers, it was hard to believe she didn't have some hidden agenda. She might just be using him. Forget it. No point overthinking, just watch and wait. With that, Yi Xingchen decided that even if he saw her, he'd act like he didn't and avoid her as much as possible. But what he didn't expect was, just as he walked into the bank, Dragon Qingxian happened to be walking out. Seeing they were about to cross paths, Yi Xingchen quickly sat down in the bank's waiting area and pretended to be an ordinary customer waiting for his number. Dragon Qingxian didn't notice him and walked elegantly toward the exit. Just as Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly stopped and looked curiously at the car parked outside. Crap, come on, officer, even my beat-up car you recognize? Yi Xingchen felt something was off and instantly regretted not coming to the bank later, at least in the afternoon. Just as he guessed, Dragon Qingxian had recognized his car and turned back to scan the people inside. Yi Xingchen quickly turned his head and pretended to check out a passing woman. Yeah, technically speaking, it was cold today. But that didn't stop some trendy girls from wearing black stockings and short skirts. Rustle rustle. With a soft sound beside him, Dragon Qingxian, having precisely spotted him in the crowd, sat down next to Yi Xingchen with a smile. Hey, it's broad daylight, and you're hiding in the bank checking out girls in black stockings. Aren't you afraid of being arrested as a pervert? Ha ha ha. Realizing he'd been found out, Yi Xingchen gave an awkward laugh and deliberately changed the topic. See? That's fashion, that's trend. What man can resist the temptation of black stockings? Even in cold weather, all you see are black stockings. Look at those legs, so long and slender. Hee hee. Dragon Qingxian smiled meaningfully but didn't respond. Whoa! Look there! Yi Xingchen suddenly pointed toward the bank's entrance. Damn, the world's going downhill. Even men wear black stockings now? But hey, it's different, women wear them on their legs, and this guy wore them on his head. Nobody move. This is a robbery. A loud male voice echoed through the entire bank. Bang! As a group of robbers stormed in, the people in the bank quickly descended into chaos. Countless individuals scattered, trying to find a safe place to hide. But the commotion quickly quieted down after one of the robbers fired a shot and shattered a vase in the lobby. Everyone settled down, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian exchanged a glance and also crouched down with their hands over their heads like everyone else. As he crouched, Yi Xingqian noticed that the robbers were all holding identical compact pistols. Not only were they small, but their material also seemed different from those used in his previous world. "Boss, we've jammed the network here. We've got 10 minutes. Good. Number 3, you and Number 4 search the people and collect their jewelry and cash. Number 2, hack into the local surveillance system and monitor police movement. Number 5 and Number 6, clean out the counter cash. Number 7 and Number 8, grab the carts and sweep the gold and cash in the vault. The rest of you, control the people in the lobby." "Got it." Hearing the robbers' plan, Yi Xingqian frowned. These guys were really bold, 10 people robbing a bank. Typically, 3 to 6 is the ideal number for robbing a bank. That way, they can all escape in one vehicle, stay low profile, and still manage to control the situation inside. Also, Yi Xingqian suspected there might be a planted accomplice among the hostages. "Aren't you going to act?" Long Qingxian showed no fear. Instead, she looked at Yi Xingqian with anticipation. Yi Xingqian didn't answer, only shook his head slightly. "First, sticking your head out gets you shot." He wasn't about to risk his life, especially with the robbers armed with hot weapons. Second, he didn't want to expose his full abilities in public. If a government agency took interest and dissected him for research, he'd be screwed. Lastly, he couldn't be sure there wasn't an 11th robber hidden among the hostages. Any rash move might provoke the gang and get innocent people hurt. Long Qingxian looked disappointed but said nothing more. She obediently crouched next to him. "Hurry up. Hand over your valuables and cash." 2 robbers continued looting people's belongings in an orderly fashion. Soon, one of them reached Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. "What are you looking at, punk?" "Yeah, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and hand over your jewelry and money." Yi Xingqian glanced at the masked robber and, with no other choice, handed over the 2.50 yuan in his pocket. The robber looked confused at the 3 bills. "What the? Are you messing with me? 2.50 yuan? I'm a robber, not a beggar. Damn it. 2.50? Go give that to a street beggar, see if they even bother to look at you." Yi Xingqian felt a bit awkward. "Bro, I'm broke. If I were rich, I'd toss you 250,000 right into your bag." "Damn it. What kind of broke loser only carries 2.50? I don't believe it, let me check." "Number 4, what are you doing? Hurry up." "I know, Number 3. I bet this guy's hiding something valuable. No way he only has 2.50 on him," the robber glared fiercely. "You, stand up. I'm searching you." All right, go ahead. If you find even 1 more cent, I lose." Yi Xingqian stood up reluctantly and let the robber search every pocket. "I don't buy it." Hey, bro." Yi Xingqian quickly felt uncomfortable. "Where are you touching? You robbing my wallet or my dignity? Spit. Damn loser, poorer than me." After a thorough search, the robber really didn't find anything else on Yi Xingqian except his car key and bank card. Looking disgusted, the robber pulled a wad of cash from his bag and tossed it at Yi Xingqian's feet. "You're this broke and still have the nerve to go outside? You've got guts. People like you should hang a bell over their bed on Christmas and see what jingles louder, your bell or your poverty. Here, this is charity from me. Don't come to banks anymore, you're lowering our efficiency. Go spend it." Yi Xingqian stared at the pile of money at his feet, momentarily feeling insulted. He looked aggrieved. "Bro, you can insult my finances, but don't insult my dignity. I may be poor, but I'm a man with principles, with a bottom line, with pride. I've always believed I should earn my wealth with my own hands." The robber was stunned by Yi Xingqian's righteous tone, standing frozen and speechless. Just asking, okay? No other meaning. If I take this money, is it considered a crime? Would I be seen as your accomplice? Would I be forced to return it later?" The robber twitched hard. "Damn it, you really are a man of principle." "Ha ha ha." Yi Xingqian gave an awkward laugh again. "Quit yapping. Sit your ass down." The robber lost interest in Yi Xingqian and shoved him down to the ground again. The robber soon reached Long Qingxian. But when he saw her pretty face, he nearly drooled. "Forget it. I think you're hiding something valuable. I'm searching you. Get up." Number 4, what are you doing? You can't walk when you see a pretty face? Stay focused. With enough money, what kind of woman can't we get? You didn't see her, Number 3. This babe is seriously smoking hot. One night with her, I'd die happy. Just a quick search. Fine, hurry. If the boss finds out, he'll kill you. I know. You, stand up. Clearly just an ordinary woman. After all, she was blocked by thugs before. Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingchen with pleading eyes and stood up slowly. Yi Xingchen frowned. Things were spiraling out of control. If he didn't act soon, Long Qingxian was going to be harassed, or worse, taken away. No matter what, she had helped him get Shi Wenbin out. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. These bastards were really forcing his hand. Yi Xingchen slowly clenched his fists, ready to make his move. He yelled at the next guy, "Number 4, are you out of your mind? Don't go crazy now and drag the brothers down. Don't blame me for not showing mercy." Just as Yi Xingchen was about to act, the gang leader noticed the disturbance and quickly shouted to stop it. Even though number 4 was clearly reluctant, in the end, he had to give up his bold plan. "Humph, you little bitch, consider yourself lucky today." Maybe because he was afraid of losing control if he stayed near Long Qingxian, he simply skipped robbing her and moved on to the next person. "Hey, why didn't you step in just now?" After squatting back down, Long Qingxian glanced sideways at Yi Xingchen with a glare. Yi Xingchen was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. After a while, he pouted and said, "I'm no longer that hot-blooded, impulsive young man I once was. I think about a lot more things now. Time has smoothed my edges and blurred my shape." "So, you've gone from being passionate to just being a perv?" "Shut up, all of you. We're robbing a bank here. Can you show some respect for our profession?" The gang leader, seeing Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian whispering, was furious. Sorry. Yi Xingchen quickly bowed his head and stopped talking. "Boss, bad news. Looks like one of the bank staff secretly pressed the alarm. The police have been dispatched and are heading our way." The one monitoring the police via tablet warned the gang leader. "Damn it, how much time do we have?" "At most a minute and a half if we want to get out safely." "Shit." The gang leader clenched his fists and issued new orders through his comms. "Number 3 and 4, grab 2 hostages, just in case we run into the cops during the escape. Everyone else, grab the cash and get ready to move." "Got it. You. And you. Come here." Number 4 randomly picked out 2 women. No. One of them turned pale with fear and collapsed to the ground. "Get up. Move it. If you don't, I'll shoot you right now." Running out of patience, Number 4 pointed his gun at her. "Sir, how about I go instead? She's pregnant. If she suddenly goes into labor while you're escaping, what will you do?" As the woman was about to stand, Long Qingxian stood up and offered to take her place. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Yi Xingchen was stunned and immediately got anxious. The robber looked at the pregnant woman skeptically. "She doesn't look like she's due any time soon. How could she go into labor? Preterm birth is pretty normal." Long Qingxian ignored Yi Xingchen and stuck to her proposal. "But, she looks like she's only 4 or 5 months along. Even with preterm birth, it wouldn't happen that early, right?" Now even Long Qingxian was stuck. "Number 4, stop wasting time. Just take this woman." Seeing her volunteer, Number 3 was delighted and immediately agreed. "Fine, you then. Move it. Get in the car." Long Qingxian slowly walked toward the van, glancing back at Yi Xingchen with a look that seemed to say, "Are you going to save me or not?" Yi Xingchen frowned, starting to get mad. "Damn it. I'm not going to save you. You were dumb enough to volunteer as a hostage. Don't you get it? That bastard's obviously lusting after you. Don't you know what could happen as their hostage? Even if you live through it, it'll be a fate worse than death. You've got problems. This is all your fault. We're not even related. I'm not saving you. Let that robber strip you, and then..." "Shit." Yi Xingchen suddenly stood up and pointed at the other woman who was chosen. "Wait a minute, guys. Why don't you take me instead? I mean, if you run into trouble on the way, I'm a guy, I could help lift stuff. I'm more useful than a woman, right?" Number 4 was stunned. What the hell? What kind of world is this? Hostages are now fighting to be picked. This guy makes sense. Once we get to the hideout, we'll need someone to unload the van. A man could be handy. "You, come on. Move it." The leader nodded in agreement. Long Qingxian heard Yi Xingchen's offer and smiled slightly, giving him a triumphant look. "We're here. Get out of the car." The robber's vehicle stopped steadily at an unknown location, and one of them began urging Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian to get out. At this point, both Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian had their eyes covered with a piece of cloth, and their hands were tied. However, calling it a rope wasn't quite right, it was more like a thin cotton string. After all, by this world's standards, a string of that thickness was enough to restrain an adult. Like that, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian were pushed into a small room. "Big bro, where are we now?" Yi Xingchen deliberately asked curiously. "You think I'm your uncle's cousin Jenny Aristotle or something? We're robbers. You think we'd tell you? Stay here and don't make any stupid moves, or I'll shoot you. With that, the robber turned and walked out of the room. Bang! With the sound of the door slamming shut and footsteps fading away, Yi Xingqian confirmed that he and Long Qingxian were locked in an enclosed room. Judging by the robber's reaction to his question, there was likely only one person guarding them. The robber left. We're locked in a sealed room. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard the door close. Also, he didn't leave anyone to watch us, which means he's not worried about us escaping. I can hear the wind rustling the leaves through the wall. We must be in a dense forest. Yi Xingqian was surprised by Long Qingxuan's sharp judgment but didn't respond. After all, if she hadn't volunteered earlier, he wouldn't have had to enter the lion's den. Hee, the clever Long Qingxian guessed his thoughts and explained with a smile, remember what I said in the cafe? I want us to be a couple, so I need to learn more about you through different things. So what? Yi Xingqian replied coldly. So, I've made a preliminary judgment. You're kind and upright, you don't meddle unnecessarily, but when people close to you are in danger, you never sit back and watch. Most importantly, you think things through, you're not just some brute. So what? Yi Xingqian was slightly stunned. So, I like you even more now. You're definitely mine. There's no escaping me. I think we shouldn't just be boyfriend and girlfriend, we should skip straight to getting married. Faced with her bold declaration, Yi Xingqian didn't even know what to say. All right, let's get serious now. Help me untie this rope. Yi Xingqian laughed, but I'm still blindfolded, and my hands are tied behind my back. How am I supposed to help you? Don't pretend. I know your strength. There's no way a string like this can bind you. I'd rather die than believe that. An idea for revenge flashed through Yi Xingqian's mind. He sighed, unfortunately, I really can't break free from this rope. Seriously? Long Qingxian didn't buy it. Cut the nonsense and help me untie it. Well, even if my hands are tied, I can still help you. After that, you can untie me. Whatever, hurry up, this rope is starting to hurt my hands. Are you squatting or standing right now? Squatting. Yi Xingqian smiled deeply and slowly backed up toward Long Qingxian. He calculated the height and pretended to, accidentally, place his hand on her chest. Silence fell over the room. Unexpectedly, Long Qingxian didn't scream or panic, instead, she stayed completely calm. Your hand is in the wrong place. Oh? Where is it? Yi Xingqian asked knowingly. Your hand is on my chest. Can you be a gentleman? Oh, sorry. I was wondering why it felt so soft, now I get it. So? Are you going to move your hand? Didn't you say? I said what? Long Qingxian was confused. You told me to be a gentleman. I figured since everywhere else on you is covered with 2 layers of clothes, and your chest has 3, I'd put my hand where the clothes are thickest. That way you wouldn't call me ungentlemanly. Long Qingxian was speechless. It was the first time she met someone who could justify groping her so righteously and leave her with no argument. She realized Yi Xingqian was clearly getting back at her and taking advantage. But she didn't scold him, after all, it was her own fault, and she genuinely wanted to build a relationship with him. Still, Yi Xingqian was startled by how calmly she handled it. This woman. Even after all that, she wasn't angry. Clearly, she's smart and calculating. Yi Xingqian didn't believe she liked him for his looks or heroics. She'd made it clear, she wanted a partner who could help her in the future. Whether that future meant eventually or in bed, Yi Xingqian couldn't be sure. Thinking this, he moved his hand away and asked, mind telling me who you really are? Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed. Wanna know? Get a marriage certificate with me and promise to fulfill your husband duties, and I'll tell you. You, Yi Xingqian twitched at the corner of his mouth. Forget I asked. Oh, by the way, I already have someone I like. And I've even, with another girl. You get what I mean? Doesn't matter. Long Qingxian shook her head indifferently. I'm not after your body, I'm not after your power. I just want you. You're really straightforward. Shut the hell up. I leave for a little while and come back to find you whispering like that? Just then, the robber's angry voice came from the door as he burst back in. Sorry, this beautiful lady said her chest was a bit itchy, so I helped her scratch it. Because his eyes were covered, Yi Xingqian couldn't be sure if the robber had a gun pointed at him and Long Qingxian, so he didn't dare act recklessly. What? That's a thing now? The robber laughed when he heard that kind of request from Long Qingxian and quickly walked over to her. Long Qingxian wasn't scared, she sat upright in her squat. She knew that if Yi Xingqian dared to make up such an excuse, he must have had a plan. Thud, thud. Yi Xingqian listened to the footsteps and locked onto the robber's position. Where does it itch? Let me see. Down there? Is that itchy too? The robber chuckled as he walked up to Long Qingxian, getting ready to lean over and take advantage. Rip. Yi Xingchen seized the moment, his arms suddenly tensing as he broke the rope around his wrists. With his left hand, he pulled off the blindfold, and with his right hand, he struck toward where he estimated the robber to be. The instant he removed the blindfold, Yi Xingchen quickly pinpointed the robber and slammed his right hand over the robber's mouth, while his left hand pressed hard against the back of the robber's head. Crack! With a chilling sound of bone breaking, Yi Xingchen crushed the robber's jaw with his bare hands. The poor guy didn't even have time to react or scream before dying on the spot. After swiftly finishing off the robber, Yi Xingchen calmly untied Long Qingshuan's ropes and removed her blindfold. Once freed, Long Qingshuan glanced at the robber's corpse, then at the faint mark on Yi Xingchen's arm, and rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you say you couldn't break the rope?" Yi Xingchen already had a reply ready and answered with a smile, "Didn't you know? Human potential is limitless. In critical moments, people can unleash incredible strength." Hee. Already used to Yi Xingchen's shameless confidence, Long Qingshuan didn't argue, she just smiled it off. "Follow me. Now that there are no innocent bystanders, I don't have to hold back. The hunt begins now." Long Qingshuan couldn't hide her excitement. She had volunteered for this mission just to witness this moment. Not wanting to miss a thing, she widened her eyes and stared at Yi Xingchen's back. Yi Xingchen peeked through the door crack and spotted an armed robber standing guard in the hallway. Worried that sudden movement might cause the guard to fire an alarm, Yi Xingchen opted for a clever approach. He gripped the doorknob and began pushing and pulling it gently. The strange noise from the door quickly drew the robber's attention. "Number 6, what's going on?" The robber called out from a distance. After getting no reply, he cautiously walked toward the door with his gun. "Number 6? Number 6? He kept calling as he carefully approached. Using the shadow under the door, Yi Xingchen judged the distance. The moment the robber got close, Yi Xingchen moved, left hand yanking the door open, right hand punching. Crack! With one punch, Yi Xingchen shattered both the robber's arm and nose. This robber, too, died before he could scream. It was Long Qingshuan's first time seeing Yi Xingchen go all out. She had already found him terrifying during the underground fights, but now she realized, he wasn't just terrifying, he was monstrous. In all her life, apart from her father and a few others, she had never seen such brutal strength in a single punch. That punch first hit the robber's arm, absorbing some impact, then hit his nose, yet still crushed both and likely caused brain trauma from the internal bleeding. Such strength and speed were beyond belief. Despite the fear, Long Qingshuan felt overwhelming joy. She didn't fear Yi Xingchen being too strong, she feared he'd be too weak. With such power, Yi Xingchen was perfect for her plans. She took a deep breath and asked, "How can your strength and speed be so terrifying?" Yi Xingchen smiled, "Simple. I work out." "Work out? What kind of training gets you like this?" Long Qingshuan was stunned. "Easy. My routine, hand workouts, keyboard battles online. Leg workouts, squatting to check online posts. Head workouts, laughing my head off. Core, laughing till I get abs. Lungs, ha 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 ha. Ah." Long Qingshuan's face darkened. "Let's go." Yi Xingchen smiled again, gently pulled Long Qingshuan's hand, and continued down the hallway. As for the fallen robber's gun, Yi Xingchen ignored it. He'd never handled a real gun, and without knowing how to use it, his fists were more reliable. Creak. Just then, a door in the hallway opened. A robber with a submachine gun instantly saw Yi Xingchen holding Long Qingshuan's hand. Their eyes met, brief awkwardness. The robber froze for a second, then quickly raised his gun and fired. His goal was to alert the others, Yi Xingchen was trying to escape. But to Yi Xingchen, the robber's reaction was way too slow. Just as the gun barrel shifted a few inches, Yi Xingchen grabbed it. Crack! Without hesitation, he punched the weapon, breaking it apart along with the robber's chest cavity. The robber spit out a mouthful of blood and fell. Long Qingshuan's eyes widened in shock. He even broke a gun with a punch? That's insane. He's escaping. Everyone, get over here. Emergency. Quick, number 3, number 8, go around the side. The rest follow me. Kill him. Because the robber's shot had shattered the window glass above the doorframe, it served as an alarm. The leader downstairs responded quickly, splitting the team in two. Armed, they began moving in on Yi Xingchen's position from both sides. "What do we do? The robbers downstairs are already closing in." Though Long Qingshuan's voice was a bit anxious, she remained incredibly calm. As she spoke, she picked up the submachine gun on the floor and checked the number of bullets like she'd done it 100 times. Yi Xingchen gave her a look. Wasn't this whole mess thanks to her? But when he saw her handling the gun, he was surprised, even twitching his eyebrows. Judging by how skilled she was, she must have had plenty of experience with guns. Damn. Who exactly is this woman? Could she be military? What shocked Yi Xingchen even more, the bullets in the magazine. They were made of rubber. But he quickly figured it out. In this world, people's physical strength had declined badly. Whether the bullets were lead, copper, or the steel type used in Xia country, a full magazine would be too heavy for regular people to lift. How would they even fire it? Rubber bullets were already destructive enough for such fragile bodies. They didn't have to pierce flesh, breaking bones and joints was enough. With that thought, Yi Xingqian came up with a plan. Long Qingxian noticed his expression and smiled. Looks like you have an idea? Of course. Yi Xingqian walked back into the room, flipped over a metal table, and crouched behind it. A metal table should be enough to block rubber bullets, right? Long Qingxian was stunned. Who would have believed someone could lift a heavy metal table and use it as a shield? There he is. He's in the room, get him out of there. Voices came from the hallway. The robbers had split into two groups and were coming from both ends. Hide in the restroom and don't come out until I'm done with them. Got it. Yi Xingqian pointed at the bathroom stall. Okay. Not wanting to take any chances, Long Qingxian obeyed and waited to see what Yi Xingqian would do. Brothers, kill him. The robber leader saw the bodies near the door and exploded with rage. Bang! 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 A wave of gunfire hit the table, but the sturdy metal shield held firm. Damn, he's hiding behind the table. How the hell did he even flip it? Boss, what do we do now? The robbers hesitated. No one wanted to rush in, unsure if Yi Xingqian had a gun. So they kept firing at the table to suppress him. What are you afraid of? The leader, now without his stocking mask, sneered. So what if he's behind a table? It's not like he can move it. Keep firing. Two of you flank him and kill that bastard. Got it. Just as they were about to move, Yi Xingqian smiled, grabbed the table leg with his left hand, and pushed it toward the door. What the hell? Boss, he's actually pushing the table. How is that possible? So fast. The robbers at the door were stunned. Even the leader froze, dumbfounded by what he saw. They couldn't understand how someone could make a metal table slide across the floor. After all, they couldn't see Yi Xingqian moving it from behind the table. I said, I hate it when people say I'm fast. Yi Xingqian got angry and moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, before the leader could issue new orders, Yi Xingqian was already among them, shielded by the table. Since they were now in close quarters, the robbers didn't dare fire and instead drew wooden knives to fight hand to hand. But Yi Xingqian wasn't holding back, his punches came down like a god of war. Crack! Ah! Screams and bone-crunching echoed through the hallway. Every time Yi Xingqian punched, a robber went down bleeding and broken. The leader could only think of one thing. I'm not the king of hell, I'm just the delivery man for the underworld. This guy was death incarnate. He gave a bitter smile. This wasn't a hostage, they'd brought home a monster. Don't be afraid. Altogether, kill him. The leader's eyes darted, then he turned and ran. But he was too slow. Yi Xingqian had already taken down the others while he was still in the hallway. Instead of chasing blindly, Yi Xingqian blocked the door with the table, then dragged a few bodies to build a barricade in front of the restroom for Long Qingxian. If a robber slipped in while he was gone, she'd be in danger. As for the leader? Yi Xingqian wasn't worried, he couldn't get far. Let him run for a bit. Yi Xingqian calmly picked up 4 or 5 submachine guns, tapping them lightly. They were made of a material he'd never seen before. It seemed like even though humans had weakened in this world, tech had improved a lot. Maybe that's why, it filled the gap left by declining physical strength. Yi Xingqian didn't think about it too long and followed the escape route. Ah! Don't come any closer. The leader soon realized Yi Xingqian was right behind him and nearly lost his mind. Hee hee. Yi Xingqian smirked, gripping one of the guns tightly. He was going to throw it and kill him with it. You, what the hell are you? Are you some kind of transformer or something? Facing the Grim Reaper, the leader completely lost the will to fight. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly. Then he tossed the gun. Clang! The leader dropped to the ground. Woo woo! Outside the old, rundown house, more than a dozen police cars blared their deafening sirens. After armed police rushed into the building and saw the bloody scene in the second-floor hallway, many of the officers with weaker stomachs began vomiting. This wasn't a hallway, this was hell on earth. Many police officers even suspected this old house would become one of the most notorious haunted sites in Xia country. All these people, you handled them alone? The police captain looked at Yi Xingqian, sitting calmly on a chair smoking a cigarette, with a shocked expression. Who? Yi Xingqian had already taken a pack of cigarettes off a robber. Now he was enjoying one. Yes. Back at the bank, I wanted to act, but I was worried the robbers would panic and randomly shoot at the crowd. That's why I held back, pretended to be a hostage, and waited until we got here to act. Captain, a young officer leaned in and whispered, we've finished counting, 10 robbers, all dead. As for the cash, jewelry, and gold, it's all accounted for. Yi Xingqian overheard and felt relieved. Turns out there really was a robber hiding in the crowd at the bank. Good thing he didn't act impulsively, otherwise, it could have been a disaster. The police captain looked even more shocked. Sir, may I ask, could you explain in detail how you did all this? He gestured at the corpses. Sorry, I can't say. That's classified. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to make an excuse, Long Qingxian stepped forward. Yi Xingqian immediately went quiet. He nearly forgot, this woman could pull someone out of prison with a single phone call. Of course she could handle a simple police inquiry. And you are? The captain noticed Long Qingxuan's confident demeanor and couldn't quite guess who she was. Just wait a minute. I'll make a call. Soon, your chief will call you, and then you'll understand. Hiss. The captain froze for a moment and nodded stiffly. Normally, he would have scolded someone for saying that. But everything happening right now felt far from normal. Maybe, these two really were something special? Hello? Uncle Wu, yes, can you help me with something? Long Qingxian turned and made a call. A few minutes later, the captain received instructions from higher up. Hello? Chief. Yes. Understood. I got it. After hanging up, the captain saluted Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. My apologies for the delay. We'll arrange police cars to escort you both back to the city. Yi Xingqian grew even more curious. Who exactly was Long Qingxian? One phone call, and even the police chief gives her a pass? Hey, brother, who is she really? Yi Xingqian glanced at Long Qingxian and lowered his voice. Ha ha ha. The captain burst out laughing. Sir, don't worry. We'd never reveal such top-secret info to outsiders. At the press conference later, we'll say it was the police who shot the robbers. You won't be exposed, don't worry. Yi Xingqian was speechless. The captain thought he was trying to probe for intel. Seeing the captain staying tight-lipped, Yi Xingqian didn't bother asking again. As Long Qingxian waved goodbye, she and Yi Xingqian rode off in separate police cars in opposite directions out of the forest. Although Yi Xingqian was curious, since she lived in Yunhe Villas, why go elsewhere, he felt it wasn't his place to ask right now. Sitting in the police car, Yi Xingqian picked up his phone and saw several missed calls and WeChat messages from Qin Yanran. She was asking if he had withdrawn the money and why he wasn't answering. Yi Xingqian tensed up and quickly called her back. If she thought he ran off with her bank card money, he'd be in serious trouble. Hello? Is this the kidnappers? How much do you want? As long as you let him go, we can talk about the money, just don't hurt him. I can arrange a safe exchange. Qin Yanran obviously didn't know Yi Xingqian had escaped or taken care of the robbers. She thought it was them calling. Yi Xingqian was touched by her concern, whether it was friendship or as a boss, it meant a lot. To have such a generous and protective boss? Lucky didn't even begin to describe it. President Qin, it's Xingqian. I'm safe. The police are taking me back now. Phew, Qin Yanran sighed in relief. That's great. I saw the news this afternoon, it nearly scared me to death. I'm so glad you're okay. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. About the money withdrawal? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect all this to happen. It's fine. Qin Yanran chuckled. No big deal. As long as you're safe, everything else can wait. Just return the card tomorrow. Tonight, go home and rest well. After something like this, your body and mind need time to recover. Got it. Yi Xingqian smiled. By the way, has the cleaning company finished with the villa? You remembered that? It's already cleaned. Great. Yeah, rest up tonight. You're my bodyguard now. There might be even more danger ahead. When trouble comes, I'll deal with it head on. No worries. All right, go get some rest. See you tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow. Boss. Give me 200 bottles of beer, 1,000 lamb skewers, and 1,000 beef skewers. Yi Xingqian arrived at a roadside barbecue stall directly across from the entrance to the Yunhe Villa district and placed a large food order as soon as he sat down. The barbecue stall owner glared at the lone Yi Xingqian. Hey, kid, are you here to mess with me? Yi Xingqian was momentarily stunned, then smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, Boss, you don't know this, but I have a big appetite. All that food is barely enough for one meal. The stall owner clutched his stomach dramatically and burst into laughter. Kid, if you want to brag, pick something better. 2,000 skewers, 200 bottles of beer, and you say that's just barely enough? I get it. You're either here to cause trouble or you escaped from a mental hospital. Come on, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can pay part of it now, okay? As he spoke, Yi Xingqian took out his phone and scanned the QR code for WeChat Pay on the stall owner's table. WeChat payment received, 2,000 yuan. All right? I'll pay the rest after I finish eating. The stall owner eyed him suspiciously. Fine. I'll ask my wife to drive over with the rest. I want to see how you manage to eat it all. If you actually finish it by yourself, I'll give you the meal for free. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian laughed and didn't take the boss's words seriously. 2,000 skewers and 200 beers? That would cost thousands at least. A small barbecue stand like this couldn't possibly afford to give that away for free, they'd go bankrupt. Some deals you can take, but others you just shouldn't. Here, kid, I'll grill part of it first for you. The rest will come later. Not long after, the boss brought over a dozen bottles of beer and several dozen skewers, each about the size of a pinky nail. Yi Xingqian didn't hesitate. He pulled a disposable plastic cup from his pocket, one he'd kept for years, and poured all 12 bottles into it, then drank it all in one go. What the? Even the older barbecue stall owner was shocked by Yi Xingqian's way of drinking beer. The boss's wife, who had just arrived with supplies, stepped up with concern. Young man, don't drink like that. It's bad for your liver. Who drinks 12 bottles of beer in one go? Are you upset about something? Why not talk to auntie? Don't bottle it up, talking helps. Whether it was genuine concern or just fear of him collapsing at their stall, her words moved Yi Xingqian. He'd grown up poor, lost his mother early, and rarely felt the concern of others. Even Zhao Wen and Fan Jian, who once felt like family, eventually betrayed him. But ever since the world changed, he had felt warmth from people like Qin Yanran, Lin Yun, and now even this stranger at a barbecue stand. Sigh, Yi Xingqian sighed lightly and spoke as he ate, Auntie, thanks for caring. But, really? I just eat a lot. You'll see in a moment. Then he grabbed a handful of skewers and ate over 20 in one bite. In moments, he finished nearly 100 already grilled skewers with ease. Oh my gosh, the stall owner's wife was stunned. Young man, your appetite, it's not just big. It's insane. I've lived most of my life and never seen anyone eat nearly 100 skewers in one sitting. You're really something. Yi Xingqian smiled and suddenly looked up at the boss. Boss, why does your meat taste different from yesterday's? No way. The boss, clearly an honest guy, blinked and quickly shook his head. This is the same meat as yesterday. Oh no, I mean it's the same preparation method as yesterday. Alright. Yi Xingqian felt the flavor was a little off but still acceptable. Maybe it was just because he ate too fast. Just then, two strange middle-aged men showed up at the barbecue stall. One had long hair with a bald crown, the other dragged his right leg with a limp. Both wore trench coats, and the wind made their coats flutter dramatically. Yi Xingqian noticed they sat at the table next to his and had been staring at him. He didn't think too much of it, maybe they were just shocked by how much he could eat. What can I get you too? The boss asked enthusiastically. Boss, my buddy and I are men of principle. Be honest, how much is your whole stall worth? That includes food supplies and all the tables and chairs. The long-haired man never took his eyes off Yi Xingqian. Ha, the boss was stunned. Are you two planning to buy my stall and run it yourselves? Here. The long-haired man handed over 3 10,000 yuan bills. We're about to get into a fight with someone, and we might trash your stall by accident. Consider this 30,000 yuan as compensation in advance. If it's not enough afterward, we'll pay more. If it's too much, keep the rest, for your trouble. Only then did Yi Xingqian notice that this world's currency had changed, not only keeping old denominations but adding 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, and 20,000 yuan bills. Wait, they're going to fight someone at this barbecue stand? Yi Xingqian was stunned. That was way too specific. Besides him, there was no one else here. They clearly meant him. What Yi Xingqian didn't understand was, he didn't know these two weird middle-aged men, why did they want to fight him? Hey. The long-haired man glanced coldly at Yi Xingqian, confirming his suspicion. Those eyes clearly said, we came here to fight you. This. The barbecue boss and his wife were so scared that they took the money and quickly hid behind a tree across the street, terrified of getting caught in the mess. Yi Xingqian locked eyes with the two men, and both sides could feel the intense fighting spirit in each other's gaze. Hey. The man with the balding head suddenly let out a cold laugh and gently slipped his right hand into his pocket. When his right hand came out, Yi Xingqian was shocked to see. There was a live crawfish clamped onto his middle finger. The crawfish was clearly alive, its claws tightly gripping his finger. Huh? Yi Xingqian was completely dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? Did this guy raise a legendary pet crawfish? Was he about to summon it to fight alongside him? The limping man also froze at the sight, then slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the balding man's middle finger, trembling. What? Haven't you seen it before? The balding man kept his eyes locked on Yi Xingqian, not realizing anything was wrong. No, I mean, your hand. My hand? My hand? Damn. That hurts. Why are you just standing there? Get this thing off me. The balding man glanced at his hand and immediately screamed when he saw the crawfish. Oh, oh. The limping man slowly walked over and helped fling the crawfish to the ground. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched. All right, clearly this wasn't some magical beast, it was just a regular crawfish. The balding man shook his stinging hand and looked at Yi Xingqian awkwardly. I passed a seafood shop earlier and grabbed a crawfish. I was planning to cook it with garlic later. That didn't count. Let's start over. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched again. He gave a gesture, indicating the man could proceed. The balding man was about to reach into his pocket again but thought twice. He quickly pulled the pocket open and looked inside to check for more surprises, then reached in with his right hand. This time, Yi Xingqian noticed something. The balding man now wore a metal military knuckle duster on his right hand. That thing must weigh at least a few pounds. By pre-catastrophe standards, it'd be tens or even over 100 pounds. Carrying something like that wasn't impossible, but wearing it on one hand like this? That was rare. At the same time, the limping man rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a metal wristband on his arm. His wristband weighed about the same as the other man's knuckle duster. This confirmed that the two were definitely skilled fighters. Yi Xingqian didn't dare take it lightly. He immediately stood up and eyed the two warily. Ha ha ha, the balding man laughed when he saw Yi Xingqian's guarded face. Looks like you know your stuff. No wonder the client paid big money to hire us. Yi Xingqian frowned. Gentlemen, can I at least know who paid you to kill me? I deserve to know before I die, right? To kill you? The balding man blinked. No one hired us to kill you. What? Yi Xingqian almost cursed. You're messing with me? Just now you said? I said we were paid well to take action. Take action doesn't mean kill you. Two different things. We're principled people. We've done bad things before, sure, but we don't kill innocent people for no reason. Yi Xingqian gave him a side eye. Then, who's your client, and what does he want? Hey. You'll find out soon enough. Our mission is to beat you down and bring you to the client. Of course, if we accidentally kill you, the client won't blame us. So, if you know what's good for you, just come over and let us knock you out. Don't resist, and you won't die. As they spoke, the two men flanked Yi Xingqian, one on each side. Yi Xingqian slowly turned sideways, raising both fists in a defensive stance in front of his chest. Even though people's physical strength had drastically declined in this world, there were still monsters who practiced martial arts. Miyamoto Tomomi once said that even with no consideration of experience or skill, her own ability barely made the top 10 of the Miyamoto family. More importantly, battles aren't only about strength or speed, experience and technique matter too. There's always someone stronger out there. Who knew what level these two weirdos were? Yi Xingqian didn't dare let his guard down. The balding man seemed pleased by Yi Xingqian's caution. He shook his thinning hair and began introducing himself. I'm Lu Ma. People call me the Living Reaper. Know why I'm bald? It's not age, and it's not disease. Every time I kill someone, I pull out a strand of hair. The more I've killed, the more hair I've pulled. That's how I got this way. Can you imagine how many I've killed? Seeing Lu Ma do his intro, the limping man stepped forward and did his own. I'm Lu Zi. They call me Iron Leg Drifter. Know why my leg's crippled? It's not from a fall or illness. Every time I kill someone, I step on their head. Did it so many times my leg ended up like this. Can you imagine how many I've stepped on? Yi Xingqian was speechless from their opening speeches. Okay, fine, but with names like Nyo Ma and Nyo Zi, you guys never thought about changing them? If it weren't for the real weapons on their hands, he'd think they were scam artists. As the saying goes, even thieves have a code. We don't kill randomly anymore. You're young, we don't want to send you to the afterlife just yet. So, again, come here and let us knock you out. If you cooperate, we'll just disable you. If not, we won't hold back. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes. There's no point talking anymore. I'm not easy prey. Tell me who your client is, then walk away, and I'll act like none of this happened. In that case, let's settle this with our fists. Attack. Lu Ma's face turned cold as he shouted to Lu Zi and charged at Yi Xingqian first. Yi Xingqian noticed that although Lu Ma and Lu Zi were quite fast compared to regular people, to him, they were still too slow. Or rather, even their speed didn't match up to Miyamoto Tomomi's. Which meant one thing. If not taking fighting experience and skills into account, Lu Ma and Lu Zi were still inferior to Miyamoto Tomomi. That gave Yi Xingqian some relief. Then again, it made sense. Even the powerful Miyamoto family only had fewer than 10 people who could suppress him. How could someone stronger than him just randomly show up in Yunha City? And why would they do this kind of job for money? That level of expert would only care about improving their own strength, right? Yi Xingqian took a deep breath. When faced with Lu Ma's punch, Thrown with a military-grade knuckle duster, he easily dodged it with a simple sidestep. Huh? Lu Ma, missing his strike, let out a confused sound. At the same time, Lu Zi's right arm, wearing a heavy metal bracelet, came swinging toward the back of Yi Xingqian's head. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand and easily caught Lu Zi's arm, gripping it tightly. What the? Lu Zi was shocked, trying hard to pull his arm back. But no matter how hard he pulled, his face turning red from the strain, he couldn't break free from Yi Xingqian's grasp. Lu Ma took the opportunity to throw another punch at Yi Xingqian's abdomen. As expected, it was useless. Yi Xingqian calmly grabbed Lu Ma's wrist with his left hand. Lu Ma couldn't move it forward even a bit. Lu Ma and Lu Zi were a longtime duo, with great coordination. They exchanged glances and came to a mutual understanding. Each of them swept a leg toward Yi Xingqian's lower body. Even a lion uses full strength to hunt a rabbit. Yi Xingqian didn't dare be careless and jumped to dodge the combined strike. But to his annoyance, their speed was so slow that he had already jumped and landed, and their sweeping kicks still hadn't reached. Not that it mattered. Even if the kicks landed, their strength was weak. When they finally connected with his legs, Yi Xingqian didn't move an inch. What the hell? Why the hell are we even fighting? The two brothers were dumbfounded and instantly lost all will to fight. At the same moment, they both knelt down in perfect unison. Big bro, it's a misunderstanding. All just a misunderstanding. Master, please forgive us. We're sorry. Really sorry. Seeing them chicken out so fast, Yi Xingqian let go without hesitation. After all, he still wanted to know who hired them. If he accidentally killed them, the clue would be lost. Now that he fully understood their strength, Yi Xingqian relaxed. He sat back down and resumed eating. You two say you'll fight me, then suddenly it's all a misunderstanding? If word gets out, won't I lose face? Heh, well, Lu Ma quickly forced a smile. A master like you shouldn't argue with small fries like us. That'd be even more embarrassing. You want to know who hired us, right? Look, the debt should go to the real culprit. You go after the boss and let us go, how about it? Heh, Yi Xingqian looked at Lu Ma meaningfully. Small fry? Weren't you the one called Living King of Hell? That was a nickname I gave myself. I'm a person too, right? Giving myself a nickname and claiming it's from others, no big deal, right? And what about pulling out one hair every time you kill someone? Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Actually, you might not believe it, but my hair, it was pulled out by my wife during an argument. Yi Xingqian was speechless. He turned to Lu Zi. And you? Iron Leg Glider? That nickname? I gave it to myself too. And the bit about stepping on someone's head every time you kill? Actually, only my big bro knows this. I had polio as a kid. That's why my leg is lame. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. These two really didn't seem like hardened criminals. Seriously, what kind of ruthless criminals calculate compensation before a fight? Yi Xingqian glanced at the two brothers and smiled. You both have some decent skills. How about this? I admire people who are both brainy and brawny. I've seen your brawn. Now let me see your brains. If you can prove you're both, I'll let you go. Deal? Lu Ma swallowed hard. Big bro, what do you want us to do? Simple. I'll give the first line of a couplet. You each come up with the second line. If you match it well, I'll accept that you've got brains. Sound good? Lu Ma and Lu Zi looked at each other, then gritted their teeth. All right, go ahead. Okay, Yi Xingqian thought for a second, drawing on recent experiences. Here's the first line, a thief steals and keeps stealing. The two looked at each other awkwardly. After several minutes of intense thinking, during which Lu Ma pulled out many more hairs, he finally lit up. Got it. Second line. Okay, that'll do. Yi Xingqian nodded. Your turn, no sound-alike tricks. Lu Zi looked at him pitifully, then also lit up after a moment. Got it. Second line. All right, Yi Xingqian waved a hand. Tell me who your employer is, and I'll let you go. But if I ever hear you're doing anything criminal again, I'll settle old scores and new. Yes. Thank you, big bro. Master, actually, we don't know who hired us. What? Yi Xingqian shot up from his chair. You messing with me? You think I won't do anything to you? Give you sunshine and you flood the place? Misunderstanding. Please calm down and let us explain. Yeah, really. We don't know who the boss is. It was one of his subordinates who found us. But we do know where he is. We can secretly take you to him. Yi Xingqian finally nodded. All right, take me to him. Buzz. Yi Xingqian drove his own car, and under the directions of Lu Ma and Lu Zi, he quickly arrived at Yunhe Grand Hotel. The Yunhe Grand Hotel was not only famous in Yunhe City but also well known throughout the southern region of Xia country. Anyone who could stay at the Yunhe Grand Hotel was either rich or powerful. It was clear that the person who hired Lu Ma and Lu Zi was no ordinary figure. Big bro, the client is in room 608. Later, just pretend like we beat you up and you lost the ability to fight. That way, we can get you in smoothly without any surprises. If the client gets word and runs off, the plan fails. Alright. Yi Xingchen nodded, then extended his right hand toward Lu Ma. Big bro, what's this for? Lu Ma looked at him, puzzled. Lend me your knuckle duster, just in case. I'll return it afterward. Sure. To Lu Ma and Lu Zi, Yi Xingchen now seemed like a god they dared not disobey. Lu Ma quickly pulled the military-grade knuckle duster from his pocket and handed it over. Yi Xingchen took it and slipped it into his pocket. With Lu Ma and Lu Zi supporting him from both sides, they walked straight into the hotel. Gentlemen. The front desk girl looked suspiciously at the odd trio but said nothing. Miss, can you please call the guest in room 608? Just say we brought the person over, he just had a bit too much to drink and can't walk properly. Oh? Knowing that anyone staying in this hotel must be important, the receptionist, being just a regular employee, didn't ask more. She nodded and called the guest in 608 as requested. Soon, she came back. Gentlemen, I've spoken to the guest in 608. He said to go up directly. The door's unlocked, and he's waiting for you inside. Thank you, beautiful. Lu Ma grinned at her, then gave Lu Zi a glance. The two helped Yi Xingchen into the elevator. Ding! With the elevator chime, they arrived on the 6th floor. Room 608 was easy to spot, just on the right. Yi Xingchen glanced at the tightly shut door, frowning. He remembered he had offended Koizumi Ichiro in Yunha City. But aside from Koizumi Ichiro, he couldn't think of anyone who'd hire assassins to come after him. Still, Yi Xingchen doubted Koizumi was the employer. Koizumi was from the east, connected to the Miyamoto family. It didn't make sense for him to hire two Xia nationals to handle this. Besides, with the way Koizumi hated him, if he hired killers, the order would be to take him out, not beat him up and deliver him alive. So if it wasn't Koizumi, then who? Staring at the door, Yi Xingchen knew he'd soon find out. Big bro, should we wait out here? Just call us if you need anything. Master, don't worry. We know our place. We wouldn't dare run off without your permission. All right. Yi Xingchen nodded, then stopped paying attention to the brothers and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Inside the room. A red ambient light glowed brightly, giving the room an oddly sensual atmosphere. Under the red glow, a pale back was partially exposed under a towel, clearly just out of the shower. Yi Xingchen was stunned. His eyes followed the back upward. Short, straight black hair. A wave of shock hit Yi Xingchen. What the hell? It's a man. What the hell is going on? The person turned around upon hearing the door open. Their eyes met, awkwardness mixed with confusion. It's you? Yi Xingchen was shocked to see who it was. Wrapped in a towel, half naked, it was Lai Yuejing. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that Lai Yuejing would be the one who hired Lu Ma and Lu Zi. Worse, Lai Yuejing had waited for him post-shower, wrapped in a towel. What the hell did this guy want? Suddenly, Yi Xingchen recalled the absurd couplet line Lu Zi had blurted earlier. Oh no, could Lai Yuejing actually want to? Lai Yuejing's face quickly darkened. You little punk, you won't escape my grasp. Clearly, Lai Yuejing hadn't realized Yi Xingchen had turned the tables with Lu Ma and Lu Zi and still thought he was defenseless. What are you trying to do? Yi Xingchen backed up until he was pressed against the door, fear all over his face. You bastard. Because of you, I lost my chance with Qin Yanran. You think I'd let that slide? Since you ruined it for me, you'll take her place. Tonight, I'm going to have you. Holy shit. Yi Xingchen nearly jumped. No, Mr. Lai, listen, calm down. We're both men, right? With your background and status, are you really lacking women? Is this necessary? Anger clouds reason, calm down. Calm down? Lai Yuejing slowly stood, face twisted, stepping toward Yi Xingchen. You cost me my shot at Qin Yanran. I'll never be able to face her again. How can I calm down? If I don't take you tonight, my name isn't Lai. What the hell? You sick freak. Don't come any closer or I'll beat your ass. Yi Xingchen braced against the door and raised his fist in warning. Beat me? Ha ha ha. Lai Yuejing laughed maniacally, closing in step by step. You think you've got strength left? You know why I hired those two? I know you're strong. That's what makes this exciting. You'd better submit tonight, or I'll make you regret it forever. Yi Xingchen sneered, slid on the military knuckle duster, and punched straight through the wooden door behind him. Then he glared coldly at Lai Yuejing. You still think this is going to be satisfying? You still think you're in control of tonight? Lai Yuejing froze when he saw Yi Xingchen's fierce display. How is that possible? Didn't they beat you until you couldn't fight back? How can you still? Heh, Yi Xingchen gave a cold chuckle. Young Master Lai, next time you want to send someone to deal with me, could you at least send some decent guys? One's a cripple, the other's bald. What kind of joke is that? You think so little of me? Lai Yuejing clenched his teeth. Screw you. What did you say? Yi Xingchen raised his fist threateningly. The military-grade knuckle duster on his hand gleamed ominously under the ambient red light. Lai Yuejing wasn't stupid. He knew when to back off. Realizing Yi Xingchen was beyond his control, he quickly tried to de-escalate. I said, Macapaka's little trumpet. What? Well, I figured I've offended a god like you, thought I'd sing a Macapaka song to apologize? Lai Yuejing looked at Yi Xingchen with a weak, submissive face. Yi Xingchen's lips twitched. Who has time to listen to your stupid song? I held back twice before because there were outsiders around. But now we're alone. I'm done hiding my strength. Yes, yes. Lai Yuejing nodded obediently, not daring to resist at all. From now on, if I ever see you around President Qin again, you better watch your head, it might end up like that door. Got it. Yi Xingchen pointed to the door he had smashed with one punch. Absolutely. I promise I won't go near her again. And if you ever feel pissed off and want to send someone after me again, feel free. But if they fail, I'll come after you personally. You know what that means, right? Yes, yes. Lai Yuejing didn't even dare breathe loudly. You're a well-known figure in Yunhe City, right? There are plenty of women in the world. Why obsess over just one? It's not worth throwing your life away over one flower when there's an entire garden out there. Right? Yes, big bro. You're absolutely right. Good. Yi Xingchen lightly patted Lai Yuejing's shoulder. Now, those two you sent earlier answered a literary challenge. Since you've promised to back off, if you can answer one too, I'll let you go. Deal? A literary challenge? Lai Yuejing was stunned. Wait. I spent all my time in school chasing girls or skipping class. I never really studied. Can't we change the topic? Maybe ask about something physical? Enough nonsense. Listen, a couple getting remarried. I want a poetic couplet for that. If you can come up with a matching line, I'll let you go. If not, I'll break one of your fingers as a lesson. Got it. Remarried. Sweat began to bead on Lai Yuejing's forehead. At that moment, he deeply regretted not studying when he had the chance. You can't answer? Yi Xingchen grinned. Did those two guys outside answer correctly? Lai Yuejing suddenly lit up. Can I get help? Don't quizzes usually allow lifelines? I choose to ask the audience. Yi Xingchen didn't say yes or no. He simply opened the door and glanced at Lu Ma and Lu Zi outside. The door had already been smashed by Yi Xingchen's punch, so the brothers had heard the whole conversation. Lu Ma, a sharp one, saw Yi Xingchen wasn't rejecting the idea, and immediately held up a finger. Consulting fee, 1 million. Damn, daylight robbery. Lai Yuejing wanted to curse. 1 million to save a finger, that's a bargain. Lu Ma just smiled. Fine. If you guys can give the answer, 1 million it is. Satisfied, Lu Ma nodded and shook his half-bald head. Big bro, listen up. Upper line, night raid on Pearl Harbor, the beauty was startled. Lower line, 2 atomic bombs, surrender of Japan and Germany. Horizontal scroll, World War II. Yi Xingchen was shocked. You better have said startled, not fertilized. And Japan and Germany, not got Japan. Ha ha ha. Lu Ma chuckled deeply, hiding his skills and achievements. Once the transfer was complete, Yi Xingchen let Lai Yuejing off the hook. As he left the room, Yi Xingchen reminded him, young Master Lai, don't forget to pay for the broken door. A few steps out, Yi Xingchen noticed Lu Ma and Lu Zi still following behind him. He smiled. You guys can go now. Don't get involved in this kind of business again. Biggie bro. Lu Ma and Lu Zi exchanged looks, hesitating. What? I'm not giving you trouble, and you still want trouble with me. No, not at all. Lu Ma quickly waved his hands. Actually, big bro, my brother and I talked about it while we were outside. If we can't do that kind of dirty work anymore, we basically lost our jobs. So we figured, why not just follow you from now on? Follow me? Yi Xingchen was taken aback. Yeah. Big bro, you've got real skills, you keep your word, and you're not a ruthless person. Wouldn't following you be better than hauling bricks on some construction site? Well, Yi Xingchen hesitated. To be honest, while Lu Ma and Lu Zi weren't much compared to him, they were still pretty capable for regular folks. Besides, he couldn't handle everything by himself all the time. Having 2 skilled followers would make handling some things a lot easier. Plus, the Qinglong gang had just been reorganized and needed reliable people. These 2 might be a good addition. Thinking it over, Yi Xingchen nodded. All right, I'll observe you 2 for a month. Do you know the Qinglong gang? Yes. Go find the boss, Shi Wenbin, or the second in command, Deng Hao. Just tell them my name. I'll let them know you're coming. My name is Yi Xingchen. Got it, brother Yi. Lu Ma respectfully bowed deeply alongside Lu Zi. The first rays of morning sunlight shone into the room. Yi Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Hearing a soft sound beside the bed, Yi Xingchen glanced over. A smooth white back, silky black hair, and slender forearms. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and gently rubbed his lower back with his right hand. After coming back last night, Miyamoto Yume had a little something to eat and then clung to him for another round. It was worth noting that perhaps because Miyamoto Yume was a cultivator, her appetite was much larger than an ordinary person's. More importantly, she seemed to have a special interest in Xia country's cuisine. Most girls think about pink makeup and pretty things. But not Yume. Her head was full of snails in spicy broth, hot and sour noodles, clams in rice noodles. Yi Xingchen gently slapped her firm butt, then got dressed, washed up, and left the house. After dropping off Qin Yanran at the office, Yi Xingchen headed into his own office with big strides. Knock knock knock. Following a few light knocks, Lin Yun entered Yi Xingchen's office. Yi Xingchen glanced at the closed door and smiled. Good morning, little Yun. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at him. Can't you act proper? What, isn't deep emotional communication between us serious business? Lin Yun's face turned red as if she remembered something. This is the office. Be serious. I'm always serious. Yi Xingchen grinned. Lin Yun rolled her eyes again, then suddenly remembered something. Since noon the day before yesterday, I've been feeling weird. Noon the day before yesterday? Wasn't that after our gentlemanly interaction? Gentlemanly interaction? What does that mean? Lin Yun blinked at him. There's a saying, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Lin Yun instantly got the hint, and her cheeks turned even redder. I'm seriously discussing something important. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. Yi Xingchen blinked and realized it might not be what he thought. He immediately dropped his teasing tone and looked serious. Weird? What do you mean? Although, it sounds strange, but it seems like since noon that day, I've become stronger. My appetite has increased too. Lin Yun frowned and, after hesitating a bit, finally spoke the truth. That's a good thing. Yi Xingchen looked confused. Getting stronger makes life easier. As for eating more, you're so skinny, you should gain a bit of weight. Have you been working out or exercising lately? But, Lin Yun frowned even more. The change is huge, not something training can explain. For example, I used to only be able to lift maybe 6 or 7 ounces at most, but yesterday, I actually lifted a pair that weighed over 1 pound. It was a little hard, but I really did it. What? Yi Xingchen was stunned by her words. In this world, 1 pound was equivalent to 100 pounds in the old world. For a delicate girl like Lin Yun to lift something that heavy was shocking. Even more important, this change only happened in the past 2 days. Yi Xingchen looked her up and down. For a moment, he thought Lin Yun looked a bit different today. She seemed a year or two younger. There was a new liveliness about her, especially in her eyes. And she seemed fuller than before. If they weren't in the office, he might have been tempted to measure with his hands, for scientific reasons only, of course. Yi Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He didn't think these changes were random, they seemed to be caused by some external influence. Maybe, he could ask Miyamoto Yume about it tonight. Thinking this, Yi Xingchen gently patted Lin Yun's shoulder. Don't worry. For now, this seems like a good thing, right? You're stronger, so you're safer too. After all, you're so beautiful, it's dangerous walking alone at night, right? Lin Yun finally felt a little relieved. Her feelings were understandable, suddenly discovering super strength can be scary. As for the reason, trust me, I'll figure it out. Don't worry too much. Wait for good news, okay? Okay. Lin Yun fully relaxed. For a moment, she felt lucky to have a dependable man by her side. She gently rested her head on Yi Xingchen's chest, letting her tense body unwind. Yi Xingchen softly patted her back, comforting her with care. Right. Lin Yun suddenly remembered something and pulled away. I almost forgot. Get ready, you're heading out with President Qin. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded. She's going out? Yes. President Qin is going to inspect the new construction site. The ocean park in Yunhe City is a big project. She's worried that sneaky people like that little brat Xiao Jun might cause trouble, so she wants to oversee things herself. Got it. I'll get ready and bring the car around. Good. Let's do our best, for our future. Lin Yun smiled and made a tiny fist in encouragement. Yi Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Because at that moment, the faces of Miyamoto Yume and Long Qingxian flashed through his mind. Damn it. He had really lost himself in beauty. Lust truly is a double-edged sword. How was he going to explain Miyamoto Yume and Long Qingxian to Lin Yun? Maybe, he needed to have a good talk with Miyamoto Yume tonight. Otherwise, he'd keep going further down the wrong path. V-room. As the sound of a car engine echoed, Yi Xingqian drove Qin Yanran's car onto a vast open lot on the outskirts of Yunhe City. Good morning, President Qin. A man and a woman, along with 5 or 6 employees from Yida Company, had already been waiting for quite some time. Yi Xingqian quickly got out of the car with good sense and helped open the door for Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran nodded at the employees in front of her. Old Zhang, how's the preparation going? We need to speed things up. The construction deadline given by the relevant departments is tight. We must ensure enough time for the next phase. Better to finish early than to be late. A trace of hesitation flashed across old Zhang's face. Then he glanced at the woman beside him and weakly nodded to Qin Yanran. Please rest assured, President Qin. Everything is going smoothly. We will definitely finish the surveying ahead of schedule. Qin Yanran, being highly perceptive, instantly sensed something was wrong just by looking at old Zhang's expression. Even Yi Xingqian, who had never been in a leadership position, could feel that something was off. Qin Yanran's brow furrowed as she looked at old Zhang with clear displeasure. Old Zhang, tell me the truth. I'm asking you again, is everything really going smoothly? Can the surveying be completed before the deadline? Old Zhang, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, looked troubled and glanced at the woman beside him. Damn it. I want to see who dares to do measurements here today. If you've got the guts, come beat me to death. At that moment, a loud male voice came from the nearby construction site. You! Qin Yanran's face darkened in anger. She pointed at old Zhang with her right hand and immediately led her group toward the source of the sound. Soon, the entire scene at the construction site came into view for Qin Yanran and her team. A flashy-looking young man was lying on the ground, thrashing and making a scene. At the same time, several middle-aged men were standing around holding small wooden sticks. It was obvious they were trying to stop Yida Company's engineers from conducting the on-site survey. What's going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Qin Yanran did her best to suppress the anger in her chest, pointing at the man on the ground and looking toward old Zhang. Well, old Zhang looked helpless, wanting to speak but hesitating. Sigh. The woman beside him let out a sigh. Boss, since we can't fix it, let's stop wasting time. Just tell President Qin the truth. President Qin, you might not know, this land originally belonged to a nearby village called Gojia Village. Later, the government decided to build a marine park here and requisition the land. But, the woman turned her head and glared fiercely at the young man. But the people from Gojia Village are insatiably greedy and completely unreasonable. The government already paid them the compensation for the land, but when we came here to do the surveying, they refused. They said that after dividing the money, it was too little, and now they're demanding an extra 1 billion yuan from Yida Company. Why are you only telling me this now? Didn't anyone try to negotiate with them? We did. We sent people to talk with the village chief 3 times. But each time, they were chased away. Gojia Village wants 1 billion yuan, not 1 fen less. Did you try asking the relevant authorities for help? Yes. We contacted the Public Security Bureau, but even the police couldn't do anything. Every time the police come, they run away. As soon as the police leave, they come back. Sometimes even at night, some of our equipment gets mysteriously damaged. It must be them. The police have already arrested several people from Gojia Village, but that only made them more aggressive. Unbelievable. Qin Yanran clenched her teeth in anger, clearly wanting to go talk to the villagers herself. President Qin. Yi Xingqian stopped her. Let me go check things out first. Those who live in harsh places tend to be more unreasonable. If they lose it and try to kick you out, it could be dangerous. Qin Yanran, remembering how Yi Xingqian had helped her resolve several problems in the past, nodded and agreed to his suggestion. Yi Xingqian immediately saw that the young man making a scene was the leader. He glanced at the lightweight alloy shovel lying beside him and walked over. Yi Xingqian stopped only when he reached the shovel. Hey bro, what's your name? The young man glanced at Yi Xingqian and vaguely sensed that this new group was not ordinary, so he stood up arrogantly. I'm Go Dongxi. My dad is the village chief, Go Yang. What? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. These two really were something. One's name sounds like damn bastard, and the other dog-like. And who are you? Go Dongxi stared at Yi Xingqian with hostility. Yi Xingqian quietly glanced back at Qin Yanran, then patted his own chest. You can think of me as the temporary person in charge from Yida Company. I came to understand the situation. Heh, Go Dongxi sneered. Fine. Since you're the one in charge, I'll be clear. 1 billion yuan, not 1 fen less. Otherwise, forget about starting any construction here. Oh? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Let me ask, did the government give your village compensation for the land? They did. And yet you're asking our company for more? Of course. Who would say no to more money? Your Yida company has plenty, right? What's 1 billion yuan to you? Our village has exactly 100 households. That's 10 million yuan per household. With 4 people per family, that's just 2.5 million yuan per person. Yi Xingchen was stunned, both angry and amused. This was the first time he had seen someone show their greed so shamelessly. Or more accurately, so proudly shameless. A person, or a whole village, could really be this thick-skinned? Even if Yida company was rich, why the hell should they give you 1 billion yuan? Do you think money just falls from the sky? Well? If you think it's acceptable, let's sit down and talk. If not, get the hell out. As long as we're here, your construction won't happen. Go Dongxi was clearly fearless, acting like a thug who had nothing to lose. Yi Xingchen frowned and suddenly pointed a finger at him. 1 million yuan. Take the money and leave. Never come back to this site again. What the hell? 1 million? What do you think we are, beggars? Go Dongxi exploded with rage. So this is how your company sees us, as worthless trash, huh? Looks like we'll have to teach you a lesson today. Everyone, come on. Let's fight. At his command, the nearby villagers of Gojia all picked up their small wooden sticks and surrounded Yi Xingchen, clearly ready for violence. The atmosphere at the scene instantly turned extremely tense. Xingchen. Behind him, Qin Yanran saw the villagers from Gojia village surrounding Yi Xingchen. She was so frightened that her face went pale and immediately tried to run over to help him. Don't come over. I can handle it. Yi Xingchen shouted to stop Qin Yanran, then turned to look at Go Dongxi with a half-smile. Heh, Go Dongxi also sneered. Buddy, your girlfriend's so pretty, why go against us? If we start fighting and you end up losing an arm, a leg, or even your life, wouldn't this beautiful woman belong to someone else? What a pity. I advise you to think twice before speaking or acting. You're teaching me how to behave? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Like I said before, 1 million yuan. Take it and leave now. I can speak for our boss. We'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, in the end, you might not even get that 1 million yuan. Go Dongxi snorted coldly. Trying to block our money? Haven't you heard the saying, cutting off someone's income is like killing their father or humiliating their wife? You'd better get one thing straight, you're alone, and we have over 20 people. Do you seriously think you can take on more than 20 of us by yourself? Or are you counting on them? He pointed to a few engineers at the site, who were already shivering in fear. These engineers were all intellectual types, not used to scenes like this. Yi Xingchen didn't blame them. He just looked at Go Dongxi and nodded. Just one of me, isn't that enough? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Did you eat garlic for breakfast? Such big talk. Did Yida company send some ignorant punk to get himself killed? Several villagers from Gojia village burst into loud laughter, pointing at Yi Xingchen. Clearly, no one believed Yi Xingchen could deal with more than 20 villagers alone. Even Go Dongxi held his stomach as he laughed. If your real skills were even 1% as good as your bragging, we'd already be gone. You think we don't dare touch you? If all of us gang up on you and cripple you, so what? At worst, we pay some compensation. Compared to 1 billion yuan, that's just a drop in the bucket. Then why don't you try? Try? Sure. Go Dongxi's face darkened. He grabbed a small stone from the ground and hurled it at Yi Xingchen. Everyone, get him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With Go Dongxi's promise, the villagers had no more hesitation. They all raised their wooden sticks and charged at Yi Xingchen. Though Go Dongxi had tried a sneak attack, he was still too slow. Yi Xingchen easily dodged the stone with a sidestep, then bent down, picked up the alloy shovel from the ground, and swung it forward. Clang! The shovel struck multiple wooden sticks, knocking them to the ground. Worried about killing someone, Yi Xingchen didn't attack directly. Instead, he scooped up a large chunk of dirt and stone with the shovel and flung it at the villagers charging in front. At the same time, he spun around and used the shovel again to knock down more sticks, forcing several villagers back and successfully breaking out of the encirclement. Damn, so he's got some skills. Go Dongxi grew furious seeing a few villagers knocked down by a single toss of dirt. Don't be afraid. He's not daring to hit us directly, otherwise, he would have smashed us with the shovel already. Hearing this, several villagers once again screamed and charged at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen frowned, starting to feel truly angry. This couldn't go on. He couldn't fight back properly, and if he accidentally killed someone, it would be a disaster. But simply defending and retreating wasn't a solution either, he had to come up with something. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian spotted a small tree not far away, and an idea came to him. He threw the shovel aside and ran toward the tree. Then, under the stunned and confused gazes of everyone, Yi Xingqian sprinted and kicked the tree, a tree about 1.5 inches in diameter, clean in half. Surprised and pleased by the result, he picked up the leafy, over 10-foot tall tree. Come on, then. Weren't you all so tough? Come on. Come and die. Let's see who's brave enough now. Holding the tree like a weapon, Yi Xingqian charged toward the villagers. In his hands, the small tree had turned into a divine weapon. Any villager who came near was instantly knocked to the ground by whipping branches. Now, Yi Xingqian finally had the power not just to defend, but to fight back. He could beat them without causing serious injuries. The tree was indeed mighty. In a few moments, over 10 villagers had already been knocked down. You little punks. Come on. Keep coming. Yi Xingqian stood like a battle god, holding the tree. No one dared to approach within 15 feet. Holy shit. Boss, this guy's weird as hell. Damn, he's insanely fast and strong. That big tree was snapped in half with one kick, and he's using it like a weapon. Yeah. He's already taken out over a dozen people. Maybe we should just give up for today. Damn it, Go Dongxi gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Xingqian. You bastard. Just you wait. I've got things to do today, so I'll let this go for now, but this isn't over. If you've got the guts, live here 24 hours a day. The moment you leave, we'll be back. Let's see who can hold out longer. The look in Go Dongxi's eyes was filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Yi Xingqian would have been chopped into pieces 1,000 times over. Yi Xingqian frowned deeply but said nothing. Go Dongxi spat fiercely on the ground, then helped gather up the injured villagers. The group that had arrived so aggressively now left in defeat, tails between their legs. Xingqian, are you okay? Qin Yanran quickly rushed to Yi Xingqian's side. Yi Xingqian shook his head, then glanced meaningfully in the direction Go Dongxi's group had left. He said calmly, President Qin, don't worry. Just a bunch of clowns. I'll find a way to settle this. Let's begin the survey. It's time to get to work. After the small incident at the construction site came to an end, Yida Company quickly split into 3 teams. Old Zhang led the engineers to immediately begin measuring and calculations. Qin Yanran was holding her phone, making call after call, trying to get the relevant departments to step in and resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian walked over to a tree in the distance with his phone in hand. Yi Xingqian did not believe that Qin Yanran could solve the problem just by contacting the authorities. Those so-called relevant departments always show up when nothing's going on, but when something actually happens, you can never find them. Besides, this was all organized by Gojia village themselves. These troublemakers would do anything for money. Even if the authorities stepped in, they might not be able to truly resolve the problem. At best, their mediation would mean telling Yida Company to back down and pay something, of course, not the ridiculous 1 billion yuan, but still. Maybe, this needed to be handled personally. Yi Xingqian pulled out his phone and called his underling Shi Wenbin. Hello? Brother Yi. Wenbin, I need to ask you something. Go ahead, Brother Yi. Are there any brothers in the gang who are from Gojia village? I'll need to ask around. Why, did Gojia village mess with you? Yi Xingqian paused for a second, then told Shi Wenbin everything that happened at the construction site in full detail. Brother Yi, give me a minute. I'll ask if any of the guys are from that village and call you back once I know more. All right. Thanks for the trouble. Of course, Brother Yi. Oh, and last night, 2 guys, one named Lu Ma, the other Lu Zi, came to me, said they were your people. Yeah, those 2 may not look like much, but they've got decent skills. Let them stay on to help hold down the place. Watch them for a while. If they prove trustworthy, we can treat them as one of us. Got it. I know what to do. No doubt about it, Shi Wenbin was a reliable guy. Just 10 minutes later, he called Yi Xingqian back. Hello? Brother Yi, I found out. The village chief of Gojia village is named Go Yang. Originally, the compensation for the land had already been agreed on with the authorities, and the village had no objections. But just a few days ago, Go Yang and his son Go Dongxi suddenly spent a large sum of money to treat a bunch of idle locals to a feast. During the meal, the 2 of them kept saying things like, the compensation we got from the government was too little, then, other villages got way more than us, and then, Yida Company is a bunch of vampires. They were stirring the pot every which way. Shi Wenbin paused, then continued. At first, the villagers were fine with the money they got. But after being coaxed by the father and son, their mindset started to shift. They began to think Yida Company should also give them money. That's how this whole organized harassment started. Go Dongxi planned and led it all. But actually, very few villagers were really swayed by them. One of our gang brothers was present that day too. But he's pretty timid, he didn't dare go up against a big company like Yida, so he quietly backed away later. I see, Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. So it's all that father and son's doing? From what we know, yes. It's all about money. They make it sound so righteous, but let's be honest, if they actually get the money, how much do you think they'll share with the rest of the village? Got it. I know what to do. Brother Yi, do you want me to send some guys over to help you? No need. The root of the problem is just those two. Take care of them, and it's over. Alright. Be careful. If anything comes up, just call me. Okay. After hanging up, a slight smile appeared on Yi Xingchen's lips. Those bastards, looks like I'll be paying you a visit tonight. Night fell. After guarding the construction site all day, Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran returned. After dropping Qin Yanran off at her home, Yi Xingchen didn't go home himself. Instead, he drove straight to Gojia village. After about 40 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at his destination, Gojia village. Ma'am, hello. Can I ask where the village chief's house is? Yi Xingchen stopped the car, rolled down the window, and gave a friendly smile to a woman standing by the road. You're looking for the village chief? The woman was slightly taken aback. She looked him and his car over. You are? Oh, it's like this. I'm a friend of the village chief's son, Go Dongxi. He called me earlier today and asked me to come over tonight to discuss something. But he wouldn't say what it was on the phone. Well, you know how these rich young guys are, you have to show respect. So I had no choice but to hurry over. Oh, I see, the woman nodded, then pointed ahead. Young man, just keep going straight on this road. You'll pass 2 intersections. At the 3rd intersection, turn right. Keep going and you'll see a big banyan tree. Turn left at the tree, and you'll see a 3-story reinforced concrete building. That's the village chief's house. Great. Thank you, ma'am. Yi Xingchen smiled and continued on as instructed. Along the way, he noticed that although Gojia village was on the outskirts of Yunhe City, the economic level wasn't bad. Almost every household had a 2-story standalone house. Some were built with wood, while wealthier families had concrete and steel houses. After passing the large banyan tree, Yi Xingchen quickly spotted a 3-story building standing out among the others. He parked the car a distance away by the roadside, then stepped out and looked at the village chief's home in the distance, rubbing his chin. This Go Yang really loved showing off. Out of the whole village, his was the only 3-story building, and it was made of reinforced concrete. He even built a wooden fence over 6 feet high around the house. Clearly, he wanted to make sure everyone knew how rich he was, and how much he had skimmed off while serving as village chief. Yi Xingchen glanced around. Once he confirmed no one was nearby, he approached the wooden fence. He perked up his ears to listen closely. Thanks to his increasingly sharp hearing after eating dogtail grass every day, he easily caught the sounds coming from inside the house. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, it was a woman's voice. Repeat after me, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. You didadada me, I walla walla you. What the fuck? When Yi Xingchen heard the woman's voice, he almost couldn't help but cry out. I haven't read many books, but don't try to fool me. You seriously call this, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude? You didadada. You. Very soon, 2 male voices followed along, mimicking that weird broken English chant. One of them, Yi Xingchen instantly recognized, it was Go Dongxi's voice. This made Yi Xingchen even more confused. Forget the strange gibberish for a second, was Go Dongxi studying? Yi Xingchen never believed Go Dongxi was the studious type, especially not late at night, seriously studying a foreign language. To figure out what the hell these people were doing, he had no choice but to climb in and spy on them. Yi Xingchen looked around and quickly came up with an idea. After a bit of searching, he stacked a pile of rocks beneath the wooden fence. Stepping onto the rocks, he jumped with all his strength, grabbed the top rail of the fence with both hands, and, with a coordinated motion, easily climbed to the top. He glanced at a concrete flower bed next to the fence inside the yard. Confirming he could use it to climb back out later, he jumped down into the yard. Turning to look at the wooden fence, then at his own arms, Yi Xingchen noticed something strange. His strength seemed to have grown significantly. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. First, he needed to figure out what Go Yang and his family were up to. The 3 voices came from a room on the 1st floor. Using the cover of darkness, Yi Xingchen crept quietly toward the window of that room. Through a narrow angle, he peered inside. And what he saw nearly shattered his entire worldview. Inside the room, Go Dongxi and a middle-aged man, probably about 50 years old, were sitting on either side of a completely naked young woman. Judging by his age, the man was likely the village chief, Go Yang. As for the woman, whether she was Go Dongxi's girlfriend or Go Yang's new fling, Yi Xingchen had no idea. The young woman was holding a book that looked like it was made of silk and kept reading aloud from it in gibberish English. Meanwhile, Go Yang and Go Dongshi, on either side of her, kept groping her, even playing with her prominent breasts from time to time. Yi Xingchen was stunned. Holy shit. So this is what these two bastards were into? A father and son, sharing the same woman? If this got out, Go Yang's reputation would be completely destroyed. Thinking quickly, Yi Xingchen took out his phone and began recording this absolutely messed up scene. With this video in hand, and a little pressure, he wouldn't have to worry about Go Yang and his son refusing to back down. After finishing the recording, it looked like the two weren't satisfied with just groping, they were starting to get down to real business. Yi Xingchen held back his disgust and kept recording. But since people in this world were physically weak, and there wasn't much foreplay, the actual act lasted less than a minute. It's getting late, I should get going. The young woman began getting dressed and stood up. Just in case, Yi Xingchen quickly stopped the recording, quietly stepped onto the flower bed, leapt up, grabbed the top beam of the fence, and flipped back outside the yard the same way he came in. Creak. As the wooden gate to the courtyard opened, the young woman stepped onto the main road. Yi Xingchen pretended to be a passerby and accidentally bumped into her. Even though he controlled his strength, the woman still nearly fell over. Oh. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Yi Xingchen smiled apologetically. It's fine. The young woman rubbed her slightly sore shoulder and shook her head with a smile. Strange. Pretty lady, I don't think I've seen you around before? You're. Yi Xingchen noticed that the woman didn't immediately recognize him as an outsider, so he guessed she wasn't from Gojia village either. Sure enough, the woman paused for a moment, then extended her hand toward him. Hello, I'm Rashime Daiko. I was hired by the village chief as an English tutor. What? Rashime, no toilet paper? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Faced with her outstretched hand, he wasn't sure whether to shake it or not. Not shaking it would seem rude. But shaking hands with someone whose name sounded like diarrhea with no toilet paper? Who would dare? Plus, he had the sneaking suspicion she might literally not have washed her hands after what just happened. Wait a minute. Rashime Daiko? Japanese? Suddenly, Yi Xingchen understood everything. No wonder Go Yang and his son had suddenly started causing trouble for Yida Company over the past few days. He had assumed it was just about money. But clearly, this wasn't so simple, money was only part of it. Behind them was the manipulation of that bastard Kobayashi Ichiro. Rashime Daiko sensed a trace of hostility in Yi Xingchen's expression and awkwardly pulled back her hand before quickly walking away. Yi Xingchen glanced at her retreating figure, then looked back at Go Yang's house. Anger boiled in his heart. Traitors. Collaborating with foreigners to harm their own people. If it had just been about personal greed or money, Yi Xingchen wouldn't be this furious. But letting that bastard Kobayashi Ichiro use them as pawns? That's something no one could tolerate. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, then strode confidently to Go Yang's front door. Knock knock knock. He knocked forcefully. Who is it? Go Dongshi's voice came from inside the courtyard. Knock knock knock. Yi Xingchen didn't answer. He just kept knocking. Who is it? God damn it. Are you mute or something? Furious, Go Dongshi opened the door. When he saw Yi Xingchen standing there, his face froze in shock. And soon, his shock turned into terror. Shit, it's you. Of course Go Dongshi knew Yi Xingchen was here for payback. He wasn't about to show up in the middle of the night just to chat over tea. Realizing this, he tried to slam the door shut. But Yi Xingchen was faster. He shoved the door open with force, stepped inside, and grabbed Go Dongshi by the neck with one hand, his voice low and full of pressure. You bastard, you're fucking dead. Cough, cough, you bastard, let go. Even though Yi Xingchen hadn't really used much force, just lightly gripping Go Dongshi's neck with his right hand, it was already unbearable for the weak-bodied Go Dongshi. His face turned purplish red like pig liver, and he weakly slapped at Yi Xingchen's right arm, trying to make him let go. Yi Xingchen kept his grip on Go Dongshi's neck as he pushed him into the courtyard, then raised his foot and kicked the door shut. Bang! With a deafening sound, the gate slammed shut. Who are you? Let go of my son. You bastard. Do you know what you're doing? Broad daylight, in a lawful society, and you dare break in and assault someone. Hearing the noise, Go Yang rushed out. When he saw Yi Xingchen's hand around his son's neck, he panicked and started yelling, trying to make Yi Xingchen let go. Humph! Yi Xingchen glanced at the dark sky, then looked coldly at Go Yang and tightened his grip just a little more. Shout! Keep shouting. The louder you shout, the harder I squeeze. Of course, you could gamble. Gamble that I can't strangle your precious son with one hand. Or maybe, you think I won't dare kill you and flee after calling for help. Go Yang quickly calmed down after hearing the threat. After all, it was his son's life on the line, he didn't dare risk it. He immediately covered his own mouth with both hands, signaling that he wouldn't shout anymore. Humph. Only then did Yi Xingchen release his grip and gently push Go Dongxi to the ground. Ah, cough, cough. Go Dongxi fell to the ground, clutching his neck in pain. Even though Yi Xingchen had gone easy on him, a nasty bruise still showed on his neck. Son, are you okay? Go Yang hurried to his son. Dad. Go Dongxi looked at Yi Xingchen with both fear and fury. That guy, he's the one who beat up more than 20 of us at the construction site today. We can't let him get away with this. Go Yang frowned slightly but didn't rush in. He knew his limits. If one man could knock out over 20 people, how could he possibly take him down? Go Yang forced himself to stay calm, trying to look composed and confident. Young man, don't act recklessly. This is a country ruled by law. If you kill us, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison, maybe even face the death penalty. I suggest you don't go down this criminal path. If you leave now, I'll pretend none of this happened. Heh. Yi Xingchen smiled faintly. He walked over to the room, grabbed a pack of cigarettes from a chair, and lit one. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a smoker, but at emotionally charged moments like this, a cigarette helped him calm down. Puff. He blew out several smoke rings slowly. Go Yang, right? Go Dongxi, right? Yi Xingchen looked at the disheveled father and son with a half-smile. Quite the kinky pair, huh? Father and son having a 2-against-1 in real life at home. What? You, Go Yang's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't understand? Fine. Take a look at this, then you'll get it. Yi Xingchen pulled out his phone and opened the recorded video. The shocking scene played right in front of their eyes, leaving nothing hidden. You, Go Yang, both shocked and furious, rushed forward to grab the phone. Hey, don't come closer. I scare easily. If you get too close, I might think you want to kill me, and I'm not nearly as polite to people trying to kill me, Yi Xingchen said with a grin, wagging his finger. Go Yang froze on the spot. Now tell me, if I sent this video to the media, would you still be able to be village chief here in Gojia village? Would you too still have the face to live here? Or anywhere people recognize you? Hearing this, Go Yang's face turned ashen. There's nothing more painful than being powerless and having your enemy hold your deepest shame. In the end, all of his defenses were crushed. He sighed deeply. What do you want? You should already know why I'm here. Go Yang frowned. I promise, our people from Gojia village will never cause trouble at your company's site again. That's it? Yi Xingchen looked at him meaningfully. What else do you want? Why should I let it go? You started this, pissed me off, and now you think saying we won't cause trouble anymore makes us even? You know what pissed me off the most? Not the protest, but the fact you collaborated with the Japanese to sabotage us. You, a native of our country, letting those bastards use you as a pawn? Did you forget our history? Tears streamed down Go Yang's face as he suddenly knelt down in regret. Sir, I didn't want this. I'm one of us, I'd never willingly let outsiders use me against my own people. It's all my worthless son's fault. What do you mean? Yi Xingchen looked over at the trembling, silent Go Dongxi. This good-for-nothing got involved with the wrong crowd, people from that foreign company. They lured him into gambling, and he ended up owing 10 million yuan. 10 million. I could sell my life and still not come up with that much. Then the foreigners showed up and said, help us do one thing, and the debt's gone. Go Yang fell into a daze and continued. You already know what they wanted us to do. I was cornered. And if it worked, we'd get a massive payout. They even gave us a woman to play with. All that, the debt, the money, the temptation, it blinded me. I lost my judgment and did things I now deeply regret. Kobayashi Ichiro, that son of a bitch, trying to play dirty, huh? Yi Xingchen's expression darkened, killing intent subtly rising off his body. Fine. I'll take responsibility. Do what you want to me. But please, I beg you, let my son go. Go Yang bowed his head and slammed it against the ground. Yi Xingchen sighed, flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground. All right. In that case, I'll go handle that bastard myself and wipe the debt clean. As for you two, adults should pay for their mistakes. I won't ask for much, just break one of your own fingers. Anyone you choose. And when we resume construction, you'll help unconditionally. Go Yang froze for a moment, then madness flashed through his eyes. With two low cries of pain echoing in the courtyard, Yi Xingchen turned, shut the door, and walked away in silence. Inside a villa somewhere in Yunha City, Kobayashi Ichiro held a tiny cup, about the size of a bottle cap, slowly savoring the red wine inside. Lying across from him on the couch, his whole body encased in alloy braces, Daxiangmaru looked at Kobayashi Ichiro with envy and said in Japanese, Kobayashi-kun, when will I be free like you, able to enjoy women, taste fine wine. Hearing the envy in Daxiangmaru's tone, Kobayashi Ichiro comforted him. Dashyang-kun, don't worry. The doctor said you just need to rest for 8 months and you'll recover. When that time comes, I'll personally take you to sleep with the most beautiful women in this country, drink the strongest liquor, smoke the thickest cigarettes, and beat the most arrogant brats here. Let's hope that day comes soon. Daxiangmaru's face was full of longing. By the way, Dashyang-kun, why hasn't there been any news from Miss Miyamoto these past few days? I heard that Yishinchin is still alive. Has Miss Miyamoto taken any action? Suddenly remembering something, Kobayashi Ichiro looked at Daxiangmaru with confusion. Well, Daxiangmaru hesitated, I don't know either. I don't dare to ask about what the Miyamoto family does. Maybe, tomorrow, I'll ask the military to try contacting Miss Miyamoto? That's all we can do then. Kobayashi-kun, don't worry. That Yishinchin won't live much longer. I have a feeling Miss Miyamoto will strike tonight. Once she makes her move, Yishinchin is as good as dead. Daxiangmaru smiled confidently. But his smile soon froze on his face. Because Daxiangmaru suddenly felt like he had just seen Yishinchin's face outside the window. Kobayashi-kun. Daxiangmaru suddenly made a connection and started trembling with fear. What's wrong? Dashyang-kun, are you cold? Why are you shaking while speaking? Kobayashi-kun. Daxiangmaru looked at the now empty window, then looked at Kobayashi Ichiro, his face full of dread. Tell me the truth. What did the doctor really say? Am I beyond saving? Did the doctor tell you I'm going to die soon? Kobayashi-kun, please don't give up on me, I think I can still be saved. Kobayashi Ichiro, with his back to the window, stared blankly at Daxiangmaru. Dashyang-kun, what are you talking about? How can you say such unlucky things? Be strong. The doctor said you only suffered multiple compound fractures. There's no danger to your life. Only multiple compound fractures? Daxiangmaru felt like crying, but why do I feel like I'm dying? Why? I remember when I was a kid, my grandma used to say, if someone sees a ghost, it usually means they're about to die. That's impossible. Your grandma must have watched too many horror movies. Watch fewer of those and more uplifting stuff like Tarzan and the Chicken Man or Wu Song Beats the Cat. Kobayashi Ichiro tried to comfort him, but then suddenly realized something. He was so frightened the wine glass slipped from his hand. What? Ghost? Are you saying you just saw a ghost? Daxiangmaru gulped hard, then nodded slowly. I think I saw a ghost. I think I saw Yishinchin's ghost. Did he come to take my soul back home so I can watch cherry blossoms with my grandma? Kobayashi Ichiro froze, but quickly thought of something. Could it be that Yishinchin isn't actually dead? Then what Daxiangmaru saw wasn't a ghost, it was Yishinchin himself. Crash! Just as Kobayashi feared, Yishinchin punched through the weak door and stepped into the villa through the shattered frame. He had already gotten Kobayashi Ichiro's address from Shirwenbin after leaving Gojia village. After silently taking care of the bodyguards outside, Yishinchin now swaggered into Kobayashi Ichiro's view. You're alive. Kobayashi Ichiro was terrified and jumped to his feet. Heh, Yishinchin waved casually at both men, then sat down beside Daxiangmaru. Tsk, how pathetic. I hadn't even used full strength. You guys are something else, 2 grown men couldn't beat me, so you had to send a woman after me. You men from your country sure have guts. You mean, Kobayashi Ichiro's worst fear had come true? Miss Miyamoto failed? Isn't it obvious? Yishinchin shrugged nonchalantly. That arrogant woman is already dead. Yishinchin lied about Miyamoto to Momi. If her family found out she had aligned herself with him, she'd probably be branded a traitor and hunted down. Daxiangmaru was both shocked and delighted. Shocked at how terrifying Yishinchin's strength was, strong enough to survive Miyamoto Tomomi's attack. Delighted because Miyamoto Tomomi had been killed. She was a prodigy of the Miyamoto family, and now she was dead by Yishinchin's hand. This meant the feud between Yishinchin and the Miyamoto clan was now irreversible. It was only a matter of time before stronger warriors came after him for revenge. Yishinchin had no idea what Daxiangmaru was thinking. He simply gave a gentle pat on Daxiangmaru's shattered kneecap. You guys really are something. I thought you were serious businessmen. I was ready to deal fairly. But you chose the dirty route. Not only did you plant a spy in our company, but you even set up a trap and used Goi Yang and his son. You tried to sabotage us from the shadows. Well done. He patted the kneecap a few more times. Daxiangmaru let out screams like a dying pig. Kobayashi Ichiro cursed under his breath at how useless his subordinates were, letting Yishinchin trace everything back to him so easily. Mr. Kobayashi, tell me, how should we handle this? Yishinchin looked at him coldly. You played dirty. Shouldn't I return the favor? Maybe I should break you like I did to this big dumb turd here? That way you can retire with honor, go home, and rest. Daxiangmaru glared in anguish. My name is Daxiangmaru, not big pile of shit. Kobayashi Ichiro understood the principle of preserve the green hills, and you'll never run out of firewood. Given the situation, even if he was reluctant, he could only surrender. He sighed helplessly. You win, Mr. Yi. Yi Xingchen stood over Kobayashi Ichiro with the posture of a victor, looking down at him with pride. Since you lost, show some sincerity about it. No more talking, get on your knees before you speak to me. Kobayashi Ichiro's face was full of humiliation and unwillingness, and his legs began to tremble slightly. What? Not willing? Then do you want me to break your kneecaps and force you to kneel? Yi Xingchen stared at his knees with interest, or do you think I do not dare touch you? There's no one else here. I am just a low-ranking employee from Yida Company, and I came right to your door and took care of all your bodyguards. Who would believe it even if I told someone? Yi Xingchen's words completely shattered Kobayashi Ichiro's last sliver of hope and the little pride he had left. Thump! Kobayashi Ichiro fell to his knees, full of humiliation. Heh, Yi Xingchen chuckled again. Aren't you people always talking about Bushido? About how a samurai would rather die than be humiliated? Then why do you have no spirit at all? Pathetic. Under the roof, one must bow his head. Facing Yi Xingchen's endless humiliation, Kobayashi Ichiro dared not resist at all. I have a few demands. Please go ahead. First, the money Go Yang and his son owe you, consider it gone. If you ever ask them for money again, I will come after your life. Yes. Kobayashi Ichiro nodded without hesitation and agreed to the first demand. Second, from this moment on, you must not have any conflicts with our Yida Company. No matter who is right or wrong, it is always your fault. If you come to our country to beg for food, then behave like a beggar. Don't act like you own the place. Yes. Kobayashi Ichiro nodded again in agreement. Third, on behalf of our President Qin, you will donate 100 million yuan to a charity in Yunhe City. And this must not be reported to anyone. If I see this in the media, I will personally smash the reporter's camera over your head, one hit at a time. What? 100 million? Why don't you just rob me? Kobayashi Ichiro was furious. If I were robbing you, I wouldn't stop at 100 million. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. Damn it, Kobayashi Ichiro clenched his teeth and, after hesitating for over 10 seconds, finally nodded unwillingly. Fine. 100 million. Fourth, this is a personal matter between us. If you escalate this to a company-level issue, or call the police. Yi Xingchen coldly sneered and threatened, you understand, right? I am just a small employee. You're the president of Sakura Corporation. Even if the police arrested me, at most I'd do a few years. But once I get out, the first thing I'll do is come find you. Yi Xingchen paused and continued. My life is like broken bricks, worthless. Your life is like a golden goblet, precious and rich. Which one weighs more, you tell me. Yes. I understand. Even without you saying it, I would never do that. Good. Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded. I hope you don't disappoint me. If you don't follow through, the consequences. Slap. Yi Xingchen lightly slapped Daxiangmaru's kneecap. Crack. Already shattered, Daxiangmaru's kneecap was smashed again. Yi Xingchen held up a finger to his lips. Even though Daxiangmaru was in unbearable pain and wanted to scream, he dared not make a sound. Daxiangmaru nearly cursed aloud. You're threatening him, so why hit me? Are you insane? Well then. Let's leave it at that. Mr. Kobayashi, until we meet again. Farewell. Yi Xingchen smiled, waved goodbye, and left. Once he was gone, Kobayashi Ichiro, full of fury, slammed a 10-milliliter wine bottle off the table and shattered it on the ground. Damn it. Baka. Kobayashi-kun, Daxiangmaru looked painfully at his knee. He tried to touch it, but his arms were broken and couldn't reach. Kobayashi-kun, hold on. Tomorrow I'll contact the military and tell them Miss Miyamoto was killed by that guy. The Miyamoto clan won't let this go. They'll definitely send someone stronger to Yunhe City. I hope so. Kobayashi Ichiro ground his teeth and stomped on the floor where he had just kneeled. When the time comes, I'll definitely. Step, step. Just then, soft footsteps came from the front door of the villa. Kobayashi Ichiro thought Yi Xingchen had come back and was terrified. He awkwardly cleared his throat, he. When the time comes, I'll plead for him. After all, Mr. Yi is very merciful. He smiled nervously and looked toward the entrance. Step, step. But to his surprise, it wasn't Yi Xingchen at all. It was a man dressed in a black hooded coat, like someone out of Assassin's Creed. You are? Kobayashi Ichiro looked at him, confused. The man said nothing. Slowly, he drew a pure steel dagger from his waist. You, what are you doing? Who are you? Kobayashi Ichiro was overcome with fear. A stranger pulling a knife on you isn't here to cook dinner and share it, that's for sure. What terrified him more was the weight of the steel dagger in the man's hand. It looked just like Miyamoto Tomomi's blade. That meant this guy was at least as strong as she was. A man's voice, speaking the local language. You. He moved fast. Within the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Kobayashi Ichiro. Slash. With a sharp sound of cutting air, Kobayashi didn't even see the blade before he felt a chill at his neck. He struggled to lift a finger, tried to speak, but no words came. He collapsed, lifeless. Stay back. I didn't see anything. Daxiangmaru, who had been playing dead, screamed as the man turned toward him. Slash. The man thrust the blade into Daxiangmaru's chest with precision. He only managed to cough up a bit of blood before his eyes rolled back and he died. Under the dim lighting, the man slowly removed his hood. He looked about the same age as Yishinchin, an ordinary-looking young man. But his eyes were cold and emotionless. He glanced at the corpses of Kobayashi Ichiro and Daxiangmaru, then went out into the yard and, one by one, finished off the unconscious bodyguards that Yishinchin had knocked out earlier. Early in the morning, Yishinchin was startled awake by a noise. Yishinchin sat up in bed with a confused look on his face. Without a doubt, the noise came from Miyamoto Tomomi. What the hell is this woman doing? Last night, after Yishinchin came back from Kobun Junichiro's residence, it was already past 3 a.m. Yishinchin didn't go back to the master bedroom to sleep in the same bed as Miyamoto Tomomi. Instead, he chose to sleep in the guest room. Although Miyamoto Tomomi's explosive figure had a deadly appeal to him, Yishinchin always felt that living together in this kind of situation would be weird. Besides, he felt it would be a betrayal to Lin Yun. More importantly, Yishinchin vaguely sensed that Miyamoto Tomomi was treating him like a stud horse. If it weren't for the fact that things like this don't exist in reality, Yishinchin would have suspected she was cultivating some kind of harvesting technique. Otherwise, what kind of girl is this aggressive? After the first time, she asked for it again, and then at night, she still wanted more. Many times Yishinchin could clearly feel that Miyamoto Tomomi was in pain, yet she still enjoyed it and was completely obsessed. Damn, has she become addicted to him? To find out what Miyamoto Tomomi was up to, Yishinchin fixed his clothes and opened the bedroom door. To his surprise, Miyamoto Tomomi wasn't doing anything else, she was actually making breakfast for him. What moved Yishinchin even more was that she seemed to know he had an unusually large appetite, so she prepared a big portion for breakfast. When Miyamoto Tomomi saw Yishinchin walking out of the room, she politely bowed to him. Good morning, Yi-kun. Breakfast is ready. After eating, you can go to work. At that moment, Miyamoto Tomomi gave Yishinchin the illusion of being a good wife and loving mother. If he didn't know she was an assassin, Yishinchin might have believed it. Even so, he was still very surprised. He had always heard that women from the East were gentle and considerate, turns out it was true. Looks like he's in for a lucky future. But as soon as Yishinchin sat at the table and saw the menu, he immediately changed his mind. The dishes on the table were very rich, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Stir-fried foxtail grass. Lotus seed and foxtail grass soup. Cold foxtail grass salad. Foxtail grass with sliced meat. Foxtail grass sushi. Yishinchin was dumbfounded. If he kept eating so much foxtail grass, was he really going to grow a tail someday? Although eating foxtail grass could absorb spiritual energy, this was way too much, wasn't it? Every meal with foxtail grass, and this much in one sitting, even for cultivation, this would drive someone insane. Please enjoy. Miyamoto Tomomi, like a devoted wife, stood there with a sweet smile watching Yishinchin. Yishinchin twitched the corner of his mouth. In order not to waste her kindness, he had no choice but to force himself to eat. Miyamoto Tomomi sat across from him, looking at him with deep meaning. I knew you came back last night. Oh? Yishinchin kept drinking his soup. It hurt so much last night, I couldn't take it. Otherwise, I would have gone to sleep in your room. Pfft. Yishinchin couldn't hold back and spit out the soup. Hee, Miyamoto Tomomi seemed very satisfied with his reaction and chuckled lightly. What, why? Yishinchin looked at her, confused. Miyamoto Tomomi hesitated for a moment but didn't tell the truth. Because I belong to Yi-kun. Serving you at night is my duty and obligation. Yishinchin was speechless. Soon, Yishinchin remembered something and suddenly asked, by the way, Tomomi, you know more about cultivation. I want to ask you something. Yeah, go ahead. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded obediently. Well, how should I put this? What would cause an ordinary person to suddenly become much stronger and faster, look younger, and eat a lot more than before? I mean a lot stronger. Oh? Miyamoto Tomomi immediately realized something and frowned slightly. Do you know? Yi Xingchen looked at her expectantly. Is it a man or a woman? She asked cautiously. A woman. Oh? Miyamoto Tomomi immediately confirmed her suspicion. It was probably some woman close to Yi Xingchen who had some kind of indescribable relationship with him and absorbed spiritual energy from his body, which caused such a change. The reason Yi Xingchen said the changes were dramatic was because the woman was originally an ordinary person, so the power-up looked obvious. But Miyamoto Tomomi couldn't tell him the truth. That would expose her real reason for staying with him. If Yi Xingchen kicked her out, how would she quickly grow stronger and go back to take revenge on Miyamoto Junyi, or even on Yi Xingchen? After thinking carefully, Miyamoto Tomomi deliberately faked a tone of uncertainty. Maybe she accidentally ate a spiritual herb? But she's just a normal person. She can't eat that much foxtail grass. Everyone absorbs spiritual energy from foxtail grass differently. Some people get a lot from one bite. Others barely absorb anything even after eating several stalks. I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Yi Xingchen lost in thought, Miyamoto Tomomi suddenly felt a sense of danger. She quickly took out her phone and smiled. There's big news this morning. What news? Kobyun Junichiro, Daikamaru, and all the bodyguards at the villa were killed last night, each with a single stab. The killer is confirmed to be a cultivator. What? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He had just beaten up Kobyun Junichiro last night, and then the guy was killed? Yi Xingchen frowned. Could it be such a coincidence? Why did it feel like a setup? Could the killer be framing him? But the only cultivator he knew was Miyamoto Tomomi. Why would anyone want to frame him? If it wasn't a setup, was it really just a coincidence? Yi Xingchen quickly took out his phone and started checking the news. At the same time, feeling the threat grow stronger, Miyamoto Tomomi slowly crouched down. Hiss. Yi Xingchen's brows relaxed instantly. But since all his attention was on the news about Kobyun Junichiro's death, he didn't stop Miyamoto Tomomi. Did you hear? Xiao Chuanjuanichiro was killed last night. They say he was killed with a metal weapon in a single blow. That means the killer must be really strong. Yeah, exactly. How could an ordinary person even lift a metal weapon? I heard the Sakura Corporation's headquarters in the Eastern Nation has offered a 1 million reward for reporting the killer. Holy shit, that means if we find this strong guy, we can get $1 million. Xiao Chuanjuanichiro, Qin Yenran's longtime business rival, died a brutal death in his home, and even within Yida Corporation, it caused a huge stir. On his way to his own office, Yi Xingchen kept hearing colleagues discussing it. Hey, look over there, it's Yi Xingchen. Oh, I remember now, Yi Xingchen is super strong too. I heard that last time at the construction site, he lifted a brick that weighed several pounds. I've never seen anyone stronger than him. Do you think it could have been Yi Xingchen? Our company and Sakura Corporation have been business rivals for years. Maybe Yi Xingchen got pissed and ran to Ichiro's house and took him out. After all, he's young and hot-blooded. I think it's very possible. If he really did it, wouldn't reporting him get us that 1 million reward? Yi Xingchen heard his coworkers getting more and more ridiculous, and turned back toward them. Hey, what the hell are you saying? Yi Xingchen's face was full of displeasure, looking ready to go off on everyone. Perhaps even Yi Xingchen didn't realize it himself, but as he gradually got used to his terrifying physical strength and the changes in this world, his mindset also began to shift dramatically. He was no longer the timid office drone who was afraid of trouble, but was becoming someone who didn't seek trouble but was not afraid of it either. Nothing at all. The coworkers, remembering Yi Xingchen's frightening strength, got visibly nervous and lowered their heads in silence. If you've got something to say it to my face. If you've got questions, ask directly. Don't talk behind a colleague's back. Got it. Qin Yenran had somehow come over by this time and spoke up in defense of Yi Xingchen. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Director Qin. Sorry, Xingchen. Seeing Qin Yenran backing Yi Xingchen, the coworkers quickly apologized. Qin Yenran still seemed unsatisfied and continued lecturing them. Today you're talking about whether the killer is Xingchen. Tomorrow, are you going to say I ordered him to do it? We wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean you aren't thinking it, right? Qin Yenran gave them a sharp look. No, not at all. Qin Yenran was about to say something more when Lin Yun came running over in a panic. Director Qin. Something serious happened. A bunch of police officers are here, and they specifically asked for Xingchen. What? The police? Looking for Yi Xingchen? Don't tell me he really did it? Oh God. I should have called and reported him earlier. The coworkers who had just fallen silent erupted again. Shut up. Whoever keeps talking nonsense, pack your things and get out. Qin Yenran exploded in anger. At that moment, a large group of police officers walked over. "Hello, Director Chin. I'm Luo Yun, captain of the Special Police Unit of Yunha City. This is my ID. And this is the summons for Mr. Yi Xingchen." Qin Yanran took Luo Yun's ID and looked at it carefully, then glanced at the summons. "Captain Luo, I want to ask, did my employee really commit murder? Is there solid evidence? I don't want my people taken away without a clear reason." Ha ha ha. Luo Yun was clearly experienced and tried to save face for Qin Yanran. "Director Qin, it's a misunderstanding. This is a summons, not an arrest warrant. We're just following procedure. We just want Mr. Yi Xingchen to come back with us and help us understand the situation a little better. It's just a casual conversation, nothing more." A casual conversation? Qin Yanran glanced at the dozens of special police behind him. That's quite the formation just to ask a few questions. Can't help it, orders from above. We're just following instructions. Please don't make it difficult for us, Director Qin. Qin Yanran was about to say something more when Yi Xingchen stepped forward voluntarily. "Director Qin, it's fine. I'll go with them." "Xingchen." Qin Yanran and Lin Yun both stepped closer in concern. "I believe that justice lives in people's hearts. If I did it, then I did it. If I didn't, then I didn't. If you have done nothing wrong, you don't need to fear a knock at the door. I also believe our law enforcement won't wrong a good man." Ha ha ha. "Good. Very good. Mr. Yi Xingchen, you're a reasonable man." Luo Yun gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up. "Since that's the case, then, Mr. Yi Xingchen, please come with us. You guys, go ahead." Luo Yun signaled to several officers behind him. A few special police came forward quickly and handcuffed Yi Xingchen with alloy cuffs. "Mr. Yi Xingchen, we've learned that you have exceptional physical strength. These cuffs were specially prepared for you. Don't take it personally, we're just following protocol. We hope you understand." Seeing Qin Yanran looking a bit upset, Luo Yun quickly explained with a smile. "It's fine." Yi Xingchen smiled back at Luo Yun. "All right, let's go." Luo Yun waved his hand, signaling the special police to escort Yi Xingchen away. "Xingchen." Qin Yanran suddenly called out to him, then looked at Luo Yun. Her small frame exuded a powerful presence. "Captain Luo, before there is sufficient evidence, I demand that my employees' rights be fully protected in every aspect. If I find out in the future that you failed to produce hard evidence and my employee suffered unfairly, I will absolutely not let this go. If you think I'm just some woman whose words don't matter, then you will regret it." Luo Yun was stunned for a moment by her domineering words. He wasn't stupid. A woman like Qin Yanran, at her level in the business world, definitely had powerful connections behind her. Although she might not be someone he absolutely couldn't offend, Luo Yun figured he would have to be crazy to provoke the queen of Yunha City's business world. Thinking this, Luo Yun smiled politely at Qin Yanran. "Don't worry, Director Qin. We live in a society ruled by law. What you're worried about will definitely not happen. That's the best outcome." Qin Yanran nodded in satisfaction. "Goodbye. Let's go." Luo Yun turned and waved to the officers. Dozens of special police escorted Yi Xingchen out of Yida Corporation's headquarters in an orderly fashion. Qin Yanran then turned to her co-workers. "Lin Yun." "Yes, Director Qin. From now on, if I hear anyone gossiping about Yi Xingchen behind his back, for any reason, they are to pack up and leave immediately." "Understood." Lin Yun nodded firmly. Yi Xingchen was quickly taken to the Yunha City Special Police Division by Luo Yun. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Luo Yun did not question him, but instead locked him in a single-person cell. Watching Luo Yun walk away, Yi Xingchen frowned and asked in confusion, "Captain Luo, didn't you say I was brought here just for questioning? You're not going to question me." Luo Yun turned back to look at Yi Xingchen, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Yi Xingchen, don't worry, of course you'll be questioned. But I'm not the one doing it, someone else is. Relax, that person will arrive soon." Yi Xingchen looked at Luo Yun suspiciously. If he had not confirmed Luo Yun's identity, and if he were not sure that this was indeed the Yunha City Special Police Division, he might have doubted whether he had really been brought in by the police at all. While Yi Xingchen was still puzzled, he heard heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway outside the cell. The steps were steady and powerful, it was clear they belonged to someone physically strong. Yi Xingchen understood, the Real interrogator had arrived. But when this person appeared in front of him, Yi Xingchen was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. "Hey!" Outside the iron bars, Long Qingxian waved at Yi Xingchen with a bright smile. "You?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Long Qingxian was reliable after all, she came immediately to get him out. But soon, Yi Xingchen's attention was drawn to a flashy young man standing behind Long Qingxian. He noticed that the man had a metal dagger hanging from his waist. Someone who openly carried a metal dagger clearly had skills, or rather, was a cultivator. What the hell? That outfit? Assassin's Creed? As it turned out, the young man behind Long Qingxian was the one who, after Yi Xingqian had left the previous night, killed Koizumi Ichiro, De Xiangwan, and their bodyguards. Commander, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. One of the special police officers saluted Long Qingxian. After she nodded, he walked away with perfectly measured steps. Commander? What the hell? Yi Xingqian was stunned. He had already suspected that Long Qingxian might have military connections. Now it was clear, and those connections were strong. What? You didn't expect it? Long Qingxian smiled at him. Not at all. I never would have guessed you'd be the one questioning me. Wrong. It's not interrogation, it's a summons. Long Qingxian corrected his wording strictly. Same difference. Fine, let's get started. I didn't kill Koizumi Ichiro. I know you didn't. Long Qingxian nodded firmly. Yi Xingqian almost cursed out loud. You damn well know I didn't do it, and yet you still had dozens of SWAT officers bring me in? Are you kidding me? Seeing his frustration, Long Qingxian pointed at the young man behind her and said with a smile, he's the one who did it. Yi Xingqian frowned and had a vague feeling of what was going on. But, who killed Koizumi Ichiro isn't important, Long Qingxian said, brushing dust off her clothes. What's important is, I can get you out of here, clean and clear, right now. Yi Xingqian immediately understood. A trap. A blatant trap. Long Qingxian had him cornered. After a moment of thought, Yi Xingqian got straight to the point. Aren't you afraid I'll go down fighting and take you with me? Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Smart. Long Qingxian gave him a thumbs up. I love talking to smart men. If my future husband was an idiot, that'd be boring. True, I did consider that you might go rogue, but I think it's a risk worth taking. Yi Xingqian remained silent. He could not believe anything she said. I'll be honest with you. I know about the conflict between Sakura Corporation and Yida Corporation. I also knew Koizumi Ichiro would try to sabotage the construction site. I knew if he did, you'd go deal with him. His codename is Dragon 56. A few days ago, I gave him a mission. As soon as you showed up to confront Koizumi Ichiro, once you left, he'd be killed. Long Qingxian? Dragon 56. Yi Xingqian frowned. Remembering what Miyamoto Tomomi had said earlier, he suddenly understood. You're part of the Dragon Clan? Long Qingxian looked at him in surprise and said, impressed, looks like I underestimated you. You're sharper than I thought. Yes, I'll stop pretending. I, Long Qingxian, and my father, Long Shaoqi, he's the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. What does your Dragon Clan want from me? It's simple. All you have to do is agree to join the Dragon Clan, become one of us, and promise to fulfill the duties of a member. If you agree, you're free to leave right now. Why? Why go to such lengths to get me to join? What's in it for the Dragon Clan? I've only heard the name, I know nothing about you. It's not what the Dragon Clan wants from you, it's what I want. Long Qingxian explained with a smile. Let me tell you a bit about us. The Dragon Clan is often called the guardian spirit of our country by foreign powers. We're made up of elite experts. Our duty is to eliminate threats to the nation, using any means necessary, including assassination. She paused before continuing. 5 years ago, my mother Xiangju personally went abroad to hunt a traitor. She mysteriously disappeared in the Americas. We have reliable intel that she was ambushed and captured by a group called Hurricane. That group's power is on par with ours. If we sent the whole Dragon Clan to rescue her, it would cause an international incident. But sending just a few would be suicidal. At first, I thought of giving up. But then you appeared. You changed my mind. You gave me hope. That was the moment I decided, no matter the cost, I had to recruit you. Not just to save my mother, but to make the Dragon Clan even stronger in protecting the country. Hurricane? You want me to go save your mother from Hurricane? Are you fucking kidding me? What makes you think I can even do that? Yi Xingqian had already heard about Hurricane from Miyamoto Tomomi. That was a terrifying force, on the same level as the Miyamoto family in the East, the Dragon Clan in China, the Catholic Church in Europe, and the Godslayers in Africa. Even ignoring combat experience, techniques, and tech, the Miyamoto family alone had nearly 10 people stronger than him. Hurricane couldn't be weaker. Of course you can't do it now, Long Qingxian said calmly, but I believe the future you will be able to. Hearing her words, Yi Xingqian fell silent. He was left with endless hesitation and inner conflict. Long Qingxian saw that Yi Xingqian did not clearly reject her, and knowing there was still hope, she continued to pressure him. The reason I set this trap was to lure you in. If you agree to join the Dragon Clan, someone else will take the blame for killing Koizumi Ichiro. If you refuse, then that person will be you. Think carefully about your father, your beloved women, your brothers. Wouldn't it be a shame to lose everything? Sure, your strength is impressive. Not just me or the special police outside, even the guy behind me, Dragon 5-6, combined with all of us, we are no match for you. If you wanted, you could break out of here at any time. But think about the consequences. Do you really want to become the top enemy of the Dragon Clan? Do you want to carry the label of traitor to the country? Yi Xingqian pursed his lips, still hesitant. He wasn't surprised Long Qingxian knew so much about him. As someone from the Dragon Clan, she probably knew what color underwear he wore every day. Long Qingxian clearly knew how to negotiate. After the hard approach, she softened her tone and played the emotional card. Ever since I was little, my father has been occupied with the affairs of the Dragon Clan. He rarely cared about the family. My oldest brother followed in his footsteps, serving the country and the clan. My uncle and second brother died during missions. Only my mother stayed by my side. She was the one who raised me, loved me, protected me. She's the only one who ever gave me a sense of family. But, my mother is also part of the Dragon Clan. Once a member, forever a member. When I grew up, she returned to serve the country and was eventually caught during a mission. Because of the delicate balance between powers, the Dragon Clan cannot launch a large-scale rescue. My father and brother have already given up on her. But I haven't. I want your help. Help me defeat my cold-blooded father and become the clan leader. Help me rescue my mother. If you can save her, I'll give you anything you want. After hearing her, Yi Xingqian was moved. Indeed. To the average person, peace seems normal, but how many know this peace was built on the blood and sacrifice of countless martyrs? How many know how many people give everything every night just to keep it? Long Qingxuan's uncle and brother were dead, her mother was captured, and her father and brother were still serving the country. Their whole family were loyal warriors. Clenching her teeth, Long Qingxian added, I told you, I'll give anything. Even myself. If you agree, I will be yours. I don't care how many women you have. I don't care how you treat me. I will still fulfill every duty of a wife. Maybe it was the helplessness of being a prisoner, maybe it was her family's loyalty, maybe it was her filial devotion, or maybe it was her offer itself, but Yi Xingqian was beginning to seriously consider joining the Dragon Clan. If I really join, will I lose my freedom? I can give you a special status. Long Qingxian finally relaxed. You'll be an honorary elder. You'll only receive a few missions, mostly within Yunhe City. But let's be clear, if you're not strong enough, I won't send you to die overseas. But if you are strong enough, you must help me rescue my mother. That's non-negotiable. All right, Yi Xingqian nodded firmly. Long Qingxian became excited. Can I take that as your official agreement to join the Dragon Clan? Who could refuse to serve their country? Who could say no to becoming a guardian? And who could resist a beauty like you? Yi Xingqian smiled at her. Of course, that last line was a joke. But Long Qingxian didn't mind. She nodded again and again. Good. From now on, your code name in the Dragon Clan is Dragon 7. Dragon 7? Yi Xingqian repeated the name softly. Dragon 5-6 nearby clearly wasn't happy. Miss, is this man really worth such an effort? He just looks like someone a bit stronger than normal. He has no spiritual energy, what use could he be? Yi Xingqian laughed. Oh? Someone's looking down on me. He glanced at the cell bars. Rather than bars, they were more like wires, about 2 millimeters thick. Yi Xingqian stretched out his arms, casually bent a few of the wires, and squeezed out of the cell without breaking a sweat. Dragon 5-6's eyes showed surprise. He realized he had completely underestimated the man. Wanting to gauge his rank in the Dragon Clan and to humble Dragon 5-6, Yi Xingqian pointed at him. How high is your rank in the clan? Dragon 5-6 paused, then replied proudly, the code names correspond to strength. Oh? Yi Xingqian nodded, then pointed at his back. Go ahead. Hit me, right here. With everything you've got. Don't hold back. You, sure? Dragon 5-6 looked confused. Yi Xingqian turned around. Just hit already. Don't act like a woman. Just don't stab me in the kidneys. All right. Dragon 5-6 nodded. I've never met anyone this cocky. Well, now you have. Long Qingxian smiled. She clearly had faith in Yi Xingqian. I've never had anyone ask for something like this before, Dragon 5-6 said, but since you want it, fine. Just don't blame me if you get injured, or die. He slowly pulled back his fist, then shouted and punched with all his might. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Dragon 5-6 threw his full force into Yi Xingqian's back. Then came a sight he would never forget. Yi Xingqian only took a half step forward, as if someone had gently pushed him. He lifted his shirt. Not a single bruise, not even a red mark. Impossible. Dragon 5-6's proud and cold face vanished. His eyes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and admiration. Late at night, Long Wulyo was driving in large off-road vehicle, planning to take Yixingchen home. About 1.5 miles away from the Yunhe Villa district, Long Wulyo suddenly slammed on the brakes. Screech. The tires screeched on the pavement, leaving black skid marks. What the hell? Hey! Yixingchen stared at Long Wulyo in frustration. Brother 7, you'll have to walk home from here. Long Wulyo was fully focused on his phone. I've got a new mission. I need to assassinate a drug lord at the southwestern border. Time's tight, if I'm late, he might be gone. What? Yixingchen looked at Long Wulyo in disbelief. Is this how people from the Dragon clan operate? At first, it was Long Qingxian who was supposed to take him home, but after a phone call, she handed him off to Long Wulyo. Now, after just a message, Long Wulyo was dropping him off on the side of the road. Sorry, Brother 7. Please understand. Get out now, quick. Dragon clan rules, missions come first. Fine, fine. Although Yixingchen was annoyed, he could understand. After all, Long Wulyo was about to eliminate a threat to the country. A little inconvenience for Yixingchen was a small price to pay for the greater good. V-room. Watching Long Wulyo's SUV speed away, Yixingchen couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a heartless guy. Not long ago, he was calling people sweetie, but now a new one shows up and he's calling her darling cow. Yixingchen chuckled and shook his head. At this hour, there was no way he'd get a ride, he'd just have to walk home. He took out his phone and scrolled through the news as he walked. The media was quick, headlines were already everywhere. The murderer of Koizumi Ichiro had been caught and would face a fair trial in a few days. Huff, huff. Help! Somebody help me! He did not know how much time had passed. After Yixingchen sent Lin Yun a message to let her know he was safe, he suddenly heard some beastly growling nearby, along with a man crying for help. Huh? That sound? This is the city. The road is a bit isolated, sure, but wild animals. Being a good guy, Yixingchen immediately ran toward the source of the sound. He saw 2 snarling wild dogs surrounding a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50. Ever since human health started to decline worldwide, even ordinary stray dogs had become terrifying predators. Young man! Don't come over! Seeing Yixingchen alone, the middle-aged man shouted in panic. Yixingchen looked at him, confused. Wait a second. If you didn't want help, then why were you yelling for it? The 2 wild dogs also noticed the intruder and quickly changed their formation. One dog kept the man cornered while the other crouched low and bared its teeth at Yixingchen, growling as if to scare him off. The man quickly explained, "You're alone. Coming here will only make you their next target? I was hoping for a group of passers-by, not just one person." Yixingchen understood. So the man was worried Yixingchen would get himself killed by trying to help. "Uncle, don't worry. 2 wild dogs can't hurt me." The man was stunned. "Young man, this isn't a joke. These are dogs. Ferocious beasts. In all of human history, few have ever defeated such monsters. Even in stories, the hero Wusong only ever killed a cat." Yixingchen was speechless. Wusong killed a cat? That just sounds so wrong. "Young man, hurry and leave. Right now, they're only trying to scare you off. If they really go after you, it's over." The man's concern warmed Yixingchen's heart. Now that's the kind of person worth saving. Yixingchen didn't respond. He just pointed at the growling dog in front of him and said, "Hey, tell me, will I be lucky this year?" Growl, bark bark bark, bark 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 bark. "Got it, thanks." Yixingchen cupped his hands in a polite gesture toward the dog. This strange move actually made the middle-aged man laugh, despite the danger. He gave Yixingchen a thumbs up. "Kid, you've got guts. But seriously, don't push your luck." Heh. Yixingchen smiled, then glanced at a slightly rotted tree branch lying by the roadside. The man noticed his gaze and said doubtfully, "Kid, that branch looks half rotted, but it's got to weigh at least 20 pounds. You can't use that as a weapon. You'd barely be able to lift it." Yixingchen smiled, then walked toward the branch step by step under the watchful eyes of both the man and the 2 dogs. Bark bark bark. The dogs seemed to be mocking him. In their minds, how could a human lift a 20-pound object? But tonight, they had met the wrong guy. To the man's utter disbelief, Yixingchen grabbed the large, long, dark branch with one hand and held it up. "What? No way. Am I hallucinating? Did I run into a ghost tonight? That thing is huge, long, thick, solid, even if it's hollow, it still weighs a good bit. And he lifted it with one hand? Could it be that my good deeds earned me divine protection?" Growl. Seeing Yixingchen armed, the 2 wild dogs immediately abandoned the man and flanked Yixingchen, trying to trap him. Good dogs don't block the road. Get lost. Yi Xingchen swung the branch hard and lunged at one of the dogs. Yelp, yelp. Though the dog tried to dodge, the branch still struck it. With a painful yelp, the dog ran off, licking its wound from a safe distance while glaring at Yi Xingchen. Then he turned and charged the second dog. Having seen what happened to its partner, the second dog didn't dare fight. It bounced away as fast as it could. Hiss, hiss. Yi Xingchen saw the two dogs still lurking in the distance, watching for another chance. He stomped the ground and shouted. Startled, the dogs bolted and disappeared into the nearby grass. Done. Yi Xingchen threw the branch to the ground, then clapped both hands, brushing off the dirt and rotten wood chips from his palms. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Xingchen, his face full of fear. What is it, sir? Young man, you're amazing. I've lived most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen someone lift something that heavy. And those were dogs. The infamous fierce beasts. You actually. I feel like if it had come down to a real fight, those two beasts would have died at your hands. That's terrifying. Only a title like Dragon-Slaying Warrior from novels and movies could match you. Dragon-Slaying Warrior? Yi Xingchen froze. Who would have thought that just beating up two stray dogs by the roadside could earn him the title of Dragon-Slaying Warrior? Since the world changed, there had been way too many absurd things happening. Yi Xingchen smiled. Sir, why were you walking alone on such a remote road this late? That's dangerous. If you hadn't met me, you might have ended up as dog. I mean, beast food. Sigh, the middle-aged man sighed softly. My name is Qin Yuanhang. I came to the city to visit my daughter. Originally, I was driving myself, so I didn't pay much attention to time or the route. But unexpectedly, my car broke down. I didn't want to trouble my daughter, so I had no choice but to abandon the car and walk to her place. I'll figure something out tomorrow. Oh, I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. In this world, people are so physically weak that if a car breaks down midway, it's practically scrapped. Nobody can even lift the parts. How can anyone repair it? In the old world, even something basic like changing a tire is now just a dream. Young man, where do you live? Yi Xingchen hesitated for 2 seconds. I live in the Yunhe Villa district. What about you, Uncle Qin? What a coincidence. My daughter lives in the Yunhe Villa district too. She's at number 99. And you? Qin Yuanhang looked at Yi Xingchen with excitement. At first, Yi Xingchen was startled by the information, almost thinking Qin Yuanhang might be Qin Yanran's father. Only when Qin Yuanhang said his daughter lived at number 99 did Yi Xingchen breathe a sigh of relief. The villa he currently lived in was number 65, and Qin Yanran's villa was next door at number 66? Yi Xingchen smiled at Qin Yuanhang. Uncle Qin, let me walk you home. Since I live in the same villa district, it's safer to go together. Who knows, what if something else happens to you alone? Thank you so much. Qin Yuanhang was overjoyed and followed closely behind Yi Xingchen. The two of them walked down the dark road toward the Yunhe Villa district. Soon, they left the dark road and entered a more lively area. It was only here that Qin Yuanhang began to talk more. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? What? No? Perfect. My daughter's still single too. Would you be interested in meeting her? My daughter's got great qualities, high education, good looks, high income, high blood pressure, oops. I mean, a whole list of highs. No pressure though. Even if it doesn't turn into a romantic relationship, you two could just be friends. What? You think you're not good enough for her? Come on, young man, don't joke. With your strength and speed, you're basically a dragon-slaying warrior from Legends. My daughter's just an ordinary woman, being with you would be her good luck. You really don't want to meet her? How about exchanging contact info? You can always reach out later. What? What if she's married by then? No problem, if you dig right, there's no wall that can't be torn down. Hey? Young man, don't leave, what a pity. Yi Xingchen, after listening to Qin Yuanhang's non-stop chatter along the way, felt his blood pressure rising. Eventually, unable to take it anymore, and seeing the Yunhe Villa district up ahead, he ran off, leaving Qin Yuanhang behind. Qin Yuanhang had wanted to catch up and ask for contact information, but Yi Xingchen was just too fast. Qin Yuanhang could only sigh. What a shame. Sighing, he found the entrance to Villa 99 in the Yunhe Villa district. He reached out and pressed the doorbell. But the one who came out was a middle-aged man. Through the iron fence, the man looked confused. Buddy, who are you looking for? Huh? Qin Yuanhang looked puzzled. You are? What do you mean, I am? I'm the owner of this villa. Who the hell are you? Wasn't the owner a woman with the last name Qin? What woman named Qin? I've lived in this villa for over 10 years. I've never known anyone named Qin. Now get lost. The man finished and slammed the wooden door shut. Huh, strange. Suddenly remembering something, Qin Yuanhang quickly took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Daughter? I thought you lived at number 99 in Yunhe Villa District? What? You live at number 66? Did I remember wrong? I'm at Villa 99 now. You're coming to get me? No need. I'll walk over myself, it's not far. Just wait for me at the door. Back to Yixingchen. He quickly passed by the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Just as he was wondering whether he should say hello or just send a message, he noticed Qin Yanran standing at the villa's entrance. President Qin, you're still awake this late? Standing outside? Yixingchen looked at her in surprise. You're finally back? Earlier the special ops team called me and said they'd release you tonight, so I stopped worrying about your case. As for why I'm still out here so late, I'm waiting for someone very important to me. Waiting for someone? Yixingchen was stunned. No way. Could the person Qin Yanran was waiting for really be him? She's still up this late, was she really waiting for him? But why? Why wait for him? Why would he be important to her? Could it be she found out about what he did in Gojia village? Or is this just concern between friends or something more complicated? Whether it was from a business standpoint or a personal one, this late-night wait truly moved him. Yixingchen raised his fist and clenched his teeth. President Qin, don't worry. I'll work hard. Let's go. He finished, full of motivation, and ran back toward his own villa. Qin Yanran stood there, dumbfounded, her thoughts blown away in the night breeze. Ding ding. Inside the villa, Qin Yanran was holding a small teapot, about the size of half a disposable plastic cup, pouring hot tea for Qin Yuanhang. A while after Yixingchen got home, Qin Yuanhang finally arrived slowly at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Qin Yuanhang held a cup the size of a bottle cap and took a small sip of hot tea. Dad, why did you suddenly come over without letting me know in advance? I could have arranged for someone to pick you up. Sigh. Next time I come, just have someone pick me up. Qin Yuanhang sighed heavily. Something unexpected happened on the way, I almost didn't get to see you again. An accident? What happened? Qin Yanran was slightly startled. The car broke down on the way. It didn't seem too far, so I figured I'd walk. But halfway there, I ran into 2 wild dogs and nearly got killed. What? Qin Yanran's eyes were full of lingering fear. Why would such fearsome beasts even appear in our city? That's terrifying. Dad, how did you escape? Well, it's kind of a coincidence. Just when the 2 beasts were about to attack me, a young guy suddenly showed up and saved me. Speaking of that young man, wow, he's really something. Unbelievably strong, looks decent, and most importantly, he's still single. Alright, stop. That's enough. Qin Yanran knew where Qin Yuanhang was going with this and quickly cut him off. Last time too, you insisted on introducing someone to me because he was single, but he turned out to be divorced. I was speechless. Qin Yuanhang looked awkward. That was just a fluke. And the time before that? You said he was successful, but he turned out to be unemployed. Dad, I'm just single, not unwanted. Stop introducing me to these weirdo leftovers. You know Xiaoli? My best friend from college? She's been divorced 3 times. What's the point of marriage anyway? Qin Yuanhang pouted in displeasure. If marriage were pointless, would she have gotten married 3 times? Faced with that logic, Qin Yanran was left speechless. My daughter, Qin Yuanhang patted her shoulder earnestly, you're not getting any younger. Isn't there anyone you like? In another 2 or 3 years, you'll be a leftover woman no one wants. Qin Yanran, feeling troubled, propped her chin on both hands, elbows resting on the table. Dad, actually, I have been looking for someone over the years, but it's really hard to find the right one. What does it even mean to like someone? What's the difference between liking and just having a good impression? Qin Yuanhang was slightly stunned, then replied, it's simple. A good impression means you don't get annoyed looking at them. Liking means even if they annoy you, you still want to look at them. Qin Yanran froze. She seemed to be reflecting, asking herself which people didn't annoy her, or who she still wanted to see even when they did. After thinking for a long time, she still couldn't find anyone that fit. Sigh. What a pity. Such a perfect cabbage, and not a single chicken wants to peck it. What a shame. Meanwhile, with Yixingchen. After Yixingchen got home, Miyamoto Tomomi quickly came to the door to greet him. She skillfully helped Yixingchen change into clean slippers, took his coat and hung it up on the rack, completely acting like a model wife. Yixingchen sat on the couch, glancing at her busy figure, and felt a bit conflicted about whether he should tell her he had officially joined the Dragon Clan. Yi-kun, Miyamoto Tomomi said gently as she walked up behind him after finishing her tasks, beginning to carefully massage his shoulders. I was browsing on my phone today. Although I've studied Xia country, language for several years, there's one phrase I still don't understand. Oh? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Which one? What does 2333 mean? I see a lot of people using it in chats on Xia country websites, but I just don't get it. That one, Yi Xingchen paused for a moment. It's usually used to express loud laughter. I see. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Tomomi, from an objective point of view, what do you think about the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan? Her brow furrowed slightly. They are strong and mysterious. I heard the clan leader, Long Xiaoqi, is a saint-level expert. Globally, there are very few people who could stand against him. Just like the Miyamoto family, the Dragon Clan, compared to the three major organizations, Hurricane, God's Layers, and the Catholic Church, has stricter rules, a clearer faith, and tighter structure. They are also more loyal to their country. For example, people from the Dragon Clan and Miyamoto family could sacrifice their lives for the nation. The other three groups wouldn't do that. Most of their members do not even know why they joined, or when they might leave. They are disorganized and faithless. In short, the Dragon Clan and Miyamoto family serve their country, while the other three only pretend to, all while doing selfish, shady things. I see, Yi Xingchen nodded in thought. From her words, it was clear Miyamoto Tomomi held the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family in very high regard. That gave Yi Xingchen a bit of mental reassurance. By the way, Yi Kuan, why did you suddenly ask about this? Tomomi looked at him with a complicated expression. Yi Xingchen realized he couldn't keep it a secret any longer. And since she would find out sooner or later, he might as well be honest. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Today, Long Xiaoqi's daughter approached me. Under special circumstances, I was forced to agree to join the Dragon Clan. 2333. Tomomi blurted out the number in an exaggerated tone. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was confused. Isn't that what you said? It means ha ha ha, right? Yi Xingchen was speechless. Lady, that's 2333, not literally 2333. Tomomi laughed and patted his shoulder. No matter what you do, I'll support you. And you don't need to worry about me. I've already cut ties with the Miyamoto family, I'm no longer the same person I was before. Yi Xingchen looked at her with a complicated expression. But, Yi Kuan, there's one thing you must always remember, once a member of the Dragon Clan, always a ghost of the Dragon Clan. It's easy to join, but hard to leave. I understand, Yi Xingchen nodded heavily and fell into deep thought. Good morning, President Qin. As usual, Yi Xingchen had driven the car early and was waiting at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Morning. We're not going to the company today. Let's head directly to the construction site. I'm worried the people from Gojia village might cause trouble again. Yi Xingchen gently stepped on the gas, and the car sped forward. President Qin, the people from Gojia village probably won't bother us anymore. Oh? Qin Yanran did not think too much about Yi Xingchen's words, assuming his confidence came from how he handled the villagers the day before yesterday. She smiled and shook her head. The people from Gojia village wanted to extort 1 billion from her. How could they just give up after a little beating from Yi Xingchen? Although everything was quiet yesterday and no one from the village showed up, she still had a feeling they would come today. After all, violence was not the most effective solution. That was why she had decided not to return to the company and head straight to the construction site. The two quickly arrived at the site. Perhaps because of Qin Yanran's fierce reaction 2 days ago, there were clearly more adult male workers present today. President Qin. Old Zhang greeted Qin Yanran eagerly with several workers following him. How's it going today? No trouble from Gojia village? Old Zhang chuckled. Not so far. But, who knows? Those troublesome folks might show up again any time. So we've added more men here today. This is my son, Little Zhang. He personally brought people here to guard the site yesterday. Nice to meet you, President Qin. Little Zhang smiled and nodded politely to her. Qin Yanran nodded with satisfaction and began inspecting the site. President Qin, if everything goes well, the measurements should be finished soon. Then our team can work overtime to get the blueprints done, and construction can officially begin. The key is, no more disruptions. Qin Yanran corrected old Zhang and added the condition. It's strange. In the past, those villagers from Gojia would show up the next day even after police drove them away. But, yesterday there was no movement at all, and today so far nothing either. I don't know if they're planning something, or maybe they were scared off by the team my son brought. Old Zhang looked worriedly toward the road from Gojia village. Do not worry, President Qin. The people from Gojia village won't be causing trouble anymore. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen, confused. This was the second time today he said that. She found it strange how confident he was. Just as she was about to ask, little Zhang spoke up with disdain. Haha, you're just a bodyguard. Sure, you beat them up the other day, but these people will do anything for money. You think that was the end of it? You're too naive. Well, not your fault, small world experience. You just do not understand how things work. Yi Xingqian immediately understood what he meant. He clearly looked down on Yi Xingqian, thinking he was just a driver and bodyguard and had no right to speak. But Yi Xingqian didn't mean to command anyone. Ah, look, they're coming again. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to explain the truth, that he had already settled things with Gojia village, a worker from Yida company shouted in alarm. Led by Go Dongxi, a group of villagers were carrying small wooden boxes and marching toward the construction site. You really are a jinx, young man. Spoke of the devil, they're here again. Old Zhang opened his mouth wide and tried to blame Yi Xingqian. Damn it. They think we're easy targets again? Looks like we'll have to be more aggressive this time. Little Zhang frowned, a trace of violence in his eyes. Hurry. Distribute these to the guys. But what happened next shocked everyone, except Yi Xingqian. The villagers did not barge in and throw a fit like before. This time, they stood obediently at the edge of the site. Go Dongxi even instructed others to pull out small bottled waters and bite-sized pastries from the boxes. Huh? Old Zhang was stunned. What's going on? Ha ha ha. Little Zhang laughed. President Qin, Dad, they must be scared of me after I personally guarded the site. Now they're backing down. Let's go see. Qin Yanran was also puzzled and walked over with the others. President Qin. Brother Yi. Go Dongxi quickly put on a smile when he saw them. We truly apologize for everything before. To make up for it, we brought some bottled water and specialty pastries from our village. From now on, we'll protect this construction site ourselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will have to answer to us first. Qin Yanran was totally confused. Why such a sudden change in attitude? Heh. But little Zhang smiled proudly. Looks like you've seen what I can do. It's okay, understandable. As they say, admitting your mistakes is a virtue. Sorry, and you are? Go Dongxi looked puzzled. Huh? Little Zhang froze. Wait, you don't know who I am? Strange, why should I know you? Even though Go Dongxi tried to be polite, he did not give little Zhang any face at all. What? Little Zhang was shocked. You mean you're not here because you were scared of me guarding the site? No. Go Dongxi frowned. I know this may sound rude, but my friend, when the police were guarding this place, we still came. Do you really think bringing a few guys here would scare us off and make us change our ways? Little Zhang shook his head, trying to deny it. No way. You must have been intimidated by us. Come on, nothing to be ashamed of, just admit it. We're all friends here, it's not embarrassing. Go Dongxi stared at Xiao Zhang with a look as if he had seen a ghost, then glanced weakly at Yi Xingqian. Brother Yi, I speak bluntly, so don't get mad, okay? I swear I'm not trying to cause trouble. But who the hell is this guy? His skin is as thick as tree bark, claiming we were scared of him. What a delusional bastard. I mean seriously, who even knows him? Why the hell would I be afraid of him? Yi Xingqian was secretly pleased by Go Dongxi's remarks toward Xiao Zhang, but he held back his laughter, only curling his lips a little without saying a word. Qin Yanran immediately noticed the ambiguous attitude Go Dongxi showed toward Yi Xingqian. Recalling how Yi Xingqian had confidently said twice that the people from Gojia village would not come to cause trouble again, she began to suspect something. Qin Yanran was about to say something, but Xiao Zhang, unwilling to admit defeat, asked again. Then you tell me, what other reason could there be? TCH. Go Dongxi shot him a look full of contempt. I'm the young master of the village chief's family, why would I be afraid of you? If my attitude changed so drastically, of course it's because of our handsome, elegant, and dashing brother Yi. What? That guy? No way. Xiao Zhang stared at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. You really need to stop thinking you're important. The night before last, Brother Yi personally came to our village to find me and helped me solve a huge problem. Sure, I might be a bit wild and free-spirited normally, but, no matter what, I don't have the face to keep making trouble for Brother Ye's company. So to make up for it, we came here to help. This time even Xiao Zhang was speechless. What people fear most is comparison. Once you compare, all the pretenders are exposed. For a brief moment, even old Zhang felt incredibly ashamed. He had only thought about stopping the people from Gojia village, but never considered solving the problem at its root. It's just like a flood, building a dam is only a temporary fix, while dredging the river is the real solution. Qin Yanran, standing nearby, noticed the bandages on Go Dongxi's fingers and thought about Yi Xingqian's terrifying combat skills. She quickly realized things were not as simple as Go Dongxi's few words suggested. That night when Yi Xingqian went to Gojia village, he definitely did more than just help Go Dongxi solve a problem. Most likely, he made him suffer first, and only then helped him out. But of course, in the end, it is the victor who gets to tell the story. No matter what method Yi Xingqian used or what tricks he played, as long as the goal was achieved, then the method was effective. Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingqian an approving look and nodded. At that moment, she finally understood why he had said twice that the villagers would not return. It turned out Yi Xingqian had already handled everything. And even after taking care of it, he had not bragged or asked for recognition. What kind of calm, mature, and humble man was this? In a daze, memories flashed through Qin Yanran's mind, how Yi Xingqian had helped her solve one problem after another since entering her life. Defeating Nichikawa Gosaka in the strength competition. Beating Jinatamai and Xiao Haizi in the basketball game. Uncovering the traitor Shen Jingbing and turning the tables to secure the project. Driving away the pest Liu Jing. Now resolving the Gojia village situation. Is that really something just a driver or a low-level bodyguard could do? This ordinary-looking man in front of her, how many more surprises was he hiding? Or rather, how many surprises could he bring? For a moment, Qin Yanran felt lucky that she had had the eye to recruit Yi Xingqian. If someone else's company managed to steal such a talent away, it would be a huge loss. At the same time, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. Yi Xingqian had strength and an outstanding personality. Maybe he could be used as a shield, to shut up her father who kept pressuring her to get married. While Qin Yanran was lost in thought, old Zhang and Xiao Zhang had already retreated in shame, no longer daring to boast. They quietly resumed work in a corner of the construction site, while Go Dongxi and his group soon left. Let's go, Xingqian. We're no longer needed here. Let's head back to company headquarters. All right, President Qin. Yi Xingqian, without the slightest hint of arrogance, just smiled calmly and quickly walked over to open the car door for Qin Yanran. After driving a short distance toward the headquarters of Yida Corporation, Qin Yanran hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up. Xingqian, have you thought about getting a raise? While driving, Yi Xingqian answered without hesitation, isn't a promotion and raise every working person's dream? I'm no exception. There's something I need your help with. If you do it well, I'll give you a raise afterward. Oh? Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised. President Qin, what is the job this time? Well, it's like this, Qin Yanran began searching for a way to explain. Recently, I've been focused on running a charitable foundation. I want to contribute something to poor families across the country, including here in Yunhe City. But, just yesterday, my dad came to visit me at home. Oh? Yi Xingqian did not yet understand what she meant. Ever since my dad handed over Yida to me, he's been living the rural life with great enthusiasm, sigh. He doesn't have many faults, but there's one thing, he's obsessed with trying to get me married. Because of that, I've barely had time to manage the foundation. Yi Xingqian could not help but laugh. So even a strong woman like Qin Yanran fears her dad pushing her to get married. President Qin, what do you want me to do? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days. Cheer up my dad and make him go home. That's all. Once it's done, you'll get a raise. What? Yi Xingqian was so startled that he nearly crashed the car into a tree on the roadside. Qin Yanran was stunned. She had imagined all kinds of reactions from Yi Xingqian, delight, excitement, eagerness, or even a teary refusal. But she never imagined this reaction. What? What the hell does what even mean? What kind of reaction is that? You're not joking, right, President Qin? What do you think? Qin Yanran pursed her lips. Then, why me? I'm sure you know plenty of outstanding young men. Why choose me for this role? Because I don't trust anyone else. I'm afraid others will try to take advantage afterward and won't leave me alone. But you? I just know you won't do that. All right then. Yi Xingqian scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Don't worry. All expenses will be reimbursed during this time. You just need to keep my dad happy. Got it. President Qin, I understand exactly what to do. Suddenly, the air in the car filled with awkward silence. Dusk. After dropping off Qin Yanran at her house, Yi Xingqian began walking back to his own home. As he approached the gate of his villa, he suddenly noticed Long Qingxian sitting on a low stone wall next to the greenery nearby. Behind Long Qingxian, a middle-aged woman stood with her arms crossed, staring intently at the second floor of Yi Xingqian's villa without blinking. Hey! Long Qingxian smiled and waved at Yi Xingqian. You need something? Yi Xingqian sat down beside her as he spoke. What? Can't I come and have a little chat with my future husband even if there's nothing important? Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingqian with a bright smile. Yi Xingqian was momentarily stunned. He didn't know why, but every time he heard the words, future husband, from Long Qingxuan's mouth, he felt a bit weird. And her constant smiling always made her hard to read. All right, I'm done teasing you. Long Qingxian chuckled, then gave a subtle gesture to the middle-aged woman behind her. The woman immediately understood and quickly pulled an envelope from her coat, handing it to Yi Xingqian. What's this? Yi Xingqian took the envelope curiously and opened it right in front of Long Qingxian without hesitation. It's a mission. Originally, it was supposed to be handled by Long Wulyo, but as you know, he received an urgent task last night and can't make it back in time. So now this mission falls to you. Consider it your formal initiation into the Dragon Clan, Long Qingxian said, nodding and starting to explain. The target this time is Su Jiayin, the boss of Hingda Real Estate in Yunhe City. Oh? Yi Xingqian looked at Su Jiayin's photo from the envelope and asked curiously, just a real estate developer? Why would someone like that be worth the attention of our Dragon Clan? No. Not your Dragon Clan, our Dragon Clan, Long Qingxian firmly corrected him. Don't underestimate Su Jiayin. He's not simple. Over the past decade, he's used Hingda Real Estate to speculate on pre-sale housing and made a fortune. According to reliable intel, Su Jiayin has already cashed out over 100 billion and plans to flee to America to enjoy his life. This kind of case, shouldn't it be handled by the Commercial Crimes Unit or something? Why is it up to you, us, to deal with it? Yi Xingqian still didn't quite understand. It's simple. Even though we know he took over 100 billion, no one can do anything about it. Legally speaking, he's no longer the legal owner of Hengda, so even after cashing out, the law can't touch him. Plus, he has multiple highly trained bodyguards around him. Ordinary law enforcement has no way to investigate him secretly. She paused for a moment, then continued. The Dragon Clan only steps in when the law can't. For us, we don't need evidence, and we don't need a reason. Once someone's on the list, they can be taken out. So? Yi Xingqian paused. What exactly do you want me to do? Find him. Use any means necessary, fair or not, humane or not, force him to spit out every last cent of that 100 billion. Doesn't your boss Qin have that Yida Charity Foundation? Have him donate the entire sum to the foundation. Let that be the last good deed of his life. Got it. Yi Xingqian nodded. From the top, if possible, after some pressure, if he cooperates, then don't kill him. But if he refuses or tries anything shady afterward, you don't have to report back, just take care of it. I understand. Yi Xingqian glanced again at Su Jiayin's photo and memorized his face. Tonight, Su Jiayin will be staying in room 608 at Yunhe Grand Hotel. The day after tomorrow, he's flying to America. So you only have tonight and tomorrow? All right, I'll go find him tonight. One more thing, he has strong bodyguards. Be careful. Don't worry. Yi Xingqian patted his chest confidently. As long as I'm there, anyone who dares block me, I'll crush them. Good. Long Qingxian nodded, then glanced at the second floor of Yi Xingqian's villa, hesitating. Is there something else you want to say? Yi Xingqian felt a bit guilty looking at her. He had no doubt that the Dragon Clan had already investigated and knew that Miyamoto Tomomi was staying at his house. Given the tense relationship between Xia Nation and the Eastern Island Nation, it was easy to imagine the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family were likely at odds. In that situation, he had let a Miyamoto live in his house? He couldn't guess what the Dragon Clan would think of that. She's not simple. After hesitating a moment, Long Qingxian finally spoke vaguely. What do you mean? Miyamoto Tomomi, she's considered a prodigy within the Miyamoto family. We have enough information about her in the Dragon Clan archive to fill a whole book. Her staying by your side, she must have some motive. I just don't know what exactly it is yet. Just be careful. Yi Xingqian nodded heavily, secretly relieved. I thought you guys were going to. Heh, Long Qingxian chuckled. My future husband has an unusual constitution and, naturally, a lot of energy. Having a few women around besides me is nothing out of the ordinary. Heh. Yi Xingqian laughed awkwardly. After all, you want my strength, not me, right? Ha 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 ha. Long Qingxian burst into laughter but gave no reply. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I need to prepare. I'll go see the target tonight. All right. Long Qingxian nodded. Once you complete this mission, you'll be officially part of the Dragon Clan. At that point, you'll need to tattoo the Dragon Clan symbol on your right arm. A tattoo? Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. I thought, you don't have one. You're also a Dragon Clan member. Because I'm afraid of pain. Yi Xingqian stared at her, momentarily speechless. That reason was truly unbeatable. Well, what could you say? Her father was the clan leader, she got special privileges. Heh. One last word of advice, don't forget what I said. Be careful around that woman. We're leaving. After finishing her instructions, Long Qingxian left with the middle-aged woman. They slowly disappeared into the dim light of the street lamps. The night was dim and hazy. Yi Xingchen put on a baseball cap, threw on a leather jacket, and slowly walked into the Yunhe Grand Hotel. "Hey handsome, do you have a reservation?" A friendly woman at the front desk, around 40 years old, greeted Yi Xingchen warmly. Yi Xingchen glanced at her and fell into thought. The last time he came to the Yunhe Grand Hotel to look for Lai Yuejing, the receptionist was a beautiful young lady. Now, she had been replaced by a middle-aged woman. Also, the Yunhe Grand Hotel was known for strict management. If you weren't a registered guest, you weren't supposed to enter freely. If he barged in without thinking, it might alert the target. Yi Xingchen didn't want to fail on his very first mission. That would be far too embarrassing. He could already imagine it. If he failed, that guy Long Wulyo would definitely laugh in his face. Yi Xingchen glanced at the elevator, which had just arrived on the first floor. Then he smiled at the receptionist. "Hey beautiful, can I add you on WeChat?" "Huh?" The woman was startled for a second, then waved her hand and turned around with a laugh. "Oh, stop it." Due to the decline in people's physical fitness in this world, even her turning around took a bit of time. Yi Xingchen took advantage of that moment. He sprinted straight into the elevator. When she turned back around, expecting Yi Xingchen to still be there insisting on her WeChat, she heard nothing. Confused, she thought, usually in this kind of scene, the guy should be chasing after me and being persistent. How come it's so quiet? She turned and looked at the now empty lobby, giving her the chills. What the heck, where did he go? He was just here. How did he disappear the moment I turned around? Oh no, don't tell me I saw a ghost. Shivering, she crouched behind the front desk, too scared to look around. Ding! With the elevator bell, Yi Xingchen smoothly arrived on the 6th floor. Since Lai Yuejing had stayed in room 608 last time, Yi Xingchen easily found the room again. Looking at the new door, Yi Xingchen smiled. Hopefully, this door won't get destroyed again tonight. He pulled down the brim of his cap and knocked softly on the door. "Hello, boss, are you in?" "Who is it?" A man's voice came from inside the room. "It's like this, my boss asked me to deliver a bottle of red wine to Mr. Su Jiayin in room 608. I just want to confirm if Mr. Su Jiayin is staying here." Yi Xingchen pressed his ear to the door to listen carefully. Although he could force his way in, that would be a stupid move. Su Jiayin was the former boss of Hengda Company and managed to cash out billions before fleeing. He wasn't someone to take lightly. If Su Jiayin was highly alert and pretending to stay in room 608 while actually living next door, barging in would ruin everything. "Boss, someone says they're delivering wine to you." "Wine? Tell him to get lost." Yi Xingchen heard that and smirked. "Gotcha. You're definitely in there. Whether you open the door or not doesn't matter anymore." "Sir," my boss said. Crack. Yi Xingchen punched the door hard, then rammed his body into it, charging straight inside. "What the hell?" The man who had just been talking behind the door jumped onto the sofa in fear. "Damn it. What's wrong with you?" "I was mid-sentence, you couldn't wait a second." Yi Xingchen stormed in and scanned the room. 2 middle-aged men stood before him. He had never seen them before, but thanks to a photo he had studied earlier, he was certain neither was Su Jiayin. He turned his head toward the inside room, where a refined-looking man smoked a slim cigar while cuddling a petite young woman. Yi Xingchen grinned. That cigar-smoking man was Su Jiayin. The other two must be his bodyguards. "Who the hell are you, kid? You think you can just barge in here? Where'd this punk come from? You scared the crap out of me. Are you crazy or something? Need us to smack some sense into you?" Yi Xingchen didn't even glance at the two of them. He just stared straight at Su Jiayin. "My target is only him. If you two leave now, I'll pretend this never happened." Ah! The two bodyguards burst out laughing. "Where'd this dumb kid come from, thinking he can touch our boss? You should have done your homework about who we are." "Oh yeah?" Yi Xingchen looked at them with disinterest. "Then let me ask, who are you two?" One of them took off his jacket and threw it on the floor, striking a dramatic pose. "My name's Bai Yun Tao. Trained at the Songshan Shaolin Temple. My iron shirt technique is legendary, ghosts and devils don't dare come near." The other pulled a pair of nunchucks from his belt and started twirling them fiercely. "My name's Bai Yun Yao. A true warrior doesn't flaunt his origins. Let's just say my nunchuck skills are unmatched worldwide." Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Seriously? They sounded impressive, sure. But had they never considered changing their names? Bai Yun Tao? Bai Yun Yao? Really? Condom and birth control? What kind of ridiculous names were those? Ha ha ha. Bai Yun Tao saw Yi Xingchen frozen in place and thought they'd scared him. He struck an even flashier pose. Bai Yun Yao laughed smugly too. "Yeah, kid, your reaction is pretty normal. Last time, someone peed himself when we showed up. You're holding up better than he did." Bai Yuntao pointed his finger right at Yi Xingchen's nose. You've got two options. 1. Get on your knees and beg for mercy, maybe our boss will go easy on you and just give you a beating. 2. Fight us both. It's suicide, but hey, maybe you want to test your limits. Yi Xingchen was already ticked off from being poked in the nose. He gave a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a quiet, deadly intent. Heh. Kid, looks like you've chosen the second path after all. Bai Yuntao noticed Yi Xingchen's disdain and frowned hard. All right then. Since you two gave me two options, I'll also give you brothers two options. Yi Xingchen crossed his arms, not taking the Bai brothers seriously at all. What options? Bai Yuntao looked at Yi Xingchen in confusion. Duel or group fight? You choose. Duel or group fight? Bai Yuntao was stunned again. You're alone, and by duel or group fight you mean? It's simple. Duel means I fight both of you alone. Group fight means both of you fight me at the same time. What? Arrogant. Bai Yuntao flew into a rage after hearing Yi Xingchen's words. Bro, since this punk is so arrogant, let's make him pay the price. Let's go together. Beat him to death. Before Bai Yunyao even finished talking, Bai Yuntao had already rushed forward. Kid, watch my 13 iron body arts. Crack. Yi Xingchen's fist slammed right into Bai Yuntao's head. Bai Yuntao didn't even finish his sentence before collapsing to the floor, dead. What the hell? Bai Yunyao, who followed closely behind, looked at Bai Yuntao on the floor, trying to check on his brother. One glance, and he saw Bai Yuntao's eyeballs nearly rolled to the back of his skull, dead for sure. Bai Yunyao had never seen such a terrifying way to die. At that moment, Bai Yunyao gained a clear understanding of Yi Xingchen's strength. He was completely dumbfounded. This absurdly young man, what kind of monster was he? Why did a single punch have such terrifying power? Was this a human or something else? Damn Su Jiayin, how the hell did you mess with someone this dangerous? Gulp. Bai Yunyao swallowed hard. Out of sheer panic, he mishandled the nunchucks he had been twirling fiercely, and accidentally smacked himself in the forehead. Ugh! His eyes rolled back, and he fainted right there. Heh. Yi Xingchen glanced at Bai Yunyao lying on the ground, unsure if he was alive, and didn't bother to check. He walked straight into Su Jiayin's room. Mr. Su, good evening. Yi Xingchen smiled cheerfully and greeted Su Jiayin. Heh, interesting. Young man, you've got some skills. You took down both of my bodyguards like it was nothing. Impressive. Su Jiayin laughed as he took a puff from his cigar, looking at Yi Xingchen with interest. Oh? This time, Yi Xingchen was the one surprised. He knew exactly how shocking his strength must have been to any normal person. But Su Jiayin looked completely calm, not even a twitch. That meant Su Jiayin still had something up his sleeve. But in the whole room 608, one bodyguard was dead, the other unconscious. Only Su Jiayin and a young girl remained. So where did Su Jiayin's confidence come from? Could it be that Su Jiayin himself was a martial arts expert? But he didn't look like one at all. Could it be that the young girl in his arms was the expert? Yi Xingchen glanced at the girl in Su Jiayin's arms. She looked about the same age as him, with a delicate face, shy temperament, slim arms, and a frail body. She looked like a soft, gentle girl, not a fighter at all. Su Jiayin calmly flicked off the ash of his cigar. Young man, earlier my bodyguards gave you two options. Now I'll give you two. First, become my bodyguard, and I'll pay you $500,000 a month. Second, go to the underworld and finish the fight with my dead bodyguard. Looks like neither of you had enough. Heh? Really? Yi Xingchen lifted his fist with a smirk. Mr. Su, then I'll give you two options too. First, hand over the 100 billion yuans in your hands. Second, go to the underworld and pay your dead bodyguard his wages. Ha. Su Jiayin laughed out loud at Yi Xingchen's words. What a waste, such good talent, but doesn't know how to adapt. Don't you know that greed for money often leads to destruction? What a pity, such a promising young fighter, and he's going to die here tonight. Such a shame. Heh. Based on what? You? Or her? Yi Xingchen became even more curious and pointed at the girl in Su Jiayin's arms. That's right. Her. Su Jiayin nodded with certainty. As if to prove Su Jiayin's words, the young girl straightened her clothes and slowly stood up. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly as he looked at the girl. From every angle, she looked like someone without any strength, completely unlike a fighter. In fact, Yi Xingchen was certain, if he charged her now, he could knock her out with one punch. The young girl gave Yi Xingchen a shy smile, brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, and fully revealed her delicate face. Then, under Yi Xingchen's confused gaze, she slowly raised her head and let out a loud, rough roar toward the ceiling. Saipan. Saipan. What the? Yi Xingchen was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. His worldview was shaken. How could such a soft, shy, delicate-looking girl let out such a wild, rough voice? That roar was rougher than many gruff, bearded men. In an instant, Yi Xingqian's impression of her dropped like a rock. Oh no, maybe it didn't hear me? What should I do? The girl instantly changed into a pitiful, whiny tone, snuggling up to Su Jiayin. Then, call it again a few more times? It doesn't seem to hear me, where did it go? I'm so worried. The girl kept pouting and waving her hands. Try calling it a few more times. Yi Xingqian's mouth hung wide open in shock. How can one person have so many faces? For a second, Yi Xingqian thought he was hallucinating. But then, her second loud roar made it clear he wasn't imagining things. Saipan! Saipan! Right after the girl's shout, a beast's growl echoed from somewhere on the 6th floor. It sounded like some kind of beast was racing toward room 608. The sound of the beast instantly put Yi Xingqian on high alert. He immediately took off his belt and used it as a weapon, carefully guarding against the unknown beast that was getting closer. Saipan heard it. Saipan heard it. The young woman excitedly threw herself into Su Jiayin's arms, waving her delicate hands in joy. Bang! Soon after, 2 dogs burst through the already shattered door, flanking Yi Xingqian from both sides. Hiss! Seeing the 2 dogs in front of him, Yi Xingqian realized that the Saipan the girl had been calling referred to these 2 dogs, or at least one of them. Then it hit him. No wonder one of the dogs looked familiar. Weren't these the same 2 dogs that attacked Qin Yuanhang last night? Back then, he thought they were strays. He never imagined they were actually raised by this young woman. Seems like she's got something, being able to raise and control such fierce beasts. As if guessing Yi Xingqian's thoughts, Su Jiayin gave a proud smile. These 2 beasts are both called Saipan. Her name is Amma. She was abandoned by her parents in Thailand as a child, and luckily was rescued by a mother dog who had just lost her pups. From then on, Amma not only formed a deep bond with the dog, but even learned to control the dog's later offspring, these 2 right here. Hearing Su Jiayin's explanation, Yi Xingqian relaxed. Dogs are actually quite intelligent animals. If Amma was raised by a wild dog as a pup, it was indeed possible for her to form strong bonds with them. So, young man, would you like to reconsider the 2 options I gave you earlier? This is your last chance. Su Jiayin looked at Yi Xingqian calmly, as if he was sure of victory. Ha ha ha! Yi Xingqian burst into laughter. To be honest, I already fought these 2 dogs last night. I saved a passerby from their fangs and claws. If I could beat them last night, I can definitely do it again tonight. Bold nonsense. Su Jiayin didn't believe him at all. These are dogs, legendary beasts. You beat them? Beat both at once? Do you think anyone would believe that? Kid, if you're going to make things up, at least try a better lie. Maybe if you said you also formed a bond with them, I might have believed it a little. Amma bashfully raised her head from Su Jiayin's arms. Since he's asking for it, Silver here won't hold back. Let's use this kid as a snack. Su Jiayin glared fiercely at Yi Xingqian, nodding hard. What? Yi Xingqian shouted angrily. You want to use my blood as a supplement? You're asking to die. Amma screamed hysterically again, Saipan. Following Amma's command, the 2 dogs charged at Yi Xingqian once more. Yi Xingqian didn't hesitate, he swung his belt at one of the dogs while easily dodging the other's pounce. He noticed that since he began eating dogtail grass daily, his strength, speed, and reflexes had greatly improved. Facing 2 strong adult dogs attacking from both sides, he handled it with ease. Slap slap. Yi Xingqian's belt kept lashing one of the dogs. After being hit multiple times, the dog stopped attacking, crouching and baring its teeth at Yi Xingqian. It looked like it was saying, "Dude, what's wrong with you? Always hitting me, got something against me. What? How is this possible?" Su Jiayin, watching from the side, finally lost his cool. This was the first time he'd seen Saipan, the always dominant beast, take a loss. In that moment, Su Jiayin began to wonder if Yi Xingqian wasn't being arrogant, but truly confident. Without showing it, Su Jiayin glanced at the shattered door, clearly thinking of running. Saipan! Under Amma's command, the 2 dogs launched another round of attacks at Yi Xingqian. Already familiar with their speed, Yi Xingqian didn't give them another chance to catch their breath. He swung the belt at one dog, then quickly pulled it back. As the second dog lunged, Yi Xingqian pulled the belt taut with both hands and skillfully looped it around the dog's neck. At that moment, he unleashed unprecedented speed and strength. Crossing his arms, Yi Xingqian locked the belt around the dog's neck, then sprinted in the opposite direction. With tremendous arm strength, he yanked the dog off its feet and slammed it hard to the ground. Boom! The loud thud silenced the dog instantly. The other dog, seeing its companion brutally taken down, was enraged. It launched itself at Yi Xingqian with all its strength, willing to risk its life to tear off a chunk of flesh. Yi Xingqian dodged easily, then kicked it hard in the back. With the massive force and Yi Xingqian's powerful kick, the dog shot forward like a cannonball, crashing through the window and falling from the 6th floor. Saipan. Seeing the last dog fall out the window, Amma lunged toward it without hesitation, trying to catch it. But Amma was still just a normal person, too slow. By the time she reached the window, the last dog had already hit the street below, dead. Damn it. After losing both dogs, Amma completely lost her mind. She swung her delicate fists and charged at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian couldn't be bothered, he kicked her straight in the face. Amma, Su Jian's final trump card, died from that one kick. Yi Xingqian shook his head lightly, casually rewrapping his belt around his waist. Good thing I didn't buy loose pants. Otherwise, during that fight, if my pants fell off, I'd be socially dead. Su Jian glanced at the broken door and muttered calmly, doesn't matter. We're both men. So what if I saw? What about her? Yi Xingqian smiled and pointed at Amma's body on the floor. I don't recall ever saying she was a woman. Yi Xingqian was stunned. Damn, they say Thailand is known for ladyboys. Didn't think Amma was a classic case. Good thing he didn't go soft on her. Yi Xingqian shook his head hard to get rid of the weird thoughts, then sat down next to Su Jian with a grin. Yi Xingqian placed his hand warmly on Su Jian's shoulder. Mr. Su, now that we're alone, can we talk about those 100 billion yuans? Su Jian gave Yi Xingqian a weak smile. In his mind, Su Jian had already come up with countless escape routes. But without exception, he had ruled all of them out himself. The terrifying strength Yi Xingqian had shown when facing Saipan had left a deep shadow in Su Jian's heart. He was absolutely certain, if he tried to run, Yi Xingqian would catch him in just a few steps and drag him back like a chick. At this point, the only option was to stall Yi Xingqian. So, have you decided? Money or your life? Yi Xingqian looked at Su Jian patiently, quietly waiting for his answer. Well, little brother, since you're here for money, that means you won't hurt me if I give you the money, right? You know, 100 billion, that's a lot of bills. You're not expecting cash, are you? Even if I give it to you, you couldn't carry that much. So, electronic transfer? But, that's 100 billion. If I transfer that much into your account, the police would show up immediately. Su Jian paused, then continued. How about this, I'll give you some cash first, maybe a few million or a few dozen million, something you can easily carry. As for the rest, I'll transfer it to you step by step. I'll start by transferring Henda Corporation to your name. That way, you'll have a legitimate business under your name. Then I'll use real estate transactions, jewelry sales, antique trades, and thousands of accounts to move about 90 billion yuans into your name gradually. That way, the 90 billion becomes legitimate assets. The remaining 10 billion, I'll launch a stock at 1 yuan per share, assign you 1 billion shares, and then manipulate the stock price to rise to 100 yuan per share. That way, the last 10 billion will be in your hands. In about a month, I'll have legally transferred the whole 100 billion to you. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian burst out laughing after hearing all this. This guy really was a shameless businessman. He knew all the tricks of money laundering. No doubt, he'd done this plenty of times before. And that makes sense, being able to cash out 100 billion from Henda Corporation meant he had lots of laundering tricks up his sleeve. Someone else might have fallen for this stalling tactic. But what Su Jian never expected was that Yi Xingqian hadn't come for the money at all. Ha ha ha. Thinking Yi Xingqian had agreed, Su Jian also started laughing. Humph. Bastard. Think you can get money out of me? Dream on. I'll give you a few million to keep you calm, and the day after tomorrow I'll fly to the US and enjoy myself. Let's see how you'll find me then. Mr. Su, Yi Xingqian patted Su Jian on the shoulder again, your plan does sound tempting. But unfortunately, I'm not interested in assets or cash. I'm only interested in transfers. What? Su Jian was stunned. Wait, brother, listen to me. 100 billion. If I transfer that, it'll be frozen instantly. The police will come get you. You can't rush things. That kind of money has to be moved step by step. Who said I want you to transfer the money to me? Yi Xingqian looked at Su Jian curiously. What? Su Jian was even more confused. Not to you? Then to who? You have someone else behind you? It's the same thing. Even if I transfer to someone else, it's the same risk. Don't you understand? I want you to transfer all 100 billion yuans to the Yida Charity Foundation. Transfer to the Yida Charity Foundation, what? Su Jian's jaw dropped. For a moment, he thought he'd misheard. Wait, what do you mean? You want me to transfer all 100 billion to the Yida Charity Foundation? Is there a problem? Yi Xingqian frowned at him. No, but why? You don't want a single cent? You want me to donate it all to charity? Brother, that's 100 billion. 100 billion. This isn't how charity works. Su Jiayin was dumbfounded. He had met some strange people before, but someone like Yi Xingchen, this was the first time. 100 billion, just donated without condition to a charity? Who could understand that? Even the richest people don't act this recklessly. Are today's rich guys even crazier than him? 100 billion, all donated to the Yida Charity Foundation. Compared to giving it to me, you still get a good reputation for free, so you're not losing anything. Su Jiayin was ready to explode. Damn it. Throwing away 100 billion like it's nothing, and he says I'm not losing anything. What kind of brain-dead logic is this? Brother, Su Jiayin looked at Yi Xingchen, both helpless and confused. That much money, you really don't want it? Of course I do. But, a gentleman earns money the right way. I won't touch dirty money. Enough talking. Hurry up, I need to go home and sleep. But, 100 billion. Su Jiayin tried to argue, but Yi Xingchen had already slammed a light punch onto his thumb. Crack. The horrible sound of bone breaking echoed as Su Jiayin's right thumb shattered into pieces. You think I'm joking? Are you testing my patience? Stop wasting my time. 100 billion, now, transfer it to the Yida Charity Foundation. Every word you waste, I'll break another finger. Su Jiayin clutched his mangled thumb, pale-faced. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead from the intense pain. All right, I'll transfer it right now. Fighting through the pain, Su Jiayin took out his phone and called his financial manager. Hello? Boss. Transfer every single cent in all my accounts, 100 billion, to the Yida Charity Foundation. Right now. What? The manager cried out in shock. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing Yi Xingchen raising his fist again, Su Jiayin panicked. Oh, okay, boss. I'll do it now. Shortly after the call, Su Jiayin's phone started receiving confirmation messages for the transfers. At the same time, news forums across the country exploded. The media sources were truly fast. Su Jiayin had barely completed the transfer, and reports of his donation had already begun circulating in the news. Only after confirming the full 100 billion had been transferred did Yi Xingchen nod in satisfaction. If you'd done that earlier, you could have avoided all that pain. Heh. Mr. Su, on behalf of the poor people of our country, thank you. I hope we'll never meet again. With that, Yi Xingchen walked away with flair. Watching Yi Xingchen's back, Su Jiayin's face was full of frustration and unwillingness. In the end, all he could do was punch the bed in fury. Rustle, rustle. The cold wind blew sharply as Yi Xingchen took off his baseball cap and walked straight into his home. Miyamoto Tomomi hadn't gone to bed yet. She was sitting alone in the living room watching TV. Yi-kun, you're back? Like a gentle and caring wife, Miyamoto Tomomi immediately brought over a pair of slippers and helped Yi Xingchen take off his leather jacket. Still awake? Yi Xingchen glanced at the TV. Not yet. I just saw a news report, it was pretty interesting. A famous tycoon from Xia country, Su Jiayin, apparently donated 100 billion yuans to the Yida Charity Foundation not long ago. Are your Xia country tycoons all this charitable? That's 100 billion. Just gave it away like that. If I had that kind of money, I'd do the same. Miyamoto Tomomi looked at Yi Xingchen meaningfully, as if she was hinting at something. Ah? Yi Xingchen paused, sensing her probing. At first, he didn't intend to tell her anything, but then he remembered, he had already told her about joining the Dragon Clan, and they were already close. Now that she was testing him again, he felt like he had no reason to keep it from her anymore. Just as he was about to speak, Miyamoto Tomomi gently placed her hand over his mouth. In our Eastern Island nation, men never explain what they do to women. You're no exception. A man has his own thoughts. A woman shouldn't interfere or question. That's the principle. For a moment, Yi Xingchen was deeply moved. Good grief. Help. Are all Eastern Island women this gentle and understanding? Sure, domestic women aren't bad either, but after seeing so many clingy girls, self-centered girls, and princesses, Yi Xingchen was genuinely touched. Yi-kun. Miyamoto Tomomi looked deeply into his eyes. From now on, you don't have to do everything yourself. Leave some to me. I may not be as strong as you, but I'm more than enough to deal with regular people or even skilled ones. Let me take on part of your burden in the future. Yi Xingchen gently pulled Miyamoto Tomomi into his arms, no more words were needed. If she really could help share his burden, life would be much easier. Hehe. Where Yi Xingchen couldn't see, a flicker of confusion passed across Miyamoto Tomomi's face. Perhaps in that moment, even she wasn't sure of her own intentions. Was she trying to fool Yi Xingchen for her own gain? Or was she genuinely thinking of him and wanting to help? She gently shook her head, then suddenly remembered something. Yikuan, do you think I should change to a Xia country name? Since I can never return to Eastern Island, maybe I should adapt to life here. A Xia country name might help me fit in better. Yi Xingchen blinked. What name are you thinking? Miyamoto Tomomi thought carefully. My Xia country language isn't very good, but I feel like names with the character man sound very pretty. It gives off a charming, feminine feel. Like Monli, Manling, Manyu, Manchun. Really? Yi Xingchen blinked again. Then, is Ultraman also feminine? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Yi Xingchen burst out laughing. I don't think it's necessary. Miyamoto Tomomi sounds great already. Just be yourself. No need to change. All right. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded firmly, then a look of concern crossed her face. Yikuan, there's something else you need to prepare for. What is it? I'm from the Miyamoto family. I know. No. You don't. Miyamoto Tomomi's expression turned serious. Shogun Ichiro and Dazayangmaru are both dead. I don't know if they revealed my location back to Eastern Island. If the military there finds out I came to Yunha City and went missing, they'll definitely investigate. At that point, they'll reach two conclusions: either you killed me, or I became yours. She paused, then continued. If they think you killed me, then the Miyamoto family will surely seek revenge. If they think I became yours, then they'll definitely come take me back to be executed. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. So no matter what, there will be a confrontation, or multiple, with the Miyamoto family. Yes. That's what I'm worried about. If it were just about strength, without considering tactics or experience, Yikuan, you'd already rank in the top 10 of the Miyamoto family. But, things aren't always resolved by raw strength. I understand. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily, then held her again. Tomomi, don't worry. As long as you want to stay with me, no one can take you away, not even the Miyamoto family. As long as I'm alive, they won't lay a hand on you. If they dare come, I'll make sure they never leave. Yi Xingchen had fully adapted to this world. Gone was the timid, ordinary man of before. Now, he was confident without being arrogant. Okay. Miyamoto Tomomi finally relaxed after hearing his promise. At the same time, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Miyamoto Juni. My dear senior. You never imagined that all your careful scheming would push me toward a shortcut in cultivation. Just wait. One day, I'll return to the Miyamoto family like a queen. When I personally take your life, should I thank you? Miyamoto Tomomi smiled again, then expertly hid the coldness in her eyes and returned to her usual gentle look. Yikuan, it's getting late. Time to sleep. Those few simple words from Miyamoto Tomomi made Yi Xingchen feel a wave of heat. This woman really is a temptress. A soul-eating temptress. While Yi Xingchen was still in a daze, Miyamoto Tomomi had already taken the initiative. That night, Yi Xingchen was destined to once again climb to the summit and see all the mountains beneath. Ding dong. Early in the morning, Yi Xingchen was awakened by a WeChat notification on his phone. He glanced at his screen and saw it was a message from Qin Yanran. Yi Xingchen looked at Miyamoto Tomomi, still sleeping soundly beside him, then tapped into the WeChat message. SOS. Come to my place quickly. There's an intruder. Huh? Yi Xingchen was slightly stunned. The first person that popped into his mind was Lai Yuejing. Didn't that guy already promise never to show up near Qin Yanran again? How dare he come back to bother her? Did he think Yi Xingchen's warning meant nothing? At that thought, Yi Xingchen got furious. He quickly rinsed his mouth and splashed water on his face, then headed out and rushed straight to Qin Yanran's house. Stop! Who are you? Our boss and Miss Qin have private matters to discuss. Outsiders are not allowed. At the gate of Qin Yanran's villa, two men in suits reached out to block Yi Xingchen. Get lost. Yi Xingchen assumed they were Lai Yuejing's men and gave them no courtesy. Watch your mouth. This is your last warning. If you try to barge in again, we won't be polite. Their shouting drew the attention of other men nearby. Within seconds, more than 20 large men had surrounded Yi Xingchen. Clearly, they were all part of the same group, forming a tight circle around him, ready to attack at the slightest trigger. At that moment, Yi Xingchen noticed that at least 10 cars were parked in a hidden spot on the nearby main road. It was obvious this group came well prepared and in full force. Hey! A tall man, nearly 6'3", with a beard and a violent look, reached out to grab Yi Xingchen's collar. You're looking for death. Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold. With a slight motion, he grabbed the man's wrist. Crack! Before the man could react, his arm snapped with a chilling sound of bones breaking, followed by excruciating pain. Damn it hurts. The man went pale, crouched down in pain, and clutched his arm, wailing. Damn it, you dared to hit him. Get him, boys. Seeing one of their own go down, the rest of the men couldn't hold back and attacked together. Yi Xingchen wasn't intimidated at all, he swung his fists at their arms. With just one sweeping punch, 4 or 5 of them were already on the ground, clutching their broken arms and crying out in pain. Within seconds, all 20-plus men had suffered compound fractures in their arms and were completely incapacitated. Clap clap. Yi Xingchen dusted off his hands with disdain. Fighting you guys is exhausting. Not only do I have to knock you all down, but I also have to worry about accidentally killing someone with one punch. The men on the ground nearly wanted to bash their heads in from frustration after hearing that. After taking care of them, Yi Xingchen quickly entered the villa. Inside, his sharp hearing picked up a heated argument. President Qin, I'll ask one last time. Are you going to return that 100 billion yuans or not? President Su, you're a businessman, you should know the rules. Once a donation is made, it can't be taken back. What, are you accusing me of fraud? You got the good PR, and now you want the money back too? If we allow that, what's to stop others from doing the same? Should I start paying back money we've already used to support poor mountain regions? Stop with the nonsense. That money only reached the Yida Charity Foundation last night. There's no way it's been spent yet. I was drunk when I told my manager to donate it, so it's invalid, not legally recognized. And if you keep being stubborn, I'll make a call and my guys outside will rush in. Then it'll be too late for anything. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet? Damn it, 100 billion yuans. You think I wouldn't kill you over that, you little. At this point, Yi Xingchen finally understood what was going on. Turns out he wrongly blamed Lai Yuejing. This time, it was Su Jiayin causing trouble at Qin Yanran's house. Clearly, Su Jiayin couldn't accept losing the 100 billion yuans he had spent 10 years acquiring. He came here to force Qin Yanran to return the money. Persistent bastard. Yi Xingchen had already warned him last night, and now he still had the guts to show up? Well, Long Qingxian already said if Su Jiayin tried anything after the donation, he could be executed on the spot, no need to report it. In that case, Su Jiayin couldn't be left alive. That kind of person would do anything for money. You brought this on yourself. Don't say I didn't give you a chance when you meet the king of hell. You little witch. So you've made up your mind, huh? You're asking to die. I'd like to see which one of us is actually looking for death. Just as Su Jiayin was about to attack Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen walked into the living room right on time. Su Jiayin didn't recognize the voice and cursed instinctively. Who the hell's talking? You son of a, wait, what the, it's you. As he turned around to see who it was, Su Jiayin's face froze. No matter how much he schemed, he never imagined Yi Xingchen would be at Qin Yanran's house. Then something seemed to click. Su Jiayin pointed at Yi Xingchen, then at Qin Yanran. You two, damn, you're working together to screw me out of my money. Damn it. What do you mean, screw you out of your money? Qin Yanran looked confused. Watch your mouth. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, pressuring Su Jiayin. Su Jiayin was about to yell again, but the memory of Yi Xingchen's terrifying power last night stopped him cold. A smart man knows when to back down. His priority now was survival. He could figure out how to get that money back later. Well, Su Jiayin quickly put on a fake smile. Ha ha ha. President Qin, just kidding. You might not believe me, but I was just testing whether your Yida Charity Foundation was reliable. You know, it's 100 billion yuans, it's hard not to worry a little. But now, seeing how firm your attitude is, I feel relieved. As he spoke, he glanced at the villa entrance and saw all his men writhing on the ground, which made him even more nervous. President Qin, if you had really returned the money just now, I might have gone to court to sue you. But since you're standing your ground, I'm good. Well, I've got something to do, goodbye. President Qin, goodbye. I hope my donation truly helps people in need. Bye. Su Jiayin didn't even dare make eye contact with Yi Xingchen as he quickly left with his 2 men, tails between their legs. Qin Yanran glanced at the fleeing Su Jiayin and his people, then nodded at Yi Xingchen with gratitude. Good thing you came, who knows what that guy might have done if you hadn't. Yi Xingchen nodded, then pretended not to know anything and asked. President Qin, who was that? What was he doing at your place? Hearing this, Qin Yanran frowned and shot a disdainful look in the direction Su Jiayin had left. That guy is Su Jiayin, the former CEO of Henda Corporation here in Yunhe City. And I say former because that scumbag secretly drained the company's assets over the years, cashed them out, and then quietly changed the legal representative. That way, he could take the money and enjoy a life of luxury overseas. She paused, then chuckled softly as if recalling something amusing. Karma really caught up with him. Last night, he got drunk and told his manager to donate the entire 100 billion yuans he had spent years cashing out, to my Yida Charity Foundation. A firm look returned to her eyes. Now he's sobered up and wants the money back. What, does he think I'm stupid? I'm not giving it back. If someone else had donated it by mistake, I might have returned it, but this guy, he's swindled so many regular people. You think I'll let him enjoy his life as he pleases? Even if he goes through legal procedures, even if the court rules that the money must be returned, I'll make him wait. There's no way I'll make it easy for him. Qin Yanran spoke in one long breath, clearly venting the anger left from being harassed by Su Jiayin. Good thing you were here. You beat up his bodyguards, scared him off. Otherwise, who knows what that bastard might have done. Heh, Yi Xingqian gave a calm smile. It's my duty. Just doing my job. Thud. Just then, footsteps came from the second floor of the villa. It was Qin Yuanhang coming downstairs. Huh? You? Qin Yuanhang froze for a second when he saw Yi Xingqian. Huh? You? Yi Xingqian was also surprised but quickly realized what was going on. No, I mean. Uncle. Compared to them, Qin Yanran was even more shocked. Huh? You two know each other? Ha ha ha. Qin Yuanhang burst out laughing and slowly walked over to Qin Yanran's side. Daughter, this is the young man I told you about the other night, the one who saved me. Wait, you two know each other? The three of them stared at each other in surprise for a while, then couldn't help but laugh together. Of course, each had a different kind of smile. Qin Yuanhang was laughing in excitement, Qin Yanran in joy, and Yi Xingqian, in awkwardness. Qin Yuanhang laughed because Qin Yanran had told him she'd introduce him to her current romantic interest today, and Yi Xingqian matched his ideal son-in-law perfectly. Qin Yanran laughed with excitement because her father had always been fond of the man who saved his life, and now that person turned out to be Yi Xingqian. It meant Yi Xingqian could perfectly serve as a shield, stopping her dad from bothering her about dating. Yi Xingqian laughed awkwardly because, of all people, the man he casually rescued turned out to be Qin Yanran's father. What a coincidence. Too much of a coincidence. Since everyone already knows each other, no need for introductions. Come on, sit down. Qin Yanran finally relaxed. She had worried Qin Yuanhang might not like Yi Xingqian. Now it seemed that worry was completely unnecessary. Yi Xingqian quickly responded, Uncle? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Earlier, Qin, Yanran, sent me a message saying someone had broken into her house. I rushed over without thinking, and now that I see you here, I came empty-handed. Really sorry. No worries at all. Qin Yuanhang smiled as he sat on the sofa. No need for formalities. I can tell you're a sincere young man. I like that. What's your name? Are you from Yunhe City? Where do you work? Who do you have in your family? Yi Xingqian glanced secretly at Qin Yanran. Uncle, my name is Yi Xingqian, but you can just call me Xingqian. I'm a local here in Yunhe City. As for work, I'm currently employed at Yanran's company. And I have a father at home. Oh. Qin Yuanhang nodded in approval. Working at her company is great. It makes it easier for you two to develop feelings. Very good, very good. You have a father? We should have dinner together sometime. No, uncle. My dad's still in the hospital right now. What? In the hospital? Then we should go visit. Yanran. He turned to look at his daughter. Have you been to visit his father in the hospital? I have. Then tell me, which hospital is he in? The Second People's Hospital. The First People's Hospital. Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran answered at the same time. Then they both realized what had just happened, and quickly tried to correct themselves again, in sync. The First People's Hospital. The Second People's Hospital. Qin Yuanhang looked at them strangely. No. Uncle. Yanran just got it mixed up? I also misspoke just now. Yi Xingqian quickly explained. Actually, my dad's in the Second People's Hospital. Yanran's been so busy with work that she forgot. Yes. Qin Yanran quickly agreed. Really? Qin Yuanhang stared suspiciously at her. Then tell me, what illness does his father have? Heart disease. Liver disease. Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran answered in unison again. Heart disease. Liver disease. They both blurted out their answers a second time, thinking the other would change, but neither did. Their second answers were identical to their first. Another perfect mix-up. Qin Yuanhang was baffled. Can I take that to mean, heart and liver disease? At that moment, both Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran were too embarrassed to look up. That cursed sense of coordination. After being entangled with Qin Yuanhang for quite a while, Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran finally managed to get away using the excuse that Qin Yanran had to go to work. In the car, Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingqian an apologetic smile. Sorry, Xingqian. My dad's just like that, super gossipy, and he acts like I'm never going to get married. Looks like he's going to be staying here for a while. During this time, I'll need your help to keep pretending. Don't worry, President Qin. Yi Xingqian gave her an okay sign with full focus. Leave it to me. Though honestly, I was kind of rude today. I rushed over so fast that I forgot your dad was there. I didn't bring any gifts at all. It's fine. Qin Yanran smiled, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, whatever you do, don't let my dad know you live next door. Otherwise, he'll probably start dropping by your place every day. That'd be a big hassle for you. What? Seriously? Yi Xingqian was startled. Damn it. If Qin Yuanhang showed up uninvited at his place. Just imagining Qin Yuanhang walking in and seeing Miyamoto Tomomi in the house, what kind of look would he have on his face? It's clear that if that happened, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep up the act with Qin Yanran anymore. As for Qin Yanran, since she didn't know about Miyamoto Tomomi, she just thought Yi Xingqian was scared of her dad constantly visiting. She pouted slightly. It's just a visit, geez. Why so stingy? What, do you have something to hide at home? Out of nowhere, the image of Lin Yun popped into Qin Yanran's mind. Ever since that time at the auction when Lin Yun and Yi Xingqian walked out together, she had this feeling there was something between them. She couldn't even say exactly why. Maybe it was just a woman's intuition. Thinking of Lin Yun, Qin Yanran casually said, by the way, Yun Yun had something come up at home these past few days, so she took leave and went back. Oh? Yi Xingqian nodded lightly and didn't say much. But he did recall that right after the auction, Lin Yun also said she had to go home for family matters and took a day off. Now she'd taken several days off and returned home. It gave Yi Xingqian a feeling that something serious might have happened in her family. Of course, what exactly had happened, he didn't know. Still, he thought he should send Lin Yun a message later when he got to the office. Oh, right, President Qin. Yi Xingqian quickly changed the subject. I might need to take leave today too, my dad is having surgery. I want to go check on him at the hospital. Sure. Go ahead. If you need any help, just call me. Okay, thanks, President Qin. Same goes for you, call me if you need anything. The atmosphere in the car went quiet again. After arriving at the company, Yi Xingqian sat in his office and quickly took out his phone to send Lin Yun a WeChat message. Little Yun Yun, why are you on leave again? Did something happen at home? If you need help, just say the word. I'd go through hell and high water for you. After sending the message, he waited a while but didn't get a reply. Yi Xingqian didn't overthink it, maybe she was busy or hadn't seen the message yet. Then he pulled out his phone again and sent a message to Shi Wenbin on WeChat. Bin, check on Su Jiayin for me, the former CEO of Henda Corporation. Find out where he's staying tonight. Just as he sent that, he received a message from Shi Wenbin. Brother Yi, are you free today? Something's come up with the gang, and we might need you to step in. Yi Xingqian froze for a second. Something serious enough that they needed him personally? Even though Shi Wenbin didn't say exactly what, it wasn't hard to guess, it probably involved violence. He had already brought in Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers to assist Shi Wenbin. Could it be they'd run into someone even tougher? Thinking this, Yi Xingqian quickly replied. All right. What is it? Tell me. Got it. I'll have the brothers look into Su Jiayin right away. The two messages were sent nearly simultaneously. Brother Yi, I'm at the hospital right now. The old man is about to go into surgery. If you're free, come over now, we can talk more in person. Okay. Yi Xingqian was feeling more and more pleased with Shi Wenbin. That guy's emotional intelligence was off the charts. Among all the people Yi Xingqian knew, he was probably the best at reading situations. Today was Yi Hao's surgery, and Shi Wenbin had gone to the hospital early. That meant he must have been visiting often before, too. Just now, Shi Wenbin's casual tone was a subtle way to remind Yi Xingqian. Your dad's surgery is today. As his son, you should really come visit. It was respectful, subtle, and didn't embarrass him. That's skill. Since he had already told Qin Yanran he was taking the day off, Yi Xingqian didn't hesitate. He drove straight to Yunhe City's Second People's Hospital. Traffic was smooth, and he arrived in less than 30 minutes. Since he'd been there before, he quickly found Yi Hao's ward, room 608. Before stepping inside, he overheard a conversation between Yi Hao and another patient. Brother Yi, I really envy you. Look at you, someone takes care of you every day in the hospital. Then look at me, sigh. Once a person gets old and sick, no one cares anymore. Even the kids avoid you. There's a saying, when you're drunk, you know who you love, when you're sick, you know who loves you the most. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao laughed heartily. That's my son's friend. My son's a good man, just too busy with work. He's out of town and rarely gets the chance to come back. So he asked his friend to help look after me. That rascal keeps texting me saying he's coming to Yunhe to see me. I always scold him, he's a man, and career comes first, doesn't it? True, the other patient chuckled. You can tell a man by the company he keeps. If his friends are this kind, then he must be a good guy too. Now look at my kids, sigh, I've been in the hospital this long and not one has visited. They just send money. Money? Damn it, I'm in the hospital. What the hell do I need money for? I need company, love. Yi Xingchen stood outside the door, listening, and suddenly felt deeply ashamed. In some ways, he really had been an unfilial son. Dad. Yi Xingchen suppressed the shame in his heart and walked into the hospital room with a grape in hand. Xingchen? When Yi Hao saw Yi Xingchen come in, he was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with excitement and a smile he couldn't hide. You rascal, didn't I tell you not to come? Why'd you still sneak over here? Was it that brat Wenbin who told you? Yi Xingchen gave Yi Hao an apologetic smile and sincerely said sorry to him. Sorry, Dad. There's been too much work lately, I haven't had time to visit you. It's okay, we're father and son, no need to say all that. Come, sit down. Okay. Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded, then sat by Yi Hao's bed and peeled the grape in his hand. Here, Dad, have a grape. All right. Yi Hao took the grape from Yi Xingchen and bit into it gently. Whether the grape was sweet, Yi Xingchen didn't know, but it wasn't hard to imagine, Yi Hao's heart was definitely sweet right now. Touching the calluses on Yi Hao's hand, Yi Xingchen almost teared up. He suddenly realized that Yi Hao really was getting old. There were strands of white in his hair, and his skin was starting to wrinkle. Dad, those calluses on your hand. From playing cards before. Yi Hao smiled faintly at Yi Xingchen. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh at Yi Hao's words. What Yi Hao said was both an apology and a sign of regret for being caught up in gambling before, and also a message to Yi Xingchen, father and son shouldn't dwell on things too much. Yi Xingchen gently patted Yi Hao's hand and didn't say more. Everything was understood without needing words. Brother Yi, you're here? Just then, Shi Wenbin walked into the room carrying a small cup of hot water. Haha, Xingchen. Seeing Shi Wenbin, Yi Hao's eyes filled with gratitude and praise. You really should thank Wenbin. He's been taking care of me lately, coming to the hospital every day. Bin, thank you. Yi Xingchen lightly patted Shi Wenbin on the shoulder, his gratitude was clear. Yi Hao. Get ready for surgery. With the doctor's official notice, Yi Hao's surgery was about to begin. After a few words of comfort, Yi Hao was pushed into the surgery room full of robotic equipment. Dad. Don't worry, it's a small operation, it'll be over quickly. I'll be waiting outside, stay strong. Yi Xingchen gave Yi Hao a thumbs up and a smile. Once the surgery room doors closed, Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin sat down in the chairs outside. Bin, has the gang run into trouble lately? It's the Wild Wolf gang. Shi Wenbin glanced at the surgery room doors. But, if Brother Yi steps in personally, it won't be much trouble. Yi Xingchen nodded slightly. After Hao Xiao and I took over, we started putting pressure on the Wild Wolf gang, taking over their territory. At first, they had no way to fight back, especially with Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers joining us, our gang was even stronger. But, somehow, the Wild Wolf gang brought in 2 experts recently. Even Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers weren't a match for them. Really? Where'd they come from? Even Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers couldn't beat them? Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin, confused. Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers had been tested by Yi Xingchen himself. They weren't top-tier enforcers, but dealing with ordinary people was no problem. Based on the decline in average global fitness levels, imagine someone wearing a 100-pound military knuckle duster on one hand and a 100-pound metal ring on one foot. That kind of brute strength, back in a normal world, would be a walking death machine. Yet even so, Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers lost to 2 nobodies from some local underground gang? That was hard for Yi Xingchen to believe. Those 2 guys, we haven't found out where they came from yet, but their skills are scary. If Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers hadn't escaped quickly, they'd probably be dead already. Yi Xingchen nodded slightly. Whether they're people or ghosts, I'll know when I meet them tonight. Oh, right. Brother Yi. I found out about that guy you asked me to check, Su Jiayin. He'll be staying tonight in room 608 at the Fuli Hotel, across from the south gate of Yunhe Villa district. Should we send the boys to take him out? No need. Yi Xingchen shook his head. That guy might have experts with him. Our boys might not handle it. I'll get someone to take care of him. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Shi Wenbin's face. He heard clearly, Yi Xingchen said he'd get someone to take Su Jiayin out, not do it himself. That meant Yi Xingchen had someone even stronger than Lu Ma and the Lu Zi brothers. Even though he still looked like nothing more than Qin Yanran's driver and bodyguard, or a minor security team leader at Yida Company. In truth, Yi Xingchen already had a crew full of talent. He had the Qinglong gang in the underworld, with himself and Deng Hao as key decision-makers, Lu Ma and the Lu brothers as top enforcers, and even more mysterious fighters stronger than them. Shi Wenbin was starting to feel like he couldn't fully see through Yi Xingchen anymore. In that moment, he thought the smartest decision he ever made in life was stealing from Yi Xingchen's house. The best decision ever was immediately calling Yi Xingchen boss. Just like he said before, it's easy to offer help when things are good, but rare and rewarding to do so when someone's struggling. If he had tried to call Yi Xingchen boss now, Yi Xingchen probably wouldn't even look at him. That's the harsh reality. This world never lacks talent, only opportunities. Of course, Yi Xingchen didn't know all of what Shi Wenbin was thinking. He just pulled out his phone and sent a text to Miyamoto Tomomi, who was still at Yunha Villa District. Tomomi, take care of this guy for me tonight. Su Jiayin, staying in room 608 at Fuli Hotel, across from the south gate of Yunha Villa District. If possible, don't leave any witnesses in the room alive. Then Yi Xingchen sent a photo of Su Jiayin, the one he got from Long Qingxian, to Miyamoto Tomomi as a multimedia message. When Miyamoto Tomomi received the text, she didn't hesitate, she immediately replied with, okay. Staring at Su Jiayin's photo, excitement filled her face. She pulled the oriental dagger from her waist and kept wiping it with a cloth. Clean blade, oh clean blade. Tonight, let's test the power we gained from absorbing Yi Xingchen's spiritual energy. Hey. At dusk. By this time, Yi Hao had already successfully completed his surgery. After spending the entire afternoon at the hospital taking care of Yi Hao, Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin headed straight back to the Qinglong gang headquarters, which was also the underground boxing arena where Yi Xingchen had first fought illegal matches. As soon as Yi Xingchen arrived at the Qinglong gang headquarters, he received a WeChat message from Qin Yanran. I drove myself home, okay? Yi Xingchen took out his phone and replied. Alright, President Qin, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Okay. After putting away his phone, Dang Hao arrived with Lu Ma, the Lu Zi brothers, and a group of gang members to greet Yi Xingchen. Brother Yi. Led by Dang Hao, the group bowed in unison to Yi Xingchen. For a brief moment, Yi Xingchen felt like he was becoming one of those underground bosses in the movies. Yi Xingchen smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, we're all brothers, no need to be so formal. I'm not here for anything else tonight, just to take down the Wild Wolf gang. Dang Hao smiled at him. With Brother Yi personally taking charge, the Wild Wolf gang scum are doomed. Did you find out where those two top guys from the Wild Wolf gang are? Found them. They're at the Wild Wolf gang headquarters right now. Their boss, Yun Tian, is also there, perfect for wiping them all out at once. Good. I'm short on time, let's not waste any, move out now. Got it. Dang Hao nodded heavily, then waved his hand. Brothers, get in the cars, we're going with Brother Yi to take down those Wild Wolf gang scumbags. In an instant, dozens of Qinglong gang members walked toward the row of vehicles at the gate. Over 10 cars and vans headed off in full force toward the Wild Wolf gang headquarters. The Wild Wolf gang headquarters, like the Qinglong gangs, was also an underground boxing arena. This was the very arena where Yi Xingchen fought his second black market match, and Yun Tian was the underground boss who had once spoken with Dragon Bro, the former head of the Qinglong gang. At the moment, Yun Tian had no idea his doom was near. He sat comfortably in the VIP seat, enjoying a black market boxing match. Brother Yun, a little bro called just now. He said the Qinglong gangs mobilized a big group and they're heading here. Should we? A gang member glanced at his phone's new message and hurried over to Yun Tian with a serious expression. What's there to be afraid of? Yun Tian seemed completely unconcerned. The more of them that come, the better, it saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. I'll take them all out at once. With the two Taiji sect masters helping me, a mere Qinglong gang is just asking for death, right, masters? Yun Tian turned with a grin toward the two large men behind him, each with a scantily dressed young woman on their lap. Ha ha ha. Of course. I'm from the Taiji sect, taking down these Qinglong punks is easy. Yeah. Senior brother's right. If we can't even handle this bunch, our years of training at Taiji sect were wasted. Ha ha ha. Yun Tian laughed even more smugly. Let them come. Bring it on. While Yun Tian was laughing, 5 or 6 young men holding small wooden clubs appeared at the entrance of the underground arena. Who are you? What do you want? 2 Wild Wolf gang guards at the entrance noticed them and immediately stared at the group with vigilance. Damn it. Wild Wolf gang trash, we're here to wreck your place. Without further words, the young men raised their clubs and swung at the guards' heads. Damn. Sneak attack? You cowardly punk. The 2 guards were knocked to the ground instantly, unable to get back up. Brothers, the main crew's coming soon. Let's go in first and clear out the crowd. Move. The young men rushed into the underground boxing arena, swinging their clubs. Brother Yun. 5 or 6 guys with clubs just stormed the arena. They're probably from the Qinglong gang. Should we send someone to take them out? In the monitoring room, a Wild Wolf gang member had seen the scene through the cameras and quickly reported it via walkie-talkie to Yun Tian. Heh, Yun Tian sneered coldly. No rush, the show hasn't even started. Let them come. These guys are just the advance team, here to drive the crowd out. Let them. That way we avoid unnecessary trouble later. Understood, Brother Yun. Yun Tian looked again at the two Taiji sect experts. Masters, the Qinglong gang's really coming. When their main force arrives, I'll have to trouble you both again. No problem at all, it's what we're here for. Yeah. You've given us good food, good drinks, good fun, and beauties. Don't worry, whoever dares to mess with you, I'll make sure they die. Meanwhile, the Qinglong gang's advance team had entered the underground arena unhindered. Seeing the ongoing match, one gang member banged the club against the bell beside the ring. All unrelated people, get out now. We've got private matters to settle soon. The audience got upset instantly, glaring angrily at the Qinglong gang members. Who the hell are you? Who says we gotta leave just because you said so? I paid for my ticket, why the hell should I leave? The match isn't even over. Who do you think you are? Hearing the audience's angry shouts, the Qinglong gang members didn't hold back. They raised their clubs and pointed at a corner. Who just said that? Step forward. Was it you? You said that? Get over here. Deaf or what? If your ears are useless, donate them to someone who needs them. Didn't you hear us say there's a private score to settle soon? Seeing how fierce the gang members were, the audience immediately got scared. Sure, the match was exciting, but their lives were more important. Even though the audience hated how bossy the Qinglong gang guys were, they still shrank their necks and quickly left the arena. The once noisy underground arena instantly fell silent. This added a deadly tension to the coming gang fight. As the arena was cleared out, Yi Xingchen soon led a group including Dang Hao, Lu Ma, and Lu Zi in a mighty rush inside. Yun Tian also brought his two Taiji sect masters up to the ring. Well, isn't that young Master Hao? You almost got chopped up by my men last night, and now you're back for more? Not afraid of dying, huh? Yun Tian stood on the ring, looking down at Dang Hao with a mocking expression. Brother Yi, this guy is Yun Tian, leader of the Wild Wolf gang. Those two behind him are their top fighters. Dang Hao ignored Yun Tian and just pointed to him and the two Taiji sect experts. Oh, so you got guts today, huh? Found some new help I see. Ha ha ha. Yun Tian finally noticed Yi Xingchen standing at the front of the group. He frowned slightly, then burst out laughing. Oh. I knew you looked familiar. You're the guy Long brought in last time to fight in the underground matches, right? Ha ha ha. Kid, I remember you. Your skills aren't bad, got some talent. But guys like you, I've got a dozen of them on hand. The two behind me can take care of your type with one hand, wipe out a crowd like nothing. Since you've got some skills, how about this, why don't you come work for me? Whatever Long paid you per match, I'll pay you 5 times more. What do you think? Consider it? If you say no, I can't guarantee your life will be safe after this. Doesn't matter where you fight, it's still the same business. No need to risk your neck. What a joke. Dang Hao scoffed, Brother Yi is our Qinglong gang's boss. Who the hell are you? You think you're qualified? Oh? Yun Tian gave Yi Xingchen a meaningful look. I've heard the Qinglong gang has a new behind-the-scenes boss. So it's you, kid. Perfect. Bring your whole gang and work for me. I'll make you deputy leader. You'll still run your Qinglong gang, and you get to keep your life. Isn't that a win-win? Heh, Yi Xingchen gave a cold smile. You know what I used to do? I used to make keys. What's that supposed to mean? Yun Tian was puzzled. I mean, you're not qualified. You little punk. You dare say I'm not qualified? You're dead. Yun Tian exploded with rage, and his two Taiji sect fighters stepped forward. Kid, don't get cocky. Cocky guys don't live long. Our bosses are talking, who the hell are you? Is this how the Wild Wolf gang teaches manners? Didn't you hear what I just said? I used to make keys. You're not even close. You brat. Listen up. My name is Luo Tiran, 3rd generation disciple of the Taiji sect. This here's my senior, Zhu Fen. Better remember who took you out when you see the king of hell. Pfft, ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh at the two men in traditional Chinese outfits. What are you laughing at, punk? Luo Tiran asked. Sorry, I know it's rude to laugh at people's names, but I really couldn't help it. What were your parents thinking? Didn't they realize how ridiculous those names sound? Luo Tiran, sounds like you're naked. What were your parents into when they named you? And you? Yi Xingchen kept laughing. Zhu Fen? That name smells bad. What, did your mom fall into a pigsty when she had you? That's the only way to explain a name like pig dung. Ha 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 ha. The Qinglong gang burst into laughter. Son of a bitch. Luo Tiran's face turned beet red. This was the first time his name had ever hurt his pride so badly. Damn it, brothers. Let's kill them. Yun Tian was furious too and waved his hand. Wild Wolf gang members rushed toward the Qinglong gang. The Qinglong gang didn't panic. Lu Zi and Deng Hao quickly fell back and led the members to hold a position about 10 meters behind Yi Xingchen. Lu Ma stood out in front, pointing the incoming Wild Wolf gang members toward Lu Zi and his group. Small fry this way. Right here, yeah, this way. Thanks. Over here. When pros fight, amateurs stay out of the way. Thanks to Lu Ma's direction, the average Wild Wolf gang members didn't attack Yi Xingchen but went straight at Lu Zi's group. One clueless Wild Wolf member didn't get it and swung a club at Lu Ma's head. Lu Ma glared at him. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't hear me? Small fry go that way, thank you. The gang member frowned. I'm not small fry. Wow. You dare say you're not? Lu Ma looked shocked, then pulled out a small mirror and held it up. Take a look, don't you look like small fry? The guy adjusted his hair in the mirror, posed a bit, then nodded thoughtfully. I guess I do kinda look like small fry. Lu Ma rolled his eyes. Told you. Now get moving. Oh, okay. The guy then ran toward Lu Zi's group with his club. Brother Yi, all done. I'm going to help them. Lu Ma gave Yi Xingchen an okay sign and ran off to assist Lu Zi's group. Yi Xingchen nodded and turned his gaze to Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan. After seeing what Lu Ma and Lu Zi had done, Yi Xingchen understood something. Anyone who could match him, or surpass him, wouldn't show up in a situation like this. Besides, they already revealed their backgrounds. Third-generation disciples of the Taiji sect? If guys like this could really beat him, the Taiji sect would have ruled the world by now. There'd be no need for Dragon Clan, Miyamoto family, or anyone else. Yi Xingchen knew, if he made a move, he'd crush these two clowns instantly. Heh, he smiled. Bring it on. Fuli Hotel. Miyamoto Yumi glanced at the unconscious female hotel worker she had knocked out and then put on the woman's uniform. With graceful steps, she walked toward room 608. Unlike Yi Xingchen, who had terrifying strength and could break in by force, Miyamoto Yumi had to use subtle methods to enter Su Jian's room without drawing attention. Ding dong. Miyamoto Yumi gently pressed the doorbell of room 608. Who is it? Su Jian's annoyed voice came from inside. With a smile on her face, Miyamoto Yumi tried to sound as sweet and seductive as possible. Hello, sir. Did you order a special service? I'm the girl sent for your appointment. My name is Xiaomei. What special service? What Xiaomei? I don't know you. Get lost. Su Jian didn't think much of it and assumed she had the wrong room. That can't be, Miyamoto Yumi pretended to be confused. My manager clearly told me, room 608. You've got the wrong place. I didn't order anything. Leave. No, sir, Miyamoto Yumi continued with a smile, my boss wouldn't make a mistake. If it wasn't you, maybe your friend ordered it for you? If I go back like this, my boss will kill me. I'll be in big trouble. Impossible. I would never order that kind of thing. And my friends wouldn't either. Why not? This time Miyamoto Yumi was genuinely confused. Sir, at least take a look at me? If you don't even see me and I go back, I'll be in serious trouble. Damn it, what a pain. Su Jian impatiently opened the door, glaring at Miyamoto Yumi. Miyamoto Yumi noticed that Su Jian's eyes, besides showing irritation and anger, also carried a trace of disgust. Disgust? Wait, why? She couldn't understand why he would show disgust upon seeing her. Her looks were above average, and her figure was something she was proud of. None of the women she had seen could match her. Yet why did Su Jian look at her like that? Was it because he thought she was unclean? Putting the assassination aside for a moment, this now became personal. It wasn't just Yi Xingchen's mission, it had hit her pride. Sir, do you think I'm not clean? Clean or not, I've seen you now, can you leave? If not, I'll call the police. Su Jian was clearly not in a good mood. Miyamoto Yumi took the opportunity to peek inside the room and saw a young woman sitting on Su Jian's bed. She was stunned. Her appearance and figure clearly outclassed that woman. That woman didn't look respectable either. So why did Su Jian reject her? Then came the shock of her life. The young woman in the room, noticing Su Jian's conversation with Miyamoto Yumi, opened her mouth and spoke. But what came out wasn't a woman's voice, it was a rough male voice, and even had a slight Thai accent. Now Miyamoto Yumi understood why Su Jian was disgusted. He didn't like women. He liked trans women. Heavy taste, indeed. Miyamoto Yumi decided she must talk to Yi Xingchen later, just to make sure he wasn't into that sort of thing too. If he was, she had to take preventative measures. Hey, are you done staring? Can you leave now? Su Jian grew more impatient and tried to shut the door. Wait! Just as he tried to close the door, Miyamoto Yumi used her right hand to block it. Huh? Su Jian felt something was off. He tried several times to shut the door, but was shocked to find that her slender hand held it in place, completely immovable. Shing! Miyamoto Yumi suddenly pulled out her hidden dagger and, with a swift movement, sliced off 3 of Su Jian's fingers from his left hand. Ah! Ah! Damn it! Ah! Screaming in pain, Su Jian let go of the door and stumbled back. Ah! That young woman in the room shrieked in a rough male voice at the bloody scene. Without hesitation, Miyamoto Yumi threw her dagger, which struck perfectly between the young woman's eyebrows. She fell to the floor instantly, silent. What the hell? Who are you? When did I ever mess with you? Su Jian clutched his severed hand, collapsed on the ground. No, sir, you didn't mess with me. Miyamoto Yumi slowly pulled her dagger from the body and walked over to the desperate Su Jian. What? Are you crazy? Su Jian wanted to scream. I didn't do anything to you, yet you attacked me. Are you insane? But, you messed with him, Miyamoto Yumi smiled and nodded. Of all people, you chose to cross him. You're asking for death. Him? Who are you talking about? Su Jian froze, and 2 people flashed through his mind. Qin Yanran. Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen. Miyamoto Yumi's eyes gleamed coldly as she slashed her dagger, leaving a thin line of blood across Su Jian's neck. Yi Xingchen? So it was him. Su Jian understood everything in his final moment. Miyamoto Yumi looked at her dagger with interest, clearly pleased. Speed, strength, reaction, even precision, everything has improved so much. Yi Xingchen, you really are a treasure. Headquarters of the Wild Wolf Gang. Watch this, Mantis Fist. Here comes, Tiger Form. Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan kept switching flashy martial arts moves, trying to overwhelm Yi Xingchen with their presence. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. He had to admit, Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan did seem to have some skills. Their martial arts looked fierce and sharp. No wonder they had managed to defeat Lu Ma and Lu Zi. An average person might have been scared stiff just watching their display. But Yi Xingchen hadn't been affected by the global decline in physical fitness. To him, all their moves were just empty show, useless flair. All it would take was one punch to end both of them. But to Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan, Yi Xingchen's stillness was fear. They laughed without restraint. Senior brother, look, that guy is scared stiff by our moves. He doesn't even dare to move. Heh, and this is the Qinglong Gang's big backup? Their ultimate weapon? Pfft. Even that bald guy and limper from last night were tougher than this. Seeing the confidence in the two, Yun Tian relaxed completely. He even casually lit a slim cigarette. Kid, I'll say it again. If you and the Qinglong Gang surrender now, I'll make you the deputy boss. You can still run the gang. But if you keep resisting, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xingchen slowly shook his head without replying. Instead, he simply beckoned with a finger. Bastard. That's too much. Even an ant can't stand this crap. Even Yun Tian was furious at this gesture. He waved angrily, shouting, Masters. Kill this little bastard for me. Hiya! Luo Tiran charged first, fists flying with skilled footwork, while Zhu Fan followed closely behind, protecting him from the rear. Hehehe. Yun Tian bit down on his cigarette, already picturing Yi Xingchen's brutal death. He even considered building a statue at the spot to commemorate himself for killing Yi Xingchen and taking over the Qinglong Gang. But then, something happened that Yun Tian could never have imagined. As Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan charged in with overwhelming force, Yi Xingchen responded with a calm, casual punch. Just one punch. Yi Xingchen's fist landed squarely on Luo Tiran's chest. Luo Tiran didn't even see it coming. Crack! A bone-shattering sound echoed as Luo Tiran flew backward like a broken kite, slamming into Zhu Fan behind him. Crack! Another sickening snap. The two collapsed on the ground like a pile of wood. Even in the old world, such a blow to the chest would be fatal. In this new world of weakened physiques, it was instant death. The brothers didn't even have time to scream before they died. Huh? Yun Tian stood frozen like he'd been struck by lightning. The cigarette fell from his mouth. He had imagined 100 ways Yi Xingchen might die, but never thought it would be Luo Tiran and Zhu Fan who were killed. And in just one punch. Yun Tian was on the verge of cursing. Damn Qinglong Gang. If you had a fighter like this, why didn't you use him earlier? Why give me hope only to crush me? So cruel. Holy crap, that guy killed both masters with one punch. Is this what they call killing 2 birds with 1 stone? One punch for both, terrifying. Wild Wolf Gang members froze mid-fight, their morale collapsing. In contrast, the Qinglong Gang erupted in cheers. He's insane. Unstoppable. Yi Xingchen stepped forward to the ring, placed one hand on the edge, and leaped up effortlessly. Yun Tian looked up at him, feeling the weight of death creeping closer. He suddenly realized how much he didn't want to die. He had fought so hard to build the Wild Wolf Gang, how could he just let it go? Though he knew it was hopeless, he dropped to his knees in front of Yi Xingchen. Boss Yi, you're too strong. I give up, I surrender. Please don't kill me. If you let me live, all our turf is yours. The gang members too, they're all yours. Yi Xingchen just smiled without answering. He calmly took a small box of cigarettes from Yun Tian's pocket. Judging by the size, it could only hold 4 cigarettes at most. He took the last one, lit it, and tossed the empty pack on the floor. Boss Yi. Yun Tian looked up, his voice trembling. Heh, Yi Xingchen shook his head. If I don't kill you, I still get the gang. If I do kill you, I still get the gang. So why let you live? If you don't pull weeds out by the roots, they grow back in the spring. After what happened with the young delinquent in the Qinglong gang, Yi Xingchen had completely changed his approach. He wasn't going to repeat that mistake. Even if Yun Tian couldn't harm him, who knows if he might go after innocent people around him? Letting a tiger back into the mountains always comes back to bite you. No. Boss Yi. Sensing Yi Xingchen's murderous intent, Yun Tian panicked completely. In your next life, don't get involved in the underworld. D. Yi Xingchen lightly tapped Yun Tian's neck. Yun Tian didn't even know what happened, his head tilted, and he collapsed to the floor. To the rest of you, I give 3 choices. 1. Leave the underworld, I won't touch you. 2. Join the Qinglong gang, we'll be brothers. 3. Die like Yun Tian. The shock of Yi Xingchen's power broke the Wild Wolf gang's will. Not one dared to defy him. They all dropped to their knees. That night, the Wild Wolf gang vanished from Yunha City. After settling the grudge between the Qinglong gang and the Wild Wolf gang, Yi Xingchen drove straight home. As for Su Jiayin, Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to call Miyamoto Tomomi for an update. He had already taken out all the experts around Su Jiayin. With Tomomi's skills, if she couldn't handle Su Jiayin, that would have been strange. When he reached his front door, Yi Xingchen realized Tomomi was already back. On the dining table was a large bowl of dog tail meat soup. Seeing the soup, Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. Yi Kuan, you're back? Tomomi stepped up skillfully to help him change clothes and shoes, then handed him a small bowl. Noticing Yi Xingchen didn't ask anything, Tomomi took the initiative to report what happened tonight. Su Jiayin is done. Killed in his hotel room. No one saw it, except for one person in his room, and I took care of them too. Well done. Yi Xingchen nodded firmly, then took a big gulp of the soup. But Yida Corporation might not have an easy year ahead. Tomomi suddenly thought of something and spoke to herself. Yi Xingchen was surprised. What do you mean? I just saw the latest news. The military of Toyo Nation has appointed a new president for Sakura Construction. He's expected to arrive in Yunha City the day after tomorrow. His name is Miyamoto Masao. Miyamoto Masao? From the Miyamoto family? Yi Xingchen quickly caught the surname and was a bit startled. Yes, Masao is 3rd generation Miyamoto. For context, I'm 4th generation. What's this guy like? His skills, personality, behavior. He's extremely despicable, shameless, and sinister. Tomomi thought carefully for a moment before giving her assessment. How so? He's not very strong, he's not even my match, but he loves assassinations. With the deaths of Ogata Ichiro and Oshima Maru, plus my disappearance, he's caught the attention of the Toyo military. I'm certain he's bringing several top experts to Yunha City, possibly from the Miyamoto family. She paused and continued. He's also a total pervert. There are even rumors that he did unspeakable things to his own daughter. Once, to get a woman, he killed her entire family and even dried their corpses into jerky. Damn? That sick? Yi Xingchen was shocked. This wasn't just ruthless, this was pure evil. He had originally wanted to say, Toyo people are freaks, but considering his current close relationship with Tomomi, he held that thought in. I'm worried. If he's bringing top-tier fighters to investigate my disappearance, or targets Yida's CEO Qin Yanran, the consequences could be unimaginable. Tomomi looked at Yi Xingchen with concern and continued. If they find out I'm with you, or about our relationship, they'll report it to the Miyamoto family. Even if they can't beat you or me, they'll send reinforcements non-stop to Yunha City. Even if they don't send elders, and you're not in danger, these people are experts in dirty tricks. You can't protect everyone you care about 24/7. What if they kidnap your father, or Qin Yanran, or that female coworker? I don't even want to imagine it. Yi Xingchen fell silent. He was curious how Tomomi knew about Lin Yun, but now wasn't the time to ask. He slowly set down his bowl of soup and stood up. If they even think of pulling something, I'll kill them before they act. Anyone who touches the people I care about, dies. If you don't want to go with them, and they try to take you back, I'll make sure they vanish without a trace. Tomomi stared at him, surprisingly touched. This time, she hugged him, not to seduce or shortcut her training, but just to hug him. Ding! Yi Xingqian's phone suddenly rang. He glanced, Lin Yun was calling. Hello? Yun? Xingqian. Help me. Her voice sounded panicked through the receiver. What's wrong? Where are you? What happened? Yi Xingqian's heart sank. What he feared had come true. I'm back in my hometown. Let go of me. You little bitch. Still trying to sneak in a call? Think you're clever? A man's voice suddenly cut her off violently, followed by the call ending. Hello? Hello? Damn it. Yi Xingqian slammed the phone on the table in fury. Her hometown? Do you know where that is? Tomomi asked quickly. No. But President Qin does. I'll call her now. Good. There's no time to lose. Go. Ask on the way. I'll hold things down in Yunha City. If anything happens, I'm here. All right. Thank you, Tomomi. Yi Xingqian grabbed his keys and ran out, dialing Qin Yanran as he went. Hello? President Qin, Yun Jie's in trouble. She just called me for help. Said she's at her hometown, probably kidnapped. Do you know where she's from? Qin Yanran was shocked. Xingqian, I do. It's Longhu City. I'll look up the exact address. Start heading there, I'll send you the location once I have it. If you need anything, call me. Got it. Yi Xingqian started the car, slammed the gas, and sped toward Longhu City. Ding dong. As the WeChat notification rang, Yi Xingqian quickly received the exact location of Lin Yun's hometown from Qin Yanran. Glancing at the rapidly receding roadside scenery, Yi Xingqian furrowed his brow tightly, filled with worry. Although Longhu City and Yunha City were in the same province, the distance was still considerable. The GPS showed there were still 4 hours to go. 4 hours, neither too long nor too short. 4 hours was enough for bad people to kill, burn, and commit crimes. At this moment, all Yi Xingqian could do was keep speeding toward Longhu City and pray that nothing would happen to Lin Yun. Beep beep beep. Just as Yi Xingqian was feeling anxious, a fiery red sports car behind him began flashing its headlights and honking wildly. At first, Yi Xingqian thought the driver was annoyed that he was driving too slowly. Though puzzled, since he was already in the far left lane where the speed limit was 80 miles per hour and he was already doing 110, Yi Xingqian chose to ignore it and had no intention of changing lanes. Are you kidding? Changing lanes would slow him down. What he needed most now was time, he couldn't afford to yield. But the red sports car kept flashing and honking, clearly unwilling to let it go. Damn it, Yi Xingqian was getting irritated. What are you honking for? In a rush to die? The right lane is empty, and you still want me to make way? Who the hell do you think you are? Just as Yi Xingqian finished grumbling, the red sports car changed lanes and accelerated from the right side. The car's performance far outmatched Yi Xingqian's regular vehicle. In just a few seconds, the red sports car was side by side with him. Inside, a slick-looking young man rolled down his window and began honking crazily. Yi Xingqian understood what he meant. Though annoyed, he rolled down his window to see what this guy wanted. Once Yi Xingqian rolled down the passenger window, the young man shouted over. Hey bro! You drive pretty well. Surprised a piece of junk like yours can go this fast. Want a race? Yi Xingqian shot him a cold glance and refused without hesitation. Not interested. I'm in a hurry. The blunt rejection seemed to piss the guy off. His smile vanished instantly, replaced with arrogance and contempt. Hey punk, just because I called you bro, don't think we're friends. Who do you think you are talking to me like that? No one's ever dared talk to me this way. Yi Xingqian ignored him and kept his eyes on the road. The guy kept yelling. No one's ever dared reject me before. You're the first. And I guarantee you'll be the last. This'll be the last time anyone ever rejects me. I was being nice thinking you had some skill and wanted to race. Giving you face. Don't throw it away. I'm asking you one last time. You dare or not? The shouting made Yi Xingqian feel like a fly was buzzing in his ear, annoying, loud, and impossible to swat. He also worried that this fly might cause him to crash before even reaching Longhu City. To stay safe and silence the noise, Yi Xingqian rolled the passenger window back up. Finally, peace. What the hell? That bastard. The guy in the red car exploded. Gao Xiao, he actually ignored you, said another flashy young guy in the passenger seat. In all Yunha City, who dares ignore you? Who the hell does he think he is? If this gets out, you'll lose all face. Gao Xiao slammed the steering wheel in anger and growled, no one's ever dared refuse me. This bastard doesn't want to race? I'll force him. In a hurry? I'll make sure you're late. He slammed the gas pedal. Vroom. With a deafening roar, the red car shot forward like a missile and quickly passed Yixingchen. Heh. Gao Xiao smirked and yanked the steering wheel. Thanks to power steering, it turned smoothly, and he cut right in front of Yixingchen's car. Let's see you rush now. Damn you. He lightly tapped the brakes, and his speed dropped from 115 miles per hour. Motherfucker. Yixingchen nearly rear-ended him and had to slam the brakes hard. Crunch. The sudden stop broke his seatbelt from the force. Ha ha ha. Woohoo. Gao Xiao cheered loudly at Yixingchen's struggle. Through the front windshield, Yixingchen saw him give a sarcastic thumbs up. Fury welled up in Yixingchen's chest. If Gao Xiao were in his passenger seat, Yixingchen would have punched him without hesitation. Damn it. If I wasn't in a hurry to save Yun, I'd ram straight into you. Let's see if your scrawny frame can take it. Yixingchen gritted his teeth and changed lanes right to avoid him. But just as he accelerated, Gao Xiao cut back in front at low speed again. Forced to brake again, Yixingchen lowered his window and snapped. You son of a bitch. Are you looking to die? Gao Xiao heard the shout and got even angrier. Using the sports car's power, he moved to Yixingchen's left and slowed down to drive alongside. The blonde punk in the passenger seat spat toward Yixingchen's car, full of arrogance. You're asking for it? Yixingchen's eyes were blazing with fur. Yo, shit. The blonde guy in the passenger seat seemed to really feel Yixingchen's rage. After spitting at him, he even arrogantly flipped him off with a middle finger, an internationally recognized gesture. Ha ha ha. Nice one. Gao Xiao got excited, his whole body pumping with testosterone. This bastard dares refuse to race me? I'll give him one last chance. If he doesn't accept my challenge this time, it won't just be simple provocation anymore. The blonde nodded and then shouted across to Yixingchen, Hey, punk, how about it? One last time, are you racing or not? Yixingchen muttered, Fuck your mother, under his breath and began to slow down. He knew if this went on, who knows when he'd make it to Longhu City. For now, he had to get rid of these two annoying flies first. So, Yixingchen continued to slow down. Huh? Gao Xiao, that guy's slowing down. Do you think he accepted your challenge? Or is he just trying to avoid us? The blonde glanced back and saw Yixingchen falling behind, sounding confused. Gao Xiao was also puzzled. He hadn't expected Yixingchen, who was just speeding like crazy, to suddenly go turtle mode. No idea, whatever, if he goes slow, I'll go slow. I've got plenty of time and money. He thinks he can shake me off that easily? Humph. As soon as Gao Xiao said that, he hit the brakes. The sports car that had been flying down the road suddenly slowed to about 30 miles per hour. Yixingchen gave a cold smirk, changed lanes to the far right, and slowed down even more until he stopped completely. Gao shouted the same, stopping his car and watching Yixingchen's emergency lights flashing in the rearview mirror. He quickly unbuckled, ready to go over. Wait. Gao Xiao, just walking over like that? What if that guy's up to something? The blonde, slightly more rational, expressed concern. What the hell are you scared of? Gao Xiao scoffed. You know who I am? In Yunha City, who dares touch me? You wanna die or something? And that punk's alone, we've got two guys. Even if there's a fight, you think we'll lose? The blonde thought about it and agreed. After all, not many in Yunha City dared mess with Gao Xiao. Those who could beat him were usually well known and wouldn't drive some cheap $20,000 car. So, he said nothing more and followed Gao Xiao out of the car, heading toward Yixingchen. Yixingchen saw the two get out of the car and his face turned fierce. He slammed the gas, speeding until he was just a few yards away from them, then jumped out, storming toward Gao Xiao. Hey, punk, I was gonna. Smack. Yixingchen casually slapped the blonde. Crack. Ah, ugh. The blonde couldn't dodge in time. The slap broke his jawbone, and he collapsed to the ground, holding his face, moaning. He couldn't speak anymore, only whimper. Tears streamed from his eyes. Remember, I hate blondes. Apparently reminded of the blonde thug who used to bully him under Brother Long, Yixingchen pointed at the guy, burning with anger. If the blonde could speak, he'd be cursing already. Still furious, Yixingchen stormed toward Gao Xiao. Do you know who I am? I'm Gao Xiao. Seeing things go south, and the blonde taken out so easily, Gao Xiao turned and bolted for his car. So you're Gao Xiao, huh? Yixingchen slapped him on the back. Think you're hot shit? Think you're untouchable? That no one can take you down? You wanna die? Gao Xiao? You think you're a master? Gao Xiao had no chance to fight back. One slap sent him flying, breaking several bones in his back. Master? That's it? I spit on that. Yixingchen spat on the groaning Gao Xiao. Goddamn, my name's Gao Xiao, not master. Despite his pain, Gao Xiao still tried to correct Yixingchen's miswording. Still mouthing off? You think being a master gives you the right to talk shit? Yi Xingqian didn't listen. He kicked Gao Shou hard in the leg. Crack. Ah, fuck you, you'll pay for this. Still barking? You think masters get to bark now? Another kick, this time to Gao Shou's right arm. Crack. Gao Shou shut up and started crying from the pain. Yi Xingqian walked up to Gao Shou's sports car and easily snapped the key off in the ignition. Then he started kicking the car like mad. You think being a master means you get to show off with a sports car? You think you deserve this car? Bang! Under Yi Xingqian's furious kicks, the car quickly turned into a wrecked piece of scrap metal. Yi Xingqian spat on the car again, finally venting his anger. Still conscious, Gao Shou stared at the destruction and regretted everything. He had messed with the worst person possible. Next time you mess with me, I'll chop you up like this car. This time, I'm being generous and letting you live. Yi Xingqian pointed at Gao Shou's nose and cursed a few more times before getting back in his car and speeding off toward Longhu City. Goddamn, shit, Gao Shou muttered through his pain, he beat me like this and calls it letting me off? If this guy were mad, would he have killed me? Bastard, I've got your plate number. Just wait, I'll make you pay. V-room. Late at night, with no more pests bothering him, Yi Xingqian quickly arrived at the location sent by Qin Yanran. He got out of the car and looked around. Just a few yards ahead, there was only a one-story house. Logically, this had to be Lin Yun's family home. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and then walked quickly toward the house. Knock knock knock. He knocked firmly on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? No one. No one's home. A weak female voice came from inside the dim house. Yi Xingqian was speechless. No one? Then who was answering? Ghosts? But thinking about the trouble Lin Yun might be in, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Hello, I'm not a bad person. I'm a friend of Lin Yun's. Has something happened to her? I really mean no harm. I just want to rescue her. You're here to rescue Yun Yun? The person inside hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened the door. It was a woman in her 40s or 50s, probably Lin Yun's mother. Your auntie? Yi Xingqian nodded respectfully at the woman. Yes, yes. I'm Lin Yun's mother. Young man, are you really here to save us? That's wonderful. How many people did you bring? Just as he guessed, the woman in front of him was indeed Lin Yun's mother, Du Yan. I came alone. Yi Xingqian didn't hide the truth. What? Just you alone? Du Yan's face filled with visible despair. She collapsed helplessly onto the ground. It's over, it's really over now. Young man, I'm grateful you care, but, sigh, going alone won't save anyone, you'll just get yourself killed too. You should go. I'll just buy a bottle of pesticide tomorrow and die at their doorstep to make a point. Auntie, calm down. Yi Xingqian gently patted Du Yan's shoulder and comforted her softly. Even though I came alone, my skills, well, it's hard to explain, but believe me, even if there are a lot of them, I'm not afraid. I'm confident I can rescue Yun Yun. Please tell me what exactly happened first. Du Yan looked at him. Though she wasn't fully convinced, this young man was the only hope left to save Lin Yun. She figured it was worth the risk. Sigh. Du Yan sighed heavily and began explaining everything. Young man, here's what happened. Yun Yun's father works at a coal mine in the village, digging coal every day. But the heartless owner only cares about profits and doesn't care about safety. A few days ago, there was a collapse at the mine. Many workers got buried. The ones who escaped, including Yun Yun's father, were all detained by the mine boss. The day before yesterday, Yun Yun heard what happened and came back home. She secretly went to the mine, planning to take photos as evidence and post them online to pressure the boss into releasing them. But she never came back. She was supposed to return last night, but now it's past midnight, and she still hasn't returned. She must have been caught by the mine boss's people. As an ordinary woman, what's the point of living if both my husband and daughter are in danger? After telling the story, Du Yan burst into tears again. Yi Xingqian frowned and finally pieced things together. No wonder Lin Yun asked for time off during the celebration dinner, saying she had family matters. That must have been the day of the mine collapse when her father was detained. And 2 days ago, she returned home to deal with it. Her last call to him, asking for help, must have been made while she was surrounded by the boss's goons. This foolish woman, why didn't she tell him anything? That coal boss is well connected in Longhu City. He's got contacts everywhere. The mine had accidents before, but he always used money and connections to cover them up. And these days, everyone wants hard evidence. He's got too many enforcers. There's just no way to get any useful proof. Heaven has no eyes. Auntie, where is the coal mine? Du Yan hesitated. It looked like she wasn't sure if she should let Yi Xingqian take the risk. Don't worry, Auntie. If I weren't confident, would I have traveled all this way alone to rescue Yun Yun? Trust me. I'll get her out. After he spoke, Yi Xingqian casually raised his right hand and gave the wooden door a gentle tap. Crash. The brittle door immediately collapsed onto the floor. Du Yan stared at Yi Xingqian in shock, hope rising in her heart. Auntie, where is the coal mine? Where does the mine boss live? Yi Xingqian's eyes were unwavering as he asked again. There, over there, Du Yan pointed nervously to the north side of the road. Keep going straight on that road for about 5 or 6 miles, and you'll see wooden fences. That's the coal mine. The boss has a villa there. Whenever he's staying in the countryside, he lives in that villa. He's been there the past few days. Good. Yi Xingqian nodded firmly. Auntie, stay home and be safe. It's best if you hide. I'll go rescue Yun Yun and Uncle. Wait for my good news. Time was tight, so Yi Xingqian didn't say more. After bidding Du Yan farewell, he got in his car and sped off toward the coal mine. Damn it, let's see who has the guts to mess with Yi Xingqian's woman. You've got a bunch of enforcers, huh? Then let's see if your thugs are tougher than my fists. Du Yan reached out countless times, wanting to stop him. She thought the boss had too many enforcers. If Yi Xingqian went alone, it might be a suicide mission. But in the end, she didn't stop him. Maybe it was because of that shocking display he just showed, or maybe because she couldn't let go of this last glimmer of hope. In the end, all her inner conflict turned into a helpless sigh. V-room. In just a few miles, Yi Xingqian quickly drove to his destination. This is a coal mining area. Outsiders are not allowed. At the entrance where wooden barriers stood, 2 burly men stepped forward to block Yi Xingqian from entering further. Yi Xingqian got out of the car and gave them a friendly smile. Hey, brothers, good evening. I'm just on a road trip from out of town. It's so dark out I got lost. Can you tell me where this place is? The 2 men saw Yi Xingqian walking toward them step by step, but didn't seem too wary, just pulled cold faces like they didn't want strangers getting close. Didn't I just say this is a coal mining area? Are you deaf? Get the hell out of here. Heh. Seeing their arrogant attitude, Yi Xingqian was sure these 2 were enforcers for the mine boss. And when it came to thugs who helped evil men do bad things, Yi Xingqian had no intention of showing mercy. Motherfucker. Once Yi Xingqian got close, he suddenly made a move. He grabbed one thug by the head and slammed it hard against the wooden railing. Crack. With a chilling crunch of bone, the ambushed thug collapsed, uncertain if he was dead or alive. Shit? The other thug immediately realized something was wrong and tried to shout for help. But Yi Xingqian was way too fast. Before the thug could even scream, Yi Xingqian had already grabbed his arm with his left hand and covered his mouth with his right. Don't scream. If you make a sound, I'll kill you right now. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer them all, I'll let you go. Feeling Yi Xingqian's terrifying strength, the thug nodded frantically, barely breathing. Good. Yi Xingqian let go of his mouth and asked sharply, how many people do you have here? When the mine collapsed, did you detain a group of workers? Yes. Yes, the thug nodded like a pecking bird. There are around 100 men under the boss. Just a couple days ago, a dozen new guys showed up. All the workers are being held in a big wooden house. Just follow this small road straight ahead for about a mile, you'll see it. Everyone's inside. Very good. Yi Xingqian nodded, satisfied. Now tell me, did you catch a young woman yesterday? Her father works in the mine and got detained after the accident. She tried to sneak in and collect evidence? The thug thought for a moment and nodded again. Yeah, I think that happened. Our boss said we caught a pretty girl yesterday and planned to take her to the villa to let the boss enjoy her. Yi Xingqian's eyes turned ice cold. He asked sharply, where's your boss? Just up ahead, the thug shakily pointed to the distance. Over that small hill, there's a big villa. The boss lives there. Bro, don't worry, he just came back not long ago. You've still got time to save her. Good. Thanks. Yi Xingqian finally let out a breath. So, are you going to let me go now? The thug looked at him hopefully. Of course I will. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. You can go. Yi Xingqian smiled meaningfully, waved his hand casually, and gestured for the thug to leave. The thug was overjoyed and turned to run away as fast as he could. Bang. But what he never expected was that the moment he turned his back, Yi Xingqian punched him hard in the spine. Blood sprayed from the thug's mouth as he collapsed. Struggling to look back at Yi Xingqian, his face was full of confusion and rage, wanting to speak but unable due to multiple broken bones. I did let you go just now, Yi Xingqian shrugged innocently. But I only said I'd let you go for telling me everything, I never said I wouldn't do anything afterward. The thug looked dumbfounded, almost dying from sheer anger. Yi Xingqian didn't care. He chuckled, walked over, and casually kicked the thug in the head. Then without looking back, he ran toward his car. In Yi Xingqian's eyes, these thugs had clearly been bullying locals for a long time, scum with no right to live. Whether or not they deserved forgiveness wasn't up to him. Only the heavens could decide. His only job was to send them there. After getting in his car, Yi Xingchen turned off the lights and raced toward the boss's villa. To avoid alerting anyone, he stopped a few hundred yards from the villa and continued on foot, hidden by the night. Hey, Lao Zhang, what do you think that chick looks like? She's super hot. I heard she works at a big company in Yunhe City. Damn, women who've worked in the city really know how to dress, so fine. If I could spend a night with her, man, I'd pay anything. Keep your voice down. The boss just got back. If he hears you talking about his prize, you're dead meat. Of course. I'm only saying this to you. Don't pretend you're innocent. You telling me you're not tempted by her? Of course I am. What guy wouldn't be? Damn, why'd you bring her up? Now I'm all riled up. I'm heading to the city tomorrow to find some hot woman and let off steam. Easy now, kid. You gotta learn to control yourself. Or one day, a woman's gonna be the death of you. Ha ha ha. Nothing but crap coming out of your mouth. Under a dark tree, two guards chatted crudely. Hearing their vulgar talk, Yi Xingchen was even more furious. Using the cover of darkness and his incredible speed, Yi Xingchen crept up and struck ruthlessly. One of the guards didn't even realize what was happening before Yi Xingchen snapped his neck. Eh? Lao Zhang, did you see something? I thought I saw a shadow. Lao Zhang? Lao Zhang? Shit. The other thug only noticed something was off when Yi Xingchen dragged him under the tree. Crack. With another terrifying crunch, Yi Xingchen easily took out both guards. Next target, everyone inside that villa. It seemed the coal boss wanted to quietly enjoy his prey. There were surprisingly few guards around the villa. Under Yi Xingchen's ghost-like assault, 8 guards outside the villa died before they even realized what happened. After dealing with the guards outside, Yi Xingchen began sneaking into the villa. Who are you? Damn it. How did you get in here? Someone, help. Quick. Just as Yi Xingchen infiltrated and wondered which room Lin Yun might be in, a guard approached him at the second-floor stairs and spotted him. With the guard's shout, a dozen guards armed with small wooden sticks burst out from the 4-story villa. Damn it, who's this brat? Dying inside the boss's villa, kill him. Brothers, go on, don't mess up the boss's mood. Where are the guys from outside? Let's go, kill him. Over a dozen guards charged at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen frowned. Facing these much weaker opponents, he wouldn't waste a second. Get the hell out, or die. Determined to save Lin Yun, he showed no mercy, striking deadly blows. Crack. He ignored the guards swinging sticks and crushed one's head with a punch. Bodies that should have been fragile weapons became lethal instruments under his superior strength. Though sticks thudded against Yi Xingchen, they had no effect, even a massage stick would hit harder than that. Each punch he threw caused a head to burst, bodies collapsing in blood. In a few quick rounds, nearly 10 guards lay dead, the inside of the villa turning into hell on earth. Ugh! The surviving guards, traumatized by this brutality, vomited against the walls. Damn, this guy isn't human, he's a demon. I'm done for. Help. The remaining guards, broken in spirit, fled in panic. Yi Xingchen glanced at their fleeing backs but didn't give chase. Not out of mercy, but because his mission was to save Lin Yun. What happened to them didn't matter. Crack. He snapped off a wooden railing from the stairs and carried it upstairs. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Another guard appeared on the stairs, freezing at the horrific scene below and dropping to his knees in terror. Talk. That girl you caught last night, what room is she in? On the 3rd floor, in the room at the top of the stairs. Please, spare me, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. The guard trembled but pointed upstairs, showing no courage to resist. Yi Xingchen snorted, swung the wooden rail, and smashed the guard's head, then strode up to the 3rd floor without looking back. Xingchen. On the 3rd floor, he saw Lin Yun being held by a lecherous middle-aged man. Behind the boss, 3 guards trembled, afraid to step forward. Lin Yun, upon spotting her savior, felt a mix of fear, relief, and emotion. Tears welled in her eyes. Don't come closer. If you do, I'll slit her throat. The middle-aged man, clearly the coal boss, held Lin Yun's shoulder with one hand and pressed a light alloy knife against her neck with the other. Let her go. Yi Xingchen roared, pointing at him. I warn you, if she cries, you'll bleed. I warn you, stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Yi Xingchen didn't back down. Your men are dead or ran away, what gives you the right to threaten me? Release her now or I'll make you wish you'd never been born. The boss glared, stepping back under Yi Xingchen's pressure. Brother, think it over, the boss pleaded. If I slash her throat, your men are gone, and this threat doesn't scare me. Besides, we could argue like this every day with no end. Look, let's stand down. You leave now, and I promise not to hurt her. Once I feel safe, I'll release her. Sound fair? Yi Xingqian considered and saw the logic in the boss's words. He realized he couldn't guarantee he'd stop the boss before the boss hurt Lin Yun, and a prolonged standoff might traumatize her. He paused, then asked coldly, "How do I know you'll actually release her?" "I'm not blind or stupid," the boss said. "I earned my place, I know who I can mess with and who I can't. You're strong, why start a lifelong vendetta? I want to enjoy my life, not be hunted by a monster like you." Yi Xingqian silently considered and nodded, stepping back slightly. "Fine, but you have to release both her and her father." "Of course." The boss agreed immediately. "Good. I'm leaving now. If she's not safe and beside me in a day, you'll face consequences, no mercy." Yi Xingqian glared at the boss with gritted teeth as he spoke bitterly. "Of course." Yi Xingqian snorted and disappeared down the stairwell. Phew. The boss peered at the surveillance screen showing Yi Xingqian leaving into the night and finally exhaled. "Damn, what kind of sick freak is he? You really think I'll honor that? Dream on." The boss glared at Lin Yun. "My beauty, just wait. Soon you'll watch your man beg while I do what I want. I'll make you watch, to teach him not to mess with me. Ha 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 ha. Trying to play tricks? Let's see who outsmarts who." In the darkness outside the villa, Yi Xingqian's lips curled into a cruel smile. In truth, Yi Xingqian hadn't really left, he was hiding just outside the villa. On his way in from the outer wooden fences, Yi Xingqian had been watching for surveillance cameras. He discovered that only the inside of the villa had cameras. That meant once he left the villa, he was outside the coal boss's surveillance range. And once he was off camera, everything would become much easier. Yi Xingqian never believed the coal boss would really release anyone. Even if he did, Yi Xingqian had no intention of letting that bastard go. A scumbag like that, oppressing others and even wanting to lay hands on Yi Xingqian's woman, should be torn limb from limb. Letting him live would be mercy. Release him? In your dreams. Yi Xingqian returned to the big tree from before, changed into one of the guard uniforms, and stuffed some small stones into his pocket. The guards all wore the same uniforms. With a cap and the cover of night, it was hard to tell them apart. Yi Xingqian was sure the coal boss would call for backup, either someone would come pick him up, or more guards would show up to protect him. In either case, Yi Xingqian was confident he could act before the man holding Lin Yun could react. Now, all he had to do was wait for the coal boss to make a move. Just as expected, within 6 or 7 minutes, many guards started pouring into the villa from all directions. It was strange how the coal boss gathered so many men, but Yi Xingqian managed to blend in with the crowd. Maybe because the guards came from different places, or the boss had so many men that most didn't know each other, no one noticed him. Yi Xingqian pulled his cap down and started searching for Lin Yun inside the villa. "Hey! Who are you with? What are you doing here?" When Yi Xingqian reached the second floor, a guard stopped him. He didn't panic. He turned and smiled. "Boss, I came in 2 days ago with old Zhang, but now that he's gone, I don't know who to follow." The name Zhang was common, so it didn't raise any red flags. The guard thought for a second and nodded. "Yeah. Old Zhang died real bad. No idea who that monster was, so damn strong. What a damn shame." Yi Xingqian took a step closer, speaking softly. "Boss, I heard that monster came for that woman? I haven't seen her yet, is she really that good looking?" "Heh," the guard chuckled. "Not your business. Don't ask." Yeah, just curious. I mean, all these men died over a woman." The guard glanced toward the third floor and whispered, "Don't let the boss hear that. Good thing he's upstairs now. Otherwise, you'd be dead." "But you're right, so many guys dead over one woman? I drank with old Zhang just last night. Now he's gone. Don't know if we'll be next. Boss is so paranoid, he won't even let her go, scared that guy will come back." "Oh?" Yi Xingqian nodded, feeling pleased. Now he was sure, the coal boss was on the third floor, still holding Lin Yun hostage. "Boss," Yi Xingqian grinned. "Can I go take a look at the woman? I've never seen a real beauty up close before, not counting TV stars. I just want to see what kind of woman's worth all this." "You'd better not. Boss is super tense right now. Just do your job. Keep your eyes open and patrol. Since old Zhang is gone, stick with me from now on." "Okay." Yi Xingqian nodded eagerly. "What should I call you, boss?" "Call me Wang Air." "Got it, boss. I'll go patrol then." "Go on." Yi Xingqian smiled at Wang Air and wandered the second floor. Wang Air headed downstairs. Since the guards were brought in from different places and 10 new ones had just arrived 2 days ago, seeing unfamiliar faces wasn't unusual. No one suspected Yi Xingqian. After walking around a bit, Yi Xingqian carried a cup of water the size of a bottle cap and started up the stairs. The third floor, where the coal boss was hiding, was heavily guarded. As soon as Yi Xingqian reached the stairs, a guard yelled, "Stop." Yi Xingqian was ready. He raised the water cup and said, "Wang Er sent me to bring water for the boss to calm down." "Oh, Wang Er's guy. Go ahead." Hearing Wang Er's name, the guard let him through. Yi Xingchen slowed his pace on purpose, trying to move like a normal person as he climbed to the 3rd floor. "Hurry! Get me a few hundred more men. The more, the better. I'm gonna kill that bastard. Damn it, he killed so many of my men, I won't forgive him." As Yi Xingchen reached the top, he heard the coal boss shouting from the couch. Lin Yun was tied to a chair with thin rope. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen was stunned. A few hundred more men? He knew that meant more guards. So this coal boss really was a big shot, able to summon hundreds of men with one call? That thought made Yi Xingchen break out in a cold sweat. Good thing he turned back and snuck into the villa. Otherwise, with Lin Yun in his hands, and hundreds more guards on the way, rescuing her would have been nearly impossible. Just then, as Yi Xingchen was deep in thought, the coal boss seemed to sense his killing intent and turned sharply to look at him. At the same time, Yi Xingchen was glaring at him fiercely. The air between them filled with a sense of war. Though the coal boss had only seen Yi Xingchen once before, his memory was sharp. The killing intent radiating from Yi Xingchen made it easy for him to recognize him instantly. In an instant, the coal boss dropped the ultra-thin phone he held and grabbed the knife from the table with his right hand, trying to use it to hold Lin Yun hostage before Yi Xingchen could reach him. "You bastard! Go to hell!" Yi Xingchen pulled a small stone from his pocket and threw it without hesitation at the coal boss. Crack! The stone hit the boss's right shoulder precisely. Despite being small, it struck with bone-shattering impact, enough to seriously injure someone with reduced physique. The boss's right shoulder shattered in a comminuted fracture. Damn! The boss cursed either in pain, surprise, or fear. He was rational enough to know that the only way to survive was to keep holding Lin Yun. Even with his shoulder shattered, he gritted through the pain and reached for the knife on the table with his left hand. But in this weakened world, speed had declined drastically. By the time his hand reached the table, Yi Xingchen had already lunged forward at lightning speed. What? Terrified, the coal boss watched a huge hand snatch the knife from the table. Snick! Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen slashed, pinning the boss's left hand to the table. Shit! Ah geez! Searing pain overwhelmed the boss, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Ho ho! Yi Xingchen glanced coldly at the boss with a disdainful expression. He could easily finish him with a kick, but he chose not to. He wasn't soft, he just didn't want to cheapen this man. To an unrepentant monster, death isn't torture, it's mercy. But pain and torture? That's the real punishment. Shit, that bastard went upstairs. Brothers, get him, kill him, protect the boss. Charge! Kill him! Hearing the boss's screams, guards from upstairs and downstairs charged at Yi Xingchen, not knowing his true power. Charging meant certain death. With one punch, Yi Xingchen drove through the leading guard's skull, blood splattering across his face. He barely reacted, calmly tossing the corpse down the stairs. Holy crap! Downstairs came pained screams. With simplicity, Yi Xingchen took out every guard who charged. Damn, this guy's some demon. He's a ghost. A ghost's here. The boss has too much blood on his hands, ghosts come for him, run. The few survivors fled in panic. Get back here, you bastards. Whoever kills that guy gets 50 million. The boss shouted an enormous bounty, but no one dared die for that money. In desperation, humans can unleash hidden strength. The coal boss, once living freely, now proved this. With effort, he tore his pinned left hand from the table. Though nearly halved, he gritted through the agony to pull the knife free. He believed, as long as he held Lin Yun hostage again, Yi Xingchen would hesitate and pause. But his hope vanished. He could not budge the knife, its depth into the table was total. He froze. How strong must one be to drive a blade that deep? Ho ho! After finishing off the guards, Yi Xingchen looked back with interest to see the coal boss still struggling with the knife. Brother, there's been a misunderstanding. Of course the boss didn't want to die. He tried to calm things. If you don't believe me, understand, I only asked your girlfriend here to discuss compensation for her father over tea. Nothing else, I swear. Ho ho! Yi Xingchen coldly smiled and ignored him, moving over to Lin Yun. Snick! He effortlessly snapped the rope binding her and tore off the tape over her mouth. Xingchen! Xingchen! Lin Yun cried, tears streaming, ignoring the blood on Yi Xingchen as she ran into his arms. Seeing her so distraught, Yi Xingchen's hatred for the boss reached new heights. He gently wiped Lin Yun's eyes, she closed them in response. Then Yi Xingchen walked to the boss and, right in front of his terrified eyes, pulled the knife easily from the table. This knife's made of special light alloy, huh? Not bad, it's mine now. Trophy from tonight. Yes, yes, anything is yours, even me. The boss trembled, submissive. Pfft. Yi Xingchen spat at him. What good are you? Brother, I can give you the whole coal mine, I'll manage it for you. It'll bring big income every month. So you want me to become one of the unrepentant scum like you? Yi Xingchen sneered. No, that's not what I mean, ah geez. He stammered, but before he could explain, Yi Xingchen flicked his wrist. With the sharp knife, he cleanly severed the boss's left wrist. The boss howled in agonizing pain. Annoying fly. Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate. He slashed again, cutting off another section of the wrist. The villa, quiet moments before, echoed with a man's gut-wrenching screams. Xingchen. Lin Yun heard the coal boss screaming in agony again and again. Of course, she knew what Yi Xingchen was doing. When Lin Yun could no longer hear the coal boss's screams and only heard the sound of Yi Xingchen swinging his knife, she couldn't help but softly call out in fear. Yi Xingchen snapped back to consciousness instantly and finally stopped whipping the corpse. Yun, the scenes upstairs and downstairs are both pretty bloody. Close your eyes, I'll take you downstairs. Okay. Lin Yun obediently shut her eyes tight and didn't open them. Yi Xingchen effortlessly picked her up in a princess carry, and the two went downstairs together. Xingchen, you killed so many people, what are we going to do? Although they were safe for the moment, Lin Yun still felt very anxious about the future. Hehe. Yi Xingchen laughed and teased her on purpose. Yeah. I've become a killer. From now on, I'll have to live on the run, always hiding. After I take you home, I'll go on the run. If anyone asks, just say we were only co-workers. No way. Lin Yun frowned. From now on, wherever you go, I'll go with you. Even if we have to hide in some remote, uninhabited forest for the rest of our lives, I'll be with you. Yi Xingchen was stunned by her words. In fact, Yi Xingchen himself didn't know why Lin Yun cared so deeply about him. He didn't even know when it started. For a girl to say something like that, how much courage did it take? But the truth was, Lin Yun's worries were a bit unnecessary. Yi Xingchen was now part of the Dragon Clan, holding a prestigious title from them, and besides, the coal boss had been a menace to the region. Yi Xingchen's killing spree could be seen as justice served. At most, the Dragon Clan might give him a report after action kind of slap on the wrist. With Long Qingxian as his powerful backer, it was foreseeable that Yi Xingchen's actions tonight wouldn't really affect him. Right now, Yi Xingchen probably hadn't even realized how much he'd changed. Ever since becoming aware of the world's true nature and breaking with Brother Long, Yi Xingchen had become increasingly decisive and ruthless. This change peaked after joining the Dragon Clan. These days, Yi Xingchen wouldn't go looking for trouble, but if anyone dared threaten someone close to him, he'd strike like thunder without mercy. Yun, don't worry. Everything's fine. Don't forget how strong I am? I've already joined a mysterious organization. They'll take care of all this for me. Yi Xingchen smiled as he explained to Lin Yun. Okay. I believe in you, Xingchen. Lin Yun nodded firmly, her heart filled with complete trust in him. Rustle. Just as Yi Xingchen carried Lin Yun to the front door of the villa, they heard footsteps outside in the darkness. Yi Xingchen then noticed that a large group of burly men had surrounded the villa. They were all armed, some with wooden sticks, others with rocks, plastic rods, or handguns loaded with rubber bullets. Clearly, these were the coal boss's henchmen. Even though the coal boss was already dead by Yi Xingchen's hand, these guys weren't going to let him off easily. Yun, more fools have come to die. Stay inside the villa. I'll take you home in a bit. Okay. Yi Xingchen turned around, locked Lin Yun inside the villa, and then pushed a large stone to block the door. Listen up, guys. Your boss is dead. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you insist on throwing your lives away, don't blame me for what happens next. Yi Xingchen glared at the group in the dark and shouted. F *********. This punk killed our boss. Get him, revenge. Damn it, I just lost a job that paid 10 grand a month, I'm going all in. Beat him to death. Go. Yi Xingchen's warning had no effect, instead, it just fired them up even more. Fueled by revenge, the mob surged forward. Humph. Yi Xingchen sneered coldly, then broke a small tree by the villa entrance with one kick, using the trunk as a weapon, and charged into the crowd without looking back. He had no intention of showing mercy to these stubborn thugs. Each time Yi Xingchen swung the tree trunk, several thugs went down, whether they lived or died was unknown. Although the thugs were slow, under cover of darkness, they still managed to land occasional hits on Yi Xingchen with their sticks, and a few rubber bullets even hit him. Time passed. Yi Xingchen had no idea how long the battle had lasted. All he knew was the ground was covered with bodies, and his arms now had some faint bruises. Holy crap, is he even human? He's like a demon. That tree trunk must weigh at least 10 pounds. Even Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade in Romance of the Three Kingdoms was only about half a pound. This guy's stronger than Guan Yu. Screw this, I'm done. This is suicide. Run. Finally, the remaining thugs were so terrified of Yi Xingqian's strength that they dropped their weapons and scattered. Yi Xingqian kept swinging the tree trunk and chased after them. Only when no one was left standing within his limited vision did Yi Xingqian stop. Looking at the fallen bodies everywhere, he felt oddly calm. It wasn't that Yi Xingqian was cruel or heartless, he simply understood that these men were vicious criminals. If he let them go, they'd likely continue to harm others in the future. Better to end it all at once. Xingqian. Inside the villa, Lin Yun heard the sounds of fighting fade away. She softly called out to make sure Yi Xingqian was okay. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath, trying to relax and soften his tone. Yun, it's over. Let's go, I'll take you to find your father. Once we rescue him, I'll take you home. Hearing he was safe, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded firmly behind the wooden door. Okay. After we save my dad, we're going home. Because Yi Xingqian had gone on a killing spree in the coal boss's villa, the remaining thugs were already scared out of their minds. The houses where the coal workers were being held had long been left unguarded. Yi Xingqian easily rescued Lin Yun's father, Lin Chang, and the other coal workers with Lin Yun. When Lin Chang learned from Lin Yun about her relationship with Yi Xingqian, he couldn't stop smiling. What could be more delightful than having your daughter's partner come to rescue you? Especially when that partner had just taken on 100 men alone. After getting home, Yi Xingqian went to take a shower while Lin Chang started preparing a late-night meal. Dad? Mom? Looking at her parents busy in the kitchen, Lin Yun hesitated. What's wrong, daughter? Lin Chang looked at Lin Yun in confusion. Well, Xingqian eats a lot? This little bit might not even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Oh, right. Lin Chang slapped the top of his head. Look at my brain, not thinking straight. Xingqian is incredibly strong, so of course he eats a lot. We really can't treat him like a normal eater. Wife, quick, cook more rice, maybe 10 grams or so. Or, Lin Yun smiled awkwardly, how about we cook 1 gene of rice? And make more dishes? What? 1 gene of rice? Lin Chang was stunned. He really eats that much? 1 gene of rice, that's enough to feed 100 people for 1 meal, right? Lin Yun nodded firmly and confidently. This. Duyan looked at Lin Chang in fear. Maybe, Lin Chang thought for a moment. We cook it in batches? If we cook a whole gene of rice at once, we won't even be able to lift the pot. And then the dishes would also have to be made in quantities for 100 people? Alright then, let's just cook more times. Alright. Duyan looked at the wall in the direction of Yi Xingqian and nodded lightly, still in disbelief. Here we go. Food's ready. On the table were several big bowls, and Lin Chang and Duyan kept scooping dishes from small plates into the big bowls. Actually, the so-called big bowls were about the same size as regular bowls in the normal world. But in this world, people typically used such bowls as water tanks or other large containers. Yi Xingqian sat awkwardly in the chair. It was his first time eating at his girlfriend's house, and he'd already made such a big impression. It was kind of embarrassing. Xingqian, Yun said you eat a lot, so we made all this food. Not sure if it's enough for you. If not, your auntie can whip up some more. Lin Chang smiled warmly at Yi Xingqian, clearly pleased with his future son-in-law. In Lin Chang's eyes, Yi Xingqian looked good, had a decent height, and most importantly, had the ability to fight 100 people alone. With such skills, his future was clearly very promising. It's enough, uncle, it's really enough. Yi Xingqian looked even more embarrassed. Alright, you've had a hard day. Let's eat. Hearing Lin Chang's words, Yi Xingqian didn't hold back anymore and picked up the big bowl of rice in front of him to start eating. From Yunhe City to the coal mine, Yi Xingqian had been on the move constantly and was starving. Seeing this, Lin Chang and Duyan were even more astonished. They couldn't understand how one person could so easily lift such a heavy bowl of rice. He really was a man of extraordinary strength. After the meal, naturally, Lin Chang asked Yi Xingqian a few questions about his background. After chatting for a while, Yi Xingqian couldn't stay awake any longer and went to the room Lin Chang had prepared for him, where he fell asleep immediately. Yun. Just as Lin Yun was about to go back to her room to sleep, Lin Chang suddenly called out to her. Dad? Lin Yun, being very clever, immediately guessed what Lin Chang wanted to talk about. Lin Chang nodded and pointed outside the front door on the first floor. Father and daughter stepped into the yard, one after the other. Lin Chang lit a slim cigarette and sighed lightly. Daughter, this Xingqian guy isn't really your boyfriend, is he? Is he just a regular friend you brought over to make your old dad happy? Huh? Lin Yun was slightly startled. No. Dad, why would you think that? I already checked. Lin Chang sighed again. Xingqian graduated from Yunhe University, what does that say? It says he's not dumb. He doesn't wear glasses, what does that say? It says he's not blind. Not dumb, not blind, and he still likes you. Lin Yun was totally stunned, almost questioning her life. What do you mean, still likes me? Your daughter is actually very outstanding, okay. At work, there are lots of people who admire and pursue me. How did it come to you thinking I'm some leftover woman no one wants? Lin Chong shook his head slightly and continued. Fights 100 people alone. Huge appetite, incredible strength, humble and polite, capable, high quality, future full of promise. Now look at you, being nice, you're a white-collar worker in the city, not so nice, just a regular employee. You tell me, isn't that a huge gap? Lin Yun couldn't help but go silent after hearing that. Because she remembered what Yi Xingchen had told her not long ago. Back when she was worried about his violent actions, Yi Xingchen casually mentioned he had joined some mysterious organization, and they would take care of things for him. A group that could handle the killing of over 100 people, how could that be an ordinary organization? Lin Yun didn't know about the Dragon Clan, but she could imagine how terrifying it must be. Everything Lin Chong just said really matched the idea that Yi Xingchen had a bright future. Thinking it through, Lin Yun honestly wasn't sure what qualities or conditions she had to keep Yi Xingchen by her side long term. Maybe the only advantage she had was getting in early. But as Yi Xingchen rose higher and higher, the women around him would get better and better too. When that time came, could she still consider that early start an advantage? Sigh, thinking about that, Lin Yun sighed softly. Dad, to tell you the truth, he really is my boyfriend right now. But, it's only for now, after what you just said. I realize I might have oversimplified things. Who knows what will happen in the future? Who can predict the future? Yeah, Lin Chong nodded thoughtfully. Alright, let's not think about it too much. Whatever happens, happens. What matters is now. As long as you try to hold on to your happiness, even if things change later, you won't have any regrets. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then her expression grew determined, as if she had made up her mind. Back in the room, Yi Xingchen didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called Long Qingxian. Hello? My future husband, calling me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? What's wrong? Miss me so much you can't sleep? Hearing Long Qingxuan's pleasant voice through the receiver, Yi Xingchen was momentarily speechless. He didn't know why, but every time he heard Long Qingxian call him that, he felt an intense sense of discomfort. Yi Xingchen had a vague feeling that if any other girl talked to him like this, he'd hang up right away and not waste a single word. But with Long Qingxian, even though he felt uncomfortable, he didn't feel disgusted. Maybe looks really do determine everything? Thinking about it, Yi Xingchen felt like that made sense. Maybe if Long Qingxian wasn't so pretty and well-built, he wouldn't have tolerated this kind of teasing. Alright, I'll stop joking with you. Let's get to business. What did you mess up this time that you need me to fix? Sensing something was off, Long Qingxian didn't joke anymore. It's like this, I'm in a village in Longhu City right now. I just killed a greedy coal boss and more than 100 of his thugs. Yi Xingchen told Long Qingxian everything that had happened. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed after hearing it. Looks like that sister surnamed Lin means a lot to you. Aren't you afraid I'll get jealous? Yi Xingchen completely ignored her joke and repeated his point. So? Can you take care of it? Hee hee. Piece of cake. Long Qingxian laughed again. One phone call and it's done. As long as you didn't kill innocent people, it's no big deal. A greedy coal boss? Killing him is no problem. Worst case, I'll submit some paperwork tomorrow and get the higher-ups to issue an official manhunt for him. That way, you'll be seen as someone completing a mission. Totally legit, right? Holy crap? You can do that? Yi Xingchen was stunned. He was amazed by both Long Qingxuan's cleverness and the power of the Dragon Clan. This was the first time Yi Xingchen had heard of someone turning act first, report later into such a stylish mission. I'll handle it for you tomorrow, don't worry. Anything else? No. Then go to bed early. Good night, my future husband. Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly and hung up. Staring at his phone, Yi Xingchen started to think again. He had already experienced many benefits of joining the Dragon Clan, but the more he learned about them, the more worried he became. The Dragon Clan's strength was far beyond what he had imagined, and other organizations weren't weak either. The Miyamoto family and Hurricane were bound to be enemies. He was sure he'd run into trouble with them eventually. Looks like he really had to follow what Miyamoto Tomomi said, train hard. So Yi Xingchen made up his mind. Once he returned to Yunha City, he'd eat dozens of foxtail grasses every day, spiritual herbs. He stuffed his phone under the pillow, then turned off the light in the room and got ready to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in a half-asleep state, Yi Xingchen seemed to hear soft footsteps. Someone had come into the room. Huh? Half asleep, Yi Xingchen gradually became more awake. Just as he was about to open his eyes to see who it was, he suddenly felt a cool breeze slip under his blanket. Even if Yi Xingchen was groggy, he could guess with his toes, it had to be Lin Yun. Yun Yun. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Lin Yun gently placed her index finger against Yi Xingchen's lips, signaling him not to speak. Once she was sure he wouldn't make any noise, she climbed under the covers. Lin Yun quickly found her target with ease. Yi Xingchen's whole body tensed up? This was her house. If the two of them made any noise and Lin Chang or Du Yan heard, Yi Xingchen felt like he'd die of embarrassment. Maybe after what happened last time, Lin Yun had gone and studied a bunch of theory. This time, Yi Xingchen's experience was much better than last time. Because he was so nervous, in just about 10 minutes, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but recite a verse from deep within his soul. To stand at the summit, and see all the mountains below. Yi Xingchen had reached the summit again. Hundreds of miles away in Yunhe City. Just after hanging up the phone with Yi Xingchen and getting ready for bed, Long Qingxian received another call. Hello? Fifth uncle? What is it, calling so late? Miss, there's a new situation in Yunhe City. The caller was Long Wu, who had previously watched Yi Xingchen fight underground matches with her. His voice was very low and serious. What new situation? You mean? Long Qingxian frowned slightly, puzzled. I've already emailed it to you. Just take a look. The patriarch's meaning is clear, this is no small matter. If it blows up, it'll cause social panic. More importantly, the local police in Yunhe City can't handle this guy. We need Dragon Clan involvement. Long Qingxian nodded. Now she understood, there was a new mission. No problem, I'll check. Don't forget, Yi Xingchen is one of us now. I don't believe that little Yunhe City can be turned upside down. Could there be someone scarier than Yi Xingchen? As long as he acts, there's nothing we can't handle. I'll check the email now. All right. Then I'll hang up. Miss, you should rest too. Long Wu hung up cleanly. Long Qingxian was briefly dazed, then quickly opened her email app. Sure enough, 1 minute ago, Long Wu had sent her an email. She opened it and read through the contents carefully. The more she read, the more shocked and disgusted she became. Before long, her face turned pale, her stomach churned, and her mental state deteriorated rapidly. Finally, Long Qingxian couldn't hold it in. Without even closing the email, she tossed her phone onto the bed and rushed into the bathroom to vomit violently. Early the next morning. In the hospital, a middle-aged man stared at Gao Shou, who had fallen into a coma on a VIP hospital bed. His entire face had turned the color of liver. Who was it? Who had the guts to do this? Even dared to touch my son, Gao Da's son. Although Gao Da didn't speak loudly, his suppressed fury was easy to hear. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. On another bed, the blonde-haired man kept whimpering, trying to say something. But with his jaw shattered, he had already lost the ability to speak, so he could only make ridiculous whimpering sounds. Damn it. Gao Da punched the wall hard. My precious son, I couldn't even bear to scold him growing up. Who the hell did this? I'll tear him to pieces. Boss. A middle-aged man walked into the VIP ward. Did you find out? Gao Da's fists were clenched tightly. We checked young Master Gao's dashcam. We've already identified the person. Who? Tell me. Who is it? Who's the bastard? The middle-aged man hesitated. He's just a bodyguard. Bodyguard? Who's bodyguard? Was he ordered by his employer? He's the bodyguard of Qin Yanran, the CEO of Yida Corporation. His name is Yi Xingchen. It's said he has incredible strength. As for the conflict with young Master Gao, Qin Yanran can be ruled out. It seems it was young Master Gao who. I don't care about the reason for the conflict. Gao Da interrupted him. I just want revenge for my son. Even if God himself ordered it, I won't let him off. Boss, how about we use our connections to pressure the authorities and get that kid locked up first? The middle-aged man gave what he thought was the most reasonable suggestion after hesitating. Humph, Gao Da sneered coldly. He beat my son up like this, and you think just throwing him in jail is enough? That'd be letting him off too easy. Don't go through official channels. Call eyeing back. Tomorrow, bring him with me to Yida Corporation's headquarters. I'm going to get that kid from Qin Yanran myself. I'll skin him alive and tear him apart. Yes, boss. Although the middle-aged man felt that Gao Da's plan wasn't wise, since Gao Da was the big boss, he couldn't say much. Even though he didn't believe that bringing a few people would really be enough to deal with the reportedly super-strong Yi Xingchen. Scene switches quickly to Yida Corporation's headquarters. It was already office hours, but there were very few people at the entrance of the building. Soon, a convoy broke the silence at the gate. A short middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of men in suits, walked straight into the building. Hello, sir, may I ask who you're here to see? The receptionist greeted the short man politely, wearing a trademark fake smile. Baga yuru. One of the suited men behind the short man barked harshly at the receptionist. Huh? Foreigner? The receptionist was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized and covered her mouth. Ah no? I mean, an honored guest from Toyo? Baka. The short man instantly became furious. One of the suited men behind him turned and slapped the receptionist hard across the face. Why did you hit her? Security. Security. Someone's attacking people here. Several Yida Company employees in the lobby saw the short man ordering his men to assault someone and couldn't help but shout loudly. In an instant, several men in security uniforms entered from the gate and inside the company. Who are you? You're hitting people here. Don't move. Stay right where you are. Heh, the short man sneered coldly. Looking at the security guards in front of him, his face was full of contempt. This is punishment for her disrespectful words. Where's Qin Yanran? Tell her to come out. You think you can just see President Qin whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Exactly. And you dare to cause trouble in our company? Who do you think you are? We've already called the police. You're done for. Several Yida employees pointed angrily at the short man. If it weren't for the group of suited men behind him, they likely would have rushed up and taken him down on the spot. One of the suited men behind the short guy proudly pointed at him. Open your eyes. This is Mr. Miyamoto Masao, the new president of Sakura Construction Company. Bring out Qin Yanran. Is this how you people in Xia country act? Is Qin Yanran so cowardly? Just sending her employees to get beaten and humiliated while she hides herself. Despicable. The receptionist, perhaps from the pain in her face or from hearing these foreign guests insult Qin Yanran, clenched her teeth, her face pale with anger. So this is who it is? The new president of Sakura Corporation, Mr. Miyamoto Masao. What's this? You just got promoted and already can't wait to throw your weight around at my company? Is this how arrogant and disrespectful you people from Toyo country are? You better remember, you're in Xia country. If this were in Toyo, wouldn't your people swallow all the foreign companies whole? A commanding voice came from one corner of the lobby. It was Qin Yanran. Yoshi, pretty flower girl. Miyamoto Masao's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yanran, and he almost drooled on the spot. The employees of Yida Company, seeing Miyamoto Masao's lecherous expression, were so angry they wanted to rush up and slap him. Qin Yanran herself felt extremely uncomfortable under Miyamoto Masao's blatant and unfiltered gaze. Goosebumps rose all over her body. Heh, Miyamoto Masao realized he had lost composure and quickly collected himself, adopting a proud look as he faced Qin Yanran. President Qin, I kindly came to your company headquarters to discuss possible future cooperation. But the moment I walked in, I heard this receptionist call me a little devil. Is this how you people in Xia country treat your guests? Qin Yanran snorted coldly. How my people treat guests is not for an outsider like you to comment on. And even if there's someone to correct them, it would be me. Who do you think you are? You're not even qualified. Miyamoto Masao was completely unfazed. He just kept grinning and then pulled out his phone from his pocket. Very good. I've been recording since the moment I entered. I'll release this recording at the press conference this afternoon, so everyone can see how Yida Company treats its guests. I believe all Toyo companies operating in Xia country will be very disappointed when they hear it. Miyamoto Masao had come prepared, with a smug, unrestrained smile all over his face. If Yida Company couldn't come up with a proper response, they were surely going to suffer a major loss today. Qin Yanran, after all, was a seasoned businesswoman used to dealing with all sorts of challenges. After thinking for a moment, she smiled. Why would my employee call you little devil for no reason? If she called you that, she must have had a reason. She wouldn't just call you little devil out of nowhere. So since you say she did, I'll investigate and find out why she called you that. If it really was for no reason, I'll definitely make her pay for saying little devil. You! Miyamoto Masao was instantly furious. He knew very well that Qin Yanran was pretending to be fair but had just openly called him little devil nearly 10 times. What's worse, even though he knew she was insulting him with a smile, he couldn't find a reason to snap back. Qin Yanran's words were making a point. Weren't you mad because my employee called you little devil? Well, I just called you that nearly 10 times in a row, what now? If you've got the guts, come slap me too. Ha ha ha. Yida Company's employees also picked up on the underlying message in Qin Yanran's words and couldn't help laughing out loud. President Qin. President Qin. The receptionist, holding her face, walked up to Qin Yanran, angrily pointing at Miyamoto Masao. When they came in, I asked very politely who they were looking for, but he didn't say anything, he just blurted out a national curse word from Toyo. That's why I slipped and said what I did. Damn, so it was these people who started it. Blaming others while being in the wrong. Unbelievable. Qin Yenran narrowed her eyes and glared at Miyamoto Masao, clearly unhappy. Mr. Miyamoto, my staff did nothing wrong, why did you start by cursing? So, it's okay for you to insult people, but we're not allowed to respond? Who do you think you are? This is our country, you think you get to make the rules here. Qin Yenran lightly touched the receptionist's face, still furious. You want to hold us responsible? I want to hold you responsible. The insults cancel each other out, but your guy slapped my staff. Let's be fair, pay 500,000 as compensation and we'll drop it. What? 500,000? Actually, Mr. Miyamoto, I also cursed you just now. Maybe you should have your guy slap me too. No, how about 5 slaps? Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right taking this money. Come on, that's too much. Trying to steal deals like this? One price, 8 slaps. Seeing the Yida employees getting caught up in joking and competing, Miyamoto Masao didn't panic at all, he clearly came prepared. First, he pretended to look confused, then shrugged innocently. What are you talking about? I cursed you? When did I curse you? I don't remember that. Where's your proof? Oh, I just remembered, I have an audio recording on my phone. He raised his phone high and hit play. Little devil? Oh no. I mean an honored guest from Toyo? The audio began with the receptionist saying, little devil. Hearing it, Qin Yenran frowned. Now she understood, Miyamoto Masao came prepared, deliberately looking for trouble. He must have cursed first, then started recording, neatly avoiding any evidence of himself insulting others. Damn. That's sneaky. Yeah. He totally planned this. I get it now, he came just to stir up trouble. Miyamoto Masao didn't care about the Yida staff's comments and looked at Qin Yenran with a triumphant expression. It was looking up at her because, well, Miyamoto Masao was really short. Qin Yenran was over 5 feet 5 inches, while Miyamoto Masao was probably just over 4 feet 11 inches. To see her face properly, he really did have to look up. Well, President Qin? Got anything to say? Qin Yenran frowned, her fists tightening. So you came prepared. We were careless and gave you an opening. This time, we've been outplayed, and I accept that. Ha. Seeing her acknowledge the loss, Miyamoto Masao broke into a smug, arrogant grin. Of course. But I don't have to give this recording to the media. As long as you agree to a couple of conditions, I might delete it. Speak. Qin Yenran's face was expressionless, only seriousness and caution remained. First, you publicly apologize to me. Second, have dinner with me tonight, as an apology. How about it, President Qin? Not too much to ask, right? Ha. Miyamoto Masao's disgusting smile made it clear he was already fantasizing about her agreeing. You bastard. You've gone too far. Little devil. I'll fight you. One of Yida's security guards couldn't take it anymore. Enraged, he charged at Miyamoto Masao with fists raised. Baka. You Xia people, looking to die. Miyamoto Masao stood there calmly as if he hadn't even noticed. One of his suited men, however, shouted and ran straight at the guard. Boom! With just one casual punch, the suited man knocked the guard to the ground. Everything happened so fast, even Qin Yenran didn't have time to stop the guard. By the time it was over, she looked at the suited man in surprise. She hadn't expected such skill, one move, and the guard was down. Thinking about this, she clenched her teeth. If only Yi Xingqian were here, would these Toyo thugs dare act so wild? He'd beat every one of them into the floor. He, the suited man looked at the fallen guard with disdain. My name is Zhuo Duan Yinjing. I serve Lord Miyamoto Masao. Ignorant, weak Xia people, this is what you get for asking for death. What? Zhuo Duan Yin. Qin Yenran froze at the introduction. What's with these Toyo names? One weirder and more vulgar than the next. Ha. President Qin. Looks like your people aren't that capable after all. So? Will you accept my terms? Ha. Miyamoto Masao laughed wildly, his hideous voice echoing through the lobby. Whose dog is this, off the leash and running wild? Just when everyone was furious but helpless, a booming male voice came from outside the main entrance. It's Xingqian. Great, our strongman is back. Those guys are in for it now. The Yida company employees in the lobby immediately recognized the voice, it was Yi Xingqian. Instantly, smiles lit up everyone's faces. Xingqian. Even the usually calm Qin Yenran couldn't help but beam with joy and excitement at the sight of her rescuer. At that moment, she deeply realized how comforting it was to have a man by her side who could protect her from everything. President Qin, sorry I'm late. Yi Xingchen gave her an apologetic smile and stepped in front of her, placing himself between her and Miyamoto Masao. President Qin. Lin Yan followed right behind Yi Xingchen and also nodded with a smile to Qin Yanran. No worries, you're right on time. This guy is Miyamoto Masao, the new president of Sakura Construction. He's been way too arrogant, thought no one could stop him. With her strong backup here, Qin Yanran finally felt relieved, and her voice gained more confidence. Who are you? Miyamoto Masao frowned when he saw Yi Xingchen approach. My name is Yi Xingchen. I'm President Qin's personal bodyguard and also head of the security department at Yida. You people are causing a scene in our company, don't you owe us an explanation? Even though he knew who Miyamoto Masao was, Yi Xingchen didn't take him seriously at all. Who do you think you are? Just a bodyguard. You think you have the right to speak here? Before Miyamoto Masao could reply, Zhuoduan Yinjing had already started provoking Yi Xingchen. Oh really? Yi Xingchen looked at Zhuoduan Yinjing with a mocking face. You Toyo guys really are something. Always playing double standards. Oh, I'm a bodyguard, so I don't get to talk, but you're a bodyguard and you do? We're both bodyguards, so what makes you special? Your ugliness or your creepiness? Shorty. Who do you think you are? Technically speaking, Zhuoduan Yinjing was nearly 5 feet 7 inches, not short by definition. But Miyamoto Masao instantly understood the deeper meaning. Yi Xingchen wasn't insulting Zhuoduan Yinjing at all, he was calling him a shorty. Baka. Miyamoto Masao exploded in rage and shouted a Toyo curse word. Screw you and your baka. Yi Xingchen wasn't having it and snapped right back without hesitation. You rude and disrespectful Xia man. Zhuoduan, take him down. Miyamoto Masao's fragile pride had completely shattered under the jab about his height. Furious and humiliated, he immediately gave the order. Hi! Zhuoduan Yinjing gave a deep bow to Miyamoto Masao, then raised his fists and charged at Yi Xingchen. Xia man! How dare you insult Lord Miyamoto Masao, you're asking for death. Miyamoto Masao? For a brief second, he wanted to strangle Zhuoduan Yinjing on the spot. What, are you trying to make sure everyone knows I'm short? But with Zhuoduan already charging out to defend him, he could only keep a stiff face and hold back. Heh, little devil, come on, hit me right here. I'll give you a free shot. Yi Xingchen didn't show any signs of defending himself. He even turned his back towards Zhuoduan, wide open. Ha ha ha. You arrogant Xia idiot. You're dead. Zhuoduan Yinjing burst into laughter at how Yi Xingchen was just handing him an opportunity. But the laughter didn't last. When Zhuoduan's punch landed on Yi Xingchen's back, not only did Yi Xingchen not react, Zhuoduan himself was sent flying from the rebound. Nanny? How is that possible? Zhuoduan couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating. Kid, that was your one free shot. I'll let you have one more. After that, I hit back. Yi Xingchen turned and smiled calmly at Zhuoduan. Zhuoduan, what are you doing? Miyamoto Masao, not being a fighter, hadn't noticed anything odd. Hiss. Zhuoduan glanced at his fist, completely puzzled. Did I damage my eyes watching too many of those, romantic films from back home? Did I miss the hit? Zhuoduan yelled and swung again, smashing another punch into Yi Xingchen's back. Wham! He used full force again, but just like last time, Yi Xingchen didn't flinch. In fact, he didn't move at all. Zhuoduan was the one who got thrown back and crashed to the ground face first. Ha ha ha. That's the little devil? More like a little mutt. How could you say that? Calling him a little mutt? Isn't that disrespecting dogs? Yida employees jumped in to mock him while they had the chance. Kid, it's a turn-based fight, you know? Now it's my turn. Yi Xingchen shrugged and walked slowly towards Zhuoduan with a harmless-looking smile. Don't come any closer, don't come. Lying on the ground, Zhuoduan looked at Yi Xingchen's smiling face like he was seeing the devil or death itself. Even he, dumb as he was, now realized something was seriously wrong. This plain-looking man was a terrifying fighter. Now that someone this powerful was walking toward him, there was no doubt, he was doomed. Even Miyamoto Masao, though an outsider, now sensed Yi Xingchen's danger. He wanted to shout and stop Yi Xingchen from attacking Zhuoduan, but after a second of hesitation, he decided not to. Miyamoto Masao just widened his eyes and watched Yi Xingchen approach step by step. Boss! Boss! Help me! Don't let him come near me! Zhuoduan was nearly scared out of his soul. At this point, he didn't care about pride. What's pride compared to staying alive? Miyamoto Masao still stayed silent. Because he knew very well, if he opened his mouth first, then he'd have lost this battle of wits and power. Qin Yanran understood that too and teased, "What's wrong, Mr. Miyamoto? Not going to plead for your man?" Miyamoto Masao's lips twitched. He quickly turned away from Zhuoduan. Zuoduan is a warrior of the empire, he should have been prepared for this. He was actually satisfied with how dignified that sounded. But what happened next was something Miyamoto Masao never wanted to see, or even think about, for the rest of his life. Don't come closer, don't come closer. At this moment, Zuoduan Yinjing didn't care about any so-called dignity of an imperial warrior, he just kept trying to crawl away from Yi Xingchen. Hehe. Yi Xingchen glanced at the expressionless Miyamoto Masao, then easily grabbed both of Zuoduan Yinjing's legs. In this world, people's physical condition had greatly declined, and naturally, their body weight had dropped significantly too. Yi Xingchen lifted Zuoduan upside down effortlessly with both hands. Ah? Xia man, let me go, let me go. Zuoduan flailed helplessly in the air, struggling to break free from Yi Xingchen's grip. But all his efforts were useless, only making him look even more ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yi Xingchen holding Zuoduan like a little chick, the employees of Yida Company burst into laughter. Even Qin Yanran couldn't help but giggle at Zuoduan's ridiculous appearance. Several Yida staff even took out their phones to take pictures or record videos for memories. Miyamoto Masao, seeing his man so humiliated, flew into a rage. Zuoduan, as a warrior of the empire, you must uphold the honor of an imperial warrior. You should know, death before dishonor. Let me go. If Zuoduan weren't busy trying to escape Yi Xingchen's grip, he would have already cursed at Miyamoto's speech. Easy for you to say, it's not you being dangled in the air. You're talking tough because it's not your head being bashed. Why don't you switch places and see if you'll still act noble? You'd probably wet your pants. Of course, Yi Xingchen wasn't going to actually kill someone in public. He carefully controlled the strength of every move. He lifted Zuoduan high, then turned to the receptionist and asked, "Miss, was it this guy who slapped you earlier?" The receptionist, now feeling confident with Yi Xingchen standing up for her, wiped her tears and nodded firmly. "Yes, brother Xingchen, it was this man who slapped me." "All right. So you hit someone first? Then here's 3 taps for that." Yi Xingchen nodded to the receptionist, then mercilessly swung Zuoduan down toward the ground 3 times. Zuoduan's forehead hit the floor 3 times in a row. Stars immediately started spinning around his head. While hitting him, Yi Xingchen shouted loudly, "You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say, I'll act like I didn't hear it. Speak honestly, why'd you hit her? Was it to get her attention? To grope her while pretending to fight? Humph. You guys from Toyo are all perverts. Today I'll punish this pervert." Zuoduan held his head and wailed, I didn't. I'm not a pervert. Not a pervert, and you guys filmed so many adult movies?" Yi Xingchen raised him again, pretending to slam him again. I didn't film them." Zuoduan panicked and quickly denied it. "But you've watched them, haven't you?" Yes. Then here's 2 more hits." Thud thud. Yi Xingchen slammed Zuoduan down again. "Why did you invade our Xia country back then?" He lifted Zuoduan again and asked sharply. No, it wasn't me, it was my grandfather," Zuoduan nearly cried. "Then pay for your grandfather's sins." 2 more hits. Yi Xingchen smashed him down again, then continued asking loudly. "Did you take part in the Nanjing Mass?" No. I wasn't even born then." Dangling upside down, Zuoduan flailed and tried to explain. "Born that late? Who told you to be born so late?" 2 more. Yi Xingchen struck him again, then angrily asked. "Why did your people try to take our Diaoyu Islands?" No. I don't even know what that is, we didn't, and actually, strictly speaking, I'm not even from Toyo," Zuoduan shouted while crying like rain. At that moment, Zuoduan finally understood why planets orbit stars. "You're not from Toyo? Then what are you?" "My mom is from Toyo, and my dad's a Westerner." "So you're a mutt then? Why are you pretending to be a bodyguard? Why guard a dog? Because the dog pays too much?" I couldn't refuse. Zuoduan's head was spinning, and he fell into Yi Xingchen's verbal trap easily. "Oh. So the dog pays too well. No wonder. Ha ha ha. I'm just curious, how much would a dog pay to hire a bodyguard?" The Yida employees took the chance to mock Miyamoto Masao again, venting their anger. Enough. Miyamoto Masao finally snapped. He feared Zuoduan, whose head had been knocked silly, might say even more outrageous things. Helplessly, he had to stop the farce. This is between the 2 of them, outsiders shouldn't interfere, right? Qin Yanran was the first to respond coldly, "Humph. Mr. Miyamoto, the recording is still in your hand, so you still think you're in control." Swish. Just as Miyamoto finished speaking, a blur passed by. He felt a sudden jolt. Before he realized what happened, the phone was gone from his hand. Yi Xingchen, having tossed the dazed Zuoduan aside, proudly waved the phone in his hand, then smashed it on the ground. "Now you're not. You." Miyamoto Masao was so furious he could barely breathe. Only now did he fully understand what hard as reaching the heavens meant. Yi Xingchen was not someone he could handle. Realizing this, Miyamoto took a deep breath, looking at Yi Xingchen with fear in his eyes. Didn't expect President Qin to have such a powerful ally. I underestimated you. Moshi Moshi. We're leaving. Miyamoto bowed to Qin Yanran in humiliation, apologized in Toyo language, then fled the Yida Company headquarters with his men, helping the battered Zhuo Duan. Qin Yanran watched him leave and didn't press the advantage. Because she knew, the war between Yida and Sakura had only just begun. Yo-ho! Seeing Miyamoto Masao and his group leave with their tails between their legs, the employees of Yida Company burst into cheers of victory. Girl, it's fine now. I stood up for you. I gave that guy a good beating too. As for Miyamoto Masao, don't worry. Trust me, if there's a chance in the future, I'll give him a proper beating as well. Yi Xingchen walked over to the front desk girl and gently patted her left shoulder with a smile. Go to finance in a bit. I'll speak with them, personal compensation from the company, 50,000 yuan. Go buy yourself something good to eat and some skincare products tonight. Qin Yanran also came up to the front desk girl, lightly patting her right shoulder. The receptionist, moved and excited, looked left and right at Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran, and couldn't help but tear up again. Thank you, President Qin, thank you, Brother Xingchen. Strictly speaking, Yi Xingchen wasn't older than the receptionist, but that didn't matter anymore. The commotion caused by Miyamoto Masao's provocation passed quickly. Yi Xingchen lay down in his office, trying to catch up on sleep. But his nap didn't go smoothly, because Long Qingxian called shortly after. Hello? Yi Xingchen opened his sleepy eyes and answered Long Qingxuan's call. Xingchen, you're back in Yunhe City, right? At Yida Company? Do you have time now? What's up? Yi Xingchen immediately sobered up, faintly sensing something serious had happened or was about to happen. This was the first serious conversation Long Qingxian had had with him since revealing her motives for getting close to him. There's a new mission. Though they originally wanted to assign it to someone else, I hope you can take it. The matter is urgent and serious, too serious to wait for the designated agents to arrive in Yunhe. Long Qingxuan's tone was very grave. Serious? You mean? Yi Xingchen froze slightly. Serious as in, it might cause public panic. Because the other party isn't just an ordinary person. Of course, although I personally want you to take this mission, I'll respect your decision. If you refuse, I won't force you. We agreed before, unless absolutely necessary, you wouldn't be sent on missions. Alright, let me understand it first. If there's no major problem, I'll take it. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and agreed to her request. On one hand, Long Qingxuan's serious tone made him realize the gravity of the situation. On the other, considering that Long Clan, or rather Long Qingxian, had just helped him resolve the coal mine incident, he felt obliged to accept. Great. I'm at the Long Clan secret base in Yunhe City. If it's convenient, come over. It's better to talk face to face. Some things can't be said over the phone. Alright. What's the address? 608 South Yunhe Avenue, a pretty ordinary looking house. Okay. I'll head over now. The base wasn't far from Yida headquarters, around 10 kilometers. Yi Xingchen quickly arrived. After entering the base, Yi Xingchen was like a country bumpkin entering a palace, his face constantly showed surprise. Inside the secret base, there were countless supplies, most for combat use. Long swords made from special lightweight alloy, robotic exoskeletons, massive computers. Alright, sit down. If you're curious, you can come and look around whenever you want. Long Qingxian looked at the curious Yi Xingchen and smiled, then handed him a paper file. Yi Xingchen casually took the file and a glass of water from the desk, sipping while flipping it open. After reading just the first page, he spat the water out. Even someone like Long Qingxian, used to bizarre cases with strong mental endurance, had almost thrown up when she first saw the file, let alone someone like Yi Xingchen with a normal tolerance. Seeing Yi Xingchen's reaction, Long Qingxian joked, "You're tougher than I thought. I expected you to throw up right away." Yi Xingchen's face turned pale, and his brow tightened. "Can I just say I didn't vomit because I barely ate breakfast?" Long Qingxian chuckled but didn't comment further. What is this? What does it mean?" Yi Xingchen pointed at a few photos in the file, looking horrified. The photos showed severed limbs, seemingly torn apart by wild beasts. They were leftovers. Long Qingxian sighed softly. Leftovers? You said they were humans earlier, and now you're using the word eat? Werewolves? Holy crap. Are there cannibalistic werewolves in this world? What are you thinking? This is a supernatural urban story, not a fantasy novel. Werewolves, Long Qingxian rolled her eyes. Then what is this? Why would someone eat? Yi Xingqian's eyes widened. Ogres. Ogres? What are those? Yi Xingqian was stunned. Ogre is just what people call them. In fact, they're just stronger than average humans. As for why they eat people, there's a rumor going around that eating human flesh helps cultivation more than spiritual herbs. Though it's been debunked over and over, the only real way to cultivate is with herbs. Some ignorant people still believe it. Long Qingxian said with helplessness, then continued. So, the major organizations call them ogres. And all groups have strict rules. If an ogre is found, kill on sight. Yi Xingqian fought the urge to throw up and examined every detail of the file. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Huh? The victims are all. That's right, Long Qingxian nodded heavily. All the victims are little girls. And, at the time of death, they were all wearing a little Red Riding Hood. Hiss. Yi Xingqian gasped sharply. Oh my god. Is this an ogre or a total psycho? It's just like the fairy tale wolf that eats Little Red Riding Hood. From the photos, it looked like the killer had a huge appetite. What did that mean? It meant the perpetrator either had a freakish body or wasn't working alone. Either way, this would be a terrifying enemy. Yi Xingqian continued flipping through the file, while Long Qingxian, who had already memorized the entire content, shared her thoughts beside him. According to the investigation, each victim had over 4 pounds of flesh eaten. Counting the blood loss, since blood makes up about 8 to 9% of the human body, it means each time this ogre consumed up to around 4 pounds or less in one sitting. Can you eat 4 pounds of food in one go? Huh? 4 pounds? That's a lot. Yi Xingqian was stunned. Come on, that's 4 pounds. That's nearly 0.5 gallons of water in weight. Let alone raw meat, even drinking that much water at once is tough. More importantly, Yi Xingqian's body hadn't degraded like the average person's in this world. In this world, the average person's food intake was only about 1% of his own. So, Long Qingxian nodded lightly, it's likely a group committing these crimes. That's why I thought of you right away. Yi Xingqian kept reading the file. Is there any pattern to the attacks? Yes. Long Qingxian nodded firmly. They strike once every 2 days. And the crime scenes are almost all in densely wooded areas, and the attacks all happen at night. Could it be wild animals? Yi Xingqian suddenly thought of something. Given the setting, wooded areas and nighttime, it might be wolves or bears? If it were animals, would they only eat 4 pounds? Would wild animals specifically target little girls wearing red hoods? Would they strip the clothes off before eating? Clearly, the Long clan had already considered this. So Long Qingxian quickly shot back with rhetorical questions. Right, that makes sense. When was the last attack? If there aren't any newly found bodies, it was the night before last. Hiss, that means, there could be another attack tonight? Yes. That's why I called you right after you got back to Yunhe City. Yi Xingqian nodded thoughtfully. Looks like I'll be hunting tonight. I summarized the areas where the ogres struck. Look. Long Qingxian brought out a tablet. The screen showed a map of Yunhe City. See, the first attack was here. Then here. Third here, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Notice a pattern? With Long Qingxian pointing it out, Yi Xingqian immediately noticed it. See? All 7 locations are around this forest. It's radial, with the forest at the center. That means the ogres are likely hiding in this forest. But since it's huge, and full of wild dogs, cats, wolves, they're likely not deep in the forest, probably near the edges. Yi Xingqian nodded. So, probably living in this area. He traced a rough area along the forest edge with his finger. In that case, Yi Xingqian thought for a moment. I'll check it out tonight. If I find them, I won't show mercy. By the way, do ogres have any distinguishing features? Anything that makes them different from normal people? None. They're just normal humans, look totally ordinary. Long Qingxian shook her head without hesitation, then added, if anything, maybe they're stronger, eat more, and have better physical endurance. Also, because they eat people, they might smell like blood, but that's not reliable. A shower solves that. Okay. I'll scout the area tonight. Got any good weapons here? These guys seem dangerous, I need some decent gear. Take whatever you want. Long Qingxian smiled and gestured generously. Then I won't hold back. Yi Xingqian stood up and began checking out the base's armory. He wasn't interested in the guns, rubber bullets weren't useful against tough enemies, and regular folks didn't require guns anyway. Soon, a glass weapons case near the guns caught his eye. Inside were a military-grade knuckle duster and a nearly 3-foot-long combat knife. Yi Xingqian opened the case and gently tapped the gear. Judging by the sound, it was made from a special lightweight alloy. He put on the knuckle duster, then smashed his fist into a table. Crash. The impact was incredible. A single, casual punch left huge cracks across the sturdy wooden table. If the wood fibers hadn't been tough, the whole thing would have shattered. Nice. Not bad at all. Satisfied, Yi Xingqian took off the knuckle duster and grabbed the knife. He swung it at the table. Crack. The blade was razor sharp, it split the table in two effortlessly. If that had hit someone, they'd be lucky to survive. How is it? Like it? If you do, just take it. Seeing how pleased he was, Long Qingxian laughed. Heh, then I won't be polite. Yi Xingqian quickly pocketed the knuckle duster and grabbed the knife. Hey Qingxian, do we have any engineers in the Long clan? Like, someone who could make powerful pistols? With metal bullets, steel, copper, lead, anything? Well, Long Qingxian hesitated. Probably. Everything's made by machines now. We never made them before because no one could use them. But we do have some rifles and machine guns that shoot metal bullets, they're mounted on exosuits. I'll ask HQ for you. Thanks. Yi Xingqian nodded, satisfied. Be careful out there. Long Qingxian took a deep breath and hugged Yi Xingqian gently. Yi Xingqian stood frozen for a moment, then softly touched her hair. Don't worry. Wait for my good news. Late at night, all was silent. A person wearing a red hood and a denim jacket, whose gender couldn't be identified, was wandering near the edge of Yunhe City's forest. That person was none other than Yi Xingqian. He had a golf club-like travel bag slung over his back, which held the alloy longsword. The two military knuckle dusters were tucked in his jacket pockets. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms and hunched up to make himself look smaller, so even if someone was spying, they wouldn't immediately recognize him as a man. Chirp. Even though it was already winter, unknown insects were still chirping in the forest. Maybe only a heavy snow would shut them up. Yi Xingqian thought so. He was getting slightly impatient. He had already walked almost a full loop around the area marked by Long Qingxian, but hadn't seen a trace of the rumored ogres, not even a stray dog. Phew. He exhaled a visible breath of air, frowning. The temperature had dropped again tonight. In this cold, not even a dog would want to leave its den, let alone an ogre. Only a fool like him would be out here freezing, looking for some so-called man-eater. Rustle, rustle. Just as he was complaining and thinking of heading back, he suddenly heard faint footsteps coming from deep in the forest. From the sound of it, they were still some distance away. In other places, or earlier in his life, he wouldn't have noticed. But now, with his strength and sharpened senses, he picked up the sounds easily. The forest floor was full of branches, just one step could snap a twig. Yi Xingqian grew alert. Someone wandering in the forest this late at night in freezing temperatures? That could very well be the ogre. He slid both hands into his coat pockets, checked that the knuckle dusters were ready, then crouched and carefully crept toward the sound. Huh? No one. When he got to the source, he was puzzled. There was no one in sight. Could the person have heard his footsteps too? Maybe they ran or hid. Impossible. He had been extremely careful about his movements, he barely even heard his own steps, let alone someone farther away. But, if they didn't hear him, why would they suddenly hide? Just as he was puzzled and turned around, he suddenly saw what looked like a human head floating just above the grass nearby. What the fuck? Two startled voices rang out at the same time. Only then did Yi Xingqian see clearly, someone had been hiding in the bushes next to him, and clearly, the other guy had also been frightened by Yi Xingqian. Dude! Do you know you could have scared someone to death? The man looked to be only a few years older than Yi Xingqian, now patting his chest and gasping for breath. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. When the man slapped his chest just now, his hands moved way too fast, faster than normal people in this world. Even though to Yi Xingqian it was still considered slow, it was enough to confirm that this man was suspicious. Maybe this guy really was the rumored ogre. That thought made Yi Xingqian grin. Sorry, man. I didn't expect anyone to be hiding out here. I heard some footsteps and thought maybe someone was getting attacked by stray dogs or wildcats, so I snuck over. Never thought I'd meet someone like this. Huh? The guy paused, confused. Wait, you're saying the footsteps weren't yours? Huh? Yi Xingqian also paused. So it wasn't you either? There was someone else? The guy was about to say more, but then his eyes locked on Yi Xingqian's red hood, and his expression changed. Yi Xingqian noticed the shift immediately. If his guess was right, this guy was one of the ogres. These ogres had been targeting girls in red hoods. So when this guy saw Yi Xingqian in one, he instinctively reacted, just enough to give himself away. Still, that wasn't solid proof. Yi Xingqian needed more to be sure. I'm Yi Xingqian. What's your name, bro? Yi Xingqian smiled, sliding his left hand into his pocket, ready to pull out the knuckle duster. The man frowned slightly. His eyes held a strange, unreadable emotion. After a moment, he smiled meaningfully. I'm Gu Feng. Nice to meet you, Brother Xingqian. Oh? Yi Xingqian nodded, then asked, Brother Gu, what are you doing out here this late? It seemed Gu Feng had expected that question. Almost as soon as Yi Xingqian asked, he answered. Looking for crabs. What? Yi Xingqian looked shocked. Looking for sex? He suddenly doubted the world around him. Were people this open now? Who the hell tells a total stranger they're out in the woods for sex? I said crabs, not sex. Gu Feng quickly caught the misunderstanding and corrected himself. After thinking for a moment, he added, sea crabs. Sea crabs? That answer stunned Yi Xingqian even more than the misunderstanding. Hunting crabs in the woods, in winter? Is this guy stupid? Or does he think I'm stupid? Or maybe, he didn't even bother to come up with a proper lie? Gu Feng laughed again and explained, I work for a seafood restaurant in Yunhe City. I'm in charge of bringing crabs in from other areas. To save time, I usually take a shortcut through the woods. A while ago, I noticed 3 crabs fell off the truck. Probably lost them while bumping along the trail, so I came back to look. Oh? Yi Xingqian smiled faintly, growing more and more suspicious of this mysterious man. Yi Xingqian was about to ask Gu Feng a few more questions, but Gu Feng beat him to it. Brother Xingqian. Gu Feng said meaningfully, pointing at the red hood on Yi Xingqian's head. That red hood of yours is pretty special. A grown man, in the middle of the night, wearing a red hood in the forest, don't tell me you're out here on a date. Yi Xingqian became even more alert after hearing that. Talking about the red hood again. And you still say you're not some twisted man-eating freak? Yi Xingqian was now almost certain Gu Feng was one of the ogres. Obsessed with red hoods, physically stronger than average, sneaking around the forest at night. But considering Gu Feng might have partners, Yi Xingqian didn't act yet. Instead, he tried to get more information from him. This red hood is mine. There's no rule that says men can't wear one, right? And as for why I'm here, if I said I just wanted to experience nature up close, would you believe me? Gu Feng's mouth twitched slightly at that answer. Obviously, he didn't buy it. So are you here alone, or do you have someone with you? Gu Feng stared unblinking at the red hood on Yi Xingqian's head. Hold up. Yi Xingqian raised his hand to stop him from pressing further. Clearly, you've got a lot of questions for me, and I think you can tell I've got questions for you too. Let's take turns, 1 question each. Fair and square, alright? My turn. Are you alone or with someone? And if you're delivering crabs, where's your vehicle? Gu Feng thought for a second, then nodded in agreement. He pointed at a big tree not far away. I'm alone. No partner. As for my ride, there, under that tree. Yi Xingqian stretched his neck and looked. Under the tree stood a small 3-wheeled electric beach vehicle, like the ones you'd see at a beach park, except with a round steering wheel and electric boost. My turn now. Gu Feng quickly shifted back to the offensive. Are you alone or with someone? Why are you really here? If you give me another nonsense answer, that's it. I won't tell the truth either. Yi Xingqian hesitated a moment. I'm looking for someone. To be precise, I'm here to look for my daughter. She disappeared around here a few days ago. I've been searching this forest every day since. Really? How come I haven't seen you before? Gu Feng frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. Yi Xingqian tensed up. So this guy's been hanging around here often? They locked eyes again, both filled with deep suspicion and wariness. Just then, a scream echoed from deep inside the forest. It sounded human. Man-eater. Both Yi Xingqian and Gu Feng shouted at the same time. Yi Xingqian quickly armed himself with the military knuckle dusters, and Gu Feng pulled out a metal dagger. Both stared toward the direction of the sound, on high alert. But Yi Xingqian was puzzled. Gu Feng's reaction seemed genuine. In moments of sudden danger, people react on instinct, raw and honest. Which meant, Gu Feng's instinct was to kill the man-eater? That didn't match what Yi Xingqian had expected. Yi Xingqian eyed him. Why so surprised? Isn't that your partner? Bullshit. You're flipping it on me now? That's your partner. You're the damn man-eater. Gu Feng was stunned at first, then visibly annoyed. Wait a second, Yi Xingqian rubbed his chin. If you're not a man-eater, how do you even know about them? Are you serious? Man-eaters? What decent member of Blue Star Society would tolerate such monsters? I came here to kill those freaks. Gu Feng frowned. And if you're not one of them, why the hell are you wearing a red hood? A grown man, at night, in the forest? Is that some trophy of yours? Come on, this is a big misunderstanding. I'm here to kill man-eaters too. The red hood is bait to lure them out. No way. Look at you, these guys eat little girls, not corpses. Just because you wear a red hood doesn't mean they'd be interested in you. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Yi Xingqian glared at Gu Feng. No, wait, Gu Feng quickly corrected himself. I mean, clearly this round of attacks is focused on young girls. And you, Brother Xingqian, clearly look like a tough working man, probably set off metal detectors. Why would a man-eater go for you? That's more like it, Yi Xingqian said, glancing toward where the scream had come from. His face grew serious. You think that sound was from one of the man-eaters? Hard to say. Could have been anything. Just one scream, not even sure if it was human or animal. But if it was a man-eater attacking someone, that victim's probably already dead. Rushing over might not help. Still, how about we sneak over and check it out? Gu Feng offered his opinion after thinking for a moment. All right, let's go check it out. But if things get messy, and we need to team up to fight, we'll need a leader, Yi Xingqian said, clearly ready to cooperate. The unknown enemy was the most dangerous kind, especially one that eats humans. Gu Feng also wanted to team up. Yi Xingqian had read his mind. Gu Feng nodded. Okay. But how do we decide who leads? Doesn't matter if it's me or you, neither of us will follow the other easily. Simple. Yi Xingqian grinned. I'll give you a riddle. If you guess right, you lead. If not, I do. Deal. Gu Feng flashed a hand sign. I've never lost at riddles. Go for it. Tell me, what's the difference between a Yao Jing and a Yao Guai? Gu Feng didn't even try. He waved it off. All right, you lead. But tell me, what's the answer? Their chests are different. What does that mean? Big boobed versus small boobed. Damn. Russell. Yi Xingqian and Gu Feng, one on the left and one on the right, used the bushes and dense forest as cover to quietly approach the source of the earlier scream. Since they had to stay hidden and didn't know the exact location of the enemy, their pace was relatively slow. After about 10 minutes of creeping, they suddenly felt like they had reached an open area. Not far ahead stood a brightly lit house. In front of the house was a large pool of blood and some clothes. From the clothes on the ground, it was easy to tell that the victim was yet another young girl, and by now, her chances of survival were slim to none. At the entrance of the house, two middle-aged men were laughing and chatting. Bro, check this out, it's killing me. Can you get the joke? The man called third brother wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. What is it? There's nothing I can't understand. Tell me. It's a short story. A woman and 10 men are stranded on an island. After a month, the woman kills herself because what happened over that month was just too disgusting. A month later, they decide to bury her because what happened was too disgusting. A month after that, they dig her up because what happened was too disgusting. Another month later, God decides to resurrect her because what happened was too disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Third brother was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. His blood-stained teeth made him look especially twisted and terrifying. Bastards. Gu Feng was furious when he saw the two ogres chatting so cheerfully. So cruel, committing such inhuman acts and still laughing like nothing happened. This is beyond unbearable. Burning with rage, Gu Feng pulled out his dagger and charged forward. Hey! Yi Xingqian had actually planned to wait and observe the situation. After all, only 2 ogres were in front of them. The full number of this gang was still unknown. He wanted to first find out how many there were, then wipe them all out in one move. But Gu Feng had already rushed ahead, so Yi Xingqian could only grit his teeth and follow, hoping that the other ogres would hear the noise and come running, so none of them could escape. Well, so much for the command agreement. Yi Xingqian shook his head, raised his 2 military knuckle dusters, and charged up beside Gu Feng's left. Who's there? Third brother's partner spotted them and immediately grabbed a wooden stick. Oh? Third brother looked at Gu Feng with obvious caution. So, you're from Shirshen? What? Shirshen? Gu Feng didn't react, but Yi Xingqian was shocked. Wasn't Shirshen a secret organization from Feizhou? Weren't all their members supposed to be Nige? How could Gu Feng, clearly from Xia, be one of them? Also, how did this ogre recognize Gu Feng as a member of Shirshen? Gu Feng wasn't surprised that third brother recognized him. He just glared and said, so you've got some brains. But whether I'm from Shirshen or not, none of you are walking out alive tonight. Ogres deserve to die. Filthy, soulless dogs, go to hell. Gu Feng roared and rushed toward third brother, slashing with his dagger. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian backed off and targeted the other ogre. Third brother pulled out a metal short blade and charged straight at Gu Feng. All 4 clashed quickly. Although ogres had strong bodies compared to normal people, they were nothing in front of Yi Xingqian. He easily dodged a swing from the ogre's club and smashed a heavy right hook into the ogre's left ribs. Crack. Despite their strength, ogres couldn't handle that much power, especially from military-grade knuckles. With one punch, Yi Xingqian shattered the ogre's torso. The ogre grunted, blood dripping from his mouth, head falling limp as he dropped to the ground. Clang clang. Gu Feng and third brother's metal weapons clashed, creating sharp metallic screeches. Third brother looked in terror at his underling who had just been instantly killed by Yi Xingqian. Then he glared at Gu Feng. With a guy like that at your side, looks like you're pretty high up in Shirshan. Yi Xingqian ignored them both and rushed into the house. Don't get it twisted, I'm not with him. I barely know the guy. You two carry on. He didn't help Gu Feng for a reason. First, Gu Feng didn't follow the earlier agreement and obey his lead. Second, Yi Xingqian worried the other ogres inside might escape. After all, no way only two could eat almost 2 pounds of raw meat at once. What the hell? Gu Feng gave Yi Xingqian a look but couldn't say more. Third brother had already come at him again. Left with no choice, Gu Feng had to keep fighting. Inside the house, Yi Xingqian nearly vomited. The room was full of severed limbs. A child, 5 or 6 years old, was eating raw meat. Damn. Without hesitation, Yi Xingqian kicked the child in the forehead, killing him instantly. Even though it was a kid, the fact that he was an ogre meant leaving him alive would be a disaster. My son! My son! A woman screamed from the staircase, voice shaking with rage. You bastard! You killed my son. You deserve to die. Yi Xingqian held back his nausea and looked at her coldly. You killed so many innocent little girls. What, you're allowed to kill other people's daughters, but no one can touch your son? What kind of logic is that? Damn you, the woman clenched her teeth, showing blood-soaked fangs. Those girls weren't even people. They were our food. They helped us advance in cultivation. They were the key to us reaching the sacred level. Twisted. You've lost your soul. No humanity left in you. Don't worry, you'll be seeing your son again real soon. All of you will reunite in the 18th layer of hell. Yi Xingqian, boiling with rage, charged at the woman with fists ready. To Yi Xingqian's surprise, this female ogre was actually faster than the third brother outside. This meant her physical abilities were stronger than his. Of course, even with her level of strength, she was no match for Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian charged toward her, easily dodged her punch with a sidestep, and then smashed his fist into her temple. Crack. With a chilling sound of bones breaking, the female ogre's skull burst, her brain splattering as she collapsed to the ground. That's it? Ha! Yi Xingqian glanced at the female ogre's corpse with a look of disdain. Thud thud. Footsteps came from the second floor of the wooden house, hurried and panicked. Yi Xingqian frowned, tightened the military knuckles on his hands, and headed upstairs. Sobbing. Once upstairs, he saw 2 large men dragging a little girl wearing a red hood. The girl looked terrified, struggling and crying in their grip. Yi Xingqian paused for a moment. Turns out these ogres had taken a girl hostage. Don't come any closer. One more step and we won't hold back. The 2 ogres brandished alloy daggers, threatening Yi Xingqian to stay back. Yi Xingqian stayed clear-minded. Even though he did care about the girl's safety. If he showed fear, the ogres would know they had the upper hand. As long as they had her, they could manipulate him. Thinking that, Yi Xingqian grinned. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to do it, so I can kill you. What? The 2 ogres froze. Yi Xingqian's reaction was completely unexpected. In an instant, they were stuck. Kill the girl or not? Threaten him again or not? The scene grew awkward. Wondering why I don't care? Yi Xingqian still wore a calm smile. That question hit the ogre's curiosity. They nodded, hoping his next words would reveal a weakness they could exploit. It's simple. Yi Xingqian even sat down on a chair. I'm not someone who meddles. As long as you don't touch my people, I don't care what shady stuff you do. The only reason I'm here to kill you is because my organization gave me the mission. The goal is to eliminate you, not to save people. He paused, then continued. So, you get it now? My only objective is to kill you. Whether the girl lives or dies, doesn't matter to me. If you kill her, I'll just tell the organization she was already dead when I arrived. As long as the job gets done, who cares who lives or dies? Even if someone does care, who's going to investigate? Makes sense, right? Damn, one of the ogres cursed. Third brother downstairs said this guy's from Shirshan. That's just how they work, only care about completing the task, never about who dies in the process. The other ogre exchanged a look with his partner. They came to an unspoken agreement. Yi Xingqian sensed something was off and decided not to give them time to think. So, what's it going to be? Kill her or not? If you won't, then I will, then I'll kill you both. With that, Yi Xingqian charged at them with fists raised. From his stance, he looked like he was aiming at the little girl. Shit! The ogres panicked and threw the girl away, then ran frantically into the house. Ha! Yi Xingqian grinned, dashed forward, and caught the girl midair. The little girl, remembering what Yi Xingqian said earlier, thought he was going to kill her too. Being in his arms now, she screamed in fear. She was bound with thin ropes and had tape over her mouth, so she couldn't make much noise. Hey kid, you okay? Uncle was just scaring them. If I showed I cared, they would have used you to control me. Can you understand what I was trying to do? Yi Xingchen smiled as gently as he could at her. The girl nodded hard, showing she understood. Good. Yi Xingchen tore off the tape and ripped the ropes binding her, then held her tightly and chased after the fleeing ogres. Damn. That was dirty. The two ogres looked back and saw Yi Xingchen cared about the girl after all. They shouted angrily, realizing they'd been tricked. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen laughed. Dirty? You two are disgusting, heartless monsters. You're worse than animals. Now die. Even with the girl in his arms, Yi Xingchen was still much faster than the ogres. Within seconds, he caught up. Die, bastards. Yi Xingchen landed a heavy punch to one ogre's head from behind. The blow killed him instantly, blood pooling on the floor. Damn. That fast? The other ogre couldn't believe how fast Yi Xingchen was. Seeing his partner go down in one punch, he felt the weight of death coming. Crack. Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate. He slammed a clean punch to the second ogre's skull, sending him to the afterlife as well. Wow. Big bro, you're amazing. The girl wasn't scared at all, she looked thrilled. What did you call me? Yi Xingchen was taken aback but lit up with joy. Hee hee, big brother. You look so young, no way I'm calling you uncle. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen froze for a second, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. Saving this girl was worth it. She's going places. Faced with such a sensible little girl, Yi Xingchen naturally felt the need to protect her even more. Yi Xingchen held the girl tightly in his arms, then continued searching the room. Soon, the last two ogres in the room were also sent to the afterlife by Yi Xingchen. When Yi Xingchen finished everything and stepped outside, he was surprised to find that Gu Feng and Third Bro had vanished in the middle of their fight. Yi Xingchen took a burning stick from the room and casually tossed it onto the hay on the roof. In an instant, the entire two-story wooden house burst into flames. This was also Yi Xingchen's way of making sure no leftover ogres were hiding inside, cutting the problem at its root. After confirming no ogres escaped the fire, Yi Xingchen finally felt at ease and started searching for Gu Feng and Third Bro. Not that Yi Xingchen was particularly worried about Gu Feng's safety. After all, they were just passing acquaintances, and Gu Feng was someone who had killed gods. The relationship between Godslayers and the Dragon Clan was still unclear. Yi Xingchen's only goal was to make sure Third Bro didn't escape and cause more trouble. Not long after following signs of their fight, Yi Xingchen heard the sound of clashing metal coming from the forest ahead. Hey, you guys still not done fighting? Yi Xingchen frowned, glancing at the fighting Gu Feng and Third Bro. Come help. Gu Feng was already injured and seemed to be struggling. Meanwhile, Third Bro looked like he still had energy to spare. It wasn't hard to see that if Yi Xingchen didn't step in, Gu Feng's defeat was just a matter of time. Why should I help you? Yi Xingchen looked at Gu Feng with curiosity. What the hell? Gu Feng was baffled. Aren't we on the same team? Weren't we all trying to kill those ogres? True, but we agreed you'd follow my lead. But you didn't listen. You just rushed in and started fighting. That really pissed me off. Yi Xingchen leaned casually against a big tree, picking a few leaves and scattering them on the ground. Come on, man, I messed up, I acted on impulse. I admit I was wrong. Yi Xingchen was just about to reply when Third Bro glared at him angrily. Pretty boy, did you kill everyone in the room? Hey, what do you mean by that? I hate when people call me pretty boy. Yi Xingchen shot him a nasty look, then turned to Gu Feng and asked seriously, Gu Feng, is my face that pale? Gu Feng shook his head honestly. Nope. Then why did he call me that? Maybe he's colorblind. Oh, that makes sense. Hey, you too. Third Bro was furious. You bastards, you didn't leave anyone alive in there? How could that be? Of course I didn't kill everyone. I left one alive. Yi Xingchen immediately argued back. Really? Third Bro eyed Yi Xingchen skeptically. Pfft. The little girl in Yi Xingchen's arms couldn't hold back a giggle. Big Bro definitely left someone alive, it's me. Damn it. You messing with me? You wanna die? Third Bro completely lost it and charged at Yi Xingchen with his dagger. Yi Xingchen saw the man cursing again and again. Even though he didn't want to help Gu Feng out for free, he had no choice now. He set the girl down gently, easily dodged Third Bro's slow slash, and punched him hard in the head. Crunch. Even though Yi Xingchen wasn't wearing his military knuckle duster this time, he put his full strength into that punch. Third Bro's skull cracked, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Wow. Big brother, you're amazing, the little girl clapped excitedly. Huh, big brother? Gu Feng looked at the girl, then at Yi Xingchen, clearly confused. The girl nodded seriously. Uncle, is something bothering you? What the? Gu Feng almost coughed up blood. Yi Xingchen also looked at the girl in confusion. Little one, I have a question. Aren't you scared seeing so much blood? The girl widened her eyes, then nodded. At first, when those bad guys kidnapped me, I was really scared. But after seeing them kill so many people, I got numb. Now seeing them suffer like this, it actually feels kind of satisfying. Wow, this little girl is something else. She's gonna be a big deal one day. Gu Feng couldn't help but stare at the girl. Well then, Yi Xingqian finally understood. The girl had clearly been kidnapped by these ogres for a while now. Why they hadn't eaten her yet, he had no idea. Yi Xingqian felt both sympathy and surprise. This little girl had endured far more than a child should. He gently patted her head and asked with a smile, "Little one, what's your name? Where do you live? Big bro will take you home." "Big brother, my name is Meng Meng. I live at 608 South City Road, Yunhe City." 608 South City Road? Isn't that in the Yunhe Villa area? You live there too? That's on my way, I can take you. Which house number is yours? Number 19. Okay. Yi Xingqian made an okay gesture, then picked up Meng Meng and got ready to take her home. "Hey, wait up, brother Xingqian." Gu Feng called out when he saw Yi Xingqian about to leave with Meng Meng. "What? Got something to say?" Yi Xingqian still felt a bit annoyed at Gu Feng for not listening earlier and shot him a glare. "No advice or anything. I just want to be friends." "Friends?" Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. His first instinct was to say no. After all, he barely knew Gu Feng and didn't know what kind of person he was. No need to get close. But then he remembered Gu Feng's organization, those Godslayers. Yi Xingqian figured maybe it was worth having him as a friend. The more insiders he knew, the better his understanding of the major powers. He couldn't rely solely on what Miyamoto Tomomi and Long Qingxian told him. He could also learn more from Gu Feng about the Dragon Clan, the Miyamoto family, or even the Hurricane organization. Alright then. Let's add each other on WeChat. Yi Xingqian nodded, agreeing to Gu Feng's request. After they exchanged contacts, Yi Xingqian carried Meng Meng and walked straight out of the forest. Once they were gone, Gu Feng, who had looked simple and honest all along, suddenly smirked mysteriously. "Should I call you Yi Xingqian, or Long Qi?" In a certain villa inside Yunhe Villa district. Wah! Yenran, Meng Meng has been missing for a while now, and there's been no news at all. The police even said they're about to turn all of Yunhe City upside down. What should I do? Without Meng Meng, how am I supposed to go on living? A young woman was crying loudly in Qin Yenran's arms. Her name was Lin Shui, a college classmate of Qin Yenran's and also her best friend. There hasn't been a call at all? Not even a ransom call. Qin Yenran gently patted Lin Shui on the back and asked softly. "That's what's worrying me the most. If someone had called for ransom, at least I'd know Meng Meng's life isn't in danger. But there's just nothing at all. It's driving me crazy. What do I do?" Before Meng Meng's father left, the thing he was most worried about was Meng Meng. "I even held his hand and promised I'd take good care of her. Meng Meng is my only hope to keep going." Wah! Shui, don't worry too much. Meng Meng is so cute and well behaved, even bad people wouldn't be able to hurt her. She'll be okay. How about? Qin Yenran was thinking about asking someone for help, and to her surprise, the first person that popped into her head was Yi Xingqian. Qin Yenran hesitated for a moment about whether to ask Yi Xingqian for help. If it were the old Qin Yenran, she probably wouldn't have thought of him at all. But after everything she'd been through, she now somehow felt that there was no problem in the world Yi Xingqian couldn't solve. With his skills, even if they found out who kidnapped Meng Meng, he'd probably be able to rescue her easily. That's what Qin Yenran was thinking. How about what? Lin Shui grabbed Qin Yenran's hand like she was grabbing the last straw. "Yenran, do you have someone in mind? Someone who can rescue Meng Meng? Who is it? If you're too embarrassed to ask, I'll go beg them myself. As long as they're willing, no matter what the price, no matter how much money they want, even if it means trading my life for Meng Meng's, I'll do it." Qin Yenran hesitated even more. "Actually, I do have someone in mind, but you might not think he's the type who could help." "Who?" "Yi Xingqian. He's my bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then looked completely disappointed. "Just a bodyguard? How could a little bodyguard possibly rescue Meng Meng? I don't even know where she is. What could a bodyguard possibly do?" Qin Yenran frowned slightly at Lin Shui's words. She didn't know why, but hearing that made her feel really annoyed. Like Lin Shui was looking down on her or something. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Qin Yenran and Lin Shui looked at each other, both showing confusion and unease. Who could be visiting so late at night? With a glance of encouragement from Qin Yenran, the two of them quickly walked toward the villa entrance. Mommy! Mommy! I'm back." Through the door, they clearly heard Meng Meng's tender voice. "Ah! It's Meng Meng." Lin Shui nearly burst into tears on the spot and immediately opened the door excitedly. "Mommy! Mommy! Meng Meng rushed into Lin Xue's arms from outside. Meng Meng. My precious girl. You scared mommy to death. Are you okay? Baby, are you hurt? I'm fine. This big brother saved me. Meng Meng snuggled into Lin Xue's warm hug and pointed to Yi Xingchen standing outside the door. Huh? Xingchen, it's you. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise when she saw Yi Xingchen at the door. Huh? President Qin, it's you. Yi Xingchen was also surprised to see Qin Yanran. You two know each other? Lin Xue held Meng Meng, looking a bit confused. Hee hee, Qin Yanran smiled proudly and pointed at Yi Xingchen. Xue, let me introduce you. This is the person I was just telling you about. Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, this is my best friend, Lin Xue. Yi Xingchen looked at Qin Yanran, then at Lin Xue and Meng Meng in her arms, and couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. The little girl he casually saved from those ogres turned out to be the daughter of Qin Yanran's best friend. Fate, huh? Lin Xue was momentarily stunned but quickly came to her senses, repeatedly bowing and thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you so much for saving Meng Meng. Just now Yanran told me she thought of a brave and powerful friend who might be able to help, but I didn't recognize your value and rejected the idea. I really judged you wrong. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. Though Lin Xue had looked down on Yi Xingchen before, she clearly had high emotional intelligence. She skillfully avoided calling him a bodyguard like Qin Yanran had, and instead referred to him as a brave and powerful friend. This avoided embarrassment for both Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen. Seeing how polite and gracious she was, Yi Xingchen just waved it off with a smile. It's nothing, just a small favor. I happened to be nearby, saw a group of bad guys, and rescued Meng Meng along the way. I never expected that the little girl I saved would turn out to be your best friend's daughter. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Lin Xue let out a sigh of relief, then quickly made a welcoming gesture. Yi Xingchen, please, don't just stand outside, it's cold. Come in quickly. Meng Meng, have you thanked Uncle Yi? Go pour him a cup of hot tea and show your gratitude. Okay, mommy. Meng Meng, being a thoughtful child, happily bounced into the house. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. Lin Xue quickly gestured toward the couch, her face glowing with warmth. I know it might sound a bit tacky to bring up money, but please don't turn this down. Consider it a token of gratitude, a small fee for your efforts. I'll transfer 1 million to Yanran in a bit, and she'll pass it on to you for me. If you ever need anything, or run into trouble, just come to me. Whatever I can do, I will. If I can't, I'll find a way to make it happen. Yi Xingchen was a bit stunned. This Lin Xue really wasn't just being polite. Although Lin Xue was very polite, Yi Xingchen had no intention of accepting her reward. On one hand, Yi Xingchen felt that saving Meng Meng was just something he did in passing. Following the principle of doing good without expecting anything in return, he didn't think he should take any reward. On the other hand, Lin Xue and Qin Yanran were best friends. They were all familiar with each other. Among friends, helping each other shouldn't be about gains and losses. But Yi Xingchen was also worried that outright refusal might cause a misunderstanding. If Lin Xue thought he was looking down on her offer, that would be awkward. Thinking this through, Yi Xingchen gave Qin Yanran a pleading look. Yi Xingchen might not have noticed it himself, but at some point, an unspoken understanding had formed between him and Qin Yanran. Most of the time, just one glance and they instantly understood each other. This time was no exception. The moment Qin Yanran saw his look, she immediately got it. Qin Yanran smiled at Lin Xue and gently patted her on the shoulder. Xue, forget it, we're all friends. It's normal for friends to help each other. And Xingchen didn't save Meng Meng to get your thanks, right? If he ever runs into trouble later, and you can help him, just do what you can. Hearing that from Qin Yanran, and seeing Yi Xingchen nodding repeatedly, Lin Xue smiled gratefully at him. In that case, I won't be so formal. Thank you, Xingchen. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. Definitely. Definitely. Qin Yanran answered on Yi Xingchen's behalf and also gave him an approving look. Right now, Qin Yanran was more and more satisfied with Yi Xingchen. Humble, steady, and not greedy. Big brother, have some tea. Just then, Meng Meng came back to the living room carrying a tiny teapot and very respectfully poured Yi Xingchen a cup of tea. Thank you, Meng Meng. Faced with this gesture, Yi Xingchen didn't refuse and accepted it graciously. Holding the tiny cup, barely the size of a beer bottle cap, he drank the hot tea in one go. Sweetheart, were you scared? What kind of bad people took you? Seeing Meng Meng relatively calm, Lin Xue couldn't help but ask curiously. Mommy. It was a group of bad guys. They said they were going to sell me to some other place. Luckily, brother Xingchen came and rescued me. Meng Meng didn't mention anything about ogres, which was something she and Yi Xingqian had agreed on before coming home. Because Yi Xingqian couldn't predict how much shock and fear such a thing would cause to a regular person like Lin Shui. If Lin Shui told others about the ogres, it could cause panic in Yunhe City, something that went completely against Yi Xingqian's mission. After all, the reason the Dragon Clan acted so swiftly to wipe out the ogres was to keep Yunhe City stable. Maybe Meng Meng naturally trusted Yi Xingqian and listened to everything he said. Or maybe she was just mature beyond her years. She had agreed to it after only thinking for a moment. Xingqian, brother? Hearing Meng Meng call Yi Xingqian big brother, Lin Shui couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Her daughter calling him brother? Did that mean his generation was younger than hers? But Lin Shui didn't dwell on it. After all, people like hearing they're younger. Nobody likes being called uncle or auntie. It's okay, Meng Meng. The bad guys have all been driven away by your brother Xingqian. Don't be scared. From now on, auntie and brother Xingqian will protect you. Qin Yanran patted Meng Meng's little head with a smile, though she also felt a bit awkward about the brother Xingqian part. I'm not scared. I'm strong. I'll be just as strong as mommy. Meng Meng nodded firmly. Her face and eyes showed pure determination. Good girl. Qin Yanran patted her head again in praise. Mommy, I haven't finished my homework yet. I have school tomorrow, so I need to finish it now. Huh? Lin Shui glanced at the wall clock in a daze. It's already 1 a.m. How about taking a day off tomorrow? No. Meng Meng shook her head firmly. I've already missed several days of school. If I skip again tomorrow, I'll fall behind. I can't take a day off. Lin Shui was stunned but couldn't argue with her and finally nodded. Okay, go ahead and do your homework. If you get sleepy or can't finish, it's okay. I'll explain to your teacher tomorrow, and you can catch up over the next few days. Okay. Meng Meng nodded and happily bounced toward her room. She's really a thoughtful kid. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yanran was about to say something to Lin Shui but changed her mind and turned to Yi Xingqian. Xingqian, how about you go keep an eye on Meng Meng while she does her homework? If there's anything she doesn't understand, you can help her. All right. Yi Xingqian nodded and temporarily took on the role of a tutor, walking toward Meng Meng's room. After he left, Qin Yanran sighed lightly. Meng Meng is really too mature. Yeah, Lin Shui looked at the door to Meng Meng's room, full of worry. Ever since Meng Meng found out she wasn't my biological daughter, she's been afraid I'd abandon her if she wasn't well behaved. She's just a child but carries way too much. Qin Yanran nodded thoughtfully. But, Shui, have you ever considered getting married? Or finding someone? Sigh, Lin Shui let out a deep sigh. Meng Meng's father took a bullet for me back then, and her mother doesn't care about her anymore. No matter what, I have to look after her. This kid looks strong on the outside, but inside she's fragile. If I really got married and had my own child someday, Meng Meng would definitely feel left out. Yeah, that's true. Qin Yanran furrowed her brows and nodded lightly. But what about you, Yanran? You're not that young anymore, it's time to settle down. Huh? Me. Hearing that, Qin Yanran panicked and didn't know what to do, completely flustered. Hey. Lin Shui finally showed a long-lost smile. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, understanding everything without needing to say a word. Although Yi Xingqian was in Meng Meng's room, thanks to his sharp hearing, he clearly heard the conversation between Qin Yanran and Lin Shui. It was at this moment that Yi Xingqian began to feel a wave of sympathy for the sensible little girl in front of him. From their conversation, it seemed that Meng Meng's biological father and Lin Shui had some kind of relationship, maybe friends, colleagues, relatives, or possibly unclear lovers. Maybe something happened back then, like Meng Meng's biological father taking a bullet for Lin Shui, and she made up her mind to take care of Meng Meng. The reason Meng Meng was so well behaved was because she knew she wasn't blood related to Lin Shui. If she acted out, Lin Shui might, in anger, shout, "If you don't behave, I won't want you anymore." After all, Meng Meng was just a child. She wasn't Lin Shui's biological daughter, and her real mother had already abandoned her. Hearing something like that would obviously scare her. To avoid hearing such words, Meng Meng tried so hard to be obedient and not upset Lin Shui. More accurately, it wasn't just that she was well behaved, she was being cautious. This little girl had truly endured too much for someone her age. Brother Xingqian. Just as Yi Xingqian was deep in thought, Meng Meng softly called out to him. What's up, Meng Meng? Yi Xingqian gave her a friendly smile and gently patted her little head. This question. I don't really get it. Let me see. Yi Xingqian looked at her workbook. It was a definition question. Explain luck, misfortune, hope, and despair. Maybe this wasn't hard for adults, but Meng Meng was only 5 or 6 years old. It probably was tough for her to understand. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment. Okay, let me give you an example. That might help you understand the meaning of these words. Then you can try answering with your own explanation, how's that? Okay. Meng Meng nodded obediently. Let's start with luck, okay? Luck is, let's use your Auntie Yenran as an example. Luck is, your Auntie Yenran accidentally falls from the second floor, but she lands right on a thick pile of cotton. That's luck. Oh, Meng Meng nodded thoughtfully. Then, what's misfortune? Misfortune is, well, there's a pile of forks hidden in the cotton. What about hope? Your Auntie Yenran didn't fall on the forks. And despair? She didn't fall on the cotton either. Oh, that's great. Meng Meng clapped excitedly. Brother Xingchen, you're amazing. I understand now. Good, I'm glad. You're such a smart kid. Yi Xingchen smiled and discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, lucky he had enough knowledge. Otherwise, how would he explain such a simple elementary school question so perfectly? Still, it showed that Meng Meng was indeed a bright and eager learner. Yi Xingchen gave her a look of admiration as she continued doing her homework. But that admiring gaze didn't last long, it soon turned into helplessness and despair. Brother Xingchen, the book says 4 fluids can only be injected into a vein. Yeah. Yi Xingchen looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with that? But, Meng Meng frowned. But, why not arteries? Aren't arteries supposed to carry blood faster? Wouldn't injecting into an artery make the medicine spread faster? Ah? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Why was this elementary schooler asking questions about medical pathology? Even though he was a college graduate, his knowledge of medicine was really basic. But if he couldn't answer, would he seem too ignorant and useless? Brother Xingchen doesn't know either? Meng Meng blinked in surprise. Well, Yi Xingchen racked his brain, then his eyes lit up. He had an answer. Of course I know. I was just thinking about how to explain it properly. Really? Meng Meng looked at him with hope. Yeah, here's the thing. Yi Xingchen carefully chose his words. It's called an artery because it moves. These days, even experienced nurses often miss the stationary veins. Many interns have to try several times to get it right. So how would they manage to inject into a moving artery? Right? Haha. After answering, Yi Xingchen laughed proudly. Genius. He even managed to answer this kind of question. That's awesome. Brother Xingchen, you're amazing. I want to be someone as knowledgeable as you. Meng Meng looked at him with admiration. Ahem, low profile. Yi Xingchen waved modestly. Don't tell anyone. Brother Xingchen is very humble. I don't want everyone to know how incredibly smart I am. Of course, Yi Xingchen wasn't trying to be modest. He just wanted to survive. Who knew how Qin Yanran and Lin Shui would react if they found out he was teaching Meng Meng like this? They might chase him with a wooden sword. Brother Xingchen is amazing. I want to be like him too. My dream is to wear a school uniform and travel the world, wear a lab coat and save lives, or wear a military uniform and guard my home. Awesome. Yi Xingchen sincerely gave her a thumbs up. But deep inside, he couldn't help mentally riffing. Or ride a tricycle, collecting old fridges. Or join the beggars sect, wandering the world. Or wear a work uniform, looking tired and worn. Or wear a chef's outfit, face greasy and shiny. Or carry a keyboard, cursing fluently. Or wear women's clothes, blessing everyone. Before long, after a few more bizarre questions from Meng Meng, she had another one. Brother Xingchen. Hearing her call again, Yi Xingchen felt his heart jump into his throat. Oh boy, how does this girl have so many questions? Was she really planning to stump him tonight? Xingchen, we're getting ready to go. Just then, Qin Yanran's voice from outside was like a lifesaver. Yi Xingchen nearly jumped for joy on the spot, but still tried to look a bit reluctant. Meng Meng, it's late. I have to go home now. Next time, if you have more questions, I'll help you again, okay? Okay. Meng Meng waved at him reluctantly. Bye-bye, Brother Xingchen. After Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran left, Lin Shui quickly walked into Meng Meng's room. Seeing the fragile little girl, Lin Shui felt a surge of pain in her heart and gently held Meng Meng in her arms. My precious girl, tell mommy, was it really just human traffickers who took you? How did your brother Xingchen deal with those bad guys? Meng Meng stared blankly at Lin Shui and hesitated for a while. Mommy, I promised brother Xingchen not to tell anyone. Lin Shui frowned slightly, realizing there must be something more going on. She gently patted Meng Meng's back and patiently explained. Sweetie, your brother Xingchen said not to tell outsiders, right? But I'm your mommy, you're my precious daughter. How could mommy be an outsider? Meng Meng's little mind couldn't quite process that. After hesitating a bit longer, she finally told Lin Shui the truth. Mommy, those bad guys were so scary. I was almost scared to death. They eat people, eat living people, wah. After all, Meng Meng was still a little girl. At this moment, she couldn't stay strong anymore and buried her face in Lin Xue's arms, sobbing. Eat people? Lin Xue shuddered inside, then gasped in shock. Ogres? Yes, yes. Brother Xingqian called them ogres. And the other big brother also called them ogres. Huh? Mommy, how did you know they're called ogres? Meng Meng looked at Lin Xue curiously. Oh, nothing. Lin Xue froze for a second, then smiled and explained, aren't there monsters that eat people in fairy tales? In fairy tales, they're called ogres. Oh? Meng Meng didn't think too much about it and just nodded slightly. Then, sweetie, do you know who your brother Xingqian really is? And that other big brother, who is he? Or, did you hear them call each other anything? Meng Meng thought for a moment. I think brother Xingqian didn't know that other brother. Afterward, they added each other on WeChat. That brother's name seemed to be Gu Feng. Gu Feng? Yi Xingqian? Lin Xue furrowed her brows tightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, Meng Meng seemed exhausted from crying, or maybe everything she'd been through the past few days had been too much for her fragile heart. She soon fell asleep in Lin Xue's arms. Lin Xue carried Meng Meng back to her own room. After gently laying Meng Meng down on the bed, Lin Xue quietly stared out at the pitch-black night outside the window and muttered to herself. Yi Xingqian? Gu Feng? Just the two of you took down ogres. That means you must be cultivators. Normal cultivators wouldn't deal with ogres unless it concerned their own interests. After all, ogres are usually a terrifying group. So this means you two are part of an organization. Then, who exactly are you? Are you from the Dragon Clan? Was saving Meng Meng really just a coincidence, or was it intentional? Dragon Clan, after all these years, you still won't give up, huh? Still trying to get it. Back to Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran. The two were walking side by side along the main road in the villa district. Qin Yanran was very happy about how Yi Xingqian had performed today, though she didn't even know exactly where that happiness came from. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Yi Xingqian and asked with deep meaning, Meng Meng was really lucky to have you this time. It was nothing, just a small favor. Yi Xingqian smiled nonchalantly. What if someone tried to kidnap me? Or maybe tried to hit me? What should I do? Yi Xingqian was a bit surprised but calmly answered, just grab a shovel and smack them on the head. Huh? Qin Yanran was confused. But I'm a girl. Yi Xingqian stayed calm. Then use a pink shovel. Qin Yanran was stunned, her small mouth open in surprise. She didn't expect Yi Xingqian to be so blunt. She emphasized that she was a girl, not because of the shovel's color, come on. She just wanted to hear something like, don't worry, I'll protect you. Not a pink shovel, for God's sake. Yi Xingqian hadn't realized how clueless his answer was, he even felt a bit proud. Luckily he'd had practice answering tricky questions from Meng Meng earlier. Otherwise, his pretty boss's question might have really caught him off guard. Qin Yanran snorted in annoyance and quickened her pace. Now Yi Xingqian was the one confused. Even though he was clueless, he could sense that his boss was upset. But he didn't get it, everything was fine just now. Why the sudden change? Could it be? Yi Xingqian suddenly realized something serious. Once it hit him, he wanted to slap himself. Such a clueless guy. No wonder Qin Yanran was mad. It must be because she doesn't like pink. He didn't even realize she didn't like pink, what a mistake. Thinking of how her car was bright red, Yi Xingqian wanted to cry. He should have said, a red shovel, earlier. So stupid. Rustle. Qin Yanran hadn't walked far when a group of large men blocked her path. What do you want? Yi Xingqian frowned, sensing trouble, and quickly stepped in front of her. The men didn't answer. They just stood silently in place. And soon, more big men appeared behind Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran, 4 or 5 of them. Front and back, 2 groups silently surrounded them. Yi Xingqian noticed that all of them were staring at him, not even glancing at Qin Yanran. That meant these people were here for him, not her. But after thinking it over, Yi Xingqian couldn't recall having offended anyone recently. If it were the new CEO of Sakura Corp, Miyamoto Masao, then they'd be targeting Qin Yanran, not him. Could it be that someone else was after him? Just as Yi Xingqian was lost in thought, a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared with 2 more men. The ones in front quickly stepped aside and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Yi Xingqian understood, this was the boss. Yi Xingqian's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced casually at the middle-aged man. What's your name? Anything you want to teach me? Hee. The middle-aged man smiled darkly. No need to be polite. Friends usually call me Brother Ing. You can call me Ing Gu. I heard there's a cocky little punk in Yunha City. I came tonight just to meet this arrogant guy. Brother Ing? So you're the one? Yi Xingchen was a little surprised. Sorry, I used to make keys for a living. If I say you're not a match, then you're not a match. Whether I match or not, we'll have to try to find out. Brother Ing didn't get angry, he just stared coldly at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen even wondered if this guy only had one facial expression. After confirming that Brother Ing was targeting him, Yi Xingchen gently patted Qin Yanran on the back. President Qin, you should head back first. Then he looked at Brother Ing. You look like a gentleman, you wouldn't trouble an innocent woman, would you? Of course not. Brother Ying's face remained expressionless as he nodded slightly. President Qin is the famous business queen of Yunhe City. I have no reason to trouble her. She can leave whenever she wants. No one will stop her. Good. Yi Xingchen nodded, clearly satisfied. Xingchen. Qin Yanran looked at him with concern, unwilling to leave. Hee. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly. President Qin, just go home. You've got work tomorrow, right? It's late. Don't let this mess up your schedule. And come on, this is just a bunch of little punks, you really think they can lay a finger on me? This. Qin Yanran looked at Brother Ing, he didn't seem like he could match Yi Xingchen at all. And she had her own concerns. If these guys couldn't beat Yi Xingchen and decided to grab her instead, she'd just become a burden. Thinking of that, she reluctantly nodded. All right, be careful then. Got it. Qin Yanran took a deep breath and continued walking down the road. Although Brother Ing and his gang didn't like the disdain in her eyes, they didn't stop her and let her go. After she left, Yi Xingchen looked leisurely at Brother Ing. All right, my boss is gone. Now I don't have to hold back. Honestly, if she were still here, I wouldn't dare go all out. If I broke your bones or killed you, she might get scared. So confident in yourself? Brother Ing looked at Yi Xingchen with curiosity. Confidence comes from ability. Let me put it this way, Yunhe City isn't the kind of place where real masters appear. With you bottom feeders, even using both hands feels like bullying. Ha ha ha. Brother Ing was clearly enraged by Yi Xingchen's trash talk. I've met many arrogant punks like you before, but after I knocked them down, their begging faces, the more arrogant they were, the more pathetic they looked. I hope your fists are as strong as your mouth. Even though I'm nicknamed the king of trash talk, I've never lost a real fight. I hope you can at least take one punch from me. I'd hate to kill you with the first hit. You're asking for it? Furious, Brother Ing slowly pulled out a special lightweight alloy military knife from his waist. Seeing that, Yi Xingchen got serious. He slowly set his backpack on the ground, then pulled out 2 military-grade brass knuckles and strapped them to his fists. So, there's a reason your mouth is so bold. Brother Ing sneered coldly, then charged at Yi Xingchen. Seeing how slow Brother Ying's charge was, Yi Xingchen relaxed completely. With that level of combat skill, Brother Ing wasn't even as strong as the ogres he'd fought before. Those ogres couldn't take a single hit from him, what chance did this guy have? But Yi Xingchen also realized this was tricky. When fighting ogres, he could go all out. One punch, one down. But against someone like Brother Ing, he had to hold back. If he accidentally killed him with one punch, and these henchmen didn't know who sent him, he'd be in a mess. Thinking of that, Yi Xingchen frowned and started deliberately controlling his punching strength. While Yi Xingchen was thinking, Brother Ing stabbed toward his chest. At such a slow speed, Yi Xingchen easily dodged with a calm sidestep. Finally, Brother Ing noticed something strange. In his experience, how could someone move from standing still to dodging sideways in an instant? Just how fast was this guy? A master. This young man was clearly a real master. And clearly much stronger than himself. Realizing this, Brother Ing panicked and tried to swing his knife to push Yi Xingchen back so he could retreat. But as he raised the knife, Yi Xingchen appeared on his right side. Crunch! Yi Xingchen casually slapped Brother Ying's right arm. A chilling crack echoed as Brother Ing clutched his broken arm, screaming in pain. His knife fell to the ground. Brother Ing. His men were shocked, but none dared to help. They weren't dumb. If all of them together couldn't beat Brother Ing, how could they beat someone who took him down with one move? Rushing in would just be suicide. So weak. So weak. Yi Xingchen shook his head in disappointment. Not even one of you can put up a fight? Bro, can't you at least take a punch? If you fall this easily, it's embarrassing. You're gonna make me arrogant. You? Brother Ing glared at Yi Xingchen through clenched teeth. Ack. No, I'm getting full of myself. Quick, someone hold me down. I'm floating. Oh wait, my bad, you can't hold me with a broken right arm. Sorry, my mistake. Hearing Yi Xingchen's low damage, high insult words, Brother Ing almost coughed up blood and died on the spot. Yi Xingchen casually grabbed Brother Ying's left arm and sighed regretfully. What a strong arm, honestly, I don't even want to break it. How about this, you tell me why you came to mess with me. Or better yet, tell me who sent you. How about that? Feeling the killing intent in Yi Xingchen's words, Brothering couldn't help but start trembling. At that moment, Brothering was cursing Gouda and his ancestors 18 generations deep. What kind of monster had Gouda messed with? He was considered somewhat famous in Yunhe City for his skills, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen had casually slapped and broken his arm, just like that. That kind of terrifying strength. Looking at Yi Xingchen's innocent smile, Brothering was certain, if he didn't give up Gouda, Yi Xingchen would really break his other arm too. And for someone in his line of work, what would happen if both arms were broken? He'd probably be dead before morning from revenge-seeking enemies. Not just him, even his family might suffer. Thinking that, Brothering shivered again and spoke with a trembling voice. Okay. I'll talk. Now that's the spirit. A teachable kid. Yi Xingchen smiled as he patted Brothering on the head. It was Gouda. Gouda sent me to deal with you. Gouda? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard of this name before. But then something clicked. Wait a second. Gouda? Gaoshou? Could they be father and son? Looks like he beat up Gaoshou earlier, and now his father Gouda couldn't stand it and sent Brothering to handle him. But Yi Xingchen still needed to understand who Gouda really was. Who is this Gouda? Brothering froze. Huh? You don't know Gouda? When I ask, you answer. Got it? If you dare question me again, I'll snap your other arm too. Okay. Brothering nodded like a pecking chicken. Gouda's background isn't small. Several members of the Gao family hold official positions in certain departments, and his wife comes from a powerful business family. The Gao family is top tier in Yunhe City. I see, Yi Xingchen nodded with interest. Interesting. Not afraid of strong enemies, only afraid of weak ones. Looks like I'll have to pay this Gouda a visit personally for a little midnight chat. Yi Xingchen's face was full of confident smiles. The current Yi Xingchen was no longer the same as before. Now he had the powerful Dragon Clan behind him. Forget Gouda, even the whole Gao family, if they angered the Dragon Clan, they were as good as dead. After all, the Dragon Clan's job was to eliminate threats to national security by any means necessary. Arrogant, unreasonable types like Gouda and his family clearly weren't good people. If the Dragon Clan stepped in, the justification was solid. Brothering looked at Yi Xingchen in horror. He couldn't understand why Yi Xingchen had no fear of the Gao family. Wasn't the Gao family a major force in Yunhe City? That meant Yi Xingchen must be someone extraordinary too? Thinking that, Brothering wanted to slap himself. How could someone with such terrifying strength not have a powerful background? The Gao family had clearly picked the wrong target. Once again, Brothering cursed Gouda in his heart. He must have been cursed by 8 lifetimes of bad luck to agree to help Gouda with Yi Xingchen. Now that Yi Xingchen had gotten the answer he wanted, he lost interest in Brothering. But he wasn't planning to let Brothering go just yet. At the very least, he wanted to scare him. Yi Xingchen deliberately furrowed his brow and glared at Brothering viciously. All right. Now that I know, you're useless to me. Time to die. As soon as he said it, Yi Xingchen swung his palm hard toward Brother Ying's head, then stopped just inches away. No, fuck. Brothering knew just how devastating that casual-looking slap would be. Even before Yi Xingchen's hand reached him, Brothering rolled his eyes and passed out from fear. Yi Xingchen almost laughed out loud. Such a coward. He hadn't even hit him yet, and the guy fainted from fright. Pathetic. Yi Xingchen shrugged innocently at Brother Ying's henchman. See? You all saw it, I didn't touch him. He passed out on his own. The henchmen all twitched their mouths when they heard this. You broke his arm, and that's not touching him? Damn, if that's not touching him, then what is, ripping him to pieces? Of course, none of them dared say that out loud in front of Yi Xingchen. After all, truth is valuable, but life is priceless. Hey, you guys. Your boss just fainted, aren't you going to do something? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help him. Yi Xingchen pointed impatiently at the stunned group. Oh. Finally snapping out of it, the henchman rushed over to Brother Ying's side. Aren't you gonna give him CPR or something? Yi Xingchen's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. CPR? One henchman blinked. CPR, is that breathing in or breathing out? Yi Xingchen nearly laughed himself to death. What the? CPR? Breathing in? You think this is a movie? A ghost story reboot? Ha. The first guy scratched his head awkwardly, then actually bent down to give Brothering mouth to mouth. All right. Stop. I don't need to see that nightmare fuel. Take your boss and get lost, unless you're dying to spar with me too. If Brothering couldn't even last one move, what chance did these weaklings have? None of them dared step up. In perfect sync, they dragged Brothering away. Damn, such a waste of time. It's late, maybe. I'll pay Gao a visit tomorrow night. Yi Xingchen muttered as he watched them leave. But soon he changed his mind. He had his own muscle now. Why not send someone else to handle it? Staying home and sleeping sounded way better. Thinking that, Yi Xingchen was about to pull out his phone and call Shi Wenbin to investigate Gao Da's whereabouts. Right at that moment, a small cargo truck suddenly sped toward him. Yi Xingchen dodged it quickly, and the truck screeched to a stop. Looking at the truck, Yi Xingchen chuckled. Looks like he wasn't the only one causing trouble tonight. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, the driver of the small truck didn't get out. Instead, there were heavy banging sounds coming from inside the metal container. This meant that the real opponent wasn't the driver, but something inside the container. Although Yi Xingchen didn't know what was inside, anything that could make such loud banging sounds clearly wasn't ordinary. From the intensity of the impacts, Yi Xingchen figured that even with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to match it. Buzz. At that moment, the driver pressed a red button. With the sound of hydraulics, the container door began to open slowly. What appeared in Yi Xingchen's view looked like a metal robot. As the rear door opened further, under the lighting, Yi Xingchen finally saw clearly what was inside the container. Rather than a metal robot, it was more accurately a person wearing a mechanical exoskeleton. Thud, thud, thud. The person in the exoskeleton sat up and then jumped down from the container with agility. The mechanical exoskeleton in front of Yi Xingchen looked exactly like the ones he'd seen in the movie Avatar, identical, in fact. On the chest of the exoskeleton was a bold number, 608. Yoshi. The man wrapped in the exoskeleton spoke with a dramatic tone. From the east? Yi Xingchen instantly guessed the man's background. It must have been that Masao Miyamoto had suffered a loss to him and sent this guy, skilled in exoskeleton combat, to deal with him. Swish, swish. With the power boost from the exoskeleton, the man appeared incredibly strong, swinging a long Eastern-style sword in his right hand with great force and flair. Man from the Xia Nation. I am Hiratsuka Gaemon. Tonight, under orders from Lord Masao Miyamoto, I've come looking for you. What? Yi Xingchen was stunned by Hiratsuka Gaemon's words. Come on, I get the logic? But why would someone named Gaemon come looking for me? It's not like I'm a doctor. Are you hoping I'll use a sword to cut off your inflamed parts? Then what, would you become La Ziranbozu? La Ziranbozu? You should go pair up with that Eastern woman named La Zamidaizi. May you live happily ever after, and, well, good luck with that. Of course, Hiratsuka Gaemon had no idea what nonsense Yi Xingchen was thinking. He even thought Yi Xingchen was scared by his overwhelming presence. Ha ha ha. Hiratsuka Gaemon laughed proudly. Man from the Xia Nation, if you kill yourself in front of me now, I won't dishonor your corpse. Otherwise, I will kill you and tear your body into pieces. What the hell? Yi Xingchen shouted angrily. What the hell does your damn Gaemon Hiratsuka have to do with me? I didn't Gaemon anything. Clearly, Hiratsuka Gaemon's grasp of the Xia language wasn't fluent. He didn't understand what Yi Xingchen meant. Yi Xingchen wasn't interested in explaining. He calmly picked up his golf bag, and under Hiratsuka Gaemon's surprised gaze, slowly unzipped it and pulled out a lightweight alloy military sword. Yoshi, a spark of fighting spirit lit up Hiratsuka Gaemon's face. Lifting such a heavy sword isn't impressive, what's impressive is that it's your weapon. Seems like your strength isn't bad either. Good. It's no fun if the opponent is too weak. Heh, a smirk of anticipation appeared on Yi Xingchen's face. You won't be saying that in a bit. Man from the Xia Nation, witness my skill. Hiratsuka Gaemon shouted and charged toward Yi Xingchen, swinging his long sword. The exoskeleton Hiratsuka Gaemon wore was clearly extremely heavy. Every step he took pounded the ground with thunderous force. With the boost from the exoskeleton, both his strength and speed rose to an unimaginable level. Yi Xingchen calmly watched as Hiratsuka Gaemon rushed at him. Normally, Yi Xingchen could have dodged the strike easily. But he wanted to truly understand how powerful a person could become with the help of a mechanical exoskeleton. It wasn't until Hiratsuka Gaemon struck with a sword toward his forehead that Yi Xingchen felt just how terrifyingly strong the blow was. Purely in terms of strength, humans could never beat machines. Yi Xingchen quickly adjusted his stance, taking a big step to the right and barely dodging the mighty blow. Clang! Yi Xingchen wasn't sure whether to be amazed at the exoskeleton's power or the sword's quality, perhaps both. With the exoskeleton's power, Hiratsuka Gaemon's strike actually split a short wall behind where Yi Xingchen had just been standing. The flying debris and rising dust made the power of the strike all too clear. Damn! Yi Xingchen felt a chill down his spine. Good thing he didn't try to block that hit directly, otherwise, he might have been killed on the spot. Indeed, pure human strength was laughably fragile against machinery. Hey hey hey. Man from the Xia Nation? Why dodge? Weren't you acting all calm and arrogant just now? If you're so tough, stand still and take my strike head on. Hiratsuka Gaemon, surprised that Yi Xingchen had dodged at the last moment, began taunting him in hopes of provoking a direct clash. Heh, Yi Xingchen wasn't about to fall for it and even threw in a reverse taunt. Talking like you're all that. If you're so great, take off that exoskeleton. You take it off, and I'll block your strike head on. Hiding inside that thing like a turtle with its head tucked in, wait, that's unfair to turtles. At least they stick their heads out sometimes. You're worse than a turtle, you coward. Pfft. Baka. Man from the Xia Nation. You're asking for death. Hiratsuka Gaemon, revealing his true temper, couldn't beat Yi Xingchen in a war of words. Enraged, he resumed his attack. Yi Xingchen, now calm again, faced his charge. He had already spotted a weakness in Hiratsuka Gaemon, or more precisely, in the exoskeleton he was wearing. Yi Xingchen was completely confident that by targeting these weak points, defeating Hiratsuka Gaemon would be a piece of cake. Now that he was familiar with the exoskeleton, Yi Xingchen stopped playing around. He was ready to end the fight. Mechanical exoskeletons are indeed terrifying in strength. After all, in this world, people use mechanical exoskeletons to move heavy objects, whether it was what he saw on the construction site at the beginning, or what Lin Yun repeatedly mentioned when he started his first job, all of it confirmed that. But nothing in the world is flawless. Everything has its drawbacks. First, while the mechanical exoskeleton may seem incredibly fast in a world where human physical fitness has seriously declined, to Yi Xingchen, it's still too slow. In all martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon, and Yi Xingchen already had the speed advantage. Second, the exoskeleton, being an external force to humans, even if mastered, could never be as natural and effective as one's own limbs. Third, being a mechanical object, it inevitably has weaknesses such as circuitry. And if the opponent is a master like Yi Xingchen, these weaknesses could become fatal. Yi Xingchen calmly glanced at a red wire on the right arm of the exoskeleton. He already had a plan. Xia Nation pig. Hiratsuka Gaemon grew even angrier after seeing the contempt in Yi Xingchen's eyes. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but you won't always be lucky enough to escape my blade. With this strike, everything ends. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded in agreement, exactly what I was thinking. Let's settle it in one move. Hearing Yi Xingchen agree to a direct duel, Hiratsuka Gaemon almost blurted out, idiot. He raised the long eastern sword high using the mechanical exoskeleton. With loud, dull thuds, the exoskeleton charged toward Yi Xingchen with heavy, unforgiving steps. Heh. Yi Xingchen glanced at the oncoming blade, and just when it was about 3 feet away from him, he suddenly twisted his body to the side and casually swung his military knife. Slash. Bang. As the sounds rang out, the expressions on their faces were completely different. Hiratsuka Gaemon was furious that Yi Xingchen dodged his strike again. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen had hit his target. His face was calm and smiling. Damn Xia man, didn't you say we'd settle this in one move? Why'd you dodge again? Yi Xingchen pointed with his left hand at a dangling broken wire on the exoskeleton's right arm, shrugged helplessly. Yeah? Hasn't the outcome already been decided? Huh? Nanny. Hiratsuka Gaemon followed his gaze, first confused, then his face filled with fear. How about that? Didn't I tell you? The winner's already clear, right? Damn it. Baka. Hiratsuka Gaemon lost his mind in anger. He no longer cared. Gripping the eastern sword in his left hand, the right arm dangling, he charged at Yi Xingchen again in a ridiculous stance, one hand awkwardly covering himself. Ah, damn it. Just as Yi Xingchen was preparing to dismantle the exoskeleton, Hiratsuka Gaemon's right arm got tangled with the legs of the suit, causing him to fall flat on the ground. With several parts damaged, the exoskeleton completely lost its fighting ability. Heh. Now you've got no cards left, right? Will you do it yourself, or should I help you? Yi Xingchen shook his head with a smile and walked step by step toward Hiratsuka Gaemon with the military knife, clearly showing no intention of sparing him. If people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if someone comes after me, I'll repay them 100-fold. Someone like Hiratsuka Gaemon daring to provoke him was just asking to die. Damn it. I still have my ultimate move. Hiratsuka Gaemon struggled out of the exoskeleton, threw aside some tools, and drew a dagger from his waist. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Yi Xingchen looked at him in confusion, not understanding where this guy got his confidence. Heh, Hiratsuka Gaemon smiled proudly. Yi Xingchen, you think you can kill me? Humph, in this world, no one but myself can kill me. See this dagger in my hand? So? Yi Xingchen glanced at it. Humph. I already coated this dagger with pufferfish poison. Anyone who gets even a scratch from it will die within 5 seconds. Huh? Pufferfish poison? Dead in 5 seconds? Yi Xingqian was stunned. I haven't read much, but you don't expect me to believe that. Sure, pufferfish poison is strong, but not so much that it kills in 5 seconds, right? Even cobras, poison dart frogs, black widow spiders can't kill that fast. But then Yi Xingqian quickly remembered something. People in this world are physically much weaker, so maybe pufferfish poison could kill in 5 seconds. Yi Xingqian kept recalling shows like Humans and Nature and Taste of the Xia Nation, his face shifting through various expressions. Of course, Hiratsuka Gaiman didn't know what Yi Xingqian was thinking and assumed he was scared. Gaiman got even more excited, letting out beast-like growls and waving his poison dagger. Heh, scared now. Thinking of the terrifying pufferfish poison make you panic? Ha ha ha. What now? Want to kill yourself? Or die from the poison? Oh whoa. Ha ha ha. Oh whoa. He got so worked up he stuck out his tongue and looked at Yi Xingqian with a creepy, taunting expression. A few seconds later, maybe thinking it still wasn't scary enough, he took it up a notch. Hiratsuka Gaiman actually licked the poison dagger. Huh? Wait. Yi Xingqian froze, pointing at Hiratsuka Gaiman. What are you doing? I hate people pointing at me. Gaiman glared at him. I think you just licked your dagger. Huh? Oh. I licked the dagger, damn it. Before he could finish, Hiratsuka Gaiman fell to the ground, face turning black, and stopped breathing. Yi Xingqian stared silently at his body, his mouth twitching. All right. You were right. Dead in 5 seconds. And just like you said, no one can kill you but yourself. You're amazing. You win. Beep beep beep. Early in the morning, Yi Xingqian was already waiting at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Qin Yanran seemed to have returned to normal today. Her demeanor was a bit cold and aloof. Good morning, President Qin. Are we heading straight to the company? No. Qin Yanran was swiping across the screen of her ultra-thin tablet. We're going to the construction site today. The construction site again? Did something happen? Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised. Not exactly. Qin Yanran shook her head. It's just, a department leader called me this morning. The investors of the ocean park will be visiting the construction site today. Since they're foreigners, there's a risk they might back out and return to their country if they sense anything wrong. So the department leaders want me to properly receive the investors. I see, all right then. Yi Xingqian nodded, half understanding, and started driving toward the site. He had thought maybe the people from Gojia village were causing trouble again. By the way, Qin Yanran suddenly remembered something. Do you have any decent clothes at home? Decent clothes? How decent? Isn't what I'm wearing now decent enough? This is already my most proper outfit. Yi Xingqian glanced at his casual outfit, feeling a bit embarrassed. Honestly, ever since the global upheaval, he hadn't really bought any new clothes. Not because he was poor, but because clothing in this world was extremely lightweight. Every time he tried something on, it felt like he wasn't wearing anything at all. If he went out dressed like that, Yi Xingqian felt like he'd constantly be experiencing the feeling of streaking. Qin Yanran frowned slightly. It's decent, but not decent enough. Later, go buy a suit that costs at least 4 figures, then come have dinner at my house tonight. Then Qin Yanran quickly added before Yi Xingqian could respond, my dad invited you, not me. Huh, all right? Yi Xingqian scratched his head with his right hand while steering with his left, looking awkward. I'll reimburse the cost. Then it's all good. Okay. Yi Xingqian agreed happily after hearing that. Qin Yanran stared at him, looking extremely uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the car grew awkward. But soon, a disturbance by the roadside ahead caught their attention. 2 Porsches with out-of-town plates were blocked by a group of pedestrians. It seemed some kind of dispute had occurred, and the 2 sides were arguing. Yi Xingqian and Qin Yanran didn't intend to meddle, but the road was narrow, and the cars weren't fully off to the side, blocking their way. Beep beep beep. Yi Xingqian gently honked the horn and leaned out the window. Hey, bro, mind moving a bit? We're in a hurry, got things to do. Thanks. A young man with a full beard, about the same age as Yi Xingqian, glanced over without much reaction. Then another young man whispered something into the bearded guy's ear. The bearded man suddenly seemed to understand, nodded politely at Yi Xingqian, and quickly directed the 2 drivers to reverse and park closer to the edge, making way for Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian noticed the man's reaction and muttered, could they be foreigners? Pretty polite, actually. President Qin, since they were so respectful, why don't we get out and check what's going on? Whatever. Qin Yanran was completely focused on her tablet and replied mechanically. Maybe she didn't even hear what Yi Xingqian said, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that Yi Xingqian had just received royal permission to stick his nose into others' business. Yi Xingqian quickly got out and calmly walked toward the two groups in confrontation. What's going on, guys? Why the fight? What happened? The leader of the group blocking the cars glanced at Yi Xingqian's license plate and waved impatiently, not your business. Move along, don't butt in. Compared to this group's rudeness, the bearded man's group was much more polite and composed. A translator-looking man spoke up with a wronged expression. Sir, we're from Saudi Arabia. We heard an ocean park is being built here, so we came to take some photos and witness the construction process. But when we got here, these people suddenly came out and blocked us, demanding a toll. The translator glared at the blocking group, then stomped his foot in frustration. They asked for 500 per car. My boss got really mad. He's a rich man. If a beggar asked him, he might have just given 1,000 without hesitation, but he can't accept this kind of extortion. What the hell are you squawking about? Nonsense. You think we're beggars? This road was built by our Du family village. It's perfectly reasonable for us to charge out-of-towners a toll. Angered by the translator's words, the man in charge from the other side yelled. Reasonable? This road's what, barely a few hundred feet? Charging 500 per car for that? Come on, might as well rob people openly. Damn it, you mocking me? Why don't you ask around who I am? I'm Du Zitong. If you pay, you can pass. If not, even the King of Heaven couldn't get through. Watching the argument, Yi Xingqian pieced things together. Apparently, this concrete road was built by a nearby village called Dujia Village. Whether it was funded by government support or community donations wasn't clear. The villagers had set up a checkpoint here, specifically charging tolls from out-of-town vehicles, 500 per car. The Saudi group clearly found this absurd and didn't want to be taken advantage of, or simply didn't want to pay that much. So the conflict broke out. Hiss. Yi Xingqian glanced at the bearded Saudi man and was surprised by how calm he was. Even as a foreigner, he wasn't shaken at all by the situation. Instantly, Yi Xingqian gave him high marks. A piece of cloth on his head, yet the richest man on earth. Yi Xingqian realized this was the perfect opportunity to befriend this wealthy tycoon. Let me say something fair. Yi Xingqian lightly coughed a few times, then walked to the middle of the two groups. Both sides stared at him, not agreeing or objecting, just waiting. Yi Xingqian nodded at the translator. Brother, tell your boss, after all, this road was built by the village, so charging a toll is somewhat reasonable. You've got 2 cars, just pay $2 to show some goodwill. The translator was still unhappy at first, but after hearing Yi Xingqian's words, he instantly smiled. No problem at all. I said from the start, my boss is willing to pay the toll, but he can't stand being treated like a sucker. When Du Zitong heard what Yi Xingqian said, his face instantly darkened. Hey! Who the hell are you? Why are you siding with foreigners and not your own people? Are you a traitor dog? $2? You think this is a handout for beggars? Heh. Of course, Yi Xingqian didn't actually want the Saudis to pay the toll, he just wanted to lower Du Zitong's guard and get him talking. Brother Du, right? I want to ask something a bit sensitive. I don't doubt the road was built by your village, I'm just curious, did the government already allocate money to your village for building it? After hearing this, a flash of panic clearly crossed Du Zitong's face. You, what the hell does that have to do with you? Where'd this traitor come from? Helping outsiders bully our people, Tui. Quick, get the phone, record this. I'm going to expose this traitor. Even though Du Zitong didn't answer directly, his reaction was answer enough for Yi Xingqian. It was obvious the money for the road was provided by the government. Which meant it wasn't paid for by villagers out of their own pockets, so there was no justification for tolls to recoup costs. At the same time, Yi Xingqian understood why Dujia village only charged out-of-town license plates. It was because locals knew the road was government-funded, while outsiders, unaware, became easy targets. Seeing Du Zitong trying to act like a thug, Yi Xingqian sneered coldly. Video recording? I can do that too. Just wait, I'll film this and post it on Douyin. Ask the local people whether charging tolls on this road is fair or not. Seeing Yi Xingqian pull out his phone to fight back, Du Zitong exploded in anger. You little punk, you really want to go against me? Who do you think you are? Boys, smash his phone. V-room. With Du Zitong's angry roar, 2 black cars suddenly shot out from the side of the road. 4 people got out, joining the 11 already blocking the road. 15 people slowly closed in on Yi Xingqian. The bearded man suddenly spoke loudly. The translator quickly interpreted, my boss says he's willing to pay the toll, as a way to make friends with this gentleman. $1,000 to make an honest, kind friend, that's more than worth it. But his words didn't move Du Zitong. Instead, he just sneered, paying now? Too late. Want to protect this meddling little bastard? It'll take at least 100,000. My boss says fine, he'll transfer it right now. Upon hearing this, Du Zitong was stunned for a second, then overjoyed, too late again. Now it's 500,000. 1 million. My boss says 1 million. He'll transfer it now. What the? Now Yi Xingchen, dragged into the center of this mess, was stunned too. No wonder he's the richest in the world, damn, he's crazy rich. 1 million, just to stop Du Zitong's gang from beating him up. Hell, for 1 million, even I want to beat myself up. Money really is good, if I had it, I'd play like this every day. Ahem, Yi Xingchen quickly cut off the almost agreeing Du Zitong. Tell your boss, these people are nothing to me. Even if they all come at once, if I use both hands, I lose. Oh? Ambo Leo Bo. Surprised sound in foreign tongue. Hearing the translation, the bearded man's face filled with disbelief. Even Du Zitong nearly laughed himself to death. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Who do you think you are? Bruce Lee? Jet Li? Jackie Chan? We've got 15 guys here, where the hell did you get the courage to say that? Did Liang Jingru give it to you? Boys, all of you, throw him into the mud by the road, then stomp him dead. With Du Zitong's command, 10 or so men rushed at Yi Xingchen. They grabbed at his clothes, trying to lift him and throw him aside. And then, something shocking happened. Even with all their strength, the 10 grown men couldn't budge Yi Xingchen an inch. What the hell? Du Zitong was confused. Did you guys skip breakfast? I remember we all had a bun this morning. This guy's weird, holy crap, he's like a mountain. Something's not right with this one. 2 of the younger guys next to Du Zitong looked terrified, they had figured something out. Get out of the way. Yi Xingchen gently extended his right arm and casually swept the 10 or so men to the ground. Then he pointed at them sternly, I've got a bad temper. Don't make me really put you down. If I do, getting back up won't be easy. None of these villagers had ever seen someone like Yi Xingchen. Facing his threatening tone, they all stayed down, too scared to move. Damn. Du Zitong shivered, my stomach hurts. I'm gonna head back first. I'll be back later, okay? And then he ran toward one of the cars. Stop right there. Yi Xingchen frowned and rushed after him. Wherever Yi Xingchen passed, no one dared block him, they all bowed their heads, pretending to see nothing. Did I say you could leave? Huh? Did I? Yi Xingchen, annoyed by being ignored, grabbed the car door handle in frustration. Crack! With the sound of tearing metal, the large car door was yanked off completely by hand. Everyone nearby froze at the terrifying sight. You! Du Zitong stared blankly at the car door Yi Xingchen had violently ripped off. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Wow! The bearded man was also speechless after witnessing such a terrifying scene. Everyone present was dumbfounded. In their understanding, how could a person possibly pull off a car door so effortlessly? You called me a traitor? Yi Xingchen pointed at Du Zitong, clearly annoyed. Say what you want, but if our country ever went to war with another, I'd be the first one charging ahead of you. Even if I died, I'd be honored in the family history books and get the first incense offering every time, it'd be totally worth it. So what the hell would I be a traitor for? Maybe it was Yi Xingchen's overwhelming power, or his righteous tone, but Du Zitong stuttered for a long time without managing a complete sentence. Do you know why I'm doing this to you? We're a great nation, we should act like one. The government already allocated funds for this road, yet you still charge tolls, and only from out-of-towners or foreigners. Just for a bit of money, you damage our great country's image, not worth it. Besides, they're just passing by, not doing anything wrong. They came to record the birth of the Yunhe Ocean Park, that's a good thing. Once the park is completed, locals will benefit from the tourism too. The Yunhe City Culture Bureau has spent a lot of time and energy promoting the park before it's even finished. Don't ruin Yunhe City's reputation just because you're charging tolls. If this gets exposed online and causes public outrage, people might stop coming to Yunhe altogether. Then you'd really be Yunhe's biggest disgrace. Got it. Yi Xingchen, seeing that Du Zitong was still young, didn't push him too hard, just tried to explain things clearly. Of course, if Du Zitong refused to listen, Yi Xingchen had no issue helping him understand, with his fists. Why yes. I got it, Du Zitong nodded dumbly, face full of fear. I'll try to return the toll money I took. If I really can't find the people, I'll donate it to the Red Cross. That's more like it. That's more like it. Yi Xingchen was so happy he nearly patted Du Zitong's shoulder out of excitement. Sir, if there's nothing else, we'll leave now? I'll go find the people I charged as soon as I can. Du Zitong looked at Yi Xingchen with a timid face. Go ahead. Yi Xingchen waved cheerfully, signaling they could leave. Only, as Du Zitong's group left, a trace of doubt crossed Yi Xingchen's face. This Du Zitong kid didn't seem like someone who would back down easily, yet after seeing the car door ripped off, his attitude flipped completely. Wasn't that a bit too understanding? Hello, sir. My boss is honored and very grateful for your help. May I ask your name? Just then, the translator and the bearded man walked over with cheerful smiles. My name is Yi Xingchen. Mr. Yi, hello. May I take a few minutes of your time? My boss would like to have a brief chat. This is a voice translator. It can translate between Arabic and Xia Nation language. Yi Xingchen glanced back at Qin Yanran, who was focused on her tablet, then smiled and took the translator device. Of course. Yi Xingchen weighed it in his hand. It was about 10 grams, the size of a button, very small and light. He inserted it into his ear and smiled, nodding at the bearded man. Hello, Mr. Yi, thank you so much for speaking up today. I'm from Saudi Arabia. My name is Ababa Abdul Rahman Aruf Jaim, and more words omitted, Mahmud Muhammad. By the time Muhammad finished saying his full name, Yi Xingchen had nearly fallen asleep. He couldn't help but be amazed. How did this guy remember such a long name? Do they not study regular subjects in Saudi primary school? Just practice memorizing their names all day? I also have a Xia name. I call myself Godahu. Pft. Yi Xingchen nearly burst out laughing. What did you say? Your name is Godahu. Isn't Godahu a nickname Xia people use for Saudis? And this guy actually gave himself that name? Is he trying to make Yi Xingchen laugh? Yes. Muhammad nodded seriously. Don't Xia people often call our country Jidahu? So I chose Godahu as my Xia name. After all, dogs are fierce beasts. How about it? Isn't my Xia name powerful and impressive? Yi Xingchen stared at Muhammad, then awkwardly nodded. Yeah, it's definitely impressive. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize. After the global upheaval, many things changed. The old nickname Xia people used for Saudi, Godahu, had apparently changed to Jidahu. Oh no, I just remembered we're in a hurry. Sorry, Mr. Yi, please forgive my rudeness. Here's my business card. Let's talk again later, I'll treat you to a meal then. It was clear Muhammad wanted to keep chatting, but something urgent came up, so he had to leave. Alright. Yi Xingchen totally understood, smiled, and took the business card. You can keep the translator too, as a souvenir. It'll be handy for our next meeting. Muhammad smiled and waved at Yi Xingchen, then got into his luxury car and quickly drove off. What the heck is this? A business card? Yi Xingchen looked at the tiny black card in his palm, no bigger than a pinky nail, and fell into deep thought. He hadn't noticed earlier, but now that he looked closely, this thing, made of what looked like black plastic, didn't have a single word on it. What kind of business card is this? Was Muhammad playing a prank on him? Confused, aren't you? At some point, Qin Yanran had rolled down the car window and was watching Yi Xingchen with a teasing look on her face. President Qin, you're very knowledgeable, what does this thing have to do with a business card? Yi Xingchen noticed the teasing look in Qin Yanran's eyes and smiled awkwardly. Qin Yanran glanced meaningfully at the small black card in Yi Xingchen's hand. This is a global limited edition business card made by Forbes. Only top-tier tycoons, superfamilies, and elite public figures can own one. Even I don't qualify to have one. And this is the first time in my life I've ever seen one. What? That's insane. Yi Xingchen was shocked. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether he was talking about the card, or about Muhammad himself. Bring it close to your phone and take a look. Oh, okay. Yi Xingchen got back into the driver's seat, then brought the card close to his phone. Beep. With a clear system notification sound, a prompt appeared on his screen. Do you want to store this business card? TSK, this is really something. Yi Xingchen was amazed, and tapped yes. His phone quickly saved information about Muhammad, including contact details, temporary hotel address, and more. I never even knew my phone had this feature. Qin Yanran calmly smiled. It's just like a car sunroof, you might never use it, but you can't do without it. Looks like the guy you helped has some serious status. He might even offer you a job with $1 million salary. For a second, Yi Xingchen felt his hair stand on end. There was definitely something in Qin Yanran's tone. He sat up straight, immediately putting on a serious face. President Qin, rest assured. As a Yida employee, I promise to be absolutely loyal to the company, firmly support your leadership, carry out my responsibilities seriously, stay devoted to the company's mission, follow the company's will, safeguard its interests, and remain honest, trustworthy, and professional. Okay, that's enough. Qin Yanran rolled her eyes. I was just joking. No need to get so worked up. Come on, let's not waste time. Let's hurry to the site, the investors should be arriving any minute now. Alright. Yi Xingchen nodded hard and gently stepped on the gas, speeding toward the construction site. V-room. With the sound of brakes, Yi Xingchen smoothly parked at the site entrance. President Qin. Several Yida management staff were already waiting for Qin Yanran. She didn't waste time and quickly got out to brief her team on their next tasks. Left alone again, Yi Xingchen was planning to lie back in the car and sneak in a nap, when suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was Go Dongxi. Since Qin Yanran and the authorities were placing so much importance on the investor inspection, nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Yi Xingchen waved at Go Dongxi. From afar, Go Dongxi saw the signal and immediately jogged over. Brother Yi. Hee, what can I do for you? Seeing Go Dongxi's goofy grin, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Hey, what are you even doing here? Everything's settled, no need to keep showing up at the site every day. You can go do your own thing. Go Dongxi was stunned for a second, then grinned. Brother Yi, but right now, the thing I want to do is help out at the site. You helped me with all that money, even if most of it wasn't really my fault, it was still a huge help. So, helping you out now is totally normal, right? Alright then, Yi Xingchen didn't press him. By the way, do you know Dujia village well? Know it? Of course. I grew up in Gojia village, but I spent all my time playing in Dujia village. Go Dongxi proudly thumped his chest. So you probably know most people in Dujia village who are around your age, right? Of course, he said proudly. Then you must know someone named Du Zitong, right? Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, then asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe Du Zitong would stop collecting tolls, it was just an extra precaution. If Go Dongxi knew him, he could help check if Du Zitong might go back to extorting people. If that guy stopped an investor's car and tried to charge a toll, it would be a disaster. But to Yi Xingchen's surprise, Go Dongxi just thought for a moment, then shook his head confidently. Brother Yi, there's no one in Dujia village named Du Zitong. What? That's impossible. Yi Xingchen looked at him in disbelief. Before the conflict, Du Zitong had stated his name, it seemed unlikely it was fake. I swear, Brother Yi, I'm not lying. I might not know every single person in the village, but anyone around my age, I definitely know. There's no Du Zitong, unless he was someone who moved out and grew up elsewhere. But Dujia village probably doesn't even have one like that. Really? Seeing the confidence on Go Dongxi's face, Yi Xingchen had no reason to doubt him. If there's no Du Zitong, then do you know who's been organizing people to block roads and collect tolls recently? What? Dujia villagers collecting tolls? No way. Absolutely not. That road was built with government funding, there's no way anyone would dare charge for it. Even if someone got greedy, they wouldn't dare, if they were reported, they'd be arrested. Go Dongxi shook his head firmly. Really? Yi Xingchen was confused. Did I see a ghost this morning? So Du Zitong is fake, and the tolls are fake too. Well, Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. Yeah. Go ahead. Yi Xingchen waved, then watched him leave, falling into deep thought. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, the sound of car engines came from nearby, 3 cars entered the site in a neat row. Yi Xingchen stood up. The big players had finally arrived. They say the investor is someone who's absolutely loaded, but who knows what kind of big shot they really are. Old Zhang, who had argued with Yi Xingchen on the construction site before, suddenly appeared behind him and blurted out this line unexpectedly. Yi Xingchen gave Old Zhang a strange look. Wasn't this old man just talking nonsense? Anyone who can invest that much money into building an ocean park, regardless of whether it'll make a profit, has to be wealthy. Just the time it'll take to break even is unknown. You don't need Old Zhang to say it to know that kind of person isn't short on cash. Hehe. Old Zhang gave a meaningful smile, clearly still holding a grudge from last time, with his face practically saying, bad intentions. Very quickly, Old Zhang added with a sigh. Why am I even talking to a little driver like you? A big shot like this could show up right in front of you and you wouldn't recognize them. Even if I told you their name, you probably wouldn't know them. You drivers, you might not know anything else, but when it comes to finding call girls or which massage parlor is offering discounts, you know it all better than anyone. I gotta give you credit for that. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded, and mentally swore 1,000 curses. So this old man went out of his way to say all that just to mock him a bit? And then what? Is it supposed to actually hurt him? Would Qin Yanran fire him just because of this? Or would he get beaten to death at home tonight? This guy was just a textbook example of someone who talks a lot of crap with no real skill. He had nothing but his mouth and loved to stir things up. Thinking this, Yi Xingchen wasn't about to put up with it. He turned and fired back. Oh? Old Zhang, didn't expect you to know so much about that stuff? What, you want me to take you out for some fun after work? TSK, but you're not even working down there anymore, right? So sad. Last night, I went solo against 18 opponents, 1 man, 1 gun, and I left them all throwing down their weapons in defeat. You, old Zhang's face turned red with anger. Young man, don't be ungrateful. There's a saying, when you're young you don't value your jewels, and when you're old you cry over your empty sword. When I get old, I guarantee I'll still be better than you in that department. All you can do is show off your pervy skills. If you're really so capable, then when the investor steps out, say their name out loud. Just as old Zhang was speaking, the investor's car door was opened by a few bodyguards. A pair of shiny shoes made from lightweight advanced material came into view first. When old Zhang saw the shoes, his eyes almost popped out. My God, those shoes, that's aerospace-grade material. I've heard it's 10 times more expensive than gold of the same weight. Tougher than cowhide or crocodile skin, but only 1% of the weight. To make shoes from this stuff, this guy's wealth is unreal. Holy crap, it's him. Shock appeared on Yi Xingqian's face too. But it wasn't the shoes that shocked him, it was the investor himself, who had just stepped out of the car. It was the same guy he had briefly interacted with before, Go Dahu, Mohammed. Old Zhang noticed Yi Xingqian's reaction and looked suspicious. Kid, don't tell me you know him? You saw him on the news or online? No way. I follow these tycoons all the time, never seen this guy. His name is Mohammed, Yi Xingqian muttered. Mohammed? Old Zhang burst out laughing. Looking at their clothes, they're clearly from the Middle East. Do you know how many of them are named Mohammed? 8 out of 10. At least make up something more believable. I might as well say he's a man. Listening to old Zhang ramble on, Yi Xingqian was extremely annoyed. He felt like there was a fly buzzing around his ear that he couldn't get rid of. The best solution would be to just slap the damn fly dead. But Yi Xingqian wasn't in the mood or energy to deal with old Zhang. Because more than swatting a fly, he was worried about Mohammed meeting with Qin Yanran. Even if he didn't know who Du Zitong really was, the fact that Mohammed was stopped and extorted for a toll was real. An investor gets stopped on the way to a project they're investing in and gets asked for a high toll? Would that investor still be interested? Would they get furious and cancel the investment? If that happened, it would be a huge loss for all of Yunhe City. And just as Yi Xingqian had feared, after Mohammed got out, he directly ignored the polite handshake Qin Yanran offered, walking straight over to a rock at the edge of the site with a pissed-off face. Since Qin Yanran had been working in the car and only noticed the card in Yi Xingqian's hand after Mohammed got in, she hadn't seen him before and didn't know what had happened. So she was both confused and innocent in the face of his anger. President Qin, you don't need to handle this yourself, I'll help you. There's a bit of dust on your sleeve, let me clean it. One of Qin Yanran's assistants quickly stepped in, gently brushing her sleeve. Qin Yanran awkwardly pulled back the hand that had been hanging in midair. Mohammed said a long string of words in Arabic. The translator quickly interpreted in fluent Xia, people in Yunhe City sure are hospitable. Qin Yanran stared blankly at the translator. If she remembered right, Mohammed had just spoken Arabic for at least 30 seconds. How could all that translate into one short sarcastic line? I don't speak Arabic, but don't lie to me. Qin Yanran was smart and had years of business experience, she understood right away. The investor was speaking ironically. In reality, he was saying Yunhe City wasn't hospitable. Why would he say that? Wait. Qin Yanran suddenly remembered something. That card in Yi Xingqian's hand. A conflict? A toll? Oh my God. Damn it. Someone actually blocked the investor's car and tried to charge him a toll. Mohammed turned his head, still visibly upset, and muttered a few short sentences. The interpreter immediately translated Mohammed's words for Qin Yanran. My boss says he chose to invest in building this ocean park in Yunhe City because he had previously sent people here to conduct a survey. The conclusion showed that Yunhe was a land of talent and beauty, full of friendly and hospitable people who embraced outsiders, even those from other countries. But now, something completely opposite to the survey results has happened, which is deeply disappointing and alarming. It makes him seriously doubt the future of the ocean park. After all, the development of tourism is closely tied to the friendliness and manners of the locals. If the locals behave like this, it's clear that outside tourists will only decrease over time, until eventually, no one wants to come. Thinking about that, this is practically a money-losing project. My boss says he has to seriously reconsider whether this investment is still worth it. After hearing the interpreter's long explanation, although Qin Yanran was puzzled, Mohammed had only said 1 or 2 simple sentences in Arabic, she still felt deeply anxious. Sure, she carried the title of Queen of Yunhe's business world and looked glorious on the outside. But if this project fell apart, it wasn't just about whether officials would blame her for poor hospitality. All her efforts up to now would go down the drain, wasting huge amounts of labor, resources, and money. That kind of loss, plus the likely blame from the authorities, was something she couldn't afford to bear. Qin Yanran took a deep breath and tried to soften her tone as much as possible. What should I call your boss? The interpreter looked proudly at Qin Yanran. You can call him Mr. Mohammed. All right, Mr. Mohammed, I'm very sorry for what you experienced today. I will personally investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure the responsible people are punished according to the law. Every place has its bad apples, Yunha City is no exception. But please don't judge the entire city based on this single incident. Mr. Mohammed, I ask you to give Yunha another chance, or perhaps conduct a new survey. If the new survey proves Yunha truly has deep-rooted issues, I'll personally apologize and drop this entire project. Maka baka baka baka. The interpreter turned to Mohammed and said a few simple syllables. Qin Yanran was completely stunned. She had just said so much in Xia, and the translator summed it all up with a few meaningless sounds? For a brief moment, she seriously regretted not majoring in Arabic back in college. The interpreter listened to Mohammed, then turned back to Qin Yanran and sighed lightly, as Mohammed had already walked toward his car. Unfortunately, ma'am, my boss says he's going back to review options for withdrawing his investment. What? Qin Yanran stomped her foot anxiously, nearly rushing forward to pull Mohammed back. While Qin Yanran was panicking, so was Yi Xingchen. He wasn't even sure if it was from his role as an employee, a friend, a fake boyfriend, or just someone who cared about Yunha's development, but he didn't want to see this project collapse. Seeing that Mohammed was about to leave, Yi Xingchen panicked and started walking quickly toward him. Hey, what are you doing? Old Zhang, seeing Yi Xingchen head straight for Mohammed, grew nervous. What do you think you're doing? Yi Xingchen glared at old Zhang, who had grabbed his arm. It wasn't that old Zhang's grip was strong, Yi Xingchen just worried that if he pulled away too hard, he might accidentally break the old man's arm. At a moment like this, he didn't want to cause any extra trouble. Are you crazy, Yi Xingchen? Young man. I admit you're good with your fists, but do you really think you can solve this with brute force? Who do you think you are? President Qin couldn't fix this, what makes you think you can? Do you honestly believe your fists can make an investor change his mind? You're dreaming. And if you're going to dream, at least do it at night. How would you know if I don't try? You're only going to make things worse. It's already this bad, how much worse can it get? Let go. Mohammed is leaving. Hey. Old Zhang tried to keep talking but was easily shaken off by Yi Xingchen. In that moment, old Zhang even thought his entire arm might be dislocated. He cursed quietly, brute force, like some kind of animal. Still not satisfied, old Zhang raised his voice and shouted at Yi Xingchen from behind. You brat. Do you even know your own worth? You really think you alone can change the investor's mind? Why not talk to me first? We could have come up with a plan. Who do you think you are? If you manage to pull this off, I swear I'll eat 10 grams of dog shit, standing on my head. Old Zhang said it loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Now everyone knew Yi Xingchen was going to try persuading Mohammed. That meant there was no turning back. Yi Xingchen had to go through with it now, no matter how he felt. And old Zhang's words created the illusion that Yi Xingchen was just a hot-headed fool, while Zhang was the voice of reason. If Mohammed really did withdraw, the blame would fall squarely on Yi Xingchen. I could have saved the deal, Zhang could say. But Yi Xingchen ruined it with his impulsiveness. It was a flawless scheme. Hearing old Zhang's underhanded words, Yi Xingchen frowned. He was trying to do something meaningful, yet someone behind him kept dragging him down. He made up his mind, if he really convinced Mohammed to stay, he'd make damn sure old Zhang ate 20 grams of dog shit. Upside down. Wait. Just as Mohammed's bodyguards were about to close the car door, Yi Xingchen finally stepped forward and shouted to stop him. Who goes there? Stay back. Hey. Don't move from where you are. Mohammed's two bodyguards clearly recognized Yi Xingchen, and seeing him walking straight toward them, they immediately tensed up. After all, being a bodyguard for Mohammed meant they had some skills. The terrifying physical ability and speed Yi Xingchen had shown earlier made it easy for the two bodyguards to imagine just how dangerous he could be. Calm down. I just want to talk to Mr. Mohammed for a moment. Yi Xingchen didn't even glance at the bodyguards. His eyes were locked on Mohammed with full focus. Step back. This is your last warning. Step back immediately. You can only come close with our boss's permission. If you come any closer, we'll open fire. The two bodyguards, now extremely nervous, immediately pulled out pistols from inside their jackets. What the hell? What is he doing? He must have heard the investor wants to pull out and lost his cool. But he's just a driver. What does this have to do with him? Who cares? Just enjoy the show. Last time this guy looked tough in a fight. Now we'll see if he's tougher than the rich guy's bodyguards. I bet $100 on the bodyguards. I bet 200. If both guards jump him, he'll be taken down in 5 seconds. The construction site crowd, never missing a chance for drama, started whispering excitedly. Old Zhang, seeing the scene, was secretly pleased but put on an angry face. Hey, Xiao Yi. You. Sigh. I was just racking my brain for a way to save this investment. Now it's ruined. Thanks to Xiao Yi, even the gods couldn't help now. President Qin, you can't blame me for this. Blame Xiao Yi. Young people, they're too impulsive. Yi Xingqian didn't hear the gossip behind him, or maybe he just didn't care. Looking at the pistols in the bodyguard's hands from a distance, he immediately recognized them as rubber bullet guns. These pistols. You could say they're weak, they just sting a little. You could also say they're strong, but all they do is sting for a moment, then nothing else. Yi Xingqian pointed at the bodyguard's guns and smiled faintly. We've met before. You saw my physical ability. Those rubber bullets won't hurt me. And even from this distance, I'm confident I can knock those pistols out of your hands before you fire. The two guards exchanged nervous glances. They didn't doubt him. Damn, is he really that scary? Just a few words and he scared the bodyguards into backing down. Shit, could they be acting together just to mess with us? The crowd gasped when they saw the bodyguards backing off. Huh? It's you? The translator nearby noticed the commotion and walked over slowly. Clearly, he remembered Yi Xingqian and recognized him instantly. He quickly leaned over to Muhammad's car window. The driver, understanding the situation, rolled the window down. The translator leaned in and whispered something quietly in Muhammad's ear. Muhammad's eyes lit up, and he turned in surprise to look at Yi Xingqian. The two of them made eye contact and, almost in sync, each put on their translation devices. So it's Mr. Yi. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What a coincidence. I remember you Xia people have a saying, if fate wills it, people meet across 1,000 miles. That must be us. Muhammad stroked his beard and smiled. He seemed quite friendly toward Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian paused after hearing that. Something about hearing, if fate wills it, from a bearded man made him feel weird. Almost a little too intimate. Haha, Yi Xingqian laughed awkwardly. Mr. Muhammad, what happened earlier was really just an accident. Yunhe City is a very tolerant place, not just toward outsiders, but also toward foreign cultures. No city is perfect. This city accepts you, and you should accept this city. Stop, Muhammad interrupted. Yi Xingqian frowned. Was Muhammad really still that mad? Even after he helped them out earlier? But what Muhammad said next left Yi Xingqian both speechless and strangely moved. Muhammad looked at Yi Xingqian, then at the Yida company employees nearby. Mr. Yi, you work for Yida? Yes. Yi Xingqian nodded firmly. Are you on good terms with your boss? Yes, we're very close. You could say we're not just employee and employer, but also close friends. Oh, Muhammad nodded. Then are you on good terms with your coworkers? I'm also on good terms with my colleagues. No. Boss, I don't know about the others, but that old guy definitely doesn't get along with Mr. Yi. I just heard him badmouthing Mr. Yi nonstop. The translator quickly interrupted and pointed at old Zhang in the distance. Old Zhang, who had been happily watching the drama unfold, suddenly panicked when he saw the translator pointing at him. No way, am I the one in trouble now? Okay. Muhammad nodded heavily. Mr. Yi, you are my friend now. President Qin. The translator waved Qin Yanran over. She quietly let out a breath of relief and jogged over. Mr. Muhammad. This time, Muhammad didn't arrogantly switch to Arabic. Instead, he used awkward but clear Xia. This, my friend, he said, pointing to Yi Xingqian. Then he pointed at old Zhang, who had just dragged himself into this mess. This one, very disgusting. Keep him, I leave. Keep him out, I stay and hear your project. In an instant, Qin Yanran understood Muhammad's broken Mandarin perfectly. Actually, Qin had long been disgusted with old Zhang, especially after he and his son mocked Yi Xingqian before. Plus, Qin had heard rumors that old Zhang and his son were planting cronies on the site to embezzle public funds. She just hadn't had the time, or reason, to deal with them until now. Now that the investor spoke up, Qin turned to look at old Zhang with feigned sorrow. Old Zhang, you've been with Yunhe City a long time. You don't want the city's largest ocean park plan to fall apart, do you? Old Zhang froze in place and his legs started shaking. President Qin. I'm also a senior employee. I know you are. Qin nodded gently, her tone as soft as possible. Because you're a long-time employee, I've shown you mercy. Even though I know the project just started and you've embezzled over 100,000 yuan of public funds, I didn't punish you. I remembered the goodwill you had with my father and gave you one more chance. Her softness quickly turned icy. If it was anyone else, I'd have put them in jail already. I've given you more than enough face. Her words hit old Zhang like an ice bath. He'd thought his actions were seamless, but Qin knew everything. What? Dad. President Qin. At that moment, small Zhang finally rushed over, only to find his father in hot water. He spoke up quickly. President Qin. You can't be so ruthless because of one foreigner's words. If he kicks Dad out, I quit too. Qin simply smiled and made an okay gesture. Deal. Double happy. No backing out. Old Zhang and his son looked utterly confused. Not long after, amid passerby jokes like, Old Zhang, didn't you promise to eat dog poop standing on your head for 20 grams? Old Zhang and his son slunk away from the sight, looking beaten. With the Zhangs dealt with, Mohammed looked very pleased. Mr. Mohammed, now that the situation is handled, let's discuss the project. Or rather, shall we show you the Ocean Park's project plan? Qin took her tablet, which contained the PPT she'd worked nights on, and handed it over. To her surprise, Mohammed showed no interest in whether the project would make money, grow, or what its prospects were. He didn't even look at the PPT, just smiled at Yixingchen. Qin was shocked. What the heck? An investor not interested in whether their billions of yuan project would profit? A tycoon who isn't ruthlessly calculating? That's millions, no, billions of yuan. Does it really mean so little, or is talking to Yixingchen more important? Embarrassed, Qin forced a bitter smile. Muhammad's gaze never left Yixingchen as he spoke in Arabic. Mr. Yi, are you happy at Yida Company? With your skills, ever thought about going elsewhere? Or working for someone else? Mr. Translator, what's he saying? Sensing Muhammad's attention toward Yi, Qin watched carefully and gently tapped the translator. The translator hesitated briefly, then faithfully translated every word Muhammad said. Yixingchen recognized Muhammad's offer, but didn't respond directly. He believed in leaving a path open for future meetings. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, I have no intention of leaving Yida right now. I'm happy here. In Xia, we say, a gentleman dies for a confidant. President Qin discovered me and brought me out. I won't leave Yida unless she forces me. Qin, pleased by Ye's loyalty speech, tried to keep a poker face. Under her breath she mouthed, I almost believed him. Yi smiled and murmured, every word sincere. All right, Qin said. I'll give you some chicken drumsticks tonight. Now let's get back to the project, okay? Okay. Yi pointed to Qin's tablet. Mr. Mohammed, President Qin will present the plan to you. No need. I'm not pulling out. Mohammed waved dismissively, showing he wasn't bothered. Why not? Yi and Qin blurted out in unison in surprise. It's just an ocean park. A few billion yuan is no big deal. If it loses money, so what? Call it recreation. Maybe I'll build a zoo, a water park, a forest park nearby instead. I refuse to believe all of it loses money. And even if everything loses money, no problem, it's nothing. If it can be solved with money, it's not an issue. Muhammad waved confidently. He clearly didn't care how long it would take, how much it would cost, or when it would break even. Yi and Qin exchanged a wry glance. He certainly is a crazy rich man. He is the richest man under a cloth in the world. He is a reckless tycoon, with money to spare. Enough. With Yixingchen here, I'm completely at ease. Mr. Yi, are you free tomorrow for dinner? Yes, Yi looked at Qin. With her frantic hints, he gave a reluctant nod. Okay. I'll have my driver pick you up for dinner. All right. Then see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow? After Mohammed left, the female subordinate who had earlier helped Qin Yenran out of the handshake awkwardness quietly walked up to her. President Qin, about old Zhang and his son, is their dismissal real, or is it fake, just to fool Mr. Mohammed? Should I go call them back? No need. Qin Yenran slightly frowned. From now on, you'll be in charge of this construction site. Old Zhang's position is yours now. The female subordinate wasn't really trying to speak up for old Zhang. She deliberately brought up the topic, knowing that Qin Yenran was likely to appoint a new site manager on the spot. Since she had performed well, there was a good chance she'd be chosen immediately. If she waited until Qin returned to Yida Company headquarters and thought it over more, she might not get the role. This is the workplace. Everyone has their own little plans. Everyone will do whatever it takes for their own goals, even if it means stepping over others to rise. Upon hearing Qin Yenran's words, the female subordinate was overjoyed. She immediately patted her chest and made a firm promise to Qin Yenran. President Qin, please rest assured. I won't let you down. I'll do my job well. Qin just nodded lightly, then gave Yixingchen a grateful smile without saying anything. She continued leading the supervisors around the construction site, inspecting the progress and quality of the ocean park. About 2 or 3 hours later, Qin Yenran had taken many detailed photos with her tablet and written notes with sticky memos. She would need to return to headquarters to discuss these details carefully with professionals. Just as Qin was about to get in the car with Yi Xingqian to return to Yida's headquarters building, a commotion broke out not far from the construction site, some kind of dispute. "Let's go take a look." Qin looked at Yi Xingqian, then led the way toward the noise. As they approached, they discovered that some site workers were arguing with several police officers. The two sides seemed to be in disagreement over something. A female officer leading the group saw Qin Yenran coming and quickly saluted. "President Qin, hello. I've seen you on TV. I'm Sunya, from Yunhe City Public Security Bureau. We received a report, there's a male corpse nearby. Judging from the scene, it appears to be a very brutal murder. We'd like to take a look around and check everyone's ID cards." Just as Sunya finished speaking, a middle-aged man raised both hands and started complaining. "Officer Sun, as you can see, this is our peak work period. If you check IDs now, it could delay our construction schedule." "Lu!" Qin Yenran glared at the man. "Cooperate with them. Officer Sun, all our people at Yida are clean. You can check anyone. If there's really a criminal here, feel free to take them away." Sunya nodded gratefully, then ordered her officers to begin checking IDs one by one. Because people's physical condition in this world had declined severely, even a simple task like checking IDs took almost an hour. After checking everyone's IDs, the police didn't find anything. "Sorry for the trouble, President Qin. I'll come by another day to formally apologize." "No need to be so polite. You're just doing your job, serving the people." Qin wasn't bothered, she just smiled lightly. Just as Sunya's team was about to leave, a young officer ran over to her and whispered something in her ear. Sunya then took out her phone and glanced at it, then quickly locked her gaze onto Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian noticed her unfriendly expression and was confused. "What's going on? Why does all the bad luck seem to follow me? Even a murder could get pinned on me?" While he was still confused, Sunya held her phone in front of his face. "During the ID check earlier, I believe you're Mr. Yi Xingqian, right? May I ask, do you know this man?" Yi glanced at the phone, frowning. He looks kind of familiar? I think I've seen him before, wait a second. Du Zitong?" His expression shifted from puzzled to surprised. Because the person in the photo was the same Du Zitong who had previously blocked the road demanding toll money. Since Sunya asked, there were only two possibilities, either the dead person was Du Zitong, or the dead person was killed by Du Zitong. Judging by the current situation, it was most likely the former. Sunya frowned upon hearing that. "What? You have a stomachache?" "Ah no. I meant, isn't this Du Zitong?" Maybe Du Zitong was a fake name. His real name is Zhang Shanfeng. Not Du Zitong. He is the deceased. It said you had a conflict with him this morning. Is that true?" "Yes. And no. This guy claimed to be Du Zitong from nearby Dujiakan. He tried to charge some foreigners a toll. I saw it and had a serious talk with Zhang Shanfeng. In the end, he was moved by my sincerity and truth, and stopped asking for tolls." "Sincerity? Truth?" Sunya couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah. As the saying goes, truth only exists within cannon range. I just pulled his car door off, and he didn't say anything after that." Yi Xingqian nodded innocently. "You? Pulled off his car door?" Sunya looked at him like he was joking. "Are you kidding me? You think I'm stupid? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." "Officer Sun." Qin Yenran stepped forward. "I can testify for him. Whether you believe he pulled the door off or not, I can at least confirm that after their exchange, Yi has been by my side the whole time. He had no time to commit murder. I think your team should be looking for the real killer, not harassing an innocent man." Sunya paused, knowing that with Qin Yenran vouching for him, it would be hard to take Yi Xingqian in for questioning today. And with Qin Yenran's status, there was no reason for her to lie for a mere driver. Besides, during the earlier ID check, she had been fully cooperative. Sunya should return the favor. Thinking this over, Sunya smiled at Yi Xingqian. "All right. Since President Qin is vouching for you, we have nothing more to say. If there are more questions, please keep your phone on. We may call or summon you at any time. Goodbye." Watching Sunya and the officers leave, Yi Xingqian frowned. Just a few hours ago, Go Dongxi had told him that guy wasn't named Du Zitong, nor was he from Dujiakan, and now he was dead? That's way too suspicious. Could someone be targeting Mohammed? With this thought, Yi Xingqian nodded slightly, falling into deep thought. At night, inside a luxurious villa. "Boss, I suggest you run now. The other side is way too powerful for us to handle." Aing, who had one of his arms broken by Yi Xingchen earlier, was now dragging his treated broken arm while frantically packing to escape. Aing, the boss has always treated you well. Are you really going to abandon him now that trouble's coming? Gouda, sitting on the sofa, didn't speak. Instead, a young bodyguard behind him glared angrily at Aing. Hearing that, Aing was briefly stunned, then lowered his head with guilt and said to Gouda, "I'm sorry, boss. You've been good to me over the years, treated me like family. But I've already paid the price for serving you with this arm. I've repaid your kindness. It's not that I'm ungrateful, it's just that you have no idea how terrifying the enemy is. Facing someone that powerful is the same as waiting to die. You can't even gather the courage to fight back." Gouda still sat expressionless on the sofa, smoking a slim cigarette, saying nothing. Aing didn't mind and kept stuffing his belongings into a rolling suitcase. "Boss, I don't know what happened between the young master and that man, but I do know someone of that level wouldn't care too much about someone as ordinary as the young master. Hopefully, after beating him up, the matter ends there." In truth, Aing didn't tell Gouda the full story, he kept some things hidden. He hadn't mentioned that he'd already given Gouda up. As for the other lackeys, out of fear of a Ying's retaliation or Gouda's anger, they chose to turn a blind eye. As long as it didn't involve them, they didn't care. Finally, Aing had finished packing. "Boss, take care." He gave Gouda a deep bow, then walked toward the villa's main door without looking back. "Bye." With a sharp sound, a Ying's body froze, his steps turned stiff. In a blink, blood poured from his back. The young bodyguard who had scolded him earlier now held a rubber bullet pistol, his face twisted with a vicious smile. "You?" Aing turned his head with difficulty, pointing his right hand at Gouda. He knew the one responsible was Gouda. Without his order, the bodyguard wouldn't have dared shoot. "Aing, you really disappointed me." Gouda's face showed deep disappointment as he shook his head and sighed. Aing tried to speak again, but his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. "Haha. Boss, this Aing always thought he was your top guy. All these years, he's been arrogant and looked down on everyone. He brought this on himself." The young bodyguard coldly looked at a Ying's corpse and slowly holstered his pistol. Just as Gouda nodded in agreement, clapping came from the villa entrance. "Brilliant. I didn't expect to witness such a thrilling betrayal right after arriving. Worth the trip? Absolutely fantastic." Somehow, Yi Xingchen had arrived at the villa entrance, accompanied by Miyamoto Yumi. "Who are you?" Gouda was shocked. He didn't know Yi Xingchen's identity, but he had a strong suspicion. The man was clearly here with ill intent, and recently, Gouda had made an enemy of Yi Xingchen. Not to mention, the fact that Yi Xingchen had silently taken out all the bodyguards outside the villa already said enough about his skills. He had to be the expert Aing talked about. "What? You send people to kill me, but don't know who I am." Yi Xingchen walked in with a smile and sat uninvited on the sofa beside Gouda. "Haha. So it really is you. I was just about to go find you, and you came to me instead. Just like the saying goes, heaven has a path and you don't walk it, hell has no gate and you break in." Gouda didn't seem afraid, in fact, he smiled faintly, as if holding a trump card. "Is that so? Confidence really does make a man look cool. Old man, I've gotta admit, just now, you actually looked kinda cool for a second. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and frankly, I don't care. If you've got something up your sleeve, show it now. I'm on a tight schedule. It's late, and I still need to take care of Miyamoto Masao after I'm done with you." Yi Xingchen sighed lightly and went on. "Sigh. You guys are all such a pain. Would have been great if you all came at me together, would have saved me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. I really don't get it. Why do you big shots all insist on making life hard for me?" When Gouda heard that Yi Xingchen planned to deal with Miyamoto Masao next, he couldn't help but tremble inside. He knew exactly what kind of status Miyamoto had. Even Gouda wouldn't dare provoke someone like that. But even so, Yi Xingchen was talking casually about dealing with him. It was hard to believe. In that moment, Gouda finally understood a Ying's fear. Yi Xingchen was too strong enough to go after Miyamoto Masao as he pleased. Gouda felt that if he didn't still have a trump card, he would have already surrendered to Yi Xingchen. Thinking of this, Gouda turned to his young bodyguard and nodded. The bodyguard understood and slowly pulled a small flute from his coat pocket. Yi Xingchen looked at the bodyguard in confusion. "What are you doing? You gonna give us a live performance?" The bodyguard froze briefly, then his face twisted with frustration. "This is a flute, not a damn show." Behind Yi Xingchen, Miyamoto Yumi burst into laughter. Oh, sorry, my bad. I really couldn't tell." Yi Xingchen laughed loudly, trying to hide his awkwardness. "So here's the question, why'd you pull out a flute? Don't tell me you're playing so bad you plan to kill me with it." "Fuck, The young bodyguard nearly charged over to smack Yixingchen with the flute. Remember this, my name is Maing. Don't end up in hell without knowing who killed you. With that, Maing blew the flute. Gaa. As the melody spread, 4 large white geese suddenly rushed into the villa. Seeing the geese, Miyamoto Yumi could no longer stay calm and cried out in shock. Goose summoner. What? You? Compared to Miyamoto Yumi's unease, Yixingchen looked even more unsettled. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Hey. Maing stopped playing the flute, staring at Yixingchen with a sinister smile. Huh? Nanny? Miyamoto Yumi looked at Yixingchen in confusion. She was clearly intimidated by both the goose tamer and the 4 white geese that had appeared in the villa. In fact, she thought that if she had come here alone and seen this, she would have run away without a second thought, praying not to get chased by the geese. But with Yixingchen's strength, was this really something to be afraid of? What the hell was he scared of? As if to answer Miyamoto Yumi's confusion, Yixingchen pointed at Maing in surprise. You said your name is what? Maing. Maing replied with a confused look. Don't tell me I'm your long-lost brother or something, I'm not buying that crap. You said your name is Maing? Yixingchen's expression grew stranger. Are you sure that's your name and not your resume? My resume? What do you mean? Maing frowned deeply, then suddenly realized what Yixingchen was implying. His face twisted. You motherfucker? Are you mocking my name? Who's mocking it? I was just curious. What if you were naming your past experience and not your name? I'd hate to mistake you for a corpse under my blade. Yixingchen shrugged, totally unfazed. At that moment, Miyamoto Yumi, who wasn't fluent in Xia language, finally understood what Yixingchen was saying. She let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Yixingchen had everything under control. In that case, she might as well observe how powerful he truly was. Bastard! I'll kill you. Maing almost coughed up blood in anger. After shouting a few times, he quickly raised the flute to his lips. Ga. The 4 geese instantly turned violent, flapping their thick wings and slowly turning their heads toward Yixingchen. Be careful, Yi Kuan. Those are legendary geese. Last month, in a city on Ashu Island, 1 goose killed 55 pedestrians in a single night. The military had to send in special forces, and even then, they lost 5 men before finally killing it with heavy firepower. So yeah, these geese are no joke. If 1 goose was that deadly, and now we've got 4, plus that tamer can control them with a flute, they're even more aggressive and coordinated than normal geese. Here's my plan, you distract the geese while I sneak up on the tamer and take him out. Once he's dead, the geese will lose at least 1/3 of their combat power. Yumi lowered her head, pretending to scratch her mouth while discreetly speaking to Yixingchen. No need. Yixingchen gave a calm smile, showing zero fear. Geese, huh? They really were the kings of rural brawling. In the countryside, grown geese strutted like bullies. Even cats, dogs, snakes, and roosters avoided them. Yixingchen had been bullied by geese multiple times as a kid, one even bit him somewhere unmentionable. But now, Yixingchen was an adult. Plus, after years of eating large amounts of foxtail grass, his body had become incredibly strong. Facing 4 geese now? Please. If he didn't eat braised goose for a month after this, he'd consider it a loss. Seeing Yixingchen's confidence, Miyamoto Yumi felt a mix of emotions. She was happy Yixingchen was strong. This meant she could steal more spiritual energy and level up faster, increasing her chances of getting revenge on Miyamoto Jr. But she was also worried, if he was too strong, her chance of reclaiming her honor might disappear forever. She took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts aside. For now, the most important thing was to stay close to Yixingchen and absorb more energy, then return to the Miyamoto clan and settle the old score. Ga. With their eyes locked on Yixingchen, the 4 geese began to half-jump, half-fly straight at him. But because Maing was controlling them, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, they circled Yixingchen from all 4 directions. Ga. With a cry from 1 goose, all 4 lunged toward Yixingchen in a coordinated, violent attack. Holy shit. These geese really are monsters. Their speed is insane. This guy probably won't even see them coming before he's dead. They say geese aren't just fast, they hit hard as hell. 1 peck and you're done for. I'd bet money one of those pecks is gonna punch a bloody hole in his chest. 2 bodyguards behind Gouda smirked, imagining Yixingchen being torn apart. Even Miyamoto Yumi, seeing Yixingchen still unmoved, started to panic. Yi Kuan. But what happened next shattered everyone's expectations. Right as the geese lunged, Yixingchen suddenly extended his right hand and caught 1 goose by the neck, perfectly. Then, holding it firmly, he spun 360 degrees clockwise. Ga. With feathers flying, the other 3 geese were smashed away by the goose Yixingchen had just grabbed. What? No way. Those were geese. This guy just used one goose to beat up the other three. Each one of those geese weighs around 20 to 25 pounds. How the hell did he do that? Is he even human? The two bodyguards who were laughing seconds ago were now wide-eyed and speechless. And it wasn't just them, even Miyamoto Yumi and Maying were completely stunned. Miyamoto Yumi pointed at Yi Xingchen in shock, or maybe fear, completely speechless. In her understanding, with Yi Xingchen's strength, grabbing a goose? Not hard. Swinging a goose around in a circle? Still not hard. Swinging one goose to knock down three others? Also not too hard. The real challenge was that after hitting the other three geese, Yi Xingchen still had the original goose firmly in his hand. Anyone who's ever handled heavy objects knows that if you swing something heavy around in a circle, the centrifugal force can pull you off balance. But Yi Xingchen didn't budge an inch. That meant his strength far surpassed what's needed to swing something around 25 to 30 pounds. Holy shit. Just over 10 pounds, and he acted like it was nothing? Did that mean he could lift 60 or even 80 pounds with ease? Unbelievable. At that moment, Miyamoto Yumi was overwhelmed with admiration again. As for the goose tamer Maying, he was totally dumbfounded. In his mind, how the hell could someone lift a 25 pounds goose barehanded, and swing it like that? Suddenly, a theory popped into Maying's head: Tai Chi. Isn't Tai Chi all about using the opponent's force against them? Yi Xingchen must have used a Tai Chi move, borrowing the first goose's forward momentum to spin around and smash the others. That had to be it. Otherwise, how do you explain a guy swinging around a 25 pounds goose? Thinking of this, Maying exploded in rage. You think you're so great just because you know a little Tai Chi? I won't be careless this time. What? Tai Chi? Yi Xingchen blinked in confusion. Was this guy talking to him? Since when did he learn Tai Chi? But before he could think more, Maying started blowing the flute again, and the other three geese launched a second round of attacks. Yi Xingchen didn't hesitate. He grabbed the goose still in his hand by the neck and swung it toward the others. Gaga. The goose in Yi Xingchen's grip looked like it was about to cry. It let out a few miserable honks as it was used as a weapon against its own team. To be fair, geese are fast. Just after Yi Xingchen smacked down two more geese, one remaining goose flapped its wings and suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Under Maying's control, the goose opened its huge mouth and went all in for a death peck at Yi Xingchen's back. Yi Kuan! Watch out! Miyamoto Yumi cried out. Ha ha ha! Too late! Maying smugly lowered the flute and sighed dramatically. It's over. It's all over. I'll admit your Tai Chi was masterful, but, facing a goose tamer like me, you're still too weak. Better luck in your next life, go train and come back. It's over. That guy's about to be pecked to death. There's gonna be blood and guts flying everywhere. Ugh. I can't handle gore, I'm gonna faint. Then why the fuck are you even working as a bodyguard? What can I say? Gotta eat. It's not like I chose this job. Why don't you go ask women who faint at the sight of blood how they still manage periods every month? The two bodyguards behind Gouda looked like they were ready to pop champagne at Yi Xingchen's impending death. Even Gouda thought Yi Xingchen was doomed. He took a drag from his cigarette and sighed, feeling it was a pity to lose such a strong opponent. With everyone watching, the goose behind Yi Xingchen drove its beak hard into his back. Yi Xingchen winced in pain, turned around, and slapped the goose right in the face. Slap slap slap. The whole villa fell silent, except for the sound of Yi Xingchen slapping the goose's head again and again. Eventually, the goose was smacked clean across the room. After a long pause, one of the bodyguards dumbly asked the other. Did he just get pecked, and not even flinch? No, no. The other one shook his head seriously. Technically, he did react. He said, ow, that's a reaction, isn't it? So, he took a goose bite and just went, ow, and that's it? Boss, are you sure those were real geese? Maybe they were fake? Maybe Maying and that guy are in on it, trying to scam your money? Hearing that, Gouda turned to Maying suspiciously. Those geese of yours, they aren't toys, are they? Now even Maying looked confused. For a moment, he started wondering if his geese had been swapped. How else do you explain Yi Xingchen taking a full goose strike without even flinching? Still uncertain, Maying raised the flute again and gave new commands. Gaga? The two geese that had been knocked down slowly got up, tilted their heads at Maying. With the flute cue, they abandoned their buddy, still in Yi Xingchen's hand, and the one getting slapped, and marched toward Maying with zero empathy. He gave them another signal, and the geese started violently attacking a sponge couch. Whoa, their attack power is legit. They just tore that couch up in seconds. So why didn't anything happen when they hit that guy's back? Are you two seriously pulling a con here? The two bodyguards were still suspicious, and even Maying himself couldn't figure it out. Yi Xingchen saw the goose in his hand was already dazed, so he flung it at the two geese attacking the couch. Ga. The two geese panicked and flapped wildly to dodge the flying goose. Hey, what the fuck? Maying, caught off guard, got wrecked. A few goose feathers landed on his stomach like darts. One goose accidentally smacked him across the face with its wing, then stomped over him in a chaotic scramble to hide behind a nearby table. Crack. With a chilling crunch of bone, poor Maying died under the foot of his own goose, before he even understood what the hell just happened. As the three geese quickly fled, the whole villa sank into an awkward silence. Gowda never imagined that the goose tamer he had paid a fortune to hire would end up being trampled to death by his own goose during his first appearance. How humiliating. How tragic. For a moment, Gowda deeply regretted everything. If only he had listened to Aang instead of this idiot. If he had surrendered, apologized, and admitted fault before Yi Xingchen came looking for him, maybe, just maybe, Yi Xingchen would have let him go. Isn't there a saying? You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. But now, things had gone this far, and expecting Yi Xingchen to just let it go seemed unlikely. Aang was dead. Maying was dead. Who else could he rely on? Thinking of this, Gowda glanced at the two remaining bodyguards behind him. But those two turned out to be spineless as well. One of them, seeing that the situation had completely turned against Gowda, simply threw himself on the floor. We're doomed. I faint at the sight of blood. I'm gonna die. The other bodyguard paused for a few seconds, then followed suit. Damn it, you infected me with your blood phobia. I'm fainting too, fainting. Gowda's mouth twitched hard. With no way out, he braced himself, trembling all over, and walked toward Yi Xingchen. Mr. Yi, Gowda swallowed hard. If I said this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded without hesitation. What? Gowda froze. Even he didn't believe such a lame excuse, and Yi Xingchen believed it? Suddenly, Gowda realized something. Yi Xingchen wasn't here to kill him. He had another motive. Sure enough, Yi Xingchen was holding the dazed goose in his left hand, flipping through the information that Shi Wenbin had sent him about Gowda with his right hand. He looked at Gowda with ill intent. Gowda knew if he couldn't satisfy Yi Xingchen tonight, his life would be in danger. So he clenched his teeth and said, if you have any demands, Mr. Yi, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best to make it happen. Yi Xingchen nodded with interest. Gao Group, your company covers both digital tech and beauty care. You personally hold 70% of the shares. How about this? I won't ask too much. You give me 60.8% of your shares. I'll leave you with 9.2%. And I'll wire you 500,000 as payment for that 60.8%. Fair enough, right? Gowda almost vomited blood out of anger. He always thought of himself as pretty shameless, but now he had met someone who truly redefined the word. 60.8% of Gao Group's shares, never mind whether he wanted to sell them, just the price of 500,000 was outrageous. Even 0.1% of those shares would be worth more than that. But when he saw Yi Xingchen's hostile gaze, Gowda swallowed his anger. Mr. Yi, isn't that a bit much? I've got elderly parents and kids to feed, and my son's still in a VIP hospital room. If I give you all my shares, how will I take care of my family? I told you, I'll give you 500,000. If you don't believe me, I can have someone send it now. Ding. Just as Yi Xingchen finished speaking, Gowda's phone buzzed with a message. Shi Wenbin had wired him the money. 500,000, not a penny more or less. Yi Xingchen wasn't worried at all about Gowda running off with the money. He might run, but the company wouldn't. As long as Gao Group stayed put, there was no way Gowda could escape. But receiving the money only made Gowda more furious. He had already cursed Yi Xingchen 1,000 times in his heart. Fuck you, is your money made of gold or something? Your damn bills plated with diamonds? My kid is in the hospital because of you, in a VIP suite with top-tier treatment. The daily cost is 6 figures. This little 500,000 of yours? Worthless. Gowda took a deep breath and glanced at Yi Xingchen's determined expression. He knew Yi Xingchen wasn't going to leave without getting what he came for. If Gowda wanted to make it out alive, he'd have to go along for now. Mr. Yi, as you probably know, transferring company shares isn't like buying groceries. It's a complex legal process. It can't be done in one night. How about this? It's late, and you still need to deal with Miyamoto Masao, right? Why don't you go handle that first, and I'll have my people prepare everything. In a few days, we'll call you to come sign the documents. Sound good? Far away in Sakura Corp, Miyamoto Masao suddenly sneezed multiple times. Damn it, who the hell is cursing me this late at night? Yi Xingchen looked at Gowda and suddenly laughed. Of course he knew this was a stalling tactic. But he didn't care. Part of him wanted Gouda to willingly give up the shares. Part of him was curious just how powerful Gouda really was. But the main reason? Yi Xingqian had absolute confidence in his strength. He didn't believe anyone behind Gouda could do anything to him. Fine. I'll give you time to call in reinforcements. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Bring every helper you've got. I'll come back in 5 days. If your backup can't fix this, you'll have 2 choices. Either hand over the documents and transfer the shares, or die on the spot. Gouda flinched slightly, then quickly nodded. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. Mr. Yi, your strength tonight has completely convinced me. I wouldn't dare resist anymore. I will humbly follow your instructions. Even as he said this, Gouda secretly adjusted his backup plan. Maybe, while calling for reinforcements, he should also get the transfer documents ready. That way, if worst comes to worst in 5 days and Yi Xingqian can't be stopped, at least Gouda could save his life. Money can be earned again, but if he dies, nothing else matters. Inside a villa in the Yunhe Villa district, Yi Xingqian was busy in the kitchen, while Miyamoto Yumi sat not far away, smiling as she watched his busy figure. After dealing with Gouda, Yi Xingqian didn't immediately go after Miyamoto Masao. For one, he felt it was a bit ridiculous to go pick a fight with a dead goose in his hand. For another, it had been a long time since he'd eaten goose, and he really missed the iron pot stewed goose he'd had while traveling in the northeast. So Yi Xingqian decisively brought the goose home to cook. After all, who could resist the temptation of iron pot stewed goose? Yi Kuan, I thought you'd kill that guy on the spot. Miyamoto Yumi hesitated for a moment before speaking her mind. Killing is bad. We should treat the world with kindness. Yi Xingqian just smiled and didn't explain much. After all he had been through, Yi Xingqian was no longer the man he used to be. Now he fully understood how important financial power was. Fists alone weren't enough. People like the Miyamoto family, or Gouda, as long as they had money, they could keep sending people to eliminate their enemies. People like Mohammed, if they had money, they could recruit whoever they wanted. That's the benefit of financial strength. It was after his dealings with Mohammed that Yi Xingqian became interested in building a business. Since Gouda had basically handed himself over, Yi Xingqian might as well let Gouda's assets become the first pot of gold for his capital accumulation. He even agreed to dine with Mohammed the next evening precisely because he wanted to connect with big players like that. Yumi didn't mind that Yi Xingqian didn't go into detail. She just smiled and changed the subject. Yi Kuan, don't be fooled by how well I speak your language. I haven't actually been to Xiagua, summer country, many times. My understanding of your culture is mostly just the language. I heard you have many fascinating, legendary stories? Like Jingwei filling the sea. You know about that one? Yi Xingqian looked at her, surprised. I've only heard the name. I don't really know the story. Why don't you tell me? Yumi looked at him with great anticipation. Sure. Yi Xingqian nodded. The story of Jingwei filling the sea is actually modern. Back when your country invaded ours, there was a guy named Wang Jingwei. He betrayed us and worked with the enemy. After the war, he was punished, thrown into a land reclamation site as punishment for his treason. That's where Jingwei filling the sea comes from. Yumi looked at him suspiciously. Even though she didn't know the story in detail, she was sure it was an ancient myth. How did it involve some Wang guy? Yi Xingqian smiled slyly. Yumi, any other stories you'd like to hear? Suddenly, I'm not very interested in stories like that anymore. Yumi's lips twitched. Why don't you tell me an animal story? Like from Andersen's fairy tales or the Brothers Grimm, something like Little Red Riding Hood. All right. Yi Xingqian agreed instantly. Once upon a time, there was a little lamb who went out to play and ran into a big bad wolf. The wolf said, I'm going to eat you. The lamb was terrified. Guess what happened next? Even though Yumi was an assassin, and in this world lambs were fierce beasts too, at this moment she completely sided with the weak and worried for the lamb. She clenched her hands nervously. What happened? Heh, the wolf ate the lamb in one bite. Yumi was stunned. That's it? That's it. End of story. Yi Xingqian shrugged like it was nothing. Yumi took a deep breath. At that moment, she swore to the heavens, if she could beat Yi Xingqian, she'd choke him to death on the spot. Who tells stories like that? That's just messing with people. Want me to tell another one? Yi Xingqian sensed her frustration and offered a second chance. Yumi held her breath and decided to give him another shot. Okay. But I should warn you, this one's a little adult. Some parts aren't suitable for children. Yumi thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine, just take out the inappropriate parts. All right. So this story goes like, take that part out, and that, and that, and that, done. That's the whole story. Yumi was nearly ready to explode. Wait. Damn it. Yi Xingqian quickly stopped the boiling Yumi. Just kidding, can't take a joke? Fine, no more jokes. Now, seriously, I want to test your language skills. Dare to take on a challenge? Yi Xingchen's new proposal distracted Yumi. Sure. Let's try. First question, 10 men watching 5 women take a bath, what idiom is that? What kind of idiom is that? Yumi blushed, then started thinking. Well? Can you guess it? Yi Xingchen asked smugly. No clue. The answer is 5 lights and 10 colors, meaning dazzling or colorful. How about dual-wielding, 2 weapons at once? Yi Xingchen was stunned. I just said they were watching, not doing anything else. Fine. Keep going. Next one, 500 naked women. Guess a sport. What does that have to do with sports? Yumi was stunned. Can't guess? Shot put. Ha ha ha. Yumi finally realized the puns. At that moment, she realized she'd been teased the entire time. Maybe as revenge, she gently licked her lips and walked toward Yi Xingchen. Seeing her squat down, Yi Xingchen instinctively grabbed the iron pot lid with his right hand. Hey, no, my iron pot stewed goose. I haven't even eaten it yet. After what happened last night, although Yi Xingchen got his nutrition back from the iron pot braised goose, the time he lost couldn't be recovered. During work hours in the morning, Yi Xingchen lay tired in his office chair, taking a short nap. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is it? Yi Xingchen was a bit annoyed that his lovely nap got interrupted. It's me. A slightly annoyed voice came through the phone. It was Yi Hao. Ah? Dad. Sorry. I was busy with work just now and didn't notice the caller ID. Yi Xingchen quickly rolled over and stood up. I heard from Aben yesterday that you have a girlfriend now. No idea which one he's talking about. Images of Lin Yun, Long Qingxian, Miyamoto Tomomi, and Qin Yanran flashed through Yi Xingchen's mind. Oh my god. Damn. Why did the image of Qin Yanran pop up in my head? What? Yi Hao was stunned. Kid, do you have more than one girlfriend or something? Huh? No. I mean, a few of them are just rumors, not really my girlfriends. Aben is just talking nonsense again. Yi Xingchen wished he could grab Shi Wenbin's neck and shake him hard. You little brat, running your mouth like that. His vague answer only made Yi Hao more confused. Now Yi Hao wasn't sure if Yi Xingchen actually had a girlfriend or not. After a while, Yi Hao sighed helplessly. Sigh. You know Uncle Zhang? The one who runs a pawn shop on our street? His grandson is already old enough to go buy soy sauce. So what? Your son can go buy soy sauce too. Yi Hao was speechless. Saying I'm not jealous would be a lie. But it's not about how much money he has or how successful his son is, I'm just jealous he already has a grandson. I saw that old guy this morning, acting all proud. He was even wearing leather shoes. I mean, what kind of old man wears leather shoes? Probably fake material. Oh? Yi Xingchen was half asleep and barely processed what Yi Hao was rambling about. Alright, I won't talk more. Go back to work. 3 days from now is Saturday. I'm ordering you to bring a girl home for dinner that day. That's it, bye. Oh, okay, what? Yi Xingchen suddenly snapped awake. What the heck? Bring a girl home for dinner on Saturday? What kind of nonsense is this? Hello? Yi Hao had already hung up, leaving Yi Xingchen staring at the beep sound coming from the phone. Time quickly passed to 5 p.m., near the end of the workday. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wall clock and suddenly felt like something was off. Did he forget something today? Or did someone forget him? Didn't Mohammed say yesterday that he'd send a driver to pick him up for dinner tonight? How come it's past 5 and there's no sign of anyone? Could the rich guy have ditched him? Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang. After getting Yi Xingchen's permission, someone opened the office door from outside. The person who walked in was Qin Yanran. Got a dinner appointment with Mohammed tonight, right? Then I'll drive myself home. If it's not convenient for you to drive tomorrow morning, send me a message in advance. Although Qin Yanran's tone was calm and even cold, it still gave off a warm and considerate feeling. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now that's what I call a perfect goddess. Oh, yes, President Qin. Muhammad said yesterday he'd send a driver to pick me up for dinner. But, it's strange, it's almost the end of the workday and there's no word from him. Could he have stood me up? Pfft, Qin Yanran covered her mouth and chuckled softly. No way. People like him don't need to remember things themselves, they have professionals to arrange their schedules precisely. Even if Muhammad forgot, his staff definitely wouldn't. That's their job. Oh, okay then. Yi Xingchen finally relaxed. I can tell Muhammad really appreciates you. If he offered you a price you couldn't refuse and asked you to work for him, what would you do? Qin Yanran turned slowly toward the office door and asked casually. Yi Xingchen finally understood why she came. This beautiful boss is afraid Mohammed might poach me. Thinking of that, Yi Xingchen laughed, then I'd accept it. But there's a condition, he needs to pay up front. Once I get the money, I'll run back to Yida. Ha ha ha. You're so sly. Although Qin Yanran used the almost negative word sly, she clearly liked his answer. Just then, with the sound of a distant elevator chime, 5 or 6 police officers hurried toward Yi Xingchen's office. Leading them was Sunya, the same woman from yesterday. Huh? Seeing Sunya's group heading straight toward Yi Xingchen, Qin Yanran frowned. What now? Are they still here about that person's death? Didn't we explain everything clearly yesterday? Just as Qin Yanran was about to question them loudly, Sunya quickly spoke first, her face full of urgency. President Qin, Mr. Yi, sorry to disturb you. Have you seen Mr. Mohammed today? Because it involved Mohammed, Qin Yanran didn't dare take it lightly. She quickly signaled Sunya to come in and closed the door behind her. Officer Sun, I don't quite understand what you just said. Sigh. Sunya let out a heavy sigh. Something bad happened. Mohammed's translator called the police today, said he's been missing for several hours and they suspect foul play. What? Yi Xingchen jumped up in shock. The guy just invited me to dinner, and now he's gone? What? Qin Yanran looked at Sunya in horror. If something happened to Mohammed, the investor, it would cause huge losses for both herself and Yunha City. When Sunya saw their reactions, a look of deep disappointment appeared on her face. Originally, Sunya came to Yida Corporation just to try her luck, hoping to get an unexpected lead. But now, seeing how Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen reacted, it was obvious that they didn't even know about Mohammed's disappearance. When was the last time you two saw Mr. Mohammed? Didn't he say he was going to have dinner with Mr. Yi? After you parted, was there any contact? Hearing that, Yi Xingchen felt a headache coming on. The last time we met was at the construction site yesterday. Mohammed left shortly after, maybe just a few hours before you guys showed up. That was the last time I saw him. As for dinner tonight, to be honest, I haven't received any message from him. I even thought he had stood me up. I didn't expect that he had mysteriously disappeared. Qin Yanran frowned and instantly guessed something. Mohammed is extremely wealthy. It's very likely some group or desperate criminal kidnapped him for money. Xingchen, I need your help with this. You must find Mohammed as soon as possible and ensure his safety. All right. I'll definitely figure something out. Yi Xingchen nodded firmly without hesitation. Professionally, the boss had given an order, he had to carry it out. Personally, he still wanted to build a connection with someone like Mohammed. So both for business and personal reasons, Yi Xingchen had to make sure Mohammed stayed safe. And to avoid public pressure, the sooner they could rescue Mohammed, the better. Hearing Qin Yanran and Yi Xingchen's exchange, Sunya couldn't help but find it amusing. Miss Qin and Mr. Yi, that's interesting talk. I appreciate the sentiment. But in this kind of case, I don't think you can really help. After all, our city's entire public security bureau spent nearly the whole afternoon and found no leads. Given your abilities and resources, saying you're powerless isn't exactly wrong, right? Though Qin Yanran knew Sunya didn't mean harm, the tone of condescension toward Yi Xingchen still made her annoyed. Qin Yanran stood tall, looked straight at Sunya, and proudly patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. No one knows the capabilities of my people better than I do. If I say he can do it, then he can. Sensing the hostility in Qin Yanran's words, Sunya immediately responded with equal sharpness. Oh really? Then I'll look forward to it. If your person truly finds Mohammed, I'll apologize to you in public. Sunya had always been excellent from a young age. No matter the environment, she always stood out. But compared to Qin Yanran over the past couple of days, they were around the same age, but in looks, body, family background, achievements, and connections, Sunya was completely outshined. Sunya's pride had already taken a hit, and now with Qin Yanran's attitude, her hostility was even more provoked. Fine. Qin Yanran nodded firmly, directly responding to Sunya's challenge. Sensing sparks about to fly between the two women, Yi Xingchen smartly took a step back, distancing himself from the confrontation. He began to think carefully about where he could start to maybe get a lead on Mohammed. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen remembered something. What did his dad say on the phone again? That old Uncle Zhang, who runs the pawn shop on the main street back home, was wearing leather shoes? In this world, where people's physical strength had seriously declined, what did wearing leather shoes mean? It's like wearing 2 big iron blocks. Walking in them would be impossible. Even lifting your foot would be a struggle. That meant the shoes on Uncle Zhang's feet weren't actually leather shoes, but the same material as Mohammed's shoes yesterday, or maybe they were Mohammed's shoes. After all, Mohammed's shoes were made of special aerospace material and were outrageously expensive. How could someone like Uncle Zhang afford shoes like that? Considering that Uncle Zhang owns a pawn shop, A likely explanation was that whoever kidnapped Mohammed brought the shoes to Uncle Zhang's pawn shop, or maybe Uncle Zhang was one of the kidnappers. Yi Xingchen originally wanted to share this info with Sunya. But because of the subtle tension between Qin Yanran and Sunya, he wisely chose to keep quiet. At worst, he'd just check it out himself. And for now, it was all just speculation anyway. Better for him to tire himself out than to risk offending his beautiful boss at a sensitive moment. Yi Xingchen stopped paying attention to the argument between Qin Yanran and Sunya and started looking for an excuse to slip away. Hey, Aben, get the guys to dig into something for me. My hometown street, a guy named Zhang, runs a pawn shop, check out all his direct relatives. If you find them, follow them. Just tail them for now, don't make a move. As he started his car, Yi Xingchen made a call to Shi Wenbin, then sent a WeChat message to Qin Yanran. Boss, I think I may have found a lead, but I'm not sure if it's really related to Mohammed. I'm going to check it out. Can I borrow your car? Maybe the standoff between Qin Yanran and Sunya had just ended. Qin Yanran quickly replied with an okay emoji. Vroom vroom. With the engine roaring, Yi Xingchen arrived at his destination. A bright red sign stood out, Zhang's pawn shop. There were no customers inside. Yi Xingchen walked in slowly, one step at a time. Live pawn or dead pawn? Uncle Zhang didn't look up. He quietly read the small book on his desk. Clunk. Yi Xingchen silently closed the door. Uncle Zhang finally looked up at Yi Xingchen, then glanced at the computer on the counter. The screen was showing the live feed from the surveillance camera outside. Uncle Zhang was a little surprised, driving such a nice car and still coming to a pawn shop? Business gone bad, or are you desperate? Yi Xingchen just smiled, not replying. He glanced at Uncle Zhang's feet. He was only wearing an ordinary pair of cloth shoes, not the leather shoes Mohammed had worn. Yi Xingchen quietly sat down on a chair beside Uncle Zhang. What's a live pawn? What's a dead pawn? It's simple. If you plan to redeem the item later, it's a live pawn. If you don't want it back, it's a dead pawn. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. So what happens to the dead pawns? Uncle Zhang looked him up and down and replied patiently, if I can use it myself, I keep it. If not, I sell it. Since we estimate the item's value during the pawn, we're not worried about losing money. So, kid, what exactly do you want? I want to buy something. What do you want to buy? A pair of leather shoes. After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Uncle Zhang couldn't help but tremble. Yi Xingchen smiled as he stared at Uncle Zhang, full of questions inside. This seemingly innocent old man was deeply connected to Muhammad's kidnapping. He might even be one of the kidnappers. It was hard to believe. Uncle Zhang, how about this? I'll pay for the leather shoes, and you tell me who brought them into your pawn shop. That way, you won't lose anything, and no one will come after you. Outsiders will just think I liked the shoes and found some leads because of that. Uncle Zhang was stunned and didn't respond. Then let me ask differently. You must tell me, who kidnapped the owner of the shoes? Yi Xingchen's tone was now firm and alert. Uncle Zhang's expression became stiff. He hesitated, then stayed silent. His eyes were filled with unease and pain, like he had something hard to say. Yi Xingchen quickly noticed the subtle changes and pressed on. That pair of priceless shoes ended up on your feet. That's no coincidence. You have to give me an explanation. Uncle Zhang finally spoke, his voice mixed with pleading and helplessness. I know things look bad right now, but I swear, those shoes ending up on my feet was just a coincidence. I don't know how to explain it right now. Yi Xingchen frowned deeply, staring into Uncle Zhang's eyes, trying to find the truth. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen realized something. Maybe he'd been thinking too simply. Was Uncle Zhang threatened? If he spoke up, would some mysterious person retaliate? Yi Xingchen felt conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to believe in Uncle Zhang's innocence. On the other, the clues and doubts were piling up. Uncle Zhang, I know this might be a lot for you. There are probably things you can't tell others. But I need to know the details. Trust me, I can help solve the problem. If someone dared to threaten you, I promise they won't see the sunrise tomorrow. Do you know who the owner of the shoes is? As someone who runs a pawn shop, you should know how valuable those shoes are. Someone who wears shoes like that isn't an ordinary person. That guy has an incredible background. He's a prince of Saudi Arabia. If something happens to a Saudi prince in our city Yunhe, do you know what that means? It could spark a diplomatic incident. A lot of people would be in trouble. The Saudi royal family might even send assassins to take revenge. If those assassins find you, this won't be simple. They won't bother talking, they'll shoot on sight. Your family won't be spared either. Truth be told, Yi Xingchen had no idea what Muhammad's actual status was in Saudi Arabia, or whether he was a prince. He said all that just to scare Uncle Zhang. Sure enough, his words shook Uncle Zhang a little. A look of inner struggle and hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he said softly, "If I talk, my family might suffer. I can't do that." Yi Xingqian was growing more aggressive. Facing Uncle Zhang, he pointed at his own face. "Uncle Zhang, do you know me?" Uncle Zhang looked at him, then shook his head with confusion. "Young man, you've never been here before, have you? How could I know you?" "Oh, good." Yi Xingqian gave a cold laugh. Good that he didn't know him. If they knew each other, he might have felt bad because of his dad. He wouldn't be able to go too far. But now it was fine. Since they didn't know each other, even if something happened, Uncle Zhang wouldn't know who did it. Yi Xingqian pulled out his phone and waved it in front of Uncle Zhang's eyes. "Uncle Zhang, my people are right behind your son and grandson at the park. They're having such a fun, happy time together, it's almost touching. I don't even want to interrupt it." "Yes, you're right. If you talk, those people might retaliate. You and your family might suffer then. But if you don't talk, you and your family will suffer right now. Do you get what I'm saying? Young man, you have no honor." Uncle Zhang saw the photo on Yi Xingqian's phone and got emotional, jumping up. "Old man, calm down at your age. Now, where are the shoes?" Yi Xingqian just smiled and made a shushing gesture at him. Uncle Zhang sighed helplessly and finally followed every word Yi Xingqian said. Soon, Uncle Zhang came out holding a pair of leather shoes. When Yi Xingqian took the shoes, he could immediately feel how soft and light they were. Made from special aerospace material. Just one look confirmed it, they were the shoes Mohammed had worn. "Don't be so down, Uncle Zhang. Have some faith in my abilities. Look, I made one call and already had people following your son and grandson. Now just tell me everything. I promise, those people won't live to see tomorrow." Seeing how confident Yi Xingqian looked, Uncle Zhang finally gave in. "All right, I'll talk. It was Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu brought those shoes to my shop. I could tell right away how valuable they were. I didn't dare accept them. But Xiao Lu kept pestering me to take them. He even said if I didn't accept them or if I told anyone, he'd have someone kill my grandson. That damn scumbag, he's capable of anything. I really didn't dare risk it." After hearing Uncle Zhang's emotional story, Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. Now there was a new question. If it had to be kept secret, why would Uncle Zhang wear those shoes, knowing they might expose him? Even let his actions get noticed by Yi Xingqian's dad? Was there something more to this, or was it really just a coincidence? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Even if Uncle Zhang was part of the crime, as long as he told where Mohammed or the kidnappers were, that was enough. Even if it was a trap meant to lure him in, so what? Even if 100 people surrounded him, so what? With his skills, who ambushes who is still up in the air? "Uncle Zhang, tell me, where is Xiao Lu? Or where is the owner of the shoes?" Uncle Zhang paused, a tiny bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "That scumbag is in." A slick-looking punk kid was walking toward his small rental place, holding a few skewers of grilled meat and humming a tune. "Xiao Lu, what's gotten into you today? 3 skewers of barbecue? That much? You think you can finish all that?" On the way, an older man who knew Xiao Lu looked at the meat skewers in Xiao Lu's hand and asked with a puzzled face. While talking, the uncle subtly motioned with his eyes toward the direction of Xiao Lu's rental place. But Xiao Lu, completely carried away by the cash in his pocket, didn't notice the signal at all. Instead, he thought the uncle was jealous of his barbecue freedom. "Uncle, are you suddenly feeling like your life is pathetic? Ha ha ha, have your son follow me one day, I'll build a whole empire with him." The uncle got mad immediately. This kid must be blind or dumb, he's in big trouble and still acting cocky. The uncle even gave him such a clear signal, but he missed it. And on top of that, now he wants to drag the uncle's son into this mess. Would he ever let his son waste his life following someone like this? With a cold snort, the uncle ignored Xiao Lu and walked off in the opposite direction. Xiao Lu felt even more full of himself. Stupid old man. Never seen someone eat 3 skewers at once? When I'm rich, I'll eat this much every day. If I can't finish, I'll throw the rest into the trash in front of you all. Still humming his tune, Xiao Lu soon reached the door of his rented room. He skillfully opened the door with one hand. What he saw next shocked him. Inside were more than 10 big men, crouched and waiting. His first reaction was, I must have pissed off some big boss again recently. As the saying goes, run if you can. Xiao Lu instinctively turned to flee. But to his horror, there were also more than 10 big guys now behind him, blocking his escape. Dang Hao walked up to Xiao Lu with a smile, lightly patting Xiao Lu's left cheek with his right hand. Kid, run. Why aren't you running? Big bro, Xiao Lu smiled awkwardly, trying to play nice. May I ask your name? I don't know what I did to upset you. Are you blind? This is Hao Xiao, one of the 2 deputy leaders of the Qinglong gang. One of the men angrily pointed at Dang Hao with his thumb. What? Qinglong gang? How shao? Xia Lu nearly peed himself. How shao, I've never messed with the Qinglong gang, I even wanted to join you guys. You didn't offend us, but you offended someone you really shouldn't have. Dang Hao smiled and pulled out his phone, showing Xia Lu the screen. Recognize these shoes? Xia Lu's heart skipped a beat. He looked down guiltily. Those? I've never seen those before. Ha ha ha. Dang Hao wasn't mad. He just casually waved his hand. Crush his left hand. Yes. At Dang Hao's command, a few of the men stepped forward to drag Xia Lu away and destroy his hand. Wait. I've seen them. It was me who pawned them. Xia Lu instantly realized Dang Hao was deadly serious. He didn't dare lie anymore. Good. Now tell me, where did you get those shoes? If you say you found them on the street or make up some excuse, I've already given you one chance. If you waste it, the next time I ask will be after your hand's destroyed. And every time I ask after that, I'll break one of your limbs. Got it. Dang Hao, like a demon, grabbed Xia Lu's bleached yellow hair. Got it. I got it. Big bro, I swear I won't lie again. I'll tell the truth. Those shoes were given to me by Wu Qi. Who is Wu Qi? Where did he get the shoes? Wu Qi and a few guys teamed up with a group of foreigners to kidnap a rich guy. He took the shoes off the guy's feet. I was the one who drove him to and from the place where they were keeping the rich guy. One day he got in a good mood and gave me the shoes. Then I took them to the local pawn shop. Where are Wu Qi and the kidnapped rich guy now? They're in a forest about 20 miles from here. But the road is covered with cameras. If anyone gets close, they'll notice and run. Cut the crap. Mark the location on the map. Dang Hao quickly pulled out his phone and called Yi Xingqian, giving him a quick update. Yi Gu, something feels off. These shoes are made from rare aerospace materials, saying they're worth a fortune isn't an exaggeration. And this Wu Qi just gave them to Xia Lu like it's nothing? Then Xia Lu just pawned them? Even if they didn't know the value, the pawn shop owner should have, right? If the pawn shop owner knew the value, he must also know that hardly anyone in the world owns such shoes. And he still dared to take them in? Even wear them around to show off? Is he not afraid of dying? On the other end, Yi Xingqian fell silent. Muhammad was kidnapped. Du Zitong, the guy demanding protection money, turned up dead. And the pawn shop owner seemed to deliberately show off the shoes in front of Yi Xingqian's dad. All of this gave Yi Xingqian a strange feeling, like he was stepping into a bigger conspiracy. Yi Gu, what do we do now? Tell Xia Lu to call Wu Qi, say he found out I know the value of the shoes, and to stop me from leaking anything, he's going to cuff me and bring me to Wu Qi, let Wu Qi decide what to do with me. That way, Xia Lu can take me there to rescue the hostage. But, Dang Hao hesitated. Yi Gu, isn't that too risky? Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian laughed. I have confidence in my own skills, don't worry. Okay. Dang Hao nodded firmly, dropping his objections. Hey, kid. Dang Hao's face turned cold. He grabbed Xia Lu by the hair. Next, you better do exactly what we say. If not, you won't live to see tomorrow. I will. Xia Lu was already scared stiff, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Boss, whatever you need, just say the word. V-room. With the roar of a car engine, Xia Lu drove Yi Xingqian straight toward a forested area on the edge of Yunhe City. Hello? Brother Wu, so here's the thing. Remember those shoes you gave me? I was going to secretly sell them, but someone figured out where they came from right away. Yeah. But don't worry, I've already taken care of the guy. He's in my car, no, in his car, and I'm bringing him to you right now. Yes. I've already tied up his hands with rope. I'm on the way, should be there in a few minutes. Alright, I'll hand him over to you and then act like I don't know anything. Okay. See you in a bit. After hanging up, Xia Lu gave Yi Xingqian a humble smile. Although Xia Lu didn't know who Yi Xingqian was, anyone respected by Dang Hao must be someone important, not someone like him could afford to mess with. But one thing really puzzled Xia Lu. Why would someone important like Yi Xingqian take such a huge risk? Or to put it bluntly, why was he delivering himself straight to danger? Xia Lu had made it very clear, the other side had lots of people, including several foreigners. For Yi Xingqian to go alone was basically suicide. Heh, Yi Xingqian guessed what Xia Lu was thinking and smiled. You're wondering why I'm walking right into the trap, right? Uh-huh. Xia Lu nodded quickly, his eyes full of curiosity. That's because I don't feel like hunting them down one by one. Since they're all in one place, I'll just clean them out all at once. Xia Lu's mouth twitched a little. He didn't say anything, but his expression showed he wasn't buying it. Yeah, right. Those guys had dozens of men, all desperate thugs, probably even armed. And you, going in alone? acting like it's no big deal, even looking down on them. Who do you think you are? Some reincarnation of Guan Yu, thinking everyone else is trash? Of course, Xiao Lu would never dare say this out loud. He just nodded politely with a fake smile. Yi Xingqian didn't care, calmly watching the scenery outside the window. Within minutes, Yi Xingqian spotted a surveillance camera on a nearby tree. Obviously, it had been installed by Wu Qi's group. Thanks to his daily dogtail herb routine, Yi Xingqian's physical condition had greatly improved. He could now see and hear much better. Are we almost there? Yi Xingqian glanced at the trees and asked softly. Yeah, we're already inside their surveillance zone. Not sure if you noticed, but there are quite a few cameras around. Xiao Lu glanced around casually, then seemed to remember something. Big bro, do you have a plan? I could bring you to Wu Qi first, then quietly untie your hands, and you could strike when the time's right. How about that? No need. Yi Xingqian shook his head firmly. We're just dealing with a bunch of petty crooks. No need for tactics. I'll just go straight in and crush them. Though Yi Xingqian sounded like he didn't care, he wasn't being careless. He had brought along 2 military-grade knuckle dusters just in case. Ah? Xiao Lu didn't even know how to respond. Outnumbered and you still charge in? This guy's got brain damage. How could someone this reckless become a big shot, while someone clever like me is still struggling? Guess the saying is true. God is a girl. Life's not fair. While lost in thought, the car reached the destination. Deep in the forest stood several wooden cabins. Each cabin was surrounded by tall wooden fences, and the first floor had connecting walkways. Big bro, we're here. That guy in red, that's Wu Qi. Xiao Lu glanced at the group coming out to greet them and introduced Wu Qi in a low voice. Hey, buddy. I didn't think you had the guts to actually bring someone in. I always thought you were a coward. Looks like I misjudged you, ha ha ha. Wu Qi walked up to the car door and laughed loudly. Big bro, should I untie? Snap. Xiao Lu was about to say he'd untie Yi Xingqian, worried Wu Qi might attack too soon. If Wu Qi struck before he untied him, Yi Xingqian would be defenseless. But before he could finish, the rope snapped with a crack. Yi Xingqian had broken free on his own. Xiao Lu froze. Should he blame cheap rope or marvel at Yi Xingqian's insane strength? In that moment, Xiao Lu began to understand where Yi Xingqian's confidence came from. Who are you? How do you know where those shoes came from? After Yi Xingqian got out of the car, Wu Qi didn't seem to care that his hands were free. He just asked his question. Where is Mr. Mohammed? Yi Xingqian didn't answer and instead asked a question of his own. Heh! Wu Qi burst out laughing. So you do know him. Since you're here, let's lock you both up on the second floor. Guys, take him. Hearing that Mohammed was indeed here, Yi Xingqian was pleased. He let them push him toward the second floor of the cabin. Maybe they were overconfident, or maybe they didn't see him as a threat. None of the kidnappers even bothered tying him up. Not that it would have helped. Even crazier, no one frisked him. To Yi Xingqian, that was just plain stupid. In this odd atmosphere, he was shoved into a second-floor room. Oh? Yi! A voice in clumsy Mandarin called out. It was Mohammed. He looked at Yi Xingqian and laughed loudly, then started speaking rapidly. What's he saying? Wu Qi turned to someone nearby who knew Arabic. Ah, he said, we're all dead. Because we messed with someone we really shouldn't have. In an instant, Wu Qi and his entire crew froze, speechless. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, Wu Qi and his men burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what did he say? We messed with someone we shouldn't have. Is he talking about himself? A dead man walking has the guts to act all tough? That's hilarious. Oh no, I'm so scared. Maybe we should let him go? I'm afraid he'll beat me up. Or maybe he was talking about that idiot we just brought in. Ha 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 ha. That dumb kid looks so clueless, I bet he wouldn't even get a chance to call out Dad before I beat him to death. Oh no, I'm scared. Please, come hit me. Kill me, please. Wu Qi and his crew mocked Mohammed and Yi Xingqian as hard as they could. Even Xiao Lu, standing nearby, lowered his head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Yi Xingqian. They were laughing their hearts out, completely unaware that death was already coming for them. Yi Xingqian slowly put both hands into his jacket pockets and easily slipped on his military-grade knuckle dusters. Since you're all so eager to die, I'll be kind enough to help you out. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xingqian's mouth as he revealed the knuckle dusters he had hidden. Crap. Wugu, this guy's got something serious. That's a metal weapon. Humph, so he's got some brute strength? There's a ton of us, what's there to be afraid of? Everyone, let's go beat the crap out of him. Kill him. Wu Qi's goons yelled as they charged at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian coldly stared at the rushing thugs, gripping the knuckle dusters tightly, his whole body radiating a crushing aura. He knew tonight was going to be another bloodbath. With a scream, Yi Xingqian smashed the skull of the first guy who rushed at him with a single punch. The body collapsed in a gruesome heap, shocking the other kidnappers. Seeing the blood-soaked knuckle dusters, fear rose in their hearts. They had thought numbers would guarantee victory, but now, they realized they were up against a true killer. A man who used solid metal as weapons without flinching. Yi Xingqian stepped forward, his aura growing even more intense. He stared at Wu Qi's men and spoke with stern finality, "You've got nowhere left to run. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but unfortunately, you did something insane. You shouldn't have kidnapped Mr. Mohammed. Now, the only path left for you is death." Facing Yi Xingqian's overwhelming pressure, the kidnappers started to lose their nerve. They all understood now, Yi Xingqian was far beyond anything they could handle. Without hesitation, he swung the knuckle dusters. Each blow came like lightning, fast, accurate, and unstoppable. They couldn't stop him. One after another, they fell into pools of blood. For the first time, they understood just how terrifying military-grade knuckle dusters were. Every time Yi Xingqian punched, someone's skull or chest burst open. The difference in power was overwhelming. The kidnappers couldn't fight anymore. "Guns! Get the damn guns!" Seeing his men dropping like flies, Wu Qi screamed in panic. "Boss, help me! Help!" More kidnappers rushed in. When Wu Qi saw a foreigner in the back of the group, he suddenly got excited. "Boss?" Yi Xingqian frowned and looked where Wu Qi was staring. The gang leader stood coldly, looking at Yi Xingqian and Wu Qi, then gave a direct order. "Everyone, open fire!" Gunfire rang out. Wu Qi and Xia Lu were the first to get hit, bullets riddled their bodies, killing them instantly in pools of blood. As for Yi Xingqian, he grabbed a corpse and used it as a shield, then rushed straight at the shooters. In that moment, he finally understood something. He had always wondered when reading Journey to the West, if Sun Wukong was invulnerable to blades and fire, why did he still bother dodging or blocking attacks? Turns out, being invulnerable doesn't mean you don't feel pain. Yi Xingqian was now in the same situation. Rubber bullets couldn't do real damage to him, but every hit still hurt a little. Only after using a corpse as a shield did that pain finally ease. Damn, this guy's a beast. What the hell? We saw him get hit so many times, why isn't he reacting? The shooters looked at each other, stunned. Even the foreign gang boss muttered a, "What the fuck?" While they hesitated, Yi Xingqian tore into their group like a tiger among sheep. Screams echoed. Not a single kidnapper survived. Cough cough. The gang leader lay on the ground, coughing blood. His right hand trembled as he pointed at Mohammed, trying to say something, but before he could speak, his head slumped, and he died on the spot. After wiping out every last kidnapper, Yi Xingqian removed his knuckle dusters and put them back in his pocket. Then he slowly walked toward Mohammed. Mohammed nervously scooted back, as if afraid Yi Xingqian might kill him too by accident. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. He put on a translator and warmly reached out his right hand. Mohammed hesitated, then gratefully nodded and gripped Yi Xingqian's hand tightly. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. You've saved me twice now. This time, I truly don't know how to repay you. I swear to Allah, I will do everything in my power to return your kindness." Yi Xingqian wanted to say something, but since Mohammed didn't have a translator, he wouldn't understand. So Yi Xingqian just nodded in response to his gratitude. The two of them quickly gathered their things and drove away from the scene. "You ask me how deep my love is, how much I love you." The biggest bar in Yunhe City was filled with energy and passion. The rhythm of the music flowed through the air. People swayed to the beat, fully releasing their enthusiasm and vitality. Laughter and conversation echoed throughout the bar as people enjoyed their time with friends. Some danced freely in the dance floor, showing off their moves and passion. The girls wore trendy outfits and had exquisite makeup, radiating charm. They were confident and full of life, attracting the attention of those around them. The whole bar was filled with a relaxed and liberating vibe. People forgot their worries and stress, and fully enjoyed the moment. Even Muhammad, who had just experienced a near-death ordeal, had now completely forgotten the bad memories from earlier. At this moment, Muhammad wore a translator device. In his eyes and mind, there was only the alcohol and Yi Xingqian sitting across the table. Maybe because of his status, after escaping danger, Muhammad simply asked his men to inform the Yunhe City police. The police headed straight to the kidnappers' hideout. No one disturbed Yi Xingqian and Muhammad as they drank in the bar. Very soon, Muhammad's free-spending ways attracted the attention of the bar's girls. Several girls had already come over to flirt. Maybe because Muhammad was obviously a foreigner and they weren't sure how to approach him, one bar girl tried to get close to Yi Xingqian first, planning to use him as a bridge to approach Muhammad. "Hi, handsome." The girl wore a revealing tank top and a miniskirt, smiling seductively. To most people, this girl would be considered quite attractive and well-shaped. But Yi Xingchen was different. The women around him, Qin Yanran, Lin Yun, Long Qingxian, Miyamoto Tomomi, even Lin Shui and Sunya, each had beauty and figures that easily beat the girl in front of him. Yi Xingchen had zero interest in the girl's approach. He could tell she was targeting Mohammed, not him. So Yi Xingchen's attitude toward her was even colder. The girl noticed his coldness but didn't give up. She sat next to Yi Xingchen, still trying hard. Out so late and still alone? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but find it funny. What else would I be? If I'm not alone, what am I? A chicken. Ha 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 ha. Yi, you're so funny. Mohammed burst into laughter. Even the girl was momentarily speechless. She had expected Yi Xingchen to say Mohammed was his friend, giving her an excuse to greet Mohammed. But Yi Xingchen's blunt and awkward comment threw her off. She took a small sip from her bottle-capsized glass to hide her embarrassment. You're so humorous, handsome. Much more than the boys I've met before. Is that so? Yi Xingchen looked at her meaningfully. You've had many boyfriends before? The girl paused, then smiled slightly. 5. Is that a lot? I don't know. I've always wondered, does true love even exist? If it does, why did none of my 5 boyfriends last? Hearing her emotional story, Yi Xingchen didn't believe a word of it. This was clearly a bar regular. Everything she said was just for show, 10 lies out of every 10 sentences. There's a saying online. Not every girl who goes to bars is bad, but no good girl goes to bars. While that's not entirely fair, it still has some truth. Yi Xingchen could be such a straight shooter that even Qin Yanran often got mad at him. He glanced out the window, then pointed to a pine tree outside. That's why none of your 5 boyfriends stayed. Huh? The girl looked outside, then nodded thoughtfully. You mean I'm like that pine tree, cold and aloof, and they felt unworthy? So I just need someone who understands and warms me up. No no no. Yi Xingchen shook his head firmly. I mean, you're not like a pine tree. You are loose. You get what I mean? The girl was confused at first, then realized what he meant. Her face changed instantly. She slammed the table and stood up. What the hell do you mean? You think you're hot stuff? You dare insult me? Do you even know who I am? You want to die or what? At the next table, several of Mohammed's bodyguards heard her yelling. Their right hands went toward their gun pockets, standing up with displeased expressions. The girl was startled. She now realized Mohammed and Yi Xingchen weren't ordinary people. Just having drinks at a bar, and they brought this many armed guards? Sorry. I just got too emotional. Following the rule of not suffering losses up front, the girl forced herself to apologize and quickly left. Ha 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 ha. Mohammed laughed so hard he almost couldn't breathe, clutching his stomach and doubling over. His bodyguard saw neither he nor Yi Xingchen planned to press the issue, so they let the girl go and sat back down quietly. Yi, you really crack me up. I had my translator look up some of your basic public info. I remember, you don't have a girlfriend. I was curious, how can someone so good-looking and skilled not have a girlfriend? Now I get it. There's a reason. In your country, do they call this being a straight man? Muhammad made all sorts of strange hand gestures as he laughed. Yi Xingchen scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Should he say he's not single, maybe even the opposite? Should he explain that he acted so blunt just to get rid of the girl? But he didn't say anything, he just smiled and shook his head. Maybe there was no need to explain. Suddenly, Muhammad stopped laughing and looked at Yi Xingchen seriously. Yi, there's something very serious I need to talk to you about. What is it? Yi Xingchen was a bit thrown off by Muhammad's sudden seriousness. How could someone change their face so quickly? Just moments ago, he had been laughing and joking. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was serious as ever. Muhammad's eyes showed a hint of gratitude and admiration. Yi, I'll never forget the moment you saved me. You gave me a second life. I can't even begin to describe how thankful I am. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of inhumane treatment I would have faced. Those people were like vampires, they wouldn't have let me go until they drained every last cent from me. Yi Xingchen smiled and shook his head. Mr. Muhammad, you don't have to be so polite. If you don't mind, we can be friends, loyal friends to each other. I'm willing to help you. After all, isn't helping each other what friends are supposed to do? Muhammad froze for a second. Yi, honestly, this is the first time in my life I've sincerely wanted to make a real friend. All the people I've called friends before were either tied to profit, power, or fake kindness. But you, only you, my most sincere friend from your country, are the one I truly want to call a friend. Ha ha ha. Hearing this from such a wealthy man actually made Yi Xingchen feel a bit embarrassed. Truth be told, Yi Xingchen's initial approach to Muhammad was entirely to get close to him and maybe receive help in certain areas later. But Muhammad's sincerity far exceeded Yi Xingchen's expectations. It even made Yi question himself, Was he just using Mohammed? Mohammed's expression became firm and serious. Yi, have you ever thought about building something great? A man, when he has his own business, will be admired everywhere he goes. If he stays unknown, no matter where he is, people will always look down on him. Those words hit Yi Xingchen right in the heart. All these years, because of his background, Yi had faced so many cold shoulders and scorn. Even though he now had a body far beyond ordinary people, that hadn't changed much. There was only one way to change things: build something of his own. That was also why Yi Xingchen wanted to take over the Gao Corporation. Mohammed saw Yi hadn't responded yet and thought he might lack ambition. His eyes lit up with determination and encouragement. Yi, I swear to Allah, from the moment I first saw you, I knew you had extraordinary talent and courage. I believe you can build something of your own. You don't have to always work for others, even if they treat you well now. You should chase your own dream. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. Mohammed, you're right. I've always worked for others, but deep down, I want something of my own, something where I can use my talent and creativity. Mohammed's expression turned serious again. Yi, I have a proposal. I want to invest in you to help you realize your dream. Your intelligence and courage are unmatched. I believe you can build something great. Yi Xingchen felt Mohammed's sincerity and trust. After a moment of thought, he nodded. Mohammed, I really appreciate your generosity and support. But my plan is a bit different from yours, or maybe we just have some differences in certain areas. Mohammed was slightly surprised. What do you mean? I've realized how important a business is, and I've already started working on my own path. But, due to certain special reasons, I can't be the public face or top position of a company. I can only support people I trust to grow the business. The special reason Yi referred to was his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan. If he became a full-time CEO and Dragon Clan suddenly assigned him a complex task that took a long time to complete, he'd go missing frequently. That would be chaos for any company. Besides, Yi Xingchen didn't like the fake smiles and tedious meetings in business anyway. If possible, he'd rather let someone he trusts handle all that. And with his strength and skills, he wasn't worried at all about anyone betraying him. Oh, my Allah! Mohammed gasped. What you said just gave me a new idea. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Mohammed with confusion. I have a proposal. I provide the money and connections, and you provide the people. We start an investment company together, 50-50 ownership. Your person will be the CEO. You or your people handle everything. As for profits, we split them evenly. If there are losses, I'll take full responsibility. To start, I'm ready to put in 1 billion as seed capital. How about it? Mohammed grinned widely as he laid out his idea. What the hell? Yi Xingchen couldn't help blurting out, even standing up in shock. This wasn't just saving Mohammed, this was like saving the god of wealth himself. 1 billion? And that's just startup money? Profits split evenly, losses all covered by Mohammed, and full control handed over? Damn. That's just giving away money. Hehehe. Yi, judging from your reaction, I'll take it as a yes. Mohammed smiled as he looked at the excited Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. Why? Why give me such a huge advantage? To figure out Mohammed's real motive, Yi Xingchen stared straight into his eyes and asked seriously. Mohammed's eyes were full of disdain. It's just 1 billion. So what if I toss it around for fun? You know how much the ocean park cost? I didn't even care. Just playing around. Money to me is nothing, just numbers. If I want it, I snap my fingers. If I don't, I wave it away. Every year in my country's capital, I throw cash worth 1 billion into the streets. 10 billion? I could give it to you and not blink. Hearing that, Yi Xingchen nearly coughed up blood on the spot. At night, Yi Xingchen returned home. His mind kept replaying the things Mohammed had said earlier, leaving him unable to calm down. And as the general plan settled, a new problem quickly emerged. Who should serve as the president of this investment company? The first person that popped into Yi Xingchen's mind was Shi Wenbin. But he quickly ruled Shi Wenbin out. Right now, Shi Wenbin was part of the Qinglong gang. If someone with an agenda dug up that connection in the future, the entire company could be affected. Moreover, the Qinglong gang still needed someone Yi completely trusted to stabilize the situation. Dang, how clearly wasn't someone Yi could trust fully yet. The second person who came to mind was Miyamoto Tomomi. On the surface, Tomomi didn't seem to care much about money, and if she had some managerial skills, she could be a good candidate. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but glance toward the living room where Tomomi was. At the moment, she was thrilled by her improved physical strength and was excitedly practicing swordplay in the living room. Compared to before, Tomomi was now faster and stronger in every way. Still getting used to her new body, she accidentally chopped off a corner of the table. Seeing this ferocious scene, Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched, and he immediately gave up on the idea. He was genuinely afraid. Not because she couldn't manage a company, but because he worried she might chop off a rival's head with her sword. Or worse, if she got mad, she might slash an unruly employee in the office. And there was another very important reason. Tomomi wasn't suitable to appear publicly right now, at least not until he had enough confidence to face the top experts of the Miyamoto family. But, the only ones he could trust and who had free time seemed to be Sure Wenbin and Tomomi. If neither of them worked, then who else? Thinking about it gave Yi Xingqian a headache. What's wrong, Yi-kun? Tomomi noticed his troubled look, stopped practicing, and walked over to him softly. Yi Xingqian didn't hide anything. A rich Saudi guy is putting up $1 billion to help me start a company. I need someone trustworthy and capable to be the company's president. I thought of my subordinate and of you, but I ruled both of you out. I feel like you each have reasons why it wouldn't work. Nanny? Spending a whole $1 billion to help you start a company? And letting you pick the president? Even Tomomi, who had seen a lot, couldn't stay calm hearing that. Yi Xingqian laughed bitterly and said, sometimes the way the rich throw money around really makes you feel helpless and jealous. They can splurge however they want, chasing luxury and living the high life with no limits. But ordinary people like us have to think hard about every single expense. Tomomi nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the lifestyles of the rich are very different from ours. But we shouldn't feel jealous or upset. Everyone has their own lifestyle and financial situation. The important thing is to value what we have and work hard for our dreams and goals. Besides, Yi-kun, you're not just some ordinary person. Let's not talk about that. Let's get back to the real issue, who should be the company's president? I actually have someone in mind. Tomomi suddenly smiled mysteriously. Oh? Who? Yi Xingqian looked at her curiously. Lin Yun. What? Lin Yun? Yi Xingqian was so shocked his mouth formed an O shape. What, are you surprised I know Lin Yun? Or surprised that she might be qualified? Tomomi smiled knowingly and asked. No, Yi Xingqian shook his head quickly. I mean, Lin Yun is my boss's secretary. Wouldn't that be like stealing from my boss? If he finds out, he'll never let me off the hook. Well, what do you think Lin Yun wants? Tomomi pouted. Does she want to stay a lowly secretary forever? Or just be eye candy? Don't you think she's considered moving on to something bigger? If she wants to start her own career, why would you reject her just because of some stealing from your boss kind of thinking? And I don't think your boss would necessarily see it as a bad thing, or refuse to let her go. Yi Xingqian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, falling into deep contemplation. The next morning. Ding ding ding. The doorbell of Yi Xingqian's office rang. Come in. Yi Xingqian quickly sat up straight. The person who walked in was Lin Yun. She turned and closed the door behind her, then looked at Yi Xingqian with a smile and a hint of shyness. Xingqian, you suddenly asked me to your office, what's up? Yi Xingqian didn't say anything. He just looked her up and down. Lin Yun seemed to realize something, and her face turned even redder. No, we can't, not here. This is the office. What if someone walks in, or smells something after I leave? Yi Xingqian was confused. What the heck was she talking about? Did he look like someone who'd get flirty at any time, anywhere? Yi looked at her and said seriously, Sister Yun, I know you're just a secretary, but you've never stopped learning. I think you have a lot of experience and great leadership potential. I hope you'll consider becoming the president of my company. Your company? Lin Yun was completely shocked, even thinking she must have misheard. Yes. Yi Xingqian nodded firmly. Seeing his determined look, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. Yi Xingqian stood up and lightly patted her shoulder. Sister Yun, I understand your concerns. This is a big decision. You don't have to answer right away. Think it over and tell me later, okay? After a moment, Lin Yun took a deep breath. Xingqian, I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, I'll never hesitate. I'm just worried. I might not be capable enough. I trust you completely. I'll support you no matter what. Don't worry, whatever problem comes up, I'll handle it. With that, Yi Xingqian gently pulled Lin Yun into his arms. At that moment, his plan to poach talent officially succeeded. At dusk, Yi Xingqian was tirelessly collecting foxtail grass in the greenbelt of Yunhe Villa district. At first, Yi Xingqian didn't like foxtail grass. But this thing really gets you hooked once you start eating it. Although the taste was indeed hard to swallow, it was incredibly helpful in improving physical fitness. Now, whenever he saw foxtail grass, all Yi Xingqian could think was, it's actually good. Hey, Yi! Just after Yi Xingqian swallowed a newly found foxtail grass, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Huh? Mohammed? Why are you here? It was Mohammed speaking, and Yi Xingqian looked surprised when he saw him, quickly putting on the translator in his pocket. Hee hee, Mohammed grinned proudly. You're my only friend in Yunha City, and since I'll be staying here for a while, I thought I'd move nearby and be your neighbor. That way we can hang out. Oh? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. This is Yunha Villa District, the biggest villa district in Yunha City. If one lives in the east and one in the west, it's still quite far apart. Mohammed patted his chest proudly. I thought about that. So I bought one villa in each direction, east, west, north, and south. I think they're number 610, number 69, and two other numbers I forgot. Doesn't matter. What matters is, Yi, whichever direction you live in, that's where I'll stay. Mohammed finished and flashed a bright white smile. Yi Xingqian's smile froze on his face. What kind of logic was this? I want to be your neighbor, but I don't know which direction you live in, so I just bought one villa in every direction. Dude, these are villas. Each one easily costs over 100 million. Do you think you're buying cabbages at a market? Do you know that if people heard you say this, you'd get beaten up, mobbed even? Clearly, Mohammed's inhuman extravagance once again shattered Yi Xingqian's perception of the world. What's wrong, Yi? Are you upset? You don't want to be my neighbor? That's okay, I'll switch directions. No, I'll move elsewhere. I also have two villas in the southern part of Yunha City. I can stay there instead. Stop, cut it out. Yi Xingqian was losing it and quickly interrupted Mohammed's show-off spree. For a brief moment, Yi Xingqian felt deeply worried about his company's future. What if something went wrong at the company, and he had to rush over to fix it, but Mohammed grabbed him and said, Yi, don't go. Let's drink. Who cares about the losses? I'll pay you back 10 times over. That would be a nightmare. Yi Xingqian forced a bitter smile and shook his head to drive the ridiculous thoughts away. Mohammed, you said one of your villas is number 60-something? Then we can be real neighbors. But I'm a person who values privacy. Of course. Mohammed perked up. I'm also a person who values privacy. If I didn't, wouldn't everyone know I bring a different supermodel home every day? Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly, and for a second, he really wanted to slap this ridiculous show off. But when he recalled Mohammed's villa number, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. What a coincidence! Mohammed's villas were not only next to his own but also next to Lin Xue's house at number 608. All right, I'm heading home to cook. Let's talk later, see you, Yi. Mohammed suddenly remembered something and turned to leave. Watching Mohammed's back as he walked away, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but feel jealous and frustrated. When someone like him cooks, people just say he's scraping by, living frugally, can't afford takeout, stuff like that. But when someone like Mohammed cooks, people say, wow, you're so diligent, or wow, you're so romantic. So yeah, people really can't be compared to each other. Just as Mohammed was about to head home, a little girl wearing a red hood and carrying a small backpack passed by, humming a song. Yi Xingqian immediately recognized the little girl. It was Lin Xue's daughter, Meng Meng. Yi! Mohammed also noticed her and quickly turned to grab Yi Xingqian's hand. What? Don't tell me she's your daughter. Yi Xingqian looked at Mohammed with a strange expression. No. Mohammed said very seriously. Why is a little girl walking alone here in your country? Where are her parents? Isn't that dangerous? Dangerous? You mean? Yi Xingqian scratched his head, confused. In Saudi, no one would let a child walk around alone, it's too dangerous. It's not safe at all. Really? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but laugh. Mohammed, relax. This is Xia country, not Saudi. Here, it's really safe. Go to any convenience store at night, 8 out of 10 clerks are asleep. Nobody worries about getting robbed or having stuff stolen. That's the unique sense of safety in our country. As a foreigner, Mohammed clearly couldn't understand this sense of security. He looked at Meng Meng again, still filled with worry. Yi, do me a favor. Let's walk this little girl home together. Really, for the sake of Allah, let's get her home safely. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Muhammad's concern was genuinely unexpected to Yi Xingqian. Based on what he'd heard from Qin Yanran, Muhammad had always seemed like an arrogant and overbearing rich guy. But now, Yi Xingqian never imagined the same guy could be so warm-hearted. Maybe that old saying was true. Even the coldest, most heartless people can show tenderness when it comes to certain people or situations. And since Muhammad brought up, for the sake of Allah, Yi Xingqian couldn't refuse. Meng Meng. Yi Xingqian smiled and waved at her. Huh? Brother Xingqian? It was only then that Meng Meng noticed the weird uncle pulling weeds by the road was Yi Xingqian. Why are you walking alone? Aren't you scared? Brother Xingqian and this big brother will walk you home, okay? Meng Meng looked at Yi Xingqian, then at Muhammad, who was grinning beside him, and happily nodded. Okay. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Thank you, Big Brother. Inside Yunhe Villa District, Yi Xingchen and Muhammad walked on either side of Meng Meng, guarding her tightly in the middle like left and right protectors. Suddenly, Meng Meng jumped up excitedly. Brother Xingchen, why haven't you come to play with me lately? Ah? Yi Xingchen honestly didn't know how to answer that question. Any normal adult wouldn't voluntarily go hang out with an elementary school kid, right? Play what? Mud pies? Pretend games? People would call him a creep. Because Muhammad was wearing a translator, he could understand Meng Meng's words. Muhammad suddenly gave a mischievous smile. Yi, so you know this little girl? Looks like you two are pretty close. Yi Xingchen froze for a moment. He quickly realized what Muhammad meant by that. In Saudi, many wealthy people live extravagant lives, and there are even rumors that some of them keep little girls around. No wonder Muhammad would joke like that. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment. He felt he should give Muhammad a heads up to prevent him, his future business partner, from doing anything out of line. Muhammad, my dear friend, in our Xia country, something like that gets you a minimum of 3 years in prison, and at most, the death penalty. Anyone on Xia soil, foreign or not, is subject to the same laws. Seeing Yi Xingchen so serious, Muhammad was stunned for a moment, then gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, Yi, maybe it's a cultural difference. I promise I won't joke like that again. Seeing such a rich man be so humble, Yi Xingchen was a bit surprised. Ah? I didn't mean you couldn't joke. I was just trying to warn you in advance. Got it. Yi Xingchen gave Muhammad a suspicious look. He didn't know why, but Muhammad felt unreal to him. It was like Muhammad was just too perfect in his mind. Richer than countries. Handsome. Tall and strong. Generous and kind. Hardworking and loving. Polite and charming. Does a person this perfect really exist in the world? Brother Xingchen, is this guy a foreigner? You two speak different languages, so how can you talk to each other? Do you understand each other's language? If so, why not just speak the same language? Meng Meng suddenly looked at Muhammad curiously and started playing her usual troublemaker role, firing off questions like a machine gun. Oh, wait a minute, my little sweetheart, hold on, what did you just say? You're talking too fast, baby. Slow down so my translator can keep up. Muhammad frantically waved his hands in confusion. Yi Xingchen suddenly had an idea and looked sneakily at Meng Meng. Meng Meng, it's like this, we're both wearing a translator, see? If you speak slower, it'll automatically translate. Just now, you spoke too fast and this big brother didn't catch it. Do you want to try using the translator? Encouraged by Yi Xingchen's gaze, Meng Meng curiously took the translator and put it on. Hello, little cutie, I'm Muhammad. Nice to meet you. Muhammad greeted Meng Meng with a big smile. Hello, brother Muhammad, I'm Meng Meng. That's such a beautiful name. Muhammad gave her a thumbs up. Meng Meng. Yi Xingchen gently patted her shoulder. Didn't you have a lot of questions? Your brother Muhammad is super knowledgeable, you can ask him anything. Muhammad didn't realize there was a trap, and proudly patted his chest. Yes. No problem, leave it to me. As long as you can ask, I can answer. Astronomy, geography, current events, politics, math, history, I know it all. Yi Xingchen, having already given the translator to Meng Meng, didn't know what Muhammad said. But from Muhammad's smug expression, even a fool could guess the gist of it. Really? Meng Meng's eyes lit up. Brother Muhammad, have you heard of Neza? Neza? Muhammad laughed. Of course. He's a god, right? What about him? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, right? So if Neza had a stroke, would it be in 1 head or all 3? Of course, it would be, huh? What? Muhammad was instantly dumbfounded by the question. Ha ha ha. Although Yi Xingchen didn't hear what Muhammad said, just seeing his stunned face, he could guess what happened. Well, Muhammad started making excuses. Actually, I'm not that familiar with Xia mythology. How about you ask something else? He still had a bit of a strategy behind this. In Muhammad's mind, Meng Meng was just a kid, how hard could her questions be? The next one might be super easy. But he really underestimated how crazy Meng Meng's stroke of genius questions could get. Meng Meng nodded. Then, do mosquitoes fart? Huh? Muhammad froze again. If you got bitten by a vampire and a zombie at the same time, would you turn into a vampire or a zombie? What if you took a stimulant and a sedative at the same time? Would you be normal? Unwashed apples can't be eaten, tap water can't be drunk directly, so can you eat apples washed with tap water? How does the Erlang god do eye exercises? Is his third eye single or double-lidded? Maybe. If someone punched themselves to death, does that mean they're strong or fragile? Is it suicide or homicide? Perhaps. Staying up late is bad, exercising is good. What if you exercise late at night? Or, in that moment, Mohammed felt like his CPU was about to overheat. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xingchen, watching all this unfold, laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Who would have thought this famous Saudi billionaire was being completely wrecked by a little girl? Mohammed turned to look at Yi Xingchen with a resentful gaze, which only made Yi Xingchen laugh even harder. La 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 la. Stumping Mohammed clearly brought immense joy to Meng Meng. By now, Meng Meng had already led Yi Xingchen and Mohammed to the front door of her house. Huh? Your mom's not home? Yi Xingchen saw Meng Meng entering the door lock code by herself and couldn't help but ask curiously. Under normal circumstances, a little girl who just experienced an ogre incident would be mentally and emotionally traumatized. Although Lin Shui didn't know about the ogres, Meng Meng had still gone missing for a few days. Yet Lin Shui let Meng Meng come home alone after school and stay home by herself. It was hard to tell whether Lin Shui was overly career-driven or just careless. If something happened to Meng Meng again, Lin Shui would regret it for the rest of her life. Mom isn't off work yet. Meng Meng skillfully entered the code and opened the villa door. Hearing that, Mohammed leaned closer to Yi Xingchen, who had already put his translator back on, and smiled. You know this little girl's mom? Aren't you afraid her dad will kick you out? Yi Xingchen originally wanted to tell Mohammed that Meng Meng didn't have a dad anymore, but he hesitated, worried that it might hurt Meng Meng and bring up painful memories. So instead, he just nodded toward a photo on the wall of Lin Shui and Meng Meng. Mohammed was a smart guy. Just one glance and he figured it out. Huh? Every photo is just the mother and daughter? Looks like her dad either died or ran off with someone else. Since Mohammed was speaking Arabic, he didn't worry about Meng Meng understanding, so he spoke freely. Yi Xingchen nodded, confirming Mohammed's guess. Brother Xingchen, brother Mohammed, have a seat. I'll go get you some water. In just a minute or two, Meng Meng came out carrying 2 tiny glasses, each about the size of a bottle cap. Mohammed thanked her in clumsy Xia language. Meng Meng giggled sweetly and happily accepted the thanks. Meng Meng, have you run into any suspicious people after school lately? Yi Xingchen still had a small concern. What if there were surviving members of the ogres, and he hadn't noticed them? They might come for Meng Meng to take revenge. Bullies always pick the easy target. If they couldn't beat him, they might come for her. Meng Meng thought for a moment, then confidently shook her head. Nope, the roads have been very safe. Teachers and classmates were all really worried about me. They ask every day if I've gotten better. Because last time, I said I was sick. Oh, good then. Yi Xingchen finally felt relieved. Huh? Yi, this little girl ran into bad people a few days ago. Mohammed asked curiously. Yi Xingchen didn't go into detail, just nodded. But he quickly realized he should remind Mohammed about something. From all their interactions, Mohammed clearly seemed like a wealthy man with a strong sense of justice. If he suddenly decided to throw money around for revenge on Meng Meng's behalf, it could stir up a storm in all of Yunha City. Thinking that, Yi Xingchen quickly added, it's already been handled. Oh. Okay. Ask the little girl for me, can I get a closer look at the photos on the wall? Or, if there are any more photos of her in the other rooms, could I go see them too? I haven't been home in a long time, and seeing her reminds me of my little niece. Clearly, Mohammed was getting emotional, his eyes even started to turn a little red. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded, then turned to Meng Meng to translate. Meng Meng, here's the thing. Brother Mohammed saw your pictures and it reminded him of his little niece. He's been in Xia for a long time and hasn't been home in a while, so he wants to know if he can take a closer look at the photos. If there are more pictures of you inside, he'd like to see those too. I promise, I won't touch them. He says he absolutely won't touch the photos. Meng Meng nodded without hesitation, happily saying, sure. Brother Mohammed, there are more photos on the walls in the other room. Mohammed slowly walked up to the photos of Meng Meng on the wall. Yi Xingchen wasn't interested in them at all and just pretended to glance at a few before sitting down on a chair. Actually, Yi Xingchen had wanted to leave already, but Mohammed seemed totally absorbed in the photos, so Yi couldn't just drag him away. Yi checked the time on his phone, then looked at Mohammed, and a flicker of doubt crossed his face. At that moment, Mohammed's gaze was drawn to one photo in particular. It was a photo filled with innocence and a bright smile. Meng Meng's eyes sparkled as if they could pierce through time and space. Maybe the photo truly stirred something soft and warm in Mohammed's heart. Maybe he was swept into memories of his niece's laughter. Maybe those were happy times that now only lived in memory. Seeing the tenderness and longing in Mohammed's eyes, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be shocked. Really? Just a few photos? It affects you that much? Someone who didn't know any better might even think you're Meng Meng's dad. Under Ye's strange gaze, Mohammed didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he boldly walked into the inner room. Behind a low wall outside Villa 608, a middle-aged man in his late 30s or early 40s was staring coldly through the window at Yixingchen, Mohammed, and Meng Meng. Various emotions flickered in his eyes. There was nostalgia, wariness, indifference, finality, suspicion, and also disgust and resentment. After a while, the man took out his phone and called the number labeled "wife" in his contacts. "Hello? Get home now. There are outsiders in the house. I told you not to get involved in company stuff anymore. Why won't you listen? It's just a useless company. Why put so much time and effort into managing it? Do you really need money that badly? You need to realize that thing is in the house right now. If it falls into the wrong hands, you'll be worthless to them, you'll be dead." The man's voice grew more intense and louder with every word. Before the person on the other end could respond, he hung up. Staring coldly at Yixingchen and Mohammed, the man's face grew more twisted. "I don't care who you are, don't even think about messing around. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I've stood face to face with the Dragon Clan, I'm not afraid of you two nobodies." Yixingchen didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt like he was about to fall asleep on the chair. Not far away, Meng Meng was still tirelessly explaining the stories behind each of her photos to Mohammed, even though 99% of them were obviously made up by a child. What Yixingchen couldn't believe was that a rich guy like Mohammed was actually sitting there seriously listening to Meng Meng's stories. I mean, really? This was like Zhou Yu hitting Huang Gai, one willing to hit, one willing to take the hit. Mohammed, is it really that serious? You're not related at all, why are you so interested in a kid's made-up stories? Maybe sensing Yixingchen's odd look, Mohammed gently walked over and patted Meng Meng's little head. "Sweetie, I have to go home today. I'll come back another day to hear more of your stories, okay?" "Okay, brother Mohammed, you're welcome to come visit my home next time." Meng Meng reluctantly put away the photos in her hand and handed the translation device back to Yixingchen. "Yi, can we go now?" Yixingchen was speechless. "Bro, you were the one begging a little girl to tell you all those made-up stories. And those silly, childish stories like taking a commemorative photo after Ultraman defeats the monster, or posing with Optimus Prime after beating Megatron. Now you're asking me if we can go?" Just as Yixingchen was about to nod, there was a commotion at the door. With the door swinging open, a sharp female voice rang out. "Who are you people? Why are you in my house? Get out of my house now." Clearly, this was the villa's owner, Lin Shui, returning. "Ah, Miss Lin, hello." Yixingchen didn't expect such a strong reaction from Lin Shui, but he didn't think much of it. In his mind, she was probably worried about any remaining ogres, that is, what she would understand as the bad guys, coming after Meng Meng. So Yixingchen forced a smile and greeted her. After all, he had saved Meng Meng's life, surely she wouldn't misunderstand him? But things quickly went beyond Yixingchen's expectations. Not only did Lin Shui not calm down upon seeing Yixingchen, she became even more tense. "It's you? What are you doing in our house? Who is that man? Get out of my house now. I don't want to see anyone." Lin Shui's emotions grew even more agitated. She even rushed over and hugged the flustered Meng Meng tightly. Mohammed was completely confused. From what he knew, Yixingchen and Lin Shui were acquainted. But why, even if they knew each other, was Lin Shui giving Yixingchen no face at all? In the end, Mohammed could only chalk it up to the complicated social norms of Xia people. "Ah?" Yixingchen himself was dumbfounded. "Sweetie, did they do anything to you? Let mommy take a look." Lin Shui nervously checked Meng Meng all over for injuries. Miss Lin, my foreign friend and I were out for a walk and happened to see Meng Meng on the road. My friend is very kind-hearted, and since it's not safe for a little girl to be out alone, we walked her home together." Yixingchen fully understood Lin Shui's concern for her daughter and calmly explained the situation. "I don't want to hear it. I just want you both to get out of my house. Now. Immediately." Lin Shui suddenly stood up, her expression furious, and pointed to the villa's main door. Mom, Brother Xingchen and Brother Mohammed are good people. Meng Meng rarely saw Lin Shui like this, or maybe never had. She froze for a moment before trying to speak up for Yixingchen and Mohammed. But clearly, Lin Shui wasn't listening at all anymore. She remained stubborn and angry, pointing insistently at the door. "Damn, what's your problem? You're crazy." Yixingchen frowned, shot Lin Shui a disgusted look, and pulled Mohammed away with him. Seriously, this was like that saying, a good guy gets bitten like Lu Dongbin. Not only had he saved her daughter, but he'd also escorted her home. He was practically a modern-day Lei Feng. And yet, as soon as she saw him, she reacted like he was some thief breaking in. What a joke, he was standing next to a top-tier Saudi tycoon, Mohammed. What could possibly be worth stealing in Lin Shui's house? He could casually ask Mohammed for a favor worth 10 times that. Why would he need to steal from her? Yi, you two don't know each other? Muhammad's CPU was clearly overheating. He stared blankly at Yi Xingchen's back. We do. Sort of. But I don't think we'll be knowing each other anymore. Then why did she act like that even after seeing you? Muhammad was even more confused. Who knows? She's crazy. Ugh, if anything ever happens in her house again, and I help, I'm a damn dog. The more Yi Xingchen thought about it, the angrier he got. He muttered under his breath as they walked away. Mom, just now Brother Xingchen brought me home. He's a good person. Meng Meng tugged weakly at her sleeve, seeing her mother slowly calm down. Child, you're still too young to tell who's really good and who's not. But Brother Xingchen saved me. Mom, I told you before, those scary bad guys called ogres. If not for Brother Xingchen, I might have been eaten by them. Lin Shuai took a deep breath, then gently stroked Meng Meng's head and sighed meaningfully. Silly girl, not every coincidence is really a coincidence. Sometimes, coincidences are planned. Not every good person is really good. Sometimes bad people pretend to be good. Really? Meng Meng tilted her head, half understanding. Then is Brother Xingchen a bad person? Whether he's good or bad, Mommy doesn't want to see him in our house again. And I don't want you bringing anyone else home either, got it? Meng Meng blinked, then quietly nodded. Okay, Mommy, I understand. I won't bring strangers home again. Good girl. Lin Shuai sighed again and hugged Meng Meng tightly. Yi, I don't know why, but every time I'm with you, I feel like time flies. I feel like I haven't even looked at you properly, and the day's already over. Muhammad walked side by side with Yi Xingchen along the avenue of the villa district. When the two reached the gate of one of Muhammad's villas, Muhammad suddenly made a heartfelt confession to Yi Xingchen. His words nearly gave Yi Xingchen goosebumps all over. Yi Xingchen forced an awkward smile and shrugged. Damn, if you were a woman, that would have been really touching. Hearing this, Muhammad also froze for a second. Come on, if you were a woman, that'd hit just right. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, temporarily forgetting the unpleasantness from earlier at Lin Shuai's. For a moment, Yi Xingchen felt that maybe he and Muhammad could become real friends, true friends who could trust each other. Sometimes, Yi Xingchen felt that he and Muhammad were not just compatible, but also shared a unique kind of understanding. Muhammad grinned. So, Yi, it's getting late and starting to get dark. How about we go out for a meal? You treat? Yi Xingchen touched his chin and fell into thought. Since realizing how much the world had changed, Yi Xingchen had almost only eaten at the company cafeteria or at home. Not just because he was worried that his massive appetite might scare others, but also because he was concerned about the cost. Prices had gone up 100-fold. What used to cost a bit over 100 now cost over 10,000. Who wouldn't feel the pain? Still, considering the potential benefits Muhammad could bring him in the future, and since he truly wanted to befriend him, Yi Xingchen felt that treating Muhammad to a meal was totally worth it. Yi! Muhammad called out, curious as to why Yi Xingchen had gone quiet. Clearly, he had no idea what Yi Xingchen was thinking. I was just thinking, where we should go eat. Hee, anywhere is fine. Muhammad laughed warmly. As long as it's not too spicy, I can handle it. What matters isn't the food, it's you. That slightly flirtatious line from Muhammad almost gave Yi Xingchen goosebumps again. But soon, Yi Xingchen had an idea. Hey, Muhammad, I'll take you somewhere to eat. This kind of place is everywhere, but I bet you've never been to one. Oh really? Muhammad raised an eyebrow, half skeptical. I've been in Xia country for a while now, just new to Yunhe city. If it's that common, I should have seen it before. Tell me, what kind of place? A buffet. A buffet? Oh, my God, literally, oh my Allah, I've never been to one. Muhammad looked to the sky and sighed. Makes sense, with his wealth, how could he ever end up in a buffet? Then I'll take you to experience Xia's food culture. Sounds good. Let's drive there. Which villa is your car in? There, in the garage there's a Lamborghini. Muhammad pointed behind him. Then he pointed in other directions. Over there's a Maserati. There, a Ferrari. And there, a McLaren. Muhammad quickly added, since I didn't know which villa I'd be staying in, I just parked a sports car at each one. Yi Xingchen was speechless. I mean, really? You didn't know where you'd live, so you parked a top-tier sports car at every villa? Yi Xingchen couldn't count how many times Muhammad's words had made his teeth ache from jealousy. So envious it hurt. But he quickly turned down Muhammad's suggestion. After all, he wasn't sure how strong these luxury cars really were. With his own strength, what if he accidentally ripped the door off? That would be awkward. Should he pay for it? He could afford a door, but it would sting. If he didn't? Muhammad probably wouldn't care, but he would feel guilty. So Yi Xingqian came up with a compromise. Driving those flashy sports cars to a buffet? That's too high profile. Let's take my regular car. It's more low-key, won't draw attention, and we can enjoy our food in peace. What do you say? Great idea. Let's do it. Muhammad agreed happily. Soon, Yi Xingqian was driving his humble little car with the wealthy Muhammad to a nearby mall. Their destination, a buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. Welcome, gentlemen. 2 hostesses at the entrance greeted them with professional smiles and bowed politely. Feels great to be welcomed like this. Muhammad was delighted by their warm reception. Hello, gentlemen. The buffet is 65 per person, 2-hour time limit, no food waste allowed. If there's serious waste, there's a 100 fine. After paying, you'll also need to place a 100 yuan deposit online, which will be refunded within 30 minutes after you leave. Okay. Yi Xingqian nodded calmly. These were standard buffet rules. He paid 230 yuan via mobile, and a young male staff member gestured politely for them to enter. Gentlemen, this way please. You can sit anywhere you like. This table will do. After sitting down, Yi Xingqian pointed toward the wide array of food nearby. Muhammad, help yourself to anything here. As long as you don't waste food, take as much as you want. Okay. Muhammad smiled and picked up a plate about the size of his palm, scanning the entire buffet spread. Muhammad's eyes wandered around the buffet restaurant, drawn in by all the different foods. Everywhere he looked, there were bite-sized grilled meats, giant lobsters chopped into dozens of pieces, desserts and fruits cut into tiny bits, and drinks served in bottle-cap-sized portions. Clearly, this was Muhammad's first time in a buffet restaurant. Faced with so many delicious options, he didn't even know where to start. Soon, Muhammad couldn't help but start drooling. A surge of uncontrollable appetite rose within him. His hunger pushed him to grab the small plate in his hand and start moving from food station to food station, trying every tempting dish he could find. As Muhammad tasted all the different flavors, he enjoyed every bite. In that moment, completely immersed in the satisfaction and happiness brought by the food, Muhammad actually forgot Yi Xingqian's presence for a while. Standing to the side, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but look at Muhammad in surprise. He had thought Muhammad would be put off by the place and had even thought about how to talk him into staying. But Yi Xingqian never imagined that Muhammad would be this down-to-earth, grabbing a plate and diving into the food without hesitation. Just as Yi Xingqian was lost in thought, a young couple happened to walk by behind Muhammad. Hey, baby, look at that foreigner, he eats like he's been starving to death and just reincarnated. He's eaten almost a whole chicken. Babe, you just don't get it. Look at him, he looks like a refugee from the Middle East. I bet he really hasn't had a full meal in a month. The couple didn't care whether Muhammad could understand Xia country's language or not. They openly mocked him right behind his back. Muhammad had long been wearing a translation device, so of course he understood what they were saying. At first, Muhammad thought they were talking about someone else in the restaurant. But when the man used the words, Middle Eastern refugee, Muhammad finally realized they were talking about him. Because of certain historical reasons, that term had always been a sore spot for Muhammad, and now this man just said it outright. This sudden prejudice made Muhammad feel angry and wronged. It was the first time since coming to Xia country that Muhammad felt discrimination and ridicule, and his heart filled with a strong sense of indignation. Just as Muhammad turned around, ready to confront the couple, Yi Xingqian walked over with big strides. Hey! What the hell did you just say? Are you sick or something? Hearing Yi Xingqian speak so aggressively, the man frowned. Kid, what's it to you? Who asked you to butt in? What do you mean butt in? This is my friend. You talk about my friend like that and expect me to stay silent? Yi Xingqian's tone was full of anger, his brow furrowed. You. The man wanted to say more, but the woman beside him tugged his arm. Babe, I'm scared, this guy looks like a thug, and he totally matches that so-called refugee. Just being in the same restaurant with these two makes me feel like the air stinks. Only some loser would be friends with a Middle Eastern refugee. The man quickly hugged her protectively. Baby, if it bothers you, let's just leave. No point eating if we've lost our appetite. Seeing this refugee and that loser? I don't even feel like eating anymore. Let's go to the Japanese place and have sushi instead. Sounds good, sounds good. Seeing them trying to leave, there's no way Yi Xingqian would let it slide. He moved in a flash, and before the couple could see how he did it, he was already blocking their path. I said, apologize to my friend. You don't leave until you apologize. You damn loser. We just don't like your smell, don't want to hang around you. You think we're scared of you? You had to befriend a refugee? Do you even know how many people from there are involved in terrorism? The argument had already drawn a crowd. The onlookers didn't know Muhammad. Hearing the woman say that, they assumed he really was a refugee, maybe even a dangerous one. In an instant, the crowd started criticizing Yi Xingchen for making bad friends or inviting danger. Hehehe. The woman smirked victoriously at Yi Xingchen. You had to admit, this woman was good at manipulating public opinion. With just a few words, she turned the blame for discriminating against foreign friends into a narrative of protecting the nation. Heh. Yi Xingchen laughed when he saw her smug expression. This woman, celebrating way too early, huh? Maybe others could criticize him for choosing the wrong friends, but of all people, she had no right. The woman was obviously watching Yi Xingchen closely, even his facial expressions. When she saw that confident smile, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She didn't understand why, even after gaining the upper hand in public opinion, Yi Xingchen would still smile like he had everything under control. It was like everything was going exactly as Yi Xingchen had planned, and that in the end, no one could escape his grasp. Where did Yi Xingchen's confidence come from? What gave him the right to smile like that? For a moment, the woman felt uneasy. She didn't even know why or where that feeling was coming from. After spending time in Xia country, Mohammed had learned a simple rule: don't take a loss in front of others. Now, the restaurant was full of people criticizing Yi Xingchen. Mohammed knew if this continued, it would only get worse for him. Thinking of this, Mohammed quietly tugged at Yi Xingchen's sleeve. Yi, maybe we should just go to another restaurant? I'm suddenly not feeling like eating buffet anymore. Let's go have hot pot? Or grilled fish? Yi Xingchen understood what Mohammed meant. He looked at Mohammed and then shook his head. Today, we're eating right here. If it were just someone else discriminating against a foreigner, I wouldn't support it, but maybe I could understand it, since different cultures can cause misunderstandings. But you, Yi Xingchen suddenly pointed a finger at the woman, his face full of rage, you are the last person qualified to discriminate against a foreigner. As soon as Yi Xingchen said those words, the woman was visibly shaken. She suddenly realized something, quickly pulled her feet back, and tried to lower the hem of her cropped pants to cover more of her legs. Then she moved behind the man next to her, trying to use him as a shield. The man hadn't caught on yet and pointed at Yi Xingchen in rebuttal. Kid, what are you saying? Why? Even if it's wrong to discriminate against foreigners, why is everyone else qualified but my wife isn't? She's your wife? Huh. I thought she was just your girlfriend. Then the loss is really on you. Yi Xingchen glanced at the man with a look of pity. Honey, I suddenly feel a little unwell? Maybe we should go home? The woman was now fully panicked, gently tugging on the man's sleeve, trying to end the whole mess. Huh? The man gave her a suspicious look, starting to sense something wasn't right. He knew his wife's personality better than anyone, strong, stubborn, never one to back down or admit fault. How could someone like that suddenly retreat? Even in everyday arguments, she never apologized. It was always him who gave in first. And now, with Yi Xingchen's pitying gaze, his doubts only grew. What do you mean? Speak clearly. The man had no interest in arguing anymore, he just wanted the truth. Her lower leg. That explains everything. Yi Xingchen calmly pointed at the woman's ankle, without elaborating. Her leg? The man looked puzzled. Her calf was now completely covered by the pants, but he knew what was there, a tattoo. A spade with a capital Q inside. He'd seen it after coming back from a long business trip. She'd told him she got it while hanging out with her girlfriends for fun. He hadn't questioned it much, just a tattoo. He assumed it was related to playing cards or something harmless. But now, after what Yi Xingchen said, he started to wonder if it meant something else. What are you trying to say? Just say it. Yi Xingchen gave a knowing smile. Or, take a photo and look up what that tattoo means online. No, honey, it's just a regular tattoo. I told you before, it was just something silly I did for fun. Don't let him stir things up between us. Her tone lacked conviction, and that only made the man more suspicious. Unable to hold back, the man grabbed the hem of her pants and pulled it up about 4 inches in front of the watching crowd. Just as Yi Xingchen had said, the spade with a Q tattoo was there, clearly visible. Oh my god. That tattoo, isn't it one of those? What do you mean? Explain it, bro. I don't get it. Let's just say, that kind of tattoo has a particular reputation. It's not about cards, it's more like a symbol for certain preferences or relationships that some people consider controversial. Damn. That's so low? Unbelievable. Does that tattoo really mean that? Well, not always. I'm only talking about some cases. Almost all women are normal. Only a very small number of extreme cases like this exist. You can't judge everything based on a single tattoo. After all, there are some people who don't even know what the tattoo means. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth curled slightly. Yi Xingchen actually understood this as well. If a woman who hadn't provoked him had that tattoo, he wouldn't think much of it. After all, you can't make a judgment based only on a tattoo. Besides, it's a personal choice and right. As an outsider, he had no business commenting. But it just so happened, unluckily for her, that this woman messed with the wrong person, him. Even if the tattoo really was just a coincidence or an accident, Yi Xingchen would still use it without hesitation as a weapon against her. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. As long as it gave him the upper hand, he'd use it. Spreading rumors is easy. If you pick a fight with me first, don't blame me for fighting dirty. If it turns out I was wrong and things go too far, I'll just apologize. No big deal. I've always been the victim before, and others were the aggressors. So what if I play the aggressor this time? The man had been planning to take a picture and look up the tattoo's meaning online, but after hearing the comments from the crowd and remembering what Yi Xingchen said about the woman not being qualified to judge foreigners, he instantly understood everything. Slap. Without hesitation, the man smacked the woman hard across the face. You hit me? The woman was stunned. Hey! Why are you hitting her? That guy might just be making it all up. He could be using it to mess with you. The man who had earlier explained the tattoo's meaning quickly spoke up, afraid he'd be blamed if anything happened, trying to push the responsibility onto Yi Xingchen. The man had already figured it all out. With a face full of pain and anger, he pointed at the woman. I knew it. Why did you get pregnant so soon after I got back from my business trip? I thought it was just one of those rare things and didn't think much of it. After the baby was born with dark skin and curly hair, you said it was because you drank too much soy sauce during pregnancy. And I actually believed you. You stayed out all night, saying your best friend was heartbroken and you were keeping her company. And I believed that too. I was such a damn fool to believe a word you said. Ah? The same guy who tried to calm the man down earlier now had nothing to say. Even Yi Xingchen, who had been arguing with the couple, no longer had the heart to keep going. Poor guy. Really, what a poor guy. The man grew more and more furious as he spoke. In a rage, he grabbed a watermelon rind from a nearby onlooker's table. You shameless woman. I'm going to smash you today. Ah. Help. Don't be impulsive. Just like that, the couple who had seemed perfectly in sync a moment ago turned into bitter enemies. Their shouts and chase could soon be heard echoing through every corner of the mall. After the drama ended, Yi Xingchen finally noticed that even the restaurant waiters and supervisors had gathered around to watch. That annoyed Yi Xingchen. When that couple randomly attacked him and Muhammad earlier, not a single staff member had stepped in to help. But now that something exciting was happening, they all came to watch. How infuriating. Still, Yi Xingchen couldn't say much about it. After all, not stepping in just meant they weren't responsible employees. At most, he could file a complaint. And complaints? Well, we all know how that goes. Hello, I want to file a complaint. If he said that, they'd probably laugh themselves to tears. In that moment, still unwilling to let it go, Yi Xingchen had a wicked idea. Earlier, Yi Xingchen had planned to only eat until he was about 70% full, just so he wouldn't scare the people around him with how much he could eat. But now, since the restaurant staff were this careless and so eager to gossip, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. If he didn't eat until he had to hold the wall to leave, he'd take someone else's surname. Muhammad, don't take it to heart. These kinds of people, it's not really about you. They act like that to anyone they think they can mess with. Every country has people like that. It's not just in Xia country, and it doesn't mean Xia country doesn't welcome you, remember that. Yi Xingchen turned back and comforted Muhammad sincerely. After all, Muhammad was secretly a wealthy tycoon. If he got upset and pulled out his investment, or worse, left Xia country altogether, then it wouldn't just be a loss for Yunhe City, but a huge one for the whole country. And Yi Xingchen could even be roasted online for it. Why take a rich guy like Muhammad to a cheap buffet? Why didn't you take proper care of our big investor? Even if Yi Xingchen thought he didn't care about that kind of talk, it would still mess with his personal life. But surprisingly, despite his wealth and status, Muhammad stayed completely cheerful and didn't seem bothered at all. Muhammad laughed boldly. Yi, don't worry, I honestly don't care about things like that. Compared to the stuff people whispered behind my back when I was a kid, this is nothing. Oh? Really? Yi Xingchen was stunned. So even someone of Muhammad's level had been talked about behind his back, and judging by his tone, those comments had been really nasty. Turns out even tycoons have hidden scars. But clearly Muhammad didn't want to talk about his past. He just raised his little plate and smiled. Yi, I've already eaten 2 pieces of roast meat, about the size of my thumbnail. You haven't eaten anything yet. How about we see who can eat more? Yi Xingchen almost burst out laughing. Muhammad, I swear, this will be the most regrettable bet of your life. Is that so? Muhammad clearly didn't believe in Yi Xingchen's appetite. In Saudi Arabia, almost the entire royal family knows about how insane my appetite is. Since you said that, let the king of eating from Saudi battle the king of eating from Sia. No problem. I'm in all the way. Me too. All the way. Ha ha ha. Muhammad laughed again. But his laughter didn't last long, it froze on his face. Because Muhammad saw something he could have never imagined in his life. Yi Xingqian threw aside his plate, grabbed a large plastic tray meant for vegetables, and began weaving through the buffet. He would down 10 mini cakes in one go, then scoop up full trays of beef and seafood, then stuff a dozen slices of fruit into his mouth all at once. While Muhammad was still in shock, the restaurant waiters finally couldn't sit still anymore. Excuse me, sir, we need to remind you again that we do not allow food waste here. Please only take what you can eat. Yi Xingqian sat back at his table, satisfied, and began feasting on the barbecue. Hearing the waiter's friendly reminder, Yi Xingqian curled his lip. What? You don't think I can finish it? Heh. The waiter didn't reply, just smiled awkwardly. After all, he was just an ordinary person. And it's hard for regular folks to imagine that someone who didn't even look special could eat that much. Imagine if you were a hotel waiter, and a guest sat down saying he was going to eat 200 pieces of roast meat, 100 lobsters, 20 dragon fruits, 100 chicken wings, and 100 cakes. What would you think? You'd probably react just like the waiter did, your face full of disdain, mockery, and disbelief. But very soon, both Muhammad and the waiter lost their ability to laugh. They watched with their own eyes as Yi Xingqian shoved an entire tray of roasted meat into his mouth. Oh my God, Allah above. Muhammad was dumbfounded. That tray must have had at least half a pound of meat. And he finished it in just a few bites? You. The waiter was so shocked, his right hand pointed at Yi Xingqian's plate, and he couldn't get a word out. Whether to get back at the buffet restaurant, or just to show off his eating power. Yi Xingqian started sweeping through the most expensive dishes like a storm. In fact, he was eating so fast that some items couldn't even be replenished in time, other guests didn't get a chance at all. Oh my God. The waiter shivered, then ran off to report the situation to his supervisor. The restaurant supervisor, hearing the staff report, rushed to the dining hall to sneak a peek at Yi Xingqian eating. Because honestly, no normal person would believe someone could eat this much. What the? Soon the supervisor saw Yi Xingqian devouring food like a beast and nearly jumped on the spot. So of course, he ran off to report it to the boss. Before long, a chubby middle-aged man came marching up to Yi Xingqian's table, surrounded by several waiters. What's the matter? You're not seriously going to send me home halfway through my meal, are you? Yi Xingqian didn't panic at all. In fact, he said it playfully. Muhammad blinked beside him, clearly excited to watch how it would unfold. He'd personally seen Yi Xingqian rip open a car door with brute force before, so this was child's play for him. All Muhammad wanted was to enjoy the show. The owner of the buffet restaurant looked at Yi Xingqian, this extraordinary eater, and couldn't help but sweat a little on his forehead. At first, when he heard from the supervisor that there was some guy eating and drinking like crazy, he didn't really believe it. Until he saw with his own eyes that Yi Xingqian ate meat one plate at a time, drank drinks one pitcher at a time, the size of a standard small cup, and ate vegetables one entire leaf at a time. Only then did the owner realize what a monster he was dealing with. In the owner's understanding, most people can't even lift that much, let alone eat it all in one bite. How can one person's stomach be this massive? If Yi Xingqian came to his restaurant a few more times, 65 yuan per person, eating food worth tens of thousands each time, then this buffet wouldn't be running as a business anymore. It would exist just to feed Yi Xingqian. But the owner was smart. He quickly figured out something important. Others only saw Yi Xingqian's enormous appetite. The owner saw power too. He knew Yi Xingqian was not someone a small restaurant owner could mess with. He had to be handled gently. And just like that, the owner came up with a clever plan to redirect this trouble elsewhere. Ha ha ha. Sir, you misunderstood us. The owner's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly laughed. Oh? Yi Xingqian was a bit surprised by the owner's reaction. Sir, you misunderstood. We don't think that small. We're a buffet restaurant. No matter how big your appetite is, no matter how much you eat, as long as you don't waste food, you're always welcome. In business, there's no such thing as guaranteed profit. I only came over because I was curious. Please, enjoy your meal, and we hope to see you again. The owner smiled and nodded politely at Yi Xingqian, then quickly left with the supervisor and the servers. While Yi Xingqian was still surprised by the owner's open-mindedness, the owner's face darkened as he whispered to the supervisor. Remember this guy. Put him on our blacklist. From now on, if he ever comes back, just make up an excuse to refuse him, say we're full, or the kitchen ran out of food. I don't care if you say there's a bomb threat or ghosts in the restaurant, or even that I'm standing on the roof about to jump, whatever works, just don't let him in. Understood, boss. The supervisor, with a dark expression, nodded awkwardly. Burp. Yi Xingchen patted his belly, looking fully satisfied. He felt like he'd discovered a new world today. He'd completely forgotten about the existence of buffets. From now on, he could totally treat himself to buffet meals on weekends to reward himself for working hard all week. That way, who knows how much money he could save every month. While Yi Xingchen was still calculating in his head, Mohammed, who had long finished eating, was already leaning back in his chair, dozing off. Mohammed. Huh? Yi. Allah, my lord. You finally finished eating. I honestly thought this restaurant's entire food supply wouldn't be enough for you alone. No wonder you're so strong, you were born for this. Mohammed woke up from his nap and gave Yi Xingchen a big thumbs up. Heh, Yi Xingchen chuckled. Alright, I'm done. Let's head back. About that, Mohammed suddenly remembered something. Yi, you might have to head back on your own. I've got something personal to take care of later. Oh, okay. Yi Xingchen didn't ask. The two of them had an understanding, so they didn't talk much more and walked together toward the buffet's entrance. Hey? Sir. Sir. Just as Yi Xingchen reached the door, a waiter suddenly called out to him. What is it? Sir, may I speak with you in private? The waiter looked around sneakily, then led Yi Xingchen to a quiet corner. What's going on? Yi Xingchen was completely confused. Once the waiter confirmed no one else was nearby, he quickly pulled a 1,000 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Then he pointed across the street to a newly opened buffet restaurant. Sir, this is a little token from our boss. He asked me to tell you, we respectfully request that you don't come back to our buffet again. Do you see that new buffet across the street? Please go there instead. Our boss even said that if you visit that place just once and show a receipt, he'll personally reward you with another 1,000 yuan. Yi Xingchen was stunned. He'd become a pawn in some buffet war. Visit the other buffet once and get 1,000 yuan? All he could say was, good grief. It was hilarious and ridiculous at the same time. The waiter didn't wait for Yi Xingchen to agree, he stuffed the money into his hand and quickly returned to work. Yi, what did that guy just say to you? Mohammed looked at Yi Xingchen curiously. He said, they want me to give them a 5-star review. Mohammed blinked in confusion. Alright, Mohammed, didn't you have something to do? Let's part ways here. Alright, Yi, my dear friend. Let's talk again sometime. Bye. Bye. After parting ways with Mohammed, Yi Xingchen pulled out his phone. It was 8:30 p.m. Didn't seem like there was anywhere else to go. Might as well drive home. And just then, looking at his phone, Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow was Saturday. Yi Hao had issued a strict order that he had to bring his girlfriend home for dinner on Saturday. That was tomorrow. So who could he bring? Lin Yun? She was busy wrapping up her current job. So busy that she didn't even have time to chat, let alone visit his house. Miyamoto Tomomi? That girl was way too intense. Always carrying a knife, he was afraid she'd run into a neighbor and stab someone over nothing. But besides those two, who else was even an option? Surely he couldn't bring Mohammed home, right? Even if he did, how would he introduce him? Dad, this is my girlfriend Mohammed? Or Dad, this is my boyfriend Mohammed? If not them, then who? Surely not Qin Yanran? That was his boss, after all. Hey! What a coincidence! Just as Yi Xingchen was deep in this tangled mess of thoughts, a familiar female voice suddenly called out from behind. Yi Xingchen suddenly turned around and saw none other than the eldest daughter of the dragon clan, Long Qingxian. Seeing her, his eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this tricky woman, Long Qingxian? She always took advantage of him, so why shouldn't he use her once? Sounds fair, right? Besides, Long Qingxian never talks seriously. He could just follow her lead, pretend she's his girlfriend, and bring her home. Totally reasonable. Long Qingxian noticed Yi Xingchen's expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. Wow, that look on your face, clearly you're up to no good. Maybe I shouldn't have greeted you just now? Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen burst out laughing. You could avoid me today, but not forever. Even if you hadn't run into me here, I would have called you. Makes no difference. I was going to ask you for a favor anyway, this saves me the trip. Long Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. Alright then, tell me, what is it? Well, my dad said I have to bring a girlfriend home tomorrow no matter what. And the first person who came to mind was you. Yi Xingchen spoke while blushing, heart beating faster. Long Qingxian was always a smart person who valued benefits. Whether Yi Xingchen was telling the truth didn't really matter to her. She agreed almost without thinking. Sure. But, you have to agree to one thing too. Name it. If the girlfriend agrees to visit the boyfriend's house, then it's only fair the boyfriend agrees to visit the girlfriend's house too, right? Smiling sweetly, Long Qingxian gently wrapped her hand around Yi Xingqian's right arm. Fair enough. Time and place? Yi Xingqian agreed after thinking for just a second. The promise, or trade, wasn't even the main reason he said yes. The real reason was that his mindset had changed. The old Yi Xingqian, no matter how freakish his body, still had the thoughts and experiences of an average college grad. But now, Yi Xingqian had his sights on global events. He was eager to learn more about the top global powers, Dragon Clan, Hurricane, God's Layers, the Church, the Miyamoto family, and how strong their elites were. He also wanted to know if they had other dangerous black tech weapons beyond exoskeletons. You couldn't find these answers online, or just from hearsay. Yi Xingqian needed to experience it firsthand, understand it himself, and draw his own conclusions, so he could redefine who he was. His decisiveness surprised Long Qingxian. I thought you'd refuse, or at least hesitate for a while. No point in that. If I'm going to agree in the end, why not just agree now and save time? Plus, I've known you long enough, I know you won't give up until you get what you want. If you want me to come, you'd just find a way to make me agree anyway. Like when you pulled me into the Dragon Clan. Yi Xingqian shrugged, not caring. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. You're getting sharper. Long Qingxian smiled wider, gripping his arm tighter. Honestly, I don't have much of a choice either. I'm just a weak woman. I don't have your freakish physique or their wide network of connections. All I can do is rely on those I can rely on. Alright, enough talking, time and place. We leave next Wednesday. As for how long we'll stay, I can't guarantee. The place is on a mountain in Qin province, my childhood home, the Long family estate. Yi Xingqian glanced sideways at her profile and nodded thoughtfully. Long Qingxian was too calculating, too deep. Next Wednesday? That's cutting it close. Maybe, this chance encounter at the mall wasn't an accident. Maybe it was her way of asking for help. If you've agreed, then it's settled. You're coming home with me, you can't dress like this. Come on, let's get you a few sharp outfits. With that, she dragged Yi Xingqian toward a fancy men's clothing store. Yi Xingqian didn't object at all. Why say no when someone else is paying? You've been getting a bit too close with that little girl lately. I suggest you back off. Long Qingxian leaned into him and whispered. Little girl? You mean Meng Meng? Yi Xingqian blinked. What about her? Nothing's wrong with her. But her mom and dad? That's a different story. Huh? Didn't her dad die? And her mom ran off with someone. Her dad is dead. But her mom is Lin Shui. What? Why? Yi Xingqian was totally lost. Why hide the truth? Don't they realize that can seriously mess with their daughter's mind? Is there some hidden reason? Her dad got hold of something he shouldn't have. He was a traitor to the Dragon Clan. We hunted him down and killed him, and the item vanished. To stay alive, she had to hide her identity. She doesn't dare to acknowledge her own daughter. Oh. I see. Yi Xingqian nodded slowly, lost in thought. At that moment, he sensed something. Lin Shui never struck him as the insecure type. A strong woman who runs her own company, scared? Unlikely. So her intense reaction when he and Mohammed showed up at her house likely had two possible causes. Either she thought they were deliberately getting close to her, or she was afraid they'd find something in her house that shouldn't be discovered. But she hadn't acted awkward at all when he first brought Meng Meng home. She never seemed to think he was after her. Which meant, her nervousness came from another reason. There was probably a secret in her home she couldn't let anyone find. And that secret might just be the thing that shouldn't have been found, Long Qingxian mentioned. Yi Xingqian looked at her but didn't share his thoughts. Because he believed their relationship was just collaboration. Maybe one day, he could trade this intel to Long Qingxian for something valuable. While Yi Xingqian was still deep in thought, Long Qingxian had already pulled him into a high-end men's clothing store. Welcome. The salesgirl enthusiastically greeted Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. Since Long Qingxian planned to talk to Yi Xingqian about some private matters, having a salesgirl hovering nearby would be inconvenient. So she smiled and said, "We'll look around by ourselves first. Once we find something we like, we'll ask you to take it down for us to try on." Sure. May I ask what style this gentleman is looking for? Casual is this way, sportswear is over there, and business attire is right here. The salesgirl had no objections and simply acted as a proper guide. Thanks. Long Qingxian led Yi Xingqian toward the business section. This time, going back with me to Qin province, there are a few things I need to explain to you in advance. Huh? What kind of rules? Do I have to bow 3 times and kneel 9 times before entering the house? Yi Xingqian couldn't help but chuckle. I'm being serious. Long Qingxian rolled her eyes at him. I'm not being narcissistic, but with my status, it's perfectly normal to have a few admirers, right? Some of them may try to challenge or provoke you, also normal, right? Very normal. Yi Xingqian nodded honestly. No joke, with Long Qingxuan's background. Whether it's the title of the Dragon Clan's eldest daughter, or her looks and figure. If she didn't have at least 50 suitors, then definitely 100. It was easy to predict that once he went with her to Qin province, peace and quiet wouldn't be in the cards. You also know about my family background. If a few short-sighted elders from the clan make things difficult for you, that's normal too, right? Totally normal. Yi Xingqian nodded again, very honestly. Given the Dragon Clan's background and his own status, if it weren't for his freakish physique, he would be totally unworthy in their eyes, not even worth a glance. There's one more important thing. You promised to help me compete for the Dragon Clan leader's position. That way, I can influence the clan's decisions and rescue my mother. Yes, Yi Xingqian nodded again. So this trip back is to help you fight for that position? Yes. But not entirely. Long Qingxian looked at him seriously. What do you mean? Either it is or it isn't. What's this not entirely about? Because, Long Qingxian took a deep breath. Her eyes and face suddenly turned fierce. The clan leader election is next year. This time, I need your help to eliminate a few potential competitors. Apart from my father, my eldest brother, and a couple of members from the other major Dragon Clan branches, anyone who dares compete with me must die. Yi Xingqian was stunned by the killing intent radiating from her. What if your father and your brother also want to compete? If they promise me they'll change the Dragon Clan's external policies and risk war to rescue my mother, then I'll gladly step aside. That saves you a lot of trouble too. But if, Long Qingxian gritted her teeth, they refuse to make that promise and are determined to compete with me, then, even if one's my father and one's my brother, I absolutely won't show mercy. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Of course. Better to mess with petty men than with a determined woman. Once a woman is truly angry, there's no turning back. There's a saying that fits perfectly. Why do women cry when they argue with men? Because they know murder is illegal, and they'd go to jail for it. That's why they cry, in frustration, sadness, and unwillingness. And clearly, Long Qingxian was exactly that kind of woman. Not only extremely calculating, but also ruthless. You could already tell, anyone who tried to block her path would be destroyed, even if it meant her own life. Scared of me now? Long Qingxian quickly masked her fierceness and replaced it with a harmless, sweet smile. Yi Xingqian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Miss, please take down that suit for us. Long Qingxian didn't dwell on the topic. She just pointed to a high-hanging suit and called out to the salesgirl. Right away. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it down now. The salesgirl quickly fetched the suit Long Qingxian had pointed to and handed it to Yi Xingqian. Miss, you've got great taste. This suit is a brand new release this year, designed by Mr. Milan, a well-known tailor from Europe. Just look at the quality, the cut, the texture, the craftsmanship. Rip. As Yi Xingqian reached out and touched the suit, he instinctively rubbed it with his right hand after hearing the salesgirl's pitch. To his shock, the suit tore apart right then and there. What the? The salesgirl was dumbfounded. What happened? The store manager walked over curiously after hearing her gasp. And manager, the salesgirl awkwardly took the torn suit from Yi Xingqian's hand. What's going on? There must be something wrong with this suit. The customer only touched it lightly, and it ripped apart. Really? The manager looked at the ripped suit suspiciously and fell into thought. That shouldn't happen. These are all new stock. Could it have been mislabeled? Their reaction immediately earned the favor of Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. Neither of them blamed Yi Xingqian first, instead, they questioned the quality of the suit. Yi Xingqian patted his chest. Miss, sir, this one's on me. I forgot that I'm unusually strong, so I accidentally tore it. Let's do this, I'll buy it, how's that sound? You tore it? The manager was even more confused. Wait, did you just say, tore, with a touch? How strong does someone have to be to tear a suit just by touching it? I won't believe it unless you show me again. Don't worry, if it tears again, I'll pay for it myself. I just want to see what this tore with a touch really looks like. Alright then. Yi Xingqian felt like it was wasteful, but since the manager insisted, he had no choice. He glanced at another suit hanging nearby and reached out without hesitation. Creak. Just like when Yi Xingqian touched that suit earlier. With a crisp sound of fabric tearing, the suit in the store manager's hands was ripped apart again. What the heck? The manager rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then looked suspiciously at the sales assistant next to him. Did you see what just happened? The sales assistant shook her head honestly. No. I just blinked, and then I heard the sound of the clothes being torn. The manager frowned. No way, no way. I didn't see it clearly just now. Sir, could you maybe demonstrate again? This time, give us a heads up right before you touch the clothes, and we won't blink. I really can't imagine someone tearing up a piece of clothing just by touching it. After saying that, the manager handed Yi Xingchen another new suit. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What is this? Are they getting addicted to me touching clothes now? If his guess was right, these suits must be pretty expensive, right? Handing them over one by one for him to destroy, aren't they feeling the pain? Manager. If it's just a demonstration, there's no need for a new suit. I can show you again using this one that's already torn. The manager slapped his forehead when he heard that, then quickly took back the new suit he was about to hand over, afraid Yi Xingchen would really destroy it too. At this point, Yi Xingchen seemed like a mysterious magician, holding half a torn suit in his left hand, while his right hand gestured repeatedly above it. All right, pay attention. I'm about to touch it. 3, 2, 1. Touch. Creak. With the sound of fabric tearing again, the half-suit was instantly split in two. Now do you believe me? Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. Oh my, the manager exclaimed in disbelief. How much strength do you need to tear clothes just by touching them? If I had that strength, riding the subway would be awesome. Just accidentally brush against someone's clothes and tsk. Yi Xingchen, Long Qingxian, and the sales assistant? Ah? The manager came to his senses. No. What I mean is, just a touch could test how secure the clothes are. I could be the subway safety ambassador. What do you think? Sounds doable, right? Very criminal of you. Yi Xingchen gave the manager a sarcastic thumbs up. Back to the point, the manager apologetically took back the torn clothes, then bowed deeply to Yi Xingchen. I'm really sorry, sir. Your strength is just too great. Our store's clothes simply can't meet your standards. I'm truly sorry for the terrible shopping experience. How about this? He pulled out a small card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xingchen. This is our store's VIP card, valid at all locations nationwide. It's anonymous, no need for registration, and gives you 20% off every purchase. These 2 damaged suits are on us. Also, I wish you a pleasant life and all the best. Yi Xingchen never expected the manager to be so understanding and considerate. People like this, no wonder he became a store manager at such a young age. Thank you. Yi Xingchen nodded gratefully to the manager. Oh right, sir, I personally have a small wish. I hope you can grant it. Go ahead. I've admired strong people since I was a kid. I want to take a picture of you with my phone, as a keepsake. Is that okay? Sure, I guess. Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, but agreed. After all, the manager didn't even mind the store's losses. How could he refuse just a photo? So Yi Xingchen stood up straight, and the manager quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture. All done. Thank you so much, sir. Goodbye. Goodbye. The manager waved cheerfully as Yi Xingchen left, and the sales assistant also waved with a big smile. The manager glanced at the sales assistant and asked with irritation, "Why are you waving?" I? The sales assistant was stunned. I just sent his photo to our group chat. Everyone, be on alert. To give him a discount when he comes? The sales assistant looked innocently at the manager. Discount? The manager was furious. If anyone serves him again, I'll break their hand. He's on our chain store's blacklist. But the young sales assistant didn't understand these complicated human schemes and was almost overloading. If we're open for business and he comes, and we refuse to serve him, what if he complains? That's easy. Just say there's a weird guy in the fitting room who spies on men changing. What if that excites him even more? Then light a cigarette under the smoke detector, set a fire alarm off, worst case, burn the whole store down. Got it. Oh, okay. The sales assistant lowered her head and stuck out her tongue, staying quiet. Unbelievable. The manager muttered while walking back to his post, I need to send his photo to other stores too. Let them all steer clear, blacklist him from every clothing store. Yi Xingchen, of course, had no idea about the manager's two-faced behavior. At that moment, he was still holding the VIP card, touched by the thought that there are still good people in the world. I forgot your freakish body isn't suited to regular clothes. Long Qingxian also lost interest in shopping. How about this? I'll see if the Dragon Clan's royal designers can make you a few stylish suits and Zhongshan suits. I'll bring them to you later. Yeah, that sounds great. Yi Xingchen had no objection and even felt a bit relieved. If Long Qingxian didn't have a way, wearing decent clothes would really be a problem. It's not like he could wear normal clothes anymore. Even if he was careful not to damage them while putting them on, could he guarantee nothing would happen in daily life? What if one day he saw something indescribable, and an indescribable place had an indescribable reaction, and suddenly there's a hole in his pants? That'd be really awkward. Just as Yi Xingchen was letting his thoughts wander, the two of them happened to walk up to the entrance of a movie theater. I didn't expect the cinema in this mall to be on the second floor. Since we're already here, why don't we go watch a movie? After saying that, Long Qingxian walked over to the LED billboard to check if there were any new movies worth watching. Oh? Dynasty Warriors? The lead is Louis Koo. How about we watch this one? Let me check the next showtime, just 10 minutes from now, and there are still tickets. What do you think? Let's go with this one. It was rare to see Long Qingxian so interested in something. After checking out the currently playing films, she pointed excitedly at one of the movie posters. Yi Xingchen looked in the direction she was pointing. On the poster, a man in golden armor holding a mighty halberd while mounted on a steed stood out prominently. Seeing that character on the poster, a line popped into Yi Xingchen's mind without warning. Hello everyone, I'm Louis Koo. Come explore Blue Moon, it's a brand new version you've never played before. If you're my bro, come and slash me. Yes, the most eye-catching person on the movie poster was the famous star Louis Koo, nicknamed Principal Koo, known for his spotless reputation. As people say, the only thing brighter than him is the sun. Although Yi Xingchen had a vague feeling this movie wouldn't be to his taste, and though he technically wasn't a fan of Louis Koo, anyone who watches Louis Koo's movies or is a fan would understand. It doesn't matter if the movie sucks, or if the rest of the cast is terrible, watching is just a form of charity, supporting Louis Koo. And seeing how excited Long Qingxian was, Yi Xingchen had no intention of saying no. Sure. Looks pretty good. Let's go with Dynasty Warriors. Long Qingxian skillfully bought the tickets on her phone, and the two of them walked hand in hand into the theater. Perhaps Long Qingxian really enjoyed spending relaxing alone time with Yi Xingchen. After taking their seats, Long Qingxian immediately rested her head on Yi Xingchen's shoulder. Do we need to buy anything before going to your place tomorrow? This kind of thing, girls are usually more thoughtful about. Long Qingxian brought it up first. Yi Xingchen thought carefully, but honestly had no idea what Yi Hao liked. Maybe, bring a bottle of good liquor. Back when we were poor, the old man wanted to drink but couldn't afford anything decent. Okay. Then I'll bring a good 5 milliliter bottle of liquor tomorrow. Hearing her say 5 milliliters, Yi Xingchen felt a strange discomfort. Dad, is that Lu Bu? The movie hadn't started yet, ads were playing, when a little boy's voice came from the row behind them. Yup. Lu Bu's halberd weighs almost 4 ounces. The boy's father gave a simple answer and added a little knowledge. What about Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade? How heavy is it? That one's even heavier, supposedly a massive 8.2 ounces. And Zhang Fei's snake lance? 6.3 ounces. So doesn't that mean either Guan Yu or Zhang Fei could beat up Lu Bu? Hehe. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle at the kid's words. Lu Bu, in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he's practically the strongest character. As the saying goes. First Lu, second Zhao, third Dian Wei. Fourth Guan, fifth Ma, sixth Zhang Fei. Huang, Su, Sun, Tai, Tu Xiaohou. The two Zhangs, Su, Pang, Gan, Zhou, Wei. Spear god Zhang Xiao and Wen Yan. Though brave, most met tragic ends. Of the 24 generals of the Three Kingdoms, the last were Deng Ai and Jiang Wei. Of course, if you're talking about historical records, Yi Xingchen had reservations about whether Guan Yu and Zhang Fei could beat Lu Bu. After all, Lord Guan was the only one with a confirmed kill of an enemy general in official history. Thinking about this, Yi Xingchen suddenly had a strange thought. The changes in this world didn't happen overnight. It seemed like a parallel universe, where people's physical abilities were shockingly weak from ancient times to now. If he had been born in this world's Three Kingdoms period, wouldn't he really be the strongest warrior? Lu Bu becomes a top-tier fighter with just a 4-ounce weapon? He, who eats foxtail grass every day and can casually lift 200 to 300 pounds, could beat Lu Bu like swatting a fly. If that were the case, he'd definitely run off to Jiangdong and beat up Gan Ning and Sun Tzu. Let them know what it feels like. Those Three Kingdoms kill legendary generals always bullying him. What goes around, comes around. At this moment, the little boy in the back row was still loudly debating who could beat Lu Bu one-on-one, and getting more and more excited. Yi Xingchen frowned but didn't say anything. After all, the movie hadn't started yet. Kids being curious and chatty was normal, as long as it didn't go too far. Since the boy's dad was right there, surely he'd intervene. Or maybe the kid would quiet down once the movie started. But Yi Xingchen had overestimated the child's manners, and his parents' parenting. The movie had been playing for quite a while, and the boy was still going on and on about who was the best strategist or the best warrior in the Three Kingdoms. Not just Yixingchen, other audience members were also being affected. They frowned and kept glancing back at the boy. If it weren't for fear of legal consequences, someone might have already gone over to teach the kid a lesson. Finally, when the brat declared himself the greatest strategist of the Three Kingdoms, Yixingchen couldn't take it anymore. "Hey kid, this is a movie theater. Could you please be quiet for a little bit? See, all these uncles and aunties are quietly watching the movie. Don't disturb us, okay? Be a good and quiet boy, alright?" Yixingchen did his best to suppress his anger and speak as calmly as possible. But if a brat were that easy to reason with, he wouldn't be called a brat. The kid folded his arms and stared smugly at Yixingchen like, "What are you gonna do about it? Hey, what kind of tone is that? Can you watch how you talk to my son?" The boy's parent immediately got upset upon seeing Yixingchen trying to discipline their unruly child. "First of all, I'm not, hey. I was being very polite while talking to your son. I expect my courtesy to be met with courtesy, not ignored or greeted with a rude hey." Yixingchen, still holding back his rage, responded one word at a time in the calmest tone he could manage. But what the brat's parent said next made Yixingchen's blood pressure nearly explode. "You're a grown man, why are you getting into it with a little kid? You're the one with no manners. My son just likes the Three Kingdoms characters, what's wrong with discussing them a bit? What, did it hurt you somehow? Are you targeting my son? Judging by your clothes, you look broke, maybe you're just jealous of the rich and using my son as an excuse?" Hearing that, Yixingchen nearly couldn't hold back from punching the parent straight from Theater 3 into Theater 4. In his fury, Yixingchen came to a realization. Some kids are born smart, some are born less so, but no child is born rude. If this brat had been properly taught, he wouldn't be acting out like this. It's their parents who spoil them into becoming unbearable. What kind of attitude is that? What, did your family rent out the whole theater? Jealous of the rich? How rich are you? Venmo me 50 and let's see your worth. You've been going on forever, can we watch the movie or not? If you keep this up, we're calling staff to throw you out. Before Yixingchen could even explode, the other audience members started snapping back at the brat and his parent. Under the pressure from the crowd, even the arrogant parent had to back down. The parent scooped up the kid, lowered their heads a bit, and tried to stop drawing attention. And though the kid was still young, he understood the consequences of pissing everyone off, and didn't dare speak loudly again. Yixingchen frowned. His anger hadn't even had a chance to come out. But now that the brat had quieted down, he could only hold it in and focus on the movie again. Thump thump. Just as he was concentrating, Yixingchen suddenly felt his seat being kicked twice. He didn't need to turn around to know, it was that brat again. Whether the kid did it on purpose, Yixingchen couldn't be sure. He took a deep breath and tried again to focus on the movie. Thump thump. Pew pew. Only 5 or 6 seconds passed, and again his seat was kicked. Worse yet, sunflower seed shells were tossed onto him. Are you deaf? Is that it? What are your ears even for? If you can't use them, donate them to someone who can. Did you forget what I just said? Have some manners, will you? Kicking my seat, throwing shells at me, are you messing with me on purpose? You looking to go all the way with this? Yixingchen finally exploded, pointing at the brat and his parent, cursing them out. You crazy or what? What proof do you have that my son kicked your seat? What proof he threw anything? You're the rude one here. You're just looking to mess with me and my kid, huh? You broke piece of trash, you even know who I am? I'm Xiao Wangba. You dare mess with me? You've got a death wish. The parent glared at Yixingchen like he was ready to rip him apart. Oh my god, that's Xiao Wangba? He's that newly rich guy from Yunhe City. You've seen the news, right? His son, Xiao Chuxing, that's the kid, lifted a girl's skirt after school. But instead of the girl getting justice, Xiao Wangba paid online trolls to harass her, blaming her for dressing too provocatively and saying she deserved it. Seriously? That twisted? Turning black into white and white into black. Can't help it, he's loaded. Xiao Wangba used to be a regular farmer, just working his fields and orchards. But several construction projects happened to need his land, he cashed out big on demolition compensation and suddenly became a hotshot in Yunhe City, a second-generation land demolition millionaire. Keep your voice down, or he'll come after you. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Wangba wasn't angry, in fact, he looked smug. Unlike other nouveau riche who hated the label, Xiao Wangba loved being called one. He even enjoyed it. Once the crowd recognized who he was, they instantly went silent. But Yixingchen wasn't intimidated. Forget Xiao Wangba, even local tycoons like Gao Shou didn't scare him. He'd stomp them just the same. To deal with Xiao Wangba, Yixingchen wouldn't even need to use 10% of his strength. Seeing that Yi Xingchen wasn't backing down, Xiao Wangba grinned cockily. Hey, kid, I admit, you've got guts. But guts alone aren't enough. You also need strength. Otherwise, you're just walking into your own death. You scared my son just now. I'm warning you, kneel in front of him and cluck like a chicken, and maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, you're dead. You want me to cluck like a chicken? What, because your family's chickens are hot? And you say I'm the one dying? I'd like to see who ends up dead today. Yi Xingchen finished his sentence, then ripped out the seat beside him with one violent tug and prepared to smash it into Xiao Chuxing's head. Ah? Dad? I'm scared, help me. Xiao Chuxing quickly ducked behind his father, all the while winking provocatively at Yi Xingchen. Even though Xiao Wangba was a newly rich demolition king, he still had some basic common sense. Seeing Yi Xingchen tear out a theater seat barehanded, it was obvious the guy had terrifying strength. If he actually brought that seat down, either his son or himself might die on the spot. Wait. Xiao Wangba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. I wasn't trying to provoke you. I'm just saying, he's just a kid. No matter how mischievous, he's still a kid, right? We adults shouldn't be fighting with a child, right? That explanation only made Yi Xingchen angrier. If the guy had just said, I didn't discipline him well, I'll make sure he behaves from now on, then Yi Xingchen would have dropped it. But no, he just had to push Yi Xingchen even further tonight. Now Yi Xingchen had to take care of these two. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, his eyes locked tightly onto Xiao Wangba. He had sworn countless times in his heart, if they were in a remote place with no one around, he would definitely send this ridiculous father-son pair to the afterlife with one punch, so fast they wouldn't even feel pain before their heads split open. But not here. After all, this was a movie theater. There were dozens of people here, and everything was being recorded on surveillance cameras. If he really killed this pair with one punch, even with his current status and strength, the matter would probably just be quietly dismissed in the end. But he would become a public target. If this got posted online, he'd forever carry the blame. These days, netizens don't care about the truth, they only believe in their keyboards. After all, slamming a keyboard is way easier, more convenient, and way more fun than finding out the truth. But just letting this shameless pair go? Yi Xingchen really wasn't okay with that. Even if he could wait until they left the mall to get revenge on Xiao Wangba, Yi Xingchen still felt he couldn't wait that long. Forget it. Sit down and watch the rest. Everyone's watching. Just because they don't have manners doesn't mean we should act like them. Long Qingxian glanced at Xiao Wangba and tugged at Yi Xingchen's hand. Of course, Long Qingxian wasn't some kind of pushover. After learning Xiao Wangba's background from the onlookers, she locked the name deep in her mind. Just because she didn't act now didn't mean she wouldn't take revenge after the movie. Long Qingxian was the kind of person who took great joy in destroying whatever mattered most to the people she hated. You're a nouveau riche? A demolition tycoon? Then isn't money the thing you care about most? I, Long Qingxian, can make all your money disappear in no time. Yi Xingchen didn't think much of it, assuming she was just helping him out of the situation. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to say something, a brilliant idea for revenge against Xiao Wangba popped into his head. Yi Xingchen glanced at Xiao Wangba and gave a cold snort. You're right. Adults shouldn't argue with kids. That's what you think too, isn't it? Xiao Wangba's lips curled into a smug smile, and he nodded hard. Of course. Great. Then I hope you won't argue with a kid later either. Or I'll break both your legs. Yi Xingchen said this, then turned back and sat down to continue watching the movie. Xiao Wangba stared blankly at the back of Yi Xingchen's head, totally confused by what he meant. But seeing Yi Xingchen focusing back on the movie, he didn't say anything more. Almost at the same time, both Yi Xingchen and Xiao Wangba pulled out their phones and started furiously sending messages. The glow from their screens was very bright, but no one in the theater dared to complain. One was a rude rich thug. The other? A hothead ready to throw hands at the drop of a hat. No one wanted to mess with either of them. And so, the theater was engulfed in a weird, tense atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. At the mall entrance, under the night sky and dim lights, a long line of cars was driving into the open-air parking lot. What the hell? Old Wang, what's going on? In the parking lot security booth, a young security guard was shocked at the sight and quickly woke up the older guard napping beside him. Damn! The old guard was also startled. I've never seen anything like this in my whole life. Exactly. This many people, clearly organized and planned. But if they're a gang fight, who brings kids to that? But if it's some parent-kid event, who shows up in suits and sunglasses? Turns out, what shocked the old guard wasn't just the number of men, but the fact that each one had brought a child. This world is crazy. Don't just stand there, raise the barrier and don't lower it again. What, you planning to collect parking fees from this crew? You tired of living? Okay, got it. Is the underworld really this hard up these days? Can't even throw down without bringing your kid? So many weird things lately. Shut your mouth. Don't let them hear you. Look at these guys, each one radiating danger. You can tell they're real deal gangsters. Guys like this? Unpredictable. Say something totally harmless, and they might think you're insulting them. Next thing you know, boom, stabbed in the chest with a wooden knife. You'll be crying in the afterlife. The old guard, clearly experienced, quickly covered the young guard's mouth, motioning him to shut up. Under their watchful eyes, nearly 40 grown men with kids assembled in perfect order in the parking lot, then marched into the mall. Only once they were gone did the young guard finally exhale. Old Wang, so they were gangsters? Then what about that group that came in a few minutes earlier? Which group? The 10 or so guys who arrived 2 or 3 minutes before these guys. Oh, them. The old guard finally remembered and slapped his forehead. Pfft, those guys? Gangsters? They're nothing. At most, they're gangsters from Mauritius. Middle of winter, middle of the night, strutting around in tank tops, just trying to show off their tattoos. They're not gangsters, they're lunatics. Really? The young guard clearly wasn't convinced. Heh, the old guard smiled. Kid, those kinds of psychos are just there to scare people like you, young, naive, and clueless. Remember this, why do they act all scary? Because deep down, they're not confident in their own strength. They're just trying to scare off people they can't really handle. He looked up at the ceiling of the guard booth, his face turning serious. The ones who really kill, those are the terrifying ones. Doesn't matter who they are. If they decide to kill you, they'll do it without hesitation. And that last group? They're the real deal. They don't look deadly, they look normal, but once they bite, your life's over. Real killers don't give warnings or threats, they just strike. The young guard rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Inside the mall, 3 tattooed men in tank tops swaggered through the women's shopping section. The 3 big guys not only didn't try to avoid attention, but even whistled with sleazy grins at any girl who looked at them. Geez, bro, the movie's almost over. Shouldn't we head to the theater exit and block that guy? The one leading them was named Xiao Jizai, a distant cousin of Xiao Wangba. The family connection between Xiao Jizai and Xiao Wangba was complicated, but as the saying goes, no one cares about you when you're poor in the city, but when you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives appear. When one person makes it big, everyone around benefits. Thanks to Xiao Wangba getting rich overnight from demolition payouts, people like Xiao Jizai also got lucky. Xiao Jizai was always a shady character, and now that he was hanging out with trouble-loving Xiao Wangba, it was like Zhuge Liang meeting Liu Bei, a perfect match. Xiao Jizai flirted with a girl glaring at him, then took out his phone and checked it. Yeah, the movie's almost over. Alright, send a message to Wangba bro, tell him we're in position at the theater exit to block that kid. Then text San Mao and them, tell them we're heading over and they should lock it down now. Got it. The 3 men quickly left the women's section and entered the elevator. Ding! With a crisp elevator chime, the 3 reached the mall's 2nd floor, where the cinema was. But before they could step out, a group of large men pushed into the elevator from outside, forcing them back in. Hey, what the hell? I haven't even stepped out yet. Xiao Jizai, used to acting cocky, had never been treated like this. He immediately started cursing. Smack! One of the big men in the elevator slapped Xiao Jizai across the face without hesitation. The slap left Xiao Jizai completely stunned. Holding his face in shock, he stared at the man who slapped him, questioning reality. Seriously? Who the hell is this guy, even more savage than me? All I wanted was to step out of the elevator. You shoved me back in, I didn't even finish one sentence of complaint, and bam, you hit me? While Xiao Jizai was still dazed, a younger guy behind him couldn't take it anymore. Hey, what's your problem? You got a death wish? You dare hit Jizai bro? Go ahead, try it again if you've got guts. Smack. Like an emotionless machine, the big man slapped Xiao Jizai again, without hesitation. What the hell? You really did it again. Where the hell do you get the nerve? You son of a, do it again and I swear I'll... Smack. Another slap landed squarely on Xiao Jizai's face. Holy, you. The younger guy was stunned, about to say something, but Xiao Jizai stopped him. Shut the hell up. Hit him. Just as the younger guy was about to act, the 3 of them suddenly noticed something wrong. There were more than a dozen people in this elevator, and besides the 3 of them, the rest all seemed to be part of the same group. Blue suits, dark sunglasses, huge builds, swinging first, no questions. And now they were all staring coldly at the 3 of them. The younger guy's back instantly turned cold, and he dared not say another word. Ding! The elevator chimed again. Now it had reached the first floor. But no one got off. The doors quickly shut again and the elevator started heading down to the basement parking level. Bro. I ran my mouth earlier, sorry, okay? Could we maybe squeeze by real quick? We've got something urgent. Xiao Jizai was clearly the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Realizing how things looked, he immediately chickened out. Smack. The only response was yet another slap. Holding his face, Xiao Jizai was filled with rage but dared not say a word. Couldn't you just say no? Did you really need to slap me again? Ding. The elevator arrived at B1. The group of big men shoved Xiao Jizai and his 2 men out, pressing them up against a wall. The man who had slapped him finally spoke. You're Xiao Jizai? And your cousin is Xiao Wangba? Xiao Jizai nodded furiously like a pecking bird. Yeah, bro, you know my cousin? Then we're on the same side. Total misunderstanding. Just a big mix-up? Ha ha ha. Who the hell is on your side? Be honest. How many of you came here? Xiao Jizai's brain froze. Bro. Smack. Another slap landed hard. When I ask, you answer. Or you're asking to get beat. Got it, Xiao Jizai shrunk back. There are 11 of us in total. Where are the other 8? They're at the theater exit, a few of them are in tank tops, super easy to spot. The big guy nodded to a man in a suit behind him. The suited man stepped back, pulled out his phone, and made a call. What do we do with these 3? One of the younger men pointed at Xiao Jizai's crew and asked. The big guy stared coldly at the trio. Tell Brother Ben we caught them. They're pinned at B1. The other 8 are at the theater exit, some of them wearing tank tops. Ask what we should do with these ones. Got it. The underling quickly called, then came back and nodded at the big man. The big man glanced at the now completely terrified trio and waved mockingly. You 3 kneel by that wall and sing, Conquer 100 times. You can leave when you're done. If any of you doesn't finish, you die tonight. The 3 were so scared they almost pissed themselves, and immediately knelt down, sobbing as they sang. Just like that, I'm conquered by you. Meanwhile, at the theater exit, 8 tattooed thugs were leaning lazily against a wall. Soon, over 20 suited men in sunglasses surrounded them. Which one of you is San Mao? The leader scanned the group, trying to see if anyone had only 3 strands of hair. A scrawny man raised his hand timidly. These guys your crew? Yeah. San Mao looked confused, clearly clueless about what was happening. Take them into the elevator. Down to B1. The rest of us stay and hold the position. Roger. Soon, the dazed San Mao and his group were escorted to the basement to join Xiao Jizai in singing Conquer. Cluck. As the movie ended, Xiao Wangba swaggered out of the theater, pulling Xiao Chuxing's right hand. At some point, Xiao Chuxing had gotten hold of a mini water gun. Yi Xingqian had noticed it. This mini water gun looked different from any he'd seen before. Its material and design were clearly made for lightweight, and the amount of water it held was probably several times the gun's weight. Screw you all. Xiao Chuxing was in a playful mood, aiming the mini water gun at the exiting audience. What the hell? Quiet. That's Xiao Wangba's son, Xiao Chuxing, playing with a water gun. Mess with him, and you might not make it out of this mall tonight. Damn it, what rotten luck. Can't afford to offend him, but at least I can get out of his way. Several audience members hit by the water used their arms to shield their heads and rushed to leave. Without exception, those sprayed by Xiao Chuxing were clearly unhappy, if not outright furious. But because of Xiao Wangba's reputation as a nouveau riche thug, no one dared speak up. And that silence only fueled Xiao Chuxing's mischief even more. It became a vicious cycle. Oddly, though he sprayed many people, Xiao Chuxing never targeted Yi Xingqian. Maybe it was the scene earlier, when Yi Xingqian smashed a chair, that made him realize Yi Xingqian wasn't someone to mess with. Still, as a brat, Xiao Chuxing gave Yi Xingqian a provocative look every time he hit someone else. That look seemed to say, see? I'm messing with others, not you, so what can you do? Yi Xingqian caught on to Xiao Chuxing's little game and couldn't help but laugh. You little bastard, go ahead and enjoy yourself now, soon, you'll be the one crying. When Yi Xingqian looked like he was about to get up and leave, Xiao Wangba quickly pulled Xiao Chuxing and hurried toward the exit. Dad, I'm not done playing. Interrupted, Xiao Chuxing instantly got upset. Xiao Wangba hushed him with a finger gesture. Dad already told your Uncle Jizai to bring some guys over. That kid dared to yell at you earlier, humph. I wouldn't even glare at my son normally, and he's just some punk with brute strength? Just wait, watch how your Uncle Jizai beats the hell out of him. Awesome. I want Uncle Jizai to break his legs. Even though Xiao Chuxing was still young, he already had a strong tendency toward violence, or even a desire for it. Just hearing that Jizai might beat up Yi Xingchen had him nearly bouncing with joy. But when Xiao Wangba and Xiao Chuxing reached the theater exit, Jizai and his crew were nowhere to be found. Dad, where's Uncle Jizai? I don't care, I want to see him beat that guy up. I just don't like him. I want you to hit him. Not seeing Jizai, Xiao Chuxing threw a tantrum. No, son, don't worry. That bastard's getting beat for sure, it's only a matter of time. Let me call your Uncle Jizai real quick, hang on. After calming Xiao Chuxing down, Xiao Wangba quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Jizai. The sun shines above, flowers smile at me. Little bird says early, why do you carry your school bag? Soon, he heard Jizai's familiar ringtone. Following the sound, Xiao Wangba saw a large man respectfully handing Jizai's phone to Yi Xingchen. Hey! Xiao Wangba flared up instantly. That's my cousin's phone. What the hell are you doing? Stealing phones? What's your name? I swear I'll call the cops on you. He got more and more agitated, even reaching out to grab Yi Xingchen's wrist. What do you think you're doing? The man handing the phone to Yi Xingchen frowned and barked at him, prompting dozens of men in suits and sunglasses to surround Xiao Wangba from all directions. Dad! Dad! Xiao Chuxing, though young, instantly realized his father was about to get beaten. So he didn't hesitate, he bolted. Maybe in Xiao Chuxing's eyes, getting his dad beaten up was fine, as long as he didn't get hurt. Honestly, that's what a failed upbringing looks like. But just as he turned to escape, he was shocked to find a group of kids around his age, maybe even younger, blocking his way and quickly surrounding him. Dad, help me. Xiao Chuxing had never faced a scene like this before and resorted to the classic, call Dad for help. But Xiao Wangba was already a mud statue crossing the river, he couldn't protect himself. Seeing his son surrounded, Xiao Wangba immediately understood what was happening. He started ramming his body against the men in suits like a madman, shouting at Yi Xingchen. You bastard! Let my son go. If you dare touch him, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Xingchen gave him a calm smile. Hey, rich boy, I think you've got it all wrong. I didn't lay a finger on your son, and neither did any of my people. The ones going after him are kids his own age. So what? So what? Yi Xingchen burst out laughing. Come on, seriously? You're not gonna freak out over a bunch of kids, are you? They're just little kids, fooling around. What could they possibly do? As an adult, can't you be a little more understanding? Don't you have manners or any sense of decency? Huh? Xiao Wangba froze. Why did that sound so familiar? Wait a second, that's exactly what he said earlier. Even Xiao Wangba, dumb as he was, realized Yi Xingchen was using his own words against him. No! Don't do this. It's illegal. Even if they're kids, this is still against the law. Xiao Wangba started panicking, trying to use the law as a shield. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xingchen looked up and laughed. People like him. When you reason with them, they play dirty. When you play dirty, they suddenly want to talk law. No matter what, they always try to get the upper hand. But tonight, you're going to learn something. This world doesn't work how you want it to. You don't get to choose when people reason with you or when they let you act like a thug. Yi Xingchen wasn't going to go easy on Xiao Wangba and Xiao Chuxing. With just a single glance, his men immediately understood the signal. Brothers, pin him to the wall. Kids, remember what Uncle told you? Just go for it. Whatever happens, Uncle and your Uncle Yi got your backs. With the little leader's command, Xiao Wangba was instantly pinned hard against the wall by more than a dozen strong men, unable to move. It looked like a live-action gif of men left and right, men on top of men, sweaty bros all over, and strong men locking men. The gang of kids surrounding Xiao Chuxing also began raining down righteous little fists on him. Dad, help me. Dad. I'm sorry. Dad. Though Xiao Chuxing was fairly strong and athletic for his age, 2 fists can't beat dozens. With that many kids taking turns pummeling him, even a high schooler would have been knocked to the ground. Flat on the floor and bruised all over, Xiao Chuxing kept crying out to his dad in the distance. No. Son. Big bro. I beg you, hit me instead. Don't hit my son, he's just a kid. Xiao Wangba was on the verge of tears, begging Yi Xingchen to show mercy to his son. Yi Xingchen only gave a slight smile, coldly watching Xiao Chuxing get beaten. Some people deserve sympathy. Others don't. Yi Xingchen looked at Xiao Chuxing meaningfully, not even sure himself if he was talking to the kid or to Xiao Wangba when he said, "Since your dad doesn't teach you, someone in society will. And that kind of education? It hurts. This is just the appetizer. Brat, remember this, everything has a limit. And stop going around saying stuff like, break his legs. Because usually, in those situations, it's your own legs that get broken first." Then Yi Xingchen turned to Xiao Wangba, still pinned to the wall, "Don't worry. Your punishment hasn't even started yet. A cold smile curled at Yi Xingqian's lips, like the Grim Reaper smiling down at him. At that moment, Xiao Wangba regretted everything, to his core. But he didn't regret spoiling Xiao Chuxing, he regretted messing with Yi Xingqian. He was convinced, if he'd pissed off anyone else tonight, this would not have been the outcome. Xiao Wangba's cruelty and rotten soul ran deep, beyond salvation. Because Yi Xingqian had signaled his men to stop, Xiao Wangba was able to wriggle free and drop to his knees with a thud. Big bro, I was wrong. I didn't recognize greatness when I saw it. I'm nothing, I messed with a god. Look, my son's already beaten to a pulp, please, be the bigger man and let us go. Let you go? You think it's that simple? A dark light flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes. If all you did was annoy me in the theater, it wouldn't have gone this far. But before I even came after you, you went and sent people to trap me? And wanted to break my legs? If I were just some regular guy, would your men have actually dragged me outside and broken my leg? Yi Xingqian was getting more and more worked up, his voice rising toward hysteria. Do you know? Originally I only called people over to mess with your son a little, just to teach him a lesson, and maybe deal with your dozen little thugs. But then at the theater exit, I heard your son, that little brat, say he wanted to break my leg. How could I not get mad? That sentence turned a small prank into an all-out beatdown. You! Yi Xingqian jabbed his finger at Xiao Wangba. You and your whole family are going to pay the price for that line. Realizing there was no way to talk things down, Xiao Wangba tried throwing out a threat. You, damn. As soon as he raised his hand, Yi Xingqian stomped down hard on his fingers in a blind rage. Xiao Wangba hadn't even registered what was happening when he saw a flash, then came the searing pain in his hand. Yi Xingqian had casually crushed Xiao Wangba's fingers with one stomp. Almost forgot to tell you, I hate being pointed at. That's your little punishment. Damn, it hurts, damn. Xiao Wangba clutched his shattered finger, howling in agony. You guys! Yi Xingqian waved over a few of his men. Later, break one of this guy's legs. If he dares go to the hospital to fix it, break it again. Every time it heals, break it again. Let's see if he's still brave enough to go. Got it, brother Yi. When Xiao Wangba heard Yi Xingqian's hit list order, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground in shock. Breaking one leg wasn't the scariest part, it was being forbidden from healing. That meant he'd have to live the rest of his life as a cripple. Tell Abin when you get back, I don't want to see the Xiao family acting cocky ever again. Their pride is that demolition money, right? He'll know exactly what I mean. Understood, brother Yi. Everyone in the higher ranks of the Qinglong gang knew, even though Shi Wenbin and Dang Hao were in charge, Yi Xingqian was the true boss behind the curtain. So all the Qinglong men on site treated Yi Xingqian with the utmost respect. Especially after witnessing him stomp Xiao Wangba's finger, that explosive power, that lightning speed, that raw strength, he truly was the backbone of the Qinglong gang. Alright, everyone do what you gotta do. If you're done, get out of here. With Yi Xingqian's wave, the Qinglong men went off to handle their tasks. As for Yi Xingqian, he was done here. He grabbed Long Qingshuan's hand and walked toward the mall exit. Phew! Outside the mall entrance, feeling the breeze brushing past his ears, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but smile. You've been looking at me with a weird expression this whole time. Behind Yi Xingqian, Long Qingxian couldn't help but smile when she heard him. It's nothing, just. I feel like you've changed. You're really different now. Yeah? Yi Xingqian turned his head to look at Long Qingxian, curiosity all over his face. Long Qingxian understood what he meant and smiled as she explained. You used to be the classic nice guy. If it was just a small matter, you'd never argue over it. You'd rather take a step back for peace. But now, your temper's grown, and your methods are much harsher. I originally thought you'd handle what happened tonight by yourself. I never expected you to come up with such a scheme. Even if it was a bit more complicated, it was flawless. I'm curious, how did you know Xiao Wangba also called in backup? Yi Xingqian shrugged calmly. Isn't that obvious? That guy's a nouveau riche. You know what that means? Rich, but no fame or power, so they're desperate to prove their strength and status. People like that usually know, or try hard to know, all sorts of shady characters. He glanced back at the mall and continued with a grin. That guy got scared after I yelled at him, so of course he wouldn't let it go. He'd definitely look for someone to retaliate. All I had to do was get someone to check his background. Then it's easy to figure out who he'd go to. Finding those guys? Piece of cake. If you want to deal with people like him, you have to strike hard at what they're most proud of. Break their confidence and pride. Oh, Long Qingxian let out a string of surprised sounds. Wow, you've changed careers to strategist now? Already learning to anticipate the enemy's moves? Ha ha ha, that's right. Yi Xingqian laughed proudly at the praise. Look at you getting cocky from a few compliments. Since you're so great now, Mr. Strategist, can you guess what I'm about to say next? Yi Xingqian paused, but when he saw the serious look on her face, he understood instantly. From that expression, you've got a new mission? Wow, really becoming a strategist now? Long Qingxuan's mouth formed an O, just got the intel. I've sent the file to your phone. The target's name is Biantai, a locally infamous thug. A while back, one night while eating a late-night snack, maybe because of the alcohol or maybe just because he's a jerk, Biantai started hitting on a girl. And then? Yi Xingqian asked while opening the message on his phone. The girl wasn't one to mess with. The guy talked all sleazy and nasty, so she slapped him. That slap completely pissed him off. He called his gang of scumbag buddies and together they beat the girl so badly she had to be hospitalized. That sounds like a civil dispute, or a criminal one. Should our dragon clan be handling something this small? Normally, no. We wouldn't bother. But this time is different. The girl's father was a dragon clan member who died in action during a mission. She's the child of a fallen warrior. We have to protect families like hers. Plus, the whole situation blew up online. Weibo is covered in outrage. We need to punish him harshly. I get it. What do you want me to do? Kill him. Got it. While Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian were discussing the mission details, neither noticed a man hiding behind a car in the parking lot, watching them silently. That man was the same one who had appeared outside Lin Xue's villa earlier. He had clearly recognized Long Qingxian, and guessed Yi Xingqian's identity too. Staring at them, his face showed both worry and fear. The Dragon Clan, are you really here for us? But what the man could never have imagined was that behind another car at the edge of the parking lot, a young man was staring straight at him. That man was Gu Feng, the same Gu Feng who had helped Yi Xingqian fight the ogre. Gu Feng silently watched the man's back, his expression alternating between thoughtful and playful. Eventually, Gu Feng turned away and slipped into a nearby alley. Just as he stepped in, two throwing knives shot past and embedded themselves deep into the wall behind him. If Yi Xingqian had seen that, he'd have jumped in shock. In this world where people's physical abilities had greatly declined, most couldn't even hold metal throwing knives properly, let alone throw them hard enough to embed in a wall. Gu Feng glanced in the direction the knives had come from. A black figure flashed by. With a sharp flick of his cloak, Gu Feng dashed in pursuit of the figure. If Yi Xingqian had seen that, he'd probably be stunned again, pointing at Gu Feng and lost for words. Because the speed and explosive power shown by Gu Feng and that shadow figure was nearly on par with Yi Xingqian, who still had his original strength. The strength Gu Feng now displayed was far beyond what he showed during the ogre battle. A few minutes later, the black figure stopped deep in the quiet alley. Gu Feng arrived and knelt on one knee. "Boss. How'd it go?" The shadow was wrapped in a large black cloak, voice deliberately altered, impossible to identify. "Boss, it was going smoothly. I lured the ogre to Yunha City, planned for the girl to accidentally fall into its hands, then I'd rescue her and earn her trust. But right at the rescue stage, a Dragon Clan kid named Yi Xingqian appeared. He's terrifyingly skilled, I couldn't risk offending him. He ended up taking all the credit for saving her. Useless. Boss, I failed. Please punish me. But, I did discover something. Zhang Xiefeng is still alive." "What?" The cloaked figure clearly was shocked. That Dragon Clan traitor was supposed to be dead. "I'm not sure how, but Zhang Xiefeng is clearly wary of Yi Xingqian. He was secretly watching him just now." The figure fell silent. Change of plans. Since the girl rescue plan failed, switch to getting close to Yi Xingqian. But our real target is still that item. You know what I mean? I understand, boss. Gu Feng nodded obediently. But when he looked up again, the figure was already gone. Early the next morning, Yi Xingqian was playing with his car keys while walking toward the car parked outside the villa gate. Huh? President Qin, this early? Out here sunbathing? Yi Xingqian noticed that Qin Yanran, who was usually obsessed with work, was lying on a plastic chair in the morning sun. Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingqian, just nodded, then closed her eyes again. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly, sensing that the beautiful boss seemed off today. Yun talked to me for a long time yesterday. She wants to resign. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to probe, Qin Yanran explained on her own. Turns out it was about Lin Yun wanting to quit. Yi Xingqian suddenly realized that despite how Qin Yanran usually rarely spoke or showed emotion, like some emotionless work robot, she was actually quite sensitive. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian immediately felt guilty. After all, he was the one who poached Lin Yun. If the pretty boss found out, she'd probably chase him around with a stick. So, boss, did you agree? Qin Yanran opened her eyes suddenly and looked at Yi Xingqian in surprise. What right do I have to agree or disagree? Where to work, how to develop one's career, that's her freedom. It's just, after working together for so many years, hearing her suddenly say she's leaving for another opportunity, of course I feel a bit reluctant. There's no helping it. All good things come to an end. People must think about their future and opportunities. Qin Yanran nodded, then looked at the car keys in Yi Xingqian's hand. Heading out? Yeah. Going back home to see the old man. I haven't visited him since his surgery. You should. Visiting elders is always better than having them come visit you. As she spoke, Qin Yanran glanced meaningfully at the villa behind her. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian immediately caught the implication and laughed out loud. Alright, go take care of your stuff. Okay. Yi Xingqian didn't say anything more. He quickly got in the car, started it, and headed toward his hometown, sending Long Qingxian a message saying he had left. He didn't bother sending her the address. After all, with Long Qingxuan's skills and status, she probably knew his home address and even how many pairs of underwear he changed per year. Unexpectedly, Long Qingxian replied quickly. I'm already on your street eating sunflower seeds. A pawn shop caught fire. Yi Xingqian was stunned by her message. Pawn shop? Could it be Uncle Zhang's? That street only had his pawn shop. How could it suddenly catch fire? Yi Xingqian didn't think too much. Since Long Qingxian was already there, he hurried to catch up. V-room. Yi Xingqian quickly arrived at the street of his hometown. A long section had already been cordoned off by police. Even standing dozens of yards away from the pawn shop, he could smell thick smoke and roasted meat. Yi Xingqian suddenly realized something and nearly threw up on the spot. It seemed like Uncle Zhang, or even his entire family, didn't make it out. Was this fire set on purpose? Yi Xingqian soon noticed 3 police officers nearby pinning a young man against the wall, preparing to handcuff him with plastic cuffs. Could they have caught the arsonist? Was that the guy? Thinking this, Yi Xingqian took a few steps forward and perked up his ears. Officer, please listen. Life is full of encounters. You never know when your soulmate will appear, or when you'll pass them by. You have to cherish everyone around you, treasure every meeting, and seize every chance, only then is life worthwhile. The young man being cuffed was rambling nonstop, trying to explain something to the officers. So that's why, while pretending to watch the commotion, you kept squeezing through the crowd and groping old ladies? What the? Yi Xingqian almost threw up again. He had thought the police caught the arsonist, but it was a pervert. If you were groping some beautiful woman, that'd be one thing, not okay, but understandable. But you actually, old ladies? How could you? What a freak. Over here. Just then, Long Qingxian, who was also watching from nearby, saw Yi Xingqian and started waving at him. Today, Long Qingxian was wearing a puffy coat, a small hat on her head, and holding a short, thin spicy snack stick, which she was nibbling on. Yi Xingqian couldn't help laughing at how lively and youthful Long Qingxian looked today. Who would have guessed that this girl who looked like a college student was actually a deeply calculating, ruthless Dragon Clan boss? If he didn't already know her well, he might have been fooled by this cute act. Women really are unpredictable. And not just in emotions, but in appearance too. Yesterday, she was the mature and composed boss lady. Today, she looked like a lively student. Yi Xingqian even wondered, if he brought Long Qingxian home today, would his dad think he was a scumbag seducing innocent college girls? Long Qingxian seemed very pleased seeing Yi Xingqian dazedly staring at her. After popping the last bit of spicy stick into her mouth, she put her hands behind her back and elegantly walked over to him. So? Mr. Yi. Not bad, right? Wouldn't be embarrassing to bring me home, would it? Yi Xingqian smiled awkwardly. If this would be embarrassing, then he really wouldn't know what kind of perfect girlfriend he should bring home. 3 years older, who gives gold bars? 30 years older, who gifts empires? 300 years older, who makes you immortal? Let's go. Long Qingxian smiled sweetly and wrapped her right arm around Yi Xingqian's left. Couples should look like couples. Yi Xingqian looked down at her arm linked with his and nodded firmly. Today, Long Qingxian didn't drive that flashy Lamborghini but chose a more low-key Audi instead. As she passed her car, Long Qingxian casually grabbed a small bag of fruit. Inside was a single grape and a single plum. Yi Xingqian, of course, knew how heavy even a single grape or plum was to ordinary people in this world, so he took the bag from Long Qingxuan's hand. Thanks. Long Qingxian was pleased by Yi Xingqian's thoughtfulness and gave him a small smile to show her gratitude. You're welcome. The two of them walked toward Yi Hao's house arm in arm. Suddenly, Long Qingxian seemed to think of something and smiled again at Yi Xingqian. If next time the girl who comes home with you isn't me, wouldn't that be kind of awkward? Yi Xingqian was momentarily stunned. What's the big deal? In today's society, who says dating must end in marriage? The one you like isn't necessarily the right one, and the right one isn't necessarily the one you like. So what kind of woman do you like? Long Qingxian looked at Yi Xingchen with a hint of meaning. For men, there are only two kinds of women they like. Which two? One is the kind who knows every position, and one is the kind who doesn't know any. Clearly, Long Qingxian didn't expect Yi Xingchen to say something like that and was caught completely off guard. Ha 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 ha. Laughing and joking, they arrived at the door. Ding dong. Yi Xingchen gently pressed the doorbell, and soon Yi Hao's voice came from inside. Coming. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, the one who opened the door wasn't Yi Hao, but a middle-aged man about the same age. Xingchen, you're back. It's been so long, I've missed you so much, nephew. Hearing the man's words, Yi Xingchen remembered, this was his uncle, Yi Qiu. Although Yi Qiu seemed really enthusiastic, Yi Xingchen knew very well it was all for show. Because his family had been poor since he was little, they were never favored by relatives. In fact, growing up, Yi Xingchen had barely seen this uncle a few times. So the relationship between them was distant and indifferent. Why Yi Qiu was here now, Yi Xingchen couldn't tell. Yi Qiu gave Yi Xingchen a big hug, smiling warmly, and Yi Xingchen returned a polite fake smile. Uncle, long time no see. You still look so young. Ha ha ha. Yi Qiu laughed heartily, then looked at Long Qingxian beside Yi Xingchen, his face filled with amazement and surprise. Oh? This must be your girlfriend? She's so pretty, much better looking than most of those TV stars. Come, introduce her to your uncle. This is Long Qingxian, she's from Qin province. Qingxian, this is my uncle, Yi Qiu. Hello, uncle. Long Qingxian smiled politely and nodded to Yi Qiu. Good, good. Come on in. Yi Qiu quickly welcomed them into the house. At that moment, Yi Hao was busy cooking in the kitchen. After a bit of polite chit-chat, Yi Xingchen found an excuse, getting water for Long Qingxian, and slipped into the kitchen. Just a bit longer, dinner will be ready soon. Yi Hao looked quite happy, focused on stir-frying a few green vegetables in a tiny pan. Yi Xingchen couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. All right. I'll just go out and eat again later. Dad, what's going on? Why is he suddenly here? Yi Hao also looked puzzled as he glanced into the living room where Yi Qiu was chatting away with Long Qingxian. I don't know either. He just showed up unannounced 2 nights ago. Honestly, I suspect he came here on purpose to show off. Some of the things he said make no sense, you'll see. If he weren't my brother, I'd have kicked him out already. I just couldn't stand all his bragging anymore, so I ordered you to bring a girlfriend home. I see. Now Yi Xingchen finally understood why Yi Hao insisted he bring a girlfriend. It was to deal with Yi Qiu's showing off. If he says anything annoying later, don't take it to heart. He's only staying a few days. After that, we'll probably never see him again. Just treat it like he's talking nonsense. Got it. Yi Xingchen poured a cup of water using a lid-sized cup, then returned to the living room. Xingchen, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Almost as pretty as your cousin Weicai's girlfriend. Yi Xingchen froze. The Weikai Yi Qiu referred to was his own son, and Yi Xingchen's cousin, Yi Weikai. Earlier, Yi Hao mentioned that Yi Qiu constantly bragged. At the time, Yi Xingchen was curious what kind of bragging it was. Now, after hearing this, he finally understood. Xingchen, tell me honestly, are you with Qingxian because of her looks? If she weren't this pretty, would you even like her? Do you just like her for her appearance? In that moment, Yi Xingchen really wanted to curse. You're still an elder, even if the family relationship isn't great, even if you came here to brag, you don't have to say something like this. This kind of talk could hurt their relationship, even though technically, he and Long Qingxian weren't really a couple. Yi Xingchen quickly shook his head to deny it. No, of course not. I definitely don't just like Qingxian for her looks. Really? Yi Qiu smiled, then let me ask you something. If one day Qingxian went crazy, would you still love her? Though technically Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian weren't a real couple, he still answered quickly and firmly. Of course I would love her, my love wouldn't decrease even a little. There. See? You do just like her appearance. Yi Qiu laughed loudly, pointing at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen froze. Ha ha ha. Think about it, what's lovable about a crazy person? Other than their good looks. If you still liked her, it could only be because of her looks. What else could you possibly like? Her insane soul? Her unpredictable personality? Her absurd behavior? Yi Qiu's words made Yi Xingchen feel utterly fed up. How could he have such an outrageous relative? Was this guy here just to sabotage family relationships? Yi Qiu seemed completely unaware of what his words implied, the risks, or the consequences. Now he jumped to the next topic. Qingxian, where do you work right now? Long Qingxian glanced at Yi Xingchen, suppressing her displeasure, just working at a small company for now, nothing more than an ordinary office worker. Oh, I see. A trace of disdain appeared on Ichio's face. Your cousin Weikai works at a big company. He's even a manager. So how about considering a job change? When I go back, I'll see if Weikai can get you a new position. Even if it's just a regular office clerk, that's fine. Monthly salary can be around 4,000 to 5,000. And saying you work at a big company makes you look good too. Long Qingxian was sharp enough to instantly catch Ichio's real intention. The job offer was fake, bragging about his son's job was real. She neither accepted nor declined, only asked lightly, which big company does Weikai work at? That was exactly what Ichio wanted to hear. He was nearly thrilled by Long Qingxuan's interest. Oh, he works at Huaying Company. Huaying, you know it, right? The pride of Yunhe City. A nationally famous kitchen and bath manufacturer. Oh? Long Qingxian nodded slightly and quietly wrote a few words into her phone notes. Yi Weikai, Huaying Kitchen and Bath, Senior Manager. He's currently the workshop supervisor of the stamping department. Getting someone a clerk job there? Piece of cake. Oh? Long Qingxian nodded again and edited the note, deleting Senior Manager and replacing it with Stamping Workshop Supervisor. Yichio saw Long Qingxian seemed somewhat tempted, and he felt very pleased with himself, thinking his boasting had worked. He had no idea he was digging his own grave. So, Xingqian, how about you? Where do you work? Yichio turned his target toward Yi Xingqian. Me? Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised by the sudden topic change. I work at Yida Company, but just as a driver. Yida Company? That's a big one too. But, a driver, Yichio suddenly burst into laughter without restraint. Not that impressive, huh? A driver probably makes what, 6 or 7,000 a month. And Qingxian still likes you? Man, you sure hit the jackpot. Ah? Yi Xingqian's face turned dark. Long Qingxian, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. She even gently patted Yi Xingqian's back. But her smile didn't last long, it quickly froze. Because Yichio turned his fire on her again. Could it be that you, Qingxian, have some kind of hidden flaw or past? What do you mean? Well, you know how girls are these days. When they're young, they party hard. Once they're done playing, they find a nice guy to settle down with. Doesn't matter much who he is, just as long as he doesn't care about their past. Some even give the guy money afterward. Uncle, are you saying I used to be a wild party girl? That I've played enough and now I'm settling down with Xingqian because he's a nice guy? Long Qingxian smiled deeply, but there was a chill behind her smile. Maybe it was that cold smile that made Yichio shiver. He quickly shook his head. No, of course not. I'm Xingqian's uncle, how could I doubt his girlfriend like that? I was just joking. An elder making a joke, surely the younger generation won't take offense? Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian was very angry but had to suppress it. If this weren't her first time visiting Yi Xingqian's family. If Yihao weren't still at home. If Yichio weren't Xingqian's uncle. She would have stormed off, smashed a glass, and then called someone to get revenge on this whole family. Uncle, that kind of joke is a bit inappropriate, don't you think? If my dad said the same thing about Waitai's girlfriend, how would you feel? Wouldn't you be angry too? Yi Xingqian naturally stood up for Long Qingxian. But since it wasn't the right time to blow up, he tried reasoning with Yichio instead. But Yi Xingqian's words were like kicking a hornet's nest. Yichio was instantly enraged. He slapped the table and stood up. What's that supposed to mean? Waitai's girlfriend isn't one of those types. And Weikai isn't some sucker. Who said that nonsense? Who's spreading these rumors? If I find out, I'll rip their mouth apart. It's too much. Spreading lies like that, totally unacceptable. Anyone who says such things should be reported to the police for defamation. My son and future daughter-in-law are the cream of the crop, elite members of high society. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian exchanged a doubtful glance. Why did that sound so defensive? Like someone had hit a nerve? For a moment, Yi Xingqian had a strange thought. Could it be that Yi Weikai really is a sucker? That his girlfriend does have a history? If not, how else do you explain Yichio's outburst? Yi Xingqian gave Long Qingxian a look. She got the message instantly, they were thinking the same thing, investigate Yi Weikai and his girlfriend. When it comes to intel and digging into people's lives, no one in the country could beat Longzhu. Having Longzhu investigate Weikai and his girlfriend, not just their pasts, but even how many times a day they go to the bathroom, whether they wear BYT during intimate moments, all of it could be found out easily. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Just as the room was thick with awkward silence, Yihao's voice rang out from the kitchen. So the three of them temporarily put aside their unpleasant thoughts and helped bring the dishes to the table. In Xia country, people value food above all. What's more important than sitting down and having a meal together? Soon, something else happened that made Yi Xingqian very unhappy. After Yi Hao called for dinner, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingxian immediately got up to carry the dishes from the kitchen. But Yi Qiu was still sitting on the sofa like a lord, legs crossed, as if he were some high-ranking boss, and Yi Xingchen, Long Qingxian, and Yi Hao were just his most loyal and hardworking subordinates. When Yi Xingchen gave Yi Qiu a displeased glare, Yi Hao's hand trembled slightly. A father knows his son best. Even though Yi Hao and Yi Xingchen no longer lived together and didn't see each other often, Yi Hao clearly felt the changes in his son. Since Yi Xingchen's physique changed, his temper and personality had also changed greatly. But it was hard to say whether that change was good or bad. The good part was that at least he wouldn't be bullied anymore. The bad part was that if he encountered an even stronger enemy in the future, there would be no room to turn back. Yi Hao shook his head, trying to push these thoughts away, then gently patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. "Son, let it go. Later at dinner, I'll tell him to eat and leave, and not to come again. I guess after this, the next time we meet will be either me attending his funeral or him attending mine." Yi Xingchen felt a sudden sadness rise in his chest but still nodded stiffly in agreement. "Good son. Good son." Yi Hao's lips moved slightly as he kept patting Yi Xingchen's shoulder. "Hurry up, I'm hungry already. Bring the food out quickly." From the living room, Yi Qiu grumbled with dissatisfaction seeing Yi Hao and Yi Xingchen dragging their feet in the kitchen. That shout nearly made Yi Xingchen explode in anger again. To stop Yi Qiu from continuing his nonsense and to prevent a direct conflict between his son and his estranged brother, Yi Hao quickly brought a dish out to the living room. "Here it comes. Didn't expect your dad to be such a good guy." Long Qingxian walked over to Yi Xingchen and teased him, especially emphasizing, "good guy." Yi Xingchen glanced at Yi Hao's back and frowned slightly. "To be honest, my dad isn't really that much of a good guy. I have an aunt too, and we don't keep in touch with her either. I remember once, maybe when I was in middle school, she came to our house and got kicked out by my dad. He said something like, 'We're not family anymore, why come here?' Then why this time, is your uncle not only not kicked out but even treated so kindly? Even when he says such awful things, your dad can still put up with it." "That? I don't know. Actually, I don't know either." Just then, Yi Hao walked back into the kitchen. "Uncle." Long Qingxian lowered her head like a little girl caught doing something wrong. "Qingxian, it's fine. Normally, I wouldn't even see him. But this time, I don't know why. I just suddenly felt like he's really pitiful, or like we'll never see each other again. Maybe the next time we'll be at his funeral? I'm not cursing him, it's just that kind of feeling, do you understand?" Yi Hao frowned, trying hard to explain, but couldn't really articulate it. Yi Xingchen curled his lips. Maybe Dad's just getting older and sentimental. Even though the two families hadn't had contact in years, now he seemed eager to repair the bond. Otherwise, what else could explain it? "Come on, let's just give Dad some face. I swear, if your aunt ever comes here again, I'll throw her out without a word." Yi Hao gently patted both Yi Xingchen's and Long Qingxuan's shoulders. "Come on, Dad. You make it sound like I'm forcing you to cut ties with everyone. Ha ha ha. My bad. I'll punish myself with a drink later. Hurry and bring the wine. Where's the wine? My big glass is thirsty." "Coming, coming." After calming them down, Yi Hao rushed to the living room carrying a mini bottle of wine. "Qingxian, help me investigate this guy. If he keeps talking trash, I swear I'll make sure he loses everything. He'll pay for his ignorance and arrogance. I already asked someone to look into him. Results will be here soon. His son is just an ordinary guy. All it takes is one word from me, and he's done." Long Qingxian proudly raised her chin. "Okay." Yi Xingchen gave a thumbs up and quickly carried the last dish to the living room. "Bro, you really are meant for hard work. At your age, still can't enjoy life, even cooking when guests come over. Look at me, every time there's cooking to do, Wei Kai and his girlfriend Xiaoli fight over it. Even when I try to help, they kick me out. Now look at Xingchen." Yi Qiu took a sip of wine, then turned to Yi Xingchen. "Xingchen, I don't mean to criticize you, but you're old enough to help more. Your mom passed early, so when you see your dad doing things, you should step up and take over. What, you want your dad to work all his life? You should care for him. He raised you with so much effort." Yi Xingchen's face darkened. He felt both guilty and angry. Guilty because he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a son. Angry because it wasn't your place to say this. Even Yi Hao, who had been trying to defend Yi Qiu, looked annoyed at this point. He tapped his wine glass against Yi Qiu's and hinted subtly, "You should say less. You keep rambling on. What, your drinking capacity's dropped so low you need to stall with chatter?" "No way." Yi Qiu got upset instantly. "Drinking is drinking, scolding is scolding. At my place, Wei Kai is so obedient. Every time I scold him, he always promises to never do it again. Now look at Xingqian, I've said so much and he hasn't reacted at all. Hearing this, Yi Xingqian nearly lost it. You said I don't react? Fine. I'll show you what a reaction looks like. Xingqian. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to explode, Long Qingxian suddenly tugged at the corner of his shirt. Yi Xingqian looked at Long Qingxian in confusion, not understanding why she was stopping him at such a critical moment. Logically, Yi Qiu had also spoken rudely to Long Qingxian earlier. Given her identity, status, and temperament, she shouldn't be the type to just let it go. Besides, Yi Xingqian didn't think she was such a forgiving person. Don't. Long Qingxian didn't say much, just kept shaking her head and showed a faint sadness on her face. Her reaction left Yi Xingqian even more puzzled. Very soon, you'll know the real truth. Trust me, be tolerant. Otherwise, if you act impulsively, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xingqian didn't say anything more, just nodded toward Long Qingxian. He trusted her completely. Since she said this so confidently, she must have her reasons. If Yi Qiu said any more nonsense, he'd just treat it like a barking dog and ignore it. Fortunately, Yi Qiu turned his attention to drinking with Yi Hao and finally stopped bothering Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian. He started talking about his sister, Yi Xingqian's aunt. A while later, Long Qingxian received a message on her phone and gave Yi Xingqian a look. Yi Xingqian immediately understood and quickly stood up. Dad, Uncle, I have something to give Qingxian. I'm afraid I'll forget later, so I'll go get it from the room now. You guys continue drinking, we'll be back soon. Yi Qiu ignored him, only Yi Hao nodded. So Yi Xingqian and Long Qingxian headed to his room, one after the other. Xingqian, don't you feel like your uncle seems a bit off? Long Qingxian gestured to her head. Of course. Anyone with a working brain wouldn't say such idiotic crap. Either his brain's broken or full of water. After cursing a few times, Yi Xingqian suddenly realized something. Wait, you mean? Yes. Your uncle now, to put it simply, he's mentally unstable, suffering from mental illness, delusions, and schizophrenia. Huh? Why? He looks fine, and yet? Yi Xingqian raised both hands in shock. He couldn't believe someone who looked relatively normal like Yi Qiu could be mentally ill. Because he was hit with a severe emotional shock. Emotional shock? Yi Xingqian immediately thought about how Yi Qiu kept mentioning Yi Weikai. You mean, it came from my cousin Yi Weikai? Your cousin Yi Weikai is already dead. What? Yi Xingqian was stunned, unable to believe it. Your uncle wasn't wrong, your cousin really was outstanding in many ways. He was an excellent student, and after starting work, he was full of creativity. His fiancée, Xiaoli, was also a remarkable young woman. There's solid information showing that your cousin wanted to repair relations with your family and your aunt's family, but he was shy and always busy, so he delayed visiting. What a pity, Yi Xingqian sighed softly. How did he die? A month ago, he and Xiaoli set their wedding date. He brought her and the wedding invitations, planning to personally visit your family to invite you and your dad, and also take the chance to reconnect the Yi family's bonds. But, unfortunately, on the way, they encountered a group of thugs, your cousin was murdered by them, and Xiaoli was gang-raped and then killed. Long Qingxian also sighed. Your uncle couldn't accept the police's report. The shock drove him into a mental breakdown, and he developed schizophrenia. He constantly imagines your cousin is still alive, still the best in the world. Hearing the truth from Long Qingxian, Yi Xingqian fell silent. No wonder Yi Qiu always said strange things, so that's what happened. Poor parents everywhere feel the same pain. His son had finally grown up and was about to start a new life. Who would have thought such a cruel tragedy would strike? A family that should have been happy was shattered by a nightmare. Who wouldn't be devastated by something like this? Especially when Yi Xingqian, Yi Weikai, and Yi Qiu all shared the same blood of the Yi family. Qingxian, Yi Xingqian sighed again. What about the murderers? Were they caught? He spoke calmly. But Long Qingxian, who already knew him well, understood. Behind the calm surface was a storm. The calmer Yi Xingqian looked on the outside, the more furious he was inside. Right now, he probably wanted to tear the killers into pieces. Unfortunately, the case has been unsolved for a long time. According to the police, it was a gang of about 5 people. One suspect was caught but released due to lack of evidence. The case has been cold for almost a month. Phew, Yi Xingqian exhaled deeply. Send me the info on that suspect. I'll deal with him tonight. After that, I'll carry out the Dragon Clan mission. Once that's done, I'll go with you to Qin province. Sure. Long Qingxian agreed without hesitation. But, just a friendly reminder, that person is only a suspect, not necessarily the real killer. Heh, Yi Xingqian let out a cold laugh. Whether or not he's the killer, I'll know once I test him. No matter how distant our family ties are, he was still my cousin, we share the Yi family's blood. This matter, I'll handle it. This revenge, I'll take it. All right. I'll fully support you. Long Qingxian gently patted his back, then operated her phone and sent the suspect's file to Yi Xingchen. Then she remembered something and added, I'll have someone track his location. You just go find him directly. But, it's best not to be too obvious about it. Yi Xingchen stared silently at Yi Qiu, who had dozed off after drinking too much. A look of violence flickered between his brows as he gritted his teeth and responded. I got it. I know what I'm doing. My dad just killed him. My dad just killed him, family took me. 3 times already. Dog came for me. Dog came and got me. Family took me 3 times already, my dad just killed him. In the bar, the wildly popular dance track Gangnam Style, from years ago was blasting passionately. A young man with bleached yellow hair was frantically dancing in the middle of the dance floor to the beat. His name was Chang Jianfan, and he was the suspect whose information Long Qingxian had handed to Yi Xingchen. Fan Ji. Suddenly, a ghost flame boy asterisk ran excitedly into the dance floor and headed straight to Chang Jianfan. Ghost flame boy, slang for flashy street-style youth. What the hell are you yelling for? Can't you see I'm dancing here? So annoying. Spit it out quick, if you mess up my groove, I'll beat your ass. Chang Jianfan was clearly hot-tempered, glaring impatiently at the boy. Fan Ji, there's a rich guy driving a luxury car who wants to buy goods from you. Wants to buy goods from me? Chang Jianfan paused for a moment. Bastard. Are you guys out there running your mouth saying I sell that stuff? Damn it, one day you idiots are gonna get me killed. Who the hell is spreading that crap? Fan Ji, we didn't say anything. That guy got out of his car and directly said he was here to buy goods from you. None of us had ever seen him before. We thought he might be a cop at first, but, after what he said, we kinda believed him. What did he say? He said he drives a Lamborghini worth tens of millions, and there's no way he's got time to mess with us. We thought about it and figured he had a point, so we came to check with you first. Lamborghini? Tens of millions? Interesting. Chang Jianfan stroked his chin, then patted the ghost flame boy on the shoulder. Bring that rich sucker to meet me. We'll talk in the warehouse behind the bar. Got it, Fan Ji. Heh, if this turns into a big deal, I'll give you a cut. Thanks, Fan Ji. Chang Jianfan was still daydreaming about making a big score, completely unaware that he was already walking toward his doom. In the dim warehouse, Yi Xingchen glanced at the boxes of liquor around him, feeling like something was off. Warehouses usually store items by piece or by case, or at least by bottle. But here? All in packs? What is this, a matchstick factory? Ha. Boss. Nice to meet you. As Yi Xingchen was lost in thought, a cheerful voice suddenly came from behind. He turned and saw a short guy with yellow hair. You're Chang Jianfan? That's me. Chang Jianfan grinned widely. Chang? That's the first time I've heard that surname. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes with a knowing smile. That's normal. Chang is a rare surname. After Emperor Tang Yao came the Chang clan. It's said there are less than 1,000 of us nationwide. Didn't expect Chang Jianfan to be a little cultured, he even quoted an old saying. Yi Xingchen sighed lightly. Less than 1,000? What a shame. What's a shame? Chang Jianfan asked curiously. He didn't know why, but something about Yi Xingchen made him nervous, he gave off a dangerous vibe. It's a shame that after tonight, there'll be one less person with the surname Chang in this world. What? Chang Jianfan looked confused at first, then laughed, clutching his stomach. Ha. Dude, come on, you're driving a Lamborghini worth tens of millions. Are you that dumb? Look around, there's only one of you. I've got over a dozen guys here. The more he talked, the harder he laughed. Okay, I get it, you're rich, probably got connections with the cops. But so what? We didn't break any laws, what can you do to us? Ha. I'm dying here. Yi Xingchen ignored his mockery and stared coldly at him. 1 month ago, November 18th. Where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? A month ago, the 18th? Chang Jianfan's face twisted in anger. Not that case again? Damn it, so annoying. How many times do I have to say it? It had nothing to do with me. I was just passing by. Why the hell does some random witness seeing me nearby make me a suspect? I didn't do it. Why not arrest the witness too and interrogate them? If Yi Xingchen wasn't sure before, now he was convinced Chang Jianfan was one of the killers. The tone, the angry reaction. Well, to be fair, it was all just an excuse Yi Xingchen made for himself. He wasn't truly sure Chang Jianfan was guilty. But right now, he had no choice. He had to take a shot and see if this guy could be a breakthrough. Even if he had the wrong guy, Chang Jianfan was still scum. Killing him would be like ridding the world of trash, no guilt. I'll ask one last time. Where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? Yi Xingqian's tone turned sharp, oppressive, and absolute. Chang Jianfan snapped and swung his right arm. Damn it. Just because you've got money doesn't mean you can act tough. I'm gonna hold you here and make your family cough up a few million in ransom. With Chang Jianfan's order, his gang of underlings charged at Yi Xingqian with fists flying. But Yi Xingqian didn't even glance at them, he just walked slowly toward Chang Jianfan. Answer me. November 18th. Where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? The thugs weren't especially fast, but they had enough time to reach Yi Xingqian. In Chang Jianfan's terrified eyes, their fists landed all over Yi Xingqian's body, but he felt nothing at all. With two ghost flame thugs hanging on him, Yi Xingqian kept walking toward Chang Jianfan. You're in deep trouble. Last time, where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? Psycho, damn, psycho. Chang Jianfan was so terrified by what he saw, he couldn't take it anymore. He turned and ran for the warehouse door. Yi Xingqian already had a plan before he came. Because he wasn't sure if Chang Jianfan was the real killer, he needed to use certain methods to intimidate him. That way, Yi Xingqian could figure out what to do next. To win the psychological battle, Yi Xingqian used the most savage and direct method, by showing off his terrifying physical strength. So now, Yi Xingqian had a thug on his back, 2 hanging from his neck, 2 clinging to his right arm, 1 on his left arm, and even 3 more thugs desperately grabbing onto his legs from the ground. But even so, these weak thugs couldn't do anything to Yi Xingqian, who was no longer the person he used to be physically. At this point, the only thing Yi Xingqian felt was that some ropes were hanging on his arms, legs, and neck. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. As for the punches landing on him, calling them tickles would be giving them too much credit. Holy shit. What the hell is this? While fleeing, Chang Jianfan couldn't help but turn to glance at Yi Xingqian. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he did, his legs gave out and he collapsed on the spot. Chang Jianfan was just a regular person. He had never seen something like this. Just imagine, a regular-looking guy walking around with 9 people hanging off him, and all their punches and kicks felt like tickles. He walked faster than you could run. Anyone would be scared stiff seeing that scene. Even the thugs still hanging on Yi Xingqian looked hopeless. Damn, what is this? Is he the Hulk? Hulk? Are you colorblind? Do you see any green on him? What if his wife cheated on him? Then he'd be wearing a green hat, wouldn't that make him the Hulk for real? What the fuck? While the thugs were still arguing midair, Yi Xingqian gave a gentle shake, and all of them fell off. One even passed out on the spot, life or death unknown. Yi Xingqian saw that Chang Jianfan was scared senseless and didn't bother making a scene anymore. He just turned and stared coldly at the thugs groaning on the ground. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get lost. If you don't, you'll be lying here forever. 5. 4. Hearing this, the once bold thugs scrambled to their feet and fled with all their strength. Hey! Get back here. Fuck your moms. Bunch of bastards. No loyalty at all. Hope you get struck by lightning. Seeing all his men run away, even the one who passed out miraculously got up and ran. Chang Jianfan couldn't help but curse. You better worry about yourself first. Death is knocking, and you don't even know it. Yi Xingqian sneered coldly and walked casually up to Chang Jianfan. Bro, big bro, Chang Jianfan tried to suck up with a smile. Spare me, please? I don't think I ever messed with you. We don't need to fight the moment we meet, everything can be talked out, right? MHM. Yi Xingqian nodded and repeated the earlier question. Let me ask you again. November 18th. Where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? Chang Jianfan frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Finally, he gave a half-assed answer. I was sleeping at home. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes. Just from that one answer, he immediately judged that Chang Jianfan was connected to Yi Waitai's case, or at least knew something about it. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms and stared intensely at Chang Jianfan, not missing a single twitch on his face. I didn't say what time of day it was on November 18th, morning? Noon? Night? You didn't even ask, you just said you were sleeping. What does that mean? It means you're dodging the question. It means you're guilty. If you dare tell me you slept for a full 24 hours, I swear I'll twist your head off. This. Chang Jianfan's face showed a flash of panic. That slight panic was instantly picked up by Yi Xingqian, confirming even more that Chang Jianfan was involved. And no, bro, let me explain. Chang Jianfan saw the vicious glint in Yi Xingqian's eyes and panicked more. It's like this. On the night of the 17th, I drank too much with some friends and went home to crash. I drank so much I just slept all day on the 18th, the whole day. For real. I swear. Who can prove it? Who? Call them here right now. I'll snap their knees in front of you to see if they're lying or telling the truth. Chang Jianfan originally thought of calling some thugs, but now he was too scared and made up another excuse. Well, technically, there's no witness. I was alone at home. My parents live in the countryside. Then who did you drink with the night before? Call all of them. Anyone who doesn't show up, I'll break both their legs and drag them here like dead dogs. Lunatic, psycho. Hearing this, Chang Jianfan trembled uncontrollably, terrified to his core. Yi Xingchen leaned down and pulled a phone from Chang Jianfan's pocket, then threw it on the ground. Think carefully. How many people? Who exactly? Miss one, and I'll break one of your fingers to make up for it. If you think I don't have the strength to break your fingers or shatter their knees, try me. Don't just sit there, call them. Now. Gulp. Chang Jianfan swallowed hard. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He reached out his right hand, trembling, to pick up the phone. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his face went pale and he pulled his hand back. He began muttering under his breath. No. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen was almost completely certain Chang Jianfan was involved or at least knew the truth. The crime happened on the 18th, and the people Chang Jianfan drank with that night were likely the killers, or at least part of it. From Chang Jianfan's terrified reaction, Yi Xingchen could nearly confirm, whoever that unknown person is, they're the ringleader. While Yi Xingchen was thinking silently, Chang Jianfan suddenly trembled like he had been electrocuted and quickly shrank back. No, bro. I just remembered wrong. It was the night of the 16th that I was drinking with someone. On the 17th, because I recently got dumped, I was drinking alone at home. Then on the 18th, I slept the whole day. I really don't know anything. Bro, I didn't do anything, I just slept all day at home. I've been hustling for years, and I finally made a little progress. I'm begging you, let me go. Chang Jianfan's words made Yi Xingchen pause and think. After all, Yi Xingchen was the hidden boss of the Qinglong gang. He knew how the underground world worked. He had already investigated Chang Jianfan. Based on the guy's completely ordinary background, young, no experience, no ruthless methods, it didn't make sense that someone like him had so many thugs under his command at such a young age just by fighting on his own. There were only two possibilities: either Chang Jianfan was some kind of protagonist from an online novel, rising to the top by beating everyone, or he had help from someone powerful. Clearly, he wasn't a novel protagonist. If he were, Yi Xingchen would be the one lying on the ground tonight. So it could only be the second option: someone powerful was backing him. And that person was probably involved in Yi Weizai's case. Having pieced things together, Yi Xingchen began to think about his next move. Bro, really? I was just drinking at home. What's wrong with that? Heartbroken. If you don't believe me, call my ex. Ask her. We broke up at the beginning of last month, didn't we? Of course Yi Xingchen didn't believe him. He slowly crouched down and gently touched the top of Chang Jianfan's head with his right hand. Kid, you think I'm stupid? Do you really believe my IQ is that low? Bro, I swear I didn't lie to you, and I wouldn't dare. I was really just drinking at home, alone. I swear to the heavens. If I lied even a little, may I be struck by lightning, never have children, may my parents die, go to hell, get fried in oil, suffer in 18 levels of hell, and never be reborn. Swearing like that might fool little kids, but you think it'll work on me? You said if you lied even a little, but you've told more lies than I can count. So that oath means nothing, right? Yi Xingchen gave a cold smile and gently tugged at Chang Jianfan's hair. He wasn't worried that Chang Jianfan still refused to talk. These street thugs use a little force and they spill everything. The ones who always talk about honor are usually the least honorable. Huh? Chang Jianfan saw his tricks had been seen through and didn't know how to respond. Rip. Ah. Damn it. Ah. Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold. With a little force, he ripped a handful of Chang Jianfan's hair out. Still not talking? Answer my question. On the 18th, what were you doing, with whom, and where? Fear filled Chang Jianfan's eyes. You're a lunatic, a complete lunatic. You don't believe I'll pull out all your hair? Talk. Seeing that Chang still wouldn't speak, Yi Xingchen ripped out another handful. Ah, damn it, lunatic. Still acting tough? Let's see if your mouth or your hair is tougher. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xingchen pulled again. Damn, bro. I really don't know anything, please let me go. I beg you. I swear I'll leave the streets, join a volunteer group, be a good citizen. Why would I want you to be a volunteer? Yi Xingchen yanked another handful of hair. Chang Jianfan struggled, his tears streaming from the pain. Bro. I swear. I was just drinking at home, then slept all day. I don't know anything. He kept repeating it. Half of his blonde hair was gone. His pale scalp was covered in bloody wounds, red blood dripping down. Still, all he did was beg for mercy, insisting he knew nothing, just slept and drank. Yi Xingchen frowned. If he hadn't caught the earlier slip-up, he might have doubted himself, thinking Chang Jianfan was innocent. But those signs had already confirmed for him, Chang Jianfan was definitely involved or knew something. Now, the more Chang resisted, the clearer it became. Whoever was behind this was someone very powerful. So terrifying that Chang Jianfan would rather be tortured than talk. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen got angry. You bastard! Do you think I won't kill you? You think because I want answers, I won't dare kill you? Bastard! If I kill you, I can still find clues from your daily life. You think I don't dare? Then open your eyes and watch. Yi Xingchen had lost all patience. He grabbed Chang Jianfan like a chicken, tore up his jacket to use as rope, and tied him to the warehouse shelf. You forced me. You want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Yi Xingchen pulled a small iron hammer from his pocket and walked up to Chang Jianfan. What are you doing? Hey, that could kill someone. Someone could die. Chang Jianfan was already panicking. Yi Xingchen ignored him, took out a cloth strip, and blindfolded himself. Bang! Holy shit! Yi Xingchen smashed the hammer down. Because he was blindfolded, it missed Chang Jianfan and hit the shelf about 4 inches from his head. Chang almost fainted from fear. He realized Yi Xingchen wasn't joking. He might dodge this one, but not the next. Bang! This time, the hammer hit about 5 inches from Chang's chest. Chang Jianfan peed himself in terror. You lunatic! This will kill me. If you keep digging, I'll die, and so will you. I don't care who might die later. I just know if you don't talk, you'll die tonight. Yi Xingchen roared and swung again. Crack! Damn it! Psycho! Damn! This time, Chang wasn't so lucky. The hammer smashed directly into his right arm, shattering it completely. Overwhelmed by pain, Chang Jianfan finally broke down, screaming hysterically. Bai Jiazi! It was Bai Jiazi! Bai Jiazi? No way! Are you sure? Outside the bar, in the Lamborghini. Hearing that name, Long Qingxian looked a bit surprised. Oh? Yi Xingchen noticed her expression and frowned. So I can take it to mean, you know Bai Jiazi? And, you think he's got serious backing, that you can't mess with him? Or that I can't mess with him? Long Qingxian chuckled at his words. Can't mess with him? I can't. There's no one in this world that Long Qingxian can't take on. Even people from Hurricane, I've gone after them without hesitation. Bai Jiazi? Please. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't deny he was moved. Let me tell you a bit about Bai Jiazi. Male, a few years older than me, your classic spoiled rich kid. The Bai family is a big business family from the south. But being rich alone isn't why people fear them. What really scares people is their connection to the Long family through marriage. Marriage to your Long family? Yi Xingchen was visibly surprised. No. Marriage to our Long family. The Long clan never approved of that marriage. Long Qingxian quickly corrected the misunderstanding. Strictly speaking, it's not even a real alliance. Bai Jiazi is my cousin, his mother is my aunt, Long Aoxue. Decades ago, my aunt went out on a mission, and for some reason, she fell for Bai Yanlang, Bai Jiazi's father. Even though the Long clan strongly opposed it, she still married him. There's such a backstory? Yi Xingchen's jaw dropped. After they were married, the family had no choice but to accept it. And since no one from the Long clan officially opposed it afterward, they let it be. We don't associate with the Bai family much, but outsiders don't know that. They just know Bai Yanlang married the eldest daughter of the Long clan, so everyone thinks the Bai and Long families are joined at the hip. Got it. I've already sent you his file. Check it out. Long Qingxian tapped her phone a few times, then nodded thoughtfully. According to his record, he's a textbook spoiled brat. Honestly, a guy like that could easily do something so cruel. And coincidentally, he lives in Longhu City, and just last month he spent nearly a month in our Yunhe City. Well, sounds like it's him. Can I go after him tonight? Yi Xingchen grinned at Long Qingxian. She paused for a second, then helplessly started the car. Do I even have a choice? Like you'd actually wait for my permission. Sigh. Yi Xingchen, my dear future husband, you better not let me down. I'm literally driving you to kill my cousin. What other woman in this world would do that? With that, she slammed on the gas, and the Lamborghini tore off toward Longhu City. The first time Yi Xingchen went to Longhu City, it was to rescue Lin Yun. He stirred up a bloodbath there and couldn't even remember how many people he'd killed. Now it was his second time, this time, to avenge his cousin. Given the Bai family's power, who knew how many people he'd have to fight to get to Bai Jiazi? Sitting in the passenger seat, Yi Xingchen clenched his fist. To ease the mood, Long Qingxian tried to change the subject. What about that Chang Jianfan guy? Just his name screams bad news. You better not let him off easy. He's already confessed everything. He's useless now. I don't need evidence to avenge my cousin. Just a list of names. I'll go door to door, one by one, punishing them all for what they did to my cousin. Whether or not they're forgiven is up to him. My job is to send them to see him. Fine, Long Qingxian glanced sideways at Yi Xingqian. Do whatever you want, just go for it. No matter how powerful they are, no one's stronger than our Long clan. If anyone dares cross us, I'll frame them for treason and crush them. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but smile at her words. That's more like it. Don't hold in your emotions. Some scum deserves to die. Some trash needs to be cleaned out. Grandpa Yuan made one mistake in his life, he made hybrid rice, and now all these worthless bastards are too well fed. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian burst out laughing at her righteous rant. Seeing him finally relax, Long Qingxian sighed in relief. Oh right, how are those weapons I gave you? She meant the pair of military-grade knuckle dusters and a combat knife Yi Xingqian had picked from the Long family's secret armory. They're okay. But, still feel too light. Good enough for low-level monsters. Against real experts? Not enough. Long Qingxian gripped the electric-assisted steering wheel with one hand and rubbed her chin with the other. You're right. After all, they were made by normal people. Next week, when you come with me to Qin province, I'll take you to meet a master craftsman. I'll sweet-talk him until he makes you something new. What kind of new thing? A special pistol. Copper powder bullets. Full metal frame. And I'll even get you a fully metal vehicle, stronger than a military tank. Whoa! Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up. The special pistol she mentioned was really just an ordinary handgun from the pre-apocalypse world. But in this world, that was a deadly weapon. If he had one, he wouldn't need to fear even the top-tier fighters. One shot, one down. Two come, two go down. With that pistol in hand, the world would be his. Thanks. Yi Xingqian gave her a soft smile to show his appreciation. Though his words were brief, deep down he was incredibly grateful. For a moment, Yi Xingqian felt himself growing more and more fond of this clever, powerful, and stunningly beautiful woman. V-Room. As the Lamborghini engine shut off, Long Qingxian and Yi Xingqian arrived at a manor in Longhu City. At this point, Yi Xingqian, probably exhausted from constant travel and errands recently, had already fallen asleep with his head resting on the seat back. Xingqian. Xingqian. Long Qingxian gently touched his face. Yi Xingqian woke up in a daze. We're here already? That fast? Long Qingxian burst into laughter at his sleepy look. Longhu City is right next to Yunhe City. A few hours and we're here. You've been running around a lot lately. How about, we find a hotel for the night and handle everything tomorrow? Bai Jiazi won't be going anywhere, they're all here. To be honest, Yi Xingqian felt a little tempted by the suggestion. Not because he was lust-driven, but what man could really say no in this kind of situation? Still, Yi Xingqian remembered he had a packed schedule. Tomorrow he needed to take Lin Yun to discuss the new company with Mohammed. That evening, he had to eliminate the target assigned by the Long clan, Shibientai. The next evening, he had to deal with Miyamoto Masao, who sent someone to assassinate him. Then the evening after that, it would be Gao Da's turn. And just a few days later, he and Long Qingxian would return to Qin province to take care of more people. He really had no time. All of a sudden, Yi Xingqian was shocked by his own realization. When did he rack up so many enemies? Damn, now he had to schedule people to beat up. What next? Deny beatdowns because they weren't on the calendar. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian gave a helpless smile. No, let's just do it tonight, quick and clean. If Bai Yanlang wants to fight me over this, I won't mind taking him out right after I kill Bai Jiazi. Alright, do whatever you want. You're my man, whoever you want to handle, go ahead and handle them. Even if the King of Heaven shows up, don't bother giving face. Just do it. Okay. I'm heading in. Take care of yourself. Yi Xingqian gave Long Qingxian an okay hand gesture, then got out of the car. Knowing this manor was about to become a scene of chaos, Long Qingxian hit the gas and left. Yi Xingqian stared at the brightly lit by family manor and took a deep breath. Why are so many rich people such scumbags? He didn't know much about Bai Yanlang, but if he could build such a huge empire and raise a son like this, maybe he was paying for sins from a past life. Sir, this is a private property. No entry without an appointment. Do you have one with our boss? At the manor gate, 2 bodyguards blocked Yi Xingqian on both sides. I don't have an appointment with your boss, but I do have one with young Master Bai. Don't worry, I know where I am. I'm not messing around. Call and tell him Chang Jianfan sent me to deliver something. Yi Xingqian didn't want to alert Bai Jiazi prematurely, so he tried to keep things quiet. Oh really? The 2 bodyguards looked at him suspiciously. I told you, I know what this place is. If I were here to mess around, wouldn't that just be asking for a beating? Do I look like an idiot who wants to get beat up? The two nodded in unison. What? Then they started shaking their heads. Then just go ask. Well, young master Bai is currently taking a bath with a lady. If we interrupt him now, we're basically asking to die. Then at least let me wait downstairs. Once he's done, you can check with him. If he confirms, take me up. If not, you can break my legs or skin me, whatever. If I so much as complain, I'm not a man. Ah? The two guards exchanged looks, then nodded after a lengthy silent conversation. All right, brother. Come with us. And just like that, Yi Xingchen, escorted by the bodyguards, casually strolled toward Bai Jiazi's location. At that moment, Long Qingxian was racing her Lamborghini back toward Yunhe City. Though she was Yi Xingchen's strongest support, it was best not to have her present unless absolutely necessary. As she floored the gas pedal, she was also thinking about the fallout after Yi Xingchen killed Bai Jiazi, how others might react, and what she would have to do if the Bai family retaliated. Deep in thought, Long Qingxian suddenly felt a blur flash before her eyes. Someone seemed to be standing right in front of her. Shit! She slammed the brakes. The tires screeched as the Lamborghini skidded violently, nearly flipping over from the force. After the car finally stopped, she leaned on the steering wheel, breathing hard with lingering fear. She wasn't sure if she had seen a person or not. Between her speeding and it being nighttime, visibility was low. To be sure, she unlocked the car and stepped out to check. She checked the front, no dents, no blood. She checked the road behind, nothing but tire marks. No blood, no shadow, no trace. How weird. I swear I saw someone. Maybe I was just too lost in thought and imagined it? She scratched her head, confused. Since she saw nothing and didn't hear any impact, she got back in the car. But just as she was about to press the lock button, the passenger door flew open. A tall figure slipped swiftly into the car before she could react. Silence. The entire Lamborghini was dead silent. Only now did Long Qingxian realize she had been tricked. She had thought she hit someone earlier, but now it was clear, this woman planned it all so that she'd stop and unlock the car, giving her the chance to slip in. We don't know each other, right? And I don't think there's any bad blood between us, is there? Long Qingxian quickly regained her composure and began probing the intruder's background. Sitting in the passenger seat was a tall young white woman in a black trench coat. She was over 5 feet 9 inches, with blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin, and a delicate metal cross hanging from her neck. Miss Long of the Dragon Clan, she said, grinning as she revealed a small row of white teeth. If I kill you, wouldn't that make me, how do you say it in your country, super famous? More like it would trigger a blood feud with the Dragon Clan. I don't think your Dragon Clan could do much to me in my territory. She showed no fear toward the Dragon Clan. In fact, there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Long Qingxian narrowed her eyes slightly. She had a pretty good guess about this woman's identity. European. Wears a cross. Looks down on the Dragon Clan. Put together, it was almost certain, she was from the Catholic Church in Europe. Knowing that, Long Qingxian wouldn't back down. People from the church are always arrogant. You think you're untouchable. You look down on us, on Hurricane, on the Godslayers, on the Miyamoto family. But you won't admit the truth, your power's been declining for decades. At best, the church ranks 5th now. If I kill the Dragon Clan strategist, wouldn't that at least bump us to 4th? The woman smiled sweetly, not the least bit bothered by Long Qingxuan's taunts. Looking at your metal cross necklace, what is that, maybe a few ounces? Wearing such heavy jewelry while on a mission, your position in the church must be high. Let me guess, 20-something, powerful, blonde hair, blue eyes, you're the church's saintess, Catherine, aren't you? Well done, strategist of the Dragon Clan. Long Qingxian guessed right. The woman was indeed Catherine, the saintess of the Catholic Church. You know, even if you kill me, you won't escape from Xia. Trading the life of the church's saintess for the Dragon Clan strategist, is it worth it? It would just help other factions. Long Qingxian knew her strength in combat was lacking. If things got physical, she'd lose. So instead of fighting, she tried to reason. But Catherine disagreed. No, my dear dragon. Isn't it possible I could kill you and still walk away untouched? You're that confident? At the very least? I'm willing to bet. I bet I can kill you and escape. And you? You don't even have the right to make that bet. Catherine clearly believed she had the upper hand and wasn't in a rush to strike. You really think I don't have the right? Long Qingxian smiled faintly, then suddenly slammed the gear button and the handbrake, and floored the gas. The Lamborghini's performance roared to life. In just seconds, the speed shot up to 100 miles per hour. Catherine looked puzzled, not sure what Long Qingxian was trying to do. Heh, Long Qingxian laughed. We're already going over 100, now 110. You can kill me right now if you want. But once you do, the car will go out of control and crash. Sure, your cultivation is good, but surviving a crash at this speed? I bet even if you live, you'll break both legs. Catherine looked a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Long Qingxian, seemingly at a total disadvantage, to turn the tables. But your car can't run forever. It'll run out of gas. Unless you crash on purpose, when it stops, you're dead. But, would you really crash it? She smiled again, filled with curiosity and mockery. From her perspective, someone like Long Qingxian, without any fighting ability, would never risk her life like that. Even Catherine herself wouldn't easily take that chance. You think I wouldn't dare? Long Qingxian didn't argue, just turned to Catherine with a curious look. They stared at each other for 3 full seconds. Eventually, Catherine snapped. Damn it. Watch the road. What the hell? Fuck. Long Qingxian laughed softly, then casually glanced ahead. She had just turned the situation in her favor again. You're insane. You're crazy. Has anyone ever told you, you might be pretty, but you're a total lunatic? Even God wouldn't know what to do with someone like you. Catherine cursed, breathing heavily. Just moments ago, when Long Qingxian looked away from the road for 3 full seconds, Catherine felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She was still shaken just thinking about it. Good thing the road was straight. Good thing there were no cars ahead. Good thing the steering wheel was perfectly aligned. One wrong move and they'd be dead, hand in hand. Ha ha ha. Seeing Catherine's flustered expression, Long Qingxian laughed. Catherine, how about this? Jump out now, and we'll pretend this never happened. Sound good? Catherine glanced out at the rapidly flying scenery and almost cursed again. Jump out? You've got to be kidding me. You could just shoot me, but instead, you want me to jump? You're really something. Suddenly, Catherine spotted a parallel road about 50 to 65 feet away and instantly thought of a plan. She folded her arms and leaned back, looking relaxed. From the look on your face, you seem to think you've got this all under control? Otherwise? What's your plan to turn the tables? I'll just drive this car straight to my friend, he can take care of you easily. Long Qingxian glanced at Catherine from the corner of her eye, wearing a confident smile. But, although she looked sure of herself on the surface, inside she was starting to worry. Even though Catherine feared death more than she did and was just as confined in this small car, Long Qingxian knew one thing clearly: Catherine wasn't someone to be underestimated. She was the saintess of the church, no ordinary woman. There was no way she'd be easy to handle. The problem was, what would Catherine do next, and how would she deal with it? Just as Long Qingxian was thinking this, Catherine slowly pulled a pistol from the inner pocket of her coat. What now? Getting desperate? Trying to take us both down? Or maybe shoot me in a non-lethal spot to force me to stop? Long Qingxian asked cautiously. Pulling out a gun is obviously to kill. But, the one I want to kill right now isn't you. As she said this, Catherine clicked off the safety on her pistol. Not me? Don't tell me you're planning to shoot yourself? Long Qingxian looked puzzled. Catherine smirked, rolled down the window halfway, and began explaining like she was giving a lecture. This pistol in my hand is our newest model, long range, high damage. Within 100 feet, it can kill a grown adult with one shot. But personally, I have my doubts. Look at that street to the right, plenty of people walking around, probably about 65 feet away. Just perfect for a test shot. If I fire at a passerby now, do you think they'll die on the spot? Long Qingxuan's face turned pale instantly. So Catherine's plan was to force her to stop by threatening innocent pedestrians. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The more she showed she cared, the more Catherine would exploit that weakness. Soon, Long Qingxian relaxed her brow and smiled at Catherine as if nothing was wrong. I really thought you wanted to go down with me. Got me worried for a second. Turns out you're just threatening me with civilian lives, should have said so. That gun of yours, 6 bullets in a mag, right? People like you usually carry 2 mags tops since you prefer melee weapons. So that's 18 bullets at most. So, you can only kill 18 people max. If there's one thing Xia has plenty of, it's people. 18? That's nothing. I'll just give their families big compensation payments in the name of the Dragon Clan. But you? You're trying to kill a Dragon Clan member in Xia and now want to murder civilians? I bet you won't leave here alive. Not even your Pope can save you. Her beautiful face turned unusually fierce and cold as she spoke. Catherine didn't believe everything Long Qingxian said, but she knew she had a point. If she slaughtered civilians in Xia, not only would the Dragon Clan go after her, other groups would condemn her too. She'd be blacklisted, and even the Pope couldn't protect her. So Catherine tested further. She nodded slightly. You're right. But if you're driving me to that terrifying friend of yours, I'm dead anyway. If I'm going to die either way, why should I care? People do all sorts of crazy, immoral things to survive. How about this, you slow down, I jump out, and we pretend tonight never happened. Okay? Long Qingxian rolled her eyes. She didn't know exactly what kind of person Catherine was, but she was sure of one thing: if she slowed the car, Catherine wouldn't jump out. She'd shoot. I'll only slow down to 60 miles per hour. If you want to live, jump then. That's no different from suicide. So negotiations are over? Fine, I'll fire a test shot. Catherine calmly raised the pistol and fired out the window toward the street. Bang! The shot hit the mirror of a passing tricycle. Darn, just hit a vehicle. No pedestrian. Still can't confirm this gun's range. Next time, a person might not be so lucky. Do you think I'm bluffing? That I shot the vehicle on purpose? Fine. This time, I'll close my eyes and shoot. Even I won't know if I'll hit someone. She rambled on, then did exactly what she said, pointed the gun outside and began to close her eyes. I'll count down, 3, 2, 1, 3. Long Qingxian panicked. Catherine wasn't bluffing this time. Long Qingxian was from the Dragon Clan. Their core belief was to protect people and eliminate threats. If she just sat by and watched Catherine shoot an innocent person, even if she was the weaker party, how could she ever again claim to serve the people? How could she say she was Dragon Clan? 2. Stop the car and she dies. Don't stop and civilians die. What should she do? How could she protect herself and innocent people? 1. Just as Catherine reached 1 and was about to fire, Long Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She had a perfect idea. Wait! She shouted before Catherine pulled the trigger. Heh, Catherine smirked. Told you. Dragon Clan does care. So, you're stopping the car now? No. I've got a better offer, something you'll be very interested in. Oh? Is that so? Catherine perked up, intrigued again. Long Qingxian steadied herself and took a calm breath. You know this can't go on. No matter how you twist your words, I know the truth. If I stop the car, you'll kill me. If I don't, you'll shoot innocent people to force me to stop. So why don't we both lay our cards on the table, call in our backup, and settle this face to face? Catherine narrowed her eyes slightly, thought for just 3 seconds, then laughed. Oh, my dear dragon. You have to understand something. Right now, you are at a disadvantage and I hold the upper hand. So I make the rules. Why would I give you a chance to call for backup? If you do, I might not be able to kill you. But right now, I absolutely can. So you're choosing to go down with me? And you're choosing to abandon the people your Dragon Clan swore to protect? If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well meet your god before you can fire another shot. Long Qingxian showed her fierce side again, pressing her foot even harder on the gas pedal. Vroom! The signature roar of the Lamborghini's engine thundered as the speed skyrocketed. In just seconds, the car hit 180 miles per hour. At that speed, there was no way Catherine could shoot at pedestrians outside, not even stretch her hand out the window. Even for a top-tier sports car, this kind of speed, especially after the global weakening of materials, was too much. The car began shaking violently when it hit 190 miles per hour, like it might fall apart. Fuck! Even the elegant Saintess Catherine couldn't help swearing. You lunatic! Stop the car. I agree. I'll go with the compromise you suggested earlier. Only after hearing that did Long Qingxian slowly begin to ease off the gas. Catherine quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead, still shaken by what just happened. In that instant, she felt like she saw her great-grandmother and God holding hands, waving at her. Thankfully, the road was straight, with little traffic, no intersections, no lights. Otherwise, both she and Long Qingxian might have died together. Long Qingxian wasn't much better off. No one is truly unafraid of death. It's just a matter of whether something is worth dying for. Clearly, Long Qingxian still had unfinished goals, and deep down, she didn't want to die. After barely surviving, she was breathing hard, trying to calm herself. She was about to speak when Catherine cut her off. Fine, you can stop the car, but I choose where. No way. Long Qingxian immediately refused. She already couldn't overpower Catherine. Why would she drive straight into the enemy's base in Longhu City? That'd be suicide. You don't get to choose. Either drive to the Bai family manor or crash into a tree. Pick one. Catherine was firm and gave no room for argument. She even had a secret plan. Catherine had long planted a small tracker in Long Qingxuan's car. She knew Long Qingxuan's every move since entering Longhu City. Long Qingxian hadn't stayed in one place long, so Catherine was sure she couldn't have gathered strong reinforcements in such a short time. At best, it'd be a bunch of nobodies. But on Catherine's side, several powerful fighters were waiting at the Bai family manor, including one of the Zodiac Temple Knights, Ares. She was confident that no matter who Long Qingxian could call, her team could crush them easily. What she didn't expect was that Long Qingxuan's backup would be Yi Xingqian. Even if she knew, it wouldn't matter. She didn't know anything about Yi Xingqian or his power. As for Long Qingxian, she had wanted to refuse strongly. But when she heard, by family manner, she swallowed her words. If she weren't trying to stay undercover, she might have laughed out loud. She had been trying everything to get to the by family manor, and now Catherine wanted to go there herself? You're skipping heaven's door to barge into hell. Trying not to give anything away, Long Qingxian put on a conflicted expression. The by manor? Damn, that's too close. We'll be there in 10 minutes, barely enough time. Hehehe. Seeing Long Qingxian hesitate, Catherine thought she had won this round. Change the place. No way. Change the time. No way. Then delay it. I'll take you for a ride, let you enjoy Longhu City's scenery. Start the GPS now. For every mile you detour, I'll randomly shoot a civilian. You're impossible. I am impossible. You're a tyrant. I am a tyrant. As they argued, Long Qingxian subtly lured Catherine into her trap. Despite her words, Long Qingxian was honestly driving toward the Bai family manor. At the same time, both women picked up their phones and started frantically messaging for backup. Both were proud and competitive. This was no longer a clash between factions, it had turned into personal pride. Neither could stand that the other was just as strong, so they both wanted to eliminate the other. After sending their messages, Long Qingxian cooled down and started to sense something strange. Was the Catholic Church using the Bai family estate as a secret base? Did that mean the Bai family, realizing they couldn't stay close to the Dragon Clan, had started cozying up to other powers? Maybe. She could use Yi Xingqian's revenge mission against Bai Jiazi to stir things up, ideally, push Yi into wiping the whole traitorous Bai family off the map. Thinking this, Long Qingxian looked at Catherine, who also happened to be looking at her. Their eyes were full of self-pride and disdain for each other. Their intense stare lasted a few seconds, then both scoffed and looked away. Now let's switch over to Yi Xingqian. Led by 2 bodyguards, Yi Xingqian soon arrived outside a brightly lit house. He looked up at the building in front of him. 4 floors. In this physically weak world, that was already considered pretty tall, impressive even. From the first floor to the 4th, the building was decked out in flashy, glaring neon lights of all colors. Yi Xingqian's first reaction upon seeing the lights was, damn, how much electricity does this place burn through every night? As soon as that thought popped up, Yi Xingqian wanted to slap himself. How am I still thinking like that? A person who lives in a mansion like this obviously doesn't care about the electric bill. And I came here for revenge, why am I worrying about my enemy's utility costs? I'm such a weirdo. He shook his head, trying to clear out the odd thoughts in his mind. What are you doing here? 2 guards at the front door immediately questioned him, looking suspicious. Oh, this guy Chang Jianfan sent me to deliver something to young Master Bai, the guard escorting Yi Xingqian explained. Chang Jianfan? Who's that? The blonde-haired guy. Oh, the interrogating guard nodded and then stepped back to block the door. Young Master Bai's in the pool with his new sugar baby. No one's allowed in. But this thing I've got for him is really important. If you don't believe me, I can show you first. Yi Xingqian was already sure Bai Jiazi was inside, so he dropped the act. Oh? What is it? Let me see. The guard frowned and walked over curiously. Here. This is it. Get closer, I'm afraid it might get blown away. If that happens, we're all screwed. Yi Xingqian raised his right hand slowly, holding it closed in a mysterious gesture. Seeing how serious he looked, the guards all gathered around, trying to peek into his hand. What is it? We're all here, just let us see it already. The 4 guards surrounding him chattered nonstop. Hey, you 2 over there, come on, get in closer. I don't want this thing blowing away. Yi Xingqian waved his left hand and called the other 2 nearby guards over. Now surrounded by 6 curious guards, Yi Xingqian slowly opened his right fist. Huh? There's nothing here. Wait, maybe the wind did blow it away. Kid, what the hell is it? It's obvious. It's my slap. Before his words even finished, Yi Xingqian's hand whipped around and smashed into all 6 of their heads. He didn't want to get blood all over himself, so he held back a little, didn't hit hard enough to burst their skulls. Still, before any of them could even scream, they collapsed to the ground, their conditions unknown. Not wanting to waste time on these small fries, Yi Xingqian casually strolled into the house. Who's there? A guard by the stairs noticed Yi Xingqian and shouted. But before he could finish, Yi grabbed a mini liquor bottle nearby and smashed it against the guy's head, knocking him out. After clearing a few more guards, Yi Xingqian reached the 3rd floor. There, a balcony had been sealed off to make an indoor pool. The water was shallow, but enough for people to splash around. As soon as he reached the floor, he heard laughter coming from the pool. Oh, baby, in this life I only want to travel the world with you. Stop it, you're always so handsy when you say that. That's because I like climbing your hills and playing in your valleys. Young master bai, you're so bad. I love it. Hearing that, Yi Xingqian got goosebumps, and rage started boiling inside him. Bai Jiazi, you scumbag bastard. You've got money, power, and probably change women more often than your clothes. And yet, even with all that, you still forced yourself on your cousin's wife and ruined his entire family? Calling you an animal would be a compliment. You chase momentary pleasure with no care for anyone or anything. You deserve to rot in the deepest pits of hell. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He stormed toward the pool and kicked open the glass door. Crash. The woman in the pool screamed, startled by the noise of shattering glass. Shut the hell up. You didn't scream this loud when you were moaning in bed. Instead of confronting Yi Xingqian, Bai Jiazi slapped the woman across the face and shoved her head under the water, punching her repeatedly. Yi Xingqian frowned, not out of sympathy. Women like her followed guys like Bai Jiazi for wealth and status. If they choose that path, they should be prepared for the risks. When misfortune strikes, they've got no one to blame. That's why Yi Xingqian never sympathized with women who married celebs or rich men for fame or money, then cried online about abuse. They brought it on themselves. The thing that really disgusted him was how twisted Bai Jiazi was. The woman had just screamed in surprise, and he responded with that level of violence? Glug glug. The woman tried to struggle, but every time she did, Bai punched her harder. Eventually, from repeated head trauma and drowning, she stopped moving and floated silently. Fuck. Bai Jiazi was like a psychotic devil, still kicking her lifeless body now and then. Yi Xingqian wondered if that scream had ruptured Bai's eardrum or something. Why else would he be so crazed and out of control? Now it's your turn. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Bai Jiazi clapped his hands and stood up, eyes full of murderous intent. Yi Xingqian, calm as ever, simply smiled. I'm the one who came to take your pathetic life. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Bai Jiazi hesitated for a moment, then suddenly held his stomach and burst into laughter. You're killing me. Damn. Ha ha ha. Seriously, do you even hear what you're saying? Ha ha ha. Damn. Just because of what you said, I'll forgive your little stunt tonight. Ha ha ha. You can leave now, no one will stop you. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingqian was nearly speechless. This guy is a total psycho. A model he was keeping screamed once and he drowned her in a fit of rage. But someone shows up saying they came to kill him, and he laughs it off and even lets them go if he's in a good mood? Bai Jiazi, this lunatic, perfectly embodied the phrase, unpredictable psycho. No wonder Chang Jianfan refused to turn him in. Who would dare provoke a maniac like this? What, you're still here? Don't tell me you're actually here to kill me? Bai Jiazi looked at Yi Xingqian, curious. Yep. Yi Xingqian nodded seriously. Ha ha ha. I'm dying over here. Just you? Came to kill me? Ha ha ha. Man, I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Damn, go on, get out of here, I'm in a good mood today. I won't hold it against you. Yi Xingqian almost exploded. Screw you. I came to kill you. Can you stop saying leave and I won't hold it against you? You're not the one deciding anything here, I am. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and asked coldly, last month, November 18th, where were you? Who were you with? What were you doing? Bai Jiazi rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't remember. Alright, let me help you. November 18th, you were drinking with a bunch of your sleazy friends. Got drunk. Then you encouraged Chang Jianfan and a few other punks to do something exciting. Remember now? Yi Xingqian frowned and spoke heavily. Hiss, Bai Jiazi didn't seem afraid of someone who could kick open a glass door. Instead, he started recalling it. Oh, yeah, I think that did happen. And then we were driving home and saw a small car. Damn, the guy was handsome, the girl was pretty. When prey walks right up to you, of course you don't let it go. So what, were they family or something? Yi Xingqian's fists clenched tighter with each word, bones popping audibly. He heard it from Bai Jiazi's own mouth, no shame, no remorse. Just excitement and glee. Looks like they were important to you? Bai Jiazi grinned, flashing a mouthful of clean teeth. What a shame. You know me, I love people who can make me laugh. That guy just begged for mercy, didn't say anything funny. The woman too. So boring. If either of them had cracked a joke like you just did, I wouldn't have even touched them. They brought it on themselves. To hear Bai Jiazi not only show no regret, but even enjoy the memory, and blame his cousin, was unbearable. Even without his now superhuman strength, Yi Xingqian would have found a way to stab this bastard to death. Oh, you're mad? Ha ha ha. You get angry so easily. Ha ha ha. Bai Jiazi acted like he was completely untouchable. Splash. Suddenly, at the far end of the pool, a man slowly stood up. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, brown hair, blue eyes, tall nose, pale skin. Clearly a Western man. Because he'd been in a far corner of the pool, Yi Xingqian hadn't noticed him until now. What stood out most was the huge, possibly diamond-studded metal cross necklace hanging from his neck. Most people might hold something like that in their hand, but wearing it around the neck? Who hangs something that weighs dozens of pounds on their neck as jewelry? That alone proved this man wasn't ordinary. Young Masterby, looks like you're in trouble. For God's sake, I'll take care of him. With me here tonight, no one will lay a hand on you. Thank you, Joseph. The two locked eyes affectionately for a moment. Then the man named Joseph focused on Yi Xingqian. Clang! Joseph flicked his right hand and drew a short cross-shaped sword from beside the pool. Yi Xingqian didn't take him lightly. He unzipped his backpack and slowly pulled out a military knife. Both were using short weapons of similar weight, meaning Joseph wasn't like any of the random weaklings Yi Xingqian had fought before. Both men roared as they charged each other, weapons raised. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out, and Yi Xingqian clearly saw sparks flying from their weapons. For the first time since the world had changed, someone had clashed head-on with him hard enough to produce sparks. He hadn't seen that in ages. That alone proved Joseph was the strongest opponent Yi Xingqian had faced since the global upheaval. Even that exoskeleton-wearing steelhead guy from before didn't come close. Joseph looked just as surprised as Yi Xingqian. To him, Yi Xingqian was the strongest enemy he'd ever fought. One wrong move, and he might die here, his bones buried in a foreign land. Neither dared to slip up. Both stared each other down like tigers, waiting for a weakness, ready to deliver a fatal blow. After about 10 seconds of intense eye contact, both shouted again and lunged. This time, it was all or nothing. Clang! As their weapons clashed again and again, the strengths and weaknesses of both fighters became clear. Yi Xingqian's strengths lay in his monstrous physical ability, speed, power, and explosive strength. But he lacked combat experience, and his techniques were basic. Joseph, on the other hand, had elegant technique, high tactical skill, and rich combat experience, but he fell short in speed, strength, and explosive force. Each man's strengths were the other's weaknesses. However, since Joseph couldn't quickly defeat Yi Xingqian, over time, Yi Xingqian's physical advantages became more obvious. Their stamina levels were on entirely different tiers. Joseph was already starting to lose energy, while Yi Xingqian was getting stronger with each exchange. What the hell is this? Bai Jiazi, clueless about real fighting, was getting impatient. Joseph, you're supposed to be the Ares Temple Knight. Can't you just try a little harder and take this guy down? What are you doing? You can't even handle one random punk? What the hell is wrong with you? Clang! Joseph nearly lost grip of his weapon, blocking a strike. Hearing Bai Jiazi whining nearby only made him angrier. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Of course I want to end this fast. Can't you see I'm barely hanging on? Yi Xingqian also picked up on what Bai Jiazi said, Ares Temple Knight. He heard it clearly. Temple Knight? Isn't that what the medieval church in Europe called their elite warriors? The Templars made their name during the Crusades. They were terrifying fighters. No wonder this foreigner is so tough. Must be a top-tier member of the Catholic Church in Europe. Still, surprised or not, Yi Xingqian didn't slow down. While Joseph was trying to steady his sword, Yi Xingqian seized the moment and kicked him hard in the gut. Shit! Joseph cursed as he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the pool. If it were anyone else, they'd be torn apart by that kick. But Joseph, while seriously injured, still managed to stagger to his feet after a few seconds in the water. You're strong, Yi Xingqian said sincerely, standing at the edge of the pool. Hearing that, Joseph felt a strange mix of emotions. In the church, he was considered one of the strongest. Even someone like the Pope couldn't defeat him. He just wanted to enjoy a vacation in Xia country. Who could have imagined a random nobody would beat him down? Where's the justice in that? Who do I even complain to? Even worse, this punk had the nerve to compliment him after winning. You're strong, he said. Joseph, the Catholic Church's top fighter, lost to a no-name and got a pat on the back? How could he ever show his face in Europe again? Scratch that, with how things were going, he might not even make it back alive. What kind of random fighter would pass up the chance to become famous by killing the Catholic Church's #1 warrior? Yi Xingqian glanced at Joseph a few more times. No one could tell what he was thinking. Then he turned to Bai Jiazi. Hey, that foreigner, earlier you said you wanted to protect him. But now you've lost. You still want to protect him? Joseph didn't like being called that foreigner, but he heard something interesting. This guy doesn't want to kill me. He's leaving me a way out. Joseph was stunned for a second, then quickly played along, turning his face cold. Who is that guy? I don't know him. Why would I protect him? If you want to kill him, Hit him, yell at him, whatever, be my guest. I just wanted to spar with you earlier. Now that we've sparred, I've got no reason to fight anymore. That was it, Jiazi panicked. Joseph, you can't do this. Our family has all kinds of ties with the church. If you let me die, all those deals will vanish. The man who moments ago looked like a psycho now begged like a dog. Joseph, desperate to make sure Yi Xingchen didn't think he still cared, immediately distanced himself. Oh, come on. So what if the Bai family doesn't work with us anymore? We can partner with the He family. If not them, then the Huang family, or the Lu family, or the Hong, Lan, Zi, or Qing families. Somebody's bound to want to work with us. Right, sir? Seeing Joseph totally abandon him, Jiazi's face went pale. But he still clung to a sliver of hope. He dropped to his knees and crawled over to Yi Xingchen. Big bro, please let me go. That whole thing, it was a mistake. I got drunk, I messed up. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young, right? Big bro, the dead can't come back. Killing me won't bring him back. Look, how about this? I'll give you half of my family's wealth, no strings attached. Just take it as my way of making up for what I did. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes and gave a cold smile. You're right. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young. We should all understand and forgive each other's mistakes. That's how we build a kind and harmonious society. Huh? Jiazi couldn't believe his ears. He actually agreed to forgive me? He was stunned. Yi Xingchen chuckled, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jiazi hard across the face. Unlike Joseph, Jiazi didn't have superhuman strength. He was just a spoiled playboy. Yi Xingchen's slap knocked his head clean off. Joseph twitched slightly at the sight of Yi Xingchen, his hand now bloody, casually switching his stance again. Then quickly turned away like he hadn't seen a thing. Sigh, Yi Xingchen let out a sigh. Sorry about that. I made a mistake too. I just meant to tap your face, but I guess I used a bit too much force. Off to the side, Joseph froze. Wait, is he going to pull a fast one and kill me too? Sir, may I ask your surname? Joseph smiled warmly at Yi Xingchen while quickly drying himself off and putting on clothes. Joseph was already planning to slip away. Oh, my surname is Yi, you can call me Mr. Yi. Yi Xingchen replied absent-mindedly while focusing on his phone, composing a message. He had no idea what the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Catholic Church was like, so he wanted to ask Long Qingxuan's opinion. If Long Qingxian said that Joseph couldn't be let go tonight, then he would have to kill him. If Long Qingxian said it didn't matter, then he'd just play it by ear. If Long Qingxian said Joseph couldn't be killed and should be treated with respect, then Yi Xingchen would need to put on a friendly smile right away. To avoid an abrupt shift in attitude once he got a clear answer, Yi Xingchen was very careful to remain neutral toward Joseph for the moment. Neither cold nor warm. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Ding! Just as Yi Xingchen was about to send a message on WeChat, he received one from Long Qingxian. SOS, come to the main gate of the Bai family estate immediately. There's a powerful enemy. Hurry! Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and glanced at Joseph, who was also looking at his phone. Joseph, unsure why Yi Xingchen was staring at him, could only offer an awkward smile. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't seem hostile anymore, Joseph, now fully dressed, quickly decided to make his escape. Yi Xingchen glanced at Joseph's back and hesitated for a moment before sending the message about Joseph to Long Qingxian anyway. But after more than 10 seconds passed with no reply from Long Qingxian, Yi Xingchen realized something. Could a powerful enemy be chasing Long Qingxian? And she was leading them to the Bai family estate? Who the heck would be that bold? Daring to go after the little princess of the Dragon Clan? Yi Xingchen shoved his phone back into his pocket and suddenly dashed toward the stairs. Perhaps for aesthetics, the entire third floor was made of wood. With Yi Xingchen's hefty weight of over 200 pounds, his running steps made deep, heavy thuds. The sudden pounding nearly scared the soul out of Joseph, who had just reached the second floor landing. What the hell? What is he doing? Was Yi Xingchen chasing after him to beat him to death? Even though he knew he had no chance of outrunning Yi Xingchen, Joseph, driven by a survival instinct, didn't hesitate. He sprinted down the stairs with all his might. As Yi Xingchen's footsteps came closer and closer, Joseph was sweating bullets. In his mind, Joseph was cursing Yi Xingchen's entire family tree. Damn people from Xia. Aren't they supposed to be honest and trustworthy? Why were all the Xia people he met either total perverts or full of nonsense? Where's the justice in that? In his panic, Joseph glanced back to see if Yi Xingchen was really chasing him. One glance nearly made his legs give out. Yi Xingchen was running at full speed straight at him. No one else was around. Worse yet, there were less than 10 feet between them. Joseph couldn't help but shout as he pushed himself to run even harder. Hearing the commotion, Yi Xingchen looked confused. What's with this foreign guy? Is he nuts? Why is he suddenly cursing and running? Did he see a ghost? Did Bai Jiaji's headless body rise up and wave at him? Thinking that, Yi Xingchen glanced back. There was nothing behind him. Besides, this foreigner was a clergyman, right? Even if he saw a ghost, he shouldn't be this scared. Forget it. Whatever his deal is, I need to get to the estate gate to meet Long Qingxian. With that thought, Yi Xingchen ignored Joseph and picked up his pace along the same path. They weren't far from the main gate of the estate, and by the time they neared it, they were practically running side by side. By the time they reached the gate, Yi Xingchen had pulled ahead by about 6 to 9 feet. They both stopped, exchanged a brief glance, and had the same thought. What the hell are you doing? I run, you run. I stop, you stop. Are you nuts? Of the two, Joseph was the more anxious. Because he couldn't beat Yi Xingchen, and he had no clue what Yi Xingchen really wanted, was he actually going to let him go? If he was letting him go, why was he following him everywhere? If he wasn't, why hadn't he made a move yet? Yi Xingchen, on the other hand, was thinking. If you stand still, that's great. Then I can just wait to hear from Long Qingxian whether or not to finish you off. So both men stood there in silence, occasionally glancing at the road or sneaking peeks at each other. V-room. Soon, the roar of a sports car echoed from the distance. Long Qingxian, driving a Lamborghini, sped into view. With a screech of tires, the car came to a sudden halt between Yi Xingchen and Joseph. Quick, Xingchen. They're with the Catholic Church, kill them. Hurry, Joseph. They're with the Dragon Clan, kill them. Long Qingxian and Catherine shouted simultaneously as they jumped out, calling on their allies. Both Yi Xingchen and Joseph looked at their female companions in shock. Kill him? I just texted you asking whether I should kill him. He's with the Dragon Clan? I can't beat him. Their responses shocked Long Qingxian and Catherine in turn. What? You two already fought? What? You can't beat him? Suddenly, the entire scene turned awkward. Especially for Catherine, it was so awkward she could practically dig a whole apartment complex with her toes. She had thought she had the upper hand. She never imagined that the top fighter from the church, the Ares paladin Joseph, would lose to some random kid from the Dragon Clan. Xia really was a strange country. Before coming to Xia, Joseph couldn't beat anyone. After coming to Xia, Joseph still couldn't beat anyone. In this frozen, awkward atmosphere. Maybe Long Qingxian just wanted to confirm whether Yi Xingchen really could beat Joseph, or maybe she felt her side had the upper hand and wanted to discuss their next move with Yi Xingchen. She quickly walked aside and waved at him. Xingchen, come here, I need to ask you something. Oh? Yi Xingchen glanced cautiously at Joseph. Once he confirmed Joseph wasn't going to make a run for it, he slowly walked toward Long Qingxian. At the same time, Catherine suspiciously glanced at Yi Xingchen as he passed, then at Joseph. Just like Long Qingxian, she moved to the side and waved at Joseph. Hey, come here. Oh, okay. Joseph looked warily at Yi Xingchen. Only after making sure he wasn't about to be ambushed from behind did he cautiously approach Catherine. He didn't even know why he was so worried about Yi Xingchen sneaking up on him. Even though Yi Xingchen could beat him head-on, Joseph didn't doubt he might also pull a sneak attack. Long Qingxian pointed at Joseph not far away, frowning in disbelief. You're telling me you fought him just now? And you won? That guy is the Ares paladin of the church, Joseph. I've got a thick file on him in the Dragon Clan headquarters. Yeah. Yi Xingchen nodded honestly. That guy turned out to be Bai family's protector. If I wanted to kill Bai Jiaji, I had to take him out first. But I didn't kill him, because I wasn't sure what our relationship with the Catholic Church was like. If we're actually on good terms, that'd be a big mess. But, now it seems there's no need to hold back. He glanced at Catherine in the distance. That tall foreign woman tried to kill you, right? I've got your back. Even if both of them gang up on me, I'm confident I'll win. Worst case, I make up some excuse to shake hands and bow to them, and while they're bowing, I rush in and take them out. I'll at least cripple or kill one of them. Long Qingxian was stunned. Wait, you'd ambush them? That's not very honorable. It's fine. If they both die, you're the only witness. You're my person, you won't talk, so no one will know. Long Qingxuan's expression became complicated. She didn't know what to say. Not far away, Catherine pointed skeptically at Yi Xingchen. You really fought him? You lost? No way. Are you two just acting to fool me? Hearing that, Joseph looked extremely frustrated. Yi Xingchen had already beaten him physically, and now Catherine was kicking him when he was down. If she weren't the saintess, he might have slapped her right then. You think I didn't want to beat him? I just never expected some unknown kid to wipe the floor with me. From his expression, Catherine got her answer. Her brows furrowed. Why did someone this powerful suddenly appear in the Dragon Clan? He's so young and already this strong. If he reaches his prime in his 30s, wouldn't no one in the world be able to beat him? Joseph's mouth twitched. My lady, instead of worrying whether he'll become unbeatable in his 30s, maybe worry about what we're going to do now. Even together we can't beat him? Joseph rolled his eyes. Don't you know your own strength? Together? Please. You're so weak, fighting beside me would just make things harder, I'd have to protect you. Still, he answered tactfully, as cruel as it sounds, yeah, that's the truth. Then is it too late to run now? Let's split up and escape. If he only chases you, can I just not help and run my own way? Just as both sides were still figuring out what to do next, Long Qingxian and Catherine's phones buzzed at the same time. Long Qingxian checked her message, frowned, and fell silent. What is it, Qingxian? Just in. The Catholic Church and Hurricane have had a major clash. One of the church's zodiac paladins is dead, and Hurricane lost several top fighters. Oh? So? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I bet that tall woman got the same message. As she spoke, Long Qingxian glanced at Catherine, who was also staring at her, clearly having just read the same news. The two smart women seemed to be communicating silently with their eyes. Finally. Ha ha ha. Miss Saintess. Under the stunned gazes of Yi Xingqian and Joseph, the two women who minutes ago were calling for each other's death now hugged like long-lost friends. As we say in Xia, you don't become real friends until you fight once. I believe after tonight, our friendship will be unbreakable. Exactly. You might not believe me, but I was just joking earlier. My real goal was to meet you, and that super powerful guy behind you. Long Qingxian and Catherine shook hands tightly, like they were about to take a photo with Yi Xingqian and Joseph. Hurricane thinks it can push other groups around just because it's the world's biggest organization. The Dragon Clan has had enough. Lousy Hurricane. The only reason they sit on that throne is because we let them. If we stop giving them face, they're done. Once again, they exchanged a glance and, through that unique kind of silent communication only women seem to have, instantly formed a strategic alliance. And that night, the terrifying Heavenly Dragon Alliance was born. If Hurricane's leaders ever learned what happened that night, they'd probably cough up blood. If the earlier clash had happened even a few hours later, Long Qingxian might have killed Catherine and Joseph. Then the Catholic Church and Hurricane would have become enemies of the Dragon Clan. The church might have crumbled, and Hurricane would have risen to power atop its corpse. Sometimes fate really does have the final say. You! Who did it? Who killed my son? Just as Long Qingxian and Catherine were exchanging warm pleasantries, a furious roar broke the moment. A middle-aged man, followed by a group of bodyguards, stormed up to the estate's main gate. Long Qingxian frowned, clearly annoyed, and shot a sharp glare at the man, her uncle by family ties, though not in name. In her heart, she was already considering killing him. She absolutely couldn't tolerate a citizen of Xia forming ties with foreign powers. He had ties with the Dragon Clan, was part of their circle, and understood what the Catholic Church represented. And yet, he still chose to align with them, and even welcomed them into his home. Even though the Dragon Clan and the Church had now formed an alliance, it was fragile. There are no eternal friends or enemies in this world, only eternal interests. If the balance shifted tomorrow, the Church might turn against the Dragon Clan in an instant. Still, considering Bai Yanlong's status, Long Qingxian was already thinking of how to eliminate him without drawing public backlash. Mr. Joseph, Miss Catherine, who killed my son? Qingxian. You're here too. My son Jiaji was murdered, you must help your uncle get justice. Bai Yanlang, usually slick and cunning, had lost his composure in grief. Oblivious to Long Qingxuan's murderous thoughts, he sobbed and wailed, making no effort to hide how close he'd grown to the church. If it were a normal day, Bai Yanlang would have just nodded at Long Qingxian and pretended not to notice Joseph and Catherine at all. Catherine gave Long Qingxian a deep look, then gracefully walked over to Bai Yanlang. What did you say? Your son was killed? Yes. Bai Yanlang nodded furiously, completely unsuspecting. Bang. A single crisp gunshot. Bai Yanlang stared at Catherine in disbelief. Even his bodyguards were dumbfounded. They were his most loyal men and knew how close he was with Catherine, how close the cooperation had been. Yet Catherine didn't hesitate for a second, she shot him. There, now you're dead too. Catherine casually flicked her pistol. Struggling, Bai Yanlang finally managed to ask the question he needed answered. Why? Why? Catherine thought for a moment. I don't know either. Damn it, I'm the saintess, why should I explain anything to you? Who are you to deserve an explanation? Seeing the bodyguards still frozen in shock, Catherine fired several more shots. In the end, Bai Yanlang and his entourage were completely wiped out. Witnessing this, Yi Xingqian was stunned. So Catherine wasn't one to mess with either. Just from a few glances, she realized Long Qingxian wanted to eliminate the Bai family. That awareness, that intelligence. Catherine hadn't taken long to weigh pros and cons. She had decisively taken out one of the church's key allies in Xia. Not only was she helping Long Qingxian take down the Bai family, but also making her stance clear: the Catholic Church would never interfere in Xia again, at least not while the alliance stood. This was someone whose brains and cunning matched Long Qingxuan's. "Oh dear, Miss Long," Catherine said playfully. "I may have accidentally killed a few of your Xia citizens just now. Oops, hope you're not mad?" Seeing Catherine shoot Bai Yanlang dead made Long Qingxian feel absolutely delighted. She feigned confusion. "Miss Catherine, what are you talking about? Who did you kill?" It was clearly those bodyguards who rebelled and tried to loot the Bai estate. And then, out of your devotion to God, you stepped in to help and wiped out the rioters. Unfortunately, we arrived too late to save my poor uncle. Such a pity. Long Qingxian tried hard to squeeze out a tear or two. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't cry. So she gave up the act and grinned as she took Catherine's hand. "Miss Catherine, how long have you been in Xia now? I bet you haven't had a proper tour of our night markets yet, have you? Come on, let's go shopping." "Sure, sounds great." As expected, shopping was every woman's weakness. As soon as Catherine heard the word shopping, her eyes practically sparkled. Yi Xingchen and Joseph exchanged a glance, both gave a bitter smile. Looked like they'd be bodyguards and bag carriers tonight. Half an hour later, Long Qingxian walked out of a mall, scratching her head. "What's going on? We went to 5 stores tonight, and every one had some problem. Either a fire alarm went off, or there was some creep, or the owner ran off with the bubble tea seller from next door. One even said their boss was dying." Catherine nodded thoughtfully. "I don't know about the others, but the one that said there was a fire alarm, I heard it too. Maybe it really was a coincidence?" Yi Xingchen, still clueless about the whole situation, just shrugged. "Looks like tonight's shopping trip was a bit of a flop. Want to try one more store?" "Forget it." Long Qingxian and Catherine both seemed to lose interest, they just weren't in the mood anymore. "So, shall we call it a night?" "Yeah, let's." Just like that, Long Qingxian didn't ask Catherine where she was headed next. She just waved goodbye to her and Joseph. Sigh. Back in the car, Long Qingxian let out a long breath and rested her head on Yi Xingchen's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Yi Xingchen smiled and gently patted her head. "Nothing," she smiled and shook her head. "Just, really thankful to be alive. And thankful to have you here." Yi Xingchen said nothing. He didn't know what had happened between Long Qingxian and Catherine in that car, but to hear someone as calculating as Long Qingxian say, "It's good to be alive." It must have been rough. Near-death experience? That would be putting it lightly. Creak creak. In the early morning, Yi Xingchen stretched lazily after waking up. He clenched his fists tightly, producing a series of crisp popping sounds. He casually picked up the water jug from his bedside table to pour himself a drink. But suddenly, Yi Xingchen noticed something felt off. It seemed his body had grown significantly stronger. The water jug, full as always, felt noticeably lighter in his hand. Looking down at his fists, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. If yesterday it still took him a bit of time to defeat Joseph, the top fighter of the Catholic Church, then today, he could probably finish Joseph off in under 15 seconds. Feeling hyped, Yi Xingchen jumped out of bed and went to wash his face and brush his teeth. It was Sunday, no work today. And he had a meeting with Mohammed and Lin Yun later to discuss the founding of their new company. Beep beep beep. Just 10 minutes later, the sound of a car horn came from downstairs. "Hey, Yi!" Mohammed stood by the car door, smiling up at Yi Xingchen's balcony. Yi Xingchen was surprised. Why had this rich guy come to pick him up personally? Weren't they supposed to meet at the cafe? Still a bit confused, he put on his translator earpiece and walked over to give Mohammed a light hug. "Mohammed, why'd you come in person? How else can I show how sincere I am about this partnership? I was afraid if I acted too cold, you'd think I was some scammer." "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Yi Xingchen laughed too. "You, a scammer? What kind of scammer throws around billions just for fun?" Scammers would cry tears of envy at the sight of this guy. "Let's go." They jumped into Mohammed's luxury sports car. With a loud roar of the engine, the car sped off toward a cafe in the east of the city. When they arrived, Yi Xingchen realized that Lin Yun and Mohammed's advisory team were already there. "Xingchen, over here." Lin Yun waved to him from afar. Yi Xingchen nodded and smiled at Mohammed, then sat next to Lin Yun. "Yunjia, you got here early?" Seeing his casual, teasing attitude, Lin Yun rolled her eyes. "It's already late. Are you seriously planning to be a hands-off boss? Better be careful, I might just drain the company dry and run off with the cash." "Doesn't matter. I didn't put in a cent anyway." Yi Xingqian shrugged, clearly unfazed. Lin Yun was momentarily speechless, she had no comeback. With greetings out of the way, they began discussing the details of the partnership. Lin Yun and Mohammed's team gathered to plan the company's formation. Both sides were committed to building a successful business and generating real wealth, not just acting like Yi Xingqian, who didn't seem to care much. They discussed the company's core direction, targeted investments, and industries. They also talked about organizational structure and team building. After all, everyone wants a high-performing team where departments collaborate well and chase shared goals. That naturally led to hiring plans and personnel appointments. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yun was confirmed as the company's CEO. They also emphasized the importance of financial management and risk control. Mohammed had casually invested over 100 million. Everyone wanted a solid financial system in place to ensure sustainable growth, along with risk management strategies to minimize potential threats. After all, in the finance industry, large capital risks demand tight control systems. While listening to Lin Yun and Mohammed's team ramble on, Yi Xingqian's eyelids started fighting each other. This was more effective than a lullaby. Still, since this was their first formal meeting, falling asleep would look bad, and might embarrass Mohammed. So Yi Xingqian forced himself to stay awake. Then, accidentally glancing at Mohammed, he was shocked to see him resting his head on his hand, also dozing off. Clunk! Mohammed suddenly hit his head on the table. Everyone at the table fell silent, awkward, and tense. No one dared say a word. Lin Yun, ever composed and focused on the documents, didn't even notice the moment. As for Mohammed's people, of course none of them dared laugh at their boss. Yi Xingqian was the only one at the table who dared to chuckle. But as he laughed, something clicked in his mind. That clunk sound from Mohammed's head hitting the table? It meant his head had real weight. Something light wouldn't make that kind of noise. So Mohammed had a strong physique. But if he was physically strong, why had he waited for Yi Xingqian to step in and deal with Du Zitong that day? Even if his bodyguards hesitated because Du had a crowd with him, with Mohammed's strength, he could have scared them off with a few moves. The more Yi Xingqian thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. He began to review everything that had happened between him and Mohammed, from meeting to becoming close friends. There was only one conclusion. Too smooth. Everything had gone far too smoothly. Yi Xingqian had given almost nothing to the relationship, but Mohammed had been incredibly generous, throwing money around like nothing, even going out of his way for him. It almost felt intentional. But wealthy people don't stay rich just because of family money. A clever brain is just as important to keep others from stealing it all. If Mohammed were a fool, could he hold on to that fortune? Clearly, he wasn't a fool. So there had to be a reason behind everything he did. Mohammed seemed to sense Yi Xingqian's suspicion. He didn't rush to explain, he simply gave Yi Xingqian a faint smile. A smile that held both honesty and a hint of caution. In that moment, their relationship began rapidly cooling, heading toward freezing point. Who are you? Yi Xingqian asked with a calm smile, looking steadily at Mohammed. My name is Ababi Abdul Rahman Hayruf Gamai followed by many more names, Mahmud Mohammed. I'm from Saudi Arabia. Or you can call me by my Xia name, Big Spender Dog. Mohammed wasn't flustered at all. He stroked his thick beard and smiled back at Yi Xingqian. What are you doing in Xia? Yi Xingqian continued questioning him. Hearing their exchange, the sharp-witted Lin Yun seemed to sense something. She gently placed her right hand on the documents, signaling that the negotiation should pause. Mohammed's advisory team also looked at their boss, waiting for his next move. To invest. Mohammed tried to stay calm, but the subtle tremble of his fingers betrayed his inner tension. He knew very well how terrifying Yi Xingqian's strength was. Being questioned by such a formidable opponent, it was impossible not to feel nervous. But you don't even care about money. Investment doesn't always have to be about profit, right? It can be out of interest. I enjoy investing, it gives me an excuse to travel the world. My family doesn't normally allow us to go abroad, so I came up with this excuse after much thought. Mohammed clearly anticipated this question and answered fluently, without hesitation. Did you kill Du Zitong? Or maybe, he wasn't even named Du Zitong at all? Did you kill Uncle Zhang from the pawn shop? Or did you send someone to do it? Yi Xingqian stared into Mohammed's eyes, trying to catch the slightest emotional reaction. No. I wouldn't dare kill people in Xia. I don't know if you know this, but there's a very powerful underground group here called the Dragon Clan. If I killed a Xia citizen, they'd hunt me down until I died. Mohammed's eyes were clear, with no flicker of guilt or hesitation. If that's true, then with your physique, how did some ordinary kidnappers manage to tie you up? If you say your body is just normal, I swear to your God Allah, I will smash this chair on your head just to see which one's tougher, your skull or the chair. A flicker of menace crept onto Yi Xingchen's face. I told you, I don't dare to kill Xia citizens. Even when I was kidnapped, I could only defend myself. And even that has to be limited, unless my life was truly at risk, I couldn't act. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would retaliate. Maybe this is a rule they made to prevent foreigners from committing atrocities here under some fake pretext. Yi Xingchen couldn't tell if Mohammed was telling the truth or not. As someone from the Dragon Clan, he knew there were indeed such rules in place for foreigners with special abilities entering Xia. But whether those rules were actually followed was another matter. Some foreigners broke them and no one noticed. Others followed them and no one praised them either. You can't just accuse someone of being dishonest when they follow the law. Then why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me everything? You never asked. If you had, I would have told you. If you don't ask, why would I just blurt everything out for no reason? Yi Xingchen was momentarily speechless. That actually made sense. He had never asked directly, and whether someone volunteered information was their own business. You can't force people to open up. Seeing he wouldn't get anything more from Mohammed, Yi Xingchen didn't push further. If he couldn't beat him in professionalism, maybe he could win by playing rogue. Yi Xingchen suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Yun's hand. Sorry, I'm not feeling well today. Let's talk about the partnership another time, if it's still worth talking about at all. Mohammed gave Yi Xingchen a deep look, then smiled meaningfully. Of course, Yi. Of course we still have something to talk about. Goodbye. Without another word, Yi Xingchen pulled Lin Yun and walked out of the cafe. Once inside Lin Yun's car, she turned to him, puzzled. Xingchen, what's going on? Yunjia, I don't trust him. He's hiding something, lying to me. This partnership? Forget it. Don't worry. Even without his company, in a few days we'll have the Gao group under our control. Then you can be CEO there. Lin Yun stared at him, stunned. She couldn't understand where he got this confidence. She even began to wonder whether the Gao group he mentioned was the same powerful Gao group she knew. Still, she didn't question him. She simply held his hand in silent support. After Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun left, Mohammed's advisory team also exited the cafe one by one. Once the place was empty, a young man wearing sunglasses approached Mohammed from behind. Boss, do you think Yi Xingchen found something out? I've been very careful with my movements. The man removed his sunglasses. It was Gu Feng, the one who had fought alongside Yi Xingchen against the ogres. Muhammad's clear gaze vanished, replaced with ruthless intensity. It's not your fault, it was me. I slipped up. That guy really thinks he's something, huh? Has he looked in the mirror? Why would I come all the way from Saudi Arabia just for him? Who does he think he is? If it weren't for that wretched woman, would I even need to get close to him? The whole thing was just to make the Dragon Clan think I'm trying to poach him with money. Who would have thought the Dragon Clan didn't react, but he did. Don't mess with me. When I get that treasure, it'll be his death day. Muhammad's long-held emotions finally erupted, and he began unleashing a stream of angry words at Yi Xingchen. So, boss, what do we do next? Muhammad snorted. If she won't slip up, then we'll force her to. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. When Lin Yun drove Yi Xingchen back to the villa entrance, they found someone already waiting there. Yi Xingchen initially thought it was someone from Muhammad's side. But after looking closely, he realized it was Gao Da, the man he had just dealt with a few days earlier. You? Mr. Gao. What brings you here? Yi Xingchen got out of the car with a smile and looked at Gao Da. The 5-day deadline hadn't even arrived, and this guy had already shown up with several people? Looks like I'll have to ask Long Qingxian to dig up some dirt on him and use it to drag him down from his high horse. But things didn't go the way Yi Xingchen expected. Gao Da bowed deeply, respectfully and sincerely. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Yi. I didn't come with any ill intent. I'm here about the 5-day agreement. After what happened that night, I thought things through. There's no need to wait till day 5, the result won't change. To save your valuable time, I've arranged everything. I brought the documents myself. All you need to do is sign, and you'll get the shares you asked for. What? Yi Xingchen was stunned. What kind of trick was this? He had considered every possibility, Gao Da hiring someone to retaliate, fleeing with his money, using connections to pressure him through official channels, or just refusing to hand over the shares. But he never imagined that Gao Da would be so obedient, so cooperative. To Gao Da, Yi Xingchen should have been a big villain, the guy who beat his precious son into a hospital bed and was trying to take his company's shares. Why be so obedient now? Was this a trap? Yi Xingchen signaled Lin Yun with a glance. She immediately understood, stepped forward, and began carefully reviewing the documents. Hee hee. Gao Da chuckled confidently. Check as much as you like, everything's clean. Watching Gao Da happily handing over money made Yi Xingqian unsure how to react. But, despite Gao Da's cheerful appearance, he was actually full of frustration inside. To be honest, after that night, he had sought help from his master goose handler. But after reviewing the surveillance footage, the master warned him strictly, don't mess with a man who could defeat multiple aggressive geese with ease. Unless you've got a death wish. Feeling stifled, Gao Da tried turning to a close friend in a government department. But within hours, his friend informed him he'd received a high-level warning. If he kept targeting Yi Xingqian, he'd be forced to resign. Gao Da's frustration turned into fear. An unknown enemy is the scariest kind. Yi Xingqian knew all about him, but he knew nothing about Yi Xingqian. What scared him more was the death of Bai Yanlang, a man he once admired as one of the few true big shots in neighboring cities. Bai's son, Bai Jiaji, was also dead. And according to Gao Da's connections, the one who killed Bai Jiaji was Yi Xingqian. That meant Yi Xingqian most likely killed Bai Yanlang too. Yet, even though people knew he was the killer, no one dared to touch him. Orders had come from above. Yi Xingqian's identity was special. He could be reported, but not punished. That alone showed the terrifying power behind Yi Xingqian. Could Gao Da possibly survive a fight with someone like that? So after these few days, Gao Da truly surrendered. After selling off part of his estate, he willingly offered his shares in the Gao Group to Yi Xingqian. After all, what's more important than staying alive? Money can be earned back. He still had his connections. But if he lost his life, it was over. His son would be kicked out of the ICU. His young new wife would remarry and spend his money with another man under his own memorial photo. Gao Da took a deep breath, kept his head low, and remained respectful and humble. Okay. All good. Lin Yan gave Yi Xingqian an okay gesture after reviewing every document. With her confirmation, Yi Xingqian stopped holding back. He took the pen and signed every page with bold strokes. Done. After signing, Yi Xingqian tossed the pen into the air, caught it smoothly with his right hand, and handed it to Gao Da's legal advisor. Gao Da froze for a moment. He suddenly felt like a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Later today, prepare a document. I'll hand over my remaining Gao Group shares for you to manage. That way, you'll have absolute authority there. The CEO position is yours. Huh? Lin Yun was stunned at first, then nodded heavily, her face filled with joy. After all, who could turn down the chance to become the CEO of such a massive company? Mr. Gao, don't be too discouraged. Don't worry, though the shares are in my hands, I'll make sure to share part of the dividends with your family every year. At least I'll ensure your family can keep living. Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Gao Da was overjoyed. He nearly jumped with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the villa district, a man in a black trench coat and a baseball cap moved quietly through the garden. It was the same man who had been spying on Yi Xingqian and Mohammed that night. As he walked a few more steps, he noticed a small ditch covered with dry grass. A little red cap was barely visible above the grass. Huh? That's my daughter. He immediately recognized the cap. It belonged to Meng Meng. His first instinct was to run over and rescue her. But considering his special identity, he hesitated. What identity should he use to save her? Would she recognize him afterward? But if he didn't save her, could he really just stand there and watch her die? Could he just watch his only daughter in danger? Everything he had done over the years was to protect her. With that thought, he looked around, then ran full speed toward the pile of grass. Meng Meng. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Swish. Just as the man approached Meng Meng, the pile of grass suddenly exploded. A fist the size of a sandbag shot out from the brush and smashed straight into the man's left cheek. Once the flying grass settled, the man finally saw clearly. The one wearing the little red cap wasn't Meng Meng at all, but a grown man in disguise. The one pretending to be Meng Meng was none other than Gu Feng. Gu Feng grinned at the man. Should I call you Zhang Tianyi, or Dragon 3? Zhang Tianyi clutched his left cheek and struggled to get up from the ground. He didn't answer Gu Feng's question, just glared at him with fury. Despicable. Disguising yourself as an injured little girl, do you have no shame? Ha ha ha. Gu Feng wasn't offended at all. He just threw his head back and laughed. I'm despicable? Anyone can say that, but not you. Zhang Tianyi, your memory that bad? Have you forgotten how you stole that thing from my father? Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, his face turning grim. You snake. You were Dragon 3 from the Dragon Clan, yet you disguised yourself as an ordinary man to get close to my father. He saw potential in you and gave everything to train you. And you? You got close to our family just to steal that thing. If you'd left after stealing it, fine, we could have just cut ties forever. But Gu Feng's voice grew more and more furious, his face twisted with rage. But why? Why did you have to kill my father? He was your master, your mentor. You liar, swindler, backstabber. You deserve to have your entire family wiped out. Tell me, why did you kill him? Zhang Tianyi hesitated, then clenched his teeth. If he stayed alive, that thing would have lost its value. So you killed my father for some so-called value? You bastard. D. Gu Feng, completely consumed by rage, charged at Zhang Tianyi with his fists flying. If Yi Xingqian had been there, he'd have been shocked. Because the strength, speed, and explosive power Gu Feng showed now was on a completely different level than when they had fought the ogres together. Zhang Tianyi grunted in surprise. He hadn't expected Gu Feng's power to be this strong. This wasn't the naive student from back then. Bang bang. Zhang Tianyi barely blocked a few of Gu Feng's fierce attacks before they exchanged direct blows. With two dull thuds of bone colliding, Zhang Tianyi felt his right arm go numb. If not for the lingering pain, he would have thought Gu Feng had broken his arm with one punch. Heh. Though clearly losing, Zhang Tianyi still refused to concede. Didn't expect that student from back then to become this powerful. If I'd known, I'd have killed you too. Clearly, when you cut weeds, you should pull the roots, otherwise, spring wind brings them back. Too late to regret. Gu Feng sneered. You're garbage, Zhang Tianyi. Even after getting that treasure, you're still trash. You can't even beat me now. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. If I hadn't been permanently injured while being hunted by the Dragon Clan, do you really think you'd last 3 moves against me? Where's my daughter? Guess. If you hurt her, I swear I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. The more flustered Zhang Tianyi became, the more pleased Gu Feng was. In the Middle East, there are plenty of rich guys who love young yellow or black girls. Hehehe. Your daughter's so cute, she'll fetch a good price. You bastard. You piece of shit. Zhang Tianyi snapped, charging at Gu Feng in a blind fury. Gu Feng simply sidestepped and avoided the punch with ease, then countered with a right hook to Zhang Tianyi's left ribs. Crunch. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed. Gu Feng's punch shattered several of Zhang Tianyi's ribs. Zhang Tianyi collapsed to the ground like he'd been drained of all strength, clutching his ribs in silence, refusing to scream. Gu Feng stepped on Zhang Tianyi's face, full of hysteria. You bastard. When you betrayed your master, did you ever think you'd end up like this? Zhang Tianyi didn't respond, he just spat out a bit of blood. You stole the treasure and fled back to the Dragon Clan, fine. But then you got greedy, tried to keep it for yourself. Now you've offended the Gu family, the Dragon Clan, and even the original buyer, Shirshen. Tell me, who can save you now? Or, do you think the Dragon Clan will spare you and your family when they find out you're still alive? Zhang Tianyi slowly closed his eyes, silent. Where's the item? It's not with me. Where is it? Gu Feng pressed harder on Zhang Tianyi's face. I destroyed it long ago. I approached your father because the Dragon Clan ordered me to. And killing him, that was also their order. They even told me to kill you. But I didn't, I lied and said I did. On my way back to the Dragon Clan, I kept thinking about it. My conscience was in torment. I'll spend the rest of my life in guilt and repentance. Zhang Tianyi sighed and continued. That's why I didn't hand it over to the Dragon Clan, I destroyed it. It was my way of getting revenge for how they used your father. Even if it costs me my life, it's worth it. My life, half of it belonged to your father. Clap clap clap. After hearing that, Gu Feng clapped mockingly. Bravo. Beautiful story. If I didn't know you were a lying piece of trash, I might have believed it. Lin Shui is your wife, right? She's now the boss of Huihuang Pharmaceutical. Huihuang Pharmaceutical. What does that mean? It means you never gave up researching that thing. Why else open a pharma company? I checked, Huihuang's R&D staff have had multiple accidental deaths in recent years. Can you swear those weren't you two lovebirds killing off loose ends? Zhang Tianyi froze, unable to utter a word. Ring. Just as Gu Feng was about to make his next move, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Hello? Boss. It was Mohammed calling. Gu Feng, did Zhang Tianyi talk? This guy's mouth is too tight. Mohammed was silent on the other end for a while, then suddenly asked, you still into that kind of thing? Gu Feng froze for a moment, and then it hit him what Mohammed's words could mean. With a deadpan face, Gu Feng said, Boss, in Xia, when we say someone's got a tight mouth, we mean they're not talking. It's not that kind of thing. Oh? Mohammed finally understood. Lin Shui will be home soon. Bring Zhang Tianyi and the little girl to her house. I'll be waiting for you there. Got it. After hanging up, Gu Feng kicked Zhang Tianyi in the face again, seemingly just to vent. You bastard. Consider yourself lucky. Meng Meng? Sweetheart? When Lin Shui opened the door to her home, it was strange not to see Meng Meng run to greet her. She softly called out a few times. The house was quiet. Thinking Meng Meng had fallen asleep, she smiled and went to check her room. But the smile on Lin Xue's face quickly froze. She searched the whole room and couldn't find a trace of Meng Meng. Meng Meng! Sweetheart! My baby! Panic instantly set in. Lin Xue rushed to run outside to look for her. The moment she opened the front door, she saw Mohammed standing there with his usual grin. You? Lin Xue clearly recognized him. This was the foreigner who'd visited with Yi Xingqian last time. Her expression instantly turned guarded. Mohammed smiled, revealing a full set of teeth. Miss Lin, are you looking for your daughter Meng Meng? Or, for your husband Zhang Tianyi? The moment he spoke, Lin Xue's heart dropped. She knew something was very wrong. Losing all sense of reason, she lunged at Mohammed. Where's my daughter? She's just a child. She doesn't know anything. Please, don't hurt her. I'm begging you. She's innocent. She's just a little girl. What could she possibly understand? Miss Lin. Mohammed kept his smile as she grabbed at his sleeve. You're just an ordinary person. I'm worried that if I push you, even lightly, you might fall and die. And honestly, you can't hurt me. You can't even make me take one step back. Only then did Lin Xue calm down and step back helplessly. I'm here at your home just to chat with an old friend. Zhang Tianyi might not know me, but I know him. Calling him an old friend isn't a stretch. As for what we'll talk about, nothing big, just, for example, where's that item now? Lin Xue had long suspected his intentions, but hearing him speak so directly still made her face change visibly. I don't know what you're talking about. What item? If there's something in our house you want, take it. Just don't hurt my daughter or husband. You used that sympathy trick to fool a lot of people back then, didn't you? Even the Dragon Clan got duped by you and your daughter. TSK. What a shame. I've been watching you two for a long time now. Everyone thinks you founded Huihuang Pharma after getting that item, but in fact, Zhang Tianyi had you open it before he even made his move. He told you in advance. A few months after you started the company, he went into action. That timing made it seem like the company had nothing to do with the item, it was the perfect smokescreen. Too bad for you, I know Zhang Tianyi's still alive. And I know far more than you think. Hand it over. I don't want to make this ugly. I promise, if you give it up now, I won't hurt your family. I'll even help you keep it a secret. How about it? Muhammad smiled at her after delivering his offer. Heh, you were all fooled by the Dragon Clan. Lin Xue suddenly sneered. You really think they were kind enough to spare me and my daughter? They already took the item. They left us alive just to lure in vultures like you. Muhammad was shocked at first, then quickly slapped Lin Xue across the face. Still won't talk? Then I'll kill your daughter right in front of you, piece by piece. Let's see how long you can stay silent. Even though he tried to control his strength, Muhammad's slap still knocked out two of Lin Xue's teeth. As his words echoed, Gu Feng entered the courtyard dragging Zhang Tianyi in one hand and carrying Meng Meng in the other. Though she had already feared the worst, seeing them like this made tears stream from Lin Xue's eyes. Because of her lost teeth, her speech was slurred. Meng Meng, baby, did they hurt you? Meng Meng, limp in Gu Feng's grasp, didn't move or respond. Relax. She's just unconscious. Some things, some grudges, are better kept from children. See how kind I am. Lin Xue clenched her fists, staying silent as she stared at her daughter. You've studied that thing for years and still haven't figured it out. It's useless in your hands. Give it to me. Only I can unlock its full potential. Despite Muhammad's persuasion, Lin Xue remained stone-faced and silent. She wasn't stupid, staying silent might get her hurt, but she'd survive. The moment she talked, Muhammad would likely kill her entire family. Still not talking? Muhammad finally lost it. He slammed his fist into the wall. You're forcing me, you worthless woman. I was going to be civil and spare your daughter, but you made me do this. Your daughter will live in shame for the rest of her life. And you, even if you survive, will carry guilt forever. This ends today. Muhammad roared, nearly hysterical. Yo? What's all the noise about? So many people here. Just as Muhammad was about to order Gu Feng to harm Meng Meng, a lazy voice suddenly came from the gate of the courtyard. It was Yi Xingqian. What? You? Muhammad immediately panicked and glared warily at Yi Xingqian, who was walking into the courtyard. Gu Feng, still holding two hostages, Meng Meng and Zhang Tianyi, quickly stepped beside Muhammad. Yi Xingqian looked at Muhammad with slight surprise. That fluent Xia dialect, and you said you didn't speak it. Liar. Mr. Yi. Help us. Seeing Yi Xingqian suddenly appear, Lin Xue spotted a sliver of hope and quickly cried out for help. It turned out that after signing Gao Da's documents, Lin Yun had driven away. Later, as she passed nearby, she happened to witness Gu Feng kidnapping Meng Meng. Knowing she couldn't handle this herself, Lin Yun called Yi Xingqian for help. At first, Yi Xingqian didn't want to get involved, but Lin Yun couldn't bear to see a child in danger and begged him repeatedly. Unable to refuse, Yi Xingqian agreed to come check it out. What he didn't expect was that the ones in trouble were Meng Meng and her family. Whoa, slow down. Yi Xingqian quickly waved his hands with a frown. I'm not saving you. Last time I brought Meng Meng home, you went off on me for no reason. I swore then, if anything ever happens to you and I step in, I'm a dog. So, while I do feel bad for a woman facing two skilled men, there's nothing I can do. You wouldn't want to hear me call myself a dog, right? Hearing Yi Xingqian say that, Mohammed was instantly relieved. He knew well how strong Yi Xingqian was. Even with both him and Gu Feng combined, they probably couldn't beat him. On the other hand, Lin Shui collapsed to the ground in despair. She had never seen Yi Xingqian fight, but just from Mohammed and Gu Feng's reaction, anyone could guess his power. Refusing to give up, she tried to guilt Yi Xingqian into helping. Mr. Yi, I'm best friends with Yan Ran. If she finds out you left me to die, she'll be angry. At that, Yi Xingqian gave a cold smile. Now he definitely didn't want to help. If Lin Shui had just asked him to save Meng Meng, maybe he would have considered it. But she had the nerve to use Qin Yanran as leverage. That was just outrageous. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, his smile turning colder. If you die, and they don't talk, and I don't talk, who would know? Right, Mohammed? Mohammed eagerly nodded like a pecking chicken. Exactly, exactly. How dare she threaten Mr. Yi? Unacceptable. Like the saying goes, if the uncle can't tolerate it, the aunt sure can't either. Even I can't watch her threaten Mr. Yi. With that, Lin Shui's last shred of hope vanished, and despair overtook her. That said, Yi Xingqian glanced at Meng Meng in Gu Feng's hand. I really like this little girl. She's too cute, it's like she came out of a Make You Want a Daughter ad campaign. So, you don't want me to walk over and ask you for her myself, right? Gu Feng froze. After exchanging a glance with Mohammed, he quickly jogged over and handed Meng Meng to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian held the still unconscious Meng Meng in his arms. All right. From here on out, it's your business. Who lives, who dies, what you do, I'm not getting involved. Great, thank you, Mr. Yi. Mohammed grinned from ear to ear. Oh, one more thing. Just curious, why are you targeting this family? Did they offend you, Mohammed? Yi Xingqian tossed in the question casually, hoping to dig out the secret of Lin Shui's household. After what Long Qingxian hinted to him earlier, and remembering how Lin Shui kicked him out that day, Yi Xingqian was pretty sure the secret was still hidden there. But since Long Qingxian didn't specify what the secret was, Yi Xingqian hadn't pressed. Now was a good chance to find out. Muhammad hesitated briefly, but soon relaxed. He knew Yi Xingqian was part of the Dragon Clan. The secret of Lin Shui's family wasn't really a secret to them, telling him wouldn't hurt. I came to Yunhe City under the excuse of investing in a marine park. But my real goal here was something from their home. No longer hiding anything, Mohammed pointed at the unconscious Zhang Tianyi and spilled everything. His name is Zhang Tianyi, codename Dragon 3. He used to be one of the Dragon Clan. Years ago, he stole a valuable item but got greedy and didn't hand it over. He was labeled a traitor and had to fake his death to escape the clan's hunt. Gu Feng is my man. Those ogres? I hired them. The little girl? I had them kidnap her. I just wanted Gu Feng to save her and use that as an excuse to get close to the family. But who would have thought, the Dragon Clan responded so fast, and sent you to wipe out the ogres. You even rescued the girl. Now, the Marine Park project is falling apart. To give myself a reason to stay in Xia, I had to keep setting up situations where people would attack me, so I could play the victim and buy time from the authorities to do what I really came for. But I didn't expect things to be this tough. Every time I made a move, you ruined it. You saved me twice from my own people. Eventually, I had to pretend to befriend you, try to poach you, just to fool the Dragon Clan. Yi Xingqian finally understood. He was shocked and awkward all at once. He had suspected something weird about Du Zitong and Uncle Zhang from the pawnshop. But he never guessed Mohammed's plots weren't aimed at him, they were aimed at Lin Shui's family. He could only imagine how frustrated Mohammed must have been, getting rescued by the very person ruining his plans, and still having to force a smile and say thank you. Yi Xingqian almost wanted to hug Mohammed and cry, "Sorry, bro, you've had it rough." Barely holding back laughter, he asked curiously, "So, what's that item you're all talking about?" "Digestive tablets." Mohammed said the words with a serious expression. "What the?" Yi Xingqian was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had imagined all sorts of possibilities, the heavenly sword and dragon-slaying saber, the ginseng fruit from Journey to the West, some kind of ultralight armor immune to blades, bullets, fire, and water, a sniper rifle that could take out an enemy gunner from 500 miles away, or even secret manuals like the Sunflower Manual or Evil Repelling Sword Manual. But what he absolutely never expected was that the damn treasure turned out to be digestive tablets. Muhammad couldn't quite figure out Yi Xingqian's reaction, so he cautiously asked Gu Feng beside him, "What do you Xia people usually mean when you say Wokao?" Gu Feng hesitated, then said, "If Wa is third tone and Chao is fourth tone, it expresses anger, it's a curse. If both are fourth tone, it's surprise. Both first tone, it's contempt. Wa fourth tone, Chao second tone, confusion. Wa fourth tone, Chao neutral tone, shock. Wa neutral tone, Chao fourth tone, admiration." Muhammad was dumbfounded. So which one did he just use? I wasn't paying attention either. Gu Feng shrugged helplessly. Yi Xingqian snapped out of it and pointed toward Lin Xue's house. Digestive tablets? Yeah. Muhammad nodded with a confused look. A treasure? Yeah. Muhammad nodded strangely. You're all after this thing? Yeah. Muhammad answered impatiently. Yi Xingqian's expression turned completely bizarre. This world where human physiques are declining, man, it's terrifying. Digestive tablets were now somehow considered a priceless treasure fought over by powerful groups like the Dragon Clan and Shirshan? But then, something clicked for Yi Xingqian. In this world, strengthening one's physical condition could only be achieved by ingesting a whole stalk of dogtail grass. But regular people were too frail to handle that. So the only possible way was to use digestive tablets to improve absorption of the grass. That would make it possible for ordinary people to consume it, no longer a fantasy. Over time, it might even restore humanity's physical strength to pre-catastrophe levels. The only thing Yi Xingqian couldn't figure out was, why, with the current world's far more advanced technology, could they not reproduce something as simple as digestive tablets? Still, that wasn't a question for today. Realizing the big fuss was over some digestive tablets, Yi Xingqian immediately lost interest. Fine, fine. I'm taking the little girl with me. As for those two, if you don't have to kill them, then don't. I'm out of this. He picked up Meng Meng and prepared to leave. Muhammad, being a clever guy, instantly understood the meaning behind Yi Xingqian's words. But he had never planned to kill Lin Xue and Zhang Tianyi, not yet. After all, how would he get the digestive tablets if they were dead? Once he got them, well, whether to kill or not wouldn't really matter anymore. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to leave with Meng Meng, two groups of people walked into the courtyard. Leading one group were Catherine and Joseph. The other was headed by Long Qingxian and Long Wu. "Xingqian, we can't let the digestive tablets fall into their hands," Long Qingxian said, stepping forward boldly toward Muhammad. "If Shirshan gets it, they'll have an overwhelming advantage. It'll be a disaster for the rest of us. Muhammad, I've suspected your motives for a while. I thought you were just trying to poach someone. But turns out it was about digestive tablets. I advise you to leave now, otherwise, this place will become your grave." Damn it. Muhammad was just one step away from getting the tablets, and now, at this critical interrogation moment, the Dragon Clan and the Catholic Church showed up. "No matter what," said Joseph, "for the sake of the Lord, we can't let Shirshan have it." "And you think it should go to the Dragon Clan? You think the church is okay with that? That thing was developed by us at Shirshan. You people are the thieves." That shut both Long Qingxian and Catherine up. Yi Xingqian, annoyed, noticed Lin Xue just watching the drama unfold. He stepped forward. "How about I say something fair?" No one dared object, no one there was confident they could take on Yi Xingqian. "Mr. Yi, if what you say is fair, I'll go along with it," said Catherine. Muhammad nodded as well. "All right then. What you all want is the formula, right? Lin Xue has a pharmaceutical company, Glory Pharmaceuticals. She's probably been researching the formula for years and still hasn't figured it out. That means it's not simple. So, how about this? The Dragon Clan, Shirshan, and the Catholic Church each send a team of scientists or pharmacologists. You research the formula together, and when you succeed, you all share the results. Take this opportunity to form an alliance too. Together you can deal with threats like the Miyamoto family and Hurricane. What do you say?" Well, everyone present began thinking it over. "Okay. Miss Catherine, what's your position in the church?" "Saintess. High-ranking. Everyone but the Pope has to listen to me." "Nice. Mr. Muhammad, you?" "I'm the heir. So, basically second in command." "Qingxian, you, forget it, I already know. Since each group's number 2 is here, this alliance is doable. It's settled." Yi Xingqian waved them forward. "Let's shake on it. And don't worry, with my strength and integrity, I can totally be your guarantor. I promise, if anyone tries to hog the formula, I'll wipe out their whole organization." Long Qingxian fell silent, then nodded firmly. She understood what Yi Xingchen was really doing. He was using this chance to reshuffle global power, shutting out the Miyamoto family and Hurricane. Thinking that, she nodded heavily. All right, the Dragon Clan agrees. Since that's the case, then the Catholic Church agrees as well. Seeing that Long Qingxian had given her support, Catherine, who already had a temporary alliance of interests, quickly followed suit. It wasn't that Catherine particularly trusted Yi Xingchen's guarantee, it was simply that she had no choice. Joseph couldn't defeat Yi Xingchen, and her side had completely lost the upper hand. If she didn't agree, they'd leave empty-handed. But if she agreed, there was still a chance to get a share of the spoils. Now that the Dragon Clan and the Church had agreed, if Shurshan still refused, they'd become the common enemy of both, an ugly outcome. Thinking of this, Mohammed clenched his teeth and agreed, fine. Shurshan agrees. Then where will the three parties conduct the joint research? We'll do it in Yunhe City. Once you're back in your countries, start sending your trusted scientists or pharmaceutical researchers to Yunhe City to work together. Once research officially begins, all data must be shared and transparent. Anyone who hides anything will be immediately expelled from the alliance. Yi Xingchen quickly decided the location, time, and rules. No problem. Yi Xingchen glanced at Lin Shui, feeling a bit awkward. The owner of the treasure hadn't even handed it over yet, and they were already discussing how to divide it, pretty arrogant indeed. Lin Shui, our three parties have already reached an agreement. Even if you want to sow discord, it's pointless. So, will you hand it over willingly, or do we need to force you? Long Qingshuan's face turned cold and sharp. Lin Shui let out a deep sigh. Thinking back on what her family had gone through over the years, she couldn't help but feel sorrow. For the sake of this item, her husband had worked undercover for Shurshan for years, faked his death, and hid from the world. She and her daughter Meng Meng couldn't even acknowledge each other. The more she thought about it, the more exhausted she felt. Sigh? Lin Shui sighed again. It's at my house. I'll go get it for you. Okay. Yi Xingchen made a hand gesture, then carried Meng Meng into the house and laid her on the couch. Looks like I've got nothing else to do here, so I'll head home. I'll call you if anything comes up. Okay. After saying goodbye to Long Qingxian, Yi Xingchen walked back toward his villa in high spirits. Just as he reached the door, he sensed something was wrong. It was nearly dinner time. Usually, by now, Miyamoto Yume would be cooking, and the aroma would be wafting to the entrance. But today, there was no scent, no sound, nothing. Yume? Yume? Without thinking much, Yi Xingchen stepped inside. What? This? The moment he entered, he was stunned. The room showed signs of a fierce fight. Pieces of broken tables and chairs were scattered in every corner. Yi Xingchen picked up a fragment and examined the sword marks, clearly left by three different weapons. One was Yome's sword. The other two bore marks typical of Eastern-style long blades. From the Miyamoto clan of Toyo? The name instantly flashed through Yi Xingchen's mind. Thinking of the Miyamoto clan only made him angrier. Damn bastards. Coming to my place to cause trouble? You think I won't fight back? You've kicked a steel plate, and you'll pay for it. Furious, Yi Xingchen smashed his fist onto the table, splintering it instantly. Miyamoto clan, you brought this on yourselves. Enraged, Yi Xingchen stormed out and jumped into his car. Sir, this is private property. Please leave immediately. This is your final warning. At the villa gate, 4 or 5 security guards were pulling and pushing, trying to block Yi Xingchen. You're all Xia people, why be bodyguards for those dogs? I don't blame you. I'm only here for Miyamoto Masao. Step aside. Sir, we don't have a choice. This is a company assignment. The guards looked helpless at his words. Then don't blame me. Yi Xingchen flicked his hand, knocking them out with minimal force. Miyamoto coward. Miyamoto. Bastard. I'll wreck your whole bloodline. Yi Xingchen stormed into the villa, yelling curses. Inside, Miyamoto Masao was trying to escape through a window. You bastard. Toyorunt. You really think you can run? Yi Xingchen grabbed Miyamoto Masao by the collar and lifted him clean off the ground. Kid, calm down. I'm the new president of Sakura Construction. If you kill me, it'll cause a diplomatic incident. Why should I play nice with a runt like you? Diplomatic incident or not, do we have any friendship with your country? Where's Yume? Where is she? Miyamoto Masao sneered at Yi Xingchen, showing no fear. Bastard. Think I won't do it? Yi Xingchen slammed Masao's hand onto the table. Masao realized what was about to happen, but still stared back defiantly. Yi, unless you kill me, this won't end between us. Really? Yi Xingchen punched hard, shattering Masao's hand in one blow. Masao screamed in agony, his palm crushed. Bastard. Where's Yume? Tell me, or I'll smash your other hand. You'll be crippled forever. I'm a samurai of the empire. I will not yield. That so? Bastard, next punch goes to your manhood. No. Wait. I'll talk. Just as Yishinchin raised his fist again, Masao finally gave in. Talk. That traitor Miyamoto Yume has already been taken back to the clan's headquarters in Fukushima County. Yishinchin heard the answer, then still delivered a brutal punch straight to Masao's groin. Masao dropped, screaming like a slaughtered pig, as if questioning why Yi didn't keep his word. Yishinchin just smirked. Sorry, but trust is only for humans. You guys don't qualify. Then, with a cheerful grin, Yi casually shattered Masao's other hand and both legs. Yishinchin left Masao barely alive, walked away while pulling out his phone. Hello? Get something set up for me. And find a translator. I'm heading to Toyo's Fukushima County, to the Miyamoto clan's HQ. Fukushima County Airport, Toyo Nation. Yishinchin, wearing sunglasses and carrying a backpack, stepped out of the airport. As he moved along with the crowd to the exit, he immediately spotted a middle-aged man holding a small flag with a big character Yi written on it. Yishinchin knew right away, this man was the guide and translator arranged for him by Long Qingxian. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Pang Xian. You can call me Old Pang. Hello, Brother Pang. I'm afraid I'll be troubling you with a few things. It's my duty. Miss Long already told me. I'll do my best to assist you. But this isn't the place to talk, let's get in the car first. Okay. After a brief handshake, they quickly got into Pang Xian's car. To avoid Miyamoto clan spies, they took a more secluded coastal road. Yishinchin sat in the front seat, took a cigarette from Pang Xian, lit it, and stared at some strange buildings along the coast, lost in thought. Pang Xian glanced at Yishinchin and smiled. Mr. Yi, that's the old site of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. Decades ago, due to a natural disaster, there was an accident there. Those folks dumped all the contaminated water into the ocean, then had the nerve to build a monument here claiming their government perfectly filtered the pollution and released it harmlessly. As he spoke, the smile on Pang Xian's face faded, replaced by frustration and anger. Sigh. Only those people could do something like that. Selfish and heartless. Mr. Yi, how is it that every generation of them can be this disgusting? Yishinchin was silent. He didn't know how to answer either. Yeah, how could they manage to be so repulsive generation after generation? Sharing a planet with them, maybe that's the real misfortune. Forget it. It's been decades. All we regular folks can do is boycott their products and curse them online. That monster in the movies, Godzilla, really let us down, should have eaten all the radiation and smashed their whole country. Yishinchin stayed silent again. Godzilla was just fiction, there's no such thing in reality. Sigh. Su Fu was to blame too. Why did he bring 500 boys and girls over here? If it weren't for the mission, who'd want to stay in a place like this? Anyway, Mr. Yi, what's your plan next? Yishinchin ignored the first half. I want to go straight to the Miyamoto clan's headquarters and get her back. I see. Pang Xian looked serious. Mr. Yi, I have to remind you, the Miyamoto clan has many powerful fighters. Their Grand Elder Miyamoto Kishida and Second Elder Miyamoto Fumio are among the strongest in the world. If you go straight there? Let me ask you, how do those two compare to Joseph from the Catholic Church? Pang Xian thought for a moment. They're probably about the same. If it's one-on-one, maybe evenly matched. Then that's good enough. I'm going to rescue someone, time matters more than anything. I don't have the luxury to worry about everything else. By the way, where's the package Qingxian mentioned? Right? I'm not strong, so I can only help with translation and directions. As for the package, it's in the trunk. You'll have to grab it yourself. It's way too heavy for me, even loading it took an exoskeleton robot. Okay. Where's the Miyamoto clan's headquarters? Just keep following this road. In about 40 minutes, you'll see a mountain, that's it. Okay. Pang Xian wanted to say more, but seeing the determination on Yishinchin's face, he gave up and just sighed. No one knew better than Pang Xian, the Dragon clansman in Fukushima, how powerful the Miyamoto clan was. He didn't believe Yishinchin could actually retrieve someone from them. He was certain Yishinchin would fail. What he didn't expect was that Yishinchin planned to retrieve her by force. On a mountain in Fukushima County. Under escort from a few middle-aged men, Miyamoto Yume was being led into a large hall. At the far end of the hall sat an old man with a long blade on his waist, eyes closed in meditation. Elder 3, traitor Miyamoto Yume has been brought back. This old man was the third elder of the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Shinzo. His voice didn't match his appearance at all, sounded more like a sneaky little man than a sage. Traitor, do you admit your guilt? If so, perform seppuku under the witness of Amaterasu. Miyamoto Yume gently touched a bruise on her face, then glared at Shinzo. Elder 3, where's Miyamoto Juni? Tell him to come see me. The condemned only get to give final words, not request visitors. Shinzo refused her demand. Oh, Yume sneered, I almost forgot, Miyamoto Juni is your grandson. Of course you'll protect him. You know exactly what kind of person he is, how little ability he has. No wonder you're afraid to let him face me. Pathetic cowards, the whole lot of you. Baka. As soon as her words fell, a furious voice came from outside. A cold-faced young man stormed in wielding a long blade. It was Miyamoto Juni, her treacherous senior. Yume's face filled with hatred and killing intent. Miyamoto Juni. You bastard. If you're a real man, fight me one-on-one. Fight you? Juni snorted, glaring at her. I've been trained by the Grand Elder lately, my skills have improved fast. You want to challenge me? Delusional. Juni, no need. That traitor will die anyway. Killing her would only dirty your hands. Shinzo tried to stop him. He knew there's no such thing as a guaranteed win. Why take the risk if she's going to be executed anyway? Don't worry, Elder 3. I'll personally send this traitor to the underworld. Juni, full of confidence, accepted the duel without hesitation. Stop! Who goes there? This is the Miyamoto clan's territory, outsiders are not allowed inside. Yi Xingqian and Pang Xian soon arrived at the base of the mountain where the Miyamoto clan was located. Several guards immediately stepped forward to block them. They're asking what we're doing here. If we don't have a valid reason, they'll kick us out, Pang Xian whispered, translating the guards' Japanese, and smiled toward them. Hello, brothers, we're just here to, huh? What the? Before Pang Xian could finish, Yi Xingqian stepped forward and slapped all 4 guards' heads clean off with a single swipe. Pang Xian was stunned. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Ah! Yi Xingqian casually wiped a few drops of blood from his hand onto the nearby railing and replied nonchalantly, why waste time talking to these bastards? Would it help? Would they listen? Would they do anything? With scum like them, strike first, don't waste your breath. But, you killed them without saying a word. I'm here to make trouble, to kill, and to rescue someone, not to negotiate. Pang Xian was left speechless. For a moment, he even felt a bit angry. Sure, it's easy for Yi Xingqian to talk big, but Pang had warned him about how powerful the Miyamoto clan was. If he ended up dying, that was that, but what about Pang? These people would tear him to pieces. Sigh? Pang Xian let out another deep sigh. Fine. If he died fighting the Miyamoto clan, he'd be considered a hero back home. Yi Xingqian didn't explain further and began climbing the mountain steps. Stop. Soon, another patrol guard spotted them. Just as the guard was about to question who they were, Yi Xingqian picked up a rock and hurled it. The guard didn't even have time to scream before dying on the spot. Let's go, Yi Xingqian signaled Pang Xian to follow. Stop! Who are you? But just a few steps later, another group of guards appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man wielding a wooden katana, clearly someone skilled. They're saying, trash, hiding behind borrowed power. Yevinchen interrupted Pangguan. I can crush these weaklings with one hand. He then slowly drew a nearly 3-foot alloy combat knife from the bag on his back. Whoa! Pang Xian was shocked. He clearly saw the blade was made of metal alloy, heavy stuff, and yet Yi Xingqian wielded it effortlessly. Seems he had underestimated Yi. The guy was a true powerhouse. Within seconds, screams echoed as Yi Xingqian dispatched more than a dozen guards with ease. Let's go! Yi Xingqian, like a war god, continued forward with the blade in hand. Enemy intruder. Soon, another patrol discovered them and raised the alarm. Pang Xian laughed and said, ignore what they're saying, just more squawking. No need to translate, just kill them. Without hesitation, Yi Xingqian charged in with his blade. This group was clearly stronger than the earlier ones, even 2 had mechanical exoskeletons. But with ordinary human reflexes, even high-tech gear was too slow against Yi Xingqian. He quickly flanked behind both suits and took the operators out in an instant. Inside the grand hall, Miyamoto Yume and Miyamoto Juni circled each other barefoot, katana in hand, their feet thudding against the wooden floor. Ah! Finally, Juni roared and struck first, launching a flurry of attacks. Yume blocked with calm precision, deflecting each strike with ease. Yoshi! Elder 3, Master Juni really is outstanding. So young, yet so skilled, his future is limitless. Maybe he'll even join the Elder Council someday. As Juni pressed the attack, 2 flunkies behind Elder 3, Miyamoto Shinzo, began sucking up. Hehehe, Shinzo clearly enjoyed the praise. He sneered at Yume, against this level of opponent, Juni has it in the bag. Pity though, killing this traitor means he'll have to clean his blade tonight. Clang! 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 Yomei's blade rang out with each strike, then used a parry to retreat several steps. She smirked. Is that all you've got? I expected more of a challenge. Juni was baffled. Wasn't he supposed to be saying that? As confusion crossed his face, Yumei raised her blade above her head, turned her body slightly, left foot forward, right foot back, a sharp and composed stance. If that's all you've got, and your skills are this weak, then prepare to die. What? Shinzo froze. He could feel Yomei's growing fighting spirit and realized she hadn't been serious this whole time. She'd only been testing or toying with Juni. Juni, fall back. Get away from her. Shinzo shouted in panic and drew his own blade to join the fight, trying to save Juni. But he had overestimated Juni, or more accurately, underestimated Yumei. Before Juni could react, Yumei lunged and launched her real attack. Juni. No. Juni froze, stunned by her sudden speed and power. How had she grown this strong so fast? By the time Shinzo screamed his warning, it was already too late. With a slash, Yumei knocked Juni's blade into the air and, in the next moment, pierced him through with her own sword. No! Juni! Damn you, you wretch! I'll kill you! Miyamoto Shinzo went completely mad and charged at Yumei, swinging his blade wildly. Jinzo! Stop! Just as Miyamoto Jinzo charged at Miyamoto Yumei in a rage, a commanding male voice echoed from outside the hall. An old man with green-dyed hair stepped in, wielding a long Japanese sword. Why? Jinzo stared at him hysterically. It turned out this elder was Miyamoto Fumio, the second elder of the Miyamoto clan. With half-closed eyes, Fumio let out a slow sigh. Jinzo, she's no longer the little girl she used to be. Now's not the time to deal with her. Killing her wouldn't be hard, but it would take time, and time is what we don't have. What do you mean we don't have time? Jinzo clearly had no idea what was happening outside. He probably never imagined that someone would actually attack the Miyamoto clan, let alone already be approaching the mountain top. There's a powerful intruder. He's fought his way up from the base of the mountain. If we delay any longer, the only thing left for you to do will be collecting the bodies of our juniors. You wouldn't want that, would you? Nanny? Jinzo was completely dumbfounded. There's no time. The chief elder has already gone ahead. Let's go back him up. Hi. Jinzo clenched his teeth and nodded. As for this girl, you few, take her down and hold her. We'll deal with her after we return. Hi. Seeing the bloody mess in front of him, Pang Xian gulped hard. He never imagined killing people could be so easy, and so artistic. Especially when the opponents were from the Miyamoto clan, one of the so-called 5 global powerhouses. He spat toward the defeated guards surrounding Yixingchen. Is this it? Really? This is all you've got? And you dare claim to be one of the world's top 5 organizations? Did you make that up yourselves? Paid some PR company to spread it worldwide? Just like when you dumped nuclear waste into the ocean, willing to spend fortunes on PR but not on actual cleanup. For a moment, Pang Xian felt it had been a complete waste spending all these years stuck in the island nation for this sorry bunch. Frustrated, he could only let out a furious yell to cheer for Yixingchen. Mr. Yi, go for it. Mr. Yi, they said your strikes are too soft, they can't feel any pain. Hit harder. Move faster. Hearing Pang Xian's words, Yixingchen almost stumbled to the ground. What the hell was he even saying? But now wasn't the time to correct his wording. 1 minute later? Clap clap clap. All done. Yixingchen dusted off his hands and walked up to one surviving guard, who looked completely terrified. Pang Xian, translate what I say to him. Yes, Mr. Yi. Pang Xian ran over enthusiastically. Where are your elders? What, the old ones too scared to come out? Just sending a bunch of weaklings to die. Once Pang Xian translated, the guard immediately became agitated. You? Someone like you isn't even worth the attention of our elders. Someone like me? Yixingchen chuckled. What's wrong with someone like me? Am I weak? Then what does that make you all? Only good for slicing open your own stomachs? Baka. The guard tried to leap at Yixingchen, only for Pang Xian to kick him down. Damn it, maybe I can't deal with your elites, but I can still deal with trash like you. Heh, Yixingchen just smiled. Let's keep going, I want to see when those elders finally show themselves. Got it. Pang Xian had already been won over by Yixingchen's power. He was now a full-blown fanboy. Just as they prepared to move forward, a loud pounding sound echoed nearby. A man in a mechanical exoskeleton came charging over with a massive cleaver more than 6 feet long. Mr. Yi, that's the Miyamoto clan's chief elder, Miyamoto Kishida. Pang Xian quickly explained the man's identity. So this is Kishida, the chief elder. Not bad, still this strong at his age. You could tell a true expert from their moves. When Kishida turned in the exoskeleton just now, Yixingchen saw it clearly. His reaction and control were on a whole different level than anyone else he had fought so far. That guy Gangmon Hirazuka, for example, just moved straight ahead like a machine, painfully slow. With someone like Hirazuka, unless you stood still, he couldn't even touch you. But Kishida was different. A moment's distraction, and that 6-foot-long cleaver could truly kill him. While Yi was still thinking, Kishida closed the distance. He didn't attack right away, but instead spoke rapidly in Japanese. Mr. Yi, the old man's asking who you are, why you came, and what grudge you have with them. Heh, Yi Xingchen smiled lightly. Tell him to hand over Yume. He says, what? You came all the way from Xia country and killed so many people, just for a traitor? Kishida was clearly holding back his rage. Tell him, yes. I came here exactly for the one they call a traitor. Then he added, and one more thing, tell him to be a man. If he wants to fight, stop yapping. Baka! Kishida screamed, a word that needed no translation, and swung the massive blade at Yi Xingchen's head in a downward strike. Yi Xingchen didn't dare be careless. He dodged quickly to the left, narrowly avoiding the deadly slash. Laughter boomed from inside the exoskeleton. Heh, the real fun is just beginning. Isn't it a bit early to be celebrating? Yi Xingchen didn't get angry at the taunt, because he had already noticed Kishida's fatal weakness. Sigurui! Yoshi! A few Japanese warriors behind Miyamoto Kishida cheered loudly when they saw Yi Xingchen in such a battered state. To them, Yi Xingchen looked no different from a corpse now. In their eyes, Miyamoto Kishida was the pinnacle of combat strength. For one man like Yi Xingchen to face off against that kind of power was like a bug trying to shake a tree. In stark contrast, Pang Xian's palms were drenched in sweat. Even he was starting to doubt whether Yi Xingchen could defeat Miyamoto Kishida. And then things got worse. With a series of furious roars, second elder Miyamoto Fumio and third elder Miyamoto Jinzo arrived as reinforcements. Unlike Kishida, Fumio and Jinzo didn't use mechanical exoskeletons, they intended to fight Yi Xingchen with nothing but their bodies. Fumio immediately started ranting in Japanese. Pang Xian hurried to translate for Yi Xingchen. Mr. Yi, this guy says if you surrender now, he might consider letting you die in one piece. In truth, Fumio was simply asking who Yi Xingchen was, but Pang Xian feared Yi might back out, and if he did, Pang would be left in deep trouble. Yi Xingchen frowned. How arrogant, telling him to surrender, only to still kill him afterward. Then not surrendering meant even worse? Of course, Yi Xingchen would never surrender. He didn't respond to Fumio's words. He just felt frustrated. He'd just discovered Kishida's weakness and wanted to finish him before reinforcements arrived. But now Fumio and Jinzo had ruined that plan. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't respond, the three men all let out war cries and charged forward with their swords. Yi Xingchen sidestepped just in time to avoid Kishida's strike, then clashed blades directly with Fumio. Clang! A sharp metal screech rang out, and sparks flew from the impact. That alone showed how terrifying Fumio's strength was. Ha! There was no time for shock. Jinzo roared behind him, swinging his sword at Yi Xingchen's unguarded back. Luckily, Yi reacted fast and dodged just in time to avoid the deadly blow. Mr. Yi! Pang Xian shouted anxiously. That three-way combo nearly gave him a heart attack. If he died here, Pang was finished too. You call that all you've got? With those pitiful moves, you dare mess with the Miyamoto clan? To their surprise, Jinzo suddenly spoke fluent Xia country language, and he was full of mockery. Well, didn't you three just gang up on me? What honor is that? Yi Xingchen replied with a calm smile. Humph, honor? Only the last one standing gets to talk about honor. If you die here today, who would dare accuse us of being unfair? Jinzo looked at Yi with a mocking grin. He clearly didn't care about honor. That's fair, Yi nodded slightly. Fine. I admit, I underestimated you. But from now on, I won't hold back. Heh, I'll believe it when I see it. Come on, boy, show me what you've got. Jinzo obviously didn't believe him. In his eyes, who in the world could possibly defeat the three of them at once? Today's battle will be remembered. Ye's eyes narrowed. So I have a small suggestion. You're about to die, what else could you possibly want to say? Jinzo looked puzzled. Whether we like it or not, we must admit each of us is a master-level opponent. Isn't it proper to pay respect to our opponents before the fight? Yi said this sincerely, even winking at Jinzo. Jinzo was caught off guard. For a moment, he didn't even know how to respond. He eventually turned to explain Ye's words to Kishida and Fumio. The three exchanged odd glances before finally, Jinzo nodded at Yi Xingchen. All right, we'll do as you say. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Now, if you cut off your right arm, we might consider sparing you. Yi Xingchen just chuckled. That was nonsense. If he really cut off his arm, they'd be on him in seconds, grinding him to dust. Heh, no need to talk anymore. You've trained for years, let me give you an honorable death. Jinzo frowned but didn't argue. The four of them raised their weapons and bowed deeply to each other. Yi Kuan. Just as the fight was about to begin, a woman's anxious voice came from nearby. It was Miyamoto Yume, covered in blood and holding a katana, running toward them. Seeing her alive, Yi Xingqian finally relaxed. He had truly been worried that the clan had executed her before he arrived. Even he didn't know when or why he'd become so concerned about this girl from the island nation. Damn it, what are you doing here? Jinzo's expression twisted with rage. He clearly guessed what had happened. Heh, if you already guessed, why bother asking? Yume sneered. Did you really think a bunch of nobodies could keep me locked up? If you hadn't used dirty tricks, I'd never have come back here in the first place. You bastards are all dead. With a furious roar, Jinzo and the other two launched their all-out attack on Yi Xingqian. In the next exchange, Yi Xingqian was no longer as casual as before. Every move he made was precise and calculated. With two loud metal clashes, Yi Xingqian was actually forced to take a step back, a rare sight. Die, foreigner! A Japanese warrior shouted excitedly. A flash of white light passed, and that excited warrior's head was now separated from his body. Miyamoto Yume swung her katana and glared coldly at the remaining warriors. You're too noisy. All of you are too noisy. Anyone who keeps talking, I'll kill them. The rest of the warriors were too scared to meet her gaze. They all knew very well, even Miyamoto Juni wasn't her match. What chance did they have? Another violent clash rang out on the battlefield. Yi Xingqian met the combined strike from Miyamoto Jinzo and Miyamoto Fumio head-on, and even managed to push them back. Nice one. That was awesome. Pang Xian shouted excitedly. One of the warriors pointed at Pang Xian and then at Yume, as if to say, he spoke too, why didn't you kill him? Another flash, and the warrior who just pointed also lost his head. I really hate when people point fingers at me. Faced with Yume's double standard, the warriors didn't dare say another word. As for Yi Xingqian, the reason he took that strike from both opponents head-on was to find an opening. And just as he'd predicted, that opening came. The force of the clash sent all parties several steps back. Yi Xingqian used the recoil to accelerate and zipped past Miyamoto Kishida's exoskeleton. Two slashing sounds broke the air. Yi Xingqian had cut through an exposed wire on the exoskeleton. He'd noticed earlier that this wire was Kishida's weakness. As the wire was severed, the right arm of the exoskeleton holding the blade froze. Now's my chance. While Kishida still hadn't realized what happened, Yi grabbed both ends of the cut wire and pulled with all his might, running full speed. Sparks flew as more components failed. Kishida could no longer control his exoskeleton properly. With Kishida temporarily disabled, Yi focused fully on the weaker of the other two. As the saying goes, when picking fruit, choose the soft one. Yi saw that Miyamoto Jinzo was the weakest of the three. So naturally, Jinzo became his main target. Under a fierce barrage, even Jinzo began to falter. Yi feinted toward Fumio with a strike, then instantly turned and swung at Jinzo behind him. Jinzo never expected Yi would be so fixated on him. That one strike split Jinzo clean in two. Jinzo! Yamaru! Miyamoto Fumio screamed hysterically at the sight of Jinzo's fate. Even Kishida, filled with rage, abandoned his exoskeleton and charged Yi for a full-on brawl. Without the weight of his disabled suit, Kishida and Fumio began to fall behind. All Miyamoto clan members. Now is the time to be loyal to the family. Everyone, charge and kill this man from Xia. Kishida saw defeat approaching and called for a suicidal group attack. Yi Xingqian didn't hesitate. These lackeys? Easy. One came, he killed one. Two came, he killed two. Soon, most of them were dead, without even touching Yi Xingqian. Even Kishida himself had several wounds on his body. Is the sun goddess really going to destroy the Miyamoto clan? Kishida felt the despair of defeat creeping in. Another brutal clash. This time, Fumio's weapon flew from his hands. Yi seized the chance, slashing over 10 times in a row, then landed a massive punch with his armored knuckles straight into Fumio's stomach. Fumio couldn't handle the overwhelming blow, he spat blood and collapsed, his fate unknown. Damn you! Kishida roared and launched a desperate strike. But completely exhausted, even his all-out attack couldn't touch Yi. With one fluid slash, Yi sliced off Kishida's right shoulder. Kishida screamed as he too collapsed, following Fumio. Nice job! Pang Xian was thrilled and rushed to hug Yi, but Miyamoto Yume beat him to it, diving into Ye's arms. Yi, you did it. You really did it. Yume was so overwhelmed she couldn't even speak properly. Pang Xian froze at the scene. Seriously? Even the role of the translator is being stolen now? And by a local beauty, no less. Welp, guess I'm out of a job. Pang forced a smile and quietly slipped away from the mountain. Seeing the three elders defeated, the rest of the Miyamoto clan scattered. Many fled down the mountain, fearing Yi would continue his slaughter. Yi held Yume tightly, a warm smile on his face. It's over, Yume. No one will ever interfere with your freedom again. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Yume nodded hard. Let's go back to Xia country. Let's go right now. Under Pang Xian's guidance, Yi Xingqian and his group of 3 strolled down the mountain road, chatting and laughing. All the surviving members of the Miyamoto clan had been scared out of their wits. The dead were dead, the rest had fled, no one dared to stop Yi Xingqian from leaving. In fact, those who saw him from afar bowed deeply without moving an inch. This was part of the deeply ingrained character of the Japanese. If you try to reason with them, they'll show you what being unreasonable means. If you're weaker than them, they'll show you cruelty. If you're stronger, they'll show you deceit. But if you're much stronger and thoroughly beat them into submission, they'll respect you to the extreme and never dare oppose you. So when it comes to dealing with the Japanese, you must beat them down completely, scare them from the inside out. Preaching morality is useless. Huh? With all this chaos here, why hasn't anyone from the Japanese police come to check it out? Yi Xingqian suddenly asked Miyamoto Yume curiously. Yume casually curled her lips. This is Miyamoto clan territory. No one from the police would show up here. And besides, no one would believe that someone could single-handedly wipe out the entire Miyamoto clan. Even if there's commotion, they'll just assume it's internal family business. I see, all right then. Mr. Yi, your boat has been arranged. The young lady said, now that the Miyamoto clan has fallen, there's no reason for me to stay here. I'll return to Xia with you. Okay. Yi Xingqian gave a thumbs up, but suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He couldn't help sneezing. It feels way colder here than the south of Xia. I hope I'm not catching a cold. Yume looked surprised. It was hard for her to believe someone like Yi Xingqian could even get sick. Let's go, time to leave this godforsaken place and never come back. Seeing the mood, Pang Xian quickly waved for the 3 to leave Japan before anything unexpected happened. They picked up their pace and soon reached Pang Xian's car, then drove off without a hitch. But what Yi Xingqian didn't expect was that a single sneeze would bring destruction to all of Japan. Because Yi Xingqian was the only person in the world who hadn't experienced a decline in physical immunity, the bacteria or viruses in his body remained normal. To him, these microbes were harmless. But to people whose immune systems had drastically weakened, they were deadly. Once infected, death followed almost immediately. Even worse, the pathogen spread through the air, reproducing inside the human body and spreading through various channels. Soon after the trio left, a warrior dressed in traditional Japanese garb came running down the mountain and happened to pass the exact spot where Yi Xingqian had sneezed. Sensing something odd in the air, the warrior stopped and sniffed. Suddenly, his body temperature soared. He began violently coughing, felt dizzy, heard ringing in his ears, and became nauseous. Within just 5 seconds, he was vomiting uncontrollably and coughing up blood. The whole process lasted less than 20 seconds. The poor man collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. Hey? Isn't that Yamamoto Isoroku? What happened to him? Wasn't he just walking down the mountain? Soon, 3 other fleeing warriors passed by and recognized the dead man. Hey, Yamamoto! What are you doing? One of them walked up and nudged him. To his horror, he was met with a bloodless, twisted face. Oh my god! He's dead! What? He's dead? How? He was fine just now. The other 2 rushed over to check. Bastard! It can't be that man from Xia. He may be ruthless, but he's always upfront. He wouldn't secretly kill people. It must have been someone else. Damn it, we must find who. Before the man could finish his words, he started coughing violently too, his temperature shooting up just like Yamamoto's. This is bad, poison. Seeing their companion's symptoms and recalling Yamamoto's bizarre death, the other 2 warriors realized something was very wrong. But they still thought it was poison, not some unknown pathogen from Yi Xingqian's sneeze. Soon, the infected warrior was coughing blood and dropped dead. The last 2 didn't last long either. They quickly collapsed beside Yamamoto's body. Even more terrifying, as a gentle breeze passed, the virus began to spread across Japan. Within a day, nearly half the population of Fudao Prefecture had perished in this horrifying viral crisis. To make matters worse, the Japanese government had no clue where the virus came from, nor could they estimate its lethality. The only thing they knew was, once someone was infected, they died. Japan's only option now was to plead for help from other countries. But that hope had died long ago, ever since Japan discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Now, with confirmation that infected individuals died within 20 seconds and there was no immediate risk to other nations, most countries simply ignored Japan's cries for help. As the saying goes, those with virtue will have allies, those without, stand alone. With no aid and no breakthroughs, the Japanese government had no choice but to lie down and await death, or bow in apology. And so, Yi Xingqian never could have guessed that a single sneeze could wipe an entire country off the map, literally erasing it from existence. As for the Japanese? There's only one thing left to say: may there be no Yi Xingqian in heaven. Woo! With a train whistle, Yi Xingqian suddenly opened his eyes. He was very busy. He'd just finished dealing with the Miyamoto clan in Japan, returned to Xia, and that same day had to accompany Long Qingxian back to Qin province. Sure enough, they were already on the train heading there. You awake? Long Qingxian glanced at him, then continued scrolling through her phone. Breaking news. A terrifying virus has appeared in Fudao Prefecture, Japan. Infected people show high fever, dizziness, nausea, loss of appetite, diarrhea, coughing, and other symptoms. No one knows where it came from or how it spreads. People only know that once infected, you die within 20 seconds. 20 seconds? That fast? Then it's over for them. Yi Xingqian, unaware that he might be involved, was stunned by what she read. For regular people, what can you even do in 20 seconds? Take a few steps? That basically meant catching the virus was a death sentence, with no cure. Fever, dizziness, nausea, coughing? Thinking over Long Qingxuan's description, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but mutter to himself. That sounded an awful lot like a virus he had heard of before. Long Qingxian scoffed. By now, many wealthy people there have already left. Later, the government, trying to prevent mass panic, announced a full border lockdown for international safety. No one in or out. Maritime patrols now work around the clock to intercept and destroy smuggling boats. Looks like they've shut themselves in. Yi Xingqian shrugged indifferently. What did the situation in Japan have to do with him? Then suddenly, he caught himself. Of course it concerned him. As long as that country still stood, he would feel burdened. If that country were to fall, he would feel relieved. Well, they brought it on themselves. Some things are bound to collapse under the weight of their own choices. If this ends up reducing future harm, then maybe that's a silver lining. Clearly, Long Qingxian, being from the Dragon clan, held deep historical resentment. It wasn't about individuals, but what had built up over time between nations. Yi Xingqian stared out the train window at the fast-receding scenery and smiled when he heard another whistle. Qingxian, do you know what's most similar to women? Long Qingxian blinked. Is that supposed to be a serious question? Yi Xingqian looked surprised. What? I'm not a serious guy. I'm super serious. All right then, she nodded and thought hard. After a while, she shook her head. I have no idea. I had a few guesses, but they all sound silly. Go ahead, Mr. Yi, reveal your answer. Yi Xingqian was very pleased with her engagement. A train. A train? Long Qingxian frowned. How are women like trains? Because you're always clacking along, shopping and eating nonstop, and every now and then, you let out a woo. Just as Long Qingxian was about to say something, she heard the actual clack of the train on the tracks and the occasional woo of the whistle, and it suddenly made perfect sense. She chuckled, pressing a hand to her forehead. Ha. All right, that's something I never would have guessed. Hee. Yi Xingqian grinned proudly. Long Qingxian glanced at her phone. We've already entered Qin province, but we're still a couple hours from the final stop. Okay. That's nothing. I can handle it. Yi Xingqian stood up. I'm heading to the restroom. Go on. Yi Xingqian adjusted his collar and walked unsteadily toward the restroom. Huh? Look at that young guy, so unsteady on his feet. Yeah, back in my day, I could walk smoothly even on a moving train. Yi Xingqian overheard the elderly men chatting nearby and smiled. He was easily several times heavier than them, and yet they said he looked weak? If he were built like them, he'd probably float off the ground. But of course, Yi Xingqian wouldn't argue with the elderly. Who would bother? These days, even helping a senior off the street meant you had to declare your bank balance first. If your account didn't have enough, they wouldn't extort you. Instead, they might just suggest you lie down and wait for a wealthy benefactor. There was only one restroom on the train, and it was already in use. Yi Xingqian waited patiently outside. Ding! The sound of the door unlocking rang out. Yi Xingqian, first in line, was about to go in. But just then, a flash of white shot past, and someone slipped into the restroom ahead of him. Ding! The door closed and locked. That guy had cut in. Yi Xingqian wasn't happy. Hey, man, ever heard of waiting your turn? We've been in line for a while. You just show up and take the spot without a word. What's your deal? From inside, the man in white snapped back arrogantly. Didn't you see I'm in a hurry? Are you blind? In a hurry? Yi Xingqian chuckled. Everyone here's in a hurry. So why do we wait and you don't? And you still talk tough? Enough. Scram. Go somewhere else if you're in a rush. Don't waste my damn time. The man showed zero remorse, just total rudeness. What the? Yi Xingqian's expression darkened. It had been a few days since he'd met someone this arrogant. The last one was an elder of the Miyamoto clan. And now, this guy in white thought he could pull the same stunt? He was practically asking for it. Yi Xingqian silently vowed, this clown was going to get what was coming to him, today. Hey, bro, wait a sec. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to violently yank open the door, a male voice suddenly came from behind him. Huh? Who are you? Yi Xingqian turned around, clearly annoyed, only to see a very handsome man. The man looked a few years older than him, over 6 feet tall, lean and well-built, dressed in a sharp suit that made him look even more striking. Hee, the man smiled mysteriously. You'll know who I am soon. That guy inside, he's my friend. He ate something bad, and he's been waiting for a while now. If he doesn't get in soon, he might, well, let's just say the whole train car's gonna stink. Pretty awkward, right? Hearing that, Yi Xingqian calmed down a bit. Still, I get it, but there was no need for the cursing, right? He cut the line and then swore at people. I'm really sorry. Let me apologize for him. He's always had a foul mouth, but he's honestly a good guy, he wouldn't even hurt an ant. Yi Xingqian wasn't sure why, but the fire inside him had been completely put out by this guy in just a few words. Is it just that good-looking guys always get away with things? Even as a man, he couldn't resist the charm? That thought made Yi Xingqian uneasy. No way, he had to stay far away from guys like that. Otherwise, one day he might go down the wrong path. Alright, fine. I get it. I accept your apology. Let's just drop it. Yi Xingqian impatiently waved him off. Qingjue bro, why are you being so polite to this guy? Just then, the restroom door swung open and the guy who had cut in stormed out. What? You want to settle this now? Who the heck are you? Say your name. Yi Xingqian turned around to face him, clearly annoyed and frustrated. My name is Zhang Juri. Yeah, I admit I was wrong to cut the line and mouth off, but for you to make my bro here apologize to you? I can't let that slide. Excuse me? Yi Xingqian almost laughed from disbelief. You must have a problem. If your ears aren't working, consider donating them to someone in need. What do you mean I made your bro apologize? He offered to do that on his own. Something seriously off with you. Looks like you really want to fight today, huh? You think I'm scared? Juri, that's enough. Qingjue quickly stepped in and grabbed Zhang Juri. At this point, Qingjue was speechless. He'd just managed to calm Yi Xingqian down, and now Zhang Juri stirred it all up again in seconds. What a useless teammate. Yi Xingqian chuckled darkly. Actually, from the start, he had noticed both Zhang Juri and Qingjue were no ordinary people. Zhang's speed when cutting the line, and Qingjue's grace while walking, both far exceeded normal humans. That meant they were both highly skilled. But Yi Xingqian wasn't worried in the slightest. Come on, even the 3 elders of the Miyamoto clan couldn't beat him. Based on his strength alone, Yi Xingqian figured he was the strongest in the world. Was he supposed to be afraid of some guys he bumped into on a train? The sneer on Yi Xingqian's face only provoked Zhang Juri further. At this point, Qingjue couldn't hold him back even if he tried. Hey, shut it. Qingjue snapped at Zhang Juri, then turned to Yi Xingqian with a pleading look. Friend, just go easy on him, okay? You can send him to the hospital if you must, but please don't cripple him or worse. Call it a favor, a request, a plea, whatever you like. Qingjue's words were like pouring oil on an already blazing fire. Zhang Juri roared in fury, pushed Qingjue aside, and charged at Yi Xingqian with all his strength. Bang! Yi Xingqian didn't dodge, he simply threw out his right fist to meet the blow head-on. A dull crack echoed. Zhang Juri's right arm fractured on the spot. Damn! Crap! My hand! Zhang clutched his right arm and collapsed, screaming in pain. That's all you've got? Yi Xingqian laughed. Seriously? You come looking for a fight with this? What, does your family sell porcelain? One hit and you're broken. I didn't even move, I just stood there and took your punch. And now you end up with a broken arm. Crap. Zhang Juri was boiling with rage, but couldn't come up with a single comeback. Winner takes all. Weakness is the real sin. He had no excuse. He lost fair and square. But then, amid his panic, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Wait a sec. Your speed, your strength, your endurance. Damn, who are you? Only realizing now that you messed with the wrong person? Too late. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's face as he stepped slowly toward Zhang Juri. Hey, bro. Let it go, he's already got a busted arm. He's learned his lesson. Just let it end here, alright? Right then, Qingjue rushed forward and blocked Yi Xingqian's path. Move. Who do you think you are? Yi Xingchen glared. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're good looking. If you don't move, I'll beat you too. Oh yeah? Qingjue smiled, clearly amused. Yup. I'm dead serious. And you better believe it, I will. Yi Xingchen made his point loud and clear. Ha ha ha. Qingjue burst out laughing. Bro, do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. If I told you my name, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. Qingjue nodded confidently. Screw off. Yi Xingchen was even more annoyed now. If it weren't for his good looks, Yi Xingchen would have punched him already. He had taken on the Miyamoto clan. What was some smooth-talking guy on a train? Then listen closely. My surname is Long. Know what that means now? Long? So what? Wait, Long? Long Qingjue? Long Qingxian? Wait, are you? Long Qingjue gave a little smirk. I'm your brother-in-law. What the? Yi Xingchen stood there, completely stunned. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed as Long Qingxian walked up beside Yi Xingchen. Brother. She gave Long Qingjue a cold look. From how distant they were, you'd never guess they were family. They were even more unfamiliar than strangers. But Yi Xingchen could understand. After all, Long Qingxian had focused all her energy on saving her mother, while Long Qingjue and Long Shaoqi, thinking more about the bigger picture, didn't want to openly confront Hurricane. On top of that, the father and son were always away on missions, so naturally, Qingxian wasn't close to them. Sis. Long Qingjue kept his usual cheerful smile. Your man's not bad. Strong. I like him. Thanks. Long Qingxian wasn't sure if her brother was being sincere, but she didn't really care either. Suddenly remembering something, she lightly patted Yi Xingchen's waist. Weren't you going to the restroom? Go ahead. Okay. Yi Xingchen, knowing when to step back, quickly went inside. A few minutes later, Yi Xingchen peeked out from the bathroom. He saw that Long Qingxian had taken his seat again, and Long Qingjue and Zhang Juri were nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where's your brother? They left? He sat down next to her, curious. Long Qingxian gazed out the train window for a long moment before replying, Xingchen, let's get off at the next stop and go back to Yunhe City. What? Why? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Weren't you going to climb the ranks? Weren't you trying to save your mom? Why give it all up? Because none of it matters anymore. After Hurricane realized how terrifying your strength is, they sent senior officials to Xia to negotiate. They agreed to withdraw from some territories, return my mother to Xia, and all they want is a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Clan. This. Yi Xingchen was speechless. With that, I guess there's no reason for me to stay in the clan. Before, I stayed hoping I could use my efforts and achievements to change my father's mind and convince him not to give up on my mother. But now, I don't need to carry that weight anymore. Yeah, honestly, not caring about anything is kind of freeing. Yi Xingchen nodded deeply in agreement. Long Qingxian smiled and rested her head on his shoulder. From now on, I'll stop caring. Just shop, travel, spend money, stay with you, work out? That's a perfect life, better than gold. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen burst out laughing. Let me think. Long Qingxian tapped her chin. Qin Yanran, CEO of Yida Group, rich and pretty. Lin Yun is about to become a strong businesswoman. Miyamoto Tomomi, a skilled fighter, deadly by day, warm by night. And me? If I leave the Dragon Clan, what edge do I have? Simple, you can just be my spoiled wife. You know what? That works. Ha ha ha. Long Qingxian laughed out loud. It was the first time Yi Xingchen had seen her truly laugh, this woman who had always been deep and calculating. Maybe now, with all the pressure gone, she could finally just be herself. No more fake masks. Morning. Yunhe Villa District. Yi Xingchen slowly pressed the doorbell at Qin Yanran's villa. Huh? Xingchen? Didn't you say you were taking time off in Qin province? Did you not go, or are you already back? To his surprise, it wasn't Qin Yanran who answered the door, but Qin Yuanhang. Ah? Uncle, how did you know? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Qin Yanran had told him this? Qin Yuanhang seemed to guess his thoughts. Smiling, he took Yi Xingchen's hand. Xingchen, you're Yanran's boyfriend. I haven't seen you in a while, and when I asked about you, she said you were in Qin province and might be gone for a while. Oh. I see. Yi Xingchen nodded, wanting to say more, but holding back. Do you have something on your mind? Don't stand at the door, come in and sit. Qin Yuanhang tried to pull him inside. No, uncle, really. I'm good. Yi Xingchen quickly waved his hands. I just have a few things to say, then I'll go. Well, Qin Yuanhang gave him a curious look. Okay, go ahead. Uncle, I came today to resign from my position under President Qin. Oh, Qin Yuanhang nodded. That's no problem. Even if you don't work, Yanran can still support you. No, Yi Xingchen waved again. That's not it. Uncle, actually, Yenran and I aren't a real couple. It was fake. I mean, if she really were my girlfriend, I'd be overjoyed, but I know that's not going to happen. I'm not a good man, not even close. I already have 3 close female friends. I just can't keep lying to you. He paused, then continued. So today, I came to clear things up, and resign as well. I've cleaned up the villa, moved everything out. The car is parked out front. House key and car key are at the door. I came here with nothing, and I'll leave the same way. He smiled faintly. Qin Yuanhang lowered his head, lost in thought. He didn't scold or get angry, he just thought silently. Well, I've said everything. Uncle, if fate allows, we'll meet again. Please also tell President Qin I wish her great success. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Xingchen waved goodbye and left the villa. Soft crying came from the top of the stairs. Qin Yuanhang sighed deeply. Sigh. I'm just an old man, can't keep up with how your generation thinks. I won't interfere in your private lives anymore. If you truly like him and don't care about the past, go after him. But if you're unsure, or just don't love him, then let this be the end. Never mention it again. Saying this, he walked into his room. But, he walks so fast. How can I catch up? Hee, Qin Yuanhang chuckled. I saw him just now. He walked here. Your car's right outside. Before he could finish, the sound of fast footsteps echoed from the stairs. Hee, that kid. Qin Yuanhang shook his head with a helpless smile.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.